I was just the adopted son of the Xiao family, but I fell in love with the beautiful girl of the Gu clan. In order to be worthy of her, I became a great fighter at the age of 6, broke through to fighter saint at 15, and even became a semi-saint powerhouse at the age of 20. Just when I thought that becoming a saint would allow me to be with Sunner forever, she actually used a secret technique to strip away my source energy as a fighter emperor, and told me that Xiaoyan needed it more than I did. I foolishly believed that as long as there was enough time, I could slowly warm each other's hearts, but in the end, I ended up in a lonely and deathly fate. After rebirth, my soul was initially in a state of perfection in the mortal realm, and the cultivation technique soul devouring art emerged in my mind. It was something I discovered in the Warcraft mountains, capable of turning all living things in the world into my own use. By using the soul devouring art to absorb the energy in the demon core, I have now broken through to the 4th stage of the fighting chi. I am eager to break away from the Xiao family. At this moment, the knocking on the door outside caught my attention. Xiao Fan, are you there? The person who came was Xiao Yan, the son of Xiao Zhan, who was also a genius like me. Our relationship was not good, at least in the previous life. Not only envy, but also jealousy, jealous that Xiao Yan could easily obtain the love of Gu sooner. However, I opened the door without showing any displeasure, just casually glanced at the ring hanging around the other person's neck. If I remember correctly, this ring seems to house the soul of a powerful being? I subconsciously wanted to take it away, but I suppressed my thoughts. With my own soul at the pinnacle of the mortal realm, it is impossible not to sense his presence unless he has already awakened. I slowly withdrew my gaze. Xiao Yan's expression changed. He felt that I was acting strangely today, but still shamelessly wanted to ask me about the use of Do Qi. I knew that Xiao Yan had already condensed the Do Qi at this time, so I told him a lot of knowledge about Do Qi. After seeing Xiao Yan off, I looked at his back with a heavy heart. In our past lives, we had grievances and conflicts. I can guess that perhaps Gu Sunner's seizing of the source energy is related to Xiao Yan. He has always been someone who never gives up, and with both of us needing large amounts of external energy for our techniques, there have been many disputes over the ownership of the different fires. If it weren't for Yao Lao standing behind Xiao Yan, and me considering the face of the Xiao family, I might have gotten rid of him long ago. Of course, not to mention the covert help from Gu Sunner. However, I don't care about these things anymore. The memories of my past life will be my ultimate reliance. Afterwards, I went to find the Grand Elder to ask for some cultivation resources, but when I arrived at the Xiao family hall, my calm heart was once again stirred, only because I saw the person I least wanted to see. Gu Sunner, the clan leader and 3 elders were standing in the hall, and Xiao Zhan was even more enthusiastically trying to please a middle-aged man. I can't feel any breath on the other party, but I know clearly that the other party is the peak fighting saint of the 9 stars. One of the top powerhouses on the continent, the patriarch of the Gu clan, Gu Yuan. He also sensed my presence, turned his head to look back, and saw a child. He was slightly surprised in his heart. Such a small child possessed such a powerful soul power. If he didn't feel the resonance of the other party's soul, Gu Yuan would probably suspect that this child had been possessed by someone. Following his father's gaze, Gu Sunner also saw me. Previously slightly absent-minded, Gu Sunner's eyes were trembling. I didn't pay attention to her strange behavior. Just looked at Gu Yuan with some concern, afraid that my secret would be discovered by the other party. Upon seeing the kind smile of the other party, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. I then asked the Grand Elder for some cultivation resources and informed them that I had already reached the 4th stage of Do Qi. Several elders and Xiao Zhan were all surprised, and the Grand Elder even applauded. After apologizing to the other elders and Gu Yuan, he hurriedly took me away from the Xiao family hall. Before the Grand Elder could speak, a clear and ethereal voice came. Grandpa. The person who came was the granddaughter of the Grand Elder, Xiao Yu. Although she was still young, her slender long legs could not hide the beauty of this beauty embryo. At this moment, Xiao Yu was pulling the Grand Elder's beard, causing him great pain. Old man, when can I go to the Canaan Academy? To enter the Canaan Academy, you need to have at least reached the 8th stage of Do Qi. You are only at the 3rd stage, not even as good as Xiao Fan. With this level, do you still want to enter the Canaan Academy? Xiao Yu looked at me somewhat incredulously, as if her eyes were saying, can he really be better than me in Do Qi? Treasure, you should control your temper. Don't always be so irritable. I couldn't help but want to laugh when I looked at her, not because I was interested in Xiao Yu, but because it reminded me of the petite and domineering purple-haired little dragon girl who was unreasonable. The difference is that the purple-haired little dragon girl is deadly when she gets angry. Fanner, your sister Xiao Yu just has a bit of a bad temper, but she is still a good person. The elder tried to salvage Xiao Yu's image in my mind. However, I didn't care about these trivial matters. Sister Xiao Yu was very good to me. Seeing my words, the elder looked more favorably upon me. The Xiao family is not important. As long as I am with Xiao Yu in the future, I will also be considered a member of the Xiao family. Then he took off a ring from his hand and handed it to me. Although I knew that the elder did not treat me well, it was surprising that he valued me so much. The space inside the ring is not large, only a dozen cubic meters, which is not something that the current Xiao family can easily give away. I know what it means to accept this ring, but I won't refuse it because it will be a great help to me now. Thank you, elder, I shouted sincerely. Back in my own courtyard, I took out the magic cores from the storage bag. Although they are all low-level magic cores, they are enough for my current stage of cultivation. Coiled knees, palms crossed to form a seal. The devil's core was placed at his side. All of a sudden the devil's core at his side trembled continuously. Invisible energy threads slowly converged. And finally a steady stream of energy did not enter Xiao Fan's brow. The energy of the magic core is very violent. If the mind ignores the firmness and forcefully absorbs the energy contained in the magic core will only explode and die. Which is why the need for alchemists to refine the magic core. But Xiao Fan was not afraid. Having the soul power of the mortal realm great perfection was not something that could be shaken by a mere first or second order magic core. With a muffled sound, all the demonic cores turned into pieces and the energy was all turned into Do Qi energy within Xiao Fan's body. And Xiao Fan managed to break through to the 7th stage of Do Qi in one fell swoop, arriving at the high level of Do Qi. Chapter 5, Absorbing the Energy of the Foreign Fire. Phew, Xiao Fan let out a long sigh. To the limit of the body, Xiao Fan stopped running the spirit devouring skill. The energy in his body had reached saturation, and now he was only 4 years old. His body was even more in the developmental stage, and he did not have any top-level bloodline, so the amount of doji qi he could carry was limited. A look outside the window actually made it already night, but Xiao Fan's stomach was already rumbling, casually picking up a black guilt mask that was sitting on the table and putting it on his face. Inside Gu Sun Air's residence in the distance. Miss Elder Ling, how is it? Gu Sun Air's face was tense as she looked at Ling Ying in front of her. She was a little afraid to face reality. Ling Ying was also a bit nervous. She who had been protecting Miss always felt that Miss's personality had undergone a not-so-small transformation recently. It was an aura of a superior. As Miss said, Xiao Clan Patriarch Xiaowar said to his son Xiaoyan to let Xiaoyan come to Miss's room tonight with the help of warming up his body as a reason, and thus get closer to Miss. Gu Sun Air heard this and stumbled and fell on the bed couch. Her beautiful eyes were even flashing with tears, but she still clenched her teeth and said, even if it's fake so what? Brother Xiaoyan is so good to me. Thinking of this Gu Sun Air suddenly paused. She remembered the black guilt mask again. Her voice trembled and said, Don, Elder Ling, you can step back first. No matter who comes tonight, you should not stop them. But, Miss, enough. I'm the ancient clan's first lady. Sooner or later you'll be after. Ahem. Smooth writing. Yes, ma'am. Ling Ying's figure vanished into the darkness and disappeared. Although Gu Sun Air told him not to stop, he still remained vigilant. In case something happened to the young lady, there was no way he could deliver. In the dark night, except for a small number of Xiao family guards, the entire Xiao family was silent. A figure seemed to have known the whereabouts of the Xiao family guards, easily avoiding the various Xiao family guards. And Xiao Fan, who was walking on the road, was a bit puzzled. Why does it feel like the Xiao family is not quite the same tonight? Even the guards are quite a bit less? But the next moment he realized something was wrong. A not-so-sharp black shadow caught his attention. Not so much that he saw the other person, but that his soul sensed their presence. Xiao Fan immediately shouted, Who knew that the voice was so roared by Xiao Fan that it was jolted and immediately flew away without bringing back its head. Looking at the distant figure, Xiao Fan was somewhat puzzled in his heart. It seems to be Xiao Yan? After all, the figure was not very tall, obviously a child of his age. What's he doing here? Xiao Fan carefully surveyed the other mansion here. Compared to other Xiao family mansions, the mansion here is more grand and more luxuriously decorated. Xiao Fan's head was raw for a while, and he also remembered the owner of this mansion, ancient Kaeru. Xiao Fan was also reminded that at this time, it seemed that Gu Sun Air would be in pain due to the outburst of the foreign fire, and as soon as he thought of this Xiao Fan did not hesitate to step into it. It wasn't that he wanted to ease the pain caused by the foreign fire for the other party like he did in his previous life, it was simply that he craved the energy contained in the foreign fire. At this time, Gu Sun Air had no way to stop his actions, and he could cultivate with the help of the foreign fire, which was a hard-won charging treasure. As expected, Xiao Fan pushed open Gu Suer's room and saw Gu Suer, who was lying on the bed clenching her teeth in pain, and the thought of heartache and pity flashed through his heart, which was soon attracted by the overflowing energy of the alien fire as it stormed out. Xiao Fan did not hesitate to come to Gu Suer's side, adjusted his posture, and operated the spirit devouring skill. The energy of the foreign fire was continuously absorbed and turned into pure energy into Xiao Fan's body. The foreign fire did not only bring about an increase in Do Qi, It was also able to refine the flesh and polish the do chi. The foreign fire quenching made the originally pure fighting chi a few points more refined. This is all treasure. If only I had the spirit devouring skill at this time in my previous life. This is the fourth foreign fire on the foreign fire list. The Golden Emperor Brahma Heavenly Inferno. Even though it is only a subfire, its power is not weaker than that of the top 10 foreign fires in the rankings at all. When he thought of this, Xiao Fan looked at Gusur, whose pain had been relieved. A strong possessive desire was in his eyes and a bad thought rose, but he soon recovered. No, not only will I have to face the pursuit of the ancient clan after killing and seizing the fire, but I will also be unable to absorb this Golden Emperor Brahma inflammation. And that silhouette not too far away won't be able to stand there foolishly. Xiao Fan carefully absorbed the overflowing energy, not wanting to waste a single millimeter. Due to the high temperatures, bean-sized beads of sweat continued to emerge from his forehead as his do chi continued to be compressed and condensed, in the process of warming up his tender body. In a reciprocal cycle, a petulant voice, Gusunair slowly opened her eyes. Into the eyes is that black guilt mask. Her heart is a little panicked, but also do not care about the pain, want to lift that mask. She wants to see with her own eyes under the mask of the person who is. But when she saw the eyes revealed under the mask, her hand raised in midair suddenly paused. She suddenly did not want to lift the mask. She knew that just at the moment she reached out who was under the mask, she already had the answer in her mind. She just didn't want to face it. Looking at the other party for her to ease the pain caused by the foreign fire, her heart was a bit grateful and regretful. She was even more unsure of how to face the man in front of her, who obviously loved her to the last moment, but was killed by her own hands. She thought again of the silent, unoccupied, hopeless space in which she had spent more than 10 years. The darkness, the loneliness she's afraid she knows all too well. Teardrops unconsciously flowed out of Gu Xianer's beautiful eyes, which scared Xiao Fan. Seeing that the foreign fire had subsided and there was no more excess energy, Xiao Fan hurriedly left Gu Xianer's residence. He didn't want to have any more ties and attachments with Gu Xianer. Upon seeing Xiao Fan leave, Gu Suer forcefully sat up and at her call, Linging then appeared. Miss, is anyone else coming tonight besides him? Back to Miss. Originally Xiao Yan had appeared, only that he was scared away by that brat just now before he could push the door in. Linging replied honestly. His heart for Xiao Yan is full of contempt, and for just that unknown kid heart is a few points of surprise. After all, to be able to notice his existence is not simple. He is a dark attribute do chi, the most good at hiding the shape of the body, and that kid actually able to notice his own existence, cannot let him be surprised. Gu Sun Air was silent, and Linging had no choice but to wait quietly for the word to be sent. For a long time, Gu Sun Air could no longer resist standing up and wanted to rush out of the room. But just as she was about to take a step, her footsteps paused again. No, absolutely can't let Xiao Fan have concerns about himself. If he goes with the flow, Xiao Fan will definitely still like himself and he will definitely come back again. Definitely. Gu Xianer understood that she must not let Xiao Fan know the news that she had come back reborn. Otherwise Xiao Fan was afraid that he would turn away from herself if he sensed anything. But soon she was paralyzed on the ground and cried bitterly. It turned out that all along it was her who misunderstood Xiao Fan. Or she killed Xiao Fan with her own hands. How could she be qualified to see Xiao Fan? Xiao Yan, it's all you. I want you to pay. The clearly calmed Golden Emperor Brahma sky inflammation once again boiled. The monstrous flames burned the surrounding area to ashes in no time. If it wasn't for Ling Ying's timely intervention, I'm afraid that the entire mansion would have to be turned into a sea of flames as a result. Chapter 6 Subfire. Gu Sun Air didn't realize until this moment that the person she liked wasn't because of how handsome he was nor because of how strong the other party was. The reason she likes him is because he broke into her world. The one who helped her when she was sad because she left the ancient clan and her father, and when the pain was unbearable because of the eruption of the foreign fire. However, she also understood that she simply did not have the face to face the current Xiao Fan. Just like what Ziyan had said. Gu Sun Air, you can be really pitiful. Linging rarely looked at his own Missy's emotion so agitated. As Missy's personal guard, he was very incompetent, but he couldn't say anything. He could only watch silently as his lady sat paralyzed on the ground. Unlike the heartbroken Gu Suer, Xiao Fan, who had returned to his residence, was very happy, and with a flash of his palm, a golden flame appeared in his palm, except that it was very tiny, about the size of a section of his thumb. However, Xiao Fan was still very satisfied, feeling the incomparably hot temperature in his palm. This is the subfire of one of the subfires of the Golden Emperor's burning heavenly flame. Although at the moment it is not even comparable to an ordinary beast fire, in the long run it will surely be able to produce a subfire comparable to a foreign fire. Perhaps Xiao Fan also did not expect the spirit devouring skill to actually be able to devour and condense a new subfire. Actually only managed to break through to the 8th stage of Doji Chi? Xiao Fan was puzzled as he felt the Doji Chi whirlpool in his body. But although it was only the 8th stage of Doji Chi, Xiao Fan also felt that his Doji Chi whirlpool had expanded by at least more than 10 times compared to his previous life, and it was almost going to take up his entire dantian. It's better to speed up the pace a bit. The current me isn't strong enough. Breaking through the Do Di? No, reaching even higher than the Do Di is where I belong. In order to protect the people I'm indebted to. Xiao Fan clenched his fists and looked in the direction of Gu Sur with a face that could not be seen as happy or angry. Gu Suner, you must explode the foreign fire a few more times. Early in the morning, bright sunlight streams through the window into the room. And a new day, a new life begins anew. Xiao Fan at the Chi of fighting stage had to rely on sleep to replenish his mental energy even with a mortal realm perfection soul, and the burden that yesterday's day had brought him was just too great. Phew, comfortable Xiao Fan stretched his back. Without the obsession with Gu Sur, Xiao Fan only felt that this sleep was very comfortable. Just as he went out, Xiao Fan encountered a little kid who was a few points shorter than him. Xiao Fan, let's have a duel. The brat waved his arms and looked at Xiao Fan angrily. Xiao Fan was first a bit puzzled before his powerful soul noticed a silhouette behind the brat, and then it was only after some thought that he remembered the name of the little brat in front of him. Xiao Ning? Yes, I am Xiao Ning. I want to avenge my sister. Xiao Ning was not afraid of Xiao Fan in the slightest, posing in a loopy manner with the photo pose of a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers. Xiao Fan gave him a plain hand slash. Ah oi! True normal hand slash. Ow! Xiao Ning instantly prostrated himself on the ground and wailed. Seconds later he shed bean-sized tears, lying on the ground and covering his injured head with a resigned look at Xiao Fan. In his eyes, Xiao Fan came to his side almost like an instantaneous movement, and then he fell to the ground with 2 black eyes. No one could appreciate how much damage the huge black shadow that flashed across his face had done to his mind. Xiao Fan, seeing her brother being beaten, Xiao Yu also immediately rushed out to protect Xiao Ning under her body. Checking his injuries, Xiao Fan actually didn't hit hard, just enough to be the kind of dumbfounded not to hurt his brain degree. It will only hurt for a few days. As for the complaint, let him go. I believe the Great Elder will give Xiao Ning another love and care. However, this was considered to be tempering Xiao Ning's character. Otherwise, according to his memories, Xiao Ning would be beaten half to death by Xiao Yan in the future due to his arrogance. Xiao Fan, if you don't give an explanation, I'm going to. The words came out of her mouth and she suddenly didn't know how to say them, as she realized that the backer she was relying on wasn't going to help her, and she hadn't seen how that hand slash had just gone up. At the moment, she didn't even know how to say harsh words. Seeing Xiao Yu stammered half a day unable to speak, Xiao Fan did not spoil her, and habitually made. Ow, Xiao Fan, I'm going to fight you to the death. How could Xiao Yu not expect that Xiao Fan would actually give himself a hand knife as well? Even though it didn't hurt, it was humiliating. Xiao Fan also froze. It really wasn't that he wanted to give this cranky Xiao Yu a go, but the other party's stuttering appearance made him really a bit unable to resist. After all, a certain purple-haired loli was such a ghost when she made a mistake that it was impossible to incur the offense without giving her a hard time. Cough. Sister Xiao Yu, would you believe me if I said I was careless? Xiao Yu drew a long sword from nowhere and stood up to stab at Xiao Fan, who turned his head and ran. Sister Xiao Yu, believe it or not, I really didn't do it on purpose. I will make it up to you. Xiao Fan disappeared from Xiao Fan and Xiao Ning's view in a puff of smoke. Xiao Yu chased after him for a while and then panted and shouted, Xiao Fan, don't let me catch you. Xiao Fan, who had exited the Xiao family's gate, was finally relieved. Phew, I can't go back to my residence today. It's just as well. I'll buy some medicinal herbs with the gold coins given by the Grand Elder. Just as he went out the door, he saw a figure sneakily avoiding him. Xiao Fan could not help but shout, Hey, Xiao Yan, do you think you can't recognize me just because you're avoiding me? Xiao Yan, who was recognized, could only turn his head resentfully, and his eyes returned with a dodge. Cough cough, Brother Fan, okay, I won't say anything about your, really, Van. Sure enough, it's you. Xiao Yan secretly said that it was not good. He was being set up by the other party. Ahem. Van, do you believe me when I say I have a hard time? Xiao Fan whitened Xiao Yan and said, Come on, if you see color, you see color. What are the bitterness? Xiao Yan scratched his head in some embarrassment, and he did not intend to explain for being poked through by Xiao Fan in a straightforward manner. But Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's heart tightened and he secretly said that it was not good. Only Xiao Fan's thumb on his forefinger was seen mooching back and forth, the meaning of which was self-evident. Xiao Yan also had no choice but to take out a bag from his arms, which was not light in terms of weight. Weighing, Xiao Fan nodded. Well, this is less to say that there are hundreds of gold coins. Not bad. Xiao Yan, you can rest assured. This secret brother for you to keep it secret, to ensure that there will not be a third person to know. At this moment, Xiao Yan only felt like he was jumping from one pit to another, and there were countless other pits behind him waiting for him to jump into. Xiao Fan, who got a sum of money for nothing, did not think much about it, and immediately headed to the Xiao family market. After all, go late, maybe a lot of leaks are going to be picked up by people. With his powerful soul perception, picking up leaks, this thing he can be good at. Chapter 7, Soul Technique. There were 3 great families in Utan City. Compared to the remaining 2 great families of the Oba family and the Gal family, the Xiao family was not in a good position. From the death of the previous family head, Xiao Lin, the Xiao family had been exiled all the way from the imperial capital to here, and the current Xiao family had not even managed to completely stabilize itself in Utan City, and it would be subjected to the suppression of the remaining 2 great families. In the marketplace, vendors could be seen everywhere. Xiao Fan lightly traveled through the crowd. He didn't even need to look at these goods. He could tell if there was anything he needed just by perception. Miss, you just came to the Xiao family. If you go to the marketplace alone. Ling did not say more, but the implication was self-evident. Elder Ling, there's no need to persuade me on this matter. There are some things I want to resolve on my own. Gu Sun-air waved her hand and picked a green-colored long dress that looked plain but showed innocence. Only with Gu Sun-air's current figure, wanting to hold up the long dress was still a little difficult. Ling, who heard this, was a bit puzzled. Her own young lady only came to this Utan city yesterday. What matters needed to be resolved? Could it be that kid from last night? Ling disappeared into the room, silently following behind Gu Sun-air. Brother Xiao Fan, Kaoror is here. This was not the case when Gu Sun-air had not yet reached the Xiao family's entrance. Her body's aura violently erupted, which could make Xiao Yan, who had just been punched, startled. Kaoru-chan. Hello. Scram. Gu Sun-air's breath was very violent, and her eyes even carried the slightest hint of killing intent. People like Xiao Yan, who had not experienced killing, were all scared to the point of trembling by the killing intent that was about to turn into substance. I won't argue with you today. If you dare to come near me again, don't blame me for being merciless. Gu Sun-air turned around and walked away without looking at Xiao Yan again at all, and at this moment, Xiao Yan had already frozen in place. Ooh, father, what the hell kind of ideas did you come up with? In his heart, he was also thankful that he had fortunately not succeeded in his night attack on Xiao Sun-air last night, or else he was afraid that he would have been killed. Pill Elder in the ring was even more surprised. This Xiao family, 1 or 2 of them are not right. One who spends all day dementedly saying things I can't understand. One with the soul power of a perfect mortal realm. This girl even has the aura of a foreign fire in her body. First order would attribute magic core. 3 branches of purple leaf orchid grass. 2 bone-washing flowers. This piece of iron actually has a hidden secret? Xiao Fan picked up a black and even rusty piece of iron in front of the vendor, but just after feeling it he was immediately a little disappointed. It's true that trying to pick up the same technique as the spirit devouring skill is impossible. The soul imprint contained in the iron piece. Xiao Fan guessed that it was at most a yellow rank advanced technique. However, Xiao Fan naturally would not let go of this piece of iron. He was not lacking in techniques, nor was he lacking in fighting skills, but he was unable to take them out, and his techniques and fighting skills were already deeply memorized in his mind. When the vendor saw that Xiao Fan was interested in the iron piece, and saw that Xiao Fan was a brat, he immediately bragged. Guest, this piece of iron piece in your hand was in an ancient relic, and our mercenary corps had to go through a lot of effort to take it away. Xiao Fan was speechless in his heart. Just now he keenly perceived that the eyes of the vendor in front of him dodged twice, his nose blew 3 times, and there were 4 or 5 unnatural small movements, which was enough to witness that what the vendor had said were all lies. Boss, don't make a wild offer either. Name a price. Xiao Fan mercilessly interrupted the vendor's story. The vendor also realized that his made-up story seemed to be seen through by the little kid in front of him, and tentatively asked, 100 gold. Xiao Fan turned his head and was about to leave, but was immediately pulled back by the vendor. Hey, kid, 10 gold coins, 10 gold coins. Deal. Xiao Fan immediately turned around and cheerfully gave the vendor 30 gold coins to take away some of the medicinal herbs altogether. Traders are also very happy. A piece of broken iron plus a little bit of herbs can be sold to such a high price. The heart cannot be happy. Happy to pack up things to leave. Xiao Fan put the medicinal herbs and iron tablets into his nascent scarf without anyone noticing and continued to search for what he needed. Xiao Yu, I am Galio, the son of the patriarch of the Gale family. I wonder if I would have the honor of inviting the young lady to share a drink. Galio, who had dark red hair and a clearly boyish appearance that made people feel a bit disgusted, was currently tugging at Xiao Yu in an attempt to force him to stay. Xiao Fan looked behind Galio. The 3 guards were at least at the Do-D level. If he sat back and did nothing, I'm afraid Xiao Yu would be taken away today. Moreover, Xiao Yu encountered Galio today. I am afraid that it is also because of Xiao Fan. After all, Xiao Yu is in order to kill Xiao Fan to come here. Sighing, Xiao Fan decisively came to Xiao Yu's side and kicked Galio away. Before the three guards could react, they saw their young master violently flying backwards, and in the next moment the three guards drew the sabers at their waists in unison. Kid, what are you? Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan did not intend to hide it, nor was he afraid of being remembered. Just based on the three do run in front of him, even if his strength was only at the doji chi stage, it was not something that a mere do run could defeat. Xiao Yu cried out with a wow when she saw the visitor. Oh, Xiao Fan. I'm so scared. Xiao Yu tightly grasped the corner of Xiao Fan's coat, as if this could put her mind at ease for a few moments. Sister Xiao Yu, it's fine. I'm here. Xiao Fan reached out to protect Xiao Yu behind her. Looking at Xiao Fan, who was clearly a few points shorter than her, Xiao Yu's heart rippled with an unspeakable sense of peace of mind and security. The original unpleasantness was also put behind Xiao Yu. Don't get too cocky, kid. One of the guards shouted angrily at Xiao Fan. It was clear that they were still standing here, but the two people in front of them were actually still talking about love. Even if they were brats, they were still too arrogant. Thinking of this, one of the guards intended to strike to give the little kid in front of him a little lesson, but before he could strike, he only felt a sudden dizziness in his head. Xiao Fan also decisively struck out. Although he could not use his fighting skills, the strength of his flesh that came from the 8th stage of the chi of fighting could be quite a lot. Xiao Fan showed no mercy and specialized in hitting his opponent's vitals. No martial virtue, dragon claw hands, double dragon drill, 1000-year kill. The original Xiao Fan's tall image in front of Xiao Yu's eyes instantly collapsed. It was really because these tricks were too unpleasant to watch. Xiao Yu's small face flushed a red color and turned away. Only painful wails could be heard coming from behind as the three Do Diablo were knocked to the ground by Xiao Fan's sure-kill chicken, covering their injuries and moaning continuously. Sister Xiao Yu, run! After speaking, Xiao Fan pulled Xiao Yu's hand and ran. Aha! Darn stinky brat! Hiss! It feels cracked. Why is this brat so strong? And why is there a wave of vertigo just now? Asterisk 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 ing brats. Quickly, take the young master back for treatment. Xiao Fan. Hoo. Slow down. I can't. Xiao Yu's body wasn't as strong as Xiao Fan's, and she was panting after just a few moments of running. Looking at the two people's hands that were still clasped tightly together, Xiao Yu was in a trance, and the young girl's blush said it all. And at this moment, Xiao Fan was still thinking about what had just happened. The use of soul techniques is really still a bit reluctant. That's right, just now, although Xiao Fan was unable to utilize his fighting skills, his soul-related soul skills were not affected. It was also relying on the powerful soul force that caused those three guards to fall into a stupor in order to break the defense in one fell swoop. Chapter 8, The Persistent Goussonniere. Xiao Fan, can you let go first? It hurts a little. Xiao Yu threw her head to the other side and murmured in a small voice. Oh, good. Xiao Fan loosened his tight grip. Xiao Yu somehow suddenly lost something in her heart. Sister Xiao Yu, in front of you is the guard of the Xiao family's workshop. You should quickly go back. Don't go wandering off again. That Galio of the Galio family is not a good person, Xiao Fan warned. But after the kick he had just given, Galio was afraid something was going to break. Aha! Xiao Yu nodded and left with a faint touch of melancholy. Xiao Fan also only thought that Xiao Yu was still angry with himself, and ignoring Xiao Yu's misplaced emotions, he turned his head and left. Seeing that Xiao Fan really left just like that, Xiao Yu stomped her foot fiercely, her already chic and slender legs appearing even more powerful. Xiao Fan took out the black guilt mask and put it on his face. Today's he could still have one key thing that he hadn't bought, but he had only just put on the mask when he was met with a headache-inducing image. Wow! This beautiful little sister. My name is... Hiss. Galio violently covered his lower body. Just now he was limping and the escort support was planning to go back to the clan. Then saw the face as lovely as possible Goussonniere. Soft black long hair like a waterfall sprinkled down. Although childish but as angelic face completely let him lose his mind. But I didn't think of chatting, not yet 2 sentences. Goussonniere is a broken foot. Already shaky life is even more unbearable. The guards had just wanted to draw their swords and walk the process when an invisible pressure enveloped them. And what they wanted to say could not be said. Guard's heart cry first encountered a strange little kid, and then this inexplicable pressure. They have a feeling that if they say something else or move a little waiting for their own is death. Oh, mommy, I'm homesick. The three of them threw down Galio in unison, and ran away. Whoever loves to be the guard of the Galio family. Anyway, I am not inappropriate. Goussonniere didn't bother to pay any attention to this. Her eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, looking for the person she had in mind. As expected, after seeing the familiar black guilt mask, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly and he walked towards Xiao Fan with a cheerful smile. Xiao Fan secretly said that it was not good. although he did not know if Gu Sun Air had seen his face last night, but with this mask of his, he was sure that Gu Sun Air had recognized him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The figure quickly hid in the crowd. He didn't want to cross paths with Gu Sun Air again. At most it could only be a relationship of charging treasure. The escaping Xiaofan was also something that Gu Sun Air hadn't thought of. Previously at this time shouldn't Xiaofan cheerfully come to his side? But soon she figured it out. It must be that brother Xiaofan wants to keep it mysterious. Then I won't poke her. It was true that she hadn't found Xiaofan, but don't forget that she could have a Do Huang by her side. Elder Ling. Find Xiaofan. Yes, ma'am. Ling Ying's Do Huang powerhouse's divine thought swept through the surroundings and quickly locked onto a little kid who was dodging back and forth through the crowd with his head down. Damn it, having a Do Huang powerhouse escort is terrific. Xiaofan was quite helpless in his heart. Under the search of a Do Huang powerhouse, how could he hide as a mere brat of Doji Qi? With this in mind, Xiaofan no longer hid. Ling Ying said in his heart, sure enough, this little brat can detect my presence, but it's really powerful soul power. Miss, Xiaofan, he's not far ahead. Aha! Gu Sun Air nodded and walked quickly in Xiaofan's direction. Hey, you've been with me all the way. What the hell are you doing? Gu Sun Air was obviously startled by Xiaofan's impatient tone. She had never seen Xiaofan be so impatient with herself before, and her heart carried a slight grievance, but soon she adjusted her mind and said, it was clearly you, the flower picker, who entered my room last night. It was Xiaofan's turn to be speechless. The current Gu Sun Air was only over 3 years old, and he had always viewed the other party as the Gu Sun Air from his previous life. His own attitude was indeed not quite right, just that it's none of his business. Do it all. Look and see if you have the ability to let Gu Yuan come to the needle to find himself. He won't take this opportunity to say anything more with Gu Sun Air. If you love to follow, just follow. Xiaofan walked forward on his own, not caring in the slightest about Gu Sun Air behind him. Gu Sun Air silently followed behind Xiaofan, and she was actually somewhat curious about what Xiaofan wanted to do. This life Xiaofan had changed a lot in her memory. Mitre auction house. Seeing the arrival of the two brats, the guards at the entrance were a bit impatient and tried to shoo them away. I'm here to make a deal with the Mithril auction house. The guard laughed out loud at this. Ha ha ha, what could you two brats possibly have to trade? This is no place to go through the motions. Xiaofan is a little speechless. How come these guards all have the same head? Just when Xiaofan was at a loss for words, Gu Xuanye's mind moved and was about to take out the amethyst black card from her nascent ring. A figure dressed in a flaming red colorful long dress then came to the entrance of the Mithril auction house, and a voice full of flirtatiousness shouted, let him in. Seeing the visitor, the two guards put away their joking faces and immediately stood upright and looked at the visitor respectfully. Yes, MS. Yuffie. Xiaofan was startled in his heart and queried, Yefei? But isn't it at least 10 years before she comes to Utan City? Yefei charmingly took Xiaofan's hand, and Xiaofan even clearly felt the other party spare his palm. Yikes, what a cute little boy, and wearing a mask to act cool. Come let your sister hug you. Concubine gently picked up Xiaofan. Her jade hand gently twisted and removed Xiaofan's mask, and when she saw the boy's face, a trace of tenderness and joy flashed through her already flirtatious beauty eyes. Yefei's excessive enthusiasm caused Xiaofan to be a bit overwhelmed. In his impression, the current Yefei couldn't possibly recognize himself at all to be right. Little brother, what is there to trade with Sister U? Sister can be very curious. Go to Sister's boudoir. Boudoir? Xiaofan's brain had completely lost its thinking. Is concubine so self-centered? Without waiting for Xiaofan to reply, Yefei carried the hazy Xiaofan into the Mitre auction house. Gu Sun Air stood dumbfounded in place for a while before she reacted. Dare to buck me? He said that he was about to rush into the auction house. The guards immediately crossed their spears and stopped Gu Sun Air. This little sister. You can't go in without an adult. In a moment of anger, Gu Sun Air's guards froze as a purple and gold black card appeared in her hand. Can we go in now? The guards then realized that the little girl in front of them was not an existence they could afford to mess with, and had no choice but to obediently release her. Miss, please come in. Gu Xuanye, who had entered the auction house, looked around but could not find the figures of Yefei and Xiaofan. Damn that woman, how dare she touch my stuff. Chapter 9, Concubine. Sniffing the mesmerizing unique aroma of Yefei's body, Xiaofan also did not expect that he was actually trapped by the bad woman in front of him. Secretly, he was careless and was actually blinded by beauty. The room's arrangement was simple, but the air was filled with the characteristic aroma of a young girl, and a portrait was placed on the antique table, which was rolled up by Yefei before Xiaofan could examine it. Although it was only a glimpse, Xiaofan still saw a silhouette painted on that portrait. Little brother, it's not polite to look at your sister's things. Yefei once again came closer to Xiaofan. The distance between the two was just a fraction of a millimeter. where Xiao Fan could stand such a great stimulus, immediately backed up a few steps, but like a clinging kitten, Yuffie soon leaned in again and again, and with it came the sheer sensation of touch that was impossible to ignore. Yeah, Sister Yuffie, I'm still a child. Xiao Fan anxiously pushed Yuffie away. It was obviously a simple action. Yuffie's eyes flashed a trace of despondency. Her red lips were tightly bitten, as if she had thought of some bad memories. Slender jade finger against Xiao Fan's chin while Xiao Fan's lowered head slowly raised. Hot breath pounded on each other's face, due to bending down and reveal the snow-white allure stimulating Xiao Fan's young mind. Barking. Xiao Fan's pupils suddenly dilated. How could he not expect that today was really a sheep in a tiger's mouth? Touching his face which was still a little wet, Xiao Fan looked at Yuffie with shocked eyes. Yuffie sis. You. What are you doing? He. Little brother looks too cute. Sister I can like it too much. Why don't you be sister's godbrother? Xiao Fan, who was able to catch his breath, breathed heavily. This woman is too terrifying. Sister Yuffie, we've only just met, haven't we? You don't even know my name. So what? Sister see you obedient cannot. Just like this. From now on you are my godbrother. Yuffie, as before, simply did not give Xiao Fan the opportunity to refute and reject, taking the liberty of deciding the relationship between the two. This isn't right. Xiao Fan muttered in a small voice. What's wrong with that? The entire Mithril auction house has to listen to me. What can they say about me accepting a younger brother? Xiao Fan's mind, however, was pondering over what Yuffie had just said. What does it mean that the entire Mitre auction house has to listen to Yuffie? Shouldn't the current Yuffie be out of the family practicing? Brother, you haven't told your sister your name yet. Yuffie looked at Xiao Fan with a smile like a flower, and the possessiveness in her eyes that could not be ignored brought Xiao Fan back to his senses. Sister Yuffie, my name is Xiao Fan, an orphan taken in by the Xiao family. Yuffie who heard this was not surprised and even had a somewhat expected expression. And then Yuffie tightly hugged Xiao Fan. Poor child, you can rest assured that in the future there is a sister to take care of you. Xiao Fan could clearly feel the blazing heart of Yuffie. The simple embrace seemed like a reunion after many years apart, not separated for a long time. Yeah, Yuffie sister. I can't breathe. Yuffie let go of Xiao Fan with satisfaction, with a touch of cunning on her face. Xiao Fan could tell at a glance that the Yuffie in front of him was clearly doing it on purpose, knowing that he was not tall, but still trying to squeeze himself towards him. How many times and how many twos are you not clear about yourself? Xiao Fan cried out in his heart. Brother Xiao Fan, what kind of deal are you looking for sister to make? Yuffie pulled up her hair, which was just a bit messy from the hug, and the blush at the base of her ears was visible. It's obvious that he's a little kid, but he's so dishonest. If Xiao Fan knew about it he would have shouted innocence. How could I have any bad intentions as a little kid? Xiao Fan took out the rusty iron piece from his nascent ring. He did not care about the presence of Yuffie in the slightest and exposed his nascent ring. He clearly knew that Yuffie was the smart woman and the one who was the most willing to her own people. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan sighed in his heart. Perhaps she wanted to accompany me more in her previous life than being the Queen of Gold. Putting away his strange thoughts, Xiao Fan spoke to Yuffie. Sister Yuffie, there is a volume of yellow rank advanced technique in this piece of iron. I would like to auction it off and exchange it for a pot of alchemy furnace with a crystal core on the way. Oh, bring it to my sister. After carefully surveying the area, Yuffie said, well, there is indeed a volume of yellow order advanced Dao technique. It was Xiao Fan's turn to be surprised, knowing that in order to probe the gongfu in the iron piece, one would need a huge amount of soul power to perceive it. But how did Yuffie know about it? What's that look in your eyes? You are only allowed to find out and not allow your sister to see it? Concubine Yu looked at Xiao Fan without any good humor. Xiao Fan also had no choice but to nod his head in a wooden naive manner. After all, Yuffie is a member of the Mitre family, so there might be some special secret method that can probe into it. Let's see. Concubine Yu murmured and removed a nano ring from her ring finger while holding Xiao Fan's hand to put it on his ring finger. Sister Yuffie, what is this? Xiao Fan looked at Yuffie in disbelief, not understanding the meaning of this move. Your reward. Concubine Yu revealed an intriguing smile, which instantly made Xiao Fan almost fall for it. Xiao Fan carefully felt the various things in the nascent ring: alchemy furnace, medicinal materials, gold coins, and a black card. This time it was Xiao Fan's turn to be surprised. This, Sister Yuffie, this is out of order. Xiao Fan made a gesture to remove the nascent ring on his hand. This nascent ring plus the contents inside it were not at all comparable to an unknown yellow rank technique. Concubine Yu stopped Xiao Fan's movement. This is my sister's investment in you. If you take it off I will disown you as a brother. Xiao Fan, who had exited the Mitre auction house, was also as clueless as when he had entered the auction house, and looked at the nano ring on his hand that was flickering with extraordinary light. which seemed to be a customized nanoring. I'm getting wrapped up in this? Brother Xiaofan, come often. Sister will be waiting for you. Always. Xiaofan shivered and revealed a forced smile. Good. Yuffie deflated her small, disgruntled mouth. Sister. Aha, come back often. After being sent off by concubine, Xiaofan rubbed his finger back and forth with the ring on his ring finger. A warmth quietly rose in the bottom of his heart. Although he didn't understand why concubine seemed to know that he would be coming, and also prepared just the right amount of medicinal herbs, an alchemy furnace. But the feelings that Xiaofan was reluctant to recall deep down in the bottom of his heart were reawakened under concubine's care. I think I forgot something? Xiaofan pondered, but how can not think of? Turn of mind, no longer think fast, step away. Now he is a one time to become a tycoon. Not quickly go back. His heart is uneasy. At the same time, Gu Xuanye, who had been forgotten by Xiaofan, was still searching for Xiaofan in the miter auction house. Damn woman. Just where did she take Xiaofan? Ling's shadow in the dark was a bit hesitant. Should we tell Miss Xiaofan the fact that brat has left? But when he saw Gu Sun'er's grumpy, uninviting stance, Ling stayed silent. Chapter 10, The Fighter. 3 months passed slowly. Inside the tub, Xiaofan sat on his knees and operated the technique spirit devouring skill, and the original turbid medicinal bath that was glowing with turquoise light turned into clear water in an instant, and all the energy and its rapid manner entered Xiaofan's body, accompanied by the sound of card rubbing as if the shackles were shattering. An extremely terrifying change was occurring within Xiaofan's body. Congeal. Xiaofan formed peculiar hand seals, and the dou qi in his body continuously compressed and rotated. The original gaseous and ethereal fighting qi gradually solidified, and in the next instant a wider cyclone was formed, and the breakthrough was only in an instant. The fighter, 1 star. Xiaofan stood up and sighed in his heart. A 4-year-old brat has actually broken through to a dosher. I'm afraid I'll stun everyone when I say it. Xiaofan just so naked out of the bathtub. His own home, he will not restrain his own nature. Naked at home in his opinion in the usual, but their remote location will not be someone to break in. Xiaofan, train with me. Xiaoyu with a leaping voice as soon as he pushed open Xiaofan's room. The next second the two people, big eyes to small, little. Xiaoyu hurriedly covered that part with her hand, but her eyes traveled back and forth, wanting to look but shy, knowing that it was not allowed. Xiaoyu still reached out and touched the muscles on Xiaofan's stomach. So hard. Muscles. So the two men were a few moments more awkward. Xiaofan also turned red with shame and shouted angrily, "Get out! And shouldn't you be covering your eyes? What do you mean you're covering them?" Xiaoyu also knew that she had come at a bad time, and immediately covered her burning cheeks and ran out. Obviously a little kid. How come his muscle tone is so good? Xiaofan was rather speechless. Xiaoyu seemed to be a bit too unguarded towards him. And what do you mean by small? I'm only 4 years old. Xiaofan cursed and pinched his clothes. In the 3 months' time, the medicinal materials provided by Yafei were formulated into various medicinal baths by him. For Xiaofan, who was able to refine the 9th grade gold dan in his previous life, it could be said to be a breeze to mix some medicinal baths. The effect, although not as good as a pill, could be much better than the effect of a normal 2nd grade healing medicine. It was important to realize that the ingredients for these medicinal baths were all just common herbs on the market along with ordinary 1st and 2nd order magic cores. The current Xiaofan was already a few points taller than Xiaoyu. "Hello boss." Xiaoning respectfully called out to Xiaofan. Since being knocked out by Xiaofan with a single move, Xiaoning no longer dared to have any bad thoughts. All he had was respect and admiration for Xiaofan. Xiaofan waved his hand. For Xiaoning, such a lapdog, he didn't intend to say anything. A meal of chestnuts in exchange for not having to take a severe beating. Xiaoning was picking up a great bargain. On the contrary, Xiaoyu's eyes shyly but hotly looked at Xiaofan's lower body, which immediately caused Xiaofan to have a jolt. "Hey woman, you're craving my body. What's so rare about that little guy of yours?" Xiaoyu retorted tongue-in-cheek. You. Xiaofan wanted to say something, but he couldn't refute the fact that he really wasn't much bigger now. Xiaoning quietly stood aside and watched the two men argue, and now he fully realized that a lapdog should have a lapdog's role. After Xiaoyu realized that he couldn't beat Xiaofan, he didn't argue something anymore, but the scene that he had just witnessed was deeply seared into Xiaoyu's mind. Xiao Family Martial Arts Arena. Today's martial arts arena resident elders happen to be the Grand Elder. See Xiaoyu Xiaofan, 2 people happy to come. Heart are happy flowers. As for his unproductive grandson, Xiaoning, he didn't care too much. "Fanner, you're here." The Grand Elder inadvertently scanned Xiaoyu, who was about to stick to Xiaofan. Xiaoyu immediately pulled away from Xiaofan. "Grand Elder." Xiaofan still shouted respectfully. "Hey, how rusty to keep calling me Great Elder, Great Elder. Just call me Grandpa from now on. Your kid is harboring his head in his room every day and doesn't come out. How is his strength growing? The Grand Elder had already discovered that today's Xiao Fan was as if he had been transformed compared to earlier, and his entire aura had changed slightly. Xiao Fan hesitated for a moment, but still honestly replied, "Grandpa, I am already a dosher 1 star. Well, not bad, actually fighter." What? The crutch that the Grand Elder was leaning on clattered to the ground. The expression was filled with incredulity as he looked at Xiao Fan. "Fanner, are you sure it's a dosher 1 star? Xiao Fan nodded. He did not intend to hide it. After all, he was already preparing to participate in Canaan Academy's enrollment a few months later. Canaan Academy was not a place where one needed to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. Only by showing enough strength and extraordinary potential could one obtain more resources. Moreover, he believed in the character of the Grand Elder, and the aggressiveness of the Xiao family in his previous life did not represent the character of the Grand Elder in front of him. After all, the Great Elder at that time had long since died under the Soul Clan sacking a decade or so later. Xiao Xiaoning on the side were like looking at monsters looking at Xiao Fan. If I remember correctly, it was only a while ago that it was the 4th stage of the fighting chi. How long has it been since he broke through to a dosher? Xiao Xiaoning were both skeptical of Xiao Fan's words, but Xiao Fan didn't seem like someone who would lie, and they were caught in another ego clash. The Grand Elder didn't ask Xiao Fan much about how he made the breakthrough, but personally brought Xiao Fan to the martial arts arena. "Fanner, attack old man with all your strength." The Grand Elder's tone was filled with lightness, and at this moment, he had not realized how terrifying Xiao Fan, who had broken through to dosher, would be. "Grandpa, you have to use your full strength, otherwise it is possible to get hurt." Xiao Fan had a smile on the corner of his mouth and did not look worried in the slightest. "Even if you did break through the dosher, there's no way you'll be able to break through my defense. Just come on, a mere dosher." He was not worried in the slightest as the Xiao family's Grand Elder. Xiao Fan arched his hand in salute before stomping his feet toward the ground. Bakugu. The ground formed shattered traces like spider webs due to Xiao Fan's sudden outburst, and Xiao Fan's figure shot towards the Grand Elder like a bullet. The Great Elder's pupils shrunk violently. In his opinion, Xiao Fan's set of movements flowed like water, as if he had just been practicing for many years, and he couldn't even capture Xiao Fan's figure. This also caused the Grand Elder's expression to become serious. Mountain-shattering palm. When the Grand Elder reacted, Xiao Fan's figure had already appeared less than a meter in front of him, and Xiao Fan condensed red dochi in his hand, forming a palm print that struck the Grand Elder directly. A green veil coalesced on the Grand Elder's body and absorbed Xiao Fan's palm as much as it could, but the impact from the outburst still caused the Grand Elder to take a few steps backward. Dochi yarn cloth. Xiao Fan looked at the veil with some nostalgia. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he had used this dochi veil. Before the Grand Elder could catch his breath, Xiao Fan's next attack struck again. 8 trigrams 64 palms. An illusory 8 trigrams rose from the soles of Xiao Fan's feet, and his palms were like phantoms as he continuously struck the Grand Elder. The Bagua 64 palm is not only a short period of time to hit a large number of powerful palms, each palm will also disturb the opponent's fighting chi. Chapter 11, Defeating a Master Fighter. No, the Grand Elder's fighting chi veil on his body dissipated quite a bit with the naked eye under this move. Just as the last palm was about to be struck, Xiao Fan's body twisted and pounced, before falling straight to the ground. When Xiaoyu saw that Xiao Fan was injured, she immediately ran to the martial arts stage to check up on Xiao Fan's state with anxiety. Xiao Fan was fine except for his face being a bit pale. "Grandpa, why did you hit so hard?" Xiaoyu looked at her own grandfather with dissatisfaction, her tone filled with grievances. The Grand Elder pointed at himself and then looked at the fighting chi veil on his body that was about to dissipate. "What do you mean I hit so hard? I didn't even get a chance to make a move. It was all this kid beating me up, okay?" The Grand Elder's entire body was confused. Xiao Fan's fighting sense, the use of fighting techniques, could be said to be impeccable, especially when that last palm landed on himself. The Grand Elder felt that his old bones were afraid to fall apart today. Xiao Fan, he's a genius, a monster. It was hard for the Grand Elder to imagine that Xiao Fan was actually just a newly advanced dosher at this moment. This was not a fighter. This was clearly able to fight an average fighter for a while. If Xiao Fan did not have an insufficient stock of dochi, I'm afraid that he, the Grand Elder, would be disgraced today. At this moment, the Grand Elder was looking at Xiao Fan more and more smoothly, and seeing his granddaughter's appearance, he stroked his beard and revealed an intriguing smile. "You Xiao Fan. He is just depleted of his dochi. Don't worry too much. This is good for him." The condensation of fighting chi was that it needed to be constantly polished, and fighting was the best way to do that. Humph, bad grandpa bully. Xiaoyu helped Xiao Fan up. At this moment Xiao Fan's face had already recovered as before, somewhat embarrassed to look at Xiaoyu. After all, just now he was only trying to give the Great Elder some face. His own dochi had only been used less than a third of it. Except it feels pretty good to be cared about. Just how did I not realize that before? Grand Elder. Ginger is still old. I still need to cultivate strongly. Xiao Fan pretended to be out of breath. The corner of the Grand Elder's mouth twitched. Not only did he not use his fighting techniques just now, he didn't even put up a fight, where the real situation was not clear to him, and then he also understood Xiao Fan's meaning. This kid is actually saving face for himself. Taking a long breath, the Grand Elder looked at Xiao Fan with a grave expression. Fanner, with your current talent and strength, I'm afraid that no one in the entire Utan city, not to mention the Xiao family, is qualified to teach you anything. Do you have any plans? After Xiao Fan pondered for a while, he said seriously, Grandpa, I want to go to Canaan Academy. The Grand Elder was silent. The current Xiao Fan was also only 4 years old. Honestly speaking, he was unwilling to let Xiao Fan leave the Xiao family, but it was also just as he said. The Xiao family didn't have anyone who could teach Xiao Fan. Canaan Academy? Maybe there is really very suitable for you. The big elder eyes with worry. Although the Xiao family is not strong, but in the Utan city want to protect Xiao Fan is still very simple. But out of the Utan city, the vast entire Dochi continent, his big elder vision although not enough, but also understand that outside is a world of the weak and the strong. The strong and the strong. But Xiao Fan's age, this goodbye he is afraid is forever. The Grand Elder gritted his teeth, concern once again showing on his pale face. Canaan Academy's enrollment will personally come to Utan City in half a year's time to enroll students. And with your talent, you'll definitely receive key training. Xiao Fan also had some feelings in his heart. The Great Elder was not good with words, but he did take in Xiao Fan, gave Xiao Fan a home, and was extremely good to Xiao Fan. It was a pity that the Xiao Fan of his previous life did not have time to repay the favor, and the Grand Elder died on the way to protect the Xiao family. In his heart, he could not help but curse Xiaoyan. Look at what you have protected. If it was not for Xiaoyan's rampage, I am afraid that the Soul Clan would not have discovered the existence of the Xiao family and the Grand Elder would not have died as a result. Grandpa, don't worry. I will definitely take care of myself and give you my old age in the future. This was a promise and the true words in Xiao Fan's heart. What I owe is really not just a star. Xiao Fan could not help but laugh at himself in his heart. The Grand Elder nodded and headed to the Xiao family hall at the call of the family meeting, muttering before he left, what happened to the Xiao family again? Seeing her grandfather leave, Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask Xiao Fan, are you leaving? Somehow the Xiaoyu in front of him actually had a hint of petulance in her tone. Well, Sister Xiaoyu, I need to get stronger, but you're already so good. You almost beat Grandpa. It's not enough. Xiao Fan couldn't explain. The difficulties and challenges he would encounter in the future would only be greater. And as far as his current strength was concerned, he wasn't even qualified as cannon fodder. Xiaoyu saw the depth in Xiao Fan's eyes and clenched her fists and said to Xiao Fan, I will definitely go to Canaan Academy to look for you as well. Okay, I'll wait for you. Xiao Fan smiled and touched Xiaoyu's small head. This annoyed Xiaoyu, the clawless kitten, and with open teeth and claws, she clawed at Xiao Fan's face. Who let you touch my head? Slightly. Xiao Fan ran away in a puff of smoke. Xiaoyu looked at the faraway Xiao Fan. Her heart was suddenly a little sad. The distance between her and Xiao Fan seemed to be getting farther and farther away. When it really came to that day, was Xiao Fan still waiting for himself? On the other side of the martial arts stage, a silhouette just stood in the corner and watched the scene. His fingernails pinched into his flesh, his body trembling continuously. Damnable Xiaoyu! This person was none other than Gusur, who had not been able to strike up a conversation with Xiao Fan for 3 months. One could only watch Xiao Fan from a shadowy corner. Whenever she tried to reach out to Xiao Fan would always have various reasons to run away. Humph! Canaan Academy? Xiao Fan, you can't escape. Gusanair turned around and left. Sis, that strange girl is looking at you again. Xiao Ning nodded Xiaoyu's back to signal. Xiaoyu looked away suspiciously. Whatever, we don't know her. You don't want to mess with a girl like that. Sis, how could I? Now I'm going to look up to the boss. I'm the man who wants to be a Dodi. Xiao Ning said with remarkable confidence. Xiaoyu slapped Xiao Ning's head. Come on you, it's good that you're safe and sound. Xiaoyu pulled on Xiao Ning and began to cultivate. Now she had to cultivate hard to catch up with Xiao Fan as soon as possible. Xiao Fan, who had returned to his room, did not rest, but took out a pot of pill refining furnace, which was exactly what Yafei had sent earlier. The third-grade alchemy furnace with 3 fire ports was just right for him to use at the moment. Taking out the various medicinal herbs placed in the nascent sack, it could be said that Yafei had considered every aspect, and everything was prepared just right. I'm afraid it would be a lot easier if Yafei was the wise wife behind it. No more worries. Xiao Fan took out the alchemy furnace. First skilled feel. Xiao Fan used Dochi condensed real fire refining up all kinds of medicinal materials. This aura? Someone is actually refining pills in the Xiao family? The medicine old man in the ring was somewhat curious as he expanded his soul perception range. Chapter 12, Alchemy, Extra Chapter. Oh my god. This kid is actually refining pills. My god. It can actually condense solid fire. Oh my god. Is this genius? Not good. The excited pill elder immediately tightened his soul perception. Xiao Fan suspiciously surveyed his surroundings. He had just sensed a sense of prying eyes. All the wrongness was by no means an illusion. Is it that soul body? I hope you don't mess around. Otherwise, with a remnant soul, the current me has quite a few ways to target you. Xiao Fan continued to refine the herbs. The medicinal fragrance filled the room, and all the herbs were suspended in the air under the action of the Do Qi and transformed into liquid substances. I can't imagine that a hallowed 9th grade alchemist would actually need to refine medicines in such a difficult manner. Erica incense that helps the body grow. 9 spectral flowers, tasty, and some honey and molasses. Suddenly Xiao Fan froze. Am I not refining medicine? How did I make a sugar pill? But the sugar pill that had already taken shape. Xiao Fan suddenly froze. Forget it, let's just prepare some gifts in advance for that snack food. Putting away the dozens of sugar pills, Xiao Fan re-refined the herbs. Congeal. Xiao Fan, who originally thought it was foolproof, realized that something was wrong. Not good. Even if my current Do Qi is sufficient, the temperature of the flame is still not enough. Looking at the various medicinal materials that had originally melded together, gradually falling apart, Xiao Fan's heart said that it was not good. Bad. It's going to blow up the furnace. Xiao Fan's forehead began to sweat as he pondered on a countermeasure. What would happen if he let others know that he was a 9th grade alchemist refining 2nd grade pills and blowing up the furnace? Golden Emperor burning heavenly flame. Out. Gu Sun Air, who was cultivating on her knees in the room, suddenly realized that something was wrong. The Golden Emperor burning heavenly flame in her body erupted again without any sign. Hiss. Ignoring ancient Kairo, who was in unbearable pain due to the outbreak of the foreign fire, Xiao Fan touched the cold sweat on his forehead and took out the 2 pills that had formed in the alchemy furnace. A double pill in one furnace, both of which were of top grade. It's not bad. If the vintage of the herbs were a few points higher it would be perfect. The pill old man who was lodged in the nascent sphere was startled in his heart. Although the vision brought about by the formation of the 2nd grade elixir was tantamount to nothing, the ripples of energy were keenly perceived by the pill old man. It actually really succeeded. The shock in pill elder's heart wasn't small. And this energy ripple is at least a 2nd grade elixir. But it's far more than a 2nd grade elixir, but not up to 3rd grade. Why is that so strange? Pill elder was puzzled. At this moment he could not wait to rush out of the ring to find out. After all, how could Pill Elder not imagine that a certain person had spontaneously researched the strange operation of multiple Dan in one furnace in order to speed up the speed of refining sugar pills? The later generation is fearful awe. The medicinal old man's heart is full of emotion. And then look at the Xiao Yan beside him. This kid actually want to go to peek at the female bathhouse in the back of the mountain. It's really not like the old man like. Back in the mountains, at a natural hot spring. At this moment, Xiaoning was leisurely bathing in the hot spring to ease his body and mind. Don't know how old sister found this place. One word, comfortable. Xiaoning could not have imagined how a dark shadow at the other end of the hot spring quietly drilled into the hot spring. It is the little lecher Xiao Yan. At the moment he slowly swims step by step to the white fog in the silhouette. Hidden silhouette, delicate figure. Through the fog adds a few points of flavor, even if it is a long way away. Xiao Yan can conclude that the person must be a beauty embryo. Jia. Coming a few points closer, Xiao Yan became even more excited and secretly said in his heart, "What a white leg. Just touch it." This can be shocked. Xiaoning is not light. Like an electric shock immediately drilled out of the water. Xiao Yan was also startled by Xiaoning, and with a mouthful of breath, the choking Xiao Yan only had to surface. Golem. Three legs? Xiao Yan looked at the small tadpole in front of him. Xiao Yan person was dumbfounded and swallowed the hot spring water that he just drank. Reward one person with a sip. Where are the promised long white and tender legs? Xiao Yan roared. Xiao Yan, it's actually you. Xiaoning swung his fist and made a gesture to hit on it, and Xiao Yan scattered and ran as fast as he could. Xiao Yan, don't run. You're not a person. It's just sick. Xiaoning winced at the thought that she had actually been coveted by a man for her body, and even drank the water from the hot springs he was soaking in, thinking again that he was no longer clean. Xiaoning erupted in a huge roar. Ah! Xiao Yan, wait for me. Xiao Fan estimated that he did not expect that the original feud between Xiaoning and Xiao Yan would no longer occur. But the creation of the world happened again. From then on, the Xiao family had a bit more of a lecture that everyone was shouting about. And at the same time, there was a bit more of a person who searched for Xiao Yan all day long. Xiao Fan looked at the continuously swaying golden emperor burning heavenly flame in his hand with a slight strangeness in his heart. Could it be that ancient Lavender's foreign fire has erupted? In these 3 months, Xiao Fan had not struck up a conversation with Gu Su'er, but he could sense that Gu Su'er would always appear by his side, which made him a bit puzzled. It's all going to be gone soon, so I must pull more wool over Gu Su'er's eyes. After saying that, Xiao Fan put the black guilt mask on and avoided many guards along the way, quietly arriving at Gu Su'er's mansion. Why is this kid here again? What a coincidence. Ling Ying looked at the sneaky Xiao Fan strangely, but he didn't make a move to stop him. His own young lady had given the order that Xiao Fan was not allowed to block if he came, and the rest of the people were not allowed to enter. Xiao Fan first came to the door and listened for a while. The moaning of Gu Lianer in the room was practically heard by him. Perhaps in the past he would have been heartbroken, but now there was only ecstasy in his heart. Sure enough, the Golden Emperor burning heavenly flame has erupted. It's time to wool gather again. Golden Emperor burning heavenly flame. You have to grow up fast. Xiao Fan observed the surroundings and paused as his eyes swept over a shadow before pushing the door open. Chargers, here I come. At this time, Gu Su'er was not in an unconscious state like before. Seeing someone enter her room, she subconsciously rebuked, "Get out!" But seeing that familiar mask, the tough attitude instantly softened, felt a touch of peace of mind in the inner heart, and tenderly said to the visitor, "You have come." The strongly braced body fell into a stupor. Xiao Fan pondered over Gu Su'er's reaction just now. What kind of emotion is this? Dependence? How can that be? Gu Su'er has never given herself a good face. Xiao Fan came to sit beside Gu Su'er and the spirit devouring skill quietly operated. The original overflowing foreign fire energy was absorbed as much as possible, while the Golden Emperor burning heavenly flame in Gu Su'er's body was not dry. It's not easy for my son to explode once, and you're going to suck it all. Such a situation caused Xiao Fan to freeze as well. Hey, what's the situation? I've only absorbed as much as I can, and you're quitting. Explode for me. Xiao Fan even hated to stimulate the Golden Emperor burning heavenly flame in Gu Su'er's body at this moment, but it was obvious that the one in the room would not let him do so. Chapter 13, Targeting. In fact, it was no wonder that the Golden Emperor burning sky inflammation would strike like this. It was really the spirit devouring skill that Xiao Fan operated that was too terrifying, and although the Golden Emperor burning sky inflammation in Gu Su'er's body was only a subfire, it still possessed a weak spiritual intelligence. However, after being devoured by the spirit devouring skill, all of his spiritual intelligence was erased, except for the faint homogeneous energy that he could feel. To devour a spirit, you can devour more than just the energy, but also the spirit that it has. The strongest people in the Dochi continent could still rely on their souls to survive for quite some time if they left their physical bodies, but if they lost their souls, they would be completely and utterly dead. All sentient beings cannot watch each other wipe out their souls. It is a creature's instinct to avoid harm. After waiting for a while and not seeing any signs of the Golden Emperor burning heavenly flame erupting, Xiao Fan sighed. But this action seemed to Ling Ying to be caring for his own young lady. This kid is really good to the young lady. Even if there is no outbreak, he silently accompanies the young lady for a moment without letting up. Excellent natural qualifications. If the old man were a girl, he would also be willing to marry this boy. A chill ran through Xiao Fan's body and he looked toward the source of the chill in disbelief. What's the situation? What is this old fellow trying to do? Looking at the calm Gu Su'er, Xiao Fan carefully measured up the other party. White and tender skin, with a little baby fat, but it is not bloated. Instead, it highlights the girl doll's loveliness. No wonder it will be charmed by 3 souls and 5 paths, and even lost his life. When he was a child, he was so charming, and when he grows up, won't it be charmed by 10,000 people? However, the current Xiao Fan did not care about this, and when he saw that Gu Su'er was showing signs of awakening, Xiao Fan decisively left. Xiao Fan was more interested in improving his strength than repeating the mistakes of his previous life. Besides, the current Gu Su'er wasn't anywhere near as tantalizing as Yafei's sister. Feeling the Golden Emperor burning heavenly flame in his body that had not grown much, Xiao Fan was honestly a little disappointed. Next time I'm going to suck it all up. A few short months had passed, and it was only a few days before Canaan Academy's enrollment. Over the past few months, the number of times that Gu Su'er erupted had become less and less, and the amount of energy that could be obtained was also very little. So much so that later on, the Golden Emperor burning skyflame had subsided before Xiao Fan could even walk to Gu Su'er's room. Sister Yuffie. Xiao Fan lightly arrived at concubine Ya's boudoir and habitually sat on top of the bed. Stinky brother, these few days also do not see to come to find sister. Could it be that you have a new love and forget the old one? Concubine Ya flirted with a smile on her face. How could that be? Sister Yuffie, I'm only 5 years old. What's wrong with being 5? Can't you be 5? I don't care about age. Sister. Yafei rubbed Xiao Fan's little face. Obviously knowing each other for a short while, but she was as close as a sibling. His own face had already been played with by Yafei. Xiao Fan was forced to mutter his little mouth and said in a slurred voice, "Sister Yafei, don't joke around." "Sister, I'm not joking." Concubine's tone suddenly carried seriousness. Her good-looking Danfang eyes were translucent with flirtation and possessiveness, and she was staring at Xiao Fan with a deadly stare. Xiao Fan was a bit at a loss for words. Just now his mind and soul were shaken. The guilt within his heart made him unable to look straight into these Danfang eyes. "Sister Yafei, wait for me to grow up then." "Good," Yafei said with certainty, her tone revealing cheerfulness. "By the way, Sister Yafei, is there something you called me for?" Yafei put away her smile and said to Xiao Fan, "Do you remember when you wasted Galio of the Gale family with a single kick?" Xiao Fan did think for a while, and only then remembered that he seemed to have kicked it a year ago, but that was too long in the past, and settling scores couldn't happen almost a year later. He wasn't afraid of the retaliation of the galleys. Although he was a fighter, it was still easy to go to the galleys and do a decapitation. Concubine continued to open her mouth and explained. After that, the galleys kept looking for trouble from the Xiao family, and almost all of them were about to meet in arms. How come I haven't heard of any of these things? Xiao Fan did not expect that such things actually happened. It's still not your sister maneuvering in the middle. Concubine propped up her shyly condescending legs crossed under her colorful red cheongsam, quite an air of a queen. "Good sister, love you." Xiao Fan's words were sincere. He was too young now, otherwise he couldn't wait to kiss Yafei. But recently the galleys and the Oba family joined forces to find a second-grade alchemist to try to suppress the Xiao family's temper. The workshop market and the income from medicinal herbs have all greatly decreased, and now the Xiao family can be said to be in a precarious position. Yafei shook her head. "Second grade?" Xiao Fan asked after pondering. "With the galleys and the Oba family being able to invite a second-grade alchemist?" "Well, I heard that pill refiner has an old relationship with the Oba family head, which is why he was willing to make a move." Yafei was well informed. Even without going out, she could understand everything that was happening in this small Utan city. Xiao Fan also thought about why the Great Elder had been frowning in recent days. It seemed that it should be related to him, and even the Great Elder was afraid that in order not to implicate Xiao Fan purposely hid this information. Yafei propped up her face and looked at Xiao Fan. She began to wonder what kind of method the man in front of her would come up with to solve this crisis. Beheading? Or beheading? Beheading then. This was the only method Xiao Fan could think of, but it is obvious that such behavior is not proper enough, not to mention the possibility of exposing themselves. The most critical thing is that people have not done anything vicious. They will be destroyed in this way. Xiao Fan's conscience cannot pass. Looking at her own little man deep in thought, Yafei's heart flowed with little love. She just wanted to stay by her side so quietly. Maybe the old her would still run around for the Miter family, but now she just wanted to stay by the side of the little man in front of her, waiting for him to grow up, and then she would pick this fruit by her own hand. Gradually Yafei into the fascination. Eyes dense flooded with a thin mist of water. Face flooded with a good-looking halo. "Sister Yafei! Sister Yafei!" Xiao Fan pushed the dazed Yafei. It was only then that Yafei reacted and looked at Xiao Fan in embarrassment. "What's wrong? Little brother. I'm not small. Che, don't try to be tough when you're a 5-year-old kid." Xiao Fan clenched his fist, but then loosened it and said, "Good sister. What's wrong?" Yafei was also happy to mess around with Xiao Fan. The Xiao Fan who pampered her was not rare. It had to be recorded. "Nah, Sister San surely has some way to fix it." Xiao Fan whined at Concubine in a tone that he felt carried nausea. Pretending to be tender was really not something that a former half-emperor powerhouse did. Since you've asked me as your sister, brother, of course I have an idea. Sister. But Yafei sold her words, looking meaningfully at Xiao Fan in front of her. Xiao Fan immediately had the feeling of losing his chastity. Chapter 14, The Grand Elder of the Miter Family. Barking. Crisp sounds emanated through the room. Yafei was very happy. Although she was only kissed on the cheeks, she believed that as long as she progressed step by step, Xiao Fan would definitely be out of her reach. Concubine did not sell her story and said to Xiao Fan, "Recently, the family will have a second-grade alchemist coming to Utan City, and although it is the same second grade, the qualification and quality of the alchemy is quite a bit stronger than the one from the Oba family." Xiao Fan also understood that this was the countermeasure that Concubine had prepared, and had even prepared it long ago, and it was estimated that the alchemist would appear shortly. Xiao Fan, faced with such a virtuous Concubine, who considered everything in every way, did not hold back and went forward for another kiss. To have a cheap not to take advantage of is anyway. Xiao Fan does not suffer. "Sister Yafei, isn't the Miter family not allowed to participate in local family struggles?" Xiao Fan asked doubtfully. After all, the Miter family was one of the 3 great families in the empire. and its main source of economy was the income from the auction house. If the reputation of being involved in the local family struggles were to be spread out, the reputation that the Miter family had cultivated over the years would be greatly diminished. Humph, didn't I say? I'm the head of the Miter family now, sister, and besides, you're my brother, why can't I help? Yafei's words really surprised Xiao Fan. Sister is in charge? The Miter family? Of course, sister. I'm now the grand elder of the Miter family. You wouldn't be unaware of that, would you? Of course I don't know. Xiao Fan's expression was tinged with excitement, which had changed from what he remembered happening. Could it be the butterfly effect? Xiao Fan said in his heart. Then why did sister become a grand elder? Xiao Fan didn't hold back from asking. Humph. Well, you'll see when you get to the imperial capital. How did you know I was going to the imperial capital? Sister? The corner of Yafei's mouth sketched out a smile that could refresh the heart. Because these eyes of my sisters are able to see through the heart. Xiao Fan glanced at his mouth. Che, even if you're not willing to say it, you're still fooling me. A little kid. Concubine covered her mouth and laughed lightly. She was just happy to tease the current Xiao Fan. Otherwise she was afraid that she wouldn't have the chance in the future. By the way, Sister Yafei, in a few days I'll be going to attend the Canaan Academy's selection. Oh, then sister believes that you can succeed in entering Canaan Academy. Sister Yafei, how come you haven't even given up on me? Xiao Fan had wanted to be angry with the woman in front of him, but he didn't realize that the other party didn't have much of a ripple. Let my sister guess, you definitely won't be heading to Canaan Academy right away, right? Xiao Fan sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He never thought that Yafei actually really guessed what was in his mind. He now really kind of believed that Yafei was able to see through people's minds. Sister Yafei, you can't really hear my heart, can you? Secret. Yafei gave a rare playful smile. The current Yafei loved to laugh and always showed smiles without thinking, which was different from the Yafei who always forced a smile in Xiao Fan's memory. Sister Yafei, if you don't tell me I'll stay here. Whatever. Xiao Fan was out of tricks. It was true that he, a half-emperor who had lived for many years, would still be suppressed by concubine. What is this? Bloodline suppression from your sister? But what Yafei said is also good. Now Xiao Fan, even if he went to Canaan Academy, is useless. Canaan Academy is divided into the inner courtyard and the outer courtyard. And what Xiao Fan cares about is not the outer courtyard. Just based on the outer courtyard of those feats of fighting skills, to him the attraction of no one at all. He just want to go to the inner courtyard to find a certain gluttonous brat in cultivation. This outer courtyard to go or not make no difference. In addition, there could be many treasures on the northwest continent, and if Xiao Fan wanted to advance quickly, he would not be able to do so without the support of heavenly materials and treasures. The green lotus earth heart flame of the Tagore Great Desert also had a fatal attraction to him. 1,000 years of accumulation of fire elements condensed foreign fire. If he succeeded in taking in, he was afraid that he would be able to have a qualitative advancement. At this time a figure that is more demonic and charming compared to Yafei appeared in Xiao Fan's mind. Medusa. After bidding farewell to concubine, Xiao Fan had a lot of feelings in his heart. When he returned to his room, he looked at himself reflected in the pool in the tub. Snap! Xiao Fan gave himself a resounding slap. Damn it! Obviously there are so many people who care about me, yet I have to chill them over and over again. I'm so not a person. Xiao Fan's thoughts were chaotic, and ever since he removed his gaze from Gusur, he realized that those things he had done were really not personal. Thinking of the nano ring that Yafei handed over once again before she left. Healing medicine, insect repellent, flint. This was clearly the wilderness survival items that had been prepared early. All the things related to wilderness experience were organized by Yafei in an appropriate manner, and the concern that flowed out was not faked. Yafei might have guessed that Xiao Fan would leave in the future and it would be difficult for her, Yafei, to catch up with Xiao Fan's footsteps again, but Yafei was still willing to organize everything for Xiao Fan. As Yufei said, she will wait until Xiao Fan comes back. But this also makes Xiao Fan's heart incomparably guilty. It seems that in her previous life, Yafei did not wait for Xiao Fan. Even before she died, she couldn't wait for Xiao Fan. This night, Xiao Fan had a rare case of insomnia and had to rely on cultivation to relieve the mental pressure. Homeowner. One of the guards of the Oba house ran anxiously to the Oba house hall, on which 3 as old as they could be foxes were raising their glasses and drinking. The Oba family head's face was unpleasing, his tone revealing displeasure. What is it? So fussy, the guard gasped and said. Family master, the Mithril family has joined forces with the Xiao family and has also hired a pill refiner, and all of our marketplace's business has been snatched away. What? How could the Miter family help the Xiao family? Galabai slammed the wine glass in his hand to the ground, his expression incomparably angry. The Oba family head took a look at Galabai and said in his heart, this isn't your house. You're smashing the floor of my house? Galabai didn't care about that much. At this moment, he was so angry that his eyes were filled with blood, and he directly ordered the guards, truthfully tell the information about the Middle family and the Shao family, as well as that pill refiner. The guards awkwardly glanced at their own housemaster, and only after receiving a wink from his own housemaster did they speak out the information they had gathered. Several people collapsed a bit disheveled after hearing this. Originally they had added a lot to the rent of both the pills and the marketplace based on their reputation as second-grade alchemists, while the Shao family not only had a lower price than them, it was also the quality of the pills that was a few points higher. The alchemist invited by two of the families even directly stood up and said to Galabai and the Oba family head, "Both of you, I think I still need to go back to the imperial capital in these few days, so you two don't need to see me off." "What? Master, you're leaving?" That alchemist was agitated, ignoring the two's retention, and waved his hand directly. "You guys want to die, don't drag me along. Do you know that we still have a chance after offending Mithril's downfall? That's the Miter family." Chapter 15, Hebadong, Extra Chapter. To be able to act as an alchemist, he wasn't that stupid. Besides, the Middle family had been making a lot of noise in the imperial capital recently. Even the family had cleared out a lot of people within the family, and all of this was said to be all the operation of a woman in the family. And it was such a family that chose to join forces with the Shao family. He was just as stupid as he was to know that there was something fishy going on here. He didn't want to get into this mess and just packed his bags and slipped away. Damn it! Galabai copied another wineglass and slammed it into the ground so hard the glass shattered. The Oba family head exploded violently. "Galabai, what do you mean? Humph, you're too much of a waste to find an alchemist." Galabai didn't show the slightest bit of mercy. "Oh, you Galabai are really old." The Oba family head unceremoniously drove Galabai out, while commanding up his subordinates, passed down the order to move out of Utan city within these 3 days. Housemaster, family master, elders with status began to exhort one after another. Moving away from Utan city was no small matter, but the Oba family head didn't have the slightest idea of changing his mind. He just said solemnly, "The Miter family is not something we can afford to mess with." The elders also froze and left the conference hall shaking their heads. Years of savings in Utan city, and precipitation, once destroyed. It is impossible to say that it is not sad. Unlike the Obas, Galabai returned to his clan and sat angrily in the exclusive seat of the head of the family. Damn the Shao family. There's no way the old man will let it go. So what if the Miter family? As long as I spread the news, the Miter family's reputation will definitely be greatly diminished. Dare to hurt my son? I want your Shao family to make amends. Ha! Quite a backbone. Galabai's mind was startled. He hadn't realized in the slightest that someone was standing behind him. Who? Before Galabai could turn his head, an ice-like fighting chi lingered on Galabai's neck. Galabai instantly sobered up from the cold, and his voice trembled. "Duh, Lord. I don't know if the Gale family has ever offended the Lord." "Oh, didn't you just say that you would not rest in peace with the Shao and Miter families?" How dare I Killing aura and nearly condensed substance. Galabai can sense that once he makes out of the ordinary action immediately will die. Laofu give you 3 days to quit Utan city. I can guarantee that the rest of the galleys don't have to die. Yes. And then Galabai felt the person behind him inject a trace of icy cold fighting chi into his body. And then a blue-colored light irradiated the entire hall. And Galabai fell to his knees in an instant, looking at the departing figure with a complicated expression. Do Huang. What virtue and ability of his galleys to be able to fight against a Do Huang powerhouse? Taishan elder. Concubine Ye respectfully made tea for the person in front of her. "Come on, Ye Fei, there's no need for you to be like this. Since the old man supports you to be the Miter family elder, you should take out the prestige of the patriarch. And there's no need to be personally involved in this matter of making tea. Many thanks for the appreciation from the supreme elder." Concubine Ye bowed slightly. With Ye Fei's less than outstanding cultivation talent, it was basically impossible for her to become an elder of the Miter family, even if she was talented in business. But not long ago, Ice Emperor Hai Bo Dong returned to the family, and specified that Ye Fei should be in charge of the family. And everyone with eyes knew that Ye Fei had become the middle family's spokesperson. Ye Fei also realized that the current world was different from her previous life. Everything had changed unpredictably, but what remained the same was her heart. The heart that loved Shao Fan with all its heart. Hai Bo Dong put the teacup down and said to Ye Fei, "Return to the clan in a few days." Yes. Hai Bo Dong's figure disappeared in the Miter auction house. Originally showing all the majesty of Hai Bo Dong all of a sudden became sorrowful. Medusa, what on earth is that woman going to do? Hai Bo Dong, he was also speechless. Originally he had been defeated in the hands of Medusa, waiting for death, but he realized that Medusa did not have the idea of killing him at all, but rather planted a snake seal for him. Looking over his shoulder, the serpentine mark still loomed. Medusa was wearing a graceful purple brocade robe, brocade robe under the delicate body, plump and exquisite, as if the ripe peach, permeated with a faint charm, a head of 3,000 green silk, casually from the shoulders of the scattered, vertical between the slender waist, and in that brocade robe, revealing a section of the purple snake tail, the snake tail slightly swing, a wild enchanting temptation, so that people inexplicably some of the body hot. At this moment, she looked at Hai Bodong, who had half of his body sunk into the sand, with icy eyes, and opened her mouth. Ice Emperor Hai Bodong, this emperor won't kill you. You promote a woman called Yafei after you return to the Mithril family. This emperor knows that you have the ability to do so. Don't presume to get rid of my control. No one but me can fix the snake seal. You can try as much as you want to find someone else. Medusa, what on earth are you doing? Hai Bodong stood up trembling with the help of his lance. It's not for you, a defeated man, to pry into what this emperor is going to do. The emperor will contact you afterward. Medusa swayed her demonic and purple-scaled snaketail and left, not caring about Hai Bodong's death. Gazing at the departing Medusa, Hai Bodong's heart was incomparably bitter, originally thinking that he would still be able to go through a few moves with Medusa, but not thinking that he would be defeated in just one strike. I'm afraid it's that old guy from the palace who isn't this terrifying. The imperial capital? It looks like it's about to change. Hai Bodong flew back to the imperial capital with the help of the remnants of his fighting spirit, the great desert of Targal, in the palace of the serpent people. Sister, you're back. Aha. Why do you feel that your sister is not too happy? Yes? It can't be that those 4 old guys are picking on my sister again, can it? Just those 4 old miscreants dare to order me around? Queen Medusa's tone was tinged with anger and disdain. Then why is sis not happy? I was looking at the human's drawing book before and sis was in a bit of a state. Like, oh yeah, love. Sister, you've fallen in love. Medusa blankly glanced at the woman who looked identical to herself and said without a word of humor, go play on the side. Che, my sister won't even tell me secrets anymore. I'll go play with you, May. Obviously the same as Medusa has the same beauty that makes people sink, but the demonic but with a playful and lovely, twisting the luscious snake tail that makes people want to touch, playing with a blue butterfly snake tail in his hand as he left the Snake Man Palace with a swing. Matriarch, the clansmen don't want to leave Utan City. He, do you think I want to? I'll voluntarily withdraw my position as clan leader after this time. At this moment, Galabai already had a head of pale white hair and aged a lot with the naked eye. Patriarch. Unlike the despondent Obat and Galleys, at this moment, the Shao family's crowd was hosting a lively banquet. Shao Zhan was the first to stand up and said to the Mitre family's visitor, Master Gurney, Miss Yafei, Shao Zhan is not good at expressing himself, so I thank the Mitre family for their help. Shao Zhan drained his cup of wine in one go, and Gurney stood up to return the favor. As for Yafei, she just quietly sat there and watched. With her status she simply didn't need to give more good looks to the Shao family, and she stepped in to help the Shao family only for Shao Fan. Shao Zhan is not embarrassed. He is clearly aware of the woman in front of him exactly how much vigor and means. Blood washed the entire family, but also the entire middle family in just a few months jumped into mastering the economic lifeline of the Gamma Empire's great family. He was still more or less aware of these news. Chapter 16, Drunk Without Being Drunk, Monthly Votes Plus. Yuffie-san. Hush. Sister is drunk. Don't disturb sister's sleep. Yafei hazily looked at Shao Fan with mesmerized eyes. Shao Fan was also a little surprised as to how Yafei had found her residence. Yafei sister, how can you get drunk when you haven't even drunk any alcohol here? Shao Fan helplessly looked at Yafei who was hogging her bed and pretending to sleep. Obviously there was no alcohol at all on her body. How could she be drunk? I don't care. Sister, I'm going to sleep here tonight. The Shao family must have arranged for accommodations. No. Shao Fan was speechless. It was impossible to reason with a woman. Since Yafei she did not recognize it. Shao Fan let Yafei occupy the bed. Okay, then you sleep. Had. Stinky brother really does care about me. Here, sister hug. After looking at the body that was discouraging, Shao Fan hesitated, but still followed his heart and walked to the bedside. Being hugged from behind with a handful of arms, there was no boning, only the dense flesh from the cushioning. Somehow, the two of them embraced each other and Shao Fan was tightly encircled by Yafei. Humph, stinky brother, you have to grow up fast. Yafei teased. Sister, I cannot wait long. Shao Fan, sister will wait for you to turn back. A calming breath came, interspersed with subtle, hearty sounds. Shao Fan slowly turned around, lightly sniffing the faint fragrance emanating from the body of Yafei. Looking at the front has not been polished over the years after the stunning face, palm-sized face, two light and clear contours. The shape of the eyebrows and the clear beauty of the eyes complement each other to make up a very good look at the eyebrows and eyes. the long eyelashes wet stained with a light watery atmosphere. Straight Yao nose seems to have just plopped down in the body of the Xiaofan sake of some slight redness. The white, delicate skin, without a single blemish, was as white as a flawless canvas, with a fine, even texture, without a single wrinkle or sign of sagging. Xiaofan wrapped his arms around Yafei and slowly came closer to leave a shallow kiss on the other party's forehead. Yuffie-san, I won't leave you behind. The corners of the sleeping Yuffie's mouth curled up slightly, as if she was having a beautiful dream. Early morning sunlight swept in close embrace of the two. Messy hair, do not know when has fallen off the quilt. A small two figures. The two of them were wide-eyed, and the expected shriek didn't happen as Yafei affectionately gave Xiaofan a good morning kiss. Fragrant. Yafei straightened her body's clothing while her eyes looked at Xiaofan with a grudge, as if questioning, why are the clothes on my chest so messy? Xiaofan's eyes dodged and he swore that he was really unconscious. He can't sleep well without holding onto something. Cough. Sister Yafei. Good morning. Xiaofan's forced composure fell into Yafei's eyes. Yafei's head lowered before she revealed a tilted, playful smile. Xiaofan curiously followed Yafei's gaze, and Xiaofan immediately rolled up the quilt on the ground to cover his body. Che, what's a little bitty thing to hide? Yafei was right. The current Xiaofan just couldn't even raise his head. If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? With the two of them playing around, Xiaofan left the room with Yafei. Xiaofan, today's Xiaoyu wore a blue dress, the hemline and the middle of the thigh, and that even as jade slender jade legs into an absolute field. The round moon white girdle extends out at 4 ribbons, and there is a small golden bell at the end of all the ribbons. The matching sword at her waist shows off her dignified demeanor. Today's Xiaoyu had a hard time bringing this matching sword from her grandfather, and after carefully dressing up in Xiaofan's doorway and hesitating for a long time, she waited for Xiaofan. Grand Elder, well, take that. Xiaofan. Yafei? You. Xiaoyu looked at the two men somewhat incredulously, and all sorts of speculations swirled and lingered in the young girl's heart. Could it be that they sleep together at night? No. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. Clanging, a downtime sound exploded in Xiaoyu's mind. Xiaoyu lost his ability to think, and his entire body became muddled. Seeing this scene, Yafei looked at Xiaofan in a sly manner. This situation was too familiar to her. Xiaofan, watch what I do. Sister Xiaoyu is it? Concubine Ya was the first to speak. Aha. Xiaoyu nodded her head with a wooden nah. There's nothing between me and Xiaofan. He's the godbrother I recognized. I came to find him in the morning to talk about things. Don't think too much about it. Sister Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu suddenly blushed her small face. No. I didn't think much. Sister Xiaoyu is dressed very cute today. Oh. Sister will leave you guys alone. Yafei left with her slender thighs and gave Xiaofan a fierce look before she left. The word godsister always feels strange. Xiaofan was still a bit out of it. Xiaoyu looked at the departing Yafei and compared her figure again. Her tone carried a faint loss as she asked Xiaofan, does Xiaofan like Yafei's figure like that? Hey. Sister Xiaoyu, what did you just ask? Nothing. Xiaoyu suddenly drew the sword on her waist and pointed it at Xiaofan. Train with me. Good. Time passed slowly, and soon it was the day when Canaan Academy came to enroll students. Nowadays, Utan City was already dominated by the Xiao family, and the entire plaza was protected by Xiao family guards, as well as serving as the enrollment site for Canaan Academy. The entire square was overcrowded. If not for the maintenance of the city lord's mansion and the Xiao family, the entire square was estimated to have collapsed in order. The huge griffin streaked across the sky, creating a gust of wind in the plaza, and those who were not strong in their resolve were blown down under this roll of wind. With the strength of a 3-star dosher, Xiaofan was still able to face this gale with ease. Only his mind carried the doubt. Is Canaan Academy's enrollment so grand? On the griffin's back, one after another crowd of people came out from it, and Xiaofan knew that those were all the enrollment teachers of Canaan Academy. Xiaofan was also a little excited in his heart. After all, as long as he joined Canaan Academy, then he would be a few points closer to snack cargo. But soon Xiaofan's pupils dilated as if he had seen something extraordinary, only to see that on top of the griffin, a little loli that was swinging back and forth with her short legs wrapped in white stockings and tied with a purple double ponytail, and was nibbling on unknown medicinal herbs one bite at a time, was lazily lying on the griffin. Compared to the untamed nature of the other griffins, the griffin underneath this purple-haired little loli was obviously in a very low stance, its head drooping in incomparable fear, its eyes even more alert to the purple-haired little loli on its back. Little Lori touched the griffin's head and said, "Little Gold, be good and wait for me to come back. Don't move around ooh." The little loli playfully puffed out her cheeks. Her delicate little face was so delicate that one could not help but want to be intimate. but the smile at the corner of her mouth could not be concealed. Chapter 17, Little Yenner. Hungry hungry. This scared the griffin beside him, immediately spreading its wings and preparing to take off, a sharp popping sound coming from its beak. As soon as Lori grabbed the griffin's wings, her petite figure contrasted sharply with the massive griffin. As if possessing monstrous powers, the griffin was firmly locked in mid-air, and all that could come out of its mouth was a miserable wail. In a trance, the griffin felt like his bird life was over. The others in the square were stunned by the purple-haired lowly, comparing the size between the two with their hands. Such a small figure can grasp such a big, little Kim, do as you're told. Lori raised her right hand and kept waving it. The corner of Xiao Fan's mouth twitched as he clearly saw that the griffin's eyes were full of tears, showing how much trauma had been inflicted on the mind. But more than that, it's the joy after a long goodbye. Xiao Yan'er, seemingly hearing Xiao Fan's call, Ziyan turned her head. She likewise saw Xiao Fan. The corners of her mouth curled up and her beautiful eyes flashed with a bright light, but both of them actually tacitly did not seek each other out. Snap! Ouch! Ziyan's head was slapped heavily. Seeing the visitor, Ziyan angrily pointed and cursed, "Old Man Su, try hitting my head again." Xiao Fan also recognized the person who was called Old Man Su by Ziyan was none other than Canaan Academy's inner academy grand elder, Su Qian. "I told you not to do anything out of the ordinary, and look what you've gotten yourself into." Cut! Ziyan crossed her arms and skimmed her head arrogantly. "Any more nonsense and I'll take you right back." Obviously this sentence was still very useful to Ziyan, who immediately revealed a good and eloquent smile and said, "Old Man Su, I was wrong." Xiao Fan and Su Qian were both stunned. This girl will recognize a mistake? I'm afraid I'm not wrong, but I'm still going to commit it. Su Qian shook his head. Come on. I don't know what you had to come to this Utan city for." Ziyan stuck out her tiny tongue than a ghost face. "Put, old man, you care about me." Su Qian completely unable to, and he also precisely can't survive Ziyan's bitter pleading before accompanying Ziyan a piece to. Xiao Fan felt that his memory was a bit misplaced all of a sudden. Why would Su Qian and Ziyan come to Utan City at this point in time? Is it really for enrollment? This is too condescending. If these people in Utan City knew that this old man in front of them was a famous dozone, I'm afraid their heads would fall off in shock. Canaan Academy at this moment could not take the back door. Xiao Fan was lined up like everyone else, and the long line could not be seen at a glance. In fact, if Xiao Fan exposed his identity as a disciple of the Xiao family, he could easily rank in the front. But Xiao Fan did not intend to do so. It was also Xiao Fan's idea to distance himself from the Xiao family as much as possible. "Yo, kiddo, what's your name?" Hearing the voice, Xiao Fan came back to his senses from his dazed state and looked in front of him, but it was empty. Where to look? Xiao Fan looked down and saw that Ziyan was raising her head and looking at Xiao Fan with disdain in her eyes. Ziyan was a little annoyed in her heart. Originally she had deliberately come to find Xiao Fan, intending to bully the current Xiao Fan. But who had thought that even now Xiao Fan was higher than her? This guy grew so fast when he was a kid. Ziyan spat out without a trace of anger. Shouldn't Xiao Yan say her name before asking someone their name? Xiao Fan almost blurted out, ready to call out Xiao Yan air. Then he thought that both of them were still unknown at the moment, so he asked in a gentle tone, "My name is Ziyan." Ziyan subconsciously replied, but soon she reacted that she was not at Xiao Fan's mercy now. How could she answer so dryly? "Ziyan, ah, nice name. You're shorter than me. Why don't I just call you Xiao Yan air?" "Good. No." Ziyan gave herself a punch in the heart. Why did her mouth outpace her head every time? Not caring about Ziyan's expression, Xiao Fan habitually took out a few jade bottles from his nascent sacred ring, which were precisely the sugar pills that he had unconsciously refined during the earlier pill refining. "My name is Xiao Fan. First time meeting, Little Yenner, a gift for you." Xiao Fan stuffed a brainful of sugar pills in his hand into Ziyan's hand. One by one, carefully prepared jade bottles were placed into Ziyan's hands, quickly stuffing Ziyan to the brim. While handing it over, Xiao Fan also introduced, "This one is honey flavored. Very sweet. This one is honey. Sticky teeth, not many. This one is vanilla flavored and grows on you. This one is panko flavored. And it's not good, so I'd rather not." Right under Xiao Fan's chattering, Ziyan suddenly turned around, which gave Xiao Fan all confused. Only then did it occur to him that the two were not familiar with each other. Before Xiao Fan stopped his movements and explained, Sorry, it's me who was abrupt." Ziyan looked at the jade bottles piled up into a small mountain in her hands, tears bearing down her cheeks, teardrops dripping down her cheeks, tear droplets crossing one jade bottle after another, choking and sobbing. Ziyan picked up the jade bottle and ran away in a flash. Xiao Fan secretly said in his heart that it was not good. His behavior had really scared Ziyan. It's like walking along the side of the road when a strange older uncle suddenly asks you, Little sister, do you want to eat uncle's lollipop? It's the one that will get you arrested. Still the death penalty. Seems legit? Ahem. Xiao Fan sighed. It seems that I can only explain to Xiao Yan afterward. Woohoo. Su Qian looked at crying and ran back to Ziyin. People are confused. He is Ziyin as a pro-granddaughter. And still the first time to see Ziyin this sad. Ziyin, what's wrong with you? Oh, I'm fine. I'm so happy. Su Qian wanted to comfort, words suddenly stuck in his throat. Looking at the tearful Ziyin who cried into a small flower cat, Su Qian could not help but open his mouth. Happy? Well, because I made a really good friend. Su Qian also did not expect Ziyin actually because to make a friend and so happy. Think about it, is also this girl in Canaan Academy has no friends, and the cadets see Ziyin is to see a ghost. But the heart is also a little curious about this very good friend is who. Ziyin first put all the jade bottles into the nascent sphere, and then took out a bottle of 5 kernel flavored. Xiao Fan had once said that 5 kernel flavored sugar pills were very difficult to eat, and the impact of all sorts of tastes in the mouth would make people unable to hold back from spitting out. But now Ziyin think it is very delicious. Through the long years of time, happiness, anger, sadness and sorrow is the flavor of 5 kernels, bitter but made from it to enjoy. After a long time, Ziyin adjusted her emotions and found an admissions tutor. I'll test the next one. Looking at the little lowly in front of her, the person who was detecting the uninformed advised, don't interfere if you're a little kid. Go aside if you want to play. When the enrollment instructor saw the scene, he was just about to say something when he heard a loud boom. Bang! Monolith that tested strength shattered with a bang. Convinced now? Ziyin looked at the person who had just spoken out to look down on her. That person had been so frightened that his legs were shaking, and a disgusting smell was coming from his lower body. Chapter 18, The Demon. Elder Su. A tutor surnamed Han hesitantly looked at Grand Elder Su Qian. Just let Ziyin get it. Go, get a new detection stone. Su Qian awkwardly held his forehead and instructed the people around him. Yes, Elder. The new test stones were quickly placed, and at this time Xiao Fan also walked into the tent, and seeing that it was actually Ziyin who was the enrollment tutor was also a slight dismay. Looking at Su Qian who was standing on the side, he seemed to be asking, you let Ziyin be the enrollment instructor? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to recruit anyone? Su Qian met the gaze of this somewhat boyish-looking teenager, and subconsciously he saw the feeling of a confidant in the other's gaze. No one knew just how difficult Ziyin was to bring up, just how gluttonous and mischievous she was, but both men couldn't have been clearer. Confirmation of the right person. With a glance of a million years, both were sure that the other was a soulmate. Although she had not yet gotten to know Xiao Fan, Su Qian already had a not-so-small favorable impression of Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan also took a look at Ziyin who was sitting on the seat, holding the brush upside down and scribbling on the paper. You don't say, it is quite temperamental. Looks like your eyes are a little red? Uncertain, Xiao Fan immediately came up to observe, his expression carrying seriousness, and said, Xiao Yener, who bullied you? Ziyin was Xiao Fan so asked is also flustered, just forced to pretend the temperament all of a sudden collapsed. No one bullied me. Little Yener? Su Qian listened to the conversation between the two, and at this time, he was also certain that this child was the friend that Ziyin had just made. Su Qian did not probe Xiao Fan's doqi level. It was a very rude thing to casually probe someone else's bottom line. Ziyin feels very faceless. Obviously now she is more powerful than Xiao Fan, but when facing Xiao Fan, she will still be obedient. Oh, I've been tempered by Xiao Fan. Ziyin clenched her small pink fists. Next time I must not let Xiao Fan have his way easily. Su Qian was even more stunned looking at Ziyin. In his impression Ziyin had been so obedient, but it is in front of the eyes of this little kid actually Ziyin tuned so obedient. The current Su Qian was even more interested in Xiao Fan. Taking a deep breath, Ziyin opened her mouth and asked, name, age, doqi level. Xiao Fan looked at the serious Ziyin and reached out to touch her small head. Su Qian secretly said bad just want to step out to save Xiao Fan. Ziyin but most hate others touch her head. And Ziyin down no light no heavy. This punch down I'm afraid that Ziyin's first friend will be gone. Su Qian had revealed the worry of an old father. Doqi condensed at his fingertips, but the expected screams didn't happen. At this moment Ziyin was enjoying Xiao Fan's caress, even miking up her eyes and letting out the moan of a cat when it stretches its back. Xiao Fan. 5 years old, 3 stars of Do Shi. Ziyin recorded Xiao Fan's information without any doubt, but Su Qian could no longer hold back his exit. What? A 3-star fighter? 5 years old. This information surprised Su Qian more than even Ziyin's abnormality just now. This. Su Qian had seen geniuses, but he hadn't seen demons. If what the 5-year-old boy in front of him said was true, then it would really be a demon. Su Qian hurriedly brought Xiao Fan to the testing stone, and Xiao Fan understood that the dou qi he possessed at his age would indeed make people suspicious. Xiao Fan placed his hand on the detection stone and injected dou qi, and soon Xiao Fan's dou qi level appeared on the detection stone. Du Jinshi. 3 stars. Demon. Su Qian didn't expect that a place like Utan City in the northwest continent would actually produce such a genius. Not super S level talent. Su Qian even got up the intention of taking on a disciple, but then he thought that he was not qualified to teach such a genius, so he asked about Xiao Fan's intentions. Xiao Fan, I am Elder Su Qian of Canaan Academy. Do you have any plans for the future? But after asking out, Su Qian thought how could such a young child plan for the future, but Xiao Fan immediately gave his answer. Elder Su, I want to go for some training first and participate in the intersect selection 3 years from now. Looks like you know a lot about Canaan Academy. It was all told to me by the elders in my family. Su Qian stroked the beard on his face and inquired, then how long do you want to take a vacation? It's not impossible for a genius to give a little privilege. 2.5 years. No way. Su Qian immediately refused. Asking for 2.5 years, wouldn't that be equivalent to not studying in the outer courtyard at all? Elder Su, kid, I know that my strength is extraordinary, and neither the outer courtyard's techniques nor fighting techniques are useful to me, so that's why I'm planning to go out to train. Su Qian hesitated again. He could see that Xiao Fan really had a clear perception of himself. Such a genius was not something he could grasp. In this case, Instructor Han is a 9-star dosher strength. If you can walk through 20 moves in his hands, I'll agree to your request. Su Qian made a wink at Tutor Han, who also understood. Good. Xiao Fan replied. The tutor surnamed Han was pulled to the martial arts stage by Su Qian. When he learned that his opponent was the little kid in front of him, he didn't take it lightly, knowing that Ziyan was the warning from before. It wasn't good to take the enemy lightly. Tutor Han assumed a fighting stance and said to Xiao Fan, little fellow, be careful. So is Tutor Han. Xiao Fan's aura changed. Su Qian looked at Xiao Fan with a burning gaze. It was an aura that only a long time on the battlefield would exude, but he's only 5 years old. How is it possible? Without waiting for Tutor Han to make a move, Xiao Fan actually chose to take the initiative. Su Qian then sighed with relief. It is true that he is still a small child. Knowing that he is not defeated but still want to fight to the death is not the idea of a child. The best way to face an opponent who was much stronger than you was to defend and drain your opponent's energy. Sure enough, that aura just now was my illusion. Su Qian lamented that he was really old and was hallucinating. Ziyan held the sugar pills in her hand and ate them one after another, idly staring at the duel between Xiao Fan and Tutor Han with her beautiful eyes. In her heart she firmly believed that Xiao Fan could win. Explosive step. Moon step. Xiao Fan let out a burst. It's actually a body do technique, or 2 body do techniques. The grade is probably not low. Su Qian could tell at a glance the do skills Xiao Fan was using. Below a do wang, only a Dueling could barely maintain flight, and the body fighting technique, moon steps, would be able to briefly stagnate in the air, in conjunction with the explosive steps being able to approach the opponent with an extremely bizarre line. Tutor Han looked at Xiao Fan, who was constantly flickering and vacillating, desperately trying to catch up with Xiao Fan's speed. Shave. Xiao Fan was like a sharp knife rushing straight towards Instructor Han, who was also prepared. Xian rank do technique, water dragon bomb. The water element coalesced in Tutor Han's hands and turned into a cannonball against the incoming Xiao Fan. Just as Tutor Han was estimating that he would be able to hit Xiao Fan, the water dragon bullet actually penetrated straight through Xiao Fan's chest. What? Tutor Han exclaimed that it was impossible. He clearly saw the water dragon bullet hit Xiao Fan. Instructor Han, it's not good to be distracted in battle. Mentor Han, feeling bad, crossed his arms over his chest while a whiplash followed with a hard swipe to his body. Chapter 19, Standardized Man, Favorite Plus. A muffled thud came out. Tutor Han violently fell back a few steps. His hands crossed in front of his chest, shaking, and the location that had just been kicked left a shallow mark. Were it not for the fact that Tutor Hans possessed the strength of a do master, this kick was to break a bone on Gusanaire's body was also very easy. Su Qian realized that the little guy in front of him had brought him too many surprises, and even he had been put on the spot by this little guy. Tutor Han's water dragon bomb did hit Xiao Fan, but what it hit was merely a doppelganger. A do-chi doppelganger created by a secret method. The real Xiao Fan had been standing in the initial position, waiting for Tutor Han to reveal his cracks, and Tutor Han was probably attracted by Xiao Fan's wide-open split, which led to Xiao Fan's sneak attack. It seems that simply describing it as a demon is not enough. Tutor Han struggled to rouse his numb arms for a moment. Hiss, are kids this scary nowadays? Instructor Han also took out 12% of his attention, and under the operation of the fighting chi, constantly gathering the surrounding heaven and earth energy, Instructor Han shouted, Great Falls, and then Tutor Han saw a silhouette appear in front of him. His pupils shrunk. When, looking at Tutor Han, who had fallen to the ground and was revolted, Xiao Fan was somewhat speechless. Half a grand elder level, Xiao Fan helped Tutor Han up and said, Tutor, you rely too much on the use of fighting techniques, and the articulation of fighting techniques and the grasp of the battlefield are too poor. Mentor, you still have to practice. Xiao Fan, who realized that something was wrong, hurriedly stopped his thoughts of teaching a lesson. But Tutor Han only felt like a mouthful of blood was going to gush out. He was so humiliated today, let alone Xiao Fan walking under his hand for 20 moves. He hadn't even walked under Xiao Fan for 3 moves. Su Qian clapped and said with approval in his tone, Xiao Fan, you are simply the most demonic genius I have ever seen. Then take a vacation? Xiao Fan snorted. Of course, moi the inner courtyard selection has already passed. With the current US to enter the inner courtyard is also more than enough. Old man, I want to go too. Zi Yen, whose mouth was stuffed to the brim, muttered at this time with her small mouth, chewing while dropping crumbs from the edge of her mouth. No way. Su Qian was not assured that Zi Yen was out there alone. Even though Zi Yan's strength was not weak, he was still not assured. I don't care. I don't care. I'm going to accompany Xiao Fan. Zi Yen gestured to cry 2 and 3 hanged, which can let Su Qian worry bad. He must see not Zi Yen so. Hey. Su Qian took out a jade tablet and handed it to Zi Yen. Keep this jade tablet. It contains my full strength strike. Anyone below Do Zone can be taken down in 1 move. He. Old man. You're really a good person. Zi Yen smiled and put away the jade token, as if everything she had just done was a fake. The corners of Su Qian's mouth twitched, and as he looked at Zi Yen, who had pulled Xiao Fan to bounce away, he somehow felt a wave of sadness in his heart. That's the kind of sadness you get when a daughter gets married. But this kid is also not simple. The fighting technique used by even the old man is curious about it. Xiao Fan. What's wrong little Yunchan? Hungry. Zi Yen pointed at her stomach and let out a gurgling sound. Didn't I just give you a ride on sugar pills? Finished eating. Xiao Fan held his forehead. Looks like it's time to raise this gluttonous little dragon lady again. Come on, go to my residence and I'll refine it for you. He. Xiao Fan, you are so nice. Zi Yen was about to stick her body all over Xiao Fan's body, and then Zi Yen pulled out a variety of medicinal herbs like a magic trick. And looking at these medicinal herbs, Xiao Fan's eyes twitched straight out of the corner of his eye. Of course he could see that these medicinal herbs were not low grade. Little Yenner, where did you get these herbs? Hush, this can all be stolen by me from the Canaan Academy's medicine collection pavilion. Zi Yen plugged Xiao Fan's mouth and made a shushing motion with her finger. By the way, don't tell old man Su. Zi Yen hurriedly reminded. Let's split it 30/70ths. Deal. Su Qian, do you guys think my Dozong powerhouse is a fake? No. Could it be that this kid also refines pills? Thinking of the sugar pills in those jade bottles that Zi Yen had just taken out, Su Qian apparently realized that those sugar pills were muddy source and emitted a faint medicinal fragrance. Hiss. Is he really a 5-year-old? Su Qian sucked in a mouthful of cold air, twisting his head to look at the beaten and self-absorbed Mentor Han, still doubting his life alone in a shadowy corner. Mentor Han, you've not lost unjustly. Sister Xiaoyu, why are you here? Xiao Fan led Zi Yen to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was very happy to see Xiao Fan. Today she was here to congratulate Xiao Fan for joining Canaan Academy. But when she saw the little lowly being held by Xiao Fan, Xiaoyu's smile came to an abrupt end. Oh, let me introduce you. This is my Canaan Academy's, Zian schoolmate? Poof. Zi Yen crossed her arms. She was happy to be addressed as a senior sister, and her little nose kept making resentful noises. Learn, sister? Xiaoyu walked in front of Zi Yen and compared the height of Zi Yen and himself again, and touched the other's face again, puffed out a laugh. Bad. Xiao Fan hurriedly blocked between Xiaoyu and Zi Yen. Xiao Yenner, don't be angry. Sister Xiaoyu, she didn't do it on purpose. Xiao Fan held Zi Yan's already clenched fist and slowly lowered it down, calming Zi Yan's emotions. Xiaoyu was afraid that she still didn't know that she had already walked through the ghost gate. Little Yan? Xiaoyu's heart fell empty when she heard this intimate address. Sister Xiaoyu, Xiao Yenner, school sister Zi Yen, she doesn't like to be laughed at by others. And then Xiao Fan came close to Xiaoyu's ear and whispered, School sister Zi Yen, she is a strong Do Wang. What? Xiaoyu was shocked, pointing at the little lowly in front of her who wasn't even as tall as her, and comparing back and forth again. Do, King? Xiao Fan felt like his ears were going deaf, while Zi Yen completely exploded. This woman mocked her over and over again. Couldn't endure it at all. Xiao Fan was quick on his feet and pulled out a pill and stuffed it into Zi Yan's mouth. You, barf. Don't think I, barf. Xiao Fan, there's more? Apparently cranky Lori has turned back into gluttonous Lori. Xiaoyu was also startled by the aura she just had and trembled as she watched Xiaofan feeding Ziyan intimately. Oh, Xiaoyu is also just a little girl, suddenly wowed and cried. Xiaofan really had one head and two big ones. Little Yener, go inside first. I'll come in later. Xiaofan hurriedly stuffed Ziyan with a few pills, and Ziyan obediently entered the room, but her ears were perked up high as she listened to the conversation between the two. Sister Xiaoyu, don't cry. Woohoo. Xiaofan, you scum. Xiaofan froze. When did I become a scum? Sister Xiaoyu, do you know what scum means? I don't know. Xiaoyu justified to Xiaofan. Xiaofan felt black lines rising from his forehead. Chapter 20, Swear on a Sugar Pill. Then, Sister Xiaoyu, why are you crying? Oh, I don't know. Xiaoyu's image was considered to be completely ruined. At this moment, she had a snotty nose and a tearful face, without any image at all. Xiaoyu was also just a little girl. She was also aggrieved, and the accumulation of emotions over the past few days had completely erupted. Xiaofan, you've been ignoring me lately. A few days ago it was Sister Yafei, and today it's been changed to a little loli that's even cuter than me. Oh, maybe the current Xiaoyu didn't know the love between a man and a woman, but she knew that she would be happy with Xiaofan, and that she would be sad when Xiaofan had to leave as well as be taken away from her. And you called her little Yoni. You didn't even call me that. Woohoo. Xiaofan is also not a little cutie anymore, and also saw that Xiaoyu is jealous. Jade? Aha. Xiaoyu's expression recovered. Seeing that Xiaofan stopped moving again, she cried again. Jade, yell it again. You just yelled at her 3 times. Xiaofan thought to himself that this also remembered. It seems that he was really jealous. Jade, don't cry. Xiaoyu wiped the tears on her face and revealed a strong-faced smile. Xiaofan, I'm not crying anymore. Xiaoyu took out another pink letter from her bosom and handed it over to Xiaofan. This can't be. This is the letter that Sister Yafei asked me to give you, and she let me give it to you without waiting for you. Phew, I thought it was. What is it? Xiaoyu asked rhetorically. No, nothing. Xiaofan took the letter into his arms, and the letter even had a faint warmth to it. Xiaofan. Bon voyage. Xiaoyu knew that she wouldn't be able to see Xiaofan for a long time to come, and I was afraid that today would be the last time they would see each other. Xiaofan was a little stunned, not expecting Xiaoyu to actually be concerned about himself. He nodded his head and said seriously, well, I will. Xiaoyu. You should also cultivate well. Xiaoyu instantly blossomed into a smile. See you later, Xiaofan. Bye. Xiaofan waved his hand and watched Xiaoyu leave. He. Xiaofan called out to me 4 times as you're. I'm the one who won today. Kids are just nice to coax. Pushing the door in, a certain purple-haired loli was on all fours, hogging her kennel. Looking at the carefree Ziyan in front of him, Xiaofan's heart was filled with infinite tenderness. Xiaofan. Xiang. Hey. Xiaofan also didn't know what this unsuspecting little loli had dreamed of, but that quiet and peaceful expression didn't seem to be faked. Xiaofan. It's too much. It can't be stuffed. Xiaofan suddenly didn't know what to say. It always felt like this guy was saying something about tigers and wolves, but there was no evidence. Truth be told, he was a little curious as to what this little loli was dreaming about. I should have known that I would have learned that secret method of probing memories of the Soul Clan. Xiaofan tucked Ziyan in and wiped away the drool at the corners of Ziyan's mouth. Looking at the saliva that had just been wiped off but was once again flowing out, Xiaofan frowned. My quilt won't be pickled into flavor. Xiaofan, will Yafei's letter out? Put a long time but still has a fragrance that belongs uniquely to Yafei. The content of the letter was simple. Stinky brother, sister is waiting for you in the imperial capital. The imperial capital? I'll be there. Xiaofan rehoused one of the Miter family's tokens from the letter with the letter. Forget it, don't think about it much. Start the pot and boil the water. Ahem. No. Start the furnace. Alchemy. Xiaofan didn't just have to refine more sugar pills for Ziyan. He also had to prepare some qi recovery pills and wound healing pills that were needed for the experience. Oh yeah, and the antidote. It was also fortunate that Xiaofan's doqi was much more than that of an ordinary dosher, as well as the ability to do alchemy to achieve multiple dawn in one furnace. Such a huge demand for pills. I'm afraid that it is not the average person to be able to refine. Gobble gobble. Ziyan was woken up by hunger in the middle of the night, and Xiaodan also looked at Ziyan, who was half squatting with her hands propped up on her little head waiting for the elixir to come out. Xiaofan, is it ready yet? Wow. Xiaofan, how much longer? Xiaofan, are you any good? Xiaofan, okay. Xiaofan, bang. The hallowed 9th grade golden elixir alchemist blew up his furnace while refining a 2nd grade elixir. Xiaofan choked. His face has traces of smoke after. Xiaofan took a deep breath. Cannot be angry. Hit on her. Pain in my heart. Cannot hit her. Seeing this, Ziyan pulled her legs out and ran. Xiaofan grabbed back this mischievous purple-haired lowly and warned, "Don't bother me anymore when refining pills." Oh, Ziyan made a gesture and her eyes flooded with tears. Xiaofan's heart softened at once. You can't be angry when you raise your own little dragon girl and suffer from a sin of your own choosing. Alright, take some sugar pills. You can't refine some of the herbs you gave earlier, so you'll have to deal with that. He. Ziyan held up the sugar pill and obediently ran to the side, her two round and white little short legs swaying back and forth, not looking guilty in the slightest. Unconscionable guy. Xiaofan spat, but he was also happy for Ziyan to be able to go on like this all the time. Ziyan suddenly spoke. Xiaofan, the sugar pills you made are extraordinarily delicious. What? Want to whore yourself out? No way. Humph. Ziyan pouted her little mouth and stopped ignoring Xiaofan. Alright, if you want to like it I'll make it for you for the rest of your life. Xiaofan said carelessly. Really? Ziyan violently jumped off the bed, scaring Xiaofan and almost blowing up the stove again. Of course it's true. It's not like I'm going to lie to you. You're lying. Ziyan muttered in a low voice. What did you say? Nothing. Then I'm going to rely on you. Xiaofan. Swear by the sugar pills and make me sugar pills for the rest of my life. Xiaofan cheerfully raised his four fingers and said, swear by the sugar pill. Can't afford it. Xiaofan. Then I'll adopt you. Che, I wouldn't dare to take it out of your stolen one. It's not stealing. It's called stealing. Xiaofan. Ziyan is counting on you to take care of her. Hey, old man, who are you looking down on? Ziyan immediately entered the grumpy twin ponytail battle Lolita state, her ponytail rising into the air along with her anger. Heartless fellow. Xiaofan. Then the old man will wait for you at Canaan Academy. Elder Su, take care. Xiaofan watched the other party leave. Xiaofan watched the Canaan Academy's griffin flock fly away before pulling up Ziyan to head to the magical beast mountain range, his first destination, Zhongshan Town. Beforehand, he had already told the Grand Elder that he was leaving, and the Grand Elder had given him 1,000 instructions, and only let Xiaofan leave after a steady stream of persuasion. Before she left, Ziyan wrinkled her little agitated nose, noticing the wrongness of Ziyan's situation. Xiaofan inquired, what's wrong, Ziyan? Ziyan shook her head and replied unconcernedly, it's nothing, I smelled a disgusting odor. Then let's leave quickly. Xiaofan quickened his pace. New future, new journey, same people. Man, always sorry until the end. Why is she by Xiaofan's side? Gu Suer looked at the two who left holding hands full of resentment. You'll never get away with it. The guy from the Taishu Ancient Dragon. Chapter 21 in Green Mountain Town, 400 favorites plus chapter. Speaking of doing, Xiaofan. Hungry. Rice. Obviously short in stature, but has a sea of stomach. At this moment Ziyan is sitting on Xiaofan's head. One hand grips Xiaofan's hair, the other hand is pointing to his abyssal giant mouth. Xiaofan, why are you ignoring me? Xiaofan, I'm hungry la. Ziyan fiercely approached Xiaofan's ear and shouted, I hear you. Don't pull my hair out. I don't have much hair. Baldur. Xiaofan raised his hands upwards high, lifting Ziyan high from both armpits. The lifted Ziyan was still showing her teeth at Xiaofan, but her short little pink fist just couldn't even touch Xiaofan. Xiaofan, you put me down. I don't. Ziyan bit down on Xiaofan's palm, leaving behind 2 rows of teeth marks flush against his hand. Wow. You belong to the dog. Xiaofan, under the pain and helplessness, can only put Ziyan down again. Ziyan found a more comfortable position, hanging in front of Xiaofan. Helpless Xiaofan also had to one hand holding Ziyan's small butt, a handheld sword to be careful around the infestation of magical beasts. Such a strange combination walked in the crisis-ridden demonic beast mountain range. Ziyan was always unable to resist Xiaofan's words, and Xiaofan was not unable to resist Ziyan's pampering. At this time Xiaofan is also remembered. The previous life of Xiaoyan seems to often carry a heavy dark red ruler, seems to be called Xin Chong ruler, has the effect of refining the Do Qi, and now Ziyan hanging on him. I just don't know if the current Ziyan is heavier or the Xin Shige ruler is heavier. At this time, Xiaofan took out a map and said to Ziyan, ahead is Qingshan Town. There is a medicinal herb store there. Let's go there to buy some. Ziyan was alert. Both ears perked up and said, herb store. Xiaofan, walk faster. Ziyan took Xiaofan's neck and rocked back and forth, saying, you stop shaking. Ow. Ziyan was a bit moody. I'll make you tri-colored sugar pills later. Hey, Xiaofan, you're so nice. Xiaofan touched the black lines on his forehead. He didn't even know if this was practicing or bringing up a baby. Just started to enter the magical beast mountain range when there is even no sign of magical beasts. And then he remembered that Ziyan, this guy's body, is the ancient dragon of Taishu. A little bit of breath release will be those magical beasts are scared away. There is no choice but to let Ziyan will be the breath of the convergence of. Forget it, dinner's the biggest. Just as he stepped into the boundaries of Green Mountain Town, 3 big men with brawny figures walked up to him. The taller man among the 3 touched the large sword on his back and said to Xiao Fan, "Hey kid, if you want to enter Qingshan Town, pay 1,000 gold coins. Boss, look at the ring on this kid's hand. It looks like a nascent ring. The girl doll he's carrying isn't simple either. This is not dressed like an ordinary person. This boy doll is kinda cute, boss." The mutterings among the 3 did not hide from Xiao Fan, but what made Xiao Fan most unbearable was, "You guys actually crave for my body? Look at this little dragon lady. She is big and round. You guys are craving for my body?" Ziyan also couldn't help but snort a laugh and asked Xiao Fan, "Little Fancy, do you want me to make a move?" Duetter Ziyan may not be compared to Xiao Fan, but fighting she can is a masterpiece. At this moment Ziyan has intended to 3 people to a heart-out exchange. Dare to covet my Xiao Fan. Is a man also cannot. Let's see what they do first. We're going for self-defense. Aha, I get it. Pretend to be a pig in a poke, a thief in a poke, and destroy the body. Ziyan patted her not-so-prominent breasts and explained with her richest arsenal of words. Right. Ha, it's not right. It seems right. Who taught you that? The boss of the 3 was obviously also convinced by the 2 little brothers and took out his big sword and threatened Xiao Fan. "Kid, hand over the nascent sacred ring and money on your body and I can guarantee that this little sister will not die." Xiao Fan froze. Does his target still include me? Boss, where do the 2 little kids understand? Just do it directly. One of the people with a gangly temperament rubbed his hands back and forth and looked at Xiao Fan with a colorful gaze and said. Xiao Fan shivered all over his body and burst out a rare foul mouth. Asterisk. Can't stand it anymore. Xiao Fan threw his sword aside and rushed up with Ziyan on his back. This kind of person should be punched to the bone and given a good beating. Xiao Fan, go for it. Ziyan was already grinning from ear to ear, giggling as she watched Xiao Fan strike behind her back. The 3 were visibly stunned. Where would they have thought that the fart-sized brat in front of them would dare to fight back? Boy, don't you. The fists were laced with a cracking sound, and the air seemed to make a sharp popping sound at such speed. The person whose figure was obscene to the extreme just now was directly smashed into the earth by Xiao Fan's punch. No one knows what the man was thinking at the end, and if they did it might have been. Have you ever tried to get hammered by Sonic in a punch? Penis. You boy. You what you? And you. Xiao Fan pointed at the remaining 2 people. His tone was not the least bit polite, just as if he was in a completely different state from the big fat goat he was in just now. Both of them were startled by Xiao Fan's aura and looked at Lao Er, whose head was buried in the earth and his entire body was upside down in the soil, unconsciously swallowing their saliva. With a flutter, they all fell to their knees in unison, pleading in their tone. Young warrior, spare your life. Our 3 brothers just had a momentary mischievous thought. It was never a mistake. But soon they realized that the teenager in front of them had no intention of letting them go. Hey, Xiao Fan, is it okay if we just bury them here? Don't worry. No one will find out. Humph. 3 poor people. Ziyan patted the dirt on her hands and looked at the 3 small piles in front of her with satisfaction. Xiao Fan, what is this medicine on the 3 of them? Wow. Can I eat it? Ziyan handed Xiao Fan a jade bottle. Let's see. Xiao Fan took the jade bottle and opened it out of habit. But right after opening, 7 colored smoke flowed out along the cracks of the bottle, and Xiao Fan immediately closed the lid. With a serious expression, he said to Ziyan, is there any more? Hand them all over. Don't. This is my trophy. Ziyan immediately hid her hands behind her back as soon as she heard that Xiao Fan wanted to grab it. You clearly didn't put in any effort. Okay? I dug the grave. That won't work either. You can't eat that. Don't. Just don't. Ziyan's head shook like a rattledrum. She could already tell that Xiao Fan must have found something good and was trying to trick her. The stupid one. Again. I, Ziyan, am not stupid. 3 bottles of sugar pills in exchange. Deal. Ziyan obediently handed over the loot that had just arrived and exchanged it for 3 bottles of sugar pills. Although Xiao Fan was a little suspicious, when he saw Ziyan being so obedient, he was still a little less at ease in the bottom of his heart. Go. Coming. Ziyan once again found a comfortable position on Xiao Fan's body and plopped down, and a jade bottle in her hand disappeared in a flash. The jade bottle was exactly one of the loot that had just been taken, and Xiao Fan was actually a bit speechless that 3 big men were actually carrying aphrodisiacs. The point was that this was something he couldn't explain to Ziyan yet. He didn't want to pollute the little loli's pure head. That said, this aphrodisiac's loose just ordinary drugs, but on this production method is also top-notch. Medicinal effect. Duration. Just a smell is also less said to be from the master of refining medicine. Chapter 22, The Little Medical Fairy. Up ahead is the 10,000 medicine store. Xiao Fan pointed his finger ahead. The Xiao Fan of his previous life also met a lucky and unlucky girl here. I don't think she's here by now. Ziyan's eyes went straight as soon as she saw the wide array of various medicinal herbs laid out in front of her. Although the quality is not high, but can't afford to have a large amount of wow. Boss, do you keep this medicine cooked? Ziyan asked excitedly, her purple skirt constantly flowing under the fragrance of the herbs. Little doll, these are the mercenaries' new herbs today, packaged and cooked. Seeing that the visitor was a cute little doll, the shopkeeper explained enthusiastically. This, and these, all of them. Ziyan's eyes were starry, pointing at the various medicinal herbs with joy. The clerk froze, his previous image of Ziyan's cuteness gone, and said with a hint of displeasure, "Little doll, are you here to pick a fight? Finding fault?" The only time Ziyan, didn't pick a fight and commit a crime, she was actually being called picking a fight? Ziyan exasperatedly crossed her arms and said, "Do you believe me or not? I'll set off this 10,000 medicine lounge of yours." In fact, it was no wonder that the clerk would think this way. After all, Ziyan was almost buying the entire medicinal herbs of the 10,000 medicinal herb store, and with no choice, Xiao Fan came to Ziyan's side and said to the clerk, "Just do what she said." The clerk, who was just about to get angry, saw the black card in Xiao Fan's hand and immediately revealed a pleasing smile. And it was fortunate that this clerk was knowledgeable and recognized that the black card in Xiao Fan's hand was one that could only be owned by at least 10 million gold coins in assets. "Alright, my lord. You go inside the store first and rest for a moment. There are too many medicinal herbs and it takes time to pack them." The shopkeeper almost changed into a fawning smile. "That's good. By the way, do you have any physicians at the 10,000 medicine store?" Xiao Fan's heart still carried a hint of expectation, in case she had already come by this time. "Physician?" The clerk was a little puzzled, but explained this gentleman. "I'm sorry, the 10,000 medicine store doesn't have a physician at the moment. If you have a need, I'll go and call the shopkeeper for you." Xiao Fan was a little lost in his heart and spoke to the clerk. "Then forget it and give her all the wrapped herbs." Xiao Fan pointed at Ziyan, who was chewing while gnawing, and said, he was also a bit tired. Should he not say that carrying Ziyan was still a bit burdensome? After walking so far, he also wanted to rest for a moment. Finding a comfortable rocking chair, Xiao Fan propped up his hand and took a nap. Why is the 10,000 medicine lounge so bustling today? Sayuri? The attic came down a similarly lowly figure, wearing a light white long dress. Less than a handful of willow waist was a purple belt beam. A head of radiant as white snow like long hair, just like the soft and smooth cloak down, such as splashing the Milky Way waterfall. On top of the little one's cheeks, there was a veil that concealed his appearance. Although it was hazy, it gave people a sense of curiosity to find out what was going on. Obviously not very tall, but the crowd of sales clerks were all respectful. "Boss, a big customer came today to buy all the herbs." "A big client?" The white-haired lowly frowned slightly. The clerk named Xiao Lu pointed to Xiao Fan, who was taking a nap on the side. "That's the gentleman." Looking in the direction of her finger, the corner of this lowly shopkeeper's mouth under her veil curled up slightly when she saw Xiao Fan, who was lying unimaginatively. The blandly smiling cheeks were permeated with a fresh and ethereal temperament, and this distinctive temperament instantly caused the charm of this white-haired little lowly to rise drastically. "Well, since that's the case today, the 10,000 medicine lodge is taking a day off. You guys can get off work and rest once you've packed up." Xiao Lu was obviously very happy. After all, no one likes a part-time job, even if the 10,000 medicine Jai's treatment was very good. "Thank you, boss." With a vacation as motivation, a few people were also more motivated. Hey, I'm still in there. What are you guys doing packing me up as well?" Ziyan, who had been bundled and packed up as a medicinal herb with other herbs, shouted indignantly. Xiao Fan at this time also perceived a lowly figure guy came to his side, reached out and habitually took the other into his arms. The little guy struggled for a while and then stopped resisting, letting Xiao Fan hold himself. Xiao Fan's palm is not honest, although the age is small, but that makes people cannot help but rub back and forth. Willow waist makes Xiao Fan fascinated by it. But not a moment later, the little guy in Xiao Fan's arms, whose eyes were a bit mesmerized, suddenly remembered something and immediately jumped out of Xiao Fan's arms, struggling, and separated himself from Xiao Fan by a considerable distance. Xiao Fan opened his confused eyes and looked at the white-haired lowly in front of him, whose complexion was slightly flushed. You are?" Xiao Fan was immediately energized and jumped down from the rocking chair, carefully surveying the young girl in front of him, who was like a porcelain doll, with her silver white hair like a waterfall, her fair and translucent skin, the willowy waist that was in a firm grip, and the most crucial gray and purple eyes that did not have much emotion. Xiao Fan could be 10,000% certain of the identity of the person in front of him. Yes, it is. Little medical fairy. But what confused Xiao Fan was, shouldn't little medical fairy's hair be purple at this time? Could it be that little medical fairy's doomed poison body had broken out early after he was reborn? Doomed poison body is not something to talk about. The anxious Xiaofan swooshed and lifted little medical fairy's white skirt high. Pop! Xiaofan covered the left side of his face, which still had traces of 5 fingers, and looked incredulously at little medical fairy in front of him. Hit me? My sweet, pure, angelic, pure white little healer would actually hit me. Pure white? Is it because of Ziyin? Ah Chio! Ziyin, who had inexplicably taken the blame, sneezed, immersed in the medicinal herbs. She did not notice the difference on Xiaofan's side in the slightest, and even the corner of the wall was about to be pried up, and she was still cheerfully nibbling on the medicinal herbs. Xiaofan's heart was filled with aggression, obviously helping you check your body, but actually slapping me. Only then did Xiaofan realize that he didn't even know little medical fairy right now. This slap has a point. Little medical fairy's originally emotionless grayish-purple eyes flooded with watery mist. This guy, he actually lifted my clothes directly after not seeing me for so long. Was he so perverted as a child? Don't you know that I'm a doom poison body and can't be touched at will? And then little medical fairy also realized that the current Xiaofan were to know the matter of the doom poison body. Doesn't that mean that Xiaofan is now pervert? Little medical fairy spat at Xiaofan. Xiaofan didn't know why he was scolded but instead became quite a bit more excited. Of course the excitement wasn't because of being scolded. He didn't have such a hobby. There really isn't. There really isn't. The excitement was because little medical fairy's doomed poison body hadn't broken out, and that 7-colored silk thread was still controlled at the small abdomen. But this is something that he, Xiaofan, did indeed do unorthodoxly, but when he saw the still exasperated little loli in front of him, he turned to reveal a doting expression. TSK. Disgusting. Of course little medical fairy wasn't really disgusted by Xiaofan's behavior. It was more of an embarrassment. Obviously the two in this life are still only meeting for the first time. This guy, again, hands and feet, and, even if, like to touch your waist, can't rub out the fire. It's not like I'm going to say no if you want. Xiaofan, of course, was unable to hear these heartfelt tirades from little medical fairy. Seeing that little medical fairy was able to stand in front of him peacefully, Xiaofan's heart was unable to calm down for a long time. Sorry, my name is Xiaofan. What about you, little healer? Chapter 23, White Love. Little Dr. Fairy, why is your hair white? Dyed. Do you like the color white a lot? Little healer? General. The current Xiaofan belonged to the category of having no words to find words. After the real reunion, thousands of languages did not know how to speak. Looking at his best friend and confidant in his previous life, he realized that he seemed to know too little about little medical fairy. In her previous life, little medical fairy loved to wear white. At least Xiaofan always wore white clothes and white dress whenever he saw little medical fairy. Xiaofan couldn't help but ask, then why are you wearing a white body, little medical fairy? At the mention of this Xiaofan's gaze shifted down uncontrollably, remembering the glimpse of the scenery under the hem of his skirt just now. Where are you looking? Little medical fairy immediately blocked Xiaofan's gaze. It's none of your business what color clothes I wear. At this moment, little medical fairy was angry and ashamed. This guy is also too naturally familiar. He. Also, Xiaofan snorted in embarrassment and rubbed his head. Indeed all these things he asked were too abrupt. Little medical fairy, why are you blushing? Xiaofan noticed that not only was little medical fairy's delicate face under the veil flushed, it was the roots behind her ears that were also tinted with a blush. Little medical fairy felt like her doom poison body was about to seize up uncontrollably. Luckily, the clerk brought the packed herbs to the two of them at this time and said, "Sir, your herbs are already packed." Oh, good. Xiaofan's eyes looked around for Ziyan's figure, but he couldn't find it. This fellow, where did he run away again? Oh, Xiaofan, it's so dark here. Xiaofan, I'm scared. Opening the large bag that wrapped the medicinal herbs, I saw Ziyan, who was tied up by 5 flowers, was lying in it. Not only was Xiaofan speechless, the clerk was also stunned and hurriedly explained. Gong, we really didn't do it on purpose. It has nothing to do with you guys. Xiaofan waved his hand and untied Ziyan. A chestnut was subsequently knocked onto Ziyan's little head. You're also a talented person, gluttonous to this extent. You're unique. All of the Dueling strength has been eaten into your stomach. Ooh, Xiaofan. Bad. Xiaofan educated the aggrieved Ziyan, while the little medical fairy on the side rubbed her fingers back and forth with a somewhat twisted appearance. The green lips under the veil opened slightly, wanting to say something and then stopping. Ziyan's heart is also quite big, pulling Xiaofan to go and refine the medicine, and in her mouth, she even kept muttering, Harry, so many medicinal herbs, at least you can eat for 3 days. Xiao Fan's heart is fortunate that Sister Yafei gave herself a black card. Or else she wants to raise Ziyan is to smash the pot and sell herself probably cannot afford to raise. But another favor owed to Sister Yafei. Carrying up the mountain-high medicinal materials, Xiao Fan smiled and bid farewell to Little Medical Fairy before leaving. Little Medical Fairy, I'll come back for you. It was not until she watched Xiao Fan's figure disappear from view that Little Medical Fairy raised her lowered head. Teardrops had long since soaked her eyes, and her pretty eyes were trembling slightly as she answered in a tiny, imperceptibly small voice. Aha! Looking at Xiao Fan, who had already disappeared, Little Medical Fairy's thoughts were pulled back to where they once were. I wanted to die in the middle of winter in that little valley, but someone gave me a long white silk dress that was made for summer. Then I might as well survive until summer. Fool, obviously you like white. It's about white love. Xiao Fan, you hurry up. The current Xiao Fan was already able to automatically immunize himself against Ziyan's urging voice. At least there's no chance of another humiliating blowout. Don't rush it. Where can I refine my current fighting chi that fast? Well, then little Faner, you grow up quickly. Don't call me Fanny. You're younger than me. I'm taller than you. You're weaker than me. I'm taller than you. I'll grow up too. I'll be taller than you when I grow up. I'm taller than you. What else can you do besides being taller than me? Ziyan stomped her small feet in dissatisfaction, her bare jade feet just stepping on top of the smooth floor. I also make medicine. And food, don't put it on the floor. Then Xiao Fan, you quickly refine. Ziyan picked up a fallen sugar pill and turned back into a good-natured appearance, kneeling down and sitting beside Xiao Fan, her delicate little feet hiding behind her as she shook. She couldn't let her long-term meal ticket run away. However, in no time Ziyan couldn't keep it up. Quietly looking at Xiao Fan, who was still seriously in the middle of alchemy, Ziyan quietly pawed her toes as she planned to go and look for some of the treasures she had sensed. Be careful. Aha. Xiao Fan, how did you know I was going out? Looking at Ziyan, who maintained her sneaky look, Xiao Fan rolled his eyes. Can I not understand you? Remember to come back at night. I'll fix you dinner. He. Okay Xiao Fan. Ziyan responded with a smile. No stealing. Ziyan drops her little ears again. No he. It can be stolen. He. Little Yener, this guy. Xiao Fan knows too much about the current Ziyan. Nature loves to move. It is impossible to be quiet. Only food and treasures can impress this purple-furred little lowly. Xiao Fan didn't worry about Ziyan's safety. I'm afraid that no one in the entire Gamma Empire would be able to leave Ziyan behind. The spatial talent of the Taishu ancient dragon clan wasn't just for fun. Xiao Fan thought about his next trip. Let's first get the treasure and the remnants of the map in the cave before we talk about it. The remnants of the pure lotus demon flame Xiao Fan could not possibly give up. After all, in his previous life, he relied on absorbing and refining the pure lotus demon flame to break through from a low-ranking Doshang to a high-ranking Doshang in one fell swoop. It's better to pull little healer fairy along, clearly having opened the doomed poison body, and saying that she died it. Little medical fairy turns out to be able to cheat people too. It's also true that the current little healer and I are still just strangers. As fate would have it, little medical fairy, who aspired to become a pill refiner, became a poisoner that everyone feared. Perhaps no one could accept such a joke of fate. But little medical fairy had made it to the end step by step, and had even established the heavenly poison sect in the central state that was comparable to the Dan Tower. Is it a defiant character or an unwillingness to submit to fate? Yet the answer is probably neither. Xiao Fan would never have thought that this was all because of himself in any case. It always feels like things have changed quite a bit in my memory. Is it because I've lived another life? Xiao Fan shook his head and no longer continued to dwell on this issue. Since he had been reborn, he should cherish this opportunity to step into the Dodi in one go, or even above the Dodi. There is. And then after that it's off to the great desert of Tagore to meet Medusa of the Serpent People clan and take the Green Lotus Earthly Heart Flame. TSK. Medusa. Or not, or run far away. Xiao Fan thought of the Medusa in his previous life, suddenly felt a little pain in the back of his waist. Deadly seduction is what Queen Medusa visualizes. Forget it, improvise. Chapter 24, Death of Little Medical Fairy. The next day, Xiao Fan got up early. The little lowly by his side has long since disappeared. Xiao Fan with the lower half of his body to think all know that this girl and go to find breakfast. This is not. Xiao Fan. Look what I brought back. Xiao Fan held his head and looked at the various heavenly materials that Ziyan had stolen back. No, stolen back. And he felt that he estimated that there was trouble coming his way. After all, there was a wolf's head symbol on that pile of heavenly treasures. And although Xiao Fan's memory was a little fuzzy, he knew that this should be the treasure of a certain mercenary group from Qingshan town. You girl. Ziyan clunked the treasures that the mercenaries looked at as extremely important onto the floor, making a clanking sound in the small room. Blood lotus essence. I'll take this one and refine the rest into sugar pills for you. Aha! Ziyan's stomach has begun to gurgle. She cannot wait. The small head nods non-stop. In her opinion, Xiao Fan wants to take what is it, to feed her on it. Meanwhile, the Wolf's Head mercenary group has gone crazy looking around for the thief who stole their treasure trove. After feeding Ziyan, Xiao Fan covered the sleeping Ziyan with a small pavement cover and then lightly arrived at the 10,000 Medicines Lounge. But today's 10,000 Medicines Lounge seemed to be resting, and didn't even open the door. There you are. The tone was inaudible and came with a cold voice. Xiao Fan immediately turned his head and looked at the figure still wearing a long white skirt and standing in a pavilion with a smile. Little Dr. Fairy, why isn't the 10,000 medicines fast open today? Oh, I gave them a long vacation. You gave them a long vacation? Obviously. The foolish Xiao Fan only now realized that the current little medical fairy seemed to be the shopkeeper of the 10,000 medicine store. You're the owner of the 10,000 medicines? Right. How can you? Xiao Fan's meaning is self-evident. The current little medical fairy is also only a 4 or 5-year-old lowly, and he is also about the same. What? Despise me? Which is not. I'm just curious about how you became the head of the 10,000 Medicine Lodge. Secret. Little Dr. Fairy replied playfully. Xiao Fan thought to himself, 1 by 1, 2 by 2, they all say secrets. It always feels like the direction in which things are happening is becoming more and more uncontrollable. If you don't say it, you're not treating me as a friend. Xiao Fan took Little Medical Fairy's small hand and said. Little Medical Fairy immediately drew that hand back. Excitement doesn't help. And don't just touch me. When did Little Dr. Fairy become such a chicken thief? It's clear that she used to be defenseless against me. However, Xiao Fan quickly adjusted his state and said, that means we are friends. Little Medical Fairy did not refute this statement, seemingly acquiescing to it. Xiao Fan again smoothly pulled up Little Medical Fairy's small hand and said, since we are friends, there is nothing wrong with us pulling our small hands. Nothing wrong with it. Little Medical Fairy symbolically struggled a few times. Seeing that she couldn't break free, she also stopped struggling and let Xiao Fan hold her. As long as it's not too long, holding should be no problem. Little Medical Fairy thought secretly in her heart. Since we're all friends, there's nothing wrong with me hugging Little Medical Fairy. Xiao Fan added. Little Dr. Fairy nodded. Once upon a time they did have a good relationship and the occasional hug didn't seem like much. Xiao Fan suddenly wrapped his arms around Little Medical Fairy's willow waist and couldn't help but mosey around the other party's smooth waist, and his fingers couldn't help but pinch up a piece of the waist's fine flesh. How can it be so thin when there is obviously meat? Little Medical Fairy, who was immersed in the gentle land in a flash, instantly came to her senses and pushed Xiao Fan away. What are you doing? Xiao Fan muttered in a small voice. I just want to try to see if the meat on your waist can be pinched up. Is that something you can just touch? Little Medical Fairy was a little angry. Her little face with a little baby fat instantly pouted. Her appearance was adorable. Not yet. Xiao Fan was very self-aware. At this time, Little Medical Fairy suddenly came closer to Xiao Fan, forcing Xiao Fan to retreat until he reached the corner of the wall. The two of them were extremely close to each other, and Xiao Fan could even feel the rise and fall of the heartbeat coming from Little Medical Fairy's chest. Xiao Fan, if one day I become an existence that everyone loathes, will you still be willing to be friends with me? Little Medical Fairy's heart seemed to beat a few points faster, and the two who were clearly just little kids seemed to be staging a life and death party. I do. Xiao Fan replied without thinking. Not only in his previous life but also now, he had never shunned Little Medical Fairy because of her physique, even though Xiao Fan's palms were now slightly purple. Why? Little Dr. Fairy didn't understand. She just didn't get it even in the past. Little Medical Fairy had an outbreak of the doom poison body when she was a child. She killed her parents with her own hands, as well as everyone in a village, but she still insisted on living, aspiring to become a medicine refiner, but had to become a poisoner that everyone detested, and it seemed that fate had never favored her. Even the most optimistic, cheerful person would collapse under the weight of this blow. Even the little healers are no exception. It was never the ideal dreams and future that sustained Little Dr. Fairy's life. Thinking about how Xiao Fan had gone out of his way to find the underworld poisonous flame for her in order to realize his dream of becoming a pill refiner, even though he could only refine 6th grade pills with the help of the underworld poisonous flame, that was enough to make Little Medical Fairy excited. That day, she gladly wrapped her arms around Xiao Fan and offered her first kiss, but Xiao Fan rejected her. When she realized her dream, endless emptiness followed, and it wasn't until Xiao Fan left that she figured out where the joy that comes from becoming a pill refiner. It's always just been Xiao Fan. It's because Xiao Fan is happy to be here. It's because Xiao Fan is happy to pay for her. It's because she's happy to have adventures with Xiao Fan. It's because she can stay with Xiao Fan, and it seems that away from Xiao Fan she also has no thought of living. Xiao Fan will also never know that in that great battle between the ancient clan and the Taishu ancient dragon clan, she chose to use her body as a lead, detonating the spectral poison flame that had been stored up for thousands of years. She wanted to die with Xiao Fan, and buried with it was the entire ancient world of the living souls that were in a state of devastation, and no one was spared. Little Dr. Fairy probably didn't really want to die, but was still longing for love. She's still foolishly waiting for Xiao Fan, but will Xiao Fan on the other side be waiting for her? Xiao Fan thought carefully about Little Medical Fairy's question. Maybe because I'm missing a string in my brain. This was the answer given by Xiao Fan. Little Medical Fairy was slightly stunned before turning away with a despondent look. Yes, Xiao Fan's brain is just missing a string. If he hadn't been missing a string, how could he have failed to notice Little Medical Fairy's mind? And how could he have been bitterly begging for goose and air? Little Doctor. Xiao Fan pulled up Little Medical Fairy's hand again and stared at Little Medical Fairy's grayish-purple eyes that were devoid of any emotions and said, I don't care what the future Little Medical Fairy will turn out to be. I'm more willing to believe in my heart than playing with the future of destiny without authorization. The original mind? Well, my Xiao Fan's heart. I can feel the kindness in your heart, just like the heart that is thumping at this moment. And you are the little angel of my heart that is too pure to ignore. Even if it's an angel with dark feathers, it's still an angel, isn't it? So, my little angel, please don't cry yet. Little Medical Fairy wiped her tears, revealing a smile that she couldn't hide, and with a strange tone, she said, Xiao Fan, you're really strange. Obviously you've only known me for a day, and you're saying such strange things, but it was clear that those grayish-purple eyes had taken on a new color. This life Xiao Fan seems to be different. Chapter 25 The Cave, 600 favorites plus chapter. Gugu still has a stockpile. Alright, Little Medical Fairy, let's not talk about this. Let's go. I'll take you to find the treasure. This time around Xiao Fan did not let go of Little Medical Fairy's small hand again. Xiao Fan, Little Medical Fairy took a deep breath and then said with determination, I have poison on my body. You can't touch it. I know. You know? Yeah, I've read in a secret codex that you should be the possessor of the doomed poison body. Little Medical Fairy. Little Medical Fairy did not doubt the authenticity of Xiao Fan's words in the slightest, only that her tiny petite body was trembling continuously. Then you're still holding me. You're not afraid? Little Medical Fairy looked at Xiao Fan's hand that was purpling even more severely, wanting to draw it back but unable to break free. Not dead. This poison can't kill me. Xiao Fan took out the antidote pill that had been refined long ago and swallowed it in one gulp. Suppressing the current stage of the doomed poison body could be considered more than enough. Although Little Medical Fairy had doubts, she didn't ask any more questions. Fate did always play tricks on Little Medical Fairy, and the doomed poison body was a shackle that bound Little Medical Fairy's true heart, but it was also a gift. Because of the doomed poison body, fate had destined her to be tightly locked with Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, isn't it bad for you to pull a girl into the grove like this? Little Medical Fairy guffawed. It was obvious that she was already relieved. The naturally kind and smiley Little Medical Fairy was currently teasing Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, why is your face red? Little Medical Fairy came a few points closer. Unlike Concubine, Little Medical Fairy was too thin, more bony than fleshy. Xiao Fan heard it out. This was Little Medical Fairy taking revenge on him for teasing Little Medical Fairy yesterday. At this moment, Xiao Fan violently pulled Little Medical Fairy to a side bush. The two of them were in a somewhat awkward position, and as the incident happened suddenly, Xiao Fan could only press Little Medical Fairy underneath him. Well, Xiao Fan, you. Little Medical Fairy's beautiful eyes enlarged as she looked at Xiao Fan with disbelief. Not here. Shoo, someone's coming. Xiao Fan made a silent packing, keeping still in the bushes, but Xiao Medical Fairy was a little unable to hold on. Xiao Fan's strength was too great. Her hands were deadlocked. If Xiao Fan felt carefully, he would find that Xiao Medical Fairy's heartbeat was already so fast that it was about to exhale. Smooth white tender legs back and forth mosaic. Slim thin waist is constantly twisting. Looking at Little Medical Fairy who kept struggling, Xiao Fan covered the other party's mouth and whispered, Little Medical Fairy, bear with me, there's a bit too many people. If she didn't see that Xiao Fan's expression was really a bit serious, Little Medical Fairy would definitely think that this guy was playing tricks on her again. Obviously Xiao Fan is also just a little kid. How come his strength is even greater than mine? Little Medical Fairy's heart was unwilling. In this life she had even opened the doomed poison body in advance in order to be able to help Xiao Fan in advance. Although the process was a bit painful, Little Medical Fairy had no regrets. But she was somewhat surprised to find that Xiao Fan seemed to be even more powerful than before. And it never occurred to her that if Xiao Fan was the same as he was in his previous life, then their first meeting would be more than 10 years later. And she's going to have to endure a dozen years of doom and gloom toxicity. Soon, a sizzling sound came from the forest road of the Demon Beast mountain range. A leader with a scar on his face scolded his men. Our wolf-head mercenary group's treasure trove has been stolen. That person took so many things. Surely he won't be able to run far. Today all of us are searching in this magical beast mountain range. Yes, boss. Xiao Fan's heart that heart weak. After all, is this thing is really he did? Accurate point is a certain still curled up body snot bubble small mouth one by one whirring sleep of the purple hair little dragon lady to do. Waiting until the wolf-head mercenary corps people go far away. Xiao Fan is relieved. It is not that he is afraid of these people. After all, this matter he does not occupy the reason. Even if the murder and arson gold belt he has to be reasonable and justified. Self-defense. Snap. Xiao Fan once again looked at Little Medical Fairy incredulously. Little Medical Fairy, why are you hitting me again? Xiao Fan, a man of 2 lifetimes, a former half-emperor powerhouse, a 9th grade golden pill alchemy master, and a powerhouse who commands half of the Do Chi continent, have been slapped twice by you in these 2 days. Don't get up and move. Little Medical Fairy's tone shook a little as she felt like she was about to lose her grip. Of course, it was the doom poison body that had a slight loosening of its original seal due to its mood swings. Looking at Little Medical Fairy's snow white wrists that were already somewhat reddened by his pinching, he realized that the two of them were indeed in a less than elegant position. Xiao Fan was a little embarrassed. Why don't you move? Little Medical Fairy pushed Xiao Fan's shoulder. By the way, Little Medical Fairy, how did you know that you're an ersatz poison body? Xiao Fan was slowly descending down the cliff face with his arm around Little Medical Fairy's well-gripped waist. But before Little Medical Fairy could answer, Xiao Fan held Little Medical Fairy fiercely tight and moved quickly with the help of the ropes on his body. And on the rock that Xiao Fan had just stepped on, a pair of vertical pupils then appeared. Rock snakes, rather well hidden. It was no wonder that Xiao Fan's mortal realm perfection soul failed to discover this small snake. It was really that this rock snake was really one with the surrounding cliffs. Plus this rock snake hid in it and even suspended its heartbeat, just waiting for its prey to come to the door. Little Dr. Fairy, are you okay? No, it's fine. Little Medical Fairy felt that Xiao Fan's body was choking. Of course, it was the bones that were choking. After all, the force of Xiao Fan's just now was not light. It was close to rubbing Little Medical Fairy into her body. This guy is not to be messed with. Hold on tight. Little Medical Fairy wrapped her arms around Xiao Fan. This guy, he obviously can fight. But he has to take advantage of me, where Xiao Fan could not see. Little Medical Fairy gave Xiao Fan a blank look. A first-order rock snake, Xiao Fan was naturally not afraid of, but it was inconvenient to move on top of the cliff face. So instead of wasting his energy, it was better to enter the cave first. As soon as Xiao Fan loosened his grip on the rope, he jumped onto one of the rocks protruding from the cliff wall in one fell swoop, the rock snake behind him still hissing. Xiao Fan, you're responsible. At the entrance of the cave, the two of them who had taken a little breather. Xiao Medical Fairy's face brought on a blush as she inserted her waist and looked at Xiao Fan. This guy, he doesn't know the slightest thing about compassion. Little Medical Fairy herself hadn't realized that the current her had become sentimental and easily afflicted. After all, it's only after regretting and losing and dying that you realize the beauty of what you have. Responsible. Xiao Fan, will definitely be responsible to the end. Humph. Little Medical Fairy looked at the playful Xiao Fan who didn't hold back another white glance. Not just in charge of my little healer Na. And the question Xiao Fan had just asked Little Medical Fairy seemed to have been forgotten by the two. The dark cave was long and winding, and a few steps straight ahead failed to reach the end. The intricate switchbacks, the wet cliffs making the sound of dripping water drops. The elation of discovering the treasure grows higher. It's coming. It's coming. The two of them, Little Medical Fairy and Xiao Fan, soon arrived at the place of a stone door. The treasure, it should be behind this stone door. Little Dr. Fairy nodded and lightly opened the stone door. Little Dr. Fairy. What's the matter? Can't you find such a simple mechanism? Xiao Fan thought about it. Only he didn't expect the original Little Medical Fairy to be so icy smart at such a young age. Chapter 26. Little Medical Fairy was of course incomparably familiar with this place. It was the turning point of her destiny and her first adventure with Xiao Fan. Even after all this time, she still remembers every single thing that happened in this cave. Ice quietly surveyed Xiao Fan beside him. The difference is that in this life Xiao Fan is not yet grown up, and she is not yet mature. Little Dr. Fairy, don't just stand there. Aha! Treasure cave and the previous life and things different. Heaps of gold coins, countless treasured herbs, 3 treasure chests, a withered bone. Thinking of something, Xiao Fan once again held Little Medical Fairy's small hand. Only this time Little Medical Fairy was not resisting something. She had already gotten used to this somewhat overbearing character of the current Xiao Fan. Rather, it was better to say that she still somewhat liked this kind of Xiao Fan rather than the fool who lacked a string in his previous life. Yes, silly, Little Medical Fairy. you don't have a nascent sacrifice ring yet. Xiao Fan suddenly spoke. Saying that, Xiao Fan removed a nascent ring from his hand, which was given to him by the Grand Elder. With the nascent ring given by concubine Ya, this nascent ring given to him by the Grand Elder was a bit redundant. Xiao Fan naturally had to put it on for Little Medical Fairy, but he had a hard time deciding which finger to put on. Little Dr. Fairy's little hands are soft and sticky when you squeeze them. Ring finger, I think, spoke Little Dr. Fairy. Ah, good. Xiao Fan didn't think much and personally put on this exquisite nascent ring for Little Medical Fairy. Small Medical Fairy face seems calm, but accelerated heartbeat has long been exposed not calm her. Small Medical Fairy of course knows not that, but her heart just cannot be calm. Can be beloved personally dominate the ring finger belongs to the past? Only dream of a love story it. Little Dr. Fairy put her hand behind her back in front of herself and looked at the ring on her hand with fascination. It's a little big, but thanks. Xiao Fan didn't notice the tremor in Little Medical Fairy's tone. It's fine. I'll buy you a new one later. Just this one. I'll wear it when I'm a little older. Xiao Fan walked to the withered bone and bowed deeply. Senior, offense. The way this cave was placed was undoubtedly a chance that the owner of the withered bones had prepared for his descendants. Xiao Fan got the 3 keys from the hands of the withered bones and took out the remnants of the pure lotus demon flame hidden in the bones. Xiao Fan dug a pit on the spot next to the dead bones, and this was the only place in the entire cave where the soil was softer. Surely, the spirit devouring technique is gone. Xiao Fan looked somewhat unexpectedly at the empty deep pit, where he had found the spirit devouring skill in his previous life. Sure enough, the spirit devouring skill is by no means as simple as I thought. Even Xiao Fan had already vaguely guessed that the spirit devouring skill might not be a technique from the Do-Chi continent, and the origin of such a domineering technique could only be from outside the heavens. Xiao Fan carefully placed the dead bones into the pit and recovered them with earth, rather somewhat curious about the identity of the owner of this withered bone. Xiao Fan shook the 3 strings of keys and came to the side of Little Medical Fairy who was concentrating on collecting herbs. Yo! Yikes! Little Medical Fairy, who was in a state of concentration, was startled and was jolted, and then grabbed Xiao Fan's ear. Xiao Fan still underestimated a woman's vindictiveness. Say, don't you dare scare me again. Dare. Don't dare. Don't dare. Pain pain pain. Xiao Fan immediately begged for mercy. Only then did Little Medical Fairy let go of Xiao Fan, who covered his burning ears with a reluctant heart and said, "Humph, let you fool around for a while. I'll get my revenge back sooner or later." Xiao Fan, you don't seem very convinced. Which it is, my little healer. Here, Little Medical Fairy handed over a medicinal herb, which was also the most expensive of these herbs. Ice Spirit Flame Grass? You're sure you're going to need it, aren't you? Here you go, but you don't want the rest. Xiao Fan was puzzled. How did you know that I need the Ice Spirit Flame Grass? Secret. It was the same answer again, which made Xiao Fan very deflated. Not only Little Medical Fairy, but also Yafei, she always seemed to be able to guess what she was thinking. However, he did need the Ice Spirit Flame Grass, absorbing the foreign fire by virtue of just being a fighter. Even with the assistance of the spirit devouring skill, it would be difficult for him to forcefully take it in. Thus refining the Blood Lotus Dan was very necessary. The Blood Lotus Pill was a 5th grade elixir that was refined from Blood Lotus crystals, Ice Spirit Flame Grass, and a 4th stage Ice Attribute Demon Core. After taking the Blood Lotus Pill, a layer of strange energy blood crust would form on the surface of the human body, and this layer of energy blood crust was able to withstand extremely blazing temperatures, even the high temperatures of foreign flames. With the Blood Lotus Dan, although it couldn't be said that 100% of the foreign flames could be subdued, the success rate could at least be increased by quite a bit. Waiting for Little Medical Fairy to collect the medicinal herbs and gold coins one by one, Xiao Fan then brought Little Medical Fairy to the 3 treasure chests. Xiao Fan handed the key to Little Medical Fairy. You're not afraid that I'll take it all by myself? Little Medical Fairy looked at Xiao Fan and got up the idea of teasing again. Then give them all to you la. What you want, I will naturally give it to you. Xiao Fan replied carelessly. The 3 treasure chests of a 7-colored poison scripture, a scroll of flying fighting technique, and a Xian rank technique really had little appeal to Xiao Fan. On the contrary, Little Medical Fairy is a perfect rendition of what it is to be vegetable and playful, and instead of being able to play tricks, her own face became even redder. What's that? You can't give back what I want. It was only after a while that Little Medical Fairy calmed her mind and opened the first treasure chest, which unsurprisingly was none other than the 7-colored poison scripture. Holding the 7-colored poison scripture, Little Medical Fairy's heart still carried a few feelings. What baby? Let me take a look as well. Xiao Fan snatched the 7-colored poison scripture and flipped straight to the last side, which was precisely the description of the doomed poison body. The doomed poison body would automatically transform the poisonous power contained in the poison into an extremely special poisonous Do-Chi in a bizarre method. The stronger the toxicity, the more beneficial it would be to the improvement of their strength. Seeing the introduction, Xiao Fan thought to himself that this doomed poison body and the spirit devouring skill were quite similar. Both were devouring to gain power. Similar. Xiao Fan seemed to have thought of something and turned to look like Little Medical Fairy, his gaze carrying a strange smile. Little Medical Fairy took a few steps backward. The current Xiao Fan was a bit scary, and she was the little white rabbit that was about to be eaten. Xiao Fan, what are you doing? Nothing, little healer. I'll just test it. No. Little Medical Fairy looked at Xiao Fan, whose eyes were filled with possessiveness, suddenly became a little afraid. It will be fine in a while. Jia. Cough. Xiao Fan had wanted to imitate the creepy laughter of the Soul Clan, but ended up choking himself. And he didn't know if those guys from the Soul Clan had been specially trained. After a long time, Xiao Fan stood up full of joy, and Little Medical Fairy was sitting limply on the ground with her clothes in disarray, her hands wrapped around her legs, shivering slightly sobbing with a watery little expression as if to prove how much aggression has just happened. Xiao Fan also realized that he was overly excited and picked up Little Medical Fairy as he said, "Little Medical Fairy, I have a way to completely solve your doomed poison body." Chapter 27, The Embodiment of the Essence, 800 Collection Plus Chapter. Completely? Well, a complete solution. Xiao Fan gave an affirmative answer. It was not as if Xiao Fan in his previous life had not tried to completely solve the predicament faced by the Erdnase poison body for Little Medical Fairy. The accumulation of toxins with higher grade poisons, even finding the underworld poison flame that had accumulated thousands of years of toxins, the method of poison Dane that came from the trade, the various lost sealing techniques to suppress the Erdnase poison body. It could be said that he had tried all the methods he could think of or knew about, but in the end, the upper limit of the doom poison body still couldn't be pulled up, and even if she lost the high-quality poison to take one day, Little Medical Fairy would most likely fall into madness, completely transforming into something that she didn't even recognize, and the existence of the spirit devouring skill had the potential to turn the imperfect doom poison body into perfection. Xiao Fan slapped his head. How come I didn't think of this method in my previous life? I also don't know what happened to the Little Medical Fairy in my previous life after my own death. After waiting until the poison of the underworld poisonous flame didn't work either, Xiao Fan didn't want to be thinking that he didn't want to know the result anymore. At least he had a way to help the current Little Medical Fairy. Looking at the dazed Xiao Fan, the Little Medical Fairy in his arms just tilted her head and admired his side face. Little Dr. Fairy, do you trust me? Believe. But the doom poison body won't be so easy to solve. Little Medical Fairy, and why don't you know it? The doom poison body is equipped with doom, and the possessor's whole life is going to be related to doom. Little Medical Fairy, I've just tried it. My Gong method is very special and is able to devour spirits, even if it's the ersatz poison body. Even if Little Medical Fairy was stupid, she understood Xiao Fan's meaning. The most fundamental reason for the outbreak of the doom poisoner was because of its instinct to endlessly want to devour poisons. The spirit devouring skill that Xiao Fan possessed would be able to completely erase this instinct, and the doom poison body that had lost its spirit would be nothing more than a machine that refined poisons in the body. That small medical fairy not only can independently swallow poison cultivation, also can be the same with other people through the operation of Gongfu cultivation. The previous life of the small medical fairy has a poisonous fighting chi. Perhaps this life of the small medical fairy can be awakened to a different familiar fighting chi. As for whether he could carry that much poisonous Do Chi, Xiao Fan was not worried in the slightest, knowing that in the Do Chi continent there was almost nothing to be found that could poison a Do Shang. As long as Little Medical Fairy was not exceeding the upper limit of her body's capacity to carry it, the Erdnase poisonous body and her cultivation would only complement each other's existence. So, Little Dr. Fairy, the doom poison body isn't scary, is it? Little Medical Fairy has a pair of purple eyes that are streaming with light, those tantalizing eyes, swirling with mesmerizing innocence and lightness. Her white cheeks are flushed with the slightest bit of redness, her nose is straight, and the corners of her mouth have a hint of upward movement, as if it were a small white flower in full bloom. The lips were like peach blossoms blooming in April, pink and full. Obviously, she was still just a little girl, but she was colored with a touch of style at this moment. Push, is the main tone. At just 5 years old, Xiao Fan gets pushed around once again. Little Medical Fairy cupped Xiao Fan's cheeks and tenderly offered her kiss. Unlike the first time with a greenish tinge, this time Xiao Hexian was more possessive, encroaching on the high ground with reckless abandon. And what's the same is that both times, I couldn't help myself. The time that has passed can never be regained. Xiao Fan and Little Medical Fairy stood with their backs facing each other, and neither of them dared to look directly into the other's eyes. I was actually kissed by the current little healer? Xiao Fan would never have thought that the current Little Medical Fairy would be so proactive. It's going to be the death penalty, isn't it? Xiao Fan's brain was already down. he still didn't understand the feelings of little medical fairy's behavior. Is it fondness? Is it gratitude? Is it dependence? His soul, which had been alive for almost 100 years in his two lives combined, had actually been captured by a little girl. And, are all little girls so open these days? Xiao Fan closed his eyes and experienced the faint fragrance that lingered in his mouth. Harm, really taken down by you. Unlike Xiao Fan's complicated mind, little medical fairy was immersed in the kiss she had just received. Xiao Fan, did he respond to me? Does that count as a response? Hey, the Xiao Fan of this life was the first one I took down. Gu Sun Air, you don't understand anything at all. Yuffie, you're right about everything. After a short period of silence, Xiao Fan and little medical fairy turned around at the same time. That, unexpectedly two voices rang out, looked at each other again and turned away again in silence. Kind of don't know how to face him, her. Xiao Fan found that can no longer in this topic is entangled. The small medical fairy offense is too strong. He Xiao Fan, half-emperor cultivation, the ninth product of the Golden Dan alchemist, commanding half of the Dochi continent, stands at the peak of the world of the strong, also only deserve to lose their armor. Better open the treasure chest first. Little fairy. Little Dr. Fairy's raised hand just stood still in midair, as if he had heard some unearthly epithet. Xiao Fan, you're shouting again. No more shouting. Xiao Fan decisively refused. He also just wanted to try. No, you must shout. Little Dr. Fairy's tone brooked no refusal. Helplessly, Xiao Fan had no choice but to shout again. Fairy? Well, little medical fairy put away her fuming look and guffawed like a shy little girl with a reddish haze. The blush on your cheeks makes it hard to resist a bite. Apparently, little medical fairy liked this title. Xiao Fan already felt like going crazy. This young heart of his was just about to die from a sudden heart attack in just one day. At this time, little medical fairy exudes a different ethereal spirit, and her delicate appearance adds a lot of charm and sweetness. And little medical fairy lowered her little head and made an ostrich, with only her hands searching for the location of the treasure chest in a confused haze, inserting the key into the lock. Just like discovering little medical fairy's original heart, Xiao Fan inserted himself into little medical fairy's heart like a key and got that treasure that belonged to him. It was a heart that clearly loved Xiao Fan but didn't dare to express it. Siener, are you sure you don't want this flying fighting technique? With your soul power it's perfectly possible to resist the remnants. And the purple wings really do rhyme eh. Walking out, Xiao Fan was still persuading little medical fairy that the flying fighting skill would not be able to enhance him. At least at this stage he had no need for it at all. The fighting skills that he possessed, of which there were quite a few in the form of body techniques, were not worth it in comparison to the huge amount of fighting chi that was needed for the flying fighting skill. Don't. I've taken the contents of the other two boxes. This flying fighting skill is for you to use. Where would little medical fairy believe that something purple was more charming? She was well aware that besides Xiao Fan's fondness for touching her waist, he liked to touch his white hair. So to Xiao Fan, white hair was more charming. In fact, Xiao medical fairy's guess is not alright. Otherwise how would Xiao Fan raise a certain gluttonous love to get into trouble sleeping and not waking up? Food often put on the ground, miscellaneous hairy little lowliot. Xiao Fan picked up little medical fairy and followed the rope upwards, back above the ground. The earlier rock serpent seems to have switched places to hide. Stop! An angry chorus came. Chapter 28. Hearing the voice, Xiao Fan's footsteps paused. The visitors were none other than those from the Wolf's Head Mercenary Corps, and by the looks of it, they had probably been crouching up there for a long time. Ha ha ha, it's actually two little dolls. And then the mercenary's tone changed to ferocious and said, hand over what you found. Xiao Fan rubbed his hands together. Hoo, killing and setting fire to the golden belt can do another job. They all saw it. It was the Wolf's Head Mercenary Corps that made the first move. At this time, a junior brother of the Wolf Head Mercenaries came over and walked over to the man who had previously led the group and said something. What? The leader looked at little medical fairy and frowned, quickly revealing a smile again. May I ask if you are the shopkeeper of the 10,000 medicine store? When Xiao Fan heard this, he knew that he was afraid that he would miss the opportunity to search the corpse today, and his face drooped down. Exactly. What? Could it be that your Wolf Head Mercenary Corps wants to make a move? No. Shopkeeper, you've misunderstood. Our Wolf's Head Mercenary Corps is only searching for the murderer who stole our treasure trove. That leader just watched as little medical fairy pulled the disoriented Xiao Fan away. The newest junior brother who joined the Wolf Head Mercenaries was a bit puzzled as he asked, Boss, we're just going to let them go? Aren't they just two kids? The leader immediately rebuked. What do you know? Don't you see that the shopkeeper looks delicate and exquisite like a doll? In fact, it's an old woman. What? The little brother was a little surprised. Isn't that so? There are a total of 4 major forces in Castle Peak Town, and excluding the 3 mercenary corps, this 10,000 Piljai is also one of them. Moreover, the The former 10,000 medicinal pill store's boss was a grand duelist, but it was the grand duelist who was forced to leave the Green Mountain town by this little girl in front of him, without even making a move. That former shopkeeper fell to his knees and foamed at the mouth. Not scary, although the leader has not seen little medical fairy make a move. But the battle against the former 10,000 medicine shopkeeper did happen. Of course it is not so exaggerated. Little medical fairy is nuclear gas to solve the problem. With such strength, it's not just an old woman in disguise. That white dress, white skirt, and white hair is proof of identity. Eyes looking toward the teenager held by little medical fairy. The leader lamented. I can't imagine that it's actually an old cow eating young grass. This little doll is kind of finished. But, ha 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 ha. Xiao Fan, who had walked away, could no longer hold back his laughter. Looking again at the incomparably grim-faced little medical fairy, he couldn't help but tease. Old woman? You still say that? Little medical fairy was also very angry. She never thought that she would actually have such a misunderstanding. Girls hate it when people say they're older. What's wrong? Haven't you seen someone who can beat a grand duelist at the age of 4? A bunch of ratbags. Little medical fairy was already thinking about how to make these mercenary group guys die without a sound. Little medical fairy's fingers were haunted with black and purple dochi, scaring Xiao Fan to immediately put away his jokes. Siener, calm down. Oh, I'm cool, and so will they be. Xiao Fan was ready to supersede those guys, and hoped that they lived a peaceful life in heaven. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Poof. Xiao Fan, where have you been? Ziyan wrinkled her little nose, carefully, sniffing back and forth the smell of Xiao Fan's body. She feels like she's lost something. Don't sniff around like a dog. Xiao Fan pushed away Ziyan who was sticking to him. The best way to fix Ziyan is, wow, purple spirit isolate fruit. Xiao Fan, where did you get it from? Ziyan swooshed and took it, stepping on her bare white tenderness and hugging the purple spirit isolate fruit to nibble around. The purple spirit isolate fruit was one of the few herbs that was tasty and had a huge effect, and it was a delicacy that could not be refused for a glutton like Ziyan. If one were to hold a fishing rod, I'm afraid it could turn into a dragon teaser. How many times have I told you not to put food on the floor? Ziyan stared at Xiao Fan with round eyes in disbelief. She clearly did not throw it around this time. Alright, we'll stay in Green Mountain Town for a few days this bout, and you shouldn't go raiding other people's treasures. It's not easy for others either. Although Xiao Fan also wanted Ziyan to steal a wave, but after all, this was immoral and he had a hard time with his conscience. Ow. Ziyan's source of income was cut off by Xiao Fan, and originally she was prepared to go to the other 2 treasuries to touch them. Don't worry, sugar pills are rare. He. Xiao Fan, you're so nice. Looking at Ziyan who had regained her smile, Xiao Fan sighed in his heart. Sure enough, she was still a small child, so good at coaxing. Only now Ziyan seems to be obsessed with growing up, and wants to eat all the time. At this rate, Sister Yafei, your black card may not be quite enough. The process of refining pills was uninteresting, and for an alchemist like Xiao Fan, who was a 9th grade Jindan alchemist, refining 2nd grade pills was like playing house. Xiao Fan, who had broken through the 5 stars of the dosher, was currently sitting in the blazing hot room, with the 2 cauldrons of Dan furnaces right beside him, and all kinds of seasonings and medicinal herbs on the floor on one side, while on the other side, there were only medicinal herbs encapsulated in jade bottles. With one hand, he manipulated his dochi to condense solid fire, burning herb after herb to form delicious sugar pills, while with the other hand, he manipulated the Golden Emperor's burning heavenly flame to refine the 3rd grade elixir. Chi recovery pill. Isn't it easy to refine multiple herbs at the same time with one mind? Xiao Fan, I'm hungry. A round purple figure slammed into Xiao Fan. Bang! The Dan furnace manipulated by the Golden Emperor burning heavenly flame let out a muffled grunt, and gusts of black smoke filled the air. Realizing the intrusion, Ziyan just so skillfully followed the steps she just came in backwards again. La hungry me. Van Shaw. The door to the room slammed shut. Ziyan just rolled out in a circle without any problems. Luckily, the furnace of sugar pills didn't blow up. Xiao Fan sighed in relief. No. Ziyan. That's the herbs for a 3rd grade elixir. After Ziyan did this, Xiao Fan had very few herbs left in his hand for the chi recovery scatter. Phew, looks like it's time to go find Sienna again. Looking at the alchemy furnace given by Princess Ya, cracks had already appeared on it due to the many times of alchemy. Looks like it's time for a new alchemy furnace. Hey, it's better to get a certificate of alchemist, so that finding herbs on your own isn't a problem. Xiao Fan had already seen the future of his life when he pinched his pants to live, collecting the refined sugar pills and placing them into one of the separated jade bottles. Xiao Fan picked up Ziyan who had shrunk into a ball outside the door. Gone. Ziyan buried her head between her legs, and when the expected punishment didn't come, Ziyan tentatively raised her head. Ouch! A chestnut hit her on the head again. A disobedient little dragoness should be punished severely. Nah, Yunchan. Here you go. The pain Ziyan had just felt was also behind her. He. Ziyan took the jade bottle and started nibbling on one grain after another as if she didn't want money. Of course not. It's not her money anyway. What if I run out of money? Steal. Do something big. I was acting in self-defense. Chapter 29, Secret Bases. There you are. Today's little medical fairy wore a waisted white dress. This is a slender waist more slim. The sleeve reveals a small section of the arm white than snow. Thick eyelashes under the eyes dynamic like water. Red lips pink and full. Smooth long hair hanging down. In the sunlight shining bright like a pearl. Light is supposed to be invisible. But mapped on little medical fairy. It also takes shape. Little medical fairy seemed to have waited for a long time today as well. As if she had anticipated that Xiao Fan would come today. Xiao Fan carried Ziyan on his back and came in front of little medical fairy. Looking at the 10,000 medicine lounge that had closed its doors and was not open, Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow and asked, 10,000 medicine lounge you're not open? Not open. Why? Its mission is accomplished. What mission? Secrets. The conversation between the two ended abruptly. The Ziyan on her back was quiet, even excessively quiet, which made even Xiao Fan feel that something was not quite right. Yunchan? A milky voice came from the back. Xiao Fan. I'm sleepy. You guys chat, said Ziyan, then held Xiao Fan a few points tighter. Little medical fairy took the initiative to come to Ziyan's side and said softly, thank you. Ziyan didn't reply to little medical fairy and lay on Xiao Fan's back and just snored. Hey. You can't drool if you sleep. Xiao Fan felt that his back had turned wet. But apparently, sleeping Ziyan, who also shouted not to wake up. Pour Xiao Fan in Ziyan's mouth water to be pickled into flavor. Looking at the helpless Ziyan, Xiao Fan looked at little medical fairy in embarrassment and said, Siener, this girl, she is still small. Don't you care? Well, I know that. Also, you're only 5. Little Dr. Fairy reminded. Siener, then what are your plans if you don't open the 10,000 medicine fast anymore? Xiao Fan began to ask about little medical fairy's plans. Izumo Empire. No way. Xiao Fan immediately refused. Why? Little Dr. Fairy's pretty eyes flashed. Because I'm worried about you. Just worried? Little medical fairy seemed to have discovered a different Xiao Fan again. The Xiao Fan of his previous life would also worry about himself. But the emotion was different from the current one. Xiao Fan gritted his teeth. He believed that with little medical fairy's intelligence she must understand what he meant. Because, want to be with you. Fairy, stay. Little medical fairy found that she really changed. Changed love to move and want to cry. Obviously always used to be able to hide the feelings very well. Xiao Fan, you know my physiques. So what? Xiao Fan wanted to say. Stay by my side, I can also find suitable poisons for you. What little medical fairy wants, Xiao Fan can find it. Xiao Fan, don't persuade anymore. Little medical fairy interrupted Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, the Exodus Cloud Empire is very suitable for me, and I have to go. If there's any wish I haven't gotten before I go, that's, Xiao Fan, can you stay with me for a while? Xiao Fan knows that this is little medical fairy's decision, which he cannot persuade. The previous life of Xiao Fan was absent from little medical fairy's journey of growth. Goodbye in order to be the heavenly poison lady of the Exodus Cloud Empire. But little medical fairy has not been absent from Xiao Fan's growth journey. From the Do Wan all the way to the half-emperor. This time, he didn't want to be absent from little medical fairy's growth. Xiao Fan was just about to open his mouth to refuse, but Xiao medical fairy took the initiative to take her hand. Xiao Fan, I will take you to a place. Xiao Fan had already guessed where little medical fairy was talking about. Little medical fairy just wanted to whistle to summon the blue eagle, but she was swept into Xiao Fan's arms in a domineering manner. Fairy, lead the way. Purple demonic wings coalesced behind Xiao Fan's back. The enviable flying fighting skill that made people envious was now being used by Xiao Fan to pick up girls. Xiao Fan flies little medical fairy up in the air in a princess carry. As for Ziyan, she'll find a place for herself. Little medical fairy, aren't you even afraid? Little medical fairy shook her head and looked at Xiao Fan with all gentleness. Xiao Fan, I am very happy. Heart, here. Little Dr. Fairy pointed her hand at her chest. It's warm. Just a short while after the duo left, the mercenaries of Green Mountain Town also discovered this scene, and some even publicized. The old woman of the 10,000 medicine store is actually a Do Wang powerhouse. When the wolf-head mercenary group leader who had robbed Xiao Fan earlier heard this news, he fled Qingshan Town in the night. Who knows if one day he or she will be backstabbed by the other side. The entire town of Castle Peak is also the location where the 10,000 medicine store is located, is divided into places that can never be approached. Magic Beast Mountain Range. In a valley, a humble cabin stood in it. The small valley was so full of energy that it almost coalesced into a foggy state. The countless spiritual plants and spiritual medicines had hidden the small valley tightly, and it was not easy to discover this small valley. But Xiaofan knew that this was his secret base with Little Medical Fairy, even though it wasn't yet. Xiener, this place is quite scenic, isn't that right? Little Medical Fairy was waiting for Xiaofan to come to her in this small valley until the very end, but instead of waiting for Xiaofan, she waited for the news of Xiaofan's death and the information that the ancient clan and the Taishu ancient dragon clan were at war. There are the best memories of Little Medical Fairy here, but there are also memories she doesn't want to recall. As soon as they arrived in the valley, Ziyan found quite a few treasures and ran away in a flash. A child that will find its own milk to drink will not starve. Hey, Xiener, it seems like it would be nice if we could just live here for the rest of our lives. Xiaofan stretched his back and breathed in the freshness of the air. Little Medical Fairy silently came to Xiaofan's side as well. The distance between the two grows closer. Testing, hesitating. In the end, Xiaofan still held Little Medical Fairy's hand. Fairy, let me walk with you, okay? Xiaofan once again stubbornly extended an invitation to Little Medical Fairy. Little Medical Fairy still didn't answer and changed the topic. It's almost dark, so I'll let you try my cooking. Xiaofan knew that Little Medical Fairy didn't want to answer his question, which was an escape. Hurrah! Haven't tasted my sweet gentle little angel fairy's cooking yet. No describing it in such a weird way. Little Medical Fairy shook off Xiaofan holding her hand and walked into the cabin to prepare dinner. Xiaofan once again looked at the quiet valley. Okay, coming. Xiaofan came to the wooden house full of expectations, but his face changed at once when he saw the unknown liquid bubbling with 7-colored light. Looking at the soup that was a bit similar to the aphrodisiacs that he had gotten earlier, Xiaofan asked with some skepticism. Xiener, you didn't poison it, did you? No. What do you mean? Little Medical Fairy was very unhappy in the face of Xiaofan's slander. Eat or not? Eat. Xiaofan forced himself to resist and gulped it down. The flavor seems really okay? Looking at Xiaofan who was taking a large mouthful of dry rice, Little Medical Fairy was very happy, but the strong hesitation and sorrow in those beautiful eyes could not be concealed. Chapter 30, Entering the Game with His Life, 1000 Favorites Plus Chapter. Not waiting for the little one? Harm. That guy doesn't like to eat these things. Xiaofan took a big bite of rice, and due to his words there were even grains of rice that fell to the ground. Leaky mouth. No food on the floor. Little Medical Fairy wiped off the rice grains around Xiaofan's mouth with an accusatory tone, her beautiful eyes shining brightly as she looked at Xiaofan who was feasting. Another thought came to mind, and with a teasing tone of voice that means you're mine tonight? The vegetable and fun-loving little healer thinks she's good again. It's not that short. A lifetime can be. Ignore you. Always full of flowers. Clearly a brat. Little Medical Fairy's face turned scarlet in a flash. I'm telling the truth. Xiaofan found that the 7-colored soup was really good, and after drinking a bowl he still wanted to drink a second bowl. Just like Xiaofan's hand, which was about to drink the 7th bowl, stopped and suspiciously glanced at Little Medical Fairy, seeing that the other party lowered her head, so she once again drank it all. Burp. Xiaofan burped and looked at Little Medical Fairy and complimented. Xiener's cooking is really delicious. It would be great if I could eat it every day. Want me to cook for you for the rest of your life? No way. Little Medical Fairy immediately poked Xiaofan's ruse. He. Xiaofan, who had been poked and prodded, smiled stupidly. Xiaofan, sleep together tonight. Good. Xiaofan realized that something was wrong. Obviously he should have refused. How did he agree with the other party after saying the words? Could it be that the soup was really poisoned just now? Impossible. I'm a hallowed 9th grade Jindan alchemist. I won't be able to see the poisoning of a mere meal? So that means I want to sleep with the little healer? Xiaofan slapped himself in his heart. He was stunned by the thoughts in his mind. It's just sleeping together. What can kids do? Xiaofan hadn't realized that he was nervous at the moment, and had even begun to find excuses for himself. In a daze Xiaofan came down to the bed with the help of Little Medical Fairy. The expected beauty didn't happen. The two just lay quietly looking at each other. Moonlight draped through the gaps in the clouds over the light white skirt, reflecting the slightly boyish figure and supple body. Her long silver white hair fell down her back, the slightly damp strands of hair transmitting a silvery white sheen, and even a droplet of water could be seen sliding down her long, white neck, lying in the curves outlined by her curved collarbone. Xiaofan, can I give you a kiss? Little Medical Fairy suddenly spoke. Aha! Great doubts rose in Xiaofan's heart as he realized that he seemed to be talking a bit too much. Fairy. She's still just a kid. Just a kid. Starts at 3 years. Maximum death penalty. 3 years to start. Death penalty. 3 years of blood money. Death penalty no loss. It's over. Xiaofan felt hopeless that he would actually lay hands on a small child. The corners of little Dr. Fairy's mouth curled up, and Xiao Fan could feel a piece of warm jade clinging to him, curved eyebrows, like a handful of clear streams in the pool of heaven, but also like the fairy who fell into the mortal world. Fairy, her waist is really smooth and moist. Xiao Fan's last memory stays in the moment when Xiao Medical Xian's cheek came up. He only remembers that his hard-held defense was still breached by Xiao Medical Xian, and the place that made it most unimaginable to poison was actually hidden on Xiao Medical Xian's tongue. The hallowed 9th grade Golden Dan alchemist, the past half-imperial powerhouse, the commander of half the Doqi continent, the Xiao Fan who has experienced countless battles of all sizes has once again planted himself in the hands of a woman. The difference is that this time the dream was sweet, the fragrance of a young girl's body. Little medical fairy finally touched Xiao Fan's sleeping face, tidied up her already messy hair, glanced at Xiao Fan again, and quietly left the cabin. Leaving? Aha! Be careful on the road. Xiao Fan 1T want anything to happen to you. Thanks. Hiss. A hangover feeling, a sense of breathlessness pressed Xiao Fan a little hard. Xiao Fan rubbed his brow, trying to recall what happened last night. Feeling that he was being pressed by a black shadow, Xiao Fan lifted Ziyin up without any good reason. No wonder he felt out of breath. Could he breathe when being pressed by a young dragon? Looking at the already empty bed next to him, Xiao Fan felt empty in his heart. The Izumo Empire? I won't be absent this time. Fairy. However, remembering that this little medical fairy fellow would actually hide the poison on her tongue, she was also helpless. This little loli had a lot on her mind. It seems that the next time also have to more dike. Once or twice they're repeated 3 times hit the trick. His dignity of the half-emperor powerhouse are about to be thrown clean. Oh, Xiao Fan. Not there. The sleeping Ziyin began to speak strange dream words again. There it is. Oh, Xiao Fan. These herbs are all found by me. You are not allowed to rob. Ziyin also stretched out her claws and flared them up at the air. Luckily it was a medicinal herb, or else Xiao Fan who heard this would be a little tempted to knock the sleeping little loli awake. Ziyin let out another hee smile, making Xiao Fan curious to hear what Ziyin was dreaming about again. Xiao Fan is small and cute. Ziyin stretched out her hand and gestured something back and forth in the air with a silly smile on her lips. Xiao Fan once again made up his mind that he must learn the Soul Clan's means of probing memories, and for that he could go and overthrow a few branch halls to find it. Ouch! Who dares? Hey, Xiao Fan, what's wrong? Ziyin put her hand against the corner of her mouth and stared at Xiao Fan with big eyes with a pouty and cute look. She was a bit vain. After all, she had just had a strange dream about Xiao Fan. The corners of Xiao Fan's mouth twitched, but he couldn't afford to be angry in the face of such an inverted Big Dipper's little dragon girl. It's time to go. Don't, Xiao Fan. I'll sleep a little more. Ziyin wrapped the quilt all around herself, forming a small dumpling while she just lay in it. Just allow a moment. Grabbing Ziyin but not. Xiao Fan had no choice but to oblige this sleepy and drooling purple-haired loli. Hearing Xiao Fan's agreement, Ziyin fell back and went back to sleep. The guy who doesn't sleep at night and doesn't get up during the day. At this time, Xiao Fan noticed the letter on the table, and Xiao Fan knew that it was left behind by little medical fairy. Xiao Fan opened the envelope with curiosity, and there was not much on the letter. Xiao Fan, I'm very happy to have met you. I look forward to meeting you again. Don't forget, you are the one who was going to solve the doomed poison body for me. Yo, the doomed poison body. It's not that Xiao Fan hasn't tried, but the current spirit devouring skill isn't enough to completely weed out the side effects of the doomed poison body. So perhaps it can be solved when the spirit devouring skill advances or when his soul power metamorphoses again. Seems like there's something else. This is? Xiao Fan's pupils suddenly dilated as he looked incredulously at the object in his hand. A bracelet that is different in that it is made of purple hair. Green silk bracelet. Looks like it was prepared early. The purple hair is also the exact hair color that little medical fairy had before she opened the doomed poison body. Xiao Fan's gaze could not leave for a long time, and after a long time, Xiao Fan wore it on his left hand. Not too big and not too small, just right. Xiao Fan looked at the bracelet, revealing a smile that he couldn't hide. I'm obviously smiling, but I can't stop the tears from falling. Sure enough, purple has more flavor. Chapter 31 Horns. In Xiao Fan's view, Yun was even more unsuitable for the so-called sectional leader one. Her life had always been rushed, not only in this tiny northwest continent, but also in the central state at that time. She has no decision of her own but to let the storm come and go with it. And when faced with the extermination of the clan is even hoping for forgiveness from her enemies. Kindness is even more of a nonsense in this world. Only strength is. But it didn't seem to be Yun's fault. After all, the untouched Yun patriarch seemed to become cautious in everything she did when she was caught in the whirlpool of love one day. Xiao Fan also understood that what he wanted was not the destruction of the Yunlan sect, and that the Yunlan sect was not the culprit that caused the death of the Xiao family's grand elder. and that there was also the Soul Clan's involvement behind all of this. But there were those who couldn't get away. And after Xiao Fan had beheaded the former Yunlan sect patriarch Yun Shan, who had fallen into a frenzy, and a certain Yun Ling, who had been a jumper over and over again, he put down his butcher's knife. This was sort of due to the fact that the silly woman Yun Yun had a one-night stand with him, but he still had a soft heart when he saw Yun Yun sitting on her knees in the great hall of Yunlan sect in the pouring rain, wanted to go forward to help a little but was forced back by the other party with his sword. His tone was even more full of resentment. "You go. I don't want to see you again." Xiao Fan didn't want to get entangled with this silly woman. Their story was just an accident. Since it started with an accident, let him end with an accident. Xiao Fan walked away, leaving behind only Yun Yun, who lost her voice and cried in the same place. On one side was the Yunlan sect where she was born and raised, and on the other side was her lover. The indecisive girl was completely in a state of collapse. Looking at the sword stuck on the ground aside, she picked it up without hesitation and wiped it toward her neck. "Should have said no. You're a silly woman." Icy cold tone into the ears of the disoriented Yun Yun. Looking at the hand holding the sword has been firmly locked by another large warm hand. Yun Yun can no longer top the pressure of the spirit. Fell into a coma. The Yunlan sect is your fortune, your yoke, and your life. The battle between Yun Yun and the amethyst-winged Lion King was still continuing. Xiao Fan did not intend to intervene and could not do so. At least he could not possibly provoke the amethyst-winged Lion King when Ziyan was not around. Along with the amethyst-winged Lion King's strongest attack move, the amethyst seal was guided to completion, and purple rays of light shot towards Yun Yun. What made Xiao Fan faint was that the shot missed? No, it's not that the shot missed, it's that Yun Yun, this stupid woman, actually knows how to dodge skills. But after watching Yun Yun launch the wind pole meteor killing shot, Xiao Fan withdrew his previous thoughts. What are you always staring at the amethyst-winged Lion King's horns and fighting for? Feeling good on the shooting angle? Otherwise, this shot of fighting technique cut the horns on the head of the amethyst-winged Lion King flush, and the painful amethyst-winged Lion King let out a hissing roar. In fact, it was not that Yun Yun's fighting skill was not aimed correctly, but he noticed Xiao Fan. Because Xiao Fan, this was what caused her heart to tremble with it, and the energy built up in the hands is released. The amethyst-winged Lion King angrily rushed Yun Yun to tear and bite, but in Xiao Fan's eyes this stupid girl actually did not hide or avoid, and was ruthlessly spared a claw by the amethyst-winged Lion King. Then he spat out blood from his mouth, and his body fell straight down from high in the air. Xiao Fan looked at this scene really eye-twitching. In the battle can still be distracted? Even if you are distracted, how can you not defend yourself when danger comes to you? Stupid girl. Stupid woman. Xiao Fan steps to be away from this woman with brain problems. The amethyst-winged Lion King, who just wanted to chase after him, saw a figure with purple feathered wings rushing into the battlefield and quickly carrying away the falling Yun Yun. Roar! What a man! It was Xiao Fan who was using the flight do technique. Xiao Fan did not have the slightest intention of turning back. Lion King, if you don't want anything to happen to your child, you'd better go back and take a look. What? The amethyst-winged Lion King was obviously frightened by Xiao Fan as well, and stopped his thoughts of chasing and immediately returned to the cave to check on his child's condition. But when it saw the little amethyst-winged lion that was huffing and puffing, it realized that it had been snubbed again, and a roar resounded through the magical Beast Mountain range. Go find those two out. Roar! Xiao Fan and the escape rushed in the direction of Ziyan. Now he is only a fighter. So long to use the flight fighting technique on fighting chi, I am afraid that has not yet escaped the range of the Lion King will be the first to pass out. Therefore, it should be said not to say that this flying fighting technique is garbage. The fighting chi consumption is big. The speed is just like that. If it is not for the sake of just this stupid woman, Xiao Fan will not use it. Flight fighting technique, that's for flirting with girls, not for saving lives. Silly woman. Xiao Fan looked at the unconscious Yun Yun in his arms and cursed without any good reason. Yun Yun was in a coma anyway. The unconscious Yun Yun in her arms frowned imperceptibly. Yun-chan. Yun Yun's expression in her arms changed again, but Xiao Fan obviously did not focus on Yun Yun. Xiao Fan did not see the fighting Ziyan, shouted a few times and did not see a reply. His heart was a little anxious. Xiao Fan couldn't wait and shouted loudly to the surroundings. Open! Rice! Up! Otherwise a little lowly came to Xiao Fan's side at an extremely fast speed as if she had been summoned. Xiao Fan! Hungry! Rice, rice, rice! Xiao Fan could not care so much. When the Lion King reacted, it would not be good to run. As soon as he gripped Ziyan to his body, he stuffed a few chi recovery pills in his mouth, and accelerated away from the amethyst-winged Lion King's cave. Xiao Fan! I can fly! Yun Yun did not hold back her curiosity and quietly opened one of her eyes. But embarrassingly, Ziyan on Xiao Fan was staring at Yun Yun with the same beautiful eyes. Seeing that Ziyan did not speak, Xiao Fan said strangely, wasn't it still very rowdy just now? How can this be so quiet? Ziyan, What's wrong? Yun secretly said it was bad. Pretending to be unconscious and being caught is not a good thing. That is, what makes Yun also have to admit is that this purple hair and golden pupil double ponytail loli is really cute. Ziyan didn't care as she fell down on Xiaofan's head, her entire body limp like a slime as she replied, "It's nothing." Xiaofan didn't think much about it. After all, Ziyan was just a little kid now, and it was well known that little kids don't lie. Xiaofan didn't feel for a second that the current Ziyan would hide anything. Soon Xiaofan found a cave, sprinkled some odor-isolating medicinal powder at the entrance, and found some materials to make a simple cover. "Xiaofan, do you have to be so troublesome?" Ziyan looked at Xiaofan in disbelief as he busied himself. Xiaofan thought about it. There was no need to worry so much with Ziyan. As long as the amethyst-winged Lion King didn't come over personally, there wouldn't be any problems. The magical beasts in the magical beast mountain range were nothing more than a punch to Ziyan. Meanwhile, Yun, who had been placed on a huge rock by Xiaofan, had some complicated emotions. It's really him, Xiaofan, saved by him again. He's so young now. If something happens, wouldn't that be nice? And there are people watching. Yun had felt her cheeks getting hotter and hotter. Obviously the temperature inside the cave was not high and even a bit cold. Yun suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Ahem. Sure enough, a hard claw still hurts. Chapter 32. Yun. Ziyan, who had forked her legs apart to sit on Xiaofan's shoulders, was touching her breasts that seemed to have grown slightly. She was looking forward to the adventure as well as growing up. The little one is no longer satisfied with a mouthful of sugar pills. The unit of measurement is now a mouthful of a bottle. Where is Xiaofan going next? Ziyan lowered her head curiously and asked Xiaofan. First go to Black Rock City to take a qualification certification for a pill refiner. Xiaofan grabbed Ziyan's legs with both hands. Of course, he was worried that Ziyan would accidentally fall down. Only Ziyan's calves were really cute bouncy, and her white and tender calves were soft and sticky when she pinched them. Ziyan didn't care, letting Xiaofan grab her legs like this. Her little queer nose sniffed in the air, and then suddenly grabbed Xiaofan's hair and exclaimed, "Xiaofan, there are treasures over there." Xiaofan stopped his footsteps. Now that they were in the center of the magical beast mountain range, it was normal to have treasures or high-grade medicinal herbs. There were not many treasures that might make Ziyan react so much. However, Xiaofan was also clear that in the demonic beast mountain range such treasures must be guarded by powerful demonic beasts. But after only thinking for a short while, Xiaofan made up his mind. Asterisk. Do it. Maybe little Yenner's meals will be taken care of in the next few days. Ziyan is very excited. She has been a little impatient. These days, due to the long distance running plus the magic beast mountain range, Xiaofan also cannot meditate on the alchemy of the Dan. Ziyan's food can be said to be a lot worse. At the same time, a figure in the sky wearing a long green dress with green wings on its back was similarly coming towards the magic beast mountain range. Ziyan, are you sure? Ziyan patted her modest chest and said, "Don't worry, that big guy definitely can't beat me." Xiaofan's heart was still incomparably nervous. After all, the big guy inside the hole was not simple. The amethyst-winged Lion King, the overlord of the magical beast mountain range, was a sixth-order magical beast. Such a fellow wasn't something that the current Xiaofan could tackle. And the treasure in the cave Xiaofan knew was the companion amethyst source. What made Xiaofan more nervous was that the current amethyst-winged Lion King's situation was very wrong. Not only was there a variety of fourth and third order magical beasts cruising back and forth around it, its own breath was even more ups and downs, exuding a suppressed do qi. Although the soul perception of a magical beast was not powerful, Xiaofan did not dare to probe even more excessively. Otherwise his soul perception would likely be discovered by the amethyst-winged Lion King. Xiaofan avoided most of the magical beasts with the help of his own soul perception, while according to the plan he would wait for Ziyan to make a commotion before sneaking into the cave. It seems like this has been done more than once. Not long after, Ziyan's side came a burst of rumbling. Xiaofan knows this is Ziyan. Hammer out the movement. Roar! Various magical beasts began hissing in the direction of Ziyan. But even though those fourth and third order magical beasts were repelled by Ziyan in wave after wave, the amethyst-winged Lion King was slow to come out. This big guy has been provoked by the dragon to such an extent, but he still doesn't come out? Not waiting for Xiaofan to be puzzled, an even more booming hissing sound came from the cave. But Xiaofan heard something wrong. It wasn't a threatening warning, but a hiss of pain. Associating the earlier perception of the wrongness of the amethyst-winged Lion King's aura with the numerous magical beasts patrolling the area, Xiaofan vaguely had a guess. She's procreating. The original appears to be male. Slightly modified here. Sorry. Xiaofan also figured out at once why there were so many magical beasts wandering around here. Knowing that magical beasts must be incomparably weak if they were in the process of giving birth, and their strength would not exist in 10. The same this time of the beast must not be messed with. Do not underestimate how a mother's determination to protect the calf. Fish death net breaks are afraid not to bring hesitation. It was a crisis as well as an opportunity. Xiao Fan decided not to wait and directly bypassed the magical beasts patrolling the mouth of the cave and quietly sneaked into it. The cave was not filled with gloom and humidity. Instead it was incomparably dry, with gusts of heat coming from the depths of the cave. It looks like we can find the amethyst-winged Lion King by following the heat wave. Xiao Fan did not hesitate and amplified his soul perception while embanking. Soul perception is not omnipotent. There are too many feats on the Do-Chi continent that can conceal the soul. And Xiao Fan could not help but think of a certain ruthless person who was backstabbed by his disciple and then managed to hide his soul under the eyes of the Soul Temple to escape. Soon Xiao Fan spotted the figure of the amethyst-winged Lion King. At this moment, the amethyst-winged Lion King was still licking and eating the fur of the newly born young Lion King, even though there was fatigue showing in her eyes. That maternal instinct still made this amethyst-winged Lion King tireless. But this was also the weakness of the amethyst-winged Lion King, only focusing on the little one beside him while ignoring Xiao Fan who had already arrived. Just as Xiao Fan circled around behind the amethyst-winged Lion King and discovered the companion amethyst crystal source sealed in the amethyst spirit crystal, he was just about to make his move. Xiao Fan was violently startled. Not only was he the one who noticed the arrival of the uninvited guest, but the amethyst-winged Lion King was also radiating a violent aura all over his body. Lion King, please also come out for a moment. A female voice with majesty came out. Xiao Fan felt that the voice sounded somewhat familiar, and after thinking about it, he suddenly said somewhat breathlessly, "It can't be that stupid girl again." The amethyst-winged Lion King knew that the visitor was not good, and also knew that these few magical beasts around him could not block the visitor, so he could only forcefully hold up his huge body and leave the nest. Hiss, it still has to be the body of a magical beast. This can walk around just after giving birth, but it must have been just a strong hold, otherwise it wouldn't have even failed to notice Xiao Fan who was close by. Looking at the departing amethyst-winged Lion King, Xiao Fan's mind couldn't help but conjure up two figures. It's true that the top doesn't hold up very well. Ahem, get to work. The departure of the amethyst-winged Lion King allowed Xiao Fan to easily take the companion amethyst crystal source into his hands with the help of the amethyst spirit crystal. Looking at the little amethyst-winged lion that was still half squinting, but still learning to stand, Xiao Fan suddenly had an idea in his heart. Hiss, ha! Noticing the approach of the unfamiliar aura, the little amethyst-winged lion kept on huffing and puffing towards the comber. But the one that had just been born was no match for Xiao Fan, and in no time it was picked up by Xiao Fan. Pup seed, look straight at me. Xiao Fan's words were like a magic voice, and the little amethyst-winged lion opened its not-so-large eyes and curiously surveyed the person in front of it. Imperial Beast Technique, Control. Xiao Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of blood red as three small, inconspicuous black dots flashed by, solid lines condensed by the spirit stabbing straight into the head of the small amethyst-winged lion. Ow! Seeing that the little amethyst-winged lion had fallen into a coma due to its soul suffering from the branding of another person, Xiao Fan decisively put it down and utilized his body fighting technique to quickly leave towards the cave entrance. The Imperial Beast Decree, as the name suggests, is used to manipulate magical beasts, essentially branding the soul of a magical beast and training it with the help of the brand. But the disadvantages are also very obvious. Want to control a magical beast, especially want a high-level magical beasts need spiritual power, is not simple. And start cultivating from a young age to spend a lot of energy is too cumbersome. This was what led to the fact that there weren't many Imperial Beastmasters as a profession, and they were far less popular than pill refiners. But the current little amethyst-winged lion doesn't need him to cultivate it, and he will collect it when it gets bigger. Even if he can't use it at that time, it's still okay to give it to Xiaoyu or the Grand Elder. Amethyst Seal, Wind's Pole, Meteor Killing. Xiao Fan also saw the two people fighting in the sky and held his forehead and said, "How can it really be this stupid woman?" Yun Yun. Chapter 33, Gotta Add Money, 1200 Favorites Plus Chapter. Goo, I'm back again. In accordance with the usual practice, Xiao Fan first removed Yun Yun's clothes that were already about to be torn. As usual, silly white, no sweet. The azure-colored inner armor was skillfully undone by Xiao Fan, revealing the bright, shining splash of white. Ziyan raised her small mouth and looked at Xiao Fan with dissatisfaction. Her small feet even stomped on the ground, leaving a not-so-small trace. Xiao Fan pulled out the companion purple crystal source from his arms and flung it to Ziyan. Play aside. And then, somewhat uneasily, warned, "Don't drink too much of it. It's got a lot of energy." I know. Xiao Fan. I won't bother you anymore. Ziyan tons and tons and tons of it began to drink up. Obviously just a small bottle. Hard to be Ziyan drink a ton of feeling. Xiao Fan. Why don't you say I threw the food on the ground this time? Xiao Fan's eyes moved down. After Ziyan left, Xiao Fan began to check up on Yun Yun's wound area. The wound injury was not deep and only managed to leave some blood marks, but the necessary treatment process was rare. Xiao Fan took out the healing medicine and evenly applied it to Yunyun's wound. The cold medicinal effect traveled down the wound into Yunyun's body. HM? Xiao Fan was startled in his heart, and when he saw Yunyun, who still had her eyes tightly closed, he wondered if he had heard it wrong. Yunyun's cheeks reddened. She swore that she had just made the noise accidentally. It was really because such contact made Yunyun a little sensitive. After a while, Xiao Fan ended the healing process and rechanged Yunyun's inner armor that had been cleaned and replaced it with a set of purple clothing group that Ziyan often wore. A little strung out. Shouldn't matter. It was then that Xiao Fan saw Yunyun's finger nod and he noticed the nascent ring on his finger. Why can't I think of looking for it in the other side's nativity ring? Sure enough, IQ is easy to deteriorate after staying with stupid women for a long time. There was only some difficulty in removing the ring, and Yunyun tugged her hand very tightly. Taking the nano ring, Xiao Fan looked at it. Are they all cyan? This silly girl likes the color cyan so much? Xiao Fan scanned over Yunyun's body and paused at a certain spot. Yunyun likewise noticed the gaze and her legs unconsciously clenched a few points. Her face reddened with shame and indignation made her nearly faint. Soon with the help of Xiao Fan's light hands, Yunyun changed into a purple plain dress, looking at Yunyun's serene and beautiful appearance, as if it was a round of clear spring in a quiet mountain. One could not help but give birth to a minute of charming thoughts when one was in awe because of its noble status. Why force yourself when you're clearly not fit to be a patriarch? Well, seeing that Yunyun had already awakened, Xiao Fan raised his eyebrows and asked nonchalantly. Perhaps he couldn't remember the other memories, but he was clearly aware that Yunyun would definitely dislike himself 2 times viciously when she woke up. Well, thank you. Thank you? Xiao Fan was slightly surprised and thought in his heart, could it be because this Yunyun is still relatively young now? You're welcome. I'm just along for the ride. Xiao Fan waved his hand and pulled out a few pills from his nascent sphere when he saw Yunyun waking up. This is an elixir for internal injuries. The grade is second order. You have to pay. Yunyun's heart is a little speechless. The current Xiao Fan seems to be a little bit dark. Looking at the newly changed purple pigmented dress on her body, Yunyun opened her mouth and asked, why don't you ask me my name? Is it important? Important. Yunyun nodded, her pretty eyes taking on a bit of seriousness. Xiao Fan's heart wanted to open his mouth to spit out. A different person to find out that they don't save others. Shouldn't they ask for the name of the person who saved them? No wonder it's a silly woman. Her brain is just different from others. Xiao Fan's mind became more certain of his thoughts. There's no need. The injuries on your body didn't hurt your lungs. And your Do Huang strength is also there. So you can leave after a little rest. Yunyun had some remorse in her heart. If I had known this guy was around, I would have eaten that amethyst seal. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Yunyun could see that the current Xiao Fan seemed to be wary of himself, intentionally or unintentionally pulling away from the two of them. Thank you. My name is Yunyun. Yunyun's teeth clenched in anger, her tone revealing some annoyance. You haven't said what your name is. Not important. Xiao Fan shook his head, only that he was still a little surprised that Yunyun would actually tell him his real name. It seems that Yunyun is even more stupid white. Now, Xiao Fan thought to himself. No. Before Yunyun could get angry, Xiao Fan took out some more spirit medicines from Yunyun's nascent sphere and spoke. These medicinal herbs will be my payment for saving you. No need to be polite. The corner of Yunyun's eye twitched slightly. Are you short of money? Of course, Xiao Fan replied without hesitation. Nonsense. He is going to raise a Taishu ancient dragon hatchling. It is that bottle of companion purple crystal source being swallowed by all of Ziyan can't allow Ziyan to evolve to a Do Huang. But if it is given to Xiao Fan's spirit devouring skill to absorb, I'm afraid that it can come to the Great Do Master in one fell swoop. Countless medicinal herbs needed to be obtained by Xiao Fan's diligent efforts, and it was the black card given by Concubina that was almost not enough. Yunyun's brows slightly stretched as she spoke. Then do you know who I am? Yunyun, you just said that. Xiao Fan replied carelessly. It's not that. It's identity. I'm the one who will soon be taking over as the Yunlan sect leader. Xiao Fan was silent for a while. Yunyun was in a soothing mood when she saw this scene. Little man. The current Xiao Fan must be scared by me. Little brat. Xiao Fan tapped his head and spoke. Oh, that'll cost extra. Xiao Fan took out a few more items from Yunyun's nano ring. Yunyun frowned. She had just seen correctly if Xiao Fan had a green-colored item flashing in his hand. That is. Turning to Yunyun could no longer maintain her elegant temperament and looked at Xiao Fan angrily. If not for the fear of being seen by Xiao Fan to see the cracks, she would have to get out of bed at this moment and beat Xiao Fan violently. Little pervert. Hand it over. Yunyun angrily shouted. What is it? Xiao Fan pretended not to know what Yunyun was saying again. Yunyun couldn't remember how many times she had been infuriated by Xiao Fan today. Sure enough, this guy is still so beat up. Alright, Sovereign Lord, I only saved you out of kindness, and weren't you able to act long ago? Oof. Yun also stopped pretending to be injured and sat up, seeing the newly changed purple dress on her body. Somehow her face flushed again, seen naked again. Yun saw that Xiaofan didn't want to take care of herself and thought that the current Xiaofan seemed to be interested in money, so she seduced. Little brother. Goosebumps rose on Xiaofan's body. If Yafei or Queen Medusa said this, he would feel flirty and seductive, but if Yun said this, he would only feel uncomfortable. Xiaofan took half a step back and spoke. Patriarch, you have something to say. It's unnecessary to be like this, as well as just call me by my name. My name is Xiaofan, no calling me patriarch. Yes, sovereign. Yun couldn't help Xiaofan, so she could only speak. I'm going to rest for a few days. Xiaofan, if you help take care of it, you can take 3 of the things you need in my nascent sack. Chapter 34 Poison, 1400 favorites plus chapter. Really? Xiaofan inquired uncertainly. The Yunlan sect patriarch's nascent sacred ring was filled with good things. Xiaofan even saw a few high-level pills. This was a lot easier than exhausting yourself looking for herbs in the magical Beast Mountain range. Aha! Yun nodded her head. She too did suffer from the full force of the amethyst-winged Lion King's claw. Even though Yun was intentionally scratched by the amethyst-winged Lion King. Okay. Xiaofan nodded. Cave, a man, a woman and a lowly Yanchan, Ziyan's figure, however, ran away as if it had been expected, and looked at the bottles and cans that had been broken up. Xiaofan's heart was somewhat speechless. Just now, Xiaofan was in the process of refining pills with one hand and sugar pills with the other in the cave when Ziyan, this fellow, kidnapped a spiritually intelligent blue eagle from somewhere. As a result, Ziyan this guy's hand did not grasp steadily. That blue eagle directly Xiaofan alchemy placed next to the bottles and jars all broken. Ziyan, who knew she had made a mistake, turned around and ran without the slightest hesitation, without any desire to clean up the mess. While running, he shouted, Xiaofan, come back, I want to eat legs. Giggle. Yun involuntarily smiled as she watched the happy couple. Looking at the still hovering blue eagle, Yun struck out with a douqi. Caw. That blue eagle just fluttered its wings in the air a few times before fluttering straight down. Bang bang. Listening to the shattering sound of his alchemy furnace and jade bottle, Xiaofan's heart broke into pieces. After a while, Xiaofan looked at Yun with a dark face and a displeased expression. Silly woman, you guys are really here to return the favor. The current Yun was not unarmed. A wind douqi bound Xiaofan. The big deal is to accompany you. What's the point of being so calculating? Then you pay for it. You still haven't dealt with the matter of scolding me. What? Does a small fighter want to turn up the heat in front of the Do Huan? Xiaofan gritted his teeth and resolved in his heart. Wait for me. 3 years. Just 3 years. I will definitely open this stupid woman's ass up. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. No kidding. Seeing Xiaofan, who still had his head down and seemed to be secretly cursing himself, Yun came to Blue Eagle's side and said, come on, stingy like. This emperor will make up for you by cooking you a meal made by a fighting emperor. Oh, humph, make it sound like I'm rare. Xiaofan was still very dissatisfied when he realized that the wind bindings on his body had been lifted. Originally, it was only the alchemy furnace that was cracked. At least it didn't affect the refining of low-grade pills, but now it was the complete absence of the alchemy furnace, as well as several medicinal herbs that he had just prepared. 1 or 2 of them, not one of them is a relief. If it's not cooked well, I won't serve you, silly woman. Xiaofan gamely made it to one side. Looking at Yun who prepared herself in style, Xiaofan had some doubts in his heart. She can really cook? Xiaofan always felt as if he had forgotten something crucial, and it was related to cooking. Xiaofan suddenly remembered the 7-colored poisonous soup made by Little Medical Fairy. Afterward, Xiaofan was sure that the soup must have been poisoned, and that poison must be one that even he, a former half-emperor powerhouse, could not see. But, that soup is really good, eh? Xiaofan thought of this, his mind couldn't help but drift up. It's the flavor of the little healer. While at this moment, Yun was thinking, humph, let you dislike my cooking. I'll make sure to show you the power of this silly woman. Should I say no? Other than pills and herbs, I'm afraid that Ziyan's favorite thing is roasted chicken. After all, it's related to another nemesis of the Taishu ancient dragon. Under Master Yun's hard labor, the blue eagle had emerged with the sound of zippy frying and a burst of aroma that was hard to ignore. Is this seasoning? Yun picked up a small jade bottle on the ground. It is the seasoning that Xiaofan added when he made the sugar pill for Ziyan earlier. What kind of seasoning is this bottle? Or is it 7-colored? Rao Yun did not recognize the seasoning in her hand for a moment, but when she got close enough to sniff it, Yun was instantly fluttering, and at once, She was certain that it was a bottle of finely blended seasoning. The purple-haired lowly hiding in the doorway also walked into the cave at this moment. Xiaofan held Ziyin in his arms, clenched his hands into fists, and placed them on either side of Ziyin's small head, looking at Ziyin with a smile. Xiaofan, I didn't mean it. Woo. Xiaofan felt that it was just spoiled Ziyin. Fortunately, the blue eagle was only a second-order magical beast. Next time if he was refining pills, this guy brought a fourth and fifth-order magical beasts to it. While thinking that, his fist rubbed Ziyin's little head back and forth. Yun from the first time to see Ziyin feel a little familiar, but cannot recall where to meet. Yun took the initiative to cut a piece of meat for Xiaofan and Ziyin and handed the wings to Ziyin. She could see that now Xiaofan seemed to value this little lowly. Even when he was refining pills he would intentionally or unintentionally look towards the cave entrance. This is something that I am afraid that even Xiaofan himself did not notice, which caused a trace of envy to rise in Yun's heart. Sovereign Lord, I said, how is this meat of yours this color? Xiaofan looked at the other piece of wing in his hand. On the surface there was no difference with the color of the roasted meat, but what was the matter with the seven-colored hue in this meat? Eat or not? Yun made a move to snatch it back. Where could Xiaofan stand such excitement? He bit off a large piece of meat in one bite. Xiaofan's eyes lit up as he complimented Yun. Ouch. Not bad. Nor do I look at who did it. Yun was still happy inside when she saw Xiaofan's rare praise of herself. Xiaofan chewed while savoring the flavor of the meat. It feels a bit familiar. Just like the flavor of Little Medical Fairy. Xiaofan raised his eyebrows and realized something was wrong. Rushing after him, he asked, what did you put in? Just those seasonings you just put in when you refined the medicine. It's still 7-colored. Teach me how to make it next time. 7 colors? When did I ever have 7-color dressing? Yun looked at Xiaofan strangely and took out the seasoning bottle that she had just placed and handed it to Xiaofan. Looking at the familiar jade bottle, the familiar barbecue, the familiar seasonings, Xiaofan could sort of remember what he had forgotten. You silly woman, this is an aphrodisiac, which is not flavored. The key is that this aphrodisiac. Xiaofan rushed to look at the arms holding Ziyin, and, as expected, Ziyin at this time has been dizzy shaking his head and shaking his head up, and in his hand still grasping the wings of the half-eaten. Hey, Xiaofan. Hey, Xiaofan want to be good with me for a lifetime ooh. Ziyin's face flushed with red flushes, and her tone was even more seductive with the slightest hint of charm. Yun also panicked and inquired in a panic. Then do you have an antidote? Big sister, where did I get the antidote? This is not Xiaofan's things. When left behind is also just curious about this aphrodisiac loose production method of mastery. Colorful. Xiaofan understood something at once and said with some tears and laughter. Little Medical Fairy, you are really a natural poison expert. Chapter 35, 10 million years of searching. Is it going to be another cheap shot for this little pervert? Yun did not know what she was thinking in her heart, but her face gradually blushed, and the flirtation of that day seemed to echo in her mind once again. Biting her lips tightly and looking at Xiaofan, Yun was still struggling inwardly. Xiaofan is also not good. When he figured out that this poison was made by Little Medical Fairy, he realized that this poison could not be something that he could solve. Gradually Xiaofan realized that he also became unable to think, unable to calm down. The key is that there is still a restless purple-haired little dragon lady in his arms who loves to move. Little Shoyaner, you, calm down. Xiaofan's mind was confused. The drug acted on his flesh, and the gradually rising temperature made his eyes gradually disoriented. Xiaofan is not like Ziyin. Ziyin is 1,000 years of lowly body, but Xiaofan is now just a little kid. Although it is a little kid who has lived for half 100 years, the drug is more stimulating his nerves. Yun actually has some joy in her heart. Although the character of Xiaofan has changed a lot in this life, but this matter remains unchanged. Although Xiaofan is now a little. Yun did not eat the blue eagle just now. At this moment she is very awake, but looking at the difficult Xiaofan, her heart is soft. Consider it a reward for yourself. Just as Yun made up her mind to pounce on Xiaofan, a figure pounced on him faster than her. Dragons. Sexual nature. After the stimulation of the drug Ziyin will only be more crazy. Ziyin's love for Xiaofan will only be more and not less. In her previous life is that she did not get Xiaofan. 1,000 years of loneliness and loneliness of the pile of pressure, so that she can no longer hold back the outbreak of. Yun froze and watched as a light flashed on Ziyin's body, and in a short while a soft and delicate body that was not weaker than her in the slightest, with even more delicate curves, slowly appeared in front of her, with 2 strands of purple hair falling from her temples, cool eyebrows, and an exquisite face, which was so cool and sensible and dignified, and completely different from the cute lowly that had been there earlier. At this moment, Ziyin was as enchanting and charming as she could be, mature and sexy, and she pressed Xiao Fan underneath her to death, so she was about to lose her breath. Yun Yun can also be considered to recognize the person in front of her. Unconsciously opened her mouth. Dragon Emperor. Ziyan and Xiao Fan obviously did not pay attention to the stupid Yun Yun. Xiao Fan is the arms of the delicate body tightly embraced. Obviously just embrace, but let Xiao Fan feel that kind of peace of mind. Xiao Fan, don't go. I've been looking for you for 1,000 years. Searched for you for 10,000 years. This time, you're mine. Ziyan has been suppressing herself, has been hiding her emotions. So has Xiao Yu. So has little medical fairy. So has Yun Yun. Even if she sensed that Xiao Fan's heart did not belong to her alone, she would still restrain herself. She just wanted to be a child who hadn't grown up and stayed with Xiao Fan all the time. Instead of becoming the Dragon Emperor who was so high up in the sky and was admired by millions of people, but was still not as good as this period of time accompanying Xiao Fan. Obviously loved to carve into the bones. Obviously the one who loves Xiao Fan the most. Xiao Fan. Little kids can be angry. Ziyan kissed at the lips that had long wanted to dominate. But the Dragon Emperor who had lived for 10,000 years was as green as a young girl who was not versed in the world. For the first time Xiao Fan was unable to respond to Ziyan. But this time, Xiao Fan was indeed responding to Ziyan. But this was not Xiao Fan's intention. Now that his brain was initially taken over by his body, his consciousness and vision were blurred. The kiss was ultimately imperfect. 2 lines of clear tears traced down Ziyan's eyes. At this moment her thoughts were chaotic. She remembered the Xiao Fan whose body was cold. She remembered the Xiao Fan who turned into nothingness in front of her. Bad Xiao Fan. Why? Why until the end? Still treat me as a child. Xiao Fan, do you know how long I've been looking for you? Xiao Fan, obviously I like you too. Ziyan bared her teeth and bit hard on top of Xiao Fan's shoulder. Yun Yun didn't understand the real reason for that Taishu ancient dragon raising clan battle until now, and also understood that her rebirth might not be a coincidence. Is my love really comparable to her? Yun Yun's mood is a little complicated. Looking at the entwined duo, she remembered her own past. Maybe it's time for me to give up something. It's time for me to pursue my own life. Yun left the cave in which she felt annoyed and came to the entrance of the cave alone, with confused and downcast eyes, looking in the direction of the Yunlan sect. Dampness, blazing heat, gradually pervading, choking, whispering, and stretched out. When Xiao Fan opened his eyes again, his entire body was wrapped in bandages and he even had a small bow tied on his chest. Hiss. Ouch. Just when Xiao Fan intended to move his body, a feeling of falling apart, swelling, and shattering all over his body, from his arms to his waist to his legs, caused Xiao Fan to suffer. Xiao Fan, you're awake. Ziyan's eyes averted and she sat obediently. Little Yenner, what is this situation? Xiao Fan could only look at Ziyan, who had her head lowered at the side, from the gap in the bandage. Xiao Fan's memory was a little fuzzy, vaguely remembering only. He first ate the poison meat, and then, like being knocked down by countless hills back and forth, his mouth. There was also a strange odor. But this strange flavor Xiao Fan does not mind. And even a little back to the sweet? Say N.E., why don't you say something? Seeing Ziyan's silence, Xiao Fan asked again. Ziyan, on the other hand, was relieved in her heart. It seemed that Xiao Fan didn't seem to have the same impression as before. And only then did she explain with a skewed answer. Sister Yun said that Xiao Fan, you ate the wrong medicine that caused you to fall unconscious. It's all about the medicine. Ziyan nodded her head in affirmation, seemingly overwhelmed by her answer. Xiao Fan had just raised his hand in preparation to give Ziyan a hand slash, but the gusts of paralysis on his arm made him give up on that intention. All that could be said was in a threatening tone. Tell the truth or I'll stop making you sugar pills. Ziyan was inwardly torn, her small hands rubbing back and forth, but not torn about whether or not to tell Xiao Fan that she did all of this. Rather, she was torn about what exactly was wrong with the answer she just gave. It's all because of Sister Yun. Ziyan raised her own little head and looked at Xiao Fan with an incomparably serious expression. Sister Yun? Xiao Fan was a bit puzzled inside. What had happened during the time he was unconscious and why Ziyan was suddenly so affectionate towards Yun. But whenever he wanted to recall, a swelling and painful sensation came to his head. Then where is she? Xiao Fan asked after her. Enduring the severe pain, Ziyan lowered her head again, her small white feet already digging shallow potholes in the ground. Little Yenner, Xiao Fan's tone carried a hint of majesty, hoping that Ziyan would tell the truth. Yun's sister, she has already left. She said that this time it is she who has apologized to you. When she finishes dealing with the matters of the sect she will come to find you. Xiao Fan felt that Ziyan was still hiding something, and it was something very important. Ziyan continued again. And also, Sister Yun said that you can't walk for at least 3 days, and this bandage is what she handled. Xiao Fan can't imagine what exactly happened to him while he was unconscious. Chapter 36, Dragon's Saliva. 3 days passed slowly. During these 3 days, Ziyan had not gone out and had been quietly accompanying Xiao Fan. This made Xiao Fan feel incredible. With Ziyan's mischievous character, she was actually able to stay here peacefully. Only, Yun-chan? What's the matter? Sean? Cough cough. Now can you tell me why there is such a deep teeth mark here on my shoulder? After Xiao Fan removed the bandage, he discovered the teeth marks at his shoulder. Even after 3 days had passed, this wound was still clearly visible. Xiao Fan, are you hungry? I'll go catch you some food. Ziyan didn't wait for Xiao Fan to respond and ran away in a puff of smoke. Xiao Fan is also sort of understand. This wound must also be Ziyan do. Maybe his own injury is also Ziyan out of the. Of course, it wasn't all bad. In these 3 days Xiao Fan had refined a massive liquid containing pure energy in his abdomen by running the spirit devouring skill. Thinking back to the strange flavor in his mouth earlier, Xiao Fan already had some eyebrows. This can't be dragon saliva, right? But it really works. By refining the dragon saliva, Xiao Fan had actually broken through to the first star of the dosha in one fell swoop. Xiao Fan habitually summoned the do qi in his body, but this time, the do qi was no longer the same bright red color with fire attribute as usual, but instead, it was tinted with a touch of purple-black do qi. Ha! Xiao Fan once again felt the changes in the do qi in his body. This is poison do qi? As little medical fairy's confidant, he could be too much of an antidote to poisonous do qi, but now he seemed to have not only fire attribute do qi in his body, but also poisonous do qi, which was beyond his imagination. Spirit devouring technique. It didn't take long for Xiao Fan to understand the source of the poisonous do qi, but Xiao Fan also had a new doubt. Why would it be only after breaking through the do master? Obviously he had treated Xiao Hexian for a period of time earlier, and there was no poisonous do qi appearing when he was running his do qi at that time? An even bolder idea appeared in Xiao Fan's heart. The appearance of poisonous fighting qi in this period of time. He had 3 changes. Realm breakthrough. Taking the poison made by little medical fairy, Ziyin's. Compared to the latter two, Xiao Fan still believed that the realm breakthrough might be the key. But why doesn't refining magic cores with different attributes work? Xiao Fan had also achieved a breakthrough in his realm in his previous life by refining various heavenly materials and treasures, but there was no new fighting qi attribute, and it was still a fire attribute interspersed with a hint of what attribute fighting qi. The doomed poison body. Maybe it's related to the physique? After all, what the spirit devouring skill was refining was not the poisonous do qi in little medical fairy's body, but rather it was removing the negative aspects of the doomed poison body. As soon as he thought of this, Xiao Fan retook out the aphrodisiac dispersant configured by little medical fairy, but after hesitating, Xiao Fan still put it back into his nascent sack and took out a triturated leaf dolphin grass that contained a slight toxicity that was not too strong, and it would merely have a slight tingling sensation. He didn't want to go through the feeling of being arched over by a small mountain again, just in case his guess was wrong and it would be his body replacing his brain again. Xiao Fan decisively took the 3 cleft leaf dolphin grass. The herb was refined in Xiao Fan's abdomen. This time he didn't run the spirit devouring skill, but he did feel his poisonous do qi a little stronger. Actually really possesses the doom poison body. Xiao Fan couldn't help but feel the terror of the spirit devouring skill again. So it wasn't just the various heavenly materials and treasures, but also the physique. Xiao Fan in his previous life also did not find this feature. After all, who is fine to run the gong method to devour other people? As if there is? The spirit swallowers? Black Rock City. Xiao Fan didn't let Ziyan sit on his body this time. After all, the wound on his shoulder was still aching, and he didn't know what kind of anger Ziyan's girl had suffered to lay such a heavy mouth. Xiao Fan, don't be angry. I didn't mean it. Ziyan was obediently held by Xiao Fan all the way, and did not make any noise, not to mention running around. Her small eyes had been observing Xiao Fan's face. Angry? Xiao Fan looked at Ziyan in confusion and asked curiously, Little Yenner, why do you think I'm angry? But, Xiao Fan, you don't even give me sugar pills anymore. In Ziyan's not-so-big little head, if she wasn't allowed to eat sugar pills, then Xiao Fan must be angry. Xiao Fan was a bit speechless. I would like to get you some sugar pills to eat, but the medicinal herbs and the medicinal cauldron were destroyed by you last time. And yes, there's also that silly woman. Thinking of Union seems to even pay him yet. His heart felt incomparably angry. White whoring after their own. On the run. Cannot let people angry well. Once Ziyan heard that Xiao Fan turned out not to be angry with herself, she immediately began to stomp on her nose. Xiao Fan. Looking at Ziyan who had suddenly stopped, Xiao Fan inquired suspiciously. Cuddles. Ziyan stretched out her tender arms and slightly raised her small, not so large head. Her eyes filled with anticipation for Xiao Fan. What can Xiao Fan do? Of course, is to fulfill her awe. How could Xiao Fan be angry with Ziyan? Whether it was mischievous or doing something wrong, Xiao Fan would always tolerate each other. and Ziyan would always be with Xiao Fan. One hand lifted up Ziyan's small buttocks so that Ziyan's entire body was attached to his body, and Ziyan duly held onto Xiao Fan's neck. The two men's cheeks were just less than some distance apart. Xiao Fan, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Xiao Fan knocked Ziyan again without any good humor. Ouch. I don't know what to think about day after day. It's not like you're to blame for this. I'll be able to refine sugar pills for you after I finish my alchemist qualification. Ziyan pressed her head tightly against Xiao Fan's shoulder, her tone carrying a hint of whimpering. Then Xiao Fan, can you not abandon me? I will listen to Xiao Fan in the future. I can find treasures for Xiao Fan, and I can help Xiao Fan fight. And I can. Xiao Fan's footsteps paused, as if he had thought of something. A slap on Ziyan's round little ass. Ow, Xiao Fan, why are you hitting me again? This is your punishment for biting around. And no more nonsense. I won't abandon you. Xiao Fan also added a sentence in his heart. You are the little dragon girl that I raised with my own hands. Where would I want to abandon you? Obviously a little dragon lady. This time Ziyan was more like a sticky little cat. Her little head melon kept rubbing against Xiao Fan's face. It seemed that all the emotions that had just been low had dissipated with Xiao Fan's oath. Ziyan lightly sniffed the smell of Xiao Fan's body. It was a smell that belonged uniquely to her. A home that made her feel incomparably at ease. The little dragon girl Ziyan actually fell asleep just leaning on Xiao Fan's body. She seemed to be really tired. She hadn't rested in the past few days when Xiao Fan had collapsed, and her spirit was always tense. Soon drool was pouring down the little guy's mouth. Xiao Fan, I like you. Sleeping Ziyan confused opening voice let Xiao Fan slightly stunned. The action of lifting the hand is also slightly hesitant, but soon revealed a pair of doting smile, touched the little dragon girl's small head, and then, I like you too. Yun-chan. Chapter 37 Alchemist's Guild. Xiao Fan, you still want my... Ziyan pointed a finger to her mouth at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan immediately blocked Ziyan's mouth and said, this matter is not allowed to be mentioned anymore, and not in the future. Ow. Ziyan pouted her little mouth, and secretly said in her heart, obviously Xiao Fan's strength has increased so much, but he still won't let me say it. Stand still. This is the Apothecary Guild. Please show your apothecary credentials. Xiao Fan was already used to the guards starting off like this. Shaking his head without making too many words, a flame rose out of his hand, gathering solid fire. The guard's expression changed, and he immediately changed his attitude and said, Sir, are you here to take the apothecary qualification certificate? Yes. Xiao Fan nodded. Then, my lord, inside please. The guards were a little hesitant as they looked towards Ziyan, who was being held in Xiao Fan's arms. She's just my sister. Ziyan's small ears imperceptibly moved. Looking at her own bite marks, she suddenly wanted to make up another bite. Oh, then my lord, please enter. Today is the apothecary examination that is in charge of Master Frank. Being able to be a guard of the Apothecary Guild was naturally somewhat eye-catching, and after informing with another companion, he immediately and respectfully brought Xiao Fan to the guild. My lord, up ahead is the place to take the test. Xiao Fan was not polite and handed the other party a second-grade healing elixir, and the guard was like a treasure and thanked him repeatedly. There was a person in the Hall of Apothecaries who was specifically responsible for guiding the participants in the apothecary's qualification examination, and when he saw Xiao Fan coming over, the person raised his head and asked, name, age, and who the tutor is. Please register it. Xiao Fan took the paper and pen and wrote Xiao Bufan, 18 years old, fire elder on it. Other than the tutor's name being real, the rest of the information was made up by Xiao Fan. The man took the paper and glanced at Xiao Fan again and asked, 18 years old? Well, just turned 18. Xiao Fan replied without changing his face. There hasn't been an alchemist test before? Examined. Examined? The man obviously froze, and then continued to ask, I see that the Apothecary Guild doesn't seem to have registered your information. Ha? Used to take it in other guilds. Seeing Xiao Fan answering so easily, the man seemed to drop his guard and continued to inquire. Then how many grades of pill refiner are you planning to test this time? 4th grade. Well, 4 pints. What? 4th grade? Even the pen in his hand dropped in shock. You have to know that the most prestigious alchemist of Black Rock City is also the president and vice president of the Alchemist Guild. Both of them are 4th grade alchemists. But in front of him, this young teenager who looks very young actually wants to take the test for the 4th grade as well. Can he not be surprised? Are you sure you want to take the 4th grade apothecary test? The apothecary's test is no joke. However, when he saw the actual fire condensing in Xiao Fan's hands, he fell silent. It was only after a while that he continued to speak. I'm going to inform the president about this, so please wait for a while. Well, trouble. Xiao Fan took Ziyan and casually found a position in the hall and sat down. Looking at the people walking around with mostly first and second order alchemist grade badges hanging on their chests, Xiao Fan could not help but lament. That is, the profession of an alchemist is appetizing. Plus there is more or less some backstage. Otherwise this sign hanging on the chest is not just a fattened lamb. Xiao Fan subconsciously looked his eyes towards Ziyin. Otherwise, Ziyin, who was sitting on Xiao Fan's lap, was swinging her two small short legs while holding her hand against her mouth. This guy's drool is dripping into a river. Xiao Fan, there are so many treasures here. Ziyin pointed to one of them and said, this one is worth half a small gold. Xiao Jin, Xiao Fan didn't remember what Ziyin was referring to for a moment. It's that griffin from Canaan Academy. If it wasn't for old man Su stopping me, I would have grabbed it and roasted it. Ziyin seemed to be sad about not being able to eat little gold. Suddenly, Ziyin tugged at Xiao Fan's arm and shook it back and forth, her eyes sprouting little stars. Xiao Fan, Xiao Fan. Ziyin pointed at someone who looked a bit unkempt. Even the robes of the alchemist guild had become wrinkled. Second grade pill refiner? Xiao Fan saw the sign on the other party's chest and could not help but wonder. Yunchan, what happened to that guy? Ziyin said in an excited tone. This guy has something good on him. Good stuff? Aha, Xiao Fan. This guy has more than one treasure on him. Xiao Fan remeasured the other party's appearance. The appearance did look scruffy. Even the hair and beard were not taken care of. The footsteps were hurriedly walking in the apothecary guild. It looked very much like a strange person. And even more so, he couldn't see anything that had any treasures in it. But Ziyin, that look of salivation. Xiao Fan suddenly also up bad thoughts. But soon he took back his mind. Xiao Fan, will never steal or rob. Little Yener, we'll go steal in a while. Ziyan's small nose wrinkled. Xiao Fan knew that this would be Ziyin was marking the heavy capture method. Not long after, a person wearing a 4th grade pill refiner's robe, looking a bit old and wearing a pair of gold-rimmed half-mirror frames walked slowly to Xiao Fan's side. Little friend is Xiao Bufan? President Frank. Exactly. Xiao Fan did not lose his manners and immediately got up to return the salute. Are you sure you want to take the 4th grade pill refiner exam? No matter how Frank looked at the Xiao Fan in front of him, he couldn't see that the other party was capable of refining a 4th grade pill refiner. Xiao Fan handed Frank an elixir and said, President, this is the 3rd grade elixir I refined. Qi recovery pill. Frank received the Qi return scatter handed over by Xiao Fan. Qi return scatter was no more than a moderately difficult refining among the 3rd grade pills, but when Frank carefully observed up this Qi return scatter he realized that something was wrong. From the looks of it, the Chengdan sample was excellent, and the faintly emanating medicinal aroma was soothing just by smelling it a little. But what really got Frank's attention was Dan lines. It is important to know that even Frank himself wants to refine a pill with a Dan pattern. I'm afraid is extremely need to rely on luck. But Xiao Fan, who looked so young, Frank said nothing that he was willing to believe. Little friend, did you really refine this? If the president doesn't believe it, why don't you let me personally refine it once? Xiao Fan knew the other party's concerns. Good, then we'll make an exception and let little friend conduct the 4th grade pill refiner's examination. But Frank was still more or less skeptical. So when the two of them were heading to the pill refining and alchemy examination place, Frank asked a follow-up question. I wonder how many grades of pill refiner is little friend's master? Fire Elder? 5th grade. Frank still didn't have a bottom in his heart. It was logical that a person who could teach such a young junior shouldn't just be a 5th grade alchemist. It was only when Xiao Fan had followed Frank to a place overflowing with a strong medicinal fragrance that Xiao Fan remembered a question and opened his mouth to Frank. Cough cough. President, so what, my Dan tripod was destroyed by me. I wonder if I can borrow the Union's alchemy tripod? You don't even have a medicine cauldron? Frank couldn't believe that as someone who wanted to take the 4th grade alchemist exam, he wouldn't even have a medicine cauldron prepared? Kid, if you're determined to make fun of the old man, you won't be able to leave this gate today. Chapter 38, 4th grade apothecary. Frank body aura violently erupted to open. A fighting spirit of the pressure swept, but did not wait for Xiao Fan opened his mouth to explain. Ziyin but first came to Xiao Fan's side. The same as a pressure swept away. But obviously Frank's pressure in front of the Ziyin is not easy to hit. You dare to touch my people. Ziyin huffed as she looked at Frank who flew out backwards. Bang! Frank fell straight backward, hitting the top of the back stairs, even as the man went into a bit of a trance. That aura just now? Why does it feel like I've been hit by a hill? It was only then that he noticed the little girl by Xiao Fan's side, and that the pressure had just come from that harmless and sweet-looking little lowly. This little girl can't be a Do Wang. Lifting himself to the ground with just the pressure. That would only be something that a Do Wang had the ability to do. As for a Do Huang, Frank wouldn't even dare to imagine it. After all, Ziyin really does look like a tiny one. Frank stood up with difficulty. His legs were still a little shaky. Even as a veteran 4th grade pill refiner, he didn't dare to offend a strong Do Wang. Not to mention just such a small Dueling, the power behind it he couldn't believe. If he was still skeptical of Xiao Fan's pill refining strength earlier, I'm afraid that Frank was already convinced now. Little friend. In that case. Cough. Upon opening his mouth to speak, a sense of chest tightness came over him, and Frank unconsciously coughed. Feeling that it was a bit hard to speak, Frank directly took out a medicine cauldron with 5 fire ports from his own nascent sack and handed it over to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan did not talk nonsense and took over the medicine cauldron and prepared to start refining the pills. I don't know which 4th grade elixir the president would like to see, HM? Frank looked at Xiao Fan strangely. At a time like this, shouldn't he himself pick a 4th grade Dan formula to give to Xiao Fan? How did it turn into a designation to refine a 4th grade elixir? The current guild still has 4th grade elixir herbs that should be enough to refine 2 beast power pills. The beast power pill was able to give one the physical strength and power of a magical beast for a short period of time after taking it, and it belonged to the medium category among the 4th grade pills. Beast power pill? Xiao Fan first recalled the formula of this elixir and then nodded his head. Then I'll trouble chairman. Little friend, don't you need to take a look at the Dan formula? Frank couldn't believe that there was actually an alchemist who would refuse the opportunity to look at the Dan formula. Unless he has already understood this Dan formula long ago. Frank glanced at Ziyan once again. And in his heart, he had already begun to speculate. I wonder which power has cultivated a demon. The pill cauldron with 5 fire ports was more important and difficult for the alchemist's mastery of fighting chi input and soul power. Only for Xiao Fan, it was nothing more than a byproduct of refining sugar pills. That's right, for Xiao Fan, refining sugar pills was more important. Xiao Fan's palm flipped and a purple golden flame appeared with it. How sensitive a pill refiner is to flames. Frank recognized the unusual nature of the flame in front of him at a glance. Is it beast fire? But it doesn't look like it. As a fellow 4th grade alchemist, he could be very interested in how Xiao Fan intended to make the pills without looking at the formula. So he could not help but open his mouth and reminded. Little friend, there are only 2 copies of this medicinal ingredient, so you have to be more careful. Before Frank could finish, Xiao Fan directly threw the 2 pairs of medicinal herbs wrapped in his soul force into the medicine cauldron at the same time. What? This is nonsense. Frank's voice trailed off until the last 2 words were inaudible. Because he noticed a certain exasperated purple-furred loli had begun to clench her fists. But Frank still felt that Xiao Fan's move was simply nonsense. Refining multiple medicinal herbs at the same time, and also refining 2 pills at the same time. This was no longer a matter of double-mindedness. The requirement of the do chi output, the mastery of the temperature, as well as the changes that were required when fusing different medicinal herbs. Refining 1 herb at a time is already my upper limit. Where is this kid refining medicine? He's clearly wasting herbs. Frank was ready to blow up the furnace, but after a long time, instead of the explosion that Frank had imagined occurring, the medicinal ingredients in the Dan furnace had actually all been refined. The fragrance of the medicine had begun to permeate, and Xiao Fan was ready to begin the operation of condensing the Dan. Only until this time did Frank finally realize that Xiao Fan's drug refining technique was simply controlled with incomparable precision, and was also far from the methods he could master, which would make him realize how ignorant he was. Alchemists were always condescending. And the only thing that could make an alchemist bow down could be a more advanced alchemy technique, an elixir formula. Gradually Xiao Fan's techniques began to fascinate him, and his entire body came together next to the Dan furnace, not wanting to miss any steps. Congeal. Xiao Fan's palm flame fused the 2 pairs of herbs separately like a whirlpool, and the herbs underwent a marvelous change under the wrapping of the soul force, and the rounded elixir began to form. With a muffled grunt, 2 4th grade pills had appeared in Xiao Fan's hands. While at the same time Frank's jaw was on the verge of spreading to the ground. A furnace of double Dan, and both of them are perfect Dan with Dan lines. He looked at the beast power Dan in that hand unbelievably. This, hey, old man. Through no. Ziyan impatiently interrupted Frank's voice and said, Sure, if little friend still can't pass, then this 4th grade pill refiner of old me will have worked for nothing. With that, he ordered someone to fetch the 4th grade pill refiner public robe. Little friend. I have a request. I don't know if I can let little friend help. Of course it's not for nothing. I'm willing to fund all the medicinal materials needed for little friend's alchemy. That is, it's not a problem for little friend to be quite the vice president of the alchemist guild of this Black Rock City. Frank rubbed his hands together. His face no longer as untamed as it had been when he first met him, and his tone was full of curtness and respect. There was no reason for Xiao Fan to refuse when he was able to obtain various medicinal herbs for free. So he asked, I wonder what President Frank wants me to do. It's just that I hope that little friend can represent Black Rock City to participate in the Pharmacist Alchemist Conference that will be held a year from now in the plus-size Imperial City. Frank believed that Xiao Fan would not refuse this request. After all, Xiao Fan was equivalent to getting a grant from a pill refiners guild for nothing. Alchemists Conference. Xiao Fan also remembered at this moment. It seemed that the plus-size imperial city would organize a pill refiners conference every 8 years, and if one achieved a good ranking, they could be invited by the major powers and cultivated with all their might, which was both a test of the level of pill refining as well as a good opportunity to emerge. Xiao Fan had no reason to refuse. Yes, but I don't know if President Frank can give another second-grade alchemist guild robe. Frank was stunned. There would actually be a pill refiner who was so low-key, a fourth-grade pill refiner would robe. Even if he wore it out and walked around outside, there would be countless people clamoring to come over and make acquaintances. But soon he also figured out Xiao Fan's concerns and nodded. Good. Little friend, don't worry. I will definitely not say anything nonsense about little friend's fourth-grade pill refiner. Well, please President. Chapter 39, The Snow Charmer. At this time, the gate, a slender figure. Eyebrows as clear as the snowy mountains on the icy cold springs. Delicate face, slender eyebrows, long and delicate body outside, wearing a set of tight-fitting silver dress robes, silver clothing and that such as the warm jade-like skin against each other, but also so that the young girl more than 1 point difficult to hide the special metal cold style. The most people are surprised, or the silver robes of the young girl, actually has a head of long hanging waist silver hair. Teacher. Obviously, she is a milky maiden, but she is as high-strung as she can be. Seeing the visitor, Frank also raised his head and greeted him warmly. "Shu-ma girl, come over here." Snow Phantom nodded and took a long, slender step to Frank's side. Frank also introduced himself to Xiao Fan. "Little friend Xiao, this is my disciple, Snow Charm, who has only just come into contact with pill refining nowadays, and is a good match for little friend." "Shu-ma girl," little friend called Xiao Bufan. "Just now but successfully." Frank paused, turned his head to look at Xiao Fan. In Xiao Fan's gesture before continuing, completed the examination of the second grade of the alchemist. "You can be a good study." Shu-ma's cool face suddenly changed abruptly, looking at her teacher with an unbelievable face, and the coolness that had just disappeared all of a sudden, raised her head and looked at Xiao Fan, but with just a glance she cast her eyes to the side. "This guy seems to be really a bit handsome." A blush had colored his face while he was thinking about it. Xiao Fan only felt a coldness in his back and a murderous aura followed. Sure enough, he turned around and saw Ziyan, who was bursting out veins due to the force of his fists, staring at Frank in death, while Frank seemed to have not noticed. Still speaking to himself, "Little friend should have just come to Black Rock City. I think there are a lot of places that I don't understand. Why don't we let Shu-ma girl take you to stroll around?" Cough. Xiao Fan interrupted Frank's words, first protecting Ziyan behind his back so that the little one's gaze could not see Frank. Otherwise he was afraid that in a while Frank would fly out again. "Thanks to the president's kindness. It's not." "Yes, teacher." Shu-ma's answer was faster than Xiao Fan. Frank took a look at his disciple's eyes and instantly felt that this was something. But at this moment Xiao Fan was suffering. If he hadn't been holding his head with all his might against the head of a cranky loli behind him, I'm afraid he would have seen blood today. Without the sugar pill to suppress Ziyan, Ziyan is very dangerous at the moment. The helpless Xiao Fan picked up Ziyan and swept her into his arms, gently patting Ziyan's back with his hand. "Xiao Yener, good boy. I'll make you a sugar pill in a while." Seeing Xiao Fan and Ziyan being so cordial, Shu-ma asked with some curiosity, "Teacher, who is that?" Frank was stumped by the question for a moment. The guards hadn't told him about it after all, and he didn't know how to present it for a moment. "Oh, she's my sister." "Mother!" Shocked by the voice, everyone turned their gazes toward Ziyan, and then Shu-ma and Frank simultaneously turned their gazes toward Xiao Fan again, seemingly questioning. "You also have such a small guy." Xiao Fan hurriedly blocked Ziyan's unobstructed little mouth and explained in a panic. "She is my younger sister. She is usually more naughty and clingy, so don't think too much." "Not at all." Ziyan's mouth was firmly blocked by Xiao Fan, so she could only make a whimpering sound. "Ow!" Ziyan took advantage of Xiao Fan's improper defense and took a bite on top of Xiao Fan's palm. The pain caused Xiao Fan to immediately release his hand. Hiss! And that row of teeth marks was obviously exactly the same as the marks at Xiao Fan's shoulder. Ziyan was still unforgiving, sticking out her chest and shouting in a voice that could be heard throughout the hall. "I'm her child bride, and I'm going to be his maiden in the future." The eyes of everyone in the hall were cast over. Some surprised, some disgusted, some envious. "It's over." Xiao Fan felt a line of sight. He just wanted to dig a hole in the ground and go inside. Now the fact that he was a lowly controller was widely known. Xiao Fan picked up Ziyan and flew away from the apothecary guild. "President Frank, I'll come back for you next time." Xiao Fan also took the apothecary guild robe along with him. "Little Yener, I'm going to pack you up when I get back." It was. "Xiao Fan, are you going to abandon me?" "What nonsense." How could I abandon you? Xiaofan failed to understand Ziyan's brain circuits. Then how can you stay with me all the time if I don't marry you in the future? Ziyan was carried in the air by Xiaofan, her 4 hands waving back and forth in the air, as if this was how she could express her dissatisfaction and determination. Who did you learn all this from? Xiaofan did not understand how exactly Ziyan had become like this. It seemed that after that cave accident, Ziyan had changed a lot. Humph, don't think I'm stupid. But Sister Yunyun said that when you grow up, Xiaofan, you can eat it. Eat? Xiaofan spat in his mind what kind of description was that, but he also heard the reason for Ziyan's change. Yunyun, this stupid woman actually brought down my little dragon girl. The heavens are standing. And he, Xiao Bufan, swore to the heavens that he definitely did not have the idea of treating Ziyan as a child bride. Little Yenner, you are not allowed to associate with Yunyun in the future, nor are you allowed to listen to that stupid woman. Why? Ziyan still pouted her little mouth and looked at Xiaofan with great dissatisfaction. Because that sovereign lord has a brain problem, and you don't want to become as stupid as her. Ziyan was silent, and Xiaofan thought that Ziyan had figured it out. But Ziyan was thinking, still treating me like a child. When Xiaofan is a bit older, I'll let you see how powerful I, Ziyan, am. Ziyan couldn't help but think of the special aphrodisiac powder that had been hidden by her earlier. Although she didn't know why she would grow up for a short time after taking it, Xiaofan would definitely not be able to take his eyes off of her if he could see herself after she grew up. At that time, Xiaofan will be Ziyan mine. But Ziyan had obviously overlooked one thing. When Xiaofan grew up, the Xiaofan at that time would definitely be stronger than Ziyan. When it comes down to it, it's not certain who will ride who. Time passed by in a hurry, and Xiaofan didn't intend to stay in Black Rock City too much, and in a few days, he planned to leave for the Tagore Great Desert. Rather, it was Xuemei who always came to visit Xiaofan in these few days. Xiao Bufan, do you have time today? Xuemei stood outside the door of Xiaofan's room, expecting Xiaofan's answer with a joyful heart. Xiaofan also didn't figure out why this girl always came over to find herself for various reasons in the past few days, even relying on the room to find herself for various awkward chats. The key was that the reasons were sometimes lame, like when Xiaofan was refining medicine. Xuemei would ask, Xiao Bufan, what do you do for a living? This can annoy a certain jealous and possessive but also protective of food purple hair little lowly. If it is not every time, the snow charm will always bring a variety of medicinal herbs to Ziyan, most likely to turn the other cheek. Xiaofan thought to himself that these few white whoring alchemist guilds do not seem to be very good, although there are benefits to be exchanged. But Xiaofan is ultimately over the top, and he does take advantage of more than a little bit. It occurred to him that since Xuemei was Frank's disciple, he should be able to make up for it by instructing this girl in the art of alchemy for a moment or two. Chapter 40, Kissing. Snow Mistress, I'm leaving in a few days. Gone? Where to? Xuemei inquired Xiaofan in puzzlement, obviously starting off with a high-cool image. But at this moment, she was as flustered as she could be. Go to the Tagore Great Desert. There are things I need there. Xiaofan didn't hide it, and there was no need to hide it. The others wouldn't think anything if they knew. Snow Mistress lowered her head and whispered back, oh, Snow Mistress seemed to be getting cold again. Xuemei, why don't you let me teach you the art of pill refining for a few days? Xuemei had already inquired about Xiaofan's true level of pill refining from his own teacher by softly persuading him that he was even a few points more powerful than his own teacher. And being able to be guided by the other party was naturally advantageous and harmless, and even picking up a great bargain. Xuemei was a little nervous, but I've only just broken through to Dosher not long ago, and I haven't read much about refining medicine. It's okay, alchemists aren't launched by books. What's that? By money, Xiaofan affirmed. Seeing that Xuemei was still puzzled, Xiaofan continued to explain. Pill refiners collect medicinal materials, and refining pills inevitably involves huge expenses. And wanting to improve the level of pill refining is useless just thinking about it. And only after refining it with your own hands can you make gains. Even if it's a blown-up furnace, that's still a valuable gain. Snowmist nodded, as if he had really taken those words in. Xiaofan didn't care how much Xuemei could listen in. He continued to speak. As we all know, pill refining techniques are incredibly important to pill refiners. But because of this, many people are caught in a strange circle. They are always pursuing even more brilliant pill refining techniques, but neglecting the growth of their own strength. In fact, it's no wonder that your teacher was unable to break through to the 5th grade pill refiners. His soul power has already touched the threshold of the 5th grade pill refiners, but his current strength is only a Dueling. It's hard and difficult to make 5th grade pills. Threshold of a pill refiner, but his current strength is only a Dueling. It's difficult to refine a 5th grade pill. It's safe to say that it's not just your teachers, but the entire Gamma Empire. Pill refining is supposed to be inseparable from cultivation and soul power. and neglecting the enhancement of fighting chi for the sake of pursuing the ultimate in pill refining is undoubtedly putting the cart before the horse. Shuemei listened carefully to Xiao Fan's insights on the art of pill refining and had her own thoughts in her heart. Since you're all here, I'll take you to try out the pre-refining preparations first. Preparation before pill refining? Shuemei's beautiful eyes looked at Xiao Fan curiously, hoping to know what this preparation before refining medicine was. Xiao Fan, is it ready yet? Xiao Fan. That's right. Xiao Fan intended to use the refining of sugar pills to teach Shuemei some techniques and methods of refining pills. Definitely not seeing the sugar pill in some little dragon lady's hand running out. This, Xiao Bufan, does this really work? Of course. Xiao Fan replied affirmatively. You can't underestimate this refining of sugar pills. Sugar pills that want to be big, round and flavorful are not something that can be accomplished by simply refining herbs. Saying this, Xiao Fan took out a few medicinal herbs, and under the wrapping of the flame, all of the medicinal herbs were sizzled and turned into liquid, and at the same time, Xiao Fan manipulated all kinds of seasonings to join them. Shuemei seemed to see some doorway and asked uncertainly, Xiao Bufan, isn't it that refining pills is also the same as refining sugar pills where you have to be multitasking, but also controlling the temperature of the flame, as well as how much of the various seasonings to add is in fact the output of the dou qi? Xiao Fan was shocked in his heart. There were actually so many doors to refining sugar pills by himself. In fact, he mainly wanted to let Shuemei experience the process of refining pills. It was always better than holding a book every day, but he couldn't lose his dignity as a 9th grade golden pill alchemist, and complimented. Aha! Shuemei, you're so smart. Shuemei's cheeks reddened, lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Xiao Fan and said, Which, it's all because of Xiao Bufan you taught me well. After Xiao Fan's demonstration, Xiao Fan planned to let Shuemei try as well, so Shuemei just sat down next to the medicine cauldron and taught Shuemei by hand. Obviously, it was only the temperature of a fighter's flame, but Xiao Fan always felt that the temperature of the room was slowly rising without realizing it. Xiao Fan looked at the snow charm that was trying to manipulate the flame with the help of the firemouth, and for a while he actually went into a bit of a trance. Looking at the silver hair, a figure slowly emerged in his mind. That was the day he prepared the underworld poison flame as a gift for little medical fairy. The same day he taught the art of alchemy. At this moment, Xiao Fan's heart involuntarily trembled. Shuemei looked at the slowly coalescing sugar pill. Her heart was incomparably happy, but at the last moment, with a bang, the sugar pill just exploded in the medicinal cauldron. Xiao Fan immediately comforted. It's fine. The fire was too big when it finally coalesced into shape. Try again. Shuemei suddenly felt that Xiao Fan had become so gentle. A warmth she had never felt before warmed her heart. Aha! Shuemei once again placed the herbs into the medicinal cauldron. Fighting input could be bigger. Be careful not to overdose on seasonings. When congealing the dan, you have to use the flame to wrap the entire sugar pill in order to heat it evenly. This time, under Xiao Fan's guidance, Shuemei successfully refined a sugar pill, and although the surface was a bit stuttering, it was largely successful. As for flavor, it's better to leave it to the professionals. Yan-chan, here come the sugar pills. Xiao Fan threw the sugar pill up into the air, while Ziyan similarly just leapt up and took a bite. Ziyan savored the taste of the sugar pill in her mouth. Gulp, the sugar pill goes down. It's okay. Ziyan gave a moderate evaluation. Shuemei was very happy, even though it wasn't an elixir. It was the first time she had successfully refined a sugar pill. Shuemei joyfully hugged Xiao Fan. Boo! The situation was a bit awkward. Xiao Fan was just kissed by Shuemei. A certain purple-furred little loli instantly felt that the sugar pill she had just taken didn't smell good anymore, and her 2 ponytails flew up unconsciously. It was as if she was about to get angry, but Shuemei still seemed to be immersed in the joy of the sugar pill she had just refined, and still hugged Xiao Fan tightly. But such behavior was undoubtedly a further provocation to Ziyan. Xiao Fan saw the situation and immediately ran out from Shuemei's embrace and took Ziyan's small hand, and a dozen bottles of sugar pills quickly drowned Ziyan. The killing aura from just now also disappeared, and Xiao Fan was relieved. Shuemei, this will only slow down God, realized what he just did. The root of the ear immediately stained a red halo. The small hand is even more embarrassed, back and forth rubbing. I actually kissed Xiao Bufan? The original standing body only felt a softness in the legs, and the whole person just fell straight down. Luckily, Xiao Fan was quick on his feet and hugged Shuemei, who was about to faint. What's wrong with this ninny again? Xiao Fan had no choice but to carry the fainted Shuemei to the bed, and when he turned his head, he saw Ziyan's bared teeth, her 2 small paws constantly waving at the air, as if this would shatter that woman who had taken over her kennel into pieces. Seeing Xiao Fan turn back, Ziyan's beautiful eyes suddenly got tinted with a watery mist. Woo woo, Xiao Fan, I want a kiss too. Chapter 41 Spoiled. Xiao Fan lowered his body and touched Ziyan's small head, stroking the silky purple hair with a doting face, and softly said, "Little Yenner, I'll make you sugar pills, okay? No good." Ziyan rarely resisted the temptation of the sugar pill and stretched out her small white and tender hand, continuously smoothing the place where Xiao Fan had just been kissed by Shui Mei, as if this could make her feel better for a few moments. In her heart, she was even more dissatisfied. Shui Mei, she has no strength and no background, so why should she kiss my Xiao Fan? Tears were already rolling in her eyes. One by two. Obviously she came first. It seemed that since that accident in the cave, Ziyan had regarded Xiao Fan as extraordinarily important, and even more so as her own treasure. And what happens when you covet her treasures? That's a beating. Looking at the little dragon lady who was about to storm, Xiao Fan stretched out his arms and took the initiative to embrace Ziyan into his arms, pulling the slightly messy hair in front of the other person's forehead behind his ear, and kissed the white and soft forehead. The softness is fleeting. Just now that was still angry little dragon girl eyes the next moment stared. Tears also disappeared. Feel by the breeze blowing over the forehead there is still a trace of coolness. Ziyan's heart replaced by a sense of satisfaction. Little Yenner, don't be angry. How about this as compensation? Xiao Fan grabbed the face of Ziyan who was in a daze. Soft like a small ball. Aha! Ziyan lowered her head, but her body tightly hugged Xiao Fan to her, and the little dragon girl resumed her usual clingy state. Xiao Bufan, are you leaving? Shui Mei came to Xiao Fan's residence as usual and lightly pushed open the door and sat beside Xiao Fan who was refining pills. Well, when today passes, I'll be ready to leave. Xiao Fan responded to Shui Mei's words while refining sugar pills with his left hand and pills with his right hand. Shui Mei pursed her lips, wanting to say something. Her heart was incomparably entangled. This period of time together had caused her favorable feelings towards Xiao Fan to increase rapidly. From the original admiration and respect, it had slowly turned into a different kind of feeling. But when she heard that Xiao Fan was about to leave, she was a bit at a loss for words, and she wanted to say to Xiao Fan, "Xiao Bu Fan, can I go with you?" But as the words reached her mouth, she didn't dare to continue speaking, and could only look at the blazing flames in the medicinal cauldron, continuously roasting one medicinal herb after another. The flames in the medicinal cauldron gradually extinguished, but Shui Mei's heart, which had not yet been expressed and stripped away, was still surging and jumping. After a long time, Xiao Fan handed a refined sugar pill to Ziyan, and then took out a small booklet from his nascent sphere and handed it to Shui Mei. Shui Mei, although we haven't been together for long, you do have some talent in pill refining. This is some of my summarized notes on pill refining. Consider it as a thank you for taking care of me these past few days. Xiao Fan handed the notes to Shui Mei. Shui Mei looked incredulously at the notebook full of various pill refining tips. For Shui Mei this was already priceless, not to mention that it was a gift from Xiao Fan, which made her heart, which was already crying out for help, even more unmanageable. In the depths of love, Shui Mei's head tilted forward slightly, but this time it was resisted by Xiao Fan. The first time it could be because he was not prepared, but this time Xiao Fan could not possibly let Shui Mei this girl have her way again. Shui Mei, who was pressed against her head, was somewhat chagrined and thought, I must become stronger. Only then can I be worthy of Xiao Bufan. Shui Mei, although this pill refining insight only covers the 5th grade pill refiner insight, I believe that with your intelligence you will definitely be able to break through to the 6th grade pill refiner, and further down the road you won't be relying on experience to go. You need to have your own comprehension and get out of your own pill refiner's path. These days Shui Mei's concern for Ziyan and himself is overflowing. Xiao Fan also does not mind designating a future path for the other side of the alchemist. There is a good alchemist as a teacher in front of the road can be a lot less detours, but want to break through to a higher realm is not enough to have a teacher, but also have to research their own alchemy. Only then is it possible to go higher and farther. Xiao Fan believed that with Shui Mei's intelligence, she would be able to reach at least a 6th grade alchemist in the future. But if she wanted to break through to the 7th grade, or even higher, she would need no small amount of chance to be able to do so. Although it was only a few short days, Xiao Fan still cultivated the other party as his own disciple, so it could be said that he taught him everything, and naturally, that pill refiner's insight was also made by Xiao Fan overnight. Thank you, Xiao Bufan. Shui Mei bowed deeply towards Xiao Fan, and the fabric on her chest slipped slightly, revealing a glimpse of scenery. This voice Xiao Bufan sounded a bit abrupt to Xiao Fan. This little girl still didn't know that Xiao Bufan was just his fake name, but thinking that after this parting, in the future, there might not be a chance to meet each other anymore, Xiao Fan didn't intend to tell the other party about it. Bid farewell to Shui Mei. Before leaving Shui Mei this girl is still a little flustered, a foot mixed in the threshold. Fortunately, Xiao Fan in time to hold. Otherwise it will fall a dog gnawing mud. Xiao Fan also began to pack his bags. The first thing was to pull up a certain little dragon girl who had just eaten enough and was whimpering. Ziyan just raised her eyelids, and then she flopped onto Xiao Fan's back and found a comfortable place to continue lying down. Yun-chan. What's up, Xiao Fan? Ziyan squinted her eyes and buried her head at Xiao Fan's shoulder, responding to Xiao Fan with a lazy face. Didn't we say last time that we had a big client that was leaving soon? So let's go do the last one. Xiao Fan was also reminded of the big fat sheep that Ziyan had mentioned earlier, and as he was about to leave, it was impossible to say no without slaughtering one. Ziyan whooshed and sat on Xiao Fan's shoulder, and said in high spirits, Hurry up, Xiao Fan. Ziyan was very dishonestly sitting on Xiao Fan's shoulder, swaying her white and pink legs back and forth, completely opposite to the lazy look she had just had. What could Xiao Fan do but grab Ziyan's disobedient legs, afraid that the other party would accidentally fall down? But his tone carried gentleness as he said, Little Yenner, be careful. Under the guidance of Ziyan's sensitive little agaric nose, Xiao Fan and Ziyan arrived at a mansion house in a remote location, and Xiao Fan felt some familiarity, as if he had been here before. Xiao Fan, this is it. Ziyan excitedly tugged at Xiao Fan's hair. The scent of the various treasures here made Ziyan very excited. Xiao Fan, how about? No, we're just stealing. How can we kill people and get away with it? Xiao Fan rejected Ziyan's proposal without even thinking about it. What the heck? I obviously haven't said anything yet. Ziyan glanced at her small mouth in dissatisfaction. I don't know you well enough. It's not right for us to do this. Take the treasure and leave. Well, Ziyan was only paying lip service, but if Xiao Fan really allowed her to do so, Ziyan would definitely empty all the treasures without hesitation. The two men put on their masked black veils, while Gut, the owner of the house, was still fondling one of his treasures after another, with a look of infatuation in his eyes, and evidently not noticing the two masked and unsuspecting fellows coming to his side. Chapter 42, Gut's Treasure. Xiao Fan and Ziyan carefully arrived in the house and looked at the messy room, the haphazardly placed tables and chairs, the various tissues spread out on the floor, and the strange liquids sprinkled in the room. Is it really a place for people to live? This is dirtier than the dog's nest that Xiao Yenner slept in, right? Xiao Fan really couldn't accept this messy room and even wanted to organize it with his own hands. Ziyan was unhappy and said to Xiao Fan, Obviously, Xiao Fan, you said that all the beds I've slept in are fragrant. Ouch. Xiao Fan, why are you hitting me again? Keep your voice down. That guy is a pill refiner. You're not afraid of being discovered. Xiao Fan was naturally not afraid, but more is better than less. Arriving in the house, Xiao Fan instantly locked the location where Gut was. Xiao Fan gestured to Ziyan, comparing his two fingers to a small person. Let's move quietly. Take the stuff and leave. Ziyan nodded her head, indicating that she understood Xiao Fan's instructions, so Ziyan swooshed behind Gut, and even Xiao Fan didn't react, only hearing an ah. Gut fell to the ground in response. Xiao Fan hurriedly checked up on Gut's status. Phew, fortunately it's just fainted. Say any, didn't I say for you to act quietly? Ziyan stared with round eyes in disbelief and asked, Xiao Fan, didn't you tell me to knock that guy out and empty his treasures? Xiao Fan looked at Ziyan speechlessly, but since things had already happened, there was no reason for him to turn back. Yun-chan, in action. Ziyan flew to search for various treasures. Xiao Fan was not in a hurry. He had just looked at Gut's state. Being unconscious for a few hours was not a problem. Looking at his treasure hunting hound searching for a wide variety of treasures for himself, Xiao Fan couldn't help but be surprised. Nascent soul, ice spirit cold spring, good fellow, this is really a proper big fat sheep. Xiao Fan also began to survey the room. Apart from the various treasures, there was also a pot of medicine that had already fallen into dust placed in the corner. Compared to other places, this medicine cauldron had obviously not been used for a long time. Xiao Fan's feet came to the medicinal cauldron and he couldn't help but lament. Being a medicinal alchemist who collects all sorts of treasures and doesn't use them for refining medicines but only collects them is undoubtedly a waste. However, a notebook next to the medicine cauldron still attracted Xiao Fan's attention. It's actually an alchemist's insight? Xiao Fan curiously opened the notebook, which was densely packed with records of the various gains made during the refining of medicines, as well as the process required for refining medicines. Gut. The name has a few impressions. Xiao Fan recalled a few more moments of what had happened to him back when he was in the Gamma Empire. Isn't that guy Furukawa's brother? Thinking about this, Xiao Fan also figured out the reason why Gut was so disheveled. It wasn't that Gut didn't like refining pills or how much he loved to collect treasures. It was just a person who was suppressed by his own brother, Guhi's aura of achievement, and he couldn't surpass his own brother no matter how much he refined the pills. For an alchemist with a backbone, no one would want to be just another person's companion piece. which was why Gut had sworn off the sword and relied on collecting all sorts of heavenly treasures to increase his reputation, and even more so to paralyze himself. Xiao Fan glanced at Gut again. I'm afraid that when this guy wakes up and sees that all his treasures are gone, I'm afraid that he'll be unable to find them. Yunchan, let's go. Coming. Xiao Fan. Ziyan bounced to Xiao Fan and skillfully jumped onto Xiao Fan's back, her mouth still chewing on the medicinal herbs that she didn't know where she had just found. The two left Gut's residence as quietly as if they had never been in the room. After walking for a long time, Xiao Fan took off his mask and changed into a second-grade pill refiner robe. At this moment, he intended to take a flying magical beast to his next destination, Desert City. Seeing the arrival of the second-grade alchemist, the staff of the flying magical beast was obviously very enthusiastic. Your Excellency, but do you want to take the flying magical beast? That's right, headed for Desert City. Yes, this way, my lord. We have a special compartment for you. Well, that's a problem. You're welcome, my lord. It's what I'm supposed to do. Until he sat on the flying magical beast, Xiao Fan still couldn't help but lament. The profession of a pill refiner is or was really popular in the Dochi continent, while Xiao Fan's residence in Black Rock City. A young girl who hurriedly ran here looked forlornly at the room that had already been packed up and emptied. Teacher, Xiao Bufan seems to have left. The people who came were none other than Xu Ma and President Frank. The president looked at his disciple who was vaguely a little sad and opened his mouth. Xu Ma, Xiao Bufan should have just left. I think he went on a flying magical beast. Don't miss something to regret it. Snow Mistress. Snow Charmer tugged at an item tightly in her hand, but in a few breaths, Snow Charmer made up her mind and said to Frank, Teacher, I know. After saying that, Snow Mistress ran out and ran in the direction of the flying magical beasts. Luckily, just before the flying magical beasts were about to depart, Shuemei came panting below the huge griffin and shouted loudly to the top, Xiao Bufan. But after calling out a few times and not seeing Xiao Bufan responding, a touch of aggression and sadness sprang up in Shuemei's heart, and the object in her hand was tugged a few points tighter. Tears started dripping even more. Did you miss it after all? Snow Mistress? A head poked out from the griffin's box. It was none other than Xiao Fan. At first he was a bit unresponsive when he heard Xiao Bufan's name. When Shuemei heard Xiao Fan's voice, she immediately lifted her cheeks that were already swollen from crying. Xiao Bufan. The griffin had already taken off, and the loud whirring caused Xiao Fan to be somewhat unable to hear Shuemei's voice, and could only see the movements of Shuemei's mouth. Xiao Bufan. All is safe. Snow Mistress used all her strength to throw the item in her hand at the griffin, arcing through the air. The little girl's strength was still too small. Even with all her strength she still couldn't pass it to Xiao Fan. It is the young girl ignorant of love. Not yet begun. Has ended. Spell all the gas ultimately in exchange for an empty. Sure enough. Still didn't. Snow Mistress looked sadly at the object in the air as it fell straight down. However, how could Xiao Fan once again let someone be sad for himself? The purple feathered wings behind him suddenly appeared, and with a gentle leap he caught the thing that had just been thrown out. Xiao Fan could not help but lament. Sure enough, these wings are still the most appropriate for flirting with girls. When he opened his hand, it was a peace talisman, and the handwriting on it was a bit crooked, but Xiao Fan still recognized Shuemei's handwriting. Shuemei, thank you. Xiao Fan responded loudly to the young girl. Even if he was as stupid as Xiao Fan, he understood the young girl's mind. Aha! Shuemei nodded her head vigorously and waved her hand to Xiao Fan to say goodbye. Remember to come back. Shuemei's eyes contained light as she looked at the purple feather. Her heart filled with anticipation, and it was only then that the unconscious Gut woke up leisurely, looking at the room that was already empty. At this moment he was incredibly confused, but there was a note left in front of it. I'm very sorry for taking your things. As compensation, I added something to your alchemy tips. Don't be polite. Do I have to thank you for stealing my stuff? Exasperated, Gut opened his own copy of the alchemist's tips, but the next moment he was immersed in its unique insights. Chapter 43, An Old Friend of Desert City. On the Flying Wraith. Little Yenner, watch the door for me and don't let anyone in. Xiao Fan took out the third order ice magic core, blood lotus essence, and ice spirit flame grass given by the Alchemist Guild and prepared to refine the 5th grade elixir blood lotus Dan. It's still a bit difficult to refine this 5th grade elixir with my current dochi. Xiao Fan was only a dosher now, and even if his dochi storage was larger than the average person's, it was inevitable that he would need to use the aid of elixirs such as the Qi recovery pill if he wanted to refine a 5th grade elixir. With Ziyan's protection, Xiao Fan didn't need to worry that someone would take advantage of Xiao Fan's exhaustion of dochi to come and sneak attack. However, Xiao Fan's concern was obviously also a bit redundant. Just now the use of that flying fighting technique had already shocked quite a few people. Down the flying magical beast of Ziyan hands propped up and stretched a lazy waist. Although it is the box, but after all, it is in the air constantly bumps. Ziyan sleep more or less some uncomfortable. Come on, take you to an old friend. Xiaofan naturally picked up Ziyan, and when the little one found a comfortable position, Xiaofan dragged Ziyan's little buttocks with both hands and let the other party snore faintly on his back. When I walked into the ancient map store, the familiar man was wearing a gold single-rimmed eye and was carving a map with a single stroke. Seeing a guest coming, the old man didn't raise his head. Still minding the work at hand, Xiaofan was idly strolling around in the ancient diagram store. Of course he wasn't bored, but was looking for another copy of the remnant diagram of the pure lotus demon flame. Only that after searching for a long time, he couldn't find the other half of the ancient diagram. Could it be that old Manhwa hasn't found it at this moment? Xiaofan unconsciously used his soul power to sense the strength of this would Haibuodong. Do Huang? Only then did Xiaofan realize that Haibuodong's strength didn't seem to have regressed. Haibuodong apparently also noticed Xiaofan's probing and raised the face that carried a serious and weathered look. But soon that majesty ceased to exist, and full of hot tears, he said, "Oh, little one, you finally come." Haibuodong came to Xiaofan's side without regard to his image, rather like he had been reunited for a long time. This made Xiaofan very strange. He clearly hadn't seen Haibuodong in his own life before. Of course Haibuodong had never seen Xiaofan, and he didn't know him at all. But who let Medusa give him too much pressure? He was told to wait for the appearance of a teenager in Desert City, and although the description was very vague, it was the moment he saw Xiaofan that he decided that Xiaofan must be the person Medusa was looking for. "Oh, little one, do you know that after years of being a mercenary in my life, and experiencing so many times of life and death, I have not experienced as much pressure as this crazy woman, Medusa, has brought to me. Oh, the old man waited for you so hard. If you do not come, Medusa, that woman." Gulp. Haibuodong suddenly unconsciously gulped, because he felt a murderous aura. If he said anything bad about Medusa again, I'm afraid that his little life would be hard to protect. Xiaofan froze. Where did the old man who was once obsessed with the summit match go? Why was he so humble? Just like a dog. Of course it was impossible for Xiaofan to say this, but he only inquired in puzzlement. "You know me? Don't recognize it." There was a long silence before Xiaofan continued. "Then why are you so excited to see me?" "Oh, can the old man not be excited? You have no idea what I've been through. I'm like a dog held by Medusa. That hard-hearted outlaw." Ow! Haibuodong suddenly let out a wail of pain, curling up and falling to his knees, his appearance extremely miserable. "I, Haibuodong, belong to no one in my life. Don't you dare." Ow ow ow. Haibuodong completely lost the majesty of a Do Huang and rolled on the ground. Xiaofan put down Ziyan on his back and hurriedly checked up on Haibuodong's condition. "Elder Hai, what's wrong with you?" Xiaofan's pupil suddenly dilated as he saw the mark on Haibuodong's shoulder, and he could not help but exclaim, "Spell Seal of Snake." This spell mark also reminded Xiaofan of not so good memories, and suddenly he felt some hidden pain in his shoulder as well. But it was also the familiarity of this seal that Xiaofan injected his fire attribute Do Qi mixed with a hint of foreign fire energy into the seal, and soon, Haibuodong was able to relieve himself with Xiaofan's help, but his face was still very distorted. "Medusa, you wicked woman!" Haibuodong didn't seem to have regained his senses. His mouth still hurled curses at Medusa, but after cursing he subconsciously touched his shoulder. "Elder Hai, don't continue cursing. This seal is able to sense your location as well as your emotions. No matter where you hide, Medusa will be able to inspire the seal through a secret technique." "Ooh, little one, you know what I've been through these past few years." After being saved by Xiaofan, Haibuodong also opened the box of words. Perhaps it is the destiny of the two people in the previous life, or the two people have the experience of being planted by Medusa's snake mark. At this moment the two people are very much like soulmates in general. Haibuodong began to repeat his brilliant battle record again. "I thought that at the beginning of the old man as the Ice Emperor was admired by 10,000 people, but then had thought that since the defeat in the Medusa that evil woman's hands was planted this shameful mark. I'm like a dog. Dogs driven by Medusa. She literally hasn't treated me like a human being all year, and I'm just finishing the last thing I'm working on, and she's posting the next thing." The old man, a Do Huang, one of the top 10 strongest men in the plus-size empire, has fought countless peak matches and traveled above the swords. Ooh, the old man has never been wronged like this before. "Little fellow, you are the person Medusa wants to find. She must care about you very much. If you don't go and help me persuade Medusa to untie this snake seal for me, I am willing to never step into the Tagore Great Desert, and even more so, I am willing to escort you for 3 years. The more Xiaofan listened, the more confused he became. What is Medusa trying to find me? I haven't even met Medusa in this life, so how would I recognize me? Xiaofan muttered up in his heart. "Elder Hai, I'm not completely helpless with this snake seal of yours, but you have to tell me why Medusa is looking for me. What? You have an idea? Of course I have. Only in his previous life, Xiao Fan had never taken the initiative to unravel the snake seal even if he knew how to unravel it. After all, that seal did not only have painful memories, but also, little fellow, what the old man promised you earlier remains unchanged. As long as you are willing to lift the snake seal for me. Hai Bo Dong looked with excitement. Although only controlled by Medusa but just a few years, but Medusa's inexplicable orders let him sleep later than a dog, get up earlier than a chicken, if not these days received the task of waiting for Xiao Fan to come to have some respite. He really feel that he is about to be exhausted. Elder Hai, I am naturally at ease. Xiao Fan still had a very good impression of Hai Bo Dong. Apart from his love for playing the peak tournament, he was a person who loved to keep his vows. Good. What's your name? Little one. Xiao Fan. Chapter 44, Older Brother. Elder Brother Xiao. Hai Lao. Elder Brother Xiao. Hai Lao. Elder Brother Xiao. Elder Hai. You might as well tell me why Medusa is looking for me. Xiao Fan was also helpless by Hai Bo Dong's somewhat maniacal appearance right now. The feeling was like that of an orphan old man meeting his loved ones. Elder Brother Xiao. You don't know. That Medusa woman only sends me missions every time. Never saying why. Xiao Fan could see that the current Hai Bo Dong seemed to have become like a traitor to Medusa. Old brother Xiao, don't go. Your soul power is so strong. I think you should be a pill refiner. I think you should be interested in this. Hai Bo Dong didn't want to miss this opportunity to be able to get rid of Medusa, and immediately took out a piece of map from his nascent ring, which was the remnant map of the pure lotus demon flame. Xiao Fan raised his eyes, a detail that was naturally noticed by Hai Bo Dong. There's something, Elder Hai. I won't lie to you. I am indeed interested in this remnant diagram. Why do you need to be polite? Old brother Xiao. Hai Bo Dong directly handed over this remnant map to Xiao Fan's hands, and the corners of Xiao Fan's mouth were unconsciously twitching. How afraid of Medusa should this be? This could be said to be Hai Bo Dong's last bargaining chip, but Hai Bo Dong still handed it over to Xiao Fan without hesitation. The Ice Emperor who had slaughtered a city by himself no longer existed. Now there's only one who's afraid of his sister-in-law. Hai Bobo. Old man Hai, I told you how meeting had a feeling of meeting at first sight. Xiao Fan received the remnant diagram while putting it into his own nascent sacred ring. This serpent's curse seal is actually quite easy to resolve. It only requires the constant scorching of the two types of foreign flames to resolve this serpent's curse seal. Hai Bo Dong's originally expectant eyes instantly darkened. Two types of foreign flames? Well, the serpent's spell seal is essentially a sealing technique, and breaking the seal through the heat of the foreign fire is one of the feasible ways to do it, though the process will be a bit more painful. In fact, Xiao Fan also somewhat wanted to spit out, if he encountered things that could not be solved in the Doqi continent. Then take the foreign fire and burn it, and after burning it, everything would be clear. Hai Bo Dong wasn't despondent about the pain of the process. Old brother Xiao, this foreign fire you want to find would have been difficult to find, but also wanting to take in two different foreign fires is even more impossible. Who said that? Under Hai Bo Dong's shocked gaze, Xiao Fan summoned the Golden Emperor burning heavenly flame. Well, Elder Hai, this is the foreign fire. A golden-colored flame? Hai Bo Dong had already begun to speculate about the source of this foreign flame. Golden Emperor burning heavenly flame? Impossible. It should be the Xian Huang flame. In fact, Hai Bo Dong inwardly preferred to be the Golden Emperor burning heavenly flame. But that was the fourth foreign fire on the list of foreign fires. How could it appear in such a poor countryside in the northwest continent? But no matter which kind of foreign fire it was, the fact that the little guy in front of him was obviously young but possessed a foreign fire was enough to show that this kid was not simple. And even more terrifyingly, his own intuition from years of being a mercenary told him that if he took a shot at the teenager in front of him, the delicate little lowly next to him would beat him up. Besides, he, Hai Bo Dong, had always been a good judge of character, whether it was an investment or a mission, and he had relied on that intuition to become the Ice Emperor Hai Bo Dong. The youth in front of him gave him a potential that was worth investing in himself, and besides, he still wanted to rely on Xiao Fan to solve his snake curse seal. No wonder Medusa is interested in you. Hai Bo Dong couldn't help but open his mouth. Actually, I won't hide it from you. I happen to know the existence of another kind of foreign fire. Hai Bo Dong sold the idea. He believed that Xiao Fan would be interested in what he had to say. Xiao Fan, however, shook his head. Elder Hai, I came to the Tagore Great Desert just for the foreign fire, and I also know where the foreign fire is located. What? Hai Bo Dong stood up violently. This foreign fire he had searched for a long time before he had a general direction. This youth in front of him actually said that he knew where it was. Hai Bo Dong was a little bit more scornful of Xiao Fan. Elder Hai, Just give me a map of the Tagore Great Desert. Don't worry. When I find the foreign fire I will naturally come back to help you lift the serpent's curse seal. Hai Bo Dong instantly beamed with joy. Then you found the right person. In the entire plus-size empire I dare say no one can draw a better map than me. Hai Bo Dong searched the counter for a moment and pulled out a faintly yellowed map drawn on a parchment scroll. Aha! Xiao Fan roughly scanned the map, and it was indeed as Hai Bo Dong had said. The distribution of forces and the division of regions were all drawn very precisely. But, Hai Lao, Medusa there. Hai Bo Dong understood Xiao Fan's words and said, "Don't worry, Medusa gave me a long mission this time. As long as you come back in time." Xiao Fan was slightly stunned and thought in his heart, that Medusa woman would actually let a cow eat grass? He, Xiao Fan, was squeezed dry by the other party before he was able to have a chance to catch his breath. Until he walked out of the ancient map store, Hai Bo Dong still followed Xiao Fan. "Old brother Xiao, it's not that I don't accompany you. It's just that, Elder Hai, just don't worry. I'm determined to obtain this foreign fire." "Old brother Xiao, then I will wait for you here in Desert City. Don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised. I still trust Elder Hai's character." "Old brother Xiao, you must come back. By the way, old brother Xiao, if you need help you can also take this token to the Miter family." Hai Buodong took out a token from his nascent sack and handed it to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was a little embarrassed and similarly took out an identical token from his nascent ring. Old brother Xiao, where did you get this token?" "Sister Yuffie gave it to me." "Yuffie, that girl actually gave you this token." Hai Bo Dong immediately and enthusiastically wrapped Xiao Fan's shoulders. "Old brother Xiao, since this is the case we are also half-in-laws. I, Hai Bo Dong, never allow my own people to suffer. This is some of the high-grade medicinal herbs from my old man's collection." Ziyan's eyes lit up as she looked at the 5th and 6th order medicinal herbs, holding Xiao Fan's hand and shaking it non-stop, afraid that Xiao Fan would refuse. "Then thank you for your kindness, Elder Hai." Hai Bo Dong raised an eyebrow. It seems like this kid just didn't deny the in-laws thing right, but soon Hai Bo Dong's smile is even more brilliant, only in Xiao Fan looks a little weird. "By the way, how old are you this year, old brother Xiao?" 5, but soon to be 6. Live nearly half 100 years and stay alive. "What?" Cough cough. Hai Bo Dong still underestimated Yafei's ability, not only on the handling of the family. This vision of finding a man is not ordinary. Cough cough. "Old brother Xiao, since this is the case then old man will wait for your good news." It wasn't until he was sent out of Desert City that Hai Buodong stopped and watched Xiao Fan leave. It seems necessary to give this girl Yafei a little more power. Hyperdon's mind is already made up. Chapter 45, Medusa. Xiao Fan, give me a taste. Is it good? Is it good? Ziyan was very greedy for those high-grade medicinal herbs just now, and this time she was tugging on Xiao Fan's arm and shaking it non-stop. "No, the energy in that herb is not low. You need to sleep for a day and a night if you want to digest it." The two of them were now walking in the Tagore Desert, which was not a place where they could just sleep. Ziyan's mood was a little low, but where Xiao Fan saw this, he took out a small bottle of companion amethyst crystal source from his nascent sack. "Drink less. It's not a bad energy all the same." "Alright." Ziyan took the companion amethyst crystal source in one hand. Hot. Ziyan was in a terrible mood, and the heat of the great desert of Tagore made the little one even think about eating. One could only lethargically lean on Xiao Fan's back. "Here, the ice heart pill. It relieves the heat." Ziyan took the ice heart pill, but she still felt parched. With the hot environment of the great desert of Targal and the een and cold nature of the serpent people, it was no wonder that Medusa had been obsessed with finding better quarters for the serpent people. "Xiao Fan, how much longer will it take?" Xiao Fan took out the map and compared his bearing and spoke. "Almost there. If we pass through the oasis in front of us, we will be able to reach Shur-Mo City. It should be another day's journey." When Ziyan heard that there was still one more day, the whole person was frustrated for a few minutes, and spoke in a disgruntled tone. "This desert wants treasures without treasures. In addition to the sand. I'm not going, little Yenner, from the time we entered the desert. I'm the one who's been carrying you on my back, where you've been walking." Could it be that Xiao Fan is also a little tired and must give this lazy little dragon lady a chestnut? Just go ahead and take a break at the oasis. The two arrived at the oasis already at night. The desert was very hot during the day, but at night they could feel a sense of coolness. Seeing a lake in the oasis, Ziyan excitedly pulled Xiao Fan and jumped into the water. Comfortable Ziyan cozily half-floated on top of the lake. "I don't know if you're here on vacation or to torture me." Xiao Fan also felt some back pain, but it was already much better than when he was in the Magic Beast mountain range, and it seemed that his physical body had really been enhanced after he carried more Ziyan. "I really don't know if I'm just getting used to it or actually getting stronger." Xiao Fan rarely accompanied Ziyan to days together, and similarly was half lying down with Zi Yin piece looking at the quiet sky. Xiao Fan, what did you say is beyond the sky? Zi Yin pointed at the starry sky and spoke. I don't know, maybe it's some other world. There was an invisible barrier that simply could not be escaped from this Do Chi continent. Xiao Fan, then will you accompany me to see it later? Unconsciously, Zi Yin quietly came to Xiao Fan's side and gently snuggled against him. Obviously, he was looking at the starry sky, but the side light of his eyes had been sizing up Xiao Fan. Well, when my little Yenner breaks through the Do Di in the future, she will accompany you. Xiao Fan, that's what you said. As long as I break through to Do Di, you'll accompany me. Of course, I never lie to you. Not good. Someone is coming. Xiao Fan yanked Zi Yin up and hid in a bush next to the pool water. Aha! Before Zi Yin could react, her mouth was covered to death by Xiao Fan. Hush, little Yenner, the visitor is not weak. Xiao Fan discovered through his soul perception that the visitor could have a Do Huang and a Do Wang. For such strength to be able to appear in the territory of the Snakeman tribe, there was no doubt that there were only snakemen, and it was even more likely that the Do Huang was Medusa. Xiao Fan didn't want to have too much contact with Medusa before he could figure out why Medusa was looking for him. Your Majesty, this is out of order. You may. What are you afraid of? Sister, she won't know. Xiao Fan saw the appearance of the visitors in the bushes. To be more accurate, it should be two snake women. The moonlight that was covered by the clouds was somewhat dim, and Xiao Fan could only hope that he would not be discovered by the other party. Okay. Yu Mei made a gesture to the shadows, and a dark shadow suddenly moved aside. Is there still an escort? Trouble. Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan. Zi Yin whispered Xiao Fan's name. What's wrong? Yun-chan. Let's just beat them away. Zi Yin was enjoying a rare break, so who cares if they beat them or not? Let's beat them up first. What's the point of fighting? That's a Do Huang. It's not that easy for you to deal with. Not to mention that there's a Do Wang around. Humph. Who are you looking down on? Zi Yin made a gesture to show her hand to Xiao Fan, but he was tugged by Xiao Fan. Stay here at ease. They won't find us. What a little dragon lady who doesn't let people get away with anything. Ow. Zi Yin sat beside Xiao Fan gamely. It's obvious that I can beat it. Okay. When the moonlight once again poked out his head to irradiate under the face of that pouring country, Xiao Fan secretly said unlucky. Bad. It is really Medusa. Zi Yin likewise saw the face in the moonlight and said in her heart, Sister Medusa. The shore of the Medusa at the moment is slowly fading clothes. Just rely on a thin gauze to cover the suburb that makes people daydreaming. Purple color scales covered snaketail a swing slowly sinking into the water. Long hair slightly messy wantonly spread. The moonlight will be rubbed the clouds coated in her face. Obviously should be full of charm, and charm of the Medusa queen is like with the wine-powdered elves. Surfacing the delicate body in the thin gauze wrapped, gentle willow waist set off at the flat belly, like the spring breeze blowing over the flat lake, drawing two perfect curves, and then rippled with rich and beautiful waves. Gulp. Xiao Fan in the bushes involuntarily gulped. Zi Yin was incomparably furious at this scene and punched Xiao Fan's body. The pain made Xiao Fan almost scream out. Little Yenner, what are you doing? Zi Yin skimmed her head and no longer paid attention to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan ruthlessly ravaged Zi Yin's hair, making the already messy hair even more disorganized. Zi Yin is not a guy who can be patient. Immediately retaliated back. Open teeth and claws to Xiao Fan is to spare, but that was all it took. And the two were already standing outside the bushes. And embarrassingly, Medusa in the pool water had just shed the last of her blasphemy and was eyeball to eyeball with the jostling duo. So white. Who are you? The Medusa in the lake immediately clasped her hands to her chest, her face flushed with an unnatural blush, and then she submerged her entire body into the lake. Xiao Fan was slightly stunned. This shy look is Medusa? But now this was not something Xiao Fan should even be thinking about. Nope. Zi Yenner, run. Xiao Fan almost immediately yanked up Zi Yin and utilized his body fighting skills to quickly flee in a direction away from the oasis. And Yu Mei, who was in charge of the guards, also noticed the visitor and immediately appeared by Medusa's side. Your Majesty, what's happening? Medusa pointed to the duo who were running away in the distance. Humans? Yu Mei was slightly stunned, but she quickly released her Do Chi transformation wings to chase after Xiao Fan's duo. Only Medusa, who was still in a daze, was left poking half her head out of the pool, murmuring over and over, being looked at. But that man looks somewhat familiar. Chapter 46, Escape. Humans, where are you running to? How dare you peek at the Queen Sama's bath? Hey, 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 even though you're not bad looking, you can't slander people. We got to that oasis first. You may realize that with her Do Wong speed she actually couldn't catch up with this human fellow in front of her who only relied on body fighting techniques to escape. Damn it! Diving snake shadow. You may let out a loud shout. and countless dark green-colored snake shadows condensed by Do Chi in her hands shot towards Xiao Fan's direction. Hey, 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 be reasonable. Xiao Fan could not possibly welcome a Do technique from a Do Wang. His hand was similarly condensing Do Chi, burning heavenly flame. A wave of flame containing a huge fire attribute impacted towards the incoming snake shadow. Boom! The explosion created by the pair of waves caused the square to tremble. What? Yume couldn't believe that her own fighting technique was actually resisted by the other party. On the point of view of the fighting chi mobilized by the other party just against the wave, this human was at most of the strength of a Do master, but she was a Do king. It seems that you must be left behind. There was no way that Yume would let a human who was so bizarre run away. Xiao Fan was actually equally bad. Forcing the use of an earth-ranked Do technique was still a bit of a heavy burden on him, and Xiao Fan's current strength was only that of a Doshur, and the impact of exerting a strength equivalent to that of a Do Wang had already consumed a lot of Do Chi stores. Little Yenner, if you don't make a move, when Medusa comes after us, we'll be finished. Xiao Fan spoke to Ziyan, who was still sulking on his back. Humph, bad Xiao Fan, you were so mesmerized by what you were watching just now, and this time you're looking for me. Ziyan remained on Xiao Fan's body unmoved. Without the slightest intention to strike, Xiao Fan could only watch as the distance between Yume and himself was also getting closer and closer, and Xiao Fan also realized that something bad was happening. Even if he used a soul skill, he could only slow down the opponent's attack. 10 bottles of sugar pills. Deal. Ziyan immediately came into the spirit, and a fist was swung at the incoming Yume. Yume obviously also didn't expect a harmless-looking little loli to actually be a Do Wang like herself, and was caught off guard by Ziyan. Ziyan lightly punched Yume hard, seemingly using Yume as a punching bag. Xiao Fan looked at Ziyan, who was still using physical combat, and couldn't help but feel a bit alarmed. I'll die if this punch hits me right. Yume instantly flew backwards, and even though she ended up using her snake tail against her chest, she still only removed some of the force. Yume covered her slightly sunken chest and exited to question, "You're a magical beast? It's ready. Sayana, Medusa's coming over." Ziyan did not answer Yume's question, and the two of them with Xiao Fan just disappeared into the desert. Medusa arrived late at this moment. Looking at Yume, who was covering her chest and gasping for air, she inquired, "How's it going, Yume? These two aren't quite right, and that little loli seems to be a wraith." Yume couldn't believe that someone would have that kind of strong physical strength, and the slightest hint of the suppressive power of a superior being, a suppression that could only be felt in Medusa, and a suppressive power that was unique amongst magical beasts. "Yume, let's not chase them first, let's go back first. She will decide on this matter." "Sister." "Yes, Queen Medusa." "Aya, Yume, don't call me Medusa." Medusa clearly disliked this title. "No, the serpentine Medusa's majesty cannot be insulted." Yume was stubborn. Got it. Don't you dare talk about these stereotypes in front of your sister, or else there will definitely be no good fruit to eat." Xiao Fan, who had fled, found a hidden cave to hide in after his soul power could not sense the breath of the two. Xiao Fan grabbed Ziyan's small face. "Xiao Yenner, even if you have a strong physique, you can't always fight with your flesh when facing an enemy." However, Xiao Fan was still a little distressed as he took Ziyan's small hand and looked at the still smooth small hand. Xiao Fan sighed in relief, but he still rubbed Ziyan's head. "Remember to use fighting techniques next time. Even if your physical body is strong, when you don't know the opponent's details, you'll probably suffer a big loss." Xiao Fan naturally didn't forget the sugar pill that he promised Ziyan. "Roy, this is the sugar pill that was promised to you." "Aha." Ziyan nodded her little head, but her eyes were drawn to the sugar pills. She hadn't eaten much of the fine chaff these days. As for what Xiao Fan just said, all she heard was, $and % sugar pill. As Ziyan jumped up and snatched it, Xiao Fan also held his forehead. "Forget it, let those old guys worry about it later when Ziyan returns to the Taishu ancient dragon clan." Inside the palace of the serpent people. "Sis, if there's something, just say it." "Hey, sis, I met a human tonight." Medusa's face didn't change in any way. There would always be some unknowing humans in the great desert of Targal who would want to come in and take some snake people captive. Just kill it. "No, sis, that human is a brat." When she heard the little brat, Medusa raised the face that was strong enough to mesmerize people, and her eyes were even more emotional. "Humph, I knew you'd be interested, sis. Say something." "Sister, you are still so fierce." "To me?" The snake tail behind her back slightly arched, looking at her sister with an aggrieved look. Medusa was kind of helpless with her identical twin sister. "No more teasing, sister. That boy is very similar to that portrait in sister's room." Medusa frowned, and instead of continuing to inquire, she questioned, "You went into my room?" The face that was still very playful with a smile just now instantly became terrified. "Sister, Yume is still looking for me for something. Bye. How much fun he had just had molesting his sister. How fast he would run away. Queen Medusa was quietly sitting on top of the throne, seemingly calm. She also became somewhat complex at the moment. Xiao Fan, you have finally come. At this moment, Xiao Fan obviously had not realized that he had been stared at by Medusa, and after a day of running around he could be considered to have arrived at Stone Desert City. Stone Desert City, one of the cities of the Garma Empire, was located in the middle of the Great Desert of Targal in the eastern province, one of the borders between the Serpent People and the Garma Empire. The city in the desert, compared with the city inside the empire, more a few points of simplicity and thickness, perhaps because of the proximity of the Tagore Desert, the defense here, but also than the empire inside to be a lot more stringent. In the city, everywhere you can see heavily armed soldiers on patrol. The residents here were more of a few mercenary groups that relied on hunting magic creatures, accepting quests, and so on to make money. Of course, more often than not, it's the abduction of serpentine slaves to make money. Xiao Fan, I don't like it here. Ziyin frowned. The smell in the air here made her feel a little disgusted. It won't stay long. We can leave after we replenish some things in the city and find the foreign fire. Okay. Ziyin hugged Xiao Fan a few points tighter, as if the odor of Xiao Fan's body could make her feel a few points better. The sound of scuffling not far away suddenly attracted Xiao Fan's attention. Freak! It's ugly! Bastard of the Serpent People! Still blind! Chapter 47, The Little Blind Man. Xiao Fan followed the voiceover and saw three young boys bullying a little girl. The trio surrounded the little girl and beat and kicked her. The little girl could only cover her head in pain and crouch. Her turquoise hair was messed up by the trio, and she couldn't shed any tears from her empty gray eyes. Xiao Fan immediately spoke out and chided. What are you guys doing? The three children looked along with the source of the voice and saw that the visitor didn't look much older than themselves, and said without the slightest remorse, mind your own business. She's supposed to be a freak. And what does that make you? Guys who only bully the weak? I'm going to have to open your asses up and teach you a good lesson today. Xiao Fan rushed forward with an arrow step and grabbed the three little brats. Not every little brat Xiao Fan could pamper like he did with Ziyin. The three little boys were obviously a bit confused. Two were picked up high by Xiao Fan and the remaining one was stomped to the ground by Xiao Fan. The one who was stomped to the ground was obviously stunned by Xiao Fan and whimpered all of a sudden. Crying? What crying? Just see you guys bully people. Little girl when also do not see you scared. How this will be bullied on the wailing cry. Xiao Fan was not spoiling for a kick from one person. Apologize. The three were obviously stunned and didn't hear Xiao Fan's words at all. Why do you three still want to be beaten up? Xiao Fan threatened. The three hastily apologized. Yes. Sorry. And then scattered like birds and beasts in a puff of smoke and fled in all directions. Xiao Fan helped the fallen little girl up, but the moment he reached out, the handful of greenish scales exposed on his arm made him instantly realize something. Green scales? Cyanide wiped her dirty cheeks and choked with sobs, but there was still no color in those gray eyes. Everything was gray. From the already tattered clothes on his body, he pulled out a black cloth and put it over his eyes. It was only after a while that Qing's scale improved and opened her mouth weakly in Xiao Fan's direction to say thank you. Thank you. Do you recognize me? Xiao Fan deliberately moved a few points closer in order not to scare Cheng's scale, and the little guy seemed to be wasting away due to long-term starvation. Even his bones were clearly visible. Green scale. Of course I know you. Can you tell me why you're like this? Xiao Fan didn't know if it would be because of his rebirth that caused Cheng's scale to change as well. After all, this was the owner of the BGS Snake's three-flower pupil. If it was because of him that caused his eyes to go blind, he couldn't believe how miserable the little guy would be living in the future. Behind her, Ziyin looked at this scene, suddenly seized the palm of her hand, wanting to open her mouth to say something. Cyan Scale doesn't understand what His Excellency is talking about. Qing Scale couldn't see Xiao Fan, but she could feel Xiao Fan's presence. Although she couldn't see it, she could practically feel that sense of concern. It's just that what happened to your eyes? Qing Scale, and your family? Xiao Fan held Qing Scale's small hand. Ziyin saw this rare scene and did not get angry. When the family was mentioned, the green scales were obviously a few points darker. Xiao Fan also discovered his fault. It seems that Qing Scale's mother passed away when she was very young. Xiao Fan knew that he was bringing up Qing Scale's sadness. His own brain was always stupid. The more he cared instead, the easier it was to make mistakes. Green Scale. I'm sorry. It's okay Gongzi. Qingliao's eyes went blind when she was very young, and her mother passed away not long ago. As for her father, okay, Green Scale. Stop talking. Xiao Fan took this weak and helpless little girl who had lived alone until now into his arms. If it were anyone else, Qing Scales would definitely feel that these people had designs on her, perhaps bullying her in another way, but the person in front of her inexplicably gave her a sense of familiarity, a sense of closeness. Although Xiao Fan's embrace was a bit late, it still shone into Qing Scale's heart like a ray of light. When a trace of coldness crossed her cheeks, Qingliao hadn't even realized that it was her own crying, a release of the countless piles of aggression and repression that had been piled up for so many years. She didn't understand why she was so prejudiced. She had tried so hard to stay alive, but even her own mother was incredibly resentful of her. The little green scale was really confused. She didn't understand what the meaning of her life was, but there was a voice in the underworld that kept encouraging her. Green scale, will you follow me? Even if Qing Scale's eyes were already blind. And I'm afraid that the Aqua Snake 3 flower pupil would never be able to be activated again. Xiao Fan wouldn't mind taking this pitiful little fellow away. My lord, green scales are burdensome and ominous. Qing Scale's voice was a little choked. She wanted to say I'm willing, but she was just a burden. An ominous existence that was called ominous. How could such a self dare to involve Gongzi? Thanks, public. Before Qing Scale could finish her words, she was interrupted by Xiao Fan. Qing Scale, there's no need to be so inferior. Follow your own thoughts. Don't worry. I can afford to raise you. Raising a lowly is also raising. Raising two is also raising. Xiao Fan doesn't mind bringing along an extra green scale in the least. Not to mention that a single Ziyen is worth a dozen or so green scales. And he's now a 4th grade pill refiner. So raising a green scale is still a breeze. Woohoo! Cyanide couldn't see the world. Her world was black, shrouded in endless darkness. The thin white but unusual small hand unconsciously touched Xiao Fan's face. She could not see. But at this moment she felt, Gongzi must be the most handsome man in this world. A light appeared before Cyanide's eyes, a light that illuminated her world. Duke, I want to follow you. The 2 short words consumed all of Cyanide's courage as she struggled, grasping at the glimmer of light. If Qing Scale could see, she would have realized that her cheeks were scarlet like blood, and her white skin seemed like a warm soft jade in Xiao Fan's arms. Xiao Fan rubbed Qing Scale's little head and turned to ask Ziyen, Xiao Yener, is it okay if we bring her along? Yunchan, why are you crying too? Where Xiao Fan couldn't see. Ziyen wiped her tears. No, it's nothing. Keep it. I'll beat up whoever dares to bully her. Xiao Fan thought that Ziyen was sympathizing with what happened to Qing Scale, and similarly touched Ziyen's small head. To think that you are not an unscrupulous fellow. Duke, a glutinous voice came, and Xiao Fan looked at Qing Scale in his arms and explained, I forgot to introduce myself to you. Her name is Ziyen. She's a freeloader. Not like you. Ziyen immediately voiced a rebuttal. Who ate for nothing? I'm the one who put in the effort. Although Qing Scale hadn't seen Ziyen, in his heart, he suddenly felt that the name Ziyen looked familiar. Qing Scale, from now on, don't call me Gongzi. My name is Xiao Fan. From now on, you can call me brother. I'll be your kin from now on. Brother? Cyanide cried out tentatively. The term once loved one not ringing any bells for her. But this time is different. She, with a home. Brother. Chapter 48 The light that reaches out and grasps. Qing Scale is so good. Let's go. Brother will take you to change your outfit. Xiao Fan very naturally took Qingliao's hand. Qingliao had never felt such a warm hand. If only I could see my brother, it would be good. Little Yener, let's go. Go find a place to settle down first. But who would have thought that Ziyen slowly came to Qing Scale's side and actually took the initiative to hold Qing Scale's other hand? Cyanide was clearly taken aback. And though she couldn't see, it didn't seem to affect her judgment of what was going on around her. Sister Qing Scale, don't be afraid. My name is Ziyen. I'm strong. I'll protect you from now on. Qing Scale held Xiao Fan's hand tightly as she seemed to be a little nervous. Xiao Fan said in relief. Well, little Yener, she's very powerful. There won't be anyone bullying you in the future. If there is, your Ziyin sister will exterminate him. The current Qing Scale seemed to be somewhat dependent on and unconditionally trust Xiao Fan. Sister Ziyen. Thank you. No, it's me who should thank you. Ziyen responded to Qing Scale in her mind. Xiao Fan looked at the harmony of the two very happy, but the condition of the green scales or led him some concern, and so find a place to settle down to the green scales to check the body it. Gongzi, enough is enough. These are enough for Qing Scale to wear for a long time. Qing Scale tugged at Xiao Fan's arm. Xiao Fan had already purchased so many different clothes for her, even if she couldn't see them, just by touching the incomparably expensive fabrics. She knew that she was going to make Xiao Fan break the bank again. Green Scale. What should you call me? Qing Scale covered his small mouth. He just turned into shouting Gongzi again when he was in a hurry. But she didn't know why. She just felt that Gongzi this call was incomparably kind. Do you not recognize me as your brother? Xiao Fan's tone carried the slightest hint of an angry tone. No, male, brother, Green Scale, right now. Green Scale is still very self-conscious and introverted, and tends to stutter when he's nervous. Xiao Fan also hoped that Qing Scale, the girl, could come out from the past earlier, and pinched Ching Scale's little face that had already been cleaned and become white and tender, and said, "Alright, brother didn't blame you, but as a punishment, it's going to be another 10 pieces of clothes for you to buy as a spare." Well, no way. But Ching Scale's voice was getting smaller and smaller. She could feel that Xiao Fan would definitely get angry if she refused. "Yan Chan, go pick out 10 pieces of clothing for Sister Qingliao." Roger that. It was rare for Ziyan to be so attentive to one thing, not only confirming the fabric back and forth, but also bringing Ching Scale back and forth to pick and try. This made the store clerk very happy, and he could not be happier to sell so many clothes at once. More so, he couldn't help but snicker. Little sister is really lucky to have such a good brother. It was the first time that Cyan Scale had been so warmly entertained by a shopkeeper, and she was somewhat flattered, but she still subconsciously covered her arms. And naturally, this detail was seen by the store clerk, who exclaimed, "Snake! Snake man!" The words were fighting in his throat, but he was enveloped by an invisible pressure. The clerk instantly quieted down, only to still subconsciously move away from Cyan Scale. Naturally, Cyanide sensed something was wrong with the clerk, and though she couldn't see it, she could feel the emotions of the people around her towards her. "Am I really a loathed being?" Ziyan, however, held Ching Scale's arm. "Don't pay attention to them. Go sister will take you to buy them. I'm telling you that Xiao Fan has a black card in his hand, and there's a lot of money in it," said Ziyan. Also constantly compared the small mountain of gold coins, although the green scale cannot see Ziyan's comparison, but she felt Ziyan's care of their own. "That brother is awesome," Ching Scale complimented, and little by little she was sincerely happy that Xiao Fan could have so many gold coins, but he didn't know when. The black card quietly appeared in Ziyan's hand. "Sister Ching Scale, Xiao Fan he loves the feeling of being milked dry the most. So you need to spend more money in the future so that Xiao Fan will work harder to make money." Ziyan, that with a seductive tone of voice to come together in the ears of the green scales, whispered. Now the green scales is also just a little girl. How to know what is right and wrong? But she knows that the people who are good to her certainly will not lie to themselves. Cyanide nodded her little head. "Well, I'll definitely try to milk my brother dry." And Xiao Fan, who was still looking for shelter, suddenly felt some coldness in his back. The two were coming back with a big bag, which made Xiao Fan a bit speechless and knocked Ziyan's head. "Don't you have a nascent sacrifice ring? Why don't you put it in the nascent sacrifice ring?" "Xiao Fan, you don't understand the joy of carrying," Ziyan complained as she covered her head. Xiao Fan took down the big bag that Ching Scale was carrying, and looking at the hung-over Ching Scale, Xiao Fan didn't hold back and knocked Ziyan again. "Ouch! Xiao Fan, why are you hitting me again? Why do you think? Can a green scale's body hold so many things?" The green scales were about to turn into skin and bones. Where could they stand up to such torture? And it was the little girl who had been persisting bitterly. "Don't compare green scale's body to that physique of yours. Brother, don't blame Sister Ziyan. I can hold it." Ching Scale worriedly exited for Ziyan. Xiao Fan looked at the small hand that had already been strangled with a purple mark on its palm from carrying something for a long time. "Ai," Xiao Fan sighed, rubbing the purple-tinged little hand for Ching Scale, admonishing in a gentle tone. "Ching Scale, you are not alone now. Don't be aggrieved and still bury it in your heart. If you can't solve the things you can't find your brother can solve it. If your brother can't solve the things you can't solve, there is also your Ziyin sister to cover the bottom. We're all your family." Xiao Fan understood that Ching Scale would still not be able to transform for a while and could only slowly improve in the days to come. It seems that there is no extra nascent sacred ring. Ching Scale had wanted to prepare a nascent ring for Ching Scale, but realized that he didn't have any extra nascent rings either, and thought that the current Ching Scale didn't seem to be able to use nascent rings, so he said to Ching Scale, "Ching Scale, just leave your things with me for now and let Ziyan take you to wash your body properly." Do I have to go too?" Ziyan pointed at herself. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she had taken a bath. With her Do Wong's strength, taking a bath wasn't as fast for her as utilizing her Do Qi. "You have been marinated in the flavor of your own saliva and you can't smell it yourself." Xiao Fan pinched his nose and waved the collection back and forth, as if it really stank. Sniff, sniff. Ziyan carefully sniffed herself. "Xiao Fan, there's no stench?" But looking at Xiao Fan's smile, Ziyan knew that she had been tricked again. "Oh, hey, why don't you just be a dog?" Cyanide couldn't see it, but she felt so warm and cozy in such a home. "She seems to have really caught the light. Humph, let's see if you still mind my slobber." Ziyan pulled Ching Scale and went to the bathroom, leaving Xiao Fan alone to look at the extra teeth marks at the tiger's mouth of his palm. It seems to be left behind for several days again. Chapter 49, Lost in Spirit. Inside the bathroom, Ching Scale was obviously a bit constrained. Normally she lived alone and bathed alone, The sudden extra Ziyan made her feel a bit awkward. At this moment, Ching Scales was standing naked in the middle of the fog-covered bathroom. And even if she couldn't see it, she could feel an aggressive gaze. Sister Ziyan, can you stop looking at me? Obviously the same children who hadn't grown up yet. What made Ziyan feel incredibly atmospheric was, why can you be taller than me? Green Scale, do you remember me? Ching Scale was a bit confused by Ziyan's sudden question and shook her head full of doubts and asked, did Ching Scale meet Ziyan's sister before? What made Ching Scale even more off guard was that he was suddenly hugged by Ziyan. Come, sister will help you wash it clean. Ziyan, who liked to be naughty and mischievous, would really take care of Ching Scale like a big sister who knew her heart. Is Sister Ziyan crying? Ching Scale detected a wave of sadness. How? It's water. There were still a few scars with bruises on the green scales, perhaps from discrimination, from being beaten. Chingliu, sister, I'm rather stupid. You can tell me if you're wronged or bullied. Aha, thank you Sister Ziyan. Little Ching Scale nodded her little head. How could she be angry with Ziyan? Compared to the previous dark life, the current life was comparable to paradise. The more she felt the beauty of life, the more it made Ching Scale cherish and appreciate the present. Looking at Ching Scales, who was still covered with a black cloth to cover his eyes, Ziyan gently took it off. Sister Ziyan. No, Mom said my eyes are ominous. The little guy seemed to be very persistent and said nothing to let Ziyan take it off. Green Scale, your eyes are actually very pretty. Very pretty eyes. Really? Cyanide hadn't seen the world before. And this was the first time anyone had ever said she had beautiful eyes. Of course it's true. Waiting for the two little ones to come out of law, Xiao Fan ordered people to prepare a meal early. Ziyan did not love eating these rice, picked up the sugar pill Xiao Fan gave her and lay down on all fours on the bed. Ziyan marks a spot. Xiao Fan was used to this, but now it was different. Next to him could be Ching Scale. He didn't want the little guy to be brought down by Ziyan. Ching Scale, don't follow Ziyan's example, where every day is all about eating and sleeping. Little Green Scale made a mistake. She felt that Sister Ziyan must have been exhausted from helping herself to the bath just now, and it was definitely not laziness, but she didn't know how to defend Sister Ziyan's defense, so she could only stand aside and stand dryly. Change to clean clothes, that showy white tender little feet stepped on the smooth floor, still imprinted with some red marks, obviously stood for a good while, even if still a little thin, but after changing into the green color long skirt, the silk surface of the long skirt gently wrapped around the young girl's slender and delicate body. Xiao Fan tapped his head. Ching Scale, this girl probably still hasn't turned around, but that's right. Somehow having an extra brother and sister. Ching Scale probably needs to adapt for a while. Green Scale, what are you standing for? Come here, sit and eat. Ching Scale subconsciously wanted to refuse, but Xiao Fan directly pulled his small hand and sat beside him. The silly Ching Scale took the bowl and chopsticks handed over by Xiao Fan and took small bites of rice. Even if it was just rice, Ching Scale found it extraordinarily delicious. Looking obviously hungry, he still took small bites of rice, afraid that his indecent eating style would be disliked by Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, which will not be too much. He will only be heartbroken, little guy. It's not enough to just eat. You're still growing. Xiao Fan was afraid that Ching Scale wouldn't be able to clip the dishes and took the initiative to whisk them into Ching Scale's bowl. Xiao Fan was likewise picking up the meal, only the flavor was still not as good as the one made by Little Medical Fairy. Little Medical Fairy's cooking seems to give Xiao Fan an addictive. At the dinner table, Xiao Fan was also prying into Ching Scale's situation. He wanted to figure out why Ching Scale's eyes were blind. Green Scale, do you usually feel any discomfort or stinging sensation in your eyes? Qingliu thought carefully, but shook his head. Brother, my eyes seem to have been blind since birth. Qingliu also wished that her eyes could see, but she was not lucky to be born. Not only was she often sick when she was young, but she would also cause all kinds of calamities to those around her, which is why she was called ominous. Xiao Fan thought carefully. It might not be difficult to restore the light. Transplanting new eyes or cultivating to a certain level could also be done to see everything in the surroundings without the need for eyes. However, Xiao Fan felt that Ching Scale's situation was definitely unusual. The BGS Snake 3-flower pupil might have a strange way of awakening that I don't know about? Ching Scale, I'll give you a checkup in a while. Okay. Xiao Fan wanted the little guy to be able to see the world again. Brother, I was born. Green Scale, birth doesn't matter. I'm an orphan too. I've never even met my parents. I've been adopted and raised, but I can be a 4th grade alchemist now. Oh, apothecary. Ching Scale did not expect his brother to have such an identity, not to mention that his brother he was also an orphan. So, Green Scale, the future is earned. You have to believe that your brother can cure your eyes and let you see the light. Aha! The Green Scales had something new to look forward to, and one always had to rely on hope in order to persevere. How? Xiao Fan frowned. Qing Scale's physical condition was even worse than he thought. His tendons and veins were broken. His qi and blood were disorganized all around his body, and he was maintaining his body's operation in an extremely weird way. What made Xiao Fan even more puzzled was that Qing Scale's soul was damaged. If he hadn't seen that Qing Scale still had a heartbeat, he would have thought that this was already a dead person. According to the common saying, a person should have 7 souls and 6 vampires, but now the green scales looked like they had been hardened and deprived of 1 soul and 1 vampire, as if heaven and earth didn't allow the existence of green scales. Even if Xiao Fan knew that the offspring born to the snake people race and the human race were not long-lived, but that was different from Qing Scale's situation. The physique was even worse and could be recovered through external aids, but the damage to the soul was not something that Xiao Fan could simply deal with, and this soul loss isn't the usual irritation or being stripped, more like a curse? There was no luster in the gray eyes of the green scale, and no matter how Xiao Fan probed, there seemed to be a prohibition in those eyes that generally hindered Xiao Fan's probing, but it wasn't all bad. At least it showed that Qinglia wasn't blind, but rather blind due to the special condition of the Bijie snake's 3-flower pupil. Brother, how is the body of the green scales? Qing Scale's heart was incomparably apprehensive. For those who had just had hope, the most terrifying thing was undoubtedly the dashing of hope once again. Very moist. Ahem. Qingliu, your body has a small problem, but it doesn't matter, brother can cure it, and brother assures you that he can definitely bring you back to the light. Xiao Fan lied to the green scale. He actually does not have much certainty. The blue snake 3-flowers pupil is originally a strange pupil above the continent. The possessor is few and far between. Want to figure out the situation of the green scale? Perhaps only the house of the heavenly serpent. Perhaps the 9 Hells Ground Python clan also has records. Chapter 50, Lava Bottom. Due to the special situation of the green scale, Xiao Fan was not in a hurry to find the green lotus earthly heart flame. Anyway, the foreign fire had not been discovered yet, and it was always unlikely that Medusa would also find the foreign fire in advance by chance, right? Plus, even if Medusa collected the foreign fire, she would definitely not absorb it immediately, and with the previous silly-looking Medusa, Xiao Fan was sure that the current Medusa was definitely not the murderous and decisive queen, but more like a silly young girl. And these past few days Xiao Fan had been making a medicinal liquid that was suitable for Qing Scale to absorb. Repairing the meridians to open up the veins was not considered difficult for Xiao Fan. Green Scale. It's time for today's conditioning. Coming, brother. Qing Scale trotted all the way to Xiao Fan's side, not knowing if she had learned from Ziyan and was also used to placing food on the ground. However, what makes Xiao Fan feel gratified is that Qing Scale has become a lot more cheerful than when they first met. At least in front of Xiao Fan is not going to show any timidity, which makes Xiao Fan feel a sense of fulfillment, watching the little loli that he raised with his own hands slowly moving towards the light. This is a sense of accomplishment that cannot be felt in Ziyan. After all, that purple-furred little loli has almost emptied his family. All the heavenly herbs, as long as Xiao Fan has, basically will be swindled by Ziyan. But so many medicinal herbs into Ziyan's belly also do not seem to grow a little taller, which makes Xiao Fan is very frustrated. But think of the other party's body as the Taishu ancient dragon. He also let go of the situation. Cyanide skillfully flattened herself onto the bed and picked up a small spread to cover her exposed belly. Well, the body has gotten a lot better, or at least it's grown a bit. Xiao Fan tried to pull Qing Scale's smooth abdomen and began to carry out today's conditioning for Qing Scale. The little guy's body is very weak. Taking pills is likely to be counterproductive because of the overly violent medicinal properties. Xiao Fan used a more primitive way of treatment. Massage. Through the aid of his own do qi, the body can better absorb the medicinal effect. It was only after a while that Xiao Fan ended today's healing, and seeing the slender willow waist that could be comparable to little medical fairies, Xiao Fan could not help but touch it. Well, brother, it tickles. Xiao Fan also didn't let go because of Qing Scale's plea for mercy. Instead, he spared the other party's itchy flesh even more aggressively. Ha 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 ha, brother! Qing Scale fled Xiao Fan's clutches in a flash like a smooth little snake. Xiao Fan! Ziyan exasperatedly shielded Qing Scale behind her and said disgruntledly to Xiao Fan, "You're bullying Qing Scale again. How could I? That was all to help Green Scale recuperate his body, okay? You're clearly not harboring good intentions." Ziyan was no longer that little dragon girl who could be casually swindled by Xiao Fan. She was now a dragon essence. At least that was what Ziyan herself thought. "You're not an alchemist. What do you know?" Xiao Fan made Ziyan obediently shut her mouth with one sentence. "Brother, I also want to cultivate." Qing Liao's sticky voice came out, but this made Xiao Fan a little difficult. "Qing Scale, your current body isn't enough for you to cultivate, so how about I teach you to cultivate after my brother completely heals your body?" Qing Scale lowered her head in discouragement. She also wanted to be able to cultivate like her sister Ziyan and Xiao Fan. "Qing Scale, cultivation is not the earlier the better. Brother has also seen guys who were only 18 years old at the 7th stage of Doji Chi, and then they were able to advance to Do Huang it. More at the Chi of fighting stage was actually polishing the body and building a sturdy foundation for the future. Our little green scale is so smart. He might not be a cultivation genius in the future either. Only after receiving Xiaofan's affirmation did Qing Scale raise her head with a bright smile on her face. Well, then Qingliao will definitely cultivate well in the future. Qingliao also wants to protect brother. Xiaofan, is the foreign fire really under here? Of course, the fire attribute energy here is quite dense compared to other places. Xiaofan was of course sure that the foreign fire was right under his feet. After all, he had been here once before, and this time it was just a simple matter of confirming the location. Xiaofan was ultimately worried about Qing Scale and brought the little Qing Scale to his side. Just as Ziyin transformed into a humanoid planar to open up the underground passage, Qing Scale was feeling an unpleasant sensation and pulled Xiaofan's sleeve and said, "Brother, there is a feeling here that makes me uneasy." Xiaofan's first thought was, could it be that Qing Scale's by snake 3-flower snake is about to awaken? After all, the Bijie snake 3-flower snake is very sensitive to snake-type magical beasts, and if Xiaofan remembered correctly, the magma underneath this ground had a 4th-ranked magical beast, the twin-headed fire spirit snake. But Xiaofan didn't feel how powerful Qing Scale's soul fluctuation was, so he relieved. It's fine. With your sister Ziyin around, there's nothing to be afraid of. But just as Xiaofan led Ziyin and Qing Scale towards the ground, the uneasy heart in his heart was beating faster and faster. That's right, he also sensed a familiar aura, one that made him more or less palpitate. Medusa actually did come through. A bad feeling rose in Xiaofan's heart. It's not possible that Medusa has already taken away the green lotus earthly heart flame. As expected. As Xiaofan expected, the underground world was filled with traces of fighting and unusual fire attribute power, which also meant that Medusa had already been here. Sure enough, there are too many changes that have occurred after the rebirth. The Soul Clan won't start laying out in advance as well. Xiaofan actually still quite admires Soul Heavenly Emperor this person. Compared to the ancient clans Gu Yuan, Soul Heavenly Emperor's ambition and layout is far from Gu Yuan can be compared to. Able to hold back for 1,000 years not to send. If it is not the final promotion of Do Di, the most critical source of gas is absolutely unique. The two had to become an enemy. Xiaofan is quite like to befriend some of them. Xiaofan shook. Obviously these were not something he should be thinking about yet. The priority now was still to confirm the situation of the Green Lotus Earthly Heart Flame. Ziyin, who walked in front to open the way, naturally smelled Medusa's scent. Sister Medusa has come? Walking through the curved and twisted passage, what appeared before Xiaofan's eyes was a vast pool of magma. The scarlet magma kept rolling over and over, and even before he got close, he could feel a gust of hot wind pounding on his face. Xiaofan protected Qing Scale behind him. Qing Scale, there is a lot of danger ahead, so wait for me here. Don't worry, I'll be right back. Although Qing Scale was scared, she didn't want to act as a drag on Xiaofan and obediently stood in place. Well, be safe brother. There seems to be something hiding underground in front of you, Cyan Scale reminded. Xiaofan knew that Qing Scale this must have sensed the presence of the two-headed fire spirit snake. It's fine. A moment later brother will catch a pet back for you. Xiaofan stood at the edge of the magma pool with Ziyin. Xiao Yener, go get that guy out. Wrap it up. She is the best at destroying and catching snacks. Ziyin, a jolt is to jump into the magma. Double-headed fire spirit snake in this magma world stayed for so long. Already has a not small spiritual wisdom. In feeling Ziyin body that invisible but extremely afraid of pressure. It does not hesitate to rush straight to the bottom of the magma, trying to escape Ziyin's pursuit. Chapter 51, The Green Lotus Seat. Yo! Just as the two-headed fire spirit snake escaped to what it thought was a safe place, before it could catch its breath, it was startled by Ziyin, who suddenly appeared beside it. The two-headed fire spirit snake that knew it could not escape immediately crouched both of its heads low and looked at Ziyin in a pleasing manner. Didn't you run quite happily just now? At this moment, Ziyin was wearing a smile on her face. And that eerie appearance made the two-headed fire spirit snake hate that she had left this lava pool earlier in the first place. At the bottom of the magma that Xiaofan could not see, Ziyin clamped a head in one hand and just left the magma pool as if she had grabbed something sparse and normal. Two-headed fire spirit snake were dare to resist. It can feel that if he causes the little ancestor in front of him to be unhappy, he will immediately come to a split action. The instinct of survival. Let it simply do not dare to move. Puff! Ziyin just rushed out of the magma. And with a piece of it was the two-headed fire spirit snake that was already on the verge of being choked out by Ziyin. Ziyin casually threw the twin-headed fire spirit snake to Xiaofan's side, and the twin-headed fire spirit snake, who was able to catch his breath, strangely looked at the Xiaofan in front of him. Xiaofan didn't ink. He knew that the two-headed fire spirit snake was able to understand what he was saying. We won't make things difficult for you. Take me to the cluster of foreign flames under the ground. Xiaofan knew that he gave a sweet date with a stick and casually took out the third-grade pill Red Flame Pill, which belonged to the enhancement of the fire attribute Doqi possessor's control of flames. And this pill was equally effective on magical beasts. The two-headed fire spirit snake that saw the red flame Dan had golden light coming out of its eyes and nodded its head repeatedly, even signaling for Xiaofan to come onto its back as it personally brought Xiaofan over. Little Yener, come up here. Upon hearing that Zi Yen was going to come up as well, the two-headed fire spirit snake obviously twisted its body in an unnatural manner, but due to the pressure brought by Zi Yen, it could only obediently concede. Even though Xiaofan's Doqi was more abundant than the average person, it was impossible for him to dive into the bottom of the magma just by himself. He still had to need Zi Yan's help to dive into the bottom of the magma. Zi Yan swooshed and sat in front of Xiaofan. Her small buttocks even moved back, patting the two-headed fire spirit snake. Little spirit, do a good job. You don't want to be eaten either. Xiaofan's mouth twitched when he heard this. Little spirit? This name reminded Xiaofan of the Canaan Academy's griffin called Xiao Jin that was still being missed by Zi Yan. Xiaofan mourned for the two-headed fire spirit snake that was already on Zi Yan's menu. The two-headed fire spirit snake that dared to be angry could only dive into the magma with the two of them. Hiss, hiss. Xiaofan. Xiao Ling said that it will be here soon, but a woman came earlier to remove a peculiar cluster of flames. The language of your magical beasts is really magical. Xiaofan sighed in his heart. It seems Queen Medusa should have already been here. The closer they got to the underground, the temperature of the magma rose more and more, and Zi Yan took this opportunity to hug Xiaofan tightly and said, Little Fanzi, watch me protect you. Xiaofan poked Zi Yan's head for the sake of Zi Yan's input of Doqi to protect him. I won't bother with you this time. After a long time, Xiaofan was able to see the location where the first foreign fire he had taken in his previous life was born. A lotus platform was constantly gathering the surrounding fire attribute energy. It is the lotus of the green lotus earth heart fire. After countless times of the earth's fire refining, fusion, compression, carving, 10 years into the spirit, 100 years into shape, 1,000 years into a lotus. However, the original should be a cluster of green fire in the heart of the lotus has disappeared. Xiaofan looked at the green lotus earthly heart flame that had already been taken away, as well as the only remaining lotus platform and green lotus seed, and could not help but murmur, do we still have to break into the serpent's palace all over again? Xiaofan's acquisition of the green lotus earth heart flame in his previous life could be said to be full of coincidences and luck. Not only had Medusa fallen into a coma due to the evolution of the foreign fire, but at the same time he himself had been saved by Yun Yun, or else he was afraid that he would not even be able to leave the Serpentine's royal palace. It could be said that being able to refine and absorb the green lotus earthly heart flame was pure luck. But his own this life neither can confirm whether Medusa collects the purpose of the foreign fire is still for evolution. Likewise he has no Hai Bo Dong and Yun Yun's help by his side. If he and Zi Yan two people break into the snake people's palace I'm afraid that there is no return. Maybe with his identity as a pharmacist he could not die, but I'm afraid that for the rest of his life he would have to become that Medusa woman's plaything again, and work for her for the rest of his life. At least that's what Medusa did in his previous life. I still have to go and get help from Elder Hai. Otherwise I don't have much control over this Serpentine Palace. It's the current hippodrome. Xiaofan could still sympathize and understand Hai Bo Dong's mentality of being so afraid of Medusa. After all, he himself had spent a lot of time coming out of that time. Xiaofan, was the foreign fire taken by Sister Medusa, Queen to take it away? Zi Yan subconsciously exited, almost exposing the fact that she was reborn. It seems so. Successive generations of Queen Medusa have fought for the migration and safety of the community, and if the Snake People clan doesn't have a dozone, then sooner or later it will be slowly eaten away clean by the surrounding empires. And if you want to break through the dozone, apart from obtaining a chance to break through by yourself, the rest of the way is to rely on secret methods, and to realize the advancement by hardening your body through the foreign flames. Then why don't we just go to Queen Medusa and ask for it? Ziyan's clear eyes were filled with puzzlement and doubt. She believed that Sister Medusa would give it to Xiaofan. Ouch! Xiaofan flicked Ziyan's head and said, it's not that easy. Want to find Medusa for something? That is basically impossible. Not to mention their own body has no Medusa see things. If really have, I'm afraid that in the eyes of Medusa they are properly big fat sheep. And the most crucial point was that what Queen Medusa had made up her mind to do would definitely be impossible to change. And Xiaofan thought that he understood Medusa very well. Fortunately, at least Medusa didn't confiscate this green lotus seed. The green lotus seed is a symbiotic treasure with the green lotus earth's heart flame, which calms the mind and prevents it from going off the rails when practicing, and also makes one very sensitive to the fire attribute energies of heaven and earth. However, this was not what Xiaofan was most interested in. Xiaofan took out the jade knife from his nascent ring to cut down from the stone of the volcanic ground. Putting the lotus seed into his nascent sphere, Xiaofan looked at the green lotus rhizome that was still absorbing energy in a steady stream and made up his mind in his heart. Little Yenner, I'm going to stay at the bottom of this magma pool for a while next, so I'll leave Qing Scale in your care. But Xiaofan, you simply can't withstand the scorching of this magma alone. You'll be burned to death. Ziyan said nothing but refused to leave. Xiaofan took out a bottle of ice spirit cold spring from his nascent sphere, which was one of the treasures that Gut had collected earlier. With it here, it can at least guarantee that I won't be roasted within 3 days due to the high temperature. And Little Spirit, it can also help me protect my magic. Xiaofan had already accepted the name Little Spirit, but Ziyan was still a little hesitant. Little Yenner, just put 100 hearts into it. Well, Shani. Ziyan flashed her fist at the two-headed fire spirit snake. Little Spirit, if anything happens to Xiaofan, I'll rip your head off. Chapter 52 Green Lotus Heart. Little Spirit's 2 heads were shaking like rattles, afraid that his head would be ripped off. Xiaofan utilized his majestic soul power to manipulate the ice spirit cold spring to cover his entire body, and then came to the rhizome that was still bubbling outwards with green flames. Straight away, he plunged the rhizome into his heart. But threads of blood slowly flowed out along that wound. Bright red blood soon stained Xiaofan's entire body. It was as if the green lotus root had found a vent, and green-colored fire attribute energy continued to gush out. Xiaofan. Ziyan was shocked. Where would she have thought that Xiaofan was actually planning to utilize the rhizome wood source and release pure fire attribute energy to provide herself with the nutrients to advance? The majestic fire attribute energy alone was already able to deter many cultivators, and Xiaofan directly transformed himself into a lotus platform as he wanted to utilize this incomparably pure fire attribute energy to make his strength advance further. Connecting the rhizome to his heart would allow the fire attribute energy to reach his entire body the fastest, and Xiaofan began to operate the spirit devouring skill without thinking. Xiaofan's blood began to boil. The flow rate was even faster under the scorching of the flame. Even his own heart he could feel was about to exhale. The whole person's face, his body was covered with traces like a spider's web. Xiaofan knew that was his blood vessels were about to reach saturation. Xiaofan still underestimated the energy brought by this green lotus rhizome. Worthy of being a fellow who can nurture the green lotus earth heart flame, Xiaofan didn't dare to slack off, and immediately invoked the knack to condense a cyclone at his heart, and at the same time swallowed a large number of chi recovery pills and rejuvenation pills, through which he recoalesced the flesh that was about to fall apart, and at the same time accelerated the operation of spirit devouring skill, and continuously purified and compressed the energy that gushed out of the green lotus root stem. The spirit devouring technique felt as if there was something extra at his heart, and Xiaofan understood that it was a new green lotus seed that had been birthed in his body, just like a lotus seed. But what Xiaofan wanted was not a tiny green lotus seed. He wanted to recondense his heart and condense a green lotus heart. The energy that had just begun to rage slowly subsided, and Xiaofan seemed to have fused with the rhizome, just like a newborn baby that was always born with an umbilical cord attached. Xiaofan could feel the spirit devouring skill in his body seem to be cheering. Xiaofan was clear that this was the prelude to the spirit devouring skill to evolve. Xiaofan failed to understand the reason why the spirit devouring skill was able to evolve on its own. But every time the spirit devouring skill evolved, it was always accompanied by a feeling of cheering, as if every evolution of the spirit devouring skill was also accompanied by the birth of spiritual wisdom. If one looks at the speed of refining the surrounding Do Qi energy, the current spirit devouring skill has already been able to reach the level of the Xian rank advanced technique, and if he refines this even more pure fire attribute energy, Xiaofan has a premonition that he will at least be able to break through to the low rank technique as well. Looking at Xiaofan, who was gradually calming down, Ziyan was finally relieved, and in her heart, she even cursed. Nonsense! If you die, I don't care about you. Ziyan was angry that Xiaofan actually took it upon himself to do something so dangerous and actually didn't tell himself, causing her to worry for nothing. Looking at Xiaofan, who was as if he was sleeping, Ziyan said with heartache, "What's the point of working so hard? I'll raise you in this life. Xiaoling, it's over. Did I hear something I shouldn't have?" The two heads of the little spirit looked at each other. Hiss. Did you hear that? Hiss. Hiss. Hear what? I'm deaf. Hiss. Coincidentally, so am I. I don't know how long had passed. Xiaofan only felt that he was bathed in a warm embrace. Just like in the case of a baby lying in its mother's womb, the energy of the heaven and earth formed a small vortex around Xiaofan's circumference, constantly surging into Xiaofan's body. Xiaofan's consciousness fell into a deep sleep. Even the ice spirit cold spring around him had already faded away. Xiaofan did not notice it. The high temperature seemed to be no longer a threat to Xiaofan. At this moment he turned the entire magma into a warm womb, and he would be given a new life. Hiss. Hiss. The two-headed fire spirit snake looked at this terrifying energy vortex, and its two heads didn't know what they were exchanging. The 3 days that were originally promised had now passed for almost half a month, and Ziyan would also come from time to time to check up on Xiao Fan's state. Xiao Fan, sugar pills are finished. I don't like this feeling. Xiao Fan, wake up. Ziyan would always mumble alone beside Xiao Fan, and whenever this happened, the two-headed fire spirit snake would always consciously leave. Time passes. Xiao Fan's heart suddenly stopped abruptly. His body was covered in green flames, but not a moment later it started jumping again. The energy that gushed out, the slightly heaving chest, all of them represented that Xiao Fan had successfully condensed the green lotus heart. A newborn baby always starts with a cry, and Xiao Fan suddenly gasped for air and suddenly opened his eyes. The green lotus root also withered with Xiao Fan's awakening, and now Xiao Fan was as if he had gained a new life, with a pair of eyes as bright as stars, and a wisp of pressure emanating, as if he was an exiled immortal in the sky. Xiao Fan felt the vigorously jumping heart in his chest, which at this moment was no longer the fleshly mortal flesh from before, but a green lotus heart covered by green and golden intertwined flames. Xiao Fan's cultivation also relied on the energy provided by absorbing the green lotus rhizome and broke through to a 3-star grand combatant master in one fell swoop. The unusual flames were no longer able to cause any injuries to Xiao Fan, and the magma was just a change of a comfortable breeding ground for Xiao Fan, and even under the effect of the green lotus heart, as long as Xiao Fan's heart was not destroyed and his soul was not extinguished, Xiao Fan would be able to recover from any injuries through the majestic life force. Xiao Fan knows that with the evolution of the spirit devouring skill, it will no longer be more than just being able to devour energy for his own use, but it is also a kind of continuous transcendence of the soul and the physical body. Evolution. The Xiao Fan of his previous life also had the same amazing recovery power, but it was the soul that he damaged. It's just a pity that the soul power actually still hasn't broken through to the spirit realm. Xiao Fan guessed that perhaps it was because most of the energy had been used to reshape this green lotus heart, which led to little enhancement of the soul. Little spirit, go! Xiao Fan greeted the two-headed fire spirit snake at the side and inquired the little spirit, how long has it been? The sleeping Xiao Fan had no concept of time. Hiss. Forgot. I don't understand your wraith language. Hiss. The master's pressure seems to have gotten stronger. Little spirit leads Xiao Fan to swim quickly toward the top of the lava. Sister Ziyan, when do you think brother he will come out? Wow. Qing Scale had been waiting for Xiao Fan's return outside the magma pool without moving an inch for the past half a month. The long wait made Qing Scale become restless. She was worried about Xiao Fan's safety, and was even more afraid that the home she had found so easily would be lost again. Although the separation time was not long, but Qing Scale had long been relying on Xiao Fan, accustomed to staying by Xiao Fan's side. Just a few days, but every day of Qing Scale was like waiting for a long year. Though he couldn't see, Cyanide always looked into the lava with those gray eyes. It should be soon. The corner of Ziyan's mouth curled up slightly when she sensed Xiao Fan's aura, and the moment she saw Xiao Fan rushing out of the lava, Ziyan flew into Xiao Fan's arms. Xiao Fan. Hungry. Good. I'll make it for you in a while. Xiao Fan touched little dragon girl's head. He also felt that he hadn't been close to little Yenner for a long time, and he was a little less accustomed to it himself. Sniff. Ha! Ziyan looked at Xiao Fan suspiciously, her head sniffing around on Xiao Fan's body from time to time. Xiao Fan. You smell good. Wow. Drool also involuntarily flowed down, making Xiao Fan all over. Chapter 53, Grand Master. Xiao Fan used his hand to push away Ziyan who was drooling. What are you doing? Really? Fanny, you smell so good. In Ziyan's eyes, Xiao Fan seemed to have turned into an even more rare heavenly treasure. The original round eyes even turned into vertical pupils the next moment, just like Xiao Fan had been scratched on his own recipe. Xiao Fan Z. Astringent flavor. Great tonic. It is advisable to raise cooked to taste. Little Yenner, what are you doing? Xiao Fan shivered involuntarily, and he seemed to understand a little bit how Xiao Jing and Xiao Ling felt. Ziyan's state didn't last long and soon turned into a cute and playful little dragon lady appearance, her tiny head constantly rubbing against Xiao Fan's chest, especially that newly coalesced green lotus heart there. Ziyan's pink little claws in Xiao Fan's heart constantly draw circles, seems to be determining the size of this heart. Xiao Fan, does your heart belong to me? Ziyan hugged the ingredient she hadn't seen for a long time and asked Xiao Fan with a whiny voice. Of course, Xiao Fan did not feel that something was wrong. Perhaps he had really slept for too long. Ziyan was probably hungry. Hey, little Fancy, will you grow up quickly? Don't call me Fanny. Ever since he found out that Ziyan would name the ingredients he marked, and all of them with small letters, it made him feel uncomfortable. Brother, even if Qing Scale couldn't see it, she could feel the unique aura of Xiao Fan's body. Even if Xiao Fan's flesh had already gone through a metamorphosis, she could sense Xiao Fan's aura, which also seemed to be Qing Scale's unique talent. Unlike Ziyan, Qing Scale stood stupidly in front of Xiao Fan with that pure and unimaginable smile. Xiao Fan embraced Qing Scale into his arms. It was hard work. Qing Scale. Nope. No. Qing Lian, who was embraced by Xiao Fan in his arms, blushed in a split second as if she was tinted with a touch of wine halo. The small body, enveloped by the great excitement, became unconsciously fluttering, and the whole person was buried into Xiao Fan's body. Brother. He seems to have gotten more fragrant. Qing Scale's worries and attachments over the past few days were all washed away by the immense happiness brought about by Xiao Fan's embrace, and her mind, which was still being perfected, had never felt anything like this before, and she only felt her brain heat up, and the already reddish blush on her face became even more pronounced. Looking at the fainted Qing Scale in his arms, Xiao Fan was quite surprised and touched Qing Scale's hot cheeks, unconsciously speaking. Little Qing Scale is really cute. Xiao Fan gently lifted the green scale up. Although this trip to search for foreign flames did not result in a harvest of foreign flames, the evolution of the spirit devouring skill and the remodeled green lotus heart were undoubtedly good harvests as well. Yunchan, let's go. Ziyan is also a jump up to hang on Xiao Fan's body. The chest position has been returned to the green scales. Ziyan can only pickpocket Xiao Fan's back. Looking at their shoulders left and right, each a small head, Xiao Fan helplessly shook his head. Hiss, hiss. When the two-headed fire spirit snake saw that Xiao Fan was about to leave, it swam down in front of Xiao Fan and spat snake letters in its mouth as if it was saying something. Xiao Fan, little spirit said it wants to follow you. HM? Xiao Fan looked at Xiao Ling incredulously. Is this rushing to become Ziyan's ingredient? Hiss. Little spirit said that it could protect the green scales, and it felt that there was a feeling in the green scales that made it incomparably close. Hearing these words from the two-headed fire spirit snake, Xiao Fan also lamented the terror of the BJ snake's 3 flower pupils. Even the BJ snake's 3 flower pupils that were not yet awakened or even blinded could actually make the snake-type demonic creatures have a submissive intent towards them. Well, you should be able to make your body smaller. Xiao Fan certainly didn't mind having an extra helper to protect Qing Scale. As for whether or not the two-headed fire spirit snake would be able to backstab, he, Xiao Fan, believed that the two-headed fire spirit snake wasn't stupid, and that magical beasts didn't have as much hooking up as humans did. Hiss. The body of the two-headed fire spirit snake gradually curled up and slowly became only the size of a bracelet, naturally wrapping around Qing Scale's wrist. Little spirit, protect Qing Scale. I promise to provide you with herbs and pills that can break through to the 6th rank. Xiao Fan drew a big pie for the two-headed fire spirit snake. Of course Xiao Fan was also planning to cultivate this well-endowed magical beast, as a guard to protect Qing Scale was still not bad. The little spirit on his wrist nodded repeatedly. Hiss. Xiao Fan, Xiao Ling said. Ziyan had skillfully acted as a translator. Well, I can guess. Xiao Fan realized that he seemed to be able to understand a little bit of the language class of the magical beasts, although it was 1 or 2 hisses at a time, but the constant tone and length seemed to be much like the way humans spoke. Xiao Fan, who had broken through to Grand Dosher, felt that he could do it again, and at this moment, he was already planning to go to the Snake People's palace again to seize the foreign fire. Looking at the 2 already soaked shoulders, Xiao Fan was ultimately unable to bring Qing Scale along. After all, the little guy didn't even have the chi of fighting, and traveling to the Snake Clan's territory would be sending him to his death. Looking at Qing Scale, who had awakened and was leaning on Xiao Fan opened his mouth and said, Green Scale, you'll be taken to an old grandpa in a little while. Brother, are you abandoning Qing Scale? Qing Scale seemed to understand Xiao Fan's intentions at once, and tears actually began to glisten in her empty eyes. Of course not. Little Green Scale. No, it's okay. Cyan Scale knows it. Cyan Scale is a liability to brother. These few days of companionship had already made Qing Scale content. Even if Xiao Fan were to leave, she wouldn't blame Xiao Fan and would only hate herself for not being able to help him. Well, Qing Scale could feel Xiao Fan's warm hands caressing his, which instantly calmed Qing Scale, who was still sad. Green Scale, I won't abandon you, but rather my brother is going to do something dangerous next and bring you to an old friend of my brother's for your safety. The old friend in Xiao Fan's mouth was naturally Hai Bo Dong. With the protection of Hai Bo Dong, the Do Huang, Xiao Fan believed that little Qing Scale's safety and security could be sufficiently safeguarded, and there would no longer be some cats and dogs hitting Qing Scale's idea. The Mojia is ultimately unstable. It's better to exterminate it. Don't be afraid of thieves stealing, but be afraid of thieves thinking about it. That secret art of transplanting organs and limbs of the Mo clan. If they found out about Qing Scale's BJ Snake 3 flower pupil, then they would definitely go after Qing Scale. And wanting to beat his Xiao Fan sister's life, it was still more reassuring to exterminate. Elder brother Xiao, you found the foreign flame? Hai Bo Dong had originally thought that it would take Xiao Fan at least several months or even longer to be able to take in the foreign flame, but it had only been a month since Xiao Fan had left. Moreover, Hai Bo Dong also discovered the progress of Xiao Fan's strength. Actually to Grand Dosher. This kid was only a dosher the last time we met. Actually crossed a big rank? Could it be that we've really found a foreign fire? Hai Bodong looked at Xiao Fan excitedly. No, Elder Hai. I have something I want to ask Elder Hai for. Hai Bodong was a bit disappointed, but he thought that the foreign fire would not be so easy to take in. Old brother Xiao, there's no need to be polite. Just tell me what's going on. Xiao Fan slowly put Qing's scale down. Although Qing's scale couldn't see Hai Bodong, the aura emanating from Hai Bodong's body made Qing's scale realize that the old grandpa in front of him was very powerful. Chapter 54 Protection. Xiao Fan told Hai Bodong one by one what had happened in the underground magma. What? You met Medusa? Hai Bodong couldn't believe that Xiao Fan was actually still standing in front of him in one piece. Elder Hai, did I say the point was this? But the foreign flame was taken away by Medusa. Xiao Fan looked at Hai Bodong speechlessly. Impossible Shouldn't Hai Bodong rather strangely sized up Xiao Fan. What shouldn't? Xiao Fan looked at Hai Bodong who kept murmuring. Elder brother Xiao, you're talking about what happened when you met Medusa. Hai Bodong pursued. Hai Lao, I just can't say that again. Xiao Fan felt that Hai Bodong was not scared silly by Medusa. He had said so many times. Impossible. Old brother Xiao, even if you have a special body fighting technique it is impossible to escape under that woman's eyes. Hai Bodong's eyes were filled with certainty as well as fear. Seemingly remembering the fact that he had been defeated by Medusa in a single move, Hai Bodong continued to explain. Even the old man couldn't last a single move in Medusa's hands, and you peeked at Medusa's bath, so how could you possibly survive under that woman? The more Hai Bodong said, the more agitated he became. Medusa had already become a hurdle that Hai Bodong couldn't get over in his heart. Xiao Fan felt that Hai Bodong was exaggerating a bit. Elder Hai, you're too afraid of Medusa here. I feel that Medusa is silly. Xiao Fan felt that Medusa was not as exaggerated as Hai Bodong said, and the current Medusa gave Xiao Fan the feeling of a silly woman instead. How can it be? She's a Medusa, the most ruthless Queen Medusa. Hyperion suddenly covered his shoulder. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Hai Lao. Xiao Fan immediately realized that Hai Bodong must have triggered the effect of the serpent's spell seal again, and immediately used his own fey flame to suppress the pain caused by the spell seal for Hai Bodong. Medusa, old me will never be able to stand against you in this life. Even though Hai Bodong was about to faint from the torture, his mouth was still so hard. Elder Hai, you can say a little less. Xiao Fan felt that the seal imposed by the spell seal had gotten even more severe, and the pain it caused had doubled in size. It took a while for the torment caused by the spell mark to ease. Hai Bodong looked at Xiao Fan with a crying face. Old brother Xiao, have you really decided to go to the territory of the Snake People clan? I don't blame me for not reminding you, although I don't know why Medusa didn't leave you behind. But that woman's strength is absolutely unimaginable. If you are left behind in the Serpentine clan, I won't be there to save you. Elder Hai, I'm a pill refiner. If I'm really left behind by the Snake People will at most lock me up. My safety is still guaranteed. But you're a tiny Dodosher. This behavior is undoubtedly looking for death. Elder Hai, don't forget about Ziyin. With her and the Snake People clan wanting to leave us behind we'll have to go through some effort. Xiao Fan pointed at Ziyin who was looking around blindly with Qing scale. Hai Bodong held up his mirror frame. That little guy is indeed extraordinary. Well, since old brother Xiao has made up his mind, I am willing to sell you this favor. I will definitely take care of that girl Qing scale. Then I'll trouble Elder Hai. If I can't come back for a while please also ask Elder Hai to give these things to Qing scale. Xiao Fan handed over a sealed secret scroll to Hai Bodong, which was the method he had prepared for Qing scale to cultivate his soul. Elder Hai, I came in a hurry, and I didn't refine any other pills. So these 4th grade and 3rd grade pills will be taken as payment for asking for Elder Hai's help. 4th grade pill refiner? Hai Bodong realized that he couldn't understand Xiao Fan more and more. Such a young 4th grade pill refiner wouldn't cause a huge sensation when he said it. Old brother Xiao, don't worry. Hai Bodong, pay the most attention to oaths. Xiao Fan called Qing scale to his side. Qing scale, brother must go and do something. During this period of time you will follow old Grandpa Hai. Good day, Master, Grandpa. Cyanidium obediently stood in front of Hai Bodong. Looking at the black cloth that covered Qingliao's eyes, a trace of heartache flashed through Hai Bodong's eyes. Well, green scale, right. You'll be following the old man during this period of time. Before she left, Qing scale hugged Xiao Fan tightly. Brother, can you let me touch your face? Cyan scale pleaded in a low voice. Of course. Xiao Fan half squatted down and placed Qing scale's small, slender hand on his face. Qing scale's small hand was ice cold, like a piece of precious jade being placed on Xiao Fan's face. Qinglian touched very seriously, the small hand constantly rubbing back and forth, especially at Xiao Fan's features. she remembered extra seriously. She hoped to be able to remember Xiao Fan's face, although she could not see. But Xiao Fan must be the most handsome person in the eyes of Qinglian. Be good too. Green scale. Listen to old Grandpa Hai. And when brother is done he'll come and get you. Well, be careful on your way. Brother. He rubbed the little one's head and stopped talking too much. Parting can be hard on the heart, but parting also always means a better reunion. Qing Scales couldn't see it, but when that familiar aura faded away, Qing Scales only felt his heartbreaking pain. Brother, he's really handsome. As Hai Bo Dong looked at Qing Scales, who was still looking out, a figure appeared in his mind as well. Emotions can really be addictive. Hai Bo Dong caressed the nano ring on his hand. Old Grandpa Hai, can you teach me to cultivate Do Chi? Qing Scale inquired as she obediently stood next to Hai Bo Dong. Do you really want to cultivate? Hai Bo Dong couldn't understand Qing Liao's thoughts. Well, I also want to protect my brother in the future. Qing Scale was very decisive in speaking out her thoughts. She didn't want to be a burden to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan had given her hope and she wanted to help Xiao Fan as well. The soon-to-be blurred silhouette in Hai Bo Dong's memory reappeared, overlapping with the petite and cute Qing Scale in front of him. Protection? Sister, I seem to understand you a little. The Tagore Great Desert was always accompanied by crises, and even the rare sandstorms could surprisingly be encountered by Xiao Fan. Bad luck. Bad luck. The wild sand was raging, and Xiao Fan appeared to be a few points of powerlessness in this storm. After a few dodges, Xiao Fan carrying Ziyin on his back was finally able to find a cave where he could hide from the storm. I can't believe it's actually a brat. A sinister voice came. Obviously Xiao Fan wasn't the only one in the cave who came to take refuge. Xiao Fan looked at their clothing. Mercenary group? Chief, this brat he knows a lot. A burst of laughter came from the surroundings, and it was obvious that none of these mercenary corps looked Xiao Fan and Ziyin in the eye. Xiao Fan found a slightly remote place to sit and silently waited for the storm to pass. The mercenary group was large in number, at least dozens of people, and through Xiao Fan's perception the person at the head was at least a great dosher strength, and right behind the mercenary corps, there was a huge carriage shrouded in black cloth, and Xiao Fan knew what was loaded inside even without sensing it through his soul. Just a few moments into Xiao Fan's observation, the man from earlier suddenly snapped. Did he? Kid, we, the Sand Mercenaries, are asking you a question. Chapter 55, MOBAs. Xiao Fan, are you going to make a move to teach them a lesson? Ziyin quietly asked Xiao Fan. No, there's a new guest coming, or an old acquaintance. Right after Xiao Fan finished speaking, a green dochi was rushing towards the cave. The mercenary who had previously exited his mouth to provoke Xiao Fan was just pierced through by that dochi and did not even have the time to react as he fell straight to the ground. However, Xiao Fan found a touch of weirdness. Obviously his own men had died in such an unexplained manner. The guy who was previously called the head actually did not have a single change of emotion, and even the corner of his mouth was outlined in a smile. Little Yenner, what comes next might not be that simple. Xiao Fan pulled Ziyin to hide in a concave cliff wall to the side. He had a premonition that something big might happen next. Xiao Fan, what's wrong? Ziyin was pulled into hiding by Xiao Fan in uncertainty. Not long after, a female voice with a ferocious tone came out. You mercenary corps are really bold, actually daring to run into my territory to arrest people. Leader Luo, what should we do? The rest of the mercenary group was obviously panicked, but they knew that the leaders of the various territories of the Snake People clan were at least at the Do Wang level. Don't worry, she wouldn't dare hurt us. Go grab the goods from the cage. A few people immediately understood the meaning of their own leader, and immediately picked out a few female serpents from the cage, holding the knife above the serpent's neck. Lord Yumei, save us. A few snake people immediately began to beg for help when they saw their own lord. So it's Chief Yumei. I've heard a lot about you. Chief Luo smiled and didn't seem much surprised that he had been discovered, and he wasn't even afraid of facing a Do Wang. Yumei twisted her pink sexy snake tail, covering her red lips to eat a smile, full of laughter between the eyebrows, but it is implied with some icy killing intent. Let them go. I can spare you from death. Ha 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 ha. Chief Yumei really loves to joke. Could it be that if I let them go Chief Yumei will let me go? You humans are truly despicable and dirty. Yumei collected her laughter, her eyes filled with anger. He, has Chief Yumei ever wondered why we were able to silently take away the snake people in your territory? Yumei frowned tightly. Although his own territory is not strong, that could never be the existence of this district Didosher in front of him being able to quietly kidnap the snake man. There are traitors. Yumei quickly came to a conclusion, and Chief Luo let out another praise. Worthy of being Chief Yumei, it's just a pity that it's already too late. Snake Spirit Wind Stab. A wind attribute fighting technique suddenly rang out from behind Yumei. Even though Yumei reacted quickly and used her fighting chi to protect her body in time, she was still penetrated through her abdomen by this wind thorn, and blood continued to flow along the wound. and the intense pain made it so that she could only forcibly use her fighting chi to suppress the wound. Seeing the visitor, Yume loudly questioned, "Merbaz, are you going to be a traitor to the Snake People clan?" Yume couldn't believe that the one who had sneaked up on and betrayed her was actually Mobaz, who was also one of the 8 chiefs. Traitor? Humph. I think Yume, are the traitor of the Snake People clan. In the face of Yume's accusation, Merbaz didn't feel that he was at fault at all, but instead questioned Yume. There is only one Queen Medusa of the Serpent People clan. Could it be that Chief Yume has even forgotten about this? So is Medusa what you're after? Oh, so what if she is? I think she should be on her way already. Inkbath didn't shy away from his purpose in the slightest. My lord. Rob came to Merbaz's side. Well done. Merbaz revealed an incomparably grim voice, and the next moment his palm pierced through Rob's heart. Filthy human. Chief. The rest of the mercenary group members instantly panicked at the sight and attempted to flee the cave. But just a group of doujinshi and do masters were nothing more than toys for the Murphys. A few snake people thought they were saved and prostrated themselves to Inkbath's side to thank him, but they didn't realize that Inkbath didn't intend to spare any of them today. Like killing a chicken, Yume could only watch her clansmen die one by one at the hands of Mobaz. Inkbase. Yume was overwhelmed by anger and instantly came behind Inkbase, attempting to deliver a fatal blow to her opponent. But Mobase was equally wary of Yume. Plus Yume had already eaten Mobase's fighting technique hard. Her own strength was already greatly reduced. Yume, surrendering now can spare your life. Bah! Yume spat fiercely towards Merbaz. My Yume's loyalty will always be to Queen Medusa, not to someone. Xiao Fan, who was hiding on the side, was shocked in his heart. This Mobase is actually so bold as to dare to hit Medusa's idea? No, it's impossible to take down Medusa, who was already a Do Huang, just by virtue of Mobase. Xiao Fan quickly realized that something was wrong. There are still helpers? Aren't you afraid Queen Medusa will blame you for doing this? The serpents don't need 2 Medusas, Merbaz retorted loudly. Unbelievable. 2 Medusas? What do you mean? Xiao Fan had already been confused by what he heard, and it was only at this moment that he realized what was wrong with the 2 men's argument. Not long after, outside the cave, a fiery red silhouette rushed in at great speed. Seeing the bruised and battered Yume, he couldn't care less about the Mobase in front of him, and immediately came to Yume's side to inquire. Yume, how are you? Lord Queen, run! Yume anxiously shouted at Medusa. Run? Medusa apparently didn't realize the seriousness of the problem, not even the fact that Mobaz was on the opposite side of herself. Foolishly she was still wary of the presence of any human powerhouses around her. Murphys, he's going to. But when Yume finished speaking, an even more severe attack came. In a hurry, Yume could only mobilize her entire body's fighting chi and push Medusa away with all her strength. The attack grazed through the duo's silhouettes, smashing a deep pit where Yume had been earlier. The sandstorm was getting bigger and bigger, and several people were no longer able to leave the cave. That attack just now, it was never caused by Mobase. Yume's eyes held panic. It actually didn't manage to settle it? It seems like it has indeed been too long since the old man was able to make a move. A serpentine figure appeared from the darkness. Yume looked at the visitor, but had no idea who the snake man in front of her was. Grand Elder? Medusa, however, recognized the visitor. One of the 4 elders of the snake people? Yume couldn't believe that Merbaz actually had an elder behind him. No, maybe it wasn't Merbaz's idea, but the elders wanted to kill Medusa. The 4 elders of the Snake People clan were all peak Do Huangs, and now that Yume was injured, even if Medusa was also a Do Huang, it would be impossible for her to face the encirclement of the Grand Elder and Mobaz on her own. Medusa, you should know your fate well. The serpents don't need 2 Medusas. Chapter 56. Sister said that you elders of the Snake People clan are the chaff of the Snake People clan, and you're the part that should be discarded. Humph. I have contributed to the Serpent People clan all my life, and the rules of the Serpent People clan are the guidelines by which I act. The Grand Elder spoke impassionedly about his life's achievements. It was almost impossible for Medusa to escape under his hand, and he didn't mind taking the opportunity to recount his philosophy. Oh, it's because of you people's leadership that the Snake People race has suffered from the constant encroachment of the surrounding countries for so many years, and under constant concessions and compromises, they can only end up succumbing to the desert. And that's what you've done. Medusa is stupid, but it doesn't mean that she doesn't know anything about it. Her sister is seeking a new way out for the Snake People race every day, searching for a new place to live. But the Snake People race's top management is actually infighting. It's simply laughable. What a bunch of nonsense. The Grand Elder seemed to be irritated by Medusa's words, and his fighting aura transformed into sharp claws as he attacked Medusa. Old thing, is this breaking defense? Really think I'm easy to bully? Medusa had already seen through the true colors of these old codgers, and the Do Huang's aura similarly erupted away. Rift Snake Spirit Dance. Medusa mobilized the energy between heaven and earth. A spirit snake appeared beside Medusa, launching a furious storm of attacks towards the attacking Grand Elder. Fireballs continuously smashing towards the ground. Originally also a face of confidence in the chest of the Great Elder. The next moment the face suddenly changed. That monstrous fire mass in the eyes of the Great Elder is getting bigger and bigger. The invisible pressure even he, the peak of the Do Huang's powerhouse, do not dare to hard to receive. Snake Spirit Guardian. The Grand Elder utilized his fighting technique to protect his body and managed to block Medusa's attack. The battlefield was actually controlled by Medusa for a time, and the Grand Elder was actually suppressed and unable to counterattack under Medusa's fighting technique that could mobilize the energy of heaven and earth. Old thing. My sister is right. Sooner or later I'm going to get all of you old nobodies killed. Inkbase, what are you stupidly staring at? The Grand Elder shouted angrily. The Grand Elder couldn't help but feel the power of Medusa. Just the 7 stars of the Do Huang actually managed to fight against one of his peak Do Huang powerhouses, and had to call out to Mobus to deal with Medusa together. The battle was once again reversed, and with Mobus attracting Medusa's attention, the Grand Elder was able to perform even higher ranked fighting techniques. Medusa, that originally charming and attractive body, is now hanging color. The eldest see delayed to take Medusa, and afraid of the fight here will attract the attention of the palace that looked at the side of the powerless fighting Yume. The corners of the mouth of the elder smiled sorrowfully. Suddenly, it stormed up and headed straight for Medusa. But just as Medusa set up her defensive stance, she did not expect the Grand Elder's figure to turn sharply downward, charging straight at Yume, who was still healing her wounds. Yume! Medusa instantly panicked, not caring about defense, and rushed straight towards Yume. Bang! Cave in the boulder splash. The critical moment Medusa used their own flesh hard for Yume blocked this blow, but the powerful impact still let the two fly backwards straight into the cliff wall above. Yume's situation is even more straight to the extreme, actually directly spit out a mouthful of blood. Yume, take this. Medusa shoved a scroll into Yume's hands, and the moment she saw it, Yume immediately pushed it back. Queen Medusa, this is a teleportation scroll. You need it more than I do. A teleportation scroll, as the name suggests, is capable of allowing a person to realize instantaneous movement for a short period of time, which can lead to unforeseen consequences for the teleporter, ranging from injury to loss of cultivation. But this critical situation right now could not care about the negative effects. Medusa had already made up her mind, slipped the scroll into Yume's hand and activated it. If you escape, you must go to the Snake People's palace to find your sister. Not good. It's a teleportation scroll. The Grand Elder didn't understand why a teleportation scroll had appeared in Medusa's hand, but it was obviously too late to stop it. Queen Medusa, Yume's figure disappeared into the cave. I can't imagine, Medusa, that you would actually let Yume escape. Humph. Right now the outside are in a sandstorm and the distance of the teleportation scroll is only within a few thousand miles. Even if you escape for a while, it's unlikely that anyone will come to save you. The Grand Elder laughed disdainfully, seeing that Medusa would actually choose to stay. And Merbus followed closely behind the Grand Elder. Although on the surface Medusa was exhausted, the Grand Elder did not relax and was always on the lookout for Medusa's movements. Forcibly mobilizing the secret method to help Yume escape made Medusa's already injured body even worse. But those beautiful eyes were still dead set on the Grand Elder. Old thing, I'm going to pull off a layer of skin on you even if I die. Xiao Fan, are we going to help Medusa? Ziyan inquired about Xiao Fan's thoughts. Help, but now is not the time to do so. Give me the jade token that Elder Su handed you earlier. Xiao Fan obviously figured out that the Medusa in front of him was not the Queen Medusa that he knew in his previous life. Although her appearance also looked no different from the face of the Queen Medusa that she knew in her previous life, but her character was very different. But that disposition to fight for the pack and never give in is exactly the same. Even though the previous life of Xiao Fan was often tormented by the Medusa Queen, threatened, the relationship between the two is more like a transaction. Xiao Fan to help Medusa to find a new clan land. Medusa accompanied Xiao Fan through one after another life and death crises. An accident gradually let the relationship between the two people changed flavor. Weekday jousting became more like flirting, until Queen Medusa left without saying goodbye. For this Medusa, who would always want to ride on him, Xiao Fan had both hatred and fear as well as love and concern. Queen Medusa, you owe me a favor this time. For the sake of the serpent people race, invite Medusa to her death. The Grand Elder no longer hesitated and cooperated with Mobus to attack Medusa. All the serpents need is a Queen Medusa. Medusa likewise would not sit back and wait for death, using her entire body to mobilize her fighting chi without any defense. She was just dying to make this old guy feel bad. It's now. Xiao Fan input his Do Chi into the Jade card, and the attack that Su Qian had left behind that possessed the strength of a Do Zone erupted with a bang. and the huge column of energy light with a destructive aura enveloped the Grand Elder and Mo base in just a few moments. Without any defense, the duo was directly obliterated by this energy attack from Xiao Fan. Su Qian, who was still in his office at Canaan Academy, suddenly stood up. The Jade card has been triggered. Ziyan will be fine. Ziyan is counted as half of his daughter. At this moment Su Qian's mind is a little chaotic, but Canaan Academy is not too peaceful recently. The conflict between the Black Horn Domain and Canaan Academy is getting more and more intense, and he can't easily leave now. I hope that girl Ziyan doesn't mess around. Chapter 57. You are. Medusa recognized the visitor as the same little bastard who had peeked into her bath in the first place. How could Medusa not imagine that she was actually saved by the little kid in front of her? And just now that energy impact, Medusa could feel that it was an attack belonging to another level. That was the realm that her sister had been pursuing. Dozone. Xiao Fan. I only found one nascent sacred ring. Ziyan as early as when the energy obliterated two people is to look for the two people's ring, but in the end is only found a ring. It's better to have it than not to have it, so give this nascent sacred ring to Qing Scale when you go back. Xiao Fan took the nascent sacred ring handed over by Ziyan. Medusa, do you need me to heal you? The current Medusa's fighting chi was depleted, and her body was even more bruised. If she were to let it go, the outcome that awaited Medusa would be unknown. Medusa's red lips pursed. Her sister had always told herself not to have contact with humans and males. Men were always negative and piggish, but after she herself had read so many talking novels, she was a little more curious about human emotions. Looking at Xiao Fan's slightly handsome face, she didn't know what that feeling was. It was the same as when she herself had been peeped at by the little pervert in front of her. Not angry, but shy. But the sanity that still remained told her that the brat in front of her was by no means a free shot. What conditions? The words filled with flirtatiousness entered Xiao Fan's ears, causing Xiao Fan to be jolted. It seems Medusa isn't stupid. I want the foreign fire. Medusa was shocked in her heart and asked back with an unchanged expression. What kind of foreign fire? As expected. Although the two sisters have different personalities, that subconscious action when lying is the same. Looking at Medusa, whose snake tail tip was slightly upturned, Xiao Fan continued to speak. I won't take it for nothing. I can help your sister increase her chances of breaking through the dozone with the help of the foreign fire. What? How did you know about this? Her sister wanted to break through to dozone with the help of the foreign fire. Basically no one knew about this matter except herself and a few elders of the Snake People clan. Medusa's emotions became panicked. If the rest of the empire also knew about this matter, then no matter what, it would be impossible to indulge the Snake People clan in the emergence of a dozone, and the Snake People clan would become a target of the masses. Medusa, didn't you just say you didn't know about the foreign fire? Hiss, cunning human. After a few moments of hesitation, Medusa made up her mind. Unless you promise me that you won't harm my sister and that you won't be an enemy of the Serpent People clan, I'll promise you. Yes. Xiao Fan directly stepped forward and lifted Medusa up high in a princess hug, and Medusa's huge snake tail involuntarily wrapped around Xiao Fan's waist. Medusa did not think that Xiao Fan would actually agree so quickly. Moreover, she did not think that this brat actually dared to be so bold. To know that every Medusa is a congenital charming body, ordinary men just look at a glance will be obsessed by it, not to mention the direct contact like Xiao Fan. But looking at Xiao Fan's unperturbed face, a trace of unwillingness rose in Medusa's heart. Although she was not as competitive as her sister, it was also the first time that she was picked up by a man in this way, and the smooth snaketail with a hot breath unconsciously wrapped itself around Xiao Fan's waist. Light! Medusa came back to her senses this time. She was so hard that she actually strangled Xiao Fan's face almost purple. Xiao Fan slapped on Medusa's plump and beautiful buttocks, but after hitting him he regretted. It is said that the tiger's butt cannot be touched. This touches the white Medusa's butt. One is afraid that one's little life is not guaranteed. Medusa even widened her beautiful eyes, the anger in her eyes undisguised as she looked at Xiao Fan. Even my sister hasn't hit me. Who are you to dare hit me there? The Medusa in her arms was no longer at peace, obviously tingling all over her body. But at this moment in Xiao Fan's arms she was actually trying to turn over the sky. The snake man's already smooth and delicate skin made it impossible for Xiao Fan to grab the rowdy little snake. And under a stagger, both Xiao Fan and Medusa fell to the ground. Ink-like long hair was draped down. The delicate face was hung with a trace of redness, and Medusa's slender eyelashes flickered and fluttered, and her sheep's fat white jade-like skin was close to Xiao Fan. Seemingly calm cheeks but by the mischievous snaketail exposed their hearts. Smooth colorful scales covered by the snaketail along Xiao Fan's waist upward and upward. Gradually Xiao Fan bound more and more tightly. Medusa also realized the inappropriateness between the two, and subconsciously wanted to get up and back away. But a certain purple-haired little dragon lady was actually the one to make trouble at this time. Xiao Fan. What are you guys doing? Angry Xian wanted to pull up Medusa, but Xian obviously did not expect Medusa's body due to sweat and blood lead to become slippery. Under the force, Medusa's red lips is actually directly touched in Xiao Fan's lips. The light kisses were accompanied by a slight tingle coming from her body, causing Medusa to let out an uncontrollable grunt. It could be touched and left. Medusa wanted to push Xiao Fan away, but she was so soft that she didn't have any chi, so she can only stare at this brat who had taken away her first time. The greenish touch caused her to open her mouth slightly and gasp for air. Tiny beads of sweat quietly coalesced around her lips and slid down that tilted and charming cheek, dripping onto Xiao Fan's equally stunned face. Stinky, do not wait for Medusa cursed. Ultimately because of the injury is too heavy and fell into a coma. Long hair wantonly scattered in Xiao Fan body. This just looked fierce and vicious. Medusa actually more than a few points of tenderness. The whole person seems to be out of the dust and choo-choo moving. The only deficiency I am afraid is that the snake tail with a dense smooth touch is always difficult to loosen. Xiao Fan frowned slightly. The feeling of his waist being bound did not disappear due to Medusa's unconsciousness, but instead the entanglement tightened a few points. Xiao Yener, do me a favor and push. No help. Ziyan pouted her little mouth as if she was gambling and stood with her arms crossed, looking at the Medusa on Xiao Fan with a displeased face. Yun-chan. No. Make you sugar pills. No. Xiao Fan realized that Ziyan was really angry this time. Is it because of Medusa just now? No. Ziyan responded in exasperation. Black lines sprouted from Xiao Fan's forehead. He couldn't be blamed for this. He didn't see Medusa wrapping him up so tightly that he couldn't even move. Snake men were natural masters of entanglement, and Xiao Fan could only bind his hands in the face of this situation. Ziyan was also clear in her heart that Xiao Fan did not do it on purpose, but the feeling of commandeering her treasures in front of her made Ziyan feel bad, even if it's sister Medusa. Seeing Xiao Fan's pitiful appearance, Ziyan finally softened her heart and untied the bonds for Xiao Fan. Chapter 58, Queen Medusa. Xiao Fan lifted up Medusa in his arms, and although the snake's tail was still wrapped around Xiao Fan's waist, simple movement was still not a problem. Yun-chan. Thank you. 10 bottles of sugar pills. No. 20 bottles. Ziyan directly twisted her head without looking at Xiao Fan. Fine. Fine. It's just 20 bottles of sugar pills. Xiao Fan knew that Ziyan's anger hadn't subsided and pointed to his back. Xiao Yener, come up. Although Ziyan was unhappy, she still obediently climbed onto Xiao Fan's back, and looking at Medusa who was being held in Xiao Fan's arms, Ziyan opened her mouth. Xiao Fan, you are not allowed to carry anyone else in the future. Xiao Fan's back could only be her Ziyan's turf, the place that had already been marinated and flavored by Ziyan. Xiao Fan failed to understand what Ziyan had thought of again and could only echo, only carry Xiao Yener, not anyone else. Taking advantage of the end of the sandstorm, Xiao Fan hugged Medusa and left the cave with Ziyan on his back. It was imperative to send Medusa to the Serpentine Palace first. Ever since he knew about those unreasonable rules of the Snake People clan, Xiao Fan was more or less distrustful of the other territories of the Snake People clan. Right after Xiao Fan and Ziyan left, countless energies began to converge in the previous cave, and a silhouette slowly coalesced within it, while his mouth was gasping for air. What was that attack just now? The Grand Elder was in a state of fear when he thought of the attack that had just obliterated his physical body in almost an instant. But it was only because he had utilized the secret method of the Serpent People clan that he had been able to save his life. However, the cost of this secret method that almost brought the dead back to life was equally not low, and the current Grand Elder could be said to be running out of gas, with less than a month of life left. Humans? Noting the previously non-existent footprints on the ground, and the scent that lingered in the air, the Grand Elder was quick to determine that it was a human who had rescued Medusa. Damn it! The Great Elder didn't expect his plan to be destroyed by a human, but that energy shock just now made the Great Elder a little uncertain. Dozone? No! If it's a Dozone powerhouse, there's no need to hide. It seems like it should be a guy with a background. The Grand Elder quickly judged Xiao Fan's true strength, but what made the Grand Elder wonder was why the human would want to save Medusa, and obviously Medusa has left for a long time. Is that they want to track up? I'm afraid cannot do? This action is not only exposed, but also the loss of a fighting king. The situation of the Great Elders even more precarious. The Great Elders don't need to think, all know that they go back to face the punishment of that Medusa queen for sure. The Grand Elder instantly made up his mind. He also had 1 month left. If he put up a fight, that the possibility of becoming a Dozone might still be able to survive for a while. But just after the Grand Elder turned around, it made him see an unbelievable scene. The beautiful woman who appeared suddenly, her delicate face was covered by a thin purple veil, wearing a graceful purple brocade robe. The plump body under the brocade robe was like a ripe peach, oozing out a faint flirtation. 3,000 green silk casually along the fragrant shoulders and scattered, perpendicular between that slender willow waist, and under that brocade robe, revealing a section of purple snaketail slightly swinging, a wild enchanting temptation. Even just look at a glance, but also inexplicably let a person feel hot all over the body. Beauty, Queen Medusa. The Grand Elder's figure unnaturally became hunched, and the words coming out of his mouth were even more stuttering, and the invisible pressure made this Grand Elder, who was also at the peak of the Do Huang, unexpectedly unable to even stand upright. Grand Elder is really a good plan, but today is also the last time I call you Grand Elder. The tone of Medusa under the veil was without ripples, but the killing intent was already unconcealed. No, you can't touch the old man. After all the contributions I've made to the Serpent People clan, even if you're Queen Medusa you can't touch me. In front of life and death, this Grand Elder no longer had any dignity, even his speech seemed so pale. Oh, for the sake of the serpents, do you really think that this king needs the presence of you elders so much? If it wasn't for the fact that your peak Do Huang strength is able to station on one side, just the fact that you dare to disobey this king's orders would be enough to execute you 1,000,000 times over. Queen Medusa looked at the Grand Elder with disdain. Scarlet Do Chi condensed in Queen Medusa's hands. Spirit devouring snake flame. The incomparably colorful and gigantic scarlet snake spirit charged straight at this Grand Elder, clearly not holding back. Queen Medusa, you will regret this. The Grand Elder roared with unwillingness. This king is Queen Medusa. This king is the leader of the Snake People clan. How dare a bunch of old men order this king around? The serpent spirit pierced straight through the Grand Elder's body, devouring even his soul. Boom! The Grand Elder's body collapsed straight to the ground, the scarlet fighting chi still burning the Grand Elder's tattered body. Flower serpent. My queen, a serpent clad in black gauze came before Medusa. Go, present this old fellow's head to the other 3 elders. Yes, Lord Queen. Flower Snakeair was incomparably worshipful and even obsessed with Queen Medusa. As Medusa's most loyal guard, she wouldn't think about right and wrong. She only understood that it was her honor to work for Queen Medusa. Queen Medusa looked at the traces of the fight inside the cave, and the opening in the cave that had been pierced. Queen Medusa quickly analyzed the situation. Humph, negative man. I owe you a favor this time. I'm really looking forward to seeing if you can still ride me now. Underneath that bewitching color, Queen Medusa held a touch of queenly nobility and grace, an inexplicable smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. The heat of the desert caused Xiao Fan, who was holding Medusa and carrying Zi Yan on his back as he traversed in it to become drenched in sweat. Xiao Fan has gotten used to this feeling of hanging all over his body. Should not say that this way is really useful for suppressing and refining the fighting chi. Kid, get off me. Xiao Fan, who couldn't grab Medusa, had to put it down. Let go of my tail. Are you being reasonable or not? It's clearly winding me up. Okay. Xiao Fan didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure in the face of Medusa's persecution. The Medusa in front of him was still far too different from the Queen Medusa he knew. Medusa's pretty face flushed, and her snow-white neck was colored with a blush, and her eyes were even more evasive as she responded. It's clearly you who tempted my tail. A big question mark rose in Xiao Fan's heart. Is this considered a woman's unreasonableness? Can't I still control your tail? It is. Why else would my tail stop working for me? Medusa's face burned with anger, and she wasn't sure if it was really because of her body. And the snake's tail seemed to understand its master's thoughts as well, the tip of its slippery tail picking back and forth at Xiao Fan's waist. Ha ha ha. Medusa. Because he was touched to a sensitive part, Xiao Fan involuntarily let out a laugh. It really wasn't me. It was Tails who did it. Chapter 59, The Tail. Medusa. You make your tail stop. The tail around his waist has no idea of convergence, but instead is getting more and more aggressive, and is about to drill into Xiao Fan's. There. No. Xiao Fan grabbed the mischievous little tail, which unwillingly swung back and forth in Xiao Fan's hands. Medusa didn't know why her tail was out of control, but even though she couldn't control it, that tail was after all one with herself, and the feeling of being grasped by Xiao Fan right now was something Medusa could likewise feel. Suppressing the shameful thoughts in her heart, Medusa snatched her tail from Xiao Fan's hands, but just as Medusa hadn't taken 2 steps, her body stumbled and flopped down in the middle of the sand. The tail. It really doesn't obey. Medusa looked rather helplessly at the purple snake tail behind her. Medusa looked blearily at Xiao Fan who was snickering on the side. What are you looking at? Nothing. It's just that I think that the titular Medusa would actually have such a humiliating side. You stinky brat. Medusa usurped her fists, but her tail was simply out of her control. Xiao Fan also had some eyebrows and reached out to touch on top of Medusa's smooth snake tail once again, and his soul force was injected into Medusa's body to start probing. Medusa was obviously shocked by this powerful soul power of Xiao Fan. Not long after Xiao Fan came to a conclusion. Medusa, is it true that all of you snake people are born with a companion snake magical beast soul? You know all this? Medusa always felt that the little kid in front of her knew too much about their snake people race, especially when this little kid bandaged her wounds with that skillful look that was simply familiar with her body. What's the point? I know more than you know. How is it possible? Medusa subconsciously retorted Xiaofan's words. This should be another soul in your body awakening, but the power of the soul is too weak, and that's what's causing the uncontrollability of your tail. Involving the soul. This Medusa obviously froze, not quite understanding what Xiaofan meant. In layman's terms, your tail has a mind of its own. Xiaofan had just finished saying this, and the snake's tail naturally wrapped around Xiaofan, obviously being incomparably close to him. Everywhere Xiaofan was entangled by the snake's tail, Medusa could clearly sense it, which caused her to lower her head, and her ears were colored red. So, what to do then? Although they are two souls, but actually as your companion soul, actually your souls are already one. You can try to communicate with it. Hearing Xiaofan's words, Medusa sank her heart and tried to communicate with the other soul within her. However, after sensing for a long time, Medusa was still unable to sense the other soul within her body and could only look at Xiaofan helplessly. Xiaofan obviously did not expect that soul to actually be unwilling to communicate with Medusa either. With nothing else to do, Medusa could only stretch out her arms and look at Xiaofan. Xiaofan didn't understand what Medusa meant. Shyness flashed across Medusa's face. I can't go alone. Embracing the huge special thing was also making Xiaofan a bit apathetic. Not quite good enough to look down at Medusa. After all, that white splash of Snow White was really unable to calm people down. Ziyan, who saw this scene, then kept grabbing Xiaofan's hair. Ouch! 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 Xiaofan had already discovered that recently Ziyan had become more and more disobedient. Could it be that she has reached a rebellious stage? But Medusa hid her face and laughed lightly. She didn't expect Xiaofan to actually have such a scene. The Xiaofan in her eyes became even more mysterious, which also caused a strange feeling to rise in Medusa's heart. Kid, why do you need a foreign fire? Medusa in her arms inquired. I'm a pill refiner, and I can't refuse the temptation of a foreign fire. This answer was easily convincing. After all, everyone knew the attraction of foreign flames to pill refiners. Medusa, on the other hand, shook her head and said, I'm really envious of you humans, being able to have the existence of a pill refiner, unlike us magical beasts who are unable to become pill refiners. Xiaofan, on the other hand, replied unconcernedly, in fact, there is nothing rare about becoming a pill refiner. What really matters above the Dochi continent is the bloodline, and the only thing that really makes people envious and also unavailable is the existence of the bloodline. Bloodline? Xiaofan explained. Just like you as Medusa of the Snake People clan, your bloodline actually contains a trace of the bloodline of the ancient heavenly serpent, and if you are able to stimulate it, casually breaking through to the 7th and 8th orders would be a breeze. Ancient heavenly serpent? The more Medusa listened, the more confused she became. After all, unlike her own sister, she wasn't even willing to learn a little bit more beyond her cultivation time. It was more a matter of looking at human picture books that intrigued her, versus enjoying life. What Xiaofan had told her had already exceeded the scope of Medusa's cognition, making the Medusa who had been living in the Snake People tribe even more curious about what the outside world was like. Well, the Dochi continent is very large and has many unknown hidden secrets. Perhaps you don't even know that your Snake People clan actually migrated from the central state. How do you know this? Medusa couldn't believe what Xiaofan was saying. For as long as she could remember, the Serpent People had always lived in the Tagore Desert, and had never heard of any of these things about migrating from the central state. Being asked by Medusa's sudden question, Xiaofan froze for a moment, realizing that he seemed to have spoken too much. Even Ziyan had noticed that something was wrong and was looking at Xiaofan with a crooked head. Of course I was told this by the heritage in my bloodline. Bloodline? Well, perhaps there was a Dodi in my ancestry, and every breakthrough causes me to have more memories and insights in my brain than others. Seeing that Xiaofan said it with a seriousness, Ziyan was no longer skeptical, but this matter still made Ziyan plant a seed in her heart. After all, in her previous life, she had never heard of Xiaofan having any bloodline. It's no wonder that sister, she's so obsessed with breaking through the Do zone, that she even decided to use such a dangerous method as a foreign fire. Kid, can you really make sister her succeed in advancing? For this matter Xiaofan is also uncertain. Not to mention that the current Queen Medusa is not the same as the previous life in the peak of the Do Huang precipitation for many years. Coupled with the current Queen Medusa he has not seen, whether it can be as decisive as in the previous life is also impossible to say. To know the foreign fire-quenching body is not ordinary people can endure. The previous life of Queen Medusa can successfully evolve into a 7-colored python. In addition to her strength reached a bottleneck, More is the Medusa that the determination of the heart. The foreign fire is not only burned Medusa's body, but also the Medusa's soul and burned. That kind of direct incineration of the soul of the feeling is not more than the soul palace captured and tortured a dozen or 2 decades easy. I can only guarantee that Queen Medusa's chances of evolving become greater, but I can't guarantee that Queen Medusa will succeed. Then sister Medusa said worriedly, but I have a way to ensure that Queen Medusa's soul will not be dispersed, and as long as a suitable body is found, there is still a chance of resurrection. It was reasonable to say that such an absurd statement coming from the mouth of a Didosher, Medusa wouldn't believe it no matter what. But there was always a voice in the bottom of her heart imploring herself to listen to what Xiao Fan said. Chapter 60, Butterfly. Up ahead should be the palace of your snake people clan. Isn't it not a good idea for you guys to just go in like that? Medusa reminded. If Ziyan and Xiao Fan walked into the territory of the snake people clan like this, I'm afraid that they would be arrested by the snake people in minutes. Don't worry, it was prepared. Xiao Fan took out 2 pills, one of which he handed to Ziyan and said, this is the snake transformation pill, which can allow one to grow a snake tail like the snake man for a short period of time. You humans will still research this kind of elixir? Medusa looked at Xiao Fan suspiciously. A trace of disgust appeared in those eyes, half coldness, 7 points of curiosity, and a touch of emotion that Medusa had been unable to express these days. Very faint and very strong. Meeting that skeptical gaze, Xiao Fan subconsciously explained, I don't have that kind of hobby. Kid, I haven't said anything yet? Medusa smiled sweetly with a winningly bad smile. Xiao Fan is speechless. But brat, don't think that I won't feel it if you secretly touch my tail. Ooh. The current Medusa didn't have the slightest bit of the coolness of rejecting people, and was more like a sweet and lovely young girl with her hands hanging on Xiao Fan's neck. However, these words were so frightening that Xiao Fan's hand holding Medusa unconsciously trembled, and a silly smile of I don't know what you're talking about hung on his face. Xiao Fan this action but let Ziyan anxious face. Ziyan wail a bite in Xiao Fan's shoulder. The little guy under the mouth no lightweight. A mouth of teeth as if it was polished, sharp and incomparable. Ow ow ow. Ouch ouch ouch. Little Yenner, the pain caused Xiao Fan to cry out, attracting the attention of many guards outside the serpent's palace. Fortunately, Xiao Fan timely led the 2 to hide in the bushes to the side. Xiao Fan did not know that Queen Medusa has purged once again all the people related to the Great Elder. At this moment Xiao Fan is still worried that people with bad intentions will take action against Medusa, thinking that only by sending Medusa to the palace her safety will be guaranteed. Waiting for the guards to leave, Xiao Fan helplessly looked at Ziyan, who was still dead set on biting and not letting go of her mouth, and secretly said in his heart, that was clearly the tail that tempted me. How can it be that I'm the one who touched it? After the 3 of them simply put on some makeup and dressed up, Xiao Fan picked up Medusa and walked towards the imperial city, except that the posture of the 3 of them looked a little strange. Stand still. Which tribe are you from? The guard stopped a few people and looked at the 3 with strange gazes. After all, the posture of the 3 looked very indecent. Ziyan and Medusa both had their snake tails wrapped around Xiao Fan's body. Medusa's face blushed slightly as she took out a token, the very token of the Moon Beauty tribe. The guards looked at the token and re-handed it back to the 3 of them, and instructed, in front of us is the Serpent People Clan's imperial city, so please don't do so. The guard's implication was unmistakable, and it caused Medusa's cheeks to blush even more, and even that snow-white neck was similarly rippling with redness. After letting the 3 through, the guards lamented, young people nowadays are really getting bold. After walking for a long time, Xiao Fan finally couldn't help but spit out the words, forget Medusa. What are you doing pestering me? Say an E. Xiao Fan, touch my tail. No touching, the mouth is hard, the hands are honest, or else the person who developed the snake transforming Dan is a talent. Compared to the Medusa who couldn't hold on, Xiao Fan was able to grab Ziyan's small tail with only one hand, and the small one was also very cute, which also let Xiao Fan lovingly caress it back and forth. Ziyan was very pleased with herself, cocking her head and looking condescendingly at Medusa, who was being held by Xiao Fan, the upturned corners of her mouth fearing that she wasn't saying, see, it's my kind that little Fancy likes. Medusa would not be able to stand Ziyan's provocation, even if it was different from her own sister who was as competitive. Medusa still attached her entire delicate body to Xiao Fan. This can be bitter, Xiao Fan. The fight between the two is obviously a wave of Xiao Fan, and the wave is not light, giving the 2 of them a blow to the head. Little Yenner is even. You Medusa are also calculating with the little one? Kid, how dare you hit me? Medusa stared at Xiao Fan with those eyes that were about to kill. Z and see not only their own beaten, the mood is quite comfortable. A person beaten will feel aggrieved. 2 people beaten, that is the dark joy. 3 people. Xiao Fan, can your body stand it? Ziyan suddenly asked. Xiao Fan twisted his head to look at Ziyan, whose eyes were filled with innocence, foolishness. It feels like this little dragon lady is talking about something extraordinary. But then he thought, this guy is still just a little dragon lady, so he must be overthinking it. If you guys keep this up, I'll quit, Xiao Fan threatened. Of these, Medusa resisted the most fiercely, her natural rebelliousness and inability to be subordinate to others causing her to talk back out of turn. But a submissive feeling that arose in her heart was what made her all become out of her mind. What's happening to me? The beautiful eyes began to measure up Xiao Fan. The Xiao Fan who changed into the snaketail let the Medusa give birth to a more special feeling. The upright posture and the pair of deep but as bright as stars eyes even let the Medusa become more trance for a time. Medusa's sudden peace of mind made Xiao Fan finally not have to have two heads and one big one. And in his heart, he even began to think, in the future, we can't let Xiao Yener and Medusa be in one piece, or else these two people will sooner or later pinch together one day. Xiao Fan. Medusa suddenly called out Xiao Fan's name. Xiao Fan looked strangely at Medusa's slightly hesitant eyes. Xiao Fan, you humans all have your own names, but both my sister and I can only be honored as Medusa. Medusa surprisingly looked a bit forlorn. This instantly reminded Xiao Fan that he had also given Queen Medusa a name. From the Lord Queen at the beginning, to Kai Scale, to Kaier when he couldn't help himself. Queen Medusa is also from the beginning of the dead not to admit, to the default, and finally is loose mouth. Began to respond to Xiao Fan. But this life was actually about naming Queen Medusa's sister first, which made Xiao Fan a little surprised for a while. What about sisters turning against each other? But Xiao Fan still spoke. Then how about I give you a name? Really? Xiao Fan began to think about what kind of name to give Medusa. Aspire to freedom. Kind. Innocent and yearning for freedom. How about a butterfly? Butterfly. Dai looked at the number of guards in the city and couldn't help but frown. The number of guards in the city today isn't quite normal. The trio dodged the guards as they made their way inside the palace, the three unaware that they were fighting the air. I know a secret passage that leads straight to my sister's room. Butterfly was still very proud when he said this. Yes, of course, I often rely on this passage to get to my sister's room, but Xiao Fan and Ziyan both froze, because those words just now were clearly not said by them. Sister. Chapter 61. The delicate colored snaketail slowly swayed on the carpet. And the person in front of her had more of the queen's gracefulness and nobility than Dai. And the face under the veil became even more clear and cold when she saw Dai, who was being held by Xiao Fan. My good sister, were they the ones who saved you? Killing aura. Who was it directed at? Xiao Fan sensed a strong killing aura. An invisible sense of oppression lingered in Xiao Fan's mind. And before seeing the visitor, Xiao Fan's footsteps were naturally a few steps backward. How can Queen Medusa's aura be so terrifying? Xiao Fan seemed to be able to understand why Hai Bo Dong could be so afraid of Queen Medusa. Butterfly wanted to recognize her sister, but the tail was even more disobedient at this time, and it was wrapped around Xiao Fan's body and refused to separate. Helplessly, Dai could only reply with a trembling voice. Sister. Yes, they are. Yumei's clan and saved me. Butterfly also didn't know if the snake transformation pill Xiao Fan had prepared would be seen through by her own sister, and it was the first time she had lied to her own sister. Yumei's clan? Queen Medusa drew up her volume, which made Dai's spirit even more nervous, as if she sensed her sister was a little angry. Right. Good sister. Yumei happens to still be recuperating in the palace. Why don't we go see it together? It's over. Yumei will definitely poke her on the spot if she sees it. What to do? Butterfly's mind was in a mess. Every time she faced her sister's aggressive aura, she was always unable to deal with it. The atmosphere became subtle. Good sister. You're the Medusa of the Snake People clan. It's not good to cuddle like this. Queen Medusa was close to driving Butterfly directly off Xiao Fan. Sister. Nah, my tail won't listen to me. At this moment, Queen Medusa also walked in front of Xiao Fan. Her beautiful eyes met Xiao Fan's eyes that were also fearful, as well as the one behind her that was still puffing and eating sugar pills without the slightest sense of crisis on Ziyan. Why don't you kneel when you see the king? Queen Medusa lashed her tail hard against Xiao Fan, which also caused Xiao Fan to fall back a few steps, while the butterfly in her arms was also picked up by Queen Medusa in the process. Xiao Fan forced himself to hold back the thought of shouting out. He could sort of tell that Queen Medusa must have recognized his disguised identity, but had no intention of poking himself. Is it because you saved her sister yourself? And this one, it really hurts. What kind of person specializes in hitting the back of the waist? Originally, Xiao Fan still wanted to talk to Ziyan only for a few moments. But he did not expect that this little dragon girl had rebelled early and was sticking to Queen Medusa to demand for high-grade medicinal herbs. Yan-chan. Xiao Fan was afraid that Ziyan's action would cause Queen Medusa to get angry, but when he watched Queen Medusa hand several high-grade medicinal herbs to Ziyan, he was dumbfounded. Only then did the little guy run to Xiao Fan's side and handed over the medicinal herbs that he had just begged for. Xiao Fan! Xiao Fan! Quick, quick, quick! Sister Medusa gave me a lot of medicinal herbs. Medusa? Sister? Xiao Fan wondered why Ziyan could be on such good terms with Queen Medusa when it was also the first time they met. Since you two are honored guests of the Serpent People clan, you should rest for a while, as the king still has things to do. At Queen Medusa's call, the flower serpent child then appeared. Take the two of you to rest for a moment. Yes, Lord Queen, Flower Snake Child promised. Although Flower Snake Heir did not understand why Queen Medusa was so angry just then, but now she was telling herself to entertain the two snake people in front of her. However, when Flower Snake Child's gaze turned to Xiao Fan, her eyes lit up. What a handsome snake man. The males of the snake people race were usually strangely ugly, and it was rare to see a distinctive-looking male snake people like Xiao Fan. Flower Snake Heir subconsciously spat out her tongue, and her eyes turned vertical, with an appearance of being extremely interested in Xiao Fan, and Queen Medusa tugged her sister away. Sister, listen to me. Don't you like to come into my room? Go, enter my room and let me get to know this dear sister of mine. Queen Medusa didn't give Dai any chance to return the favor. Kid, wait for me to find you, Dai shouted at Xiao Fan before leaving. But this action clearly irritated Queen Medusa. My good sister, a trip out seems to have yielded much. Isn't that right, sis? And I've got a human name. Queen Medusa stopped twisting her serpentine tail and shuddered, her tone no longer gentle. Name? Well, it's catchy. It's called Butterfly. The butterfly that yearns for freedom. At the mention of her new name, Butterfly was clearly excited, chattering and explaining to her sister. Butterfly, that guy gave you a nice name. Sister, what did you just say? Queen Medusa's voice was very soft, and Dai didn't hear what her sister just said. Queen Medusa admitted that her heart was in turmoil, becoming jealous of her sister. Just because my king's scales are colored he gave my king colored scales, and gave my sister such a poetic name. Sister, gently. Queen Medusa hadn't realized that her hand had become stronger, causing Butterfly to let out an uncontrollable whoop. After all, her injuries hadn't fully healed yet. Dai suddenly remembered something. Sister, that brat seems to be the one you're looking for. Even if Dai was stupid, seeing her sister's increasingly difficult to suppress emotions, she understood what was going on. Bad. I won't be stealing my sister's man. My name is Flower Snake Heir. Which tribe are you from? Flower Snake Heir looked at Xiao Fan and inquired. This was something she had a need to know as the personal guard of the Lord Queen. At least that was what Flower Snake Heir thought. The Lunar May tribe. Yume's tribe? What's it called? Is this your sister? Flower Snake asked after her. Xiao Fan. She is my child bride. Ziyan snatched the topic. Flower Snake Heir actually didn't show much surprise when she heard this answer. Instead, she showed more excitement. After all, magical beasts were different from human beings. Often the strongest among magical beasts were able to have more mates, which meant that Xiao Fan was definitely very good. Xiao, this surname Snake People clan doesn't seem to have heard much about it. Flower Snake Child had apparently forgotten her original intention. When Ziyan saw that not only did Flower Snake Child not know what to do, but instead, she got a few points closer to Xiao Fan, and her entire body became puffed up. The purple twin ponytails kept bouncing, jerking back and forth against Xiao Fan, who hadn't realized the problem yet. Xiao Fan, on the other hand, felt that he had been seen through by Queen Medusa anyway, and then he did not intend to hide it, and there were still Ziyan and Dai to cover up for him when things went wrong. Flower Snake Heir was very enthusiastic, and at this moment, she was already close to sticking to Xiao Fan, and the purple snake tail behind her was constantly testing Xiao Fan's attitude. Seeing that Xiao Fan didn't refuse, Flower Snake Child was even more convinced in her heart that Xiao Fan had thoughts about her. But where did Xiao Fan know about these tones of the Snake People race? And in his heart, he was still wondering if the snake tails of the Snake People race were all like this, liking to wind up other people? Magical beasts did not express themselves in a grating manner like humans did, and Flower Snake Child immediately said to Xiao Fan, I want you. Chapter 62, The Negative Man. Lord Flower Serpent. I wonder what that means. Be my mate. Sister, I can wait for you to grow up. Hua Snake Heir said bluntly to Xiao Fan. The gnashing of teeth version of Ziyan reappears. Bear. Flower Snake Child was not the least bit intimidated by Ziyan's thoughts. Instead, she said to Ziyan, Sister, you'll be the big one from now on, and I'll be the small one. I can 1, 3, 5. Sister, you can. It's okay to be together. The more Flower Serpent Child spoke, the more agitated she became, and the more she strayed from her as an escort. For the first time, Ziyan, who was called sister for the first time, obviously lost the momentum she had just With his head buried deeply in Xiao Fan's ear, he muttered in a low voice, "It doesn't seem like it's impossible." Together, if one could see Ziyan's expression, one would find that this little dragon lady's cheeks had become like ripe apples, and the roots of her ears had long been dyed with a reddish hue, and that little snake tail that could only be held in one's hand was even more excited as it kept on slapping Xiao Fan. Even Xiao Fan, who was pressed against Ziyan, could feel Ziyan's body temperature getting higher and higher. The little guy had been completely confused, and in Ziyan's eyes Xiao Fan became more and more fragrant, and she was waiting more and more impatiently for the day when Xiao Fan would mature. "Little Fanny, I don't mind. No. Have you two asked me what I think? Xiao Yener is even better. It's still the first time we've met Flower Snaker. Xiao Fan, is this sentence?" Ziyan's heart was as sweet as if she had eaten honey. The small snake tail that had been transformed behind her rose high and swung back, and her small head was constantly rubbing against Xiao Fan's cheeks. "What's wrong with meeting for the first time? We wraiths don't need all that bending. I'll be fine if I, Flower Snake Child, have fun with you." As he spoke, Xiao Fan was brought to a place in the palace by Flower Snake Child, and Xiao Fan hurriedly led Ziyan into the room. "Lord Flower Serpent Child, I have business to attend to, so I'll talk to you another time. Close the door, lock it, all in one go." Flower Snake Air obviously did not expect Xiao Fan to actually reject herself. After all, her own poise was also evident in the Snake People clan, but she believed that sooner or later she would be able to take Xiao Fan. "Then Xiao Fan, you rest well, trouble Lord Flower Serpent." And on the other side, leaving Xiao Fan's butterfly, he suddenly realized that his tail seemed to be back to normal, which would be like entering his own room. Wantonly looking through Queen Medusa's room, Butterfly skillfully found a calligraphy in painting from one of the compartments, and said to her sister with a proud face, "Sister, how did you get that brat's portrait?" Dai carefully compared the difference between the person in the portrait and Xiao Fan. "It's really exactly the same. It's the portrait that seems to be a bit older than that brat? No, it should be a few moments more handsome." The Xiao Fan on the portrait actually made Dai look mesmerized. "This brat is a scourge-like look, my good sister. It must have been more than once that you moved your sister's things so skillfully. Perhaps on weekdays their own sister looks so cold. But Dai, no. Private sister is actually not that high and mighty. And Dai is also clearly aware of their own sister's weaknesses. Sis." Butterfly looked at her sister with a hint of charm and spunk. The effect was surprisingly good, and Queen Medusa withdrew the cool demeanor she had just worn. "Humph. Do you realize that you almost even lost your life by breaking out this time?" Queen Medusa was obviously used to Dai's playing dumb, and her tone was nonchalant in her accusation. "It's nothing, sis." Dai tried to weasel out of it. "From today onwards, you'll only be able to act within the palace. If you dare to go out again, you'll see if I dare to clean you up." "Oh," Butterfly responded in frustration. "That said, the Great Elder, that old miscreant, I've sent him away myself. It should have been done a long time ago. That old thing has been targeting sister at every turn for so many years, and he even crowned himself as being for the sake of the Snake People race. And he didn't look at how much the Snake People race has been eaten up by the rest of the empires under his leadership." Butterfly also hated the Great Elder to the bone. "Just dire still cheap, that old thing. Don't mention that old undead. Tell sister about you and Xiao Fan." It was obviously the first time they had met, but his own sister revealed that something was wrong everywhere. "Sister, you don't seem right. The closer you are, the more you can sense that something is wrong with the people around you, especially since Butterfly and Queen Medusa are still twins and have a subtle connection with each other. The normally silly Butterfly's brain is spinning faster than anyone else's. Because of that brat? And sister, how do you know his name? Why does my sister have a portrait of a brat? Sister, I think you just owe it to yourself." Queen Medusa used the best form of punishment that the serpent people were known for, using her own serpentine tail to bind Butterfly in 5 different ways, and the unique wrapping soon bound Butterfly. "Sister," without waiting for Dai to react, he was already tied to the bed, and his hands were even controlled to death by Queen Medusa. "I think it's just that you've been indulged for too long, and you've even forgotten about being a Medusa of the Serpent People clan." Without the antiquated rule that there was only one Medusa in the so-called Serpentine race, Queen Medusa naturally didn't have to watch her sister die in front of her as she did in her previous life. This moment's Butterfly and Queen Medusa's relationship can be described as intimate, not to mention in Medusa's so many years of indulgence. This sister of their own committed a succession of big and small things. This is even more will hit the idea of their own men. Just a simple grounding is afraid far from enough. These are 3 low-grade fighting techniques. When will you leave the palace after you've finished cultivating them? Do not, sister. Butterfly most hate is to cultivate. Otherwise it will not be their own sister early reached the peak of the Do Huang. She is still only a Do Huang 7 stars. This is still the Medusa Queen gave her a low-ranking advanced techniques to cultivate the results. No negotiation. You can't even beat an old man. And you still want to get out? Butterfly, who knew she was in the wrong, could only accept the 3 fighting techniques, but she was not in a hurry to cultivate them. Her doubts had not yet been answered. Sister, do you and the brat know each other? You want to know that badly? Queen Medusa glanced at her gossipy sister. Of course. I told you to look at fewer human picture books. And you insisted. Sister? What? And you seem to be avoiding my question? After a long period of silence, Queen Medusa raised her phoenix eyes, and a touch of gentleness and flavor was added to her beautiful eyes, but the words she spoke were still as cold as ever. He is a negative person. Chapter 63, Throwing Yourself into the Net. Nearly a week had passed in a flash of time, during which no one had come close except for Flower Snake Child, who would hand over many high-level medicinal herbs to Xiao Fan on the orders of Queen Medusa, excluding the little dragon girl who didn't have the slightest sense of crisis. Xiao Fan had hardly rested this week. In addition to the sugar pill promised to little Yenner, Xiao Fan still needed to refine quite a few high-grade medicinal herbs and pills. It was important to know that the higher the grade of the medicinal herb, the more difficult it was to refine. But when the medicinal herb that came into his hands was not refined, Xiao Fan felt that his heart was blocked. Refining like this day and night, Xiao Fan's eyes were colored with a layer of dark circles. It feels like it's back to being a slave to Queen Medusa, the time of free labor. But the medicinal herbs given by Queen Medusa here are too luxurious. The lowest of them were also 4th-rank herbs, and the magic cores were even 3/6th-rank magic cores, and the magic cores still looked fresh. Flower Snake Air came to shout outside Xiao Fan's room as usual. Xiao Fan, Lord Queen has summoned you too. Flower Snake Child does not understand their own these days has been this active. Why Xiao Fan is still indifferent. She also has slowly observed Xiao Fan. The other party, in addition to refining some rare things, is to tease the body lying on the Ziyan. It seemed that in Xiao Fan's mind these two things had a large percentage, and she, Flower Snake Child, actually had no way of inserting herself. It's finally time to meet, and if this drags on any longer, he's going to wonder if Queen Medusa has forgotten all about him. Today's Snakeman Palace is very lively. Not only gathered the 7 tribal leaders, but also includes 3 Snakeman elders are present. Everyone was well aware of the reason for the absence of Mephas and the Grand Elder, of which the comments varied, in contrast to the silence of the elders. The 7 chiefs were righteously indignant at the 2 traitors, all of whom were loyal champions of Queen Medusa rather than belonging to the ministry of one of the elders. Oh, that fool Merbas actually dared to brutalize his fellow clan members and assassinate Queen Medusa. I don't see the need for Merbas tribe to exist. On the other hand, the Mobus tribe, which was the guilty party, had only sent out a fighting spirit level serpent, which was already the strongest person from the Mobus tribe. At this moment, he was also clearly not expecting his leader to actually dare to assassinate Queen Medusa. Who gave him the courage? This serpentine's heart was incomparably bitter, and his brain raced, thinking about how exactly he should apologize to Queen Medusa in a moment. Flower Snake Air led Xiao Fan and Ziyan inside the Snake People's palace together, and their green and unfamiliar faces naturally attracted the attention of the rest of the chiefs and elders. They didn't recognize Xiao Fan, but they knew that Flower Snake Child was Queen Medusa's personal guard. It was Yume who reacted most violently. It's you guys. Xiao Fan cast his gaze away and revealed what he thought was a friendly smile. Chief Yume, long time no see. Yume was subconsciously about to strike, but when she saw Xiao Fan's eyes that did not show any fear at all, she became confused. Moreover, the snake tail behind Xiao Fan and Ziyan also made Yume feel a little strange. Not long after Xiao Fan and Ziyan entered, all the snake people suddenly became solemn in unison and lowered their heads in the direction of the doorway. Apart from the elders in the scene, only Xiao Fan and Ziyan looked at the door with curious faces. A colorful dress outlined amazingly vibrant curves, enchanting to the extreme. The phoenix eyes in the eye flow, charming. Colorful skirt under the unhurried slowly swaying snake tail driven by that cannot be ignored slender willow waist came in style. Under the veil of the beautiful face is obviously covered. Can add a sense of haziness but more people's hearts a trace of possessiveness and hot. His throat was dry as if it had been burned by fire. Xiao Fan swallowed. Gulp. Xiao Fan had to admit that no matter how many times he had faced this impeccable face of Queen Medusa, he had always been a little unable to hold on. Dai actually didn't come? Xiao Fan had a bad feeling in his heart when he noticed that Queen Medusa was not followed by Dai. If Dai was there, Xiao Fan might still be able to play the emotional card, but if Dai wasn't there, it was obvious that he would have to face the 3 great elders and the 7 great chiefs. Does this count as shooting myself in the foot? A powerful aura swept out from Queen Medusa's body, and even Xiao Fan's firmness of mind gave birth to a few points of submissiveness. Killing intent flashed in Queen Medusa's eyes, but it was not towards Xiao Fan, but the 3 elders. Would the 3 elders dare to look directly at this king? Queen Medusa's aura was aggressive, and for Xiao Fan, who was familiar with Queen Medusa's character in his previous life. He knew that he was afraid that he would see blood today. Medusa, even if you're the queen of the snake people, you can't interfere with the elders. Under Queen Medusa's pressure, one of the elders couldn't help but open his mouth. They, the elders, had been assisting Medusa for generations, and had never existed on an equal footing with Medusa. So why should they have to worship Medusa like everyone else? There had never been a precedent for this. This king will not say it a second time. This king will leave you with the last shred of decency, or else the Grand Elder will be your consequence. Queen Medusa's tone was undeniable, and one of the female snake elders, taking the lead, hunched up at the waist and expressed her heartfelt worship to Queen Medusa. Elder Hua. The remaining two elders obviously did not expect to fall back so quickly. They are the same as the Medusa Queen as the peak of the Do Huang cultivation. That is, heart to heart also not allowed. Soft, the two elders seem to have a problem with this king? Medusa, you are not acting. Plop. Two people were crushed into the ground. The occurrence of the fast presence in addition to witnessing the whole process of Xiao Fan, I am afraid that did not react. When the smoke and dust cleared, a sword condensed from fighting chi was suspended above the head of each of the two elders, and as long as the two elders moved a little the sword would be inserted straight into their brains. The elder who was previously called Flower Elder immediately half bent down. Queen Medusa, the two elders have no intention of offending. I hope that Lord Queen will spare the two elders. Old undead. If you still can't see the situation clearly, this king doesn't mind reuniting you with the previous Grand Elder. Queen Medusa recollected her aura and sat on the throne that was molded by jewels, looking down on everyone with a condescending disdain, only for her gaze to linger on Xiao Fan for a moment longer. This king has decided to break through the Do Zone with the help of the foreign fire, and during this period I hope that nothing such as what happened earlier will happen to anyone else. No, Medusa, you're talking nonsense. The success rate of that secret method isn't even 1 in 1,000. And even from the records, other than the completion of the Medusa who started the secret method, there are no more success stories. The second elder immediately voiced out a rebuttal. When it was truly about Medusa's life and death, everyone's hearts were in their throats. From the strength that Queen Medusa had just displayed, no one would wish for anything bad to happen to Queen Medusa. The king is not asking for your opinion, but is giving notice. Understand? Chapter 64 Resolutions. Are you not aware of the situation of the snake people? The surrounding empires are invading the serpent people more and more frequently. If we were to hold on to the Tagore Great Desert in such a single-minded manner, we would end up like the sand in the desert, being completely buried. What the serpents need is a new place to live. Xiao Fan looked at this Queen Medusa, who had spent her entire life seeking a way out for the snake people, and a few feelings inevitably arose in her heart. With vigor and determination, I can't imagine that the original Queen Medusa at this time had already made up her mind. Hadn't the other Medusa pondered leaving the great desert of Targal? There must have been, but the barrier that could never be crossed limited the advance of all Medusa queens. Do Zone. It's obviously just a step away, but it limits the lives of countless people. Looking at Queen Medusa, who still chose to evolve with the foreign fire, Xiao Fan's heart gave birth to a touch of worry. Evolving with the help of the foreign fire was always a risk and chance. Helping Queen Medusa to break through the Do Zone might be a lot of ways for Xiao Fan. The 6th grade pill to break the Do Zone pill, and comprehending the laws of space, all of which could break the layer of barrier between the Do Huang and the Do Zone. But that break through the upper limit of the Do Zone will always be just Do Zone. In the future there are Do Zun, Do Shang, and even Do Di. Why would Queen Medusa be so obsessed with the foreign fire breakthrough? Naturally for the success of the chance of less than 1 million bloodline evolution, the 7-colored swallowing sky python. Xiao Fan began to think about the preparations needed for Queen Medusa's breakthrough. Evolution would be accompanied by a heavenly tribulation, and the only way Queen Medusa could really break through was to carry through the impact of the heavenly tribulation that struck her soul directly. Seeing Xiao Fan fall into thought, Queen Medusa took the initiative to inquire. I wonder if this human pill refiner has anything to say? Humans. Flower Snakeair felt his heart suddenly seized, but also constantly murmured, How can? The rest of the snake people's eyes were fierce. They, the snake people, were not like Butterfly, who had a hint of good feelings towards humans, but more of aversion and hatred. At this moment, after realizing that Xiao Fan was a human, there were already a few people who were planning to make a move. He is the king's guest. My queen, humans are all devious and cunning, backstabbing villains. Asking humans for help is no more than asking for. Queen Medusa didn't refute this statement. Again by default, Xiao Fan felt all the gazes around him as if they were roasting him on the fire, before he opened his mouth and said, Queen Medusa, as per the previous request, I can help you increase the probability of your breakthrough, but the foreign fire. The king agrees. Agreed? Xiao Fan didn't expect it to go so smoothly. The king says one thing, But the king has one more condition. What conditions? Xiao Fan was afraid that Queen Medusa really intended to leave herself behind. You'll see in a moment. Queen Medusa waved her hand and did not continue in this matter. The serpent man from the previous Moba's clan land suddenly spoke up. Lord Queen, my clan is willing to go to the border of the falling Wild Goose Empire to garrison the border, and I hope that Lord Queen will agree to it. I'm afraid this is the only chance they have to clear their name as a clan of traitors, and that's what they should do as traitors. Serpent tribes are next to the Gama Empire, the Izumo Empire, the Locan Empire, and the Mulan Empire, of which the Locan Empire is the strongest, with a dozong sitting in the town. Queen Medusa tapped on her throne as if she was thinking. The serpents of the Merbas clanland could only wait apprehensively for Medusa's answer. It was supposed to be a bloodbath all over the Inkbath clanlands after today, but you don't seem to be as stupid as Inkbath. Queen Medusa's words were undoubtedly an answer to the serpent's request, and in his heart, he was secretly relieved that he was going to take this opportunity to perform well. Flower Snake Child, pass down the order for the Dark Guards to stop the bloodletting of the Mobas clan. Flower Snake Air came back to her senses from her trance, and at this moment, her gaze towards Xiao Fan was no longer as infatuated as it was earlier, and only after gritting her teeth did she respectfully return to Queen Medusa and said, "Yes, my queen." The previous snake man was shocked in his heart. If he hadn't said it in time, I'm afraid that his head would have been separated after today. After all matters were ordered down, only Xiao Fan, Zi Yen, and Queen Medusa were left in the palace at this time. Queen Medusa hooked her jade finger at Xiao Fan, her tone taking on a hint of charm. It looks like you like snake tail a lot? It's fine if Lord Queen wants to see a human body. Xiao Fan swallowed a pill contacting the snake transformation pill, and Xiao Fan, who had resumed standing on 2 feet, felt a lot more comfortable. Xiao Fan, why don't you give me the antidote? Ziyan blinked her eyes and looked at Xiao Fan. There's no more, and besides, the potency of the medicine will be here soon. Xiao Fan spread his hands as if he really had no antidote left. So, the corner of Ziyan's mouth curled up slightly and drew back the snake's tail that was cupped in Xiao Fan's hand, and seeing that softness leave, Xiao Fan's eyes were filled with fondness. Hey, little Fancy, if you call me sister, I'll give you a touch. Ha, I wouldn't be that spineless. Sister Ziyan. The two were just flirting under Queen Medusa's watchful eye, not feeling the slightest bit out of place. Ahem. Queen Medusa coughed lightly. The current her had infinite tolerance for Ziyan, even to the point of doting on her. Xiao Fan returned to his senses, but the movements of his hands were still unceasing. That said, why haven't I seen the little dragon tail of the dragon form Xiaoyaner before? Xiao Fan was getting more and more impatient to see the dragon emperor who had intruded into his heart at that last moment in his memory. Little Yener also needs to grow up quickly. Xiao Fan touched Ziyan's head and whispered, I don't know what the queen's conditions are? Only then did Xiao Fan turn his sight to Queen Medusa, who was seated high above the throne. Name it for the king. Taking names? Xiao Fan wondered. Could it be that he was stimulated by the butterfly? But Xiao Fan hadn't seen Dai for a long time and wasn't sure what had happened between Dai and Queen Medusa during this time. Could it be that naming for the king is difficult for you? Queen Medusa frowned. For the Medusa queen's name Xiao Fan has obviously thought well. But now the situation can be different from the previous life that can pinch the 7-colored sky-swallowing python, if you casually take one of their own life for fear of being unprotected. But Queen Medusa's name was after all of incomparable significance to Xiao Fan. Color. The first word had just been exported when Xiao Fan felt a murderous aura locking onto him, and the scaled word that had already reached his throat was hardened and swallowed back by Xiao Fan, clad in colored scales, prosperous as they are. The name Color Scale is just fine. Xiao Fan stiffly made up a verse to Queen Medusa. It was only then that Queen Medusa's face softened slightly. That was hard to hear. In 3 days, the king will have Flower Serpent Child call out to you. Queen Medusa twisted her snake tail and left the Snake Man Palace. But before she left, the corner of her mouth clearly evoked a smile. The sharpest sword of the serpent people has a soft side. Chapter 65, The Butterfly at Large. Sister, little kid he. Butterfly saw Queen Medusa back immediately came up and asked, Don't worry, sister, I promised you not to harm him. So naturally I won't go back on my word. Sister, you've really decided to make use of the foreign fire. What? Even you don't believe I'll succeed? No, I'm not worried about my sister. Butterfly immediately weaseled out. Sister, you can see that I've practiced all my fighting skills. Why don't you? With your less than 3-legged kung fu you have the nerve to say that you've practiced almost as much? Queen Medusa had already guessed what this sister of hers was going to do. Sister, look at that. Queen Medusa looked in the direction Dai was pointing. Sure enough, it's stupid as always. My silly sister. Butterfly had already run out of the room the moment Queen Medusa twisted her head. The room was sealed by Queen Medusa these days. Even if she wanted to run out there was no chance. Relying on the same appearance as Queen Medusa, Dai easily found Xiao Fan's residence. Kid. Xiao Fan opened the door in response. Queen Medusa? No, it's Butterfly? Both of them were basically carved out of the same mold in both voice and appearance, and the only way to tell the difference was by the differences in their movements. Ouch! Butterfly never expected his tail to see Xiao Fan as if he had discovered a rare treasure and immediately wrapped around it, and she herself stumbled and flopped down on Xiao Fan. A certain huffing and puffing little dragon girl's ears merely twitched and turned to start snoring again. Looking at Butterfly's overwhelming face from a close distance, Xiao Fan thought of a time when he had once been similarly pressed by Queen Medusa. Butterfly has long been scarlet, her beautiful eyes constantly dodging Xiao Fan's gaze. Little brat, you get up. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Fan used his hand to pull the slightly messy tresses in front of Dai's forehead behind his ear and made an even bolder move. Kid, don't you? I've recovered my strength. The body's strange movement let Dai could not help but pout. That kind of innocence to the extreme suddenly brought up a trace of lust feeling of the demeanor. Is really straight to Xiao Fan's heart. Your Majesty is out of line. The red lips were about to meet, but Dai had no intention of pushing Xiao Fan away. Always taking advantage of me, and shouting Lord Queen, is really shameful. Xiao Fan. No way. The sudden yelling made Xiao Fan come back to his senses, looking at Butterfly who had already closed her eyes, her slender eyelashes trembling slightly, waiting for Xiao Fan's further action. Then it occurred to her that which was Queen Medusa in front of her. It was clearly Butterfly. Ziyan looked like she was having a nightmare, still clawing at the air haphazardly, her little head constantly arching against the covers on her body. Oh, lighter. Xiao Fan. I don't know what the little guy dreamed of, but he actually shed tears. Xiao Fan couldn't see Ziyan crying the most. Dai. I'm sorry. Xiao Fan picked up Butterfly, who was still in a daze, and came to the little one's side, gently patting the back of this little dragoness who hadn't grown up yet. The familiar scent made Ziyan quickly stretch her brows, obviously still asleep, but the small nose had its own consciousness like it was constantly searching for the scent on Xiao Fan's body. Xiao Fan is fragrant, but unfortunately the heart is flowery. Xiao Fan thought that Ziyan was thinking of his own green lotus heart and gently approached Ziyan's ear and whispered, "This life's heart belongs to you." Ziyan giggled as if she had eaten a delicious sugar pill and wondered what beautiful dream she had dreamed. Kid, I can't tell you care about her. The blush on Dai's face hadn't gone down yet. I want to accompany her for the rest of her life. Xiao Fan rare heavy looking at the silly little guy. This life of favor and tenderness he has unreservedly given this little guy. Xiao Fan couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. He only felt as if what he owed was far from enough to repay himself. Xiao Fan also knew that without enough strength perhaps he couldn't even protect Ziyan. Instead of dwelling on the hatred of his past life, he should give the love of this life to those who love him. Child bride? Then I will wait for you to grow up. Xiao Fan looked at the sleeping Ziyan heart that guilt and self-blame can only get better. Kid, you and your sister are pretty much alike. Me? Xiao Fan was puzzled. Sister is always brooding like this too. And I know sister she carries a lot. Don't blame your sister for her fierceness. In fact, she's just as cutthroat and outwardly strong as I am. Xiao Fan could understand Dai's statement. Queen Medusa. Behind her was the entire serpent race. Born to be a king she could only bury all her emotions in her heart. It wasn't easy to break into this queen's heart, but once you did, I'm afraid it wouldn't be that easy for you to run away. Nay, the Queen Medusa of her previous life had chosen to leave without saying goodbye, and that goodbye had turned out to be never to be seen again. Xiao Fan didn't know what the Queen Medusa of his previous life would do when she found out about his death. Probably wouldn't know either. After all, Xiao Fan didn't know exactly where Queen Medusa had gone, and the only time he had done so was when he had sent Flower Snake Child over to beg for an 8th grade elixir. Xiao Fan naturally did not treat Queen Medusa poorly, and together with that 8th product elixir and 2 9th product elixirs, he gave it to Flower Snake Air. So, brat, you must help your sister evolve successfully, even if. Butterfly pursed her lips for a while before continuing. As long as sister's evolution is successful, I can allow you to complete what you just. Xiao Fan subconsciously confirmed what Dai had just said. It can't be that Queen Medusa hasn't been raided and her sister has been. First, Xiao Fan felt that he might not be able to consume it. One Queen Medusa could drain him dry, and with one more he was afraid that he would fall apart halfway through the midway before he could become an emperor. Dai, there's no need for you to say that. I'll actually do my best to help Queen Medusa evolve. The tail behind the butterfly unconsciously wrapped tightly around Xiao Fan. Kid, you're obviously a human. Why are you helping me? Even though he had come for the foreign fire, Xiao Fan's attitude towards the snake people and Queen Medusa was clearly too good to be true. Even she fell into Xiao Fan's gentleness, her snake tail wrapping Xiao Fan tighter and tighter. And Dai hadn't realized that her tail had long since returned to normal along with her injuries. From the moment he walked in the door, Dai thought it was Tails uncontrollable, but in reality that was his true inner thoughts. When a snake finds its prey, it always winds up the other side and savors the food in a fine. Looking at the familiar vertical eyes, Xiao Fan shivered and subconsciously touched his back. Consider it, payback for you being the first woman I've ever seen naked in my life. You, being mentioned about that time when Oasis was looked at naked by Xiao Fan. Dai became visibly ashamed. Like it's not my first time. Nope. Say it like you're at a disadvantage. Stinky brat. Sister Medusa, what brings you here? Ziyan rubbed her sleepy eyes, obviously woken up by the sound of the two men's jostling. Which is Medusa's sister? I am your butterfly. Sister. Chapter 66 Soul Casting Spiritual Pill. Xiao Fan had let Flower Snake Air go and prepare the medicinal materials he needed to refine the pills as early as when he had arrived at the Snake People's palace. Xiao Fan, it's the first time I've seen you need such a big battle to refine medicine. Ziyan obediently sat beside Xiao Fan. On the side of the same there was Butterfly, and in front of Xiao Fan was filled with many medicinal herbs packed up in jade bottles. The butterfly's tail slowly bowed behind Xiao Fan, providing him with an easy couch to lean on. This is the first time I've seen a human refining medicine. Butterfly was interested in everything Xiao Fan had prepared. Before alchemy, Xiao Fan still needed to make a preparation, only to see Xiao Fan take out a small bottle of colorless but thick liquid from his nascent ring. Xiao Fan, what is this? Ziyan looked at Xiao Fan strangely. Ahem. Of course, Xiao Fan would not say that this was the dragon saliva of Ziyan that he had secretly collected. After all, he was planning to refine a 6th grade elixir this time, the Soul Casting Spirit Elixir, which belonged to a 6th grade elixir created by Xiao Fan himself, and had a nourishing and protective effect on the soul after taking it. But its real role is not here. The most critical is that the Soul Casting Spirit Pill is very special. If the soul suffers a fatal injury, it is able to completely stimulate the medicinal properties of the pill. The soul will not only not be damaged, and even have the possibility to go further, absorbing that touch of spirituality wandering between the sky and the earth, casting the spirit realm soul. Nay, the success rate was too low, otherwise it wouldn't have been just a 6th grade elixir. But even if it failed to evolve, the soul casting spirit pill was enough to protect Queen Medusa's soul. However, a 6th grade elixir was undoubtedly impossible to succeed for Xiao Fan, who was only a great doer. Even if Xiao Fan had once been a 9th grade Golden Dan alchemist, this will make Ziyan's dragon saliva play a key role. I don't know how this guy's saliva can have such a role. Xiao Fan guessed that it would not be after Ziyan ate so many heavenly treasures. The energy that could not be absorbed also became saliva, which is convenient to repeat. No, if I keep thinking about it, I feel like I won't be able to face little Yenner. Xiao Fan stopped his rambling thoughts. Obviously he said that he would never swallow Ziyan's dragon saliva again. But at the critical moment this thing can really play a big role. A rejuvenation elixir? In front of Ziyan's dragon saliva. That is a younger brother. That thing which has dragon saliva supplement. Xiao Fan swallowed the dragon saliva in one gulp and held a small portion in his mouth to make it easier to use it in parts. Swallowing too much in one go would not allow him to catch up with his own refining speed. Smacked his lips, recalling the flavor of what he'd just tasted. Sweet. The spirit devouring skill in his body instantly cheered after feeling Ziyan's dragon saliva, and along with it, Xiao Fan also became exuberant. Dragon saliva still has this function? Xiao Fan obviously did not expect that in addition to providing dou qi, it would actually make one become excited. However, Xiao Fan still managed to suppress the thought with his willpower. The palms of his hands flipped, and flames intertwined with green and gold rose up, shrouding the entire room with a touch of scorching heat. A different fire? Butterfly frowned slightly. Butterfly could tell that the flame in front of him was a foreign fire, but he couldn't find the name of the corresponding foreign fire in his mind. After thinking about it, I still think it should be some kind of special flame. After all, everyone on the continent knows that the foreign fire is only possible for one person to refine one, and in the butterfly's opinion, Xiao Fan will not be a little cute. Do not know this. Xiao Fan had dragon saliva in his mouth and was unable to respond to Dai's question. On the contrary, it was Ziyan who became squirmy. Just after Xiao Fan opened the cap of the bottle, she smelled out what was in the bottle. Lying to me again. 2 small crystalline feet stepped on the cold floor and rubbed back and forth. Next time or. Ziyan felt that Xiao Fan must like it very much, or else he wouldn't have hidden it from himself and collected it secretly. Right, we can't let Xiao Fan be so tired. I want to, myself. Otherwise, with the help of Ziyan dragon saliva, the temperature of the flame was not only strengthened, but the recovery of one's own dou qi was also able to catch up with the consumption. Soul Casting Spirit Pills Medicinal Materials Flower Snake Child only collected a copy. This is still in the Snake People tribe treasure chest rummage just barely put together. After all, The soul class medicinal materials needed for the soul casting spirit pill cannot be seen very often. A strain of medicinal herbs was continuously being refined. The whole process had no problem under Xiaofan's careful operation. I'm afraid that no one on the continent would have thought that someone refining a 6th grade elixir would actually be so fast, completing the refining of all the medicinal herbs in just one day. Seeing the completion of the refining of the medicinal materials, Xiaofan's heart was relieved. The next step was also only to condense the dan to be completed. Ziyan wiped the sweat seeping out from Xiaofan's forehead for him. Even with the green lotus heart and dragon saliva, Xiaofan inevitably felt tired. But if I had the strength of a Dueling, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Xiaofan, still need my help? Ziyan was a little embarrassed as she approached Xiaofan's ear and said in a childlike voice, her small hand lightly against her mouth. Although Xiaofan had suffered a serious loss of dou qi, it was not so bad that he needed Ziyan's help. Step aside and don't mention it anymore. Oh, Xiaofan, you're mean to me. No, that's it. Ziyan dissatisfiedly pouted her small mouth. Clearly she lied and cheated herself first. In her previous life as well as this moment, Ziyan can be very resourceful. The more Xiaofan does not allow, the more ghosts in his heart. Don't let her Ziyan catch a chance, or she'll definitely retaliate back hard. Ziyan stepped on her luscious jade feet and ran to the side, waiting for the moment when Xiaofan revealed his crack. Conjugate dan sounds easy, as if it is just to neutralize the refined medicinal herbs together, but there are quite a lot of doors. Not only do you need to use your soul force to control the medicinal herbs that will go berserk at any time, but you also need to utilize the trace of wood attribute in your body to neutralize the imbalance between the medicinal herbs. No matter which step goes wrong, it will lead to the failure of alchemy. All the medicinal materials will be ruined. However, Xiaofan was also a 9th grade golden pill alchemist, so as long as there were no accidents, basically refining it at once would not be a problem. You're saying that a 9th grade golden pill alchemist will blow up the furnace when he makes a 2nd grade pill? Did they? As the temperature continued to rise, the medicinal materials began to intermingle with each other, but unbeknownst to him, the medicine cauldron also cracked with the scorching of the foreign fire. Bad. Xiaofan was startled in his heart. However, it was now the critical moment for the congealing of the pills, so Xiaofan could not care if the pill cauldron would explode or not. The cracks grew wider and wider, accompanied by the sound of nuisance shattering. Bang! The entire medicine cauldron exploded apart. Dai was the first to react. Just now she had been watching Xiaofan's situation. Of course it wasn't to secretly admire Xiaofan's appearance when he was concentrating. A barrier stopped all the pill cauldron fragments that flew toward Xiaofan. Without the aid of the medicinal cauldron, the temperature of the flames suddenly dropped by a few points, and the consumption of dou qi obviously couldn't support the high temperature to condense the pills. Ziyan looked at the opportunity to come, did not hesitate to pounce on Xiaofan's arms. Do not give Xiaofan any time to react. To Xiaofan is to offer there. How could Xiaofan at this moment dwell on this? Desperately claiming Ziyan's dragon saliva, the spirit devouring skill boiled again, as if Ziyan was the best tonic for Xiaofan. And Xiaofan is likewise the best medicine in Ziyan's heart. Chapter 67 Dan Chang. Butterfly looked at the scene incredulously. This. Originally I thought that my sister was my biggest opponent, but I didn't realize that this little girl was. Butterfly's mind regretted why she didn't have such an ability. Nope. Never tried it either. What if I did? Thinking of this, Butterfly's snow-white neck was colored with a scarlet red, and the snake's tail behind her twisted back and forth. With Ziyan's help, there were no accidents in the process of condensing the dan, and it was only a matter of time before Xiaofan transformed the cauldron with fire and cast the soul spirit dan. Little Yenner, close your eyes first. Xiaofan transmitted his voice to Ziyan, who was still enjoying herself. Ziyan also obediently closed her eyes. Xiaofan gently picked up Ziyan. Now that he had reached the final stage, he no longer needed the huge dou qi supplement. Xiaofan didn't want Ziyan to worry about himself anymore. Sometimes his sudden recklessness might really scare the little dragon lady beside him. Ziyan was right in one sentence, and that was that the current Xiaofan's was indeed a rare medicinal herb. Pust. Xiaofan spat out a mouthful of blood upside down, and unlike the usual blood, even if this blood left Xiaofan, it still looked extraordinarily energized. Heart's blood, the last of the herbs, and a sliver of my soul essence. I think preserving Queen Medusa should be foolproof. Xiaofan's heart blood but contains a powerful vitality. If taken, can also reach the level of living bones, as the last ingredient of the soul-casting spirit pill is naturally excellent, and the cutting of the soul essence is a bit painful. That kind of tearing sensation on the soul will give a person great pain. A light case of schizophrenia, or a heavy case of direct unconsciousness. I can't imagine that sometimes the Soul Clan's secret method is somewhat useful. On the soul. In this world, in addition to the alchemist, I'm afraid that no one dares to play soul with the soul race. That is, the alchemist has to retreat when he sees the soul race. for fear that one day his soul will be refined into the source. Ziyan's little agaric nose obviously smelled the blood in the air. To be open eyes, Xiao Fan has long been cleaned up the blood that spewed out. Ziyan simply saw a trace of blood hanging from the corner of Xiao Fan's mouth. Ziyan was stupid, but not really stupid. She knew that Xiao Fan must have done something that would make her heart ache again. But when she saw that Xiao Fan had really taken the words she had said at the bottom of the magma last time into her heart, she was still a little bit delighted. Ziyan has begun to calculate. Shouldn't we give little Fancy more fillings later? Ziyan smacked her lips and her tiny tongue licked her somewhat moist lips. Butterfly had seen the whole process of Xiao Fan taking his heart's blood. She couldn't understand why Xiao Fan was so decisive. It was heart's blood. Could it be because of me? Butterfly couldn't help but start thinking about it. Xiao Fan became more and more like the perfect prey in her mind and her eyes. Queen Medusa also didn't expect that the ideological education she kept giving Dai these days not only didn't have the slightest effect, but instead intensified the relationship between the two. Dan. Condensed. After injecting his heart's blood, the green Dan pill was tinted with a bright red, and outside the palace, countless energies began to converge. Queen Medusa had actually been watching from outside the room. A vision of heaven and earth? I really don't know if you really didn't see it or pretended not to know. You who are so talented in alchemy actually can't see that the elixir is a fetus nourisher. Queen Medusa left quietly without anyone noticing. Only Ziyan's gaze paused for a moment at the door of the room. Pills that could trigger heaven and earth anomalies had already reached the 6th grade advanced or even peak level before they appeared. But this was clearly something that hadn't yet reached Xiao Fan's expectations. The previously separated soul essence was injected into the soul-casting spirit pill that had already been formed into a Dan, and Xiao Fan wanted to add a touch of spirituality to the pill. Along with the injection of the soul essence, this soul-casting spirit pill blasted out in all directions with a circle of energy ripples surging out in all directions with Xiao Fan as the center, producing a thunderous explosion, and a column of energy light shot skyward from within the pill tripod. The vision in the Snake People's palace had naturally caused quite a commotion, and Flower Snakechild had already rushed towards Xiao Fan's residence with countless guards. Due to the addition of Xiao Fan's soul essence, the soul-casting spirit Dan actually had a not-so-small amount of spiritual intelligence, and the moment the Dan became a reality, it broke away from Xiao Fan's control, and the speed was such that Xiao Fan didn't even have time to seal it. Not good. Xiao Fan never thought that he had really lost the face of a clean alchemist in his life. Blowing up the furnace and the pills escaping were all experienced by himself. Ziyan and Butterfly reacted quickly and immediately shot off in an explosive manner. But although this elixir was the peak of the 6th grade, it could be compared to a normal 7th grade elixir. Looking at the soul-casting spirit Dan that fled in all directions, Ziyan and Dai were unable to control it for a while. The good thing is that the soul-casting spirit Dan also did not make a fuss for a long time. After all, not up to the 7th grade. The peak of the 6th grade pills even with a spirit is only a flash in the pan. Butterfly was the first to grab the soul-casting spirit Dan and sealed his opponent's movements with his Do-Chi. Kid, didn't think you were still a master pill refiner. Xiao Fan was a bit deflated. A feeling of weakness suddenly surged to his heart. Not waiting for Dai to approach, Xiao Fan only felt both eyes fall toward the back. There was a gaudy phantom that was faster than both Ziyan and Dai who were present, and it was none other than the Queen Medusa, who was clad in a red robe that was demonic to the extreme. Queen Medusa used her snake tail to hold the collapsed Xiao Fan. 3 days of sleepless refining pills plus soul and heart blood damage finally swept through. Xiao Fan hugged Queen Medusa's smooth and moist snake tail and fell into a deep sleep. Sister! Butterfly was taken aback, clearly flustered by her sister's sudden appearance. However, upon seeing his sister's stretched brow, Dai froze. Sister, is it a smile? Butterfly himself can't remember how long he hasn't seen his sister show a smiling face. Unlike the usual coldness, the current Queen Medusa is gentle and watery. Her slender fingers crossed the cheeks of the sleeping Xiao Fan. Still so feisty, Ziyan quietly came over to Queen Medusa's side. He. Sister Medusa. Xiao Fan. Is he alright? Humph. What can happen to this negative man? Queen Medusa's mouth was unforgiving, but she had actually done a full body check for Xiao Fan as early as just now. Sister Medusa. Xiao Fan. If he knows, he will definitely. This king does not need his mercy. Queen Medusa's demeanor changed, and she resumed her image as that towering empress. I'm afraid that only Dai, who was holding the elixir, was the most out of place amongst the audience. Sister, what are you guys talking about? Queen Medusa took the elixir in Dai's hand and handed Xiao Fan over to Ziyan. Running out privately hasn't been accounted for yet. Queen Medusa grabbed her own sister's arm. Sister, I was wrong. With Queen Medusa's enforcement, Butterfly was just forcibly taken away. My queen. Flower Snakeair had been waiting outside for a long time and was slightly surprised to see the two queens coming out of Xiao Fan's room at the same time. Well, break it all up. Flower Snakeair beckoned. Looking at Queen Medusa who was walking away, Flower Snake Air said strangely, "Your Majesty, the Queen seems to be in a good mood?" Chapter 68, Departure. In a daze, Xiao Fan dreamed again of the day when Queen Medusa left. After a good fight between the two, Queen Medusa wrapped Xiao Fan up in a death grip. Queen Medusa pushed extra hard that night, seemingly with a general sense of revenge. Queen Medusa, who had not bared her fangs for a long time, snapped at Xiao Fan in a gloomy manner. "Xiao Fan, do you love me?" Queen Medusa has yet to realize that the only time she doesn't refer to herself as the king is when she is in a lighter spirit or when she is with someone close to her. Xiao Fan fell into a short silence. The relationship between the two was full of drama. Sort of a day-to-day relationship. Xiao Fan couldn't recognize his heart. He was clinging to an impossible idea. He knows only to love, not to be loved. And love is always and forever a duty, not a promise. And right now he can't give Queen Medusa a promise. For a moment he couldn't give his own answer. But it was this short silence that Xiao Fan could see the light in Queen Medusa's eyes dim a few points. "Kyre, I'm sorry." Xiao Fan tried to reach out his hand to comfort the injured Queen Medusa, but was slapped away by Queen Medusa. "This king never needs anyone's pity. Don't you think that this king looks at you?" Queen Medusa said and bit down hard on Xiao Fan's shoulder. Along with that snake mark on Xiao Fan's body was excited along with it. Xiao Fan could feel Queen Medusa's body shivering, but Xiao Fan couldn't feel a trace of anger. All he had was the unwillingness of a queen. Colored. Xiao Fan wanted to say something, but Queen Medusa obviously didn't give Xiao Fan this opportunity. Her body was mastered by Queen Medusa, completely not giving Xiao Fan any time to rest. The room was pitch black, and there was not a single light in the entire room, except for the faint silvery white glow emanating from the moonlight. Crossed flickering candle lights, messy table tops, crossed and staggered calls, each with their own mind. The two of them. That snow lotus-like cold and beautiful face had long been unable to control the two intense flushes of red, as gorgeous as the midday sunlight spilling down on an iceberg. A night of wind and rain, flowers falling from the bed. When Xiao Fan turned awake again, the pain in his body told him that everything that happened last night was not illusory, but Queen Medusa had unsurprisingly chosen to leave as well. The serpent's curse seal was lifted by Queen Medusa, and this queen seemed to really want to remove the traces she had left on Xiao Fan, but Queen Medusa obviously didn't expect Xiao Fan to have long left an indelible mark on her either. Queen Medusa lowered her gaze with a few moments of despair and touched her belly again, still resolutely choosing to leave. "These shoes are ugly. The king hates that name. Do you think the king cares if you live or die? Xiao Fan, this king hates you." Xiao Fan was awakened and his back was already drenched in cold sweat. When he met Ziyan's innocent and flawless eyes, his heart somehow felt a bit relieved. At this moment, Xiao Fan's head is resting on the little guy's legs. There is no slender and rounded touch, but slightly chubby and fleshy calves, paired with white and translucent small short socks. Innocence with a hint of temptation. "Xiao Fan, you're awake." Xiao Fan reluctantly moved away from the aromatic and pungent overwhelming cuisine. "Little Yenner, how long have I slept?" Xiao Fan wiped the drool at the corner of his mouth, wondering how he did not remember that he had the habit of drooling. One day and one night. Ziyan didn't actually know how long had passed, except that the sugar pill was finished, so a day should have passed. So long. Xiao Fan had thought that he would only need to rest for a few hours. Where did he think that a day and a night had actually passed? And Queen Medusa Sister Medusa said that she would start when you wake up. Ziyan didn't seem surprised that Xiao Fan would ask this question. Wait for me? Xiao Fan did not understand that Queen Medusa should have already gotten that soul-casting spirit pill that she had refined, so why did she still need to wait for her to awaken? Aha! And Sister Medusa said you'd better take a shower before you go. Bathing? The more Xiao Fan heard, the more wrong he became. Xiao Fan had the feeling of being sold and helping others count their money. And isn't this bath offered to Queen Medusa a living sacrifice? Yun-chan, did you take advantage of my unconsciousness again? Nope. I didn't secretly feed Xiao Fan my saliva. Ziyan hurriedly covered her mouth, but the words had already come out. Then, little Yenner, Xiao Fan froze and got up to chase after him, but he didn't expect Ziyan to run away in a puff of smoke, which made Xiao Fan pounce. Xiao Fan, please be sure to help Lord Queen evolve successfully. The trace of emotion in Hua Snakeair's heart had been well hidden by her since she had learned that Xiao Fan was a human, but she would still blush from time to time when facing Xiao Fan. Don't worry, I'll do my best. Xiao Fan was also unsure and could only hope that the soul-casting spirit pill would succeed in helping Medusa. Led by Flower Snake Child, Xiao Fan was brought to a heavily guarded palace. Stepping through the door, all that could be seen was a lake and an island in the center of it. Xiao Fan followed the rising stone pillars to the top of the island in the center of the lake. The water was misty, and through the mist, Xiao Fan was able to see the beautifully dressed Medusa Queen on the island, adding a few points of charming and bewitching in the haze. Every time I come here I still have to feel that Queen Medusa is truly magnificent. This lake's ice spirit cold spring, which alchemist would not be tempted to look at it. Not to mention that there were quite a few high-grade herbs planted here. But Xiao Fan knew that these herbs would soon be destroyed because of the heavenly tribulation. And instead of destroying them, it would be better for him to bring them back to Little Yenner. With this in mind, Xiao Fan also did not ink immediately the surrounding medicinal herbs into a brain into the ring. Did you ask the king? Just take away the king's things? It was still as cold and noble and impenetrable, and although his tone was tinged with anger, he did not make a move to stop it. Ha ha ha! Aren't I afraid that no one will take care of this medicine garden after the Queen Sama leaves? Xiao Fan, even in the face of Queen Medusa's majesty, is still not weak. This time he has to be hardened. Always being pressed by Queen Medusa he as a man is also very disgraceful. Queen Medusa suddenly appeared behind Xiao Fan, her white arm easily holding onto Xiao Fan's shoulder. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Xiao Fan felt that Queen Medusa seemed to have left something on her shoulder. On second thought, how can that be? I'm a 9th grade golden pill alchemist, a former half-emperor powerhouse. I wouldn't be able to detect that the district has left an imprint? My queen, this is not appropriate. Xiao Fan turned around to avoid Queen Medusa's further movements. Today's Queen Medusa didn't wear a mask, and that peerless face that could easily mesmerize countless men was just displayed in front of Xiao Fan. Today you are only allowed to address the king by his name. Name? Xiao Fan was puzzled. Do you need the king to say it a second time? Xiao Fan shivered before he spoke. Color scale? Chapter 69. Names have a special meaning to Queen Medusa, both in her past life, and in this one. How she wanted to hear Xiao Fan shouting her name once again with a lifeless face. Does Queen Medusa really have nothing to fear? Is she really as determined as she seems? Maybe the answer in a previous life was no, but people change all the time. When she finally made up her mind to bring her 2 twin daughters to look for Xiao Fan with her heart full of joy, she looked forward to Xiao Fan's happy smile when he saw her daughters. At that time, the answer to the question Queen Medusa had asked Xiao Fan no longer mattered. What mattered was whether or not Xiao Fan was by her side. But when she returned to the central state, the bad news came, and she realized that Xiao Fan had turned out to be dead. At that time she regretted why she didn't stay by Xiao Fan's side. If she didn't leave, Xiao Fan would definitely not drive her away. That was her confidence as a queen. But it was only when she hadn't even seen the last of Xiao Fan that she began to feel afraid. For the first time, this ferocious Queen Medusa felt fear and dread, the fear of facing death. After the Great War, Queen Medusa left this heartbreaking place with her 2 daughters, and other than Zi Yen being able to occasionally come to Queen Medusa basically didn't interact with anyone. Queen Medusa became afraid of death, of leaving without saying goodbye, of regret. You heartless man, how dare you leave us, mother and daughter, without even saying hello. Queen Medusa would always walk around the empty houses in those high heels that she clearly hated. Crisp sounds can give her a lot of peace. When Xiao Fan was still around, she would even always wear it to mock a certain woman who also liked Xiao Fan. Although there was some bad taste, she liked to see the other party's envious and jealous expression. But she never expected the woman who had made her laugh and flaunt her whole life to choose death. Surprisingly, she was beginning to be envious. Envious of her ability to face death openly, to be able to pursue Xiao Fan in the endless cycle of reincarnation. But Queen Medusa realized that she actually didn't have the courage to face death. And looking at the 3 mischievous little ones outside the house, Queen Medusa couldn't do anything to die alone. She's attached. She can't let go. The 2 daughters and sister love to be mischievous. And the older sister always puts on a look of dislike for everything. They look like you, Xiao Fan. Queen Medusa gently picked up the 2 little ones playing and rubbed their cheeks affectionately. Sister Medusa? You're crying again. Why? How could I cry? I don't care about that negative man. On the contrary, it's you, the titular Dragon Emperor, who runs to me all day long. How come you're done with things on the continent? Zi Yen is silent. How is she not running away from it? Sister Medusa, do you believe in rebirth reincarnation? Xiao Fan, who was used to calling Queen Medusa as Lord Queen or Kyre, was a bit uncomfortable at this moment. Isn't the name Kylian still obtained too casually? Xiao Fan muttered in his heart. Che, no feelings at all. Queen Medusa's aura changed. The king is going to start. It's going to be cheap for you assholes next. Queen Medusa turned her back and took off the brocade-embroidered woven garment, and her perfect and blasphemous petite body was so nakedly displayed in front of Xiao Fan's eyes. Xiao Fan understood that Queen Medusa had already made up her mind, and looking at Medusa's back, Xiao Fan finally didn't hold back and opened his mouth. Kyre, you can definitely succeed. Xiao Fan had already closed his eyes and waited for Queen Medusa's blitz. He had so boldly called Queen Medusa as Kyre. I'm afraid that getting angry and seriously injuring himself would be a trivial matter. Well, I'm Queen Medusa. Queen Medusa only felt that a huge stone weighing on her heart was finally unloaded as she swallowed the soul-casting spirit elixir that Xiao Fan had refined, and her entire body shot up into the sky, transforming into a giant snake covered in purple scales all over her body. The seal around the green lotus earthly heart flame was broken, and the scorching heat instantly hit his face, and just by being close, Xiao Fan could feel that he was about to be roasted. Queen Medusa swallowed the green lotus earth heart flame in one gulp, and a huge roar rose up to the sky, like pain, like a struggle, like gaining a new life. Butterfly sister, Medusa sister, she will be all right? Ziyan worriedly asked Butterfly beside her. Humph, sister, she's the strongest Queen Medusa of all time. Although Dai believed in her sister, her hands were already sweating coldly. Cyan-colored light continued to reveal itself on Queen Medusa's huge snake body, and silk cracks appeared on the otherwise smooth skin. Xiao Fan pulled out a cold sweat for Medusa. He wanted to do something more for Queen Medusa, but he had already done his best. Everything now depended on whether Queen Medusa could survive this move. The entire serpent clan stood at attention, and every serpent prayed in their hearts for the success of the Lord Queen. There were serpents who knelt in reverence, and there were serpents who dropped everything they were doing and stood quietly in front of the palace. Obviously, the street was already flooded, but even the sound of a pin dropping to the ground was clearly visible. What a crazy woman! Xiao Fan looked at the figure in the sky with a complicated expression. All of a sudden Xiao Fan realized that Queen Medusa's aura was decaying, and even her soul had become indistinct. At that moment the barrier between Xiao Fan's mortal realm perfection and the spirit realm soul collapsed, and Xiao Fan leapt into the spirit realm soul. The soul that had entered the spirit realm was able to leave the body for a period of time, and Xiao Fan didn't care if the foreign fire would destroy his soul along with it, and rushed straight into the foreign fire. Xiao Fan quickly found the dying Medusa's soul with the help of his own soul essence in the soul-casting spirit pill. Color, Kyre. Xiao Fan anxiously called out to Medusa, who was about to give up. Kyre, don't you want to know the answer to the question? Xiao Fan also didn't care whether it was the Medusa of his previous life, or the Medusa of this life. He was going to tell Medusa the answer that he hadn't been able to say that day sincerely and earnestly. I love you. Color. Love was really heavy, and Xiao Fan found that his soul seemed to shake with a heavy weight. Perhaps Queen Medusa really felt Xiao Fan's sincere beating heart. The originally dying Queen Medusa was once again revitalized. The original body that had been burned to ashes in charcoal began to coalesce again, and a new lifetime was about to begin turning. The heavens and earth changed color. The blackened thunderclouds emitted a muffled hum, and one could feel a sense of oppression just by staying below. Boom! The thunderbolt as thick as an arm struck above Queen Medusa's newly coalesced body with the speed of lightning. Chapter 70, Hissing. The thunder boomed and endured. But it also meant a new life for Queen Medusa, whose originally huge snake body was reduced to dust in an instant under the thunderbolt. The island was also destroyed under this thunderbolt. Even if he wasn't in the center of the thunderbolt, Xiao Fan could feel the destructive power contained in that thunderbolt. But even so, Xiao Fan still felt Queen Medusa's soul that was getting stronger and stronger. And at that moment, Xiao Fan understood. It worked! Xiao Fan was finally relieved and looked at the green lotus earthly heart flame in the air that was still emitting a strong aura. Even though it had attracted such a large thunderbolt, there was still no change in that foreign fire. The first foreign fire in my past life. I can't imagine that so many things have happened because of this foreign fire. The black and gray body fell with a loud bang, and as heaven and earth returned to normal, a seven-colored figure instantly rushed towards Xiao Fan from the body that was burnt to charred ash. Bang! Xiao Fan fell heavily to the ground. His body even plunged into the ground for a few moments. Xiao Fan could feel that this blow carried a strong sense of revenge. The seven-colored little snake spat out its cute snake letters, and its tiny snake body lay on Xiao Fan's chest looking down on Xiao Fan. Hiss, hiss, hungry? Xiao Fan was surprised to realize that he was already able to understand the language of the snake-type magical beasts. Xiao Fan stroked the small head of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python, and what Xiao Fan didn't notice was that the small snake's eyes changed, taking out a green lotus seed from his bosom. The seven-colored heaven-swallowing python's harumps were already flowing out when he saw the lotus seed that contained a rich fire attribute. The little tail kept rubbing against Xiao Fan, and Xiao Fan smiled and snubbed. Hey, follow me in the future and I'll give it to you. Xiao Fan knew that the soul of Queen Medusa at this moment must be dominated by the companion soul, and as long as he harvested the favor of this little guy, Queen Medusa would still be obediently at his mercy. Even if the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python had just been born, its spiritual intelligence was obviously not low, and it nodded repeatedly when it heard Xiao Fan's words. Then I'll call you Chai from now on. Xiao Kai rubbed affectionately against Xiao Fan's outstretched hand. The name was not important. The green lotus seed in Xiao Fan's hand was the important thing. Alright. Xiao Fan withdrew his hand that was itching from Xiao Kai's rubbing. This is a green lotus seed that even Xiao Yener hasn't eaten yet. But it's cheaper for you guys. 7-colored sky-swallowing python, where to worry about so much? A snatched Xiaofan hand's green lotus swallowed. Not cohesion, 1,000 years of green lotus. The fire attribute energy contains much, so that the small color hiccups, entangled in the arm of Xiaofan, is a deep sleep. And what a cute little guy. Xiaofan touched the sleeping 7-colored heaven-swallowing python on his arm. It's still cute when it's tiny, but it can be fierce when it grows up. Xiaokai, who heard this, obviously wrapped Xiaofan tighter. Xiaofan left the island in the center of the lake with Xiaokai, looking at the already bare island. Xiaofan still lamented in his heart. Just now, I should still be greedy. This ice spirit cold spring should be taken away. Nope. Does this count as Queen Medusa's bathwater? With this in mind, Xiaofan secretly said, more loss, kid, sister she. Xiaofan shook his head. Butterfly shook her head in disbelief. That pair of good-looking beautiful eyes became watery all of a sudden. Sister her. How could she? Dai, why are you crying? Xiaofan couldn't understand how Dai was crying again. Didn't you say that sister she? Dai still couldn't believe that something had happened to her sister. Ouch. Butterfly covered her head. How dare you jump up and knock me on the head? You little brat. Butterfly raised her head and saw the arm that Xiaofan had revealed. What a pretty little snake. Murphy. So, is that Do Huang strength of yours a fake? Don't you know to sense it first? With the strength of a Do Huang, wanting to feel a little one that had fallen into maturity wasn't easy. Great. Butterfly, under the elation, hugged Xiaofan, without any hesitation, in front of his sister's face to complete that still unfinished kiss. Ouch. Butterfly, obviously for kissing very rusty, actually bit Xiaofan's lips. After all, Butterfly's these knowledge also stops at the written depiction. The book said that kissing to be passionate, to be deep. Xiaofan pushed Dai away as he looked at the countless marks on his hands bitten by Xiaokai, blood flowing down the wounds as Xiaokai looked at Xiaofan with provocative angry eyes. That familiar look made Xiaofan unconsciously shout, Kyer? What responded to Xiaofan were 2 rows of teeth marks that were even deeper. Hiss. Rather forgetting that Queen Medusa isn't completely unconscious either. Xiaofan was that aggrieved in his heart. It was clearly your sister who moved first. I was forced to do it. These sisters, one or the other, are not to be trifled with. Butterfly lowered her head to hide her face and did not dare to raise her head. She was afraid that she who had long been blushing face was seen by Xiaofan. The kid. The blood of. Butterfly subconsciously licked her lips, recalling the flavor she had just experienced. Ziyan came not so fast. Saw the injured Xiaofan, immediately came up to care. Xiaofan, how are you injured and bleeding? Xiao, Xiaofanzi, let me help you heal. Ziyan excitedly stretched out her little pink tongue, and one could even see the crystalline threads that the little tongue brought out. Ziyan did not hesitate to come close to Xiaofan to lick the wound that was flowing with blood, and even more so, she exuded an expression of enjoyment. Little Fan Z, it's really getting more and more fragrant. Xiaofan merely indulged in this indescribable touch for a moment, and then immediately retracted his hand. Little Yenner, there's no need. This injury, it will be recovered in a while. And don't ever do that to anyone else again. Only do it with Fanny from now on. Don't call me Little Fancy. Xiaofan was still diabolizing this nickname. For Ziyan's behavior, Xiaofan could still understand. After all, many magical beasts would use their saliva to lick their wounds when they were injured, and could play a role in protecting and killing the poison. But Butterfly's behavior he really cannot understand. Since the recognition of their own, he found Butterfly's behavior is completely the first love of a young girl, but he didn't feel like he had messed with Butterfly at all. At most, he had secretly touched the scales on the other side's buttocks by hugging Butterfly. Indeed, as Xiaofan thought, the scales in that place were more delicate and smooth, and felt better in the hand. Ahem, but that was at most considered to be unable to help himself, definitely not considered to be provoked. At least Xiaofan thought so. Kid, sister she. Dai tried to call out to her sister, but unbeknownst to her, Xiaokai merely looked at Dai and averted her gaze to the side. The evolution has succeeded, but the soul should have fallen into slumber. Xiaofan explained. It's a companion soul? Butterfly quickly figured out what Xiaofan was referring to. After all, Queen Medusa had a companion soul of a serpent magical beast in her body just like her. Well, it's not difficult to recover. Just with the help of the 6th grade pill fusion spirit pill. Another 6th grade pill? Butterfly was a little bitter. In the past few days since she had taken over her sister's work, she realized that the 6th grade pill that Xiaofan had refined that day had actually been the cause of at least 1/10 of their Snake People clan's treasure trove being lost. Well, the herbs aren't very well sought. On the continent, as long as it was a soul-related elixir, the herbs would generally be more difficult to find. Chapter 71, Spell Seal of the Snake. But there is no need to worry too much. Such a situation is only because Queen Medusa's soul is too weak. With time the two souls will naturally merge into one. After all, after so many years of companionship, the two have long been indistinguishable from each other. Butterfly sighed in relief. Fortunately, given enough time, her own sister will still be able to recover. And by that time, the serpent people will surely give birth to an even more powerful Queen Medusa. But Butterfly was in trouble, because her own sister actually stalked Xiaofan to death, saying that she was not willing to follow her. Sister, I'm Dai, your sister. Dai tried to awaken her sister's memory. I don't know what kind of stimulation Xiao Kai had suffered, but when she heard Butterfly's name, she actually revealed those sharp two poisonous fangs. Hiss. Sister, you scolded me? Butterfly is still the first time to be scolded by his own sister, but also scolded very stinky. Obviously the two souls are originally one. Why does it seem to be very hateful to his own appearance? Ahem. It could be that this little guy is more wary. Right now it should just be the equivalent of a newly born child. Xiaofan stifled a laugh in his heart. He also didn't expect Xiao Kai to be so grumpy. The cursing was indeed dirty. After trying for a long time, Butterfly finally gave up and looked at Xiaofan with a helpless face. Kid, sister, shield please. Don't worry, you won't starve. Raising one is also raising two is also raising three. Xiaofan realized that something was wrong and actually really started calculating. Little Yener, on average, 3 bottles of sugar pills a day. A small half bottle of companion amethyst crystal source. Xiao Kai, 1 green lotus seed for 7 days. The demand will get higher and higher as strength recovers. Ching scale, 3 meals a day. It's not the number of individuals that matters, it's the people. So it seems like the green scales are really good to keep. It's like you can't really afford it. Xiaofan realized that his belongings all over his body added up. Probably the 3 little ones will be finished eating after raising them for a month. What to do then? Serving a tiger with your body? As soon as this idea appeared, Xiaofan was all shocked in his heart. Thinking of the way Ziyin drooled every time she came close to sniff around, Xiaofan shivered. No, we must make money now. Xiaofan was not thinking about leaving a few people behind, but thinking about how to feed the 3 little guys, which had bigger appetites than one another. Xiaofan began to miss Yafei's sister. After all, or by the rich woman package feel good. Although the Medusa queen is also very rich, but the snake people are located in the Tagore desert. Its resources are limited. Want a snake people and then take out some of the heavenly treasures? I'm afraid that it is also extremely difficult. Plus, Ziyan's mouth was getting trickier and trickier, and she couldn't look at those ordinary medicinal herbs normally anymore. To put it bluntly, it was still what Xiaofan had been accustomed to. Xiaofan slapped his head and said to Ziyan aggressively, Xiao Yener, punish you for not being allowed to eat sugar pills for a day. Ziyan stared with round eyes. She didn't even know what she had done wrong. How was she suddenly punished by Xiaofan? Since learning that their Queen Sama had successfully evolved, the entire serpentine race was in a state of jubilation. That meant that perhaps they wouldn't have to be subjugated to the great desert of Targal any longer. It meant that the serpentine race could have a territory suitable for survival as well. At the same time, Butterfly also announced that Queen Medusa would be in seclusion for a period of time to consolidate her realm, to which all of the snake people were looking forward to Queen Medusa's release. In the past few days, Xiaofan had stayed in the snake people's palace. Xiaofan went back to the time when his work and rest were reversed and he was pushed to refine pills every day. After all, the 2 little ones reach for food, and after they eat, they sleep, as if they were in a race to see who would advance to the next level. Even if the snake people were poor, it was impossible to let their queen suffer. All kinds of high-grade medicinal herbs were sent to Xiaofan's hands as if they didn't need any money. Although this feeling was very cool, but every time when refining the medicine, there was always a pain in the shoulder if there was any pain at all, which made Xiaofan wonder for a while if he was used to being abused before. And at this moment he actually appeared to have the same sensation as when he possessed the snake spell seal in his previous life. And Xiaofan is likewise preparing the preparations needed to refine the foreign fire, the ice spirit cold spring, the blood lotus Dan. Kid, why do you think sister is always mean to me? Dai only dared to sit not far from Xiaofan every time. Only then Xiao Kai on Xiaofan's arm wouldn't suddenly snap at Dai. Xiaofan looked down at Butterfly's chest. Can it not be mean to you when you're like this? Since Dai took the initiative to kiss Xiaofan last time, her behavior during this period of time had become more and more daring, and her dress had become more and more cool, and she would even secretly get close to Xiaofan while her own sister was asleep. However, every time he got close, he would be sensed by Xiao Kai. Yet Xiao Kai was not hitting the butterfly, but Xiaofan instead. It's obviously a tiny one. How can the tail hurt so much when you whip it? Xiaofan complained. Xiaofan's body was left with big and small wounds, and every now and then there was another little dragon lady who watched the fun and joined in. He really wanted to say that he, Xiaofan, really didn't have masochistic tendencies, No, really, kid, why don't you stay with the serpents? Shao Kai's originally squinted eyes suddenly moved, and his little tail was even more arched. Butterfly suddenly froze. It's over. It's over. How did I say what was in my heart? Even if the brat is really handsome, really attractive, really to my liking. Xiao Fan looked up at Dai, whose eyes were evasive and incomparably flustered. Dai, I'm afraid I can't do it. The silence lasted for a long time before Dai smiled and opened his mouth. Humph, don't stay on not staying well. This king, I'm not going to retain you. Butterfly smiled reluctantly. The fusion of the color scales soul needed time. This time Butterfly had already assumed the heavy responsibility of Queen Medusa, following her sister's tone and said to Xiao Fan. The familiar words reminded Xiao Fan of Queen Medusa. As if to cover up his loss, Dai revealed that silly look again and said with a smile, I found a secret technique in my sister's room in the past few days. Why don't you, little kid, be my experiment? It won't be some dangerous secret skill, right? Xiao Fan knew that Dai was changing the topic and replied smoothly. How can that be? Stop inking. As soon as the butterfly used its snake tail to roll Xiao Fan to its side, its palm kept turning over, and an imprint that Xiao Fan was incomparably familiar with appeared with it. Without waiting for Xiao Fan to react, the mark went straight into Xiao Fan's body. Spell seal of the serpent. He, Xiao Fan, had defended himself in 1,000 ways, but never thought that he would actually be hit just like that. Quickly, brat, let me see the effect. Butterfly roughly tore open Xiao Fan's clothes, and not surprisingly Xiao Fan's shoulder appeared with a similar but different serpent's mark from Hai Bo Dong. Dai, do you know what this is? Isn't it? Butterfly's words hadn't even finished, but she was interrupted hard by Chei's sudden outburst. Hey, what are you doing again? Chai, eat me, live with me, and get mad at me. Xiao Fan had obviously resigned himself to the fact that he could not escape from this snake curse seal anyway, and he would not be seen by anyone anyway if he covered himself up tightly. And what Xiao Fan didn't hear was the second half of Butterflies. A mark for the person you've identified with your whole life. Chapter 72, Phagocytosis of Foreign Flame. Xiao Fan, you're sure? Ziyan stretched out her small hand to hold Xiao Fan's hand with a somewhat worried expression. This time Xiao Fan had already made up his mind to absorb the green lotus earthly heart flame. Xiao Fan said with disdain in his heart, Che, a mere green lotus earthly heart flame that I have subdued once. Can I still be afraid of it? Xiao Fan touched Ziyan's small head. Who are you looking down on? Can a foreign flame in the district still be difficult for me? Xiao Fan, are you okay? Good for you. Xiao Fan gritted his teeth. Yet even after experiencing the pain when he had taken in the foreign fire several times, the pain when he absorbed the foreign fire once again was still as biting as ever. After all, the first time is very memorable. Xiao Fan, do you really not have a stiff upper lip? Ziyan looked at Xiao Fan, who was covered in blood scabs, with concern as the high temperature almost melted everything around Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan utilized the nascent soul to open up a space within himself while continuously pulling the green lotus earthly heart flame towards the space opened up in his dantian. However, the green lotus earthly heart flame would not obediently surrender. It rampaged through Xiao Fan's body, wantonly destroying the tendons in Xiao Fan's body. Damn it! Xiao Fan could feel every organ in his body protesting, reaching a critical point of destruction. If it wasn't for the super speed healing brought by the green lotus heart, this would have been Xiao Fan's time. I'm afraid he would have burned to a crisp. Thought I'd have it a lot easier as a grand duelist. Xiao Fan still underestimated the power of the foreign fire and at the same time overestimated his own strength. If he couldn't suppress the green lotus earthly heart flame in time, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be Xiao Fan refining the foreign fire, but the foreign fire refining him. Xiao Kai quietly climbed onto Xiao Fan's naked body, spitting out his snake letters and looking at the painfully hideous Xiao Fan with interest. Xiao Fan naturally noticed Xiao Kai's arrival. You guys actually look at my jokes? Hiss. What? You've already eaten 2 of my green lotus seeds. Okay. Hiss. Chai said, cockily tossing her head to the side. Okay. Beg Lord Xiao Kai for help. Xiao Fan never expected that he was actually robbed by a snake. Hiss. I don't know if it was Xiao Fan's illusion, but Xiao Fan saw Xiao Kai reveal a wry smile. The originally overflowing foreign fire energy actually fled as if it had met a natural enemy after Xiao Kai's arrival. Xiao Kai didn't let go of any of the overflowing foreign fire energy on Xiao Fan's body, and her tiny snake body moved over Xiao Fan's body like lightning. Hiss. Xiao Kai hiccuped and lazily lay on Xiao Fan's body and fell into a deep sleep. While the green lotus earth heart flame was already weak after losing a large amount of foreign fire energy, Xiao Fan immediately seized this opportunity and utilized his soul power to draw out the foreign fire origin of the green lotus earth heart flame while the spirit realm soul wiped out the green lotus earth heart flame's spiritual intelligence in an instant. One grabbed it and refined it in an instant. The foreign fire that only had its origin left obviously couldn't set off much of a storm and could only be immediately taken in by Xiao Fan. And 1,000 years of cohesion of the fire attribute energy Xiao Fan will not be wasted. The body of the devouring spirit know-how has long been waiting for a long time. Feel more pure than before, more thick energy. Devouring spirit know how to come to the absorption of all. Not a drop left. And Xiao Fan's strength was also rubbing up. And his realm was breaking through one after another. 4-star Big Dipper. 5-star. 6 stars. 9-star Big Dipper. Until the peak of the 9-star Big Duelist, that energy impact only gradually subsided. The spirit devouring skill is this kind of overbearing and unreasonable. As long as there is a constant stream of energy intake, elevating the realm is as simple as drinking water. However, as his strength grew, the spirit devouring skill would become more and more picky about the source of energy, and would even refuse to refine ordinary heavenly treasures. That situation is like saying, "You're asking me to refine something that dogs don't even eat?" Usually at times like this Xiao Fan has no choice but to refine them into sugar pills and feed them to Ziyan. And it's just Ziyan who comes to the rescue. As long as it's given to her by Xiao Fan, she accepts them all. The blood scabs that had coalesced on Xiao Fan's body due to swallowing the blood lotus Dan began to fall off piece by piece, revealing the skin that was even more tender than a baby's. Not only was the spirit devouring skill and strength advanced once more, the successful refining of the green lotus earthly heart flame had also caused the foreign flame quenching body to form an even more powerful body, which was at least able to ensure that the current Ziyan couldn't make Xiao Fan bleed from a single punch. "Fanny, you did it!" Ziyan flew into Xiao Fan's arms, and her small hands were even groping back and forth on Xiao Fan's body. Well, it worked. Xiao Fan grabbed Ziyan and restrained the other party's troublemaking little hand. "It's time to go." Ching scale. She should have waited for a long time as well. Xiao Fan learned from Ziyan that this time, absorbing the foreign fire had actually taken almost a week. This trip to the Tagore Great Desert Xiao Fan was already full of rewards, but he didn't let it inflate him. He still had to become stronger in order to protect everything he had now. Luckily, there were no mistakes in this fusion of foreign flames. Xiao Fan summoned the green lotus earthly heart flame, and the spirit devouring skill automatically merged it with the golden emperor burning heavenly flame that he had previously intercepted from Utan air. And although the color of the foreign fire was still a mixture of green and gold, he could clearly feel that this cluster of foreign fire was a lot stronger than before. Originally, the fusion of different fires will always bring all sorts of trouble. For example, the different fires will always crowd each other out and clash, which is why a person who absorbs and refines two different fires will result in the explosion of the body and death. However, the Golden Emperor burning heavenly flame in Xiao Fan's body was different. It was generated from the energy spilled out by Utan air, which was a foreign fire refined by the spirit devouring skill rather than the original source, and it was more like directly improving the purity of the fire attribute in Xiao Fan's body, causing the fire attribute energy in Xiao Fan's body to reach a level that could be compared to that of a foreign fire. So the fusion of the two was more like the green lotus earthly heart flame, adding further icing on the cake of Xiao Fan's own fire attribute. It is also fortunate that there are no accidents in the fusion of the two. After all, the fusion of foreign flames will also lead to the body to become abnormally excited, will unconsciously want to. Xiao Fan didn't want to go through another OxyContin-like torture. That mountain-like impact was still fresh in his mind. Butterfly, who was far away from the palace of the snake people race, corrected the documents and left after feeling the breath of Xiao Fan's side in a flash, leaving behind the flower snake child staring blankly at the tabletop in a state of disarray. Since Hua Snake Air became Dai's personal escort, her daily task was either to help correct documents or to supervise Xiao Fan's every move. And even at Dai's request, Xiao Fan's daily routine had to be documented to what he was doing every second. Documents big and small were basically approved and corrected by Flower Serpent, and Butterfly was in charge of signing and stamping them to express affirmation. "Oh, Queen Sama, come back soon. This queen is too hard to lead. Kid, Dai, I was about to go look for you." Xiao Fan curiously sized up the panting Dai in front of him. "Isn't it the strength of a Do Huang? Why are you still panting? I can't believe that you actually succeeded. I thought you were burnt to a crisp." Dai actually ran to check on Xiao Fan's condition every day. Xiao Fan stretched out his hand and gestured. "It's that close. You really won't be able to see me." "Meh, it's none of my business if I die." Chapter 73. "Die, I have to leave." "How? But also this king to retain you not?" Butterfly crossed his arms around, his tone cold dissatisfaction. "Just you stay these days. The snake people's heritage of these years are almost consumed by you. Hurry up and go." "This king." Xiao Fan looked at the chattering and constantly complaining Butterfly. As soon as he swept Butterfly into his arms, Butterfly suddenly quieted down for a few moments, panicked and tried to push Xiao Fan away. His face flushed red all of a sudden. The tip of his nose seemed to be straining to ooze out tiny beads of sweat. and his lips were slightly open because he had closed his mouth for too long. He watched as Xiao Fan gently and slowly twisted and wiped and repicked, first touching the snake's tail and then touching the waist. Butterfly's eyes went from shock, to anger, to slow enthrallment. No, can't, sister, she's still. The current Queen Medusa could be huffing and puffing due to the absorption of a lot of foreign fire energy, and did not notice the eyes of the two men who were about to pull out silk. Xiao Fan did not hesitate to aim at those tantalizing lips and lowered his head to meet them, taking in the entirety of those two crystalline pieces. Touch and go. Xiao Fan pulled his legs and ran. This is Xiao Fan's revenge for the last time Dai bit his lips without his consent. Queen Sama, don't be a tough talker the next time we meet. Xiao Fan gripped Ziyan and ran towards the door, leaving behind the still frozen Dai alone. Butterfly touched her moist lips for a long time before she looked at Xiao Fan's departing direction and said, "Kid, it won't be so easy to run away the next time we meet." With the strength of a Do Huang, it would be easy for Dai to want to capture Xiao Fan back and love him properly. Looking at the already empty room, Dai felt as if she had forgotten something. Sister. Butterfly just remembered that his sister seemed to have just followed Xiao Fan along with her, and the snake tail behind the angry butterfly slapped the ground with force. Instead of worrying about her sister's comfort, she was instead angry that her sister was able to leave the snake people clan with Xiao Fan. Sister, she should not preempt. It's not like I'm going to be a sister-in-law next time I come back. The more Dai thought about it, the more likely it was her own sister's heart, that little bit of mine she was already touching. No, I want to go too. Butterfly Dochi transformed into wings, just to catch up with Xiao Fan, but was stopped by Flower Snake Child, who hurriedly came late. My queen, you can't leave the serpents. Lord Queen. Flower Snake Child tightly hugged Butterfly's snake waist and said nothing. If this king doesn't catch up, Xiao Fan will take the shape of his sister. Butterfly hard dragged Flower Snake Air to fly for several miles, which had never thought that Xiao Fan was actually trying to avoid Butterfly chasing after him, erasing his traces along the road. It wasn't until Xiao Fan's traces were completely nowhere to be found that Butterfly returned to the Snake People clan in a discouraged manner. Butterfly gritted her teeth and stood viciously in Queen Medusa's room. Sister, you're so calculating. Even the earlier events were brainwashed in Dai's mind as his sister's handiwork. First, the Grand Elder chased after him and lured Xiao Fan, while leaving himself behind in the Snake People clan, and then through the evolution of the foreign fire to stay by Xiao Fan's side, while she Butterfly naturally became the Medusa queen of the Snake People clan and could only stay in the Snake People clan. In the end, Butterfly could only watch her sister come back holding the crystallization of her love with Xiao Fan. Sure enough, at that time, I felt that the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python and my own sister had the exact same wrong look in their eyes. It was clearly calculated. To vent his frustration, Dai retaliated by needing everything in his sister's room. Clunk. A secret room was accidentally opened by Butterfly. Ha! How come I haven't found this secret room before? The secret room seemed to have used an advanced sealing technique, and even Dai, a Do Huang, was unable to detect the close-by secret room. Curiosity drives Butterfly to explore further. Hiss. No way. Xiao Kai, I've really been squeezed by you without a drop left. Xiao Fan swung his empty hands and looked at Xiao Kai, who was begging for food with an innocent face. Hiss. Xiao Kai unhurriedly coiled onto Xiao Fan's hand, his tiny head nodding at a nascent sacred ring on Xiao Fan's hand. Xiao Fan sucked in a mouthful of cool air. He had deliberately shielded the green lotus seed breath emanating from his nascent ring, but he did not expect that it would actually still be discovered by Xiao Kai. Little color. You see, the green lotus seed is not much. Want to give you a change of taste? It was really Xiao Fan who had a bit of a headache. The green lotus seeds were not much. Xiao Kai was even more able to eat than Xiao Yener. This would have already consumed 2 of his green lotus seeds. It was important to know that if these 2 green lotus seeds were given to Xiao Fan to absorb, he might be able to break through to a Dueling. Hiss. Hiss. Ziyan on her back was the first to fail to hold back her laughter. Chai, did that woman teach you that? Xiao Fan realized that something was wrong. How could Xiao Kai know so many curse words? Xiao Kai's eyes changed before she took a bite on Xiao Fan's hand, recklessly absorbing Xiao Fan's blood. Xiao Fan felt a headache. Obviously Xiao Kai in his previous life was so well raised. In this life himself, this was not finding a bodyguard, but a little ancestor. Elder brother Xiao. Hai Lao. Hai Bodong was that enthusiastic as always when he saw Xiao Fan return. Only when he approached Xiao Fan again, a vicious chill rose, and his body instinctively fell back a few steps. An ice lance appeared with it in his hand, and a wary gaze appeared in that pair of pale faces as they looked straight at Xiao Fan. To be more precise, it was the small 7-colored snake in Xiao Fan's hand, and his intuition told him that this little gadget was dangerous. Elder brother Xiao. In your hand, Elder Hai. It's a pet I have called Xiao Kai. Xiao Fan explained. Hearing this, Hai Bodong sighed in relief. After all, Xiao Fan could always bring back strange things and put away the lance in his hand. but what he couldn't understand was why he felt fear, like the fear he felt when facing Queen Medusa. Brother! Chingscale excitedly ran out from the ancient store when she heard the sound. Xiaofan clapped his hands and shouted at Chingscale. Chingscale! This way! Chingscale heard the sound and stepped on her white and pink little feet, the bells on her feet emitting a pleasant clear ringing sound as the little one ran, and happily stood in front of Xiaofan. Brother, you're back. There's nothing like coming home to the sound of a cute little guy welcoming you home. Xiaofan dotingly touched Chingscale's head, but it was the little spirit at the wrist on Chingscale's body that did not look too natural. The small colored belt gave it too much pressure. A kind of suppressive force between magical beasts made the little spirit tremble, but it didn't dare to anger the small colored in front of it, so it could only try its best to disguise itself as a commonplace bracelet. Of course Xiaofan would not just simply touch his head. Just now Xiaofan once again utilized his soul force to probe up Chingscale's body. The body is much better and the misplaced meridians have been repaired. But what made Xiaofan distressed was, not only is there no sign of recovery of the soul, but it's even more decayed? Sure enough, after coming to the spirit realm souls, the abnormality within the Cyan Scale's body has become even more pronounced. Chapter 74, Breaking the Seal. Even if his soul realm came to the spirit realm, Xiaofan was unable to cross that prohibition in Qingliao's eyes. No! If this continues, even if the green scale possesses a soul that is more powerful than the average person due to having the 3 flower pupils of the blue serpent, sooner or later, it will die due to the lack of a soul. Medicinal herbs for repairing the soul could not be easy to find. Xiaofan thought left and right before he remembered that there seemed to be a medicinal herb for repairing the soul in the imperial capital. The 7 illusory green spirit saliva. I wonder if that Nalan Senior at this time has been found. Xiaofan couldn't remember when Elder Nalan had obtained the 7 illusory green spirit saliva, but he would make a trip to the imperial capital anyway, not only for the 7 illusory green spirit saliva, but also to fulfill a promise with someone. Xiaofan didn't want to worry Chingscale. There was no need for her to know so much now that she was still just a little one. Even if there was no 7 illusory green spirit saliva, Xiaofan would think of other ways to treat Chingscale. Well, did Green Scale listen to Elder Hai properly? Well, old Grandpa Hai is very kind to Green Scale. Hearing this, Xiaofan looked at Hai Bodong, originally thinking that Hai Bodong would at most only occasionally take care of Chingscale, but now it seemed that Hai Bodong seemed to be extraordinarily attached to Chingscale. What's that look in your eyes? Old me what I promised. Old me will fulfill it perfectly. Hai Bodong disgruntledly disliked. Only, the situation of the green scales. Hai Bodong naturally saw the unusual nature of Chingscale, but was interrupted by Xiaofan. Elder Hai, thank you for taking care of my family's Chingscale. Hai Bodong could see that Xiaofan didn't want to discuss Chingscale's situation in front of Xiaofan. The little green scale was still basking in the joy of her brother's return. Hai Lao, what do you think this is? Xiaofan summoned the green lotus earthly heart flame, which caused Hai Bodong's eyes to light up. Old brother Xiao, I knew you could succeed. Only I could see at a glance that old brother Xiao was extraordinary. Stop. Elder Hai, why don't we lift the snake spell seal for you now? Xiaofan couldn't stand this fawning look of Hai Bodong. An undisguised smile spread across Hai Bodong's serious and aged face. Yes, extremely. Old brother Xiao, I have a secret room right here for old brother to use. Xiaofan shouted Ziyan, who was asleep on his back, to wake up. Little Yener, you go and accompany Chingscale for a while first. Don't, Xiaofan. I want to stick it to you. Ziyan seemed like she hadn't woken up yet, lying on Xiaofan with a dead fish-like appearance. Obey Xiaofan spoke in Ziyan's accent for some reason as well. It was only after a while that Ziyan wobbled and jumped off Xiaofan's body, leaving Chingscale just floating around. Sister Ziyan, there seems to be a wall in front of us. Bang! Ziyan just crashed straight through the wall and proceeded to walk with Chingscale. Hai Bodong originally wanted to put his arm around Xiaofan's shoulder, but when he saw Xiao Kai he hesitated again. Xiao old brother, why don't you accept this little guy first? I always feel that seeing it has a feeling of diaphragm in my heart. Xiaofan said in his heart, of course you feel good. This is Queen Medusa. The small color on his arm raised its head and the snake's letter poked out once again. Obviously a simple action, but it scared Hai Bodong to death. Hastily changed his words. Bring it on. All the ones raised by old brother Xiao are not ordinary. Xiaofan felt that Hai Bodong's words were words within words. Secretly poking himself in, Hai Bodong led Xiaofan to the underground, a secret room filled with coolness, and it was thought that it should be the place that Hai Bodong used to cultivate on weekdays. Only looking at the level of dust accumulation it was obvious that it hadn't been here for a long time, and it was thought that they should have been busy lifting Queen Medusa's serpent's curse seal, and that was why they had deserted their cultivation. After all, no one wants to feel like their life is being held by someone else. Xiaofan violently recalled that he seemed to have a snake spell seal on his body as well, but it's butterfly printed on it. so it shouldn't be a problem. Elder Hai, it might be a bit painful next, so bear with it. Xiao Fan kindly reminded. Don't worry, what big storms have I not seen before? Can I be afraid of the pain in the district? In that case, I'll start. Xiao Fan summoned the Green Lotus Earth Heart Flame. The snake spell seal was in fact a sealing technique that utilized two different things of supreme yang to simultaneously hedge the seal from the inside and the outside, which could both disperse the snake's spell seal. Ow ow ow. Elder Hai, don't move, it's not allowed. Elder Brother Xiao, I can't do it anymore. Elder Hai, hold on a little longer. The screams rose and fell in the chamber, only to hear a rumbling sound, and the aura within Hai Bo Dong's body knuckled down, apparently freeing itself from the serpent's curse seal. However, Hai Bo Dong still collapsed to the ground with a disheveled face, and the serpent's curse seal did fade away, but such pain also made Hai Bo Dong remember it for the rest of his life. The kind of pain that slowly scorched the body and hit the soul. Hai Bo Dong didn't want to experience it again. Elder Hai, why do you think you have to be tough talking? Xiao Fan teased. And you didn't tell me that this foreign fire impact was so painful. Even Hai Bo Dong's excitement at having lifted the serpent's curse seal was washed away by the pain. Old Brother Xiao, according to the agreement, I will escort you for 3 years. The stone hanging in Hai Bo Dong's heart is finally going down. For him who has already been a Do Huang to escort Xiao Fan for 3 years is naturally a snap of the fingers. Good, Elder Hai, I really need your help this time to go to the imperial capital. Xiao Fan did not push back. He could also be safer with Old Man Hai's escort. After all, the current continent was only superficially calm, and the Soul Clan had already begun to hunt pill refiners and secretly persuade various forces to try to master them. Although Xiao Fan was only an orphan who was adopted by the Xiao family, but naturally, the surname Xiao was very sensitive to the Soul Clan, and the Soul Clan would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. And the imperial capital likewise has the eyes of the soul race. I wonder if Yun Shan, the former patriarch of the Yunlan sect at this time, has been infiltrated by the soul race. A guardian that was at least Do Zong's strength was still difficult for Xiao Fan to handle, but now that Hai Bo Dong was in front of him, he should not be noticed by that guardian of the Soul Clan as long as he kept a low profile. Don't worry, old brother Xiao. In the imperial capital, other than the Cloudlan sect and those two old guys from the imperial family, Old Man still has the confidence to protect you safely. Years of mercenaries' intuition told Hai Bo Dong Xiao Fan must be facing an even more severe crisis. Even the strength of the guy who far exceeded his own. Or else just how could this descendant who was able to retreat unharmed from the serpent people's race in one piece be that urgent? Xiao Fan nodded and also understood that Hai Bo Dong was referring to Yun Shan and Jia Jingtian, two old guys who had been peak Do Huangs for many years. This trip to the imperial capital was to heal Qingliao's soul damage in addition to completing the alchemist conference that he had agreed to with Black Rock City. Xiao Fan had actually always had a doubt in his heart. He was obviously able to call out the other party's name the first time he saw Qingscale, but whenever he recalled his past with Qingscale, he would always be hindered by an invisible obstacle. I can't seem to remember anything but the name. Qingliao seems to be very important in Xiao Fan's heart, but his head is empty. Not impressed. Chapter 75 Memory. It was only after coming to the spirit realm soul that Xiao Fan realized the many doubts. The memories in one's own mind about the green scales seemed to be locked as if they were all locked up, with almost no recollection of anything other than the name and appearance. But although the memory is blurred, but the body's memory is not forgotten can be forgotten. That kind of heartfelt closeness and heartache Xiao Fan did not fake. This is the first time he saw the green scales on the first sight of the feeling, and as time passed, Xiao Fan could feel something being stripped from his mind, slowly dissipating. This made Xiao Fan even more eager to cure Qingscale. Perhaps when the Bijia Snake 3-flower pupil regains its light it will be able to learn more about Qingscale. Xiao Fan and Hai Bo Dong had just stepped out of the secret room when they saw Qingscale was pulling Ziyen with her small hands in death. Sister Ziyen, that one can't be eaten. Old man's nascent sacrifice. Hai Bo Dong took an arrow step forward, which prevented the treasures he had collected over the years from being saved from being poisoned. Hai Bo Dong had hidden the nascent ring in order to avoid it being destroyed by the foreign fire during his healing process. But where could such a small trick escape Ziyan's talent for treasure hunting? Ziyan, who didn't grab the nascent sacrifice ring, was obviously not too happy and rolled on the ground like a playful puppy. Ooh, Xiao Fan, you haven't refined sugar pills for me for a long time. Xiao Fan casually threw out a jade bottle towards the sky, and Ziyan's eyes instantly emitted a bright light, and her limbs exerted themselves in unison as she bit down on the jade bottle that Xiao Fan threw out. The corner of Xiao Fan's mouth twitched. This is becoming more and more like a treasure hunting hound. Elder Hai, there's one more thing I'd like to ask of you. Old brother Xiao, feel free to say. Help me destroy the Mo family. The Mo family? The Mo family in Salt City? Hai Bo Dong inquired Xiao Fan uncertainly. Well, this matter additionally pays Elder Hai, An Imperial Extreme Dan. What? Imperial Extreme Pill? Hai Bo Dong exclaimed in shock. The Imperial Extreme Pill was one of the pills that could allow a Do Huang powerhouse to rapidly increase his realm, and he could only take 2 of them in his lifetime. I'm beginning to wonder where exactly this Mo family has messed with old brother Xiao, to be able to make old brother pay such a huge price. Hai Bo Dong did not doubt whether Xiao Fan could refine the Emperor Extreme Pill. Instead, he became interested in the Mo family's grudge against Xiao Fan. Elder Hai, I'm not going to hide it from you. The Mo family wants to hit Qing scales. How dare they? These few days of getting along with the sea old man has already born a different kind of protective desire for the green scale. He has never married in his life, not to mention no heir. As early as in the past few days will be treated as if the green scale is his own daughter in general. Hearing someone hit the green scale idea, the forehead on the green tendons are sprouting out. The green scales are special, having a unique pair of eyes. Are you saying that they want to hit the idea of the green scale's eyes? Hai Bo Dong didn't quite understand. After all, he knew Cyan Scale's eyes very well. Not only were they dim, they were incurable. Well, the world's #1 strange pupil, the blue snake 3-flower pupil. Xiao Fan saw that Hai Bo Dong cared so much about Qing Scale, also explained Qing Scale's situation to Hai Bo Dong. Hai Bo Dong pushed up the glasses he was wearing. Elder brother Xiao, you always bring me a lot of scares. In that case, I'll see you in the imperial capital. Hai Bo Dong did not like to procrastinate in his work, and after exiting the secret room and bidding farewell to Qing Scale and Xiao Fan, he directly left with his Do Chi transforming into wings. For killing a family, Hai Bo Dong wouldn't have any burdens. He had even slaughtered cities when he was young and hadn't been afraid of anyone looking for trouble. Even if the Mo clan had the Yunlan sect behind them, Hai Bo Dong would not be afraid. Goodbye, old Grandpa Hai. Qing Scale waved goodbye to Hai Bo Dong in a good-natured manner. It wasn't until Hai Bo Dong left that Qing Scale had some alone time with Xiao Fan. Uneasy, Cyanide rubbed her small hands together, unsure of what to say. Qing Scale, you have to be brave. Little Qing Scale kept encouraging herself internally, because she knew that her brother wanted to see a braver version of himself. Xiao Fan was the first to inquire about Qing Scale. Qing Scale, have you started cultivating recently? When the little guy heard this, he immediately lowered his head down and whispered back, yes, sorry, brother, I shouldn't have disobeyed. Qing Scale was afraid of Xiao Fan's rebuke, and even more afraid of Xiao Fan leaving herself behind. Even after following Xiao Fan for such a long time, she still hadn't been able to improve her inferior and introverted self. Qing Liu, I'm not blaming you, it's just that you're still at the stage of physical development. You can't work so hard for cultivation. Xiao Fan could easily feel that Qing Scale had already reached a section of Doshi Qi, knowing that the current Qing Scale was still small, and even the Bija Snake 3-flower pupil had not yet been activated. But this was enough to show that Qing Scale had a good talent. But the long-term malnourished body is ultimately even the green scale. If the green scale's upline will be lowered if it continues to be cultivated in this way, then it is not worth the loss. Brother, Qing Scale, we'll go to the imperial capital in these few days. Brother will configure some medicinal baths for you. With the aid of the medicinal baths you won't hurt your fundamentals when you cultivate. Xiao Fan didn't intend to stop Qing Scale's cultivation this time. Everyone has a purpose for cultivation. There are many reasons to become stronger, and cultivation with a goal can only continue in a gradual manner. Qing Scale lifted her head at Xiao Fan's words before she jumped into Xiao Fan's arms. Thank you, brother. Family, no thank yous. Xiao Fan took one person, a dragon, and a snake to the imperial capital on a flying magical beast, and this time around, Xiao Fan was using the 4th grade alchemist club robe. With the strength he didn't need to continue to hide, even if he was only a great Do Shi. Right now it wasn't a problem for him to maneuver around with the Do Wang by virtue of simple means. Moreover, the destination this time was the imperial capital. Xiao Fan needed to build up momentum so that he could attract the attention of many people, and even if a powerful alchemist didn't need to go out, there would be people who would give a steady stream of medicinal herbs free of charge to Xiao Fan just to hook up with the alchemist, even if it was just a favor. The imperial capital is a place of crises and hidden tigers, but it is also a place that contains opportunities everywhere, as long as one's identity as a pill refiner was utilized wisely. Breaking through the barrier of the Dueling in a short period of time wouldn't be a problem, and with his own back against the Alchemist Guild and the Miter family, as long as those few old guys didn't make a move, his safety was still very much guaranteed. With this in mind, Xiao Fan had a few more expectations for the imperial capital. Brother, the green scales are a bit sleepy. Qing Scale was not like Xiao Fan who possessed such a strong mental power. Still being a little one, she still needed to have enough sleep every day. Qing Scale would like to stay with Xiao Fan more, but after a while, her eyelids were fighting up and down, and before long, she was half leaning on Xiao Fan's body and fell into a deep sleep. Xiao Fan was still refining the required pills for the two wailing fellows, so he had to instruct Zi Yen, "Little Yenner, take Ching's scale to rest for a while," but there was also a snoring sound coming from his own back, which never thought that Zi Yen had also fallen asleep leaning on Xiao Fan. That's not exciting. Xiao Fan secretly grumbled in his heart and had no choice but to stop the flames in his hands and carry one in each of his right and left hands towards the bed. The two little ones slept peacefully, with Zi Yen hugging Cyan Scale like a big sister. Only that through and through snoring made the sleeping Cyan Scale frown. Daring to make this king a pet. You're not too timid, are you? 76. Gamma's imperial capital. Xiao Fan was jolted and turned his head in a panic, only to see that at some point Queen Medusa had already cocked up her long, slender and moist legs, propped up her chin and looked at Xiao Fan with a playful face. Getting newborn Medusa Queen's skin becomes more and more transparent as white jade. No flaws, red fire colorful robes more concave to show the queen's nobility. Zhu lips gently open. With a slight sense of God, once cold temperament decadence disappeared, but more sensible and sexy. Xiao Fan's demeanor was a bit trance-like, as if Queen Medusa was no longer just the Lord Queen on top, but more like a virtuous wife who returned home to see after a hard day's work outside. Xiao Fan subconsciously licked his somewhat dry lips and responded in as calm a tone as possible. Your Majesty the Queen. Name calling. Being rebuked by Queen Medusa's bellow, Xiao Fan instantly came back to his senses, but was still puzzled. Why does this life's Queen Medusa look like she likes the name Kai Lian very much? Color scales. Only when she heard Xiao Fan call out her name did Queen Medusa converge on the fierce look she had just displayed. What? You weren't the one who brought the king out? Is Mo not going to be irresponsible? How could it be? Xiao Fan, on the other hand, muttered in his heart. Obviously, it was you who had to follow me. How did it turn out that I brought you out? Queen Medusa stood up and came to Xiao Fan's side with her long slender legs. Xiao Fan subconsciously took a few steps back, but Queen Medusa actually tucked in the quilt for the two little ones who were sleeping, obviously still cold. Looking at the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Xiao Fan felt that touch of tenderness and gentleness, which Xiao Fan had never experienced on Queen Medusa. Kai Lian seems to like the little guy a lot? Xiao Fan did not hold back from asking. Xiao Fan recalled the infinite tolerance that Queen Medusa seemed to have when she first met Zi Yen, and that clearly could not be an emotion that the ferocious and notorious Queen Medusa would have. Queen Medusa did not reply and glanced at Xiao Fan angrily. This king hopes to see the spirit melting pill next time. Otherwise this king does not mind killing you. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Kai spat out her snake letters and playfully groped at Xiao Fan's body. Obviously hungry, Xiao Fan pulled out a green lotus seed with flesh pain and said in a serious tone to Xiao Kai, Xiao Kai, in the future, don't let that woman come out casually, and this green lotus seed will be given to you. Xiao Kai nodded repeatedly after hearing this and swallowed the green lotus seed in one gulp, but whether he really listened to it, Xiao Fan was not sure. Looking at Xiao Kai who once again hovered into a small group, Xiao Fan then looked strange and said, strange woman who says she'll kill me every time. In her previous life, Queen Medusa also always hung her lips on the need to kill Xiao Fan, but in the end what? Xiao Fan thought for a moment. It seems like I was the one begging for mercy at the end as well. No longer thinking, Xiao Fan touched his aching waist and resumed refining pills. The imperial capital, the imperial city of the Gamma Empire. The prosperity was obviously incomparable to Utan City, with people coming and going, traders, mercenaries, and pill refiners surrounded by a crowd. Qingliao since the flying magic beast's small hand has been tightly grasping Xiao Fan's hand. It is clear that the face of so many people Qingliao feel afraid. More afraid of their own identity of the snake-human hybrid was found. After all, no one will like a freak. In addition to the brother and Zi Yen's sister, Qing Scale, don't be afraid. Xiao Fan changed into the robes of a fourth-grade pill refiner, a move that was quickly noticed by the people around him. That's a fourth-grade pill refiner? Someone in the crowd asked. Such a young fourth-grade pill refiner. It can't be a fake, right? Someone questioned. But it was quickly refuted. If the identity of a pill refiner also dares to be faked, then the guild would have already made the first move. Then it really is a fourth-grade alchemist lord. Many people were wearing smiles when they saw Xiao Fan, respectfully making a path for Xiao Fan. As for the two little ones beside him, naturally, they also enjoyed the convenience brought by Xiao Fan's status. Even if some people noticed that Qing Scale was not right, no one would dare to say anything. Retaliation from a pill refiner was not something to be talked about. And at the same time, Xiao Fan's information was quickly discovered by the scouts of the great clans, who went back to report to their families. Xiao Fan did not rush to the Miter family. Instead, he brought Qing Scale and Zi Yen to stroll around the downtown area of the imperial capital. Zi Yen was puzzled by Xiao Fan's actions. Xiao Fan, the food here isn't as good as the 1000th part of the sugar pills you made, so why did you bring me here? Xiao Fan smiled and touched Zi Yen's head. Xiao Yenner, don't be in such a hurry to grow up. Growing up isn't necessarily a good thing. Ziyan heard this and thought about it, and in a rare moment did not retort, whispering, when I grow up, Xiao Fan won't want me anymore. What did you say? Say any? It's nothing. Ziyan took the ice candy gourd that Xiao Fan handed to her. It was equally sweet, and although it was still not as good as Xiao Fan's carefully matched flavors, it wasn't too bad, although the little green scale could not see. With Xiao Fan's explanation along the way, it seemed that the world materialized in the green scale's eyes. Is this the world as my brother sees it? Cyanide couldn't see the world, but the world had become a paintbrush through another pair of eyes, painting a picture in her mind. The three of them talked and laughed. There weren't many cozy times like this, and Xiao Fan wanted the two little ones to stay joyful. When Ziyan grew up, the mess of the Taishu ancient dragon would still need to be dealt with by Ziyan, and Qing scales might also grow to a degree in the future. And when that time came, the trouble called growing up would follow. I wonder if I may disturb the Lord Alchemist. Xiao Fan heard the voice and looked back, only to see that the person who came was a middle-aged man, dressed in gorgeous aristocratic clothing, with short rose-red hair. Seeing that rose-red hair, Xiao Fan always felt somewhat familiar. Although there were quite a few people who came up and tried to get close to him, they were all rebuffed by Xiao Fan. After all, he only wanted to bring the two little ones to have a good time and experience the prosperity of the imperial capital. But looking at this man who looked somewhat familiar still made Xiao Fan stop in his tracks. Something wrong? Xiao Fan inquired. Seeing that there was a show, the man immediately arched his hand in respect and said, My lord, I am Nalan Su, the patriarch of the Nalan family, and I would like to invite your lordship to your residence. Hearing Nalan family, Xiao Fan can also be considered to think of the person in front of him, Nalan Yenran's father, Nalan Su, and Nalan Yenran is exactly Xiaoyan's fiancé. This will be Nalan Yenran is estimated to be still just a little guy. Although Nalan Su's words were very short, Xiao Fan still surmised that the Nalan family should have some kind of change, and being able to let a family patriarch personally go out to invite people also indicated that things were not simple. And if you only need to find a pharmacist, there is no need for Nalan Su to personally go out. Do Wang's strength is not strong in the Gamma Empire, but it is not weak either. Wanting to find a 4th grade pill refiner or even a 5th grade pill refiner to help would be easy, and it was thought that Nalan Su's real purpose was not himself, but the pill refining master that might exist behind him. After all, Xiao Fan's appearance and age were enough to allow this Nalan Su to surmise the uncomplicatedness of his own origins, but it's clear that Nalan Su thought too much. Chapter 77, Seeing Yafei. Xiao Fan also had no intention of traveling to the Nalan family right now, so he decisively refused. This is not necessary. If the Nalan family has something to do, why don't the Nalan family head just say it? Nalan Su had some difficulty in speaking, not knowing how to open his mouth. Xiao Fan wouldn't care about that much. Since Nalan family master is fine, then I'll take my first step. Otherwise, hearing that Xiao Fan was going to leave, this Nalan family head was obviously anxious. Great, my lord. The Nalan family does have important matters to discuss. Only the matter is so important that this place. Xiao Fan heard the anxiety in the other party's tone, and the thing that could make Nalan Su so anxious thought it must be related to Nalan Jie, so he immediately opened his mouth and said, Since that's the case, how about I personally pay a visit after a day? It was impossible for Xiao Fan to immediately follow to the Nalan family. Nalan Su hesitated for a moment, but still nodded in agreement and respectfully handed Xiao Fan a token. The Nalan family awaits your arrival. Although Xiao Fan looked a little arrogant, but in Nalan Su's opinion, this is clearly the other party is emboldened. The Nalan family in the imperial capital is one of the 3 great families. The former head of the family Nalan Jie is the Gamma Empire Lionheart Marshal, the Do Wang powerhouse. To be able to face Nalan Su so openly, I think that the other party behind the power is not simple. Immediately, he commanded his men, command down. No one shall contradict this Lord Alchemist. Nalan Su rushed to indeed with Nalan Jie related. A few months ago Nalan family Nalan Jie heard that there are treasures on the border of the Exodus Cloud Empire and the Gamma Empire, and brought a group of family guards to go, but nay a few months have passed, but even the news has not been sent back, which makes Nalan Su is very anxious. If it is the other families in the imperial capital know, I am afraid that the Nalan family will fall into the same consequences as the Xiao family, and this is also why Nalan Su does not dare to seek help from other families in the imperial capital. It wasn't until Xiao Fan, an unknown person with the level of a 4th grade alchemist, appeared. That was why Nalan Su had rushed here without stopping when he learned of the news, wanting to get acquainted with Xiao Fan in order to ask for the other party's help, or to be precise, the person behind the person who was able to cultivate such a young 4th grade alchemist. My lord, please come in, I'll order someone to call out to Elder Yafei. I can't imagine that Yafei is really an elder. Xiao Fan couldn't help but sigh with emotion as he brought Zi Yan and Qing Scale to wait for concubine Ya's arrival. A silhouette heard the informations of the subordinates also arrived without stopping, and the corners of Xiao Fan's mouth rose slightly when he saw the languidly sitting Xiao Fan. Guess who I am? Xiao Fan felt a pair of cold but soft silk-like hands blinded his eyes. Xiao Fan immediately also guessed the visitor. Ya Fei's sister. Not bad. It seems that my brother has not forgotten a sister like me. Ya Fei loosened her hands and smiled as she sized up the teenager in front of her. A few months have passed, and they've all lost weight. Concerned, concubine Ya pulled Xiao Fan up and looked around. Which is? Xiao Fan was a bit helpless. In the eyes of loved ones who hadn't seen each other for many days would always subconsciously care about each other. Sister Ya Fei. I can't believe you're really an elder. Humph. Ya Fei let out a pout, obviously a little angry, and looked at Xiao Fan with dissatisfaction. Sister's cultivation is not good, but she can govern the family, that's a great deal. Xiao Fan was a little embarrassed, so he had to call Qing Scale over as a shield. Sister Ya Fei. This is the sister I recognized. Called Qing Scale. The green scales naturally heard the conversation between the two just now, and the little green scales knew that the big sister in front of them was a gentle person just by listening to her voice. A sweet, sticky cry. Sister. Ya Fei naturally noticed the black cloth on Qing Scale's eyes, and her gaze could not help but look at Xiao Fan, who nodded his head. Poor little sister. You are Xiao Fan's sister, and from now on, you will also be my sister. From now on, you will have your elder sister to protect you. Ya Fei crouched down and took Cyan Scale's hand and kept stroking it, and that small handful of snake scales on his arm was naturally discovered. Feeling the touch on his arm, the green scale withdrew his small hand with some fear, stammered and didn't dare to continue to make a sound. Xiao Fan relieved Qing Scale. Sister Ya Fei. Qing Scale's origin is rather special. Ya Fei was very smart. In fact, there was no need for Xiao Fan to say it. Ya Fei could also understand it, and her heart ached a few points more for Qing Scale. Concubine Ya pinched Xiao Fan and accused. You little bastard. You don't know to take care of Sister Qing Scale more. Ya Fei touched the little one's head and said, Don't worry, sister, I won't mind the scales on your hands. Besides, they're very pretty. Really? Really? Of course. Just like people love beauty. These shiny scales can look great. Xiao Fan nodded as he agreed with what Ya Fei said. Thank you, sister. Little green scale was obviously a little unused to Ya Fei's warmth, and was usually just unable to open her heart in front of Xiao Fan and Zi Yan, but she could feel Ya Fei's concern for her. Xiao Fan also knew Qing Scale's nature and didn't let the little guy continue to stay, but Qing Scale still had a death grip on Xiao Fan and was unwilling to leave. Brother is still really flowery. Ya Fei teased. Sister. You can't wrong a good person, whether it's unjust or not. My brother's heart is clear. Ya Fei's heart was clear. Sister Ya Fei. But I came to the imperial capital as promised. Is it true that you've come to see your sister? Or do you have something else to ask for your help? Concubine Ya mercilessly punctured Xiao Fan's intentions. Xiao Fan's heart was suffocating. Those little nuances in his own heart felt like they had all been felt through by Ya Fei. Alright, sister won't tease you anymore. If there's anything you want to do, just be straight with sister. Xiao Fan likes this kind of Ya Fei. Straight talk, and do not beat around the bush. Just like a real sister and brother. Of course, it's only for now. It's just that I'm asking Sister Ya Fei to help investigate the Nalan family. And then I'm also hoping that sister will publicize my identity as a 4th grade alchemist. 4th grade? Concubine Ya's beautiful eyes widened. But she remembered that Xiao Fan had only stepped into the path of a pill refiner for the first time a few months ago. In fact, not only, refining 5 or even 6 products is not impossible, but the price well. Xiao Fan rubbed his hands together with a cheap smile on his face. Oh, you little bastard came to the imperial capital, this is to pull out people's wool. But I'm afraid that an alchemist of such a young age will attract no small amount of trouble. Just announce it as your 4th grade alchemist, and just falsely claim your brother's teacher for 5th and 6th grade pills. It's still Sister Ya Fei who is thoughtful. Xiao Fan praised. Then shouldn't I give my sister a little reward? Ya Fei pursed her lips and snickered. It was obviously a joke. But Xiao Fan took it seriously and walked up to give Ya Fei a hug after a long time. Ya Fei obviously did not expect this hand of Xiao Fan's to touch her, but her heart was obviously touched. Ya Fei understands that when Xiao Fan leaves the imperial capital, she may not be able to see Xiao Fan for a long time. Ya Fei will not open her mouth to say to stay Xiao Fan. She will only silently support Xiao Fan. Perhaps Xiao Fan tired will remember her so a sister it? Just let me stay in my sister's memory for a while. Chapter 78, Nalan Yenran. The Nalan family. Sister still has some understanding. Concubine Ya did not sell her story and proceeded to explain to Xiao Fan. A few months ago, Nalan Jie, also known as the former head of the Nalan family, left the imperial capital with a small number of people, but after a long time, She did not see Nalan Jia return, so she thought that something had happened. Nalan Jia left. Is it for the 7 illusory green spirit saliva? Xiao Fan guessed. After all, the only thing that could make a Do Wang feel tricky and worthwhile to visit should be the 7 illusory green spirit saliva. It seems like this Nalan family has to go. Xiao Fan had likewise come for the 7 illusory green spirit saliva, which was the key to whether or not he could cure Qing's scale soul. Did brother have something happen with the Nalan family? Concubine Ye was a bit worried. It's not a big deal. It's just that the Nalan family's Nalan Su is looking for my help today, and I think it should be related to Nalan Su as well. It seems like something should really have happened to Nalan Jie, otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to be in such a hurry. Concubine Ye also figured out the situation of the Nalan family. If this news were to spread to other families, I'm afraid that it would cause waves in the imperial capital once again, with the Xiao family being the precedent. Just at that moment, a silhouette broke into the room where the two were. Yuffie-san, the voice was sweet, with a girlish, pasty sound. Xiao Fan and Yafei, two people at the same time, turned their heads to look, only to see a young girl dressed in a moon-white dress robes. Exquisite, delicate body, concave and convex, delicate earlobes hanging with a green jade pendant, slightly shaking between, issued a crisp jade sound. Now a touch of nobility. Seeing the rose-colored double ponytail that the visitor was wearing, Xiao Fan quickly recognized the identity of the young girl. Nalan Yanran? The young girl's footsteps lurched as she looked strangely at the teenager standing with Yafei, but her words carried a touch of arrogance. You know me? Your master is acquainted with me. Xiao Fan blurted out, but he did not want the young girl to look at him even more strangely. Who are you? Master only accepted me as a disciple not too long ago as well. There's no way anyone else could know about this. Today's Nalan Yanran was there precisely to say goodbye to her good sister, Concubine Ye, being discipled by Yunlan sect patriarch Yun Yun, a matter that basically no one knew about except for his father. Xiao Fan was shocked in his heart, and it was fortunate that Yun Yun at this moment had taken on an apprentice, otherwise he didn't know how to explain himself. Ahem, I'm close to your master. Then how come I haven't heard master teacher mention you before? Nalan Yanran was very smart and quickly caught on that something was wrong. That's if you're not that close to your master. Like this? Nalan Yanran was obviously still a bit skeptical. Yuffie interrupted just in time. Congratulations, Sister Yuma. With Nalan Yanran's sudden interruption, Yafei was no longer good enough to continue to catch up with Xiao Fan, and could only give Xiao Fan an apologetic look and leave with Nalan Yanran. What Xiao Fan had explained, Yafei had also done very quickly, and the imperial capital had received Xiao Fan's message almost overnight. At the Gamma Palace, a gray-haired old man looked at the secret letter he had received in his hands. Xiao Bufan, 4th grade alchemist. So young to be a 4th grade pill refiner? The old man is precisely the guardian of the Gamma Empire. Jia Jintian, possessing the strength of a peak Do Huang, Deep Eyes looking at this secret report seems to be thinking about something, until a voice behind him interrupted. Great-grandfather, Knight is here. Gargantua put down the secret report in his hand and handed it to the visitor. Young Knight, take a look at this secret report. Young Knight received the secret report to check it out, but the more he looked at it, the more surprised he was in his heart. Tai Grandpa, could there really be such a young 4th grade alchemist? Gatling Tian was non-committal. Young Knight, you can't just look at the surface. The secret agent can still see that this person has entered the middle family's clanland. If he doesn't have an extremely high status. Great-grandpa, do you mean to say that this alchemist is from the Miter family? Young Knight seemed to understand what his great-grandfather meant. Young Knight, if that's really the case, then it would be impossible for this secret report to circulate from the Miter family. So I think it should be that this pill refiner has a deal with the Miter family. The Night Child understands. Gargantuan couldn't help but touch his beard and lament a sentence. Are 5th and 6th grade pills out of the question? Garma took out another piece of information, which was precisely the information from the Pill Refiners Guild regarding Xiao Fan. Fire Elder? The Gamma Empire doesn't seem to have this number 1 pill refining master. Great-grandpa, is it necessary for us to befriend this pill refiner? Young Knight inquired. To publicize oneself with such fanfare, one would think that one should come to the Gamma Empire to practice, and more than likely for the next Pharmacist-Alchemist conference. And to be so emboldened, one would think that the person behind it isn't simple either. Gargantuan didn't answer Young Knight's question. As the next queen of the Gargantuan Empire, Young Knight needed to have her own thoughts, and that was what Gargantuan was looking forward to. Gargantuan thought about it, so he said to Young Knight, hasn't Yuer also begun to come into contact with pill refining in these few days? So let Yuer go and get to know this young pill refiner. It wasn't until Young Knight left that Galing genius side and said, I don't know how much longer old me can hold out. I hope that this alchemist can refine that elixir. Gargantuan knew that there was no hope of breaking through the Do Zone, which was why he put all his energy into cultivating the next generation. But the protector god beast was also injured, and he urgently needed to refine a 6th grade pill mixed bone-shaping pill in order to recover from his injuries. This made the Gamma royal family also precarious, and Gatling Heaven was also afraid that one day he would die and the Gamma royal family would completely fall into the position of lambs to be slaughtered by others. Such a young 4th grade alchemist. How about Xiao Fan, who was still hugging Ching Scale in his room and huffing and puffing, obviously did not realize that someone was staring at him. Accustomed to the darkness of the green scale, all places are very sensitive, and Xiao Fan's embrace so that the green scale unconsciously squirming. The little green scale feel their face hot, and the touch on the waist is even more so that the green scale cannot sleep at all. Well, it's well known that Xiao Fan is a very dishonest sleeper. Xiao Fan woke up very early. After all, for him now, it didn't matter if he didn't sleep. His spiritual power was there. Nay, the room Yuffie had prepared smelled so good, as if Yuffie had once slept here, that it was easy to get lost in the tenderness. Why are the green scales sleeping again? Xiao Fan realized that Cheng Scale was always groggy sometimes during the day, as if she hadn't rested well at night. Sir, no. The corner of Xiao Fan's mouth twitched straight. No, absolutely not letting Xiao Yener take Cheng Scale anymore. Love to sleep and talk in your sleep. All learned. Definitely can't be raising a yummy, lazy little dragon lady. Xiao Fan felt that it was necessary for him to correct his educational style. Who's a good eater? Ziyan retorted with dissatisfaction. That messy hair in the early morning showed Ziyan's anger even more. Chapter 79 Mount Middleton. Xiao Fan had already explained to Yafei in advance that he would be traveling to the Nalan family today, and little Cheng Scale had asked Yafei to take care of her. Xiao Fan suddenly thought, does Cheng Scale this girl count as a girl who grew up eating 100 meals? Growing up on 100 meals can't be a bad thing though, and it's nice to know that little green scales might become more positive and optimistic in the future. Outside the door of the room, concubine seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Even without applying any powder, her absolutely beautiful face with a light smile was enough to make people fall in love with her. Sister Yuffie, Xiao Fan greeted warmly. It would be better if he could feel his sister's warm hug early in the morning, before Yafei could open her mouth. Another silhouette took the first step and preempted. Little friend Xiao Bufan, I am Mithril Tingshan. Middle Tingshan, one of the top 10 strongest men in the Gamma Empire, former head of the Middle family, one of the 3 great families in the empire, and one of the current elders. But having his solitude with Yafei broken by Mithril Tingshan made Xiao Fan's heart very unhappy. However, seeing as the other party was the strongest person in the Miter family in plain sight, Xiao Fan still had to give basic respect. I wonder what Elder Tang Shan has to do to have the strength of a 4th grade alchemist at such a young age. It really is. Elder Tang Shan, if there's nothing else, I still have things to do today, so I won't communicate too much with the elder. Xiao Fan did not want to listen to those crowning words, and he was unnecessarily afraid of a Do Wang powerhouse. If you want to make a move, Xiao Fan will give the other party a hand, close the door, and release Ziyan. Xiao Fan called out to Ziyan, Sister Yafei, I came back to find you and left first. Master. Mithril Tingshan tried to stay, but Xiao Fan was actually directly summoning the purple cloud wings to fly away. Mithril Tingshan exclaimed, Do Wang? No, it should be some sort of flying fighting technique. I can't imagine that even this nearly lost flying fighting technique has been mastered. Xiao Bufan really has an uncomplicated background. Mithril Tingshan turned his head to ask Yafei. Yafei, it looks like you and Xiao Bufan have a good relationship? Yuffie nodded back. Sort of a recognizable sibling. Mithril Tingshan nodded. Being able to make friends with a pill refiner of extraordinary strength and potential would undoubtedly be beneficial and harmless to the Mithril family. Thinking of something else, he continued. Did Elder Hai say anything on his side? Concubine pondered for a moment. Elder Hai sent a letter a few days ago. He should be returning to the family shortly. The Mithril family has indeed become stronger now, but if it doesn't have enough strength to hold up the field, it won't be able to hold on to such a large family. Middle Tingshan said while observing Yufei's face. He actually never understood why Hai Bodong would support Yufei, although the development of the middle family was getting better and better, but Yufei's strength was there. No one would support Yufei who was only a fighter, of course the matriarch. But nay, the middle family couldn't leave Hai Bodong. There will be no one to anger Hai Bodong, but the family too strong. Back more and more people began to go against the meaning of Yafei. Hai Bodong is a dragon to see the tail and not see the head of such a scene, even if he Middle Tingshan also support Yafei, but also cannot top the pressure of the elders of many parties. Yafei also understood what Mithril Tingshan meant. She didn't care about the matriarch position. She just wanted to do what she could to help Xiao Fan. That was all. Even if she didn't become the matriarch, she believed that with her own strength she would be able to build an empire of gold once again. Xiao Fan, do you really have a way to cure Ching Scale's eyes? Ziyan was lying on Xiao Fan's back, although she was still gnawing on the sugar pills with her usual look of not having enough to eat. But her round eyes were always staring above the side of Xiao Fan's face, which was close at hand. Little Yenner, I don't have much certainty either, but I'm still willing to try. Even if it can't be cured, I'm willing to grow up with green scale. Wait until the green scales can one day. Without waiting for Xiao Fan to finish, a pair of small hands with warmth covered Xiao Fan's mouth. Xiao Fan, don't leave. Xiao Fan noticed that Ziyan was out of sorts and inquired with less certainty. Xiao Yenner? He was about to turn back, but Ziyan stopped him. Sometimes you don't want to know the future either. Obviously separately so familiar to me. Nalan Mansion. Xiao Fan handed the token that Nalan Su had given to him to the guard at the door. My lord. Wait a moment. I'll go inform the clan leader. The guards took the token and went forward to inform Nalan Su. You are? A familiar voice came from Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan turned his head. Otherwise it was none other than Nalan Yenran. So it's Miss Nalan. Nalan Yenran obviously noticed the Pill Refiners Guild robe that Xiao Fan was wearing and said with skepticism in her tone. You're still a pill refiner? At this moment, Nalan Yenran was also considered a genius. Otherwise she wouldn't have been accepted as a disciple by Yun Yun. And the self-esteem of her didn't believe that someone would be even better than her. Little Fancy, it's much more powerful than you. A guy who isn't even a fighter. Che, who are you again? Nalan Yenran was obviously irritated and didn't notice the wink Xiao Fan gave her in the slightest. Aren't you a little bit too? Saying that, he also compared his height to Ziyan's, obviously upset with Ziyan. Says who little bitty. Ziyan crossed her arms, her tone aggressive. Believe it or not, I'll annihilate your Nalan family. Hearing this, Nalan Yenran was hilarious, pointing her finger at the stormy little dragon girl in front of her. Ha 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 ha, just you? My grandfather is a Do Wang. Xiao Fan hurriedly hugged Ziyan, who was like an irritated puppy, hiding in her master's arms and pointing at Nalan Yenran, jumping up and down. Little Yenner, don't be angry. Don't be angry. Xiao Fan stroked Ziyan's little head while taking out the sugar pill from his arms. But just this one moment made his perception of this Nalan Yenran drop a few more points. How to put it? Nalan Yenran gave him a feeling that there was no one else in sight. It's no wonder that the previous life would come to the Xiao family to withdraw from the marriage with so much fanfare. Ziyan was bullied Xiao Fan wouldn't be spoiled. Since Miss Yenran doesn't welcome us, then this is goodbye. Nalan Su, who came out in a hurry, saw this scene and his face turned green as he angrily rebuked Nalan Yenyan. Yen, apologize to Xiao Xiaoyu. Nalan Yenran saw her father angry like this for the first time, but her natural arrogance wouldn't lower her head, twisting her head just to look aside. Seeing this, Nalan Su tugged Nalan Yenran's hand and came to Xiao Fan and said, I am sorry. My daughter is a bit naughty. Please forgive Xiao Xiaoyu. Seemingly afraid that this was not sincere enough, Nalan Su added, the Nalan family is willing to give little friend magic cores or medicinal herbs as compensation. Hearing medicinal herbs, Ziyan's ears perked up and pulled Xiao Fan's sleeve. As early as just now she had sensed that there were quite a few treasured medicinal herbs here. Chapter 80, Marriage. Nalan Yenran couldn't see it, but Nalan Su wouldn't be an idiot. The little guy in front of her was a real possibility of destroying their Nalan family, especially now that Nalan Jie wasn't around at the juncture. Nalan Su only hoped that the compensation he had taken out would be able to impress Xiao Fan, and it was clear that he had gambled correctly. That being said, I expect Miss Huma to apologize to my little one or this is off the table. Let me apologize? Nalan Yenran looked at Xiao Fan with a puff of air, expecting her father to be on her side. Usually when she made a mistake her father would always favor her, and she believed that this time would be the same. Yen, apologize to little friend Xiao. Father, apologize. Nalan Su's attitude startled Nalan Yenran. A layer of water mist instantly rose in his eyes, and he extremely reluctantly said to Xiao Fan, I'm sorry, it's not to apologize to me, but her. Xiao Fan pointed at Ziyan in his arms, who raised her proud head and looked condescendingly at Nalan Yenran who had just mocked herself. You! Nalan Yenran was so angry that she couldn't speak, but under her own father's increasingly ugly face, Nalan Yenran still apologized to Ziyan. I'm sorry. After saying that, he wiped his tears while fleeing. I'd made little friend Xiao laugh. Nalan Su accompanied with a smile. If Miss Yenyan's character stays like this, sooner or later, she will bring trouble to the Nalan family. Xiao Fan was not being alarmist. After all, it had already happened in his previous life. Although such words might be very harsh in Nalan Su's ears, and even trigger unhappiness, but this was a place where one relied on strength to speak, and whoever was stronger would have more power to speak. The law of survival has always been the law of the weak and the strong. What young friend Xiao said is true. Nalan Su nodded his head. As to whether or not he really listened to Xiao Fan was not clear. The fleeing Nalan Yenran cowered in the middle of the room. her cheeks already red and swollen from crying. Since father isn't willing to step up, then I'll go find master. Nalan Yenran, who had made up her mind, wiped the teardrops from the corners of her eyes. Fanny, this. Ziyan pointed at a herb she loved to eat and kept shaking Xiaofan's arm, her eyes already sprouting little stars. Since you like it, how about treating it as compensation for you? Nalan Su was already determined to befriend Xiaofan. In that case, I'll take it. Xiaofan casually passed over the medicinal herbs into Ziyan's hands before he looked at Nalan Su and said, Nalan Patriarch, feel free to say whatever request you have. Little friend is really straightforward. The mansion has prepared a banquet. Why don't we sit down and talk? Nalan Su issued an invitation. Is the matter that Matriarch Nalan wants to talk about related to Nalan Jie? Nalan Su's eyes narrowed, but he quickly figured out that it might not be difficult to spy on this information with the forces behind Xiaofan. Since little friend knows, then I won't hide it. A while ago, Elder Nalan Jie traveled to a secret realm, only that he failed to send back news after the past few months, and the Nalan family couldn't afford to send out more manpower to spy on the news. So you expect me to help, or more accurately the forces behind me to help you? Xiaofan added. Exactly. But what can your Nalan family come up with? Although Xiaofan would definitely. It didn't mean that Xiaofan wouldn't take the opportunity to ask for payment. Nalan Su had a bit of a headache. Although the Nalan family had a lot of treasures, there weren't many treasures that wanted to impress Xiaofan. Looking at Ziyan who was gnawing on the herbs beside Xiaofan. Eating herbs raw? It was basically impossible to eat herbs raw with a human physique. So that only meant that the harmless-looking little guy in front of him wasn't human. Morphing wraiths. Nalan Su was secretly glad that he had just pulled Nalan Yenran to apologize. How about the Nalan family is willing to pay the gold coins gained in 3 years, as well as make every effort to collect the medicinal materials required for refining medicine for little friend? The gold coins gained in 3 years didn't seem like much, but as one of the 3 great families of the imperial capital, the Nalan family, it was also a considerable amount of gold coins. After leaving the Nalan family, Xiaofan's mind then began to plan. The city of the Exodus Cloud Empire. 10,000 Scorpion City. The 10,000 Scorpion City was also exactly where Xiaofan had learned from Nalan Su that Nalan Jie had traveled to the secret realm. It seems to be the sphere of influence of the 10,000 Scorpion sect. Xiaofan also got in the person in charge of this power seemed to be a Dozone powerhouse and seemed to have made a move against the poison sect established by Little Medical Fairy. However, Xiaofan did not care about this. What really excited him was whether or not he would be able to see the longed-for Little Medical Fairy again. I also wonder how Little Medical Fairy is doing now. Staying alone in the Exodus Cloud Empire and having to face the backstabbing of the people around him. Xiaofan couldn't imagine how exactly Little Medical Fairy was able to establish the poison sect in the Exodus Cloud Empire step by step. I won't fall for your scheme this time. Xiaofan clenched his fists. It was impossible for him to fall into the hands of a woman again in this life. Definitely not. He just had to tie it up. And he had to tie Little Medical Fairy back. Ziyan suddenly ran to Xiaofan and stretched out her white hands as if she was asking for something. Xiaofan did not understand what Ziyan was trying to express for a moment. What's wrong? Xiao Yener? Ziyan opened her 2 paws and said with an excited expression. 50-50. Can I still owe you anything? Xiaofan knocked Ziyan on the head without any good humor. You definitely won't give it to me if I don't say Xiaofan. Ziyan shook her head in dissatisfaction. And the 2 ponytails tied up were like whips that lashed back and forth at Xiaofan. Bad. The more she thought about it, the angrier Ziyan grabbed the hand that knocked at her head and bit it hard, leaving 2 rows of teeth marks. Xiaofan retracted his hand in pain and said in his heart, Little Yener is becoming more and more lawless lately. Still cuter as a kid. Xiaofan didn't know what he remembered and didn't continue to accuse Ziyan as he picked up the little guy. Today's embrace is yours. Little Yunchan. Middle Family Clan Meeting. Second Elder. Is there another big event happening with this clan meeting? Middle Tingshan inquired about an old man whose appearance was as old as it could be. It was the other elder of the middle family. Leo. Matriarch. This time, the clan meeting is actually about the marriage between the Wood family and the Miter family. The Wood family? Mithril Tingshan repeated strangely. How could the Wood family suddenly propose a marriage at this time? Not bad. The Wood family is also one of the 3 great families in the empire. If the middle family can join forces with each other, they will definitely be able to move to a higher place. Leo's look of excitement seemed as if he was really thinking about the middle family. For his part, Mithril Tingshan pondered for a while, but did not make up his mind. I wonder which one the Wood family is sending to join the marriage. Son of Wooden Iron. Wooden War. The rest of the elders were a bit surprised. Is it actually the son of the Pi Patriarch? It was reasonable to say that this move by the Wood family was indeed giving the middle family enough face, but Middle Tingshan vaguely still felt bad. What about the other side's demands? It was then that Leo revealed the purpose of this visit, to specify the request for Elder Yufei. No. Chapter 81 Punishment. Middleton Mountain is also did not expect those elders this will have begun to sit down, to know that Yufei but Hai Bo Dong designated elders. Leo elders this is not to Hai Bo Dong in the eyes. Elder Tingshan. This is also for the sake of the Miter family. If we can join forces with the Wood family, the benefits are clear to us aren't they? Elder Leo said in a serious manner. There were also quite a few elders who began to support Elder Leo. They hadn't been hit by Yufei over the years. Even the power in their hands had been continuously exploited, and now they were just empty positions. As a result, several elders had a grudge against Yufei for what she had done, and this opportunity was also a chance to push Yufei out of the center of power. However, these people of theirs had obviously forgotten that Yufei had really moved the knife, and how Yufei had led the Mithril family step by step to the current level. A few elders have a point. Chapter 82 Imported Sugar. Elder Hai, won't you introduce this one behind you? Xiaofan smiled as he looked at ghastly heaven behind Hai Buodong. He's, an old man of the royal family. Grand Combat Master? Galing Tian came closer in order to see through Xiaofan's cultivation. To have a Grand Do Master's cultivation at such a young age? If only such a talent could be royal. Galing Tian was obviously more agreeable to Xiaofan. Old me is the guardian of the Gamma Empire. Galing Tian? I wonder if little friend has a marriage partner. No one knew how much the Gamma Empire needed a responsible person to carry the next generation of the empire right now more than Gatling Tian. Cough. Xiaofan stole a glance at Ziyan behind him, and it was fortunate that the little one was asleep. A demon who has lived for nearly 100 years is also here to get involved in matters between juniors. As soon as Hai Bo Dong blocked between the two, Hai Bo Dong, hadn't even made a move yet, and the royal family wanted to intervene first? Ha ha ha. Chapter 83 Awakening. The eyes covered by the black veil of the green scales were clearly dark, but they were born with a touch of envy. Sister Ziyan seems to be very happy. Can Ziyan not be happy? The sugar in her mouth is afraid of melting, and she obediently lies in Xiaofan's arms. No more thinking. Aha. Be obedient from now on. Aha. Ziyan didn't say anything, but just nodded her head. Xiaofan thought about it and estimated that Ziyan this state of their own say something is also useless, but it is also considered to know another take Ziyan's small skills. However, Xiaofan still warned himself in his heart. Little Yenner is quite fragile inside, so it's better not to be angry with the little guy in the future. Rubbing the already messy purple hair, he whirled to Yufei's side. Sister Yufei, I will immediately. Gotta go right. Yufei punctuated, those dainty eyes flashing with awe. Chapter 84 Forever and Forgetting. Little Spirit, however, shook her head, indicating that she didn't have the slightest idea what was happening. Hai Bo Dong instantly became angry. Is this how you protect Qing Scale? The little spirit innocently spat out the snake's letters, constantly emitting a low, hoarse hissing sound. Hiss. Fainting? Hai Bo Dong looked at Xiaoling strangely. Xiaoling has the strength of a fourth-order magical beast no matter what. Equivalent to the human Dueling powerhouses are. Hai Bo Dong recalled the Bija Snake 3-flower pupil that Xiaofan had mentioned. Could it be that Qing Scale is about to awaken? Hai Bo Dong tried to uncover the black veil that Qing Scale was wearing, but Qing Scale suddenly sat up, startling Hai Bo Dong. The little green scale felt around strangely, while sensing Hai Bo Dong and Yufei beside him. Grandpa Hai, what are you doing here? Hai Bo Dong realized that there didn't seem to be anything unusual about Qing Scale, so he asked with concern. Qing Scale, are you uncomfortable? Chapter 85, Hair Tying. Didn't raise you for nothing. Xiaofan once again rubbed Ziyan's hair messily. Aha, it's better to look smooth when it's messy. Xiaofan, you really think that touching my head won't make you angry? Ziyan puffed up her cheeks and looked at Xiaofan with an exasperated look. Little Yenner, it seems like I've never combed your hair. Let's tie one for you this moment. Xiaofan's gentle appearance made Ziyan a little uncomfortable, as if she had come back to that time in the small cave when there was only Ziyan and Xiaofan practicing in robbing magical beasts. And Xiaofan realized that he had a new understanding of death and began to fear it. He didn't understand whether he had been reborn into a new world, or whether it was a resurgence of time. But no matter how he is ultimately negative those who love him, but also negative their own promise under the countless vows. Where is hate? Like regret. Ziyan coiled up her white and tender two small short legs. Her soft and sticky body just relied on Xiaofan, and the tiny one was just good enough to be encircled by Xiaofan as a whole. Sure enough, still like the front. Little Yenner peacefully sat on Xiaofan and waited obediently for Xiaofan to tie her hair. The smooth white toes wiggled restlessly. Nervousness, excitement, anticipation hiding nothing. Ziyan was originally the little dragon lady who couldn't hide her heart, and it was even more so in front of Xiaofan. Xiaofan, you're crushing my hair. Ziyan was in pain and Xiaofan hurriedly apologized. It's my first time tying someone's hair. Humph. Hearing that it was Xiao Fan's first time, Ziyan was somehow happy. If you tie ugly, I'm going to clean you up severely. Ziyan released a terrifying threat, to which Xiao Fan just smiled. Sure enough, it's better to have a double ponytail. Xiao Fan looked at Ziyan's ponytail that was bouncing up and down like an elf and was satisfied. I really am a genius. Che, the tie is so ugly. Ziyan crossed her small waist, but the smile on her face was on the verge of grinning out in a big arc. You don't want to be like Queen Medusa? That woman. Ow. Xiao Fan grabbed Xiao Kai's 7 places at once, but when he saw Xiao Kai's eyes that were filled with killing intent, he instantly loosened his hand and replaced it with a pleasing smile. Cough cough. Lord Queen, your soul hasn't fully recovered yet, so it's better to let Xiao Kai come out. Don't let the king hear you disparage him again. Hiss. Xiao Kai spat out her snake letters and then concurred. Xiao Fan also didn't understand why the two had reached unity on this matter. Little Yenner, continue on your way. Xiao Fan grabbed Ziyan's double ponytails. You don't say. The feeling of holding them was not bad. Ziyan looked at Xiao Fan strangely. Xiao Fan, don't be like this. It's weird. Which is true. Little Yenner. Xiao Fan would not admit his perverted behavior. I'm not little. You're young. Humph. At the border of the Gamma Empire, Xiao Fan directly presented the Nalan family warrant and was easily released. Let me take a look at the map. Xiao Fan took the map that Nalan Su gave him. 10,000 Scorpion City. Wet Bone Forest. Little Yenner, head west. It's a rare occasion when you don't have to put in any effort yourself, and it's time to pull out the little dragon lady you've had for so long. Aha! Not long after the two came to the border of the Outer Cloud Empire is also under the 10,000 Scorpion Sect subsidiary city 10,000 Scorpion City. Wet Bone Forest is the same as Nalan Jie's last message back to the location. The most obvious thing is that this is a natural barrier shrouded by a poisonous fog, which is also considered to be the demarcation line between the Gamma Empire and the Izumo Empire. Due to the long-term erosion by the poisonous fog, the trees here are basically stained with a layer of black death and become rotten and dilapidated. And from time to time there are strange cries and clawing branches as to put a layer of horror veil on the wet bone forest. The dark ground stretched for several miles, forming a disgusting black swamp that made people sick to their stomachs. And from time to time, bubbles of different sizes would emerge from the ground. So I'm afraid that even the poison masters of the Izumo Empire wouldn't easily set foot here. In the wet bone forest, Nalan Jie and a group of people were hiding in a natural tree hole formed by the fall of a decaying tree. Several people's faces were obviously a bit tired, and their bodies were even hung with a lot of wounds, and due to the shroud of poisonous mist, the wounds had already begun to turn purple, and the poisonous mist continued to erode the body along the wounds. Nalan Jie's chest was even bubbling with death-like black gas, and there was no flesh color on his face. Old master, I'm afraid I can't escape. The number of those heavenly poison scorpions and branding iron poison seal pythons out there are simply too many. Although the wet bone forest was a harsh environment, it also provided a natural shelter for certain magical creatures to survive. I didn't expect that I would have to plant myself here today for the 7 illusory green spirit saliva. Nalan Jie hand holding a plant as a whole showing green. Looks like jade carved. At the top will bloom with 7 colors of flowers. As the flowers unfold, the 7 colors will gradually switch. Very gorgeous and moving. A few people not long ago for this strain of 7 illusory green spirit saliva not to spare thousands of hard, in this dangerous wet bone forest to find a long time. Many days of searching this led a few people exhausted. How would have thought that the 7 illusory green spirit saliva around the swamp is actually hidden in the countless poisonous substances, obviously facing a large number of 4th and 3rd ranked heavenly poison scorpions and branding iron poison seal pythons. The few people relying on Nalan Jie's Do-Wan level were able to maneuver around, but they were also losing ground. Until a 5th order branded iron poison seal python appeared, so that the battle instantly became one-sided up. A few people dodged less than, more or less stained with branded venom. The strength of the weaker guys directly as the toxin is deeply branded into the bones and even bone marrow. A life. The remaining group of people were equally bad. Due to the lack of orientation when escaping, several people were trapped in this wet bone forest. Not only did they have to rely on their fighting chi to suppress the toxins, they also had to watch out for the poisonous creatures that would attack at any time underneath the swamp. I'm afraid it won't take long for a few people to be completely tortured to death by the toxin. Old master, why don't you just let us attract these demons? You are a Do-Wang. The probability of escaping is definitely greater than us. Another person chimed in. Yes, master. The Nalan family cannot afford to be without your presidency. Nalan Jie looked at the crowd in silence without saying a word, even if he also knew that this was the best solution at the moment. But to let so many loyal guards of the Nalan family to die for him he ultimately could not open his mouth. After a long time, Nalan Jie finally made up his mind, and with deep and firm eyes, he said, Inform me of your names and family members. If I escape, I will definitely not treat your family members badly. Thanks, Gramps. Several people did not feel afraid because of certain death. On the contrary, they only feel honored. Perhaps this is the family's inheritance and guardianship. There will always be those who choose the greater good when necessary, and there will always be those who choose to give. Chapter 86 Rescue. Nalan Jia took note of everyone's faces and names, and said with an apologetic tone, Nalan Jia owes all of you a life. Master, this is what we should do. With a last smile, a few people resolutely rushed out of the tree hole, moving at a fast pace in all directions, without any covering breath in the middle of the way. It was soon discovered by those poisonous creatures in this eerie forest. There was no hissing sound, only sparse movement, but it made this silent forest even more terrifying. Nalan Jia did not have the slightest hesitation, and after sensing that most of the demonic creatures were attracted away, Nalan Jia also quickly Dochi transformed into wings and fled in the opposite direction. Hiss! A huge silhouette could be seen bringing up layers of silt, rapidly approaching Nalan Jia at an astonishing speed in the swamp where no human could move fast enough. Nalan Jia obviously felt the big guy in the swamp as well. Damn it, why did this guy follow him? Nalan Jia did not expect that he had still attracted that 5th order branded iron poison seal python. Although a 5th order branded iron poison seal python was equivalent to a human devouring, but nay under such a swampy land, the branded iron poison seal python almost had a natural advantage, and it was obvious that the branding iron poison seal python was attracted by the 7 illusory green spirit saliva on Nalan Jia's body. Ha! It's disgusting here. Xiao Fan. Ziyan had just stepped on the swamp and jumped directly onto Xiao Fan's back, obviously unwilling to walk on her own. Xiao Fan wiped the sticky mud on Xiao Yan Er's feet. I've told you not to walk on it. Look at how dirty the food is. Ziyan looked remorsefully at the sugar pill in her hand that was contaminated by the poisonous mist. Xiao Fan, hurry up. I don't like it here. Xiao Fan expanded his soul perception while avoiding being discovered by the poisonous mist beneath the swamp. And soon, the fluctuation of Do Qi in one direction attracted Xiao Fan's attention. That way, Xiao Fan could sense that the other party at least possessed the strength of a Do Wang, and the Do Wang that appeared in the wet bone forest at this moment, without exception, must be Nalan Jia. And behind Nalan Jia there is an energy fluctuation that also does not lose to the Do Wang. Obviously Nalan Jia is met with misfortune. Xiao Fan carried Ziyan on his back and quickly moved in the direction of Nalan Jia. Ahem! Nalan Jia coughed out a mouthful of black and purple bruises. Obviously branding poison has been deep into the lungs and internal organs, and as Nalan Jia constantly consumed fighting qi, the toxin is not suppressed. In the body of Nalan Jia become more and more uncontrollable. In the air, Nalan Jia's figure also became stumbling, close to falling. Can't you escape after all? Rather a disappointment to the clansman who trusted me. An immense snake body suddenly emerged from the swamp and opened its bloody mouth to swallow Nalan Jia alive. Damn it! Nalan Jia shouted. His hands continuously condensed green-colored Do Qi. Xian rank intermediate Do technique. Wind and cloud scroll. Wild winds blew out from Nalan Su's hand, almost forming sharp blades that swept toward the branded iron poison seal python. Dang! The wind blade hit on the branded iron poison seal python as if it had hit on a hard iron block, nearly hanging off some of the silt on the branded iron poison seal python's body, revealing the scales that were glowing with silver light. Obviously without a large amount of Do Qi, Nalan Jia just couldn't even hurt the branded iron poison seal python. Fortunately, Xiao Fan arrived in time. Greenish golden flames appeared from his hands, and a small greenish golden lotus appeared in Xiao Fan's palm. Green lotus bloom. The lotus flower kept swaying in the air towards the branded iron poison seal python, and it clearly looked that slow, but the branded iron poison seal python still felt a deep fear and death looming over it, and in an instant, it dived into the swamp again. Spiritual intelligence is not low. Xiao Fan could not help but praise, to be able to have such a sharp perception. It was obviously a magical beast that had already broken through the 5th rank for a long time and was even about to break through the 6th rank. However, that lotus flower didn't disperse because it lost its target. As if it was in full bloom, a single petal began to flutter away, shooting toward the bottom of the swamp with scorching foreign fire energy. The petals did not enter the swamp. Lead but not hair. Just in a flash all the petals bloomed dazzling green light. The original gloomy wet bone forest in such a light actually appeared for many years not seen daytime. Successive explosions connected, and countless poisonous substances were burned directly to ashes under such an onslaught. The foreign fire was the thing that these poisonous creatures were most afraid of, and the sound of sizzling was constantly emitted, and Xiao Fan understood that it was the poisonous creatures that were constantly escaping. The branded iron poison seal python was also forced to burrow out of the swamp. Its body was still burning with greenish golden flames. The branded iron poison seal python just couldn't please the flames burning on its body no matter how much it was tossed around. Could only vent his anger on Xiao Fan. Human. Hiss. Xiao Fan looked on in bewilderment. Is it only one sentence for a snake-type magical beast to curse? The branding iron poisonous mark python endured the severe pain and quickly came at Xiao Fan like he was coming. His sanity had obviously been swept away by his anger. Xiao Fan Ben made the strongest summoning scheme. Come out, little Yenner. But the eyes suddenly came with a cool and incomparable feeling. 3 green ons appeared in Xiao Fan's eyes again at an unknown time. And the branded iron poisonous seal python's eyes were also similarly 3 green ons appeared. And the originally violent branded iron poisonous seal python suddenly stayed in the air, leaving only a piece of confusion. Xiao Fan realized that his consciousness was actually pulled into a white space. And the branded iron poison seal python's soul shadow was likewise present in this space. Here? Xiao Fan looked around strangely. There was nothing else but him and the branding iron poison seal python. Hiss. The branding iron poison seal python seemed to be questioning what the human in front of him had done. But Xiao Fan also cannot answer the other side of the question. The branded iron poisonous seal python cannot care so much. Not a moment to change to Xiao Fan's soul to launch an attack. But the soul state of Xiao Fan of the strong is not weak. Just a soul impact will instantly in front of the branded iron poisonous seal python soul shattered. The entire soul looks as if the wind in the candle like nothingness. As for the branding iron poison seal python, a 3-point green light also appeared in the snake's eyes, which Xiao Fan quickly recognized. BJS Snake 3 Blossom Pupil? Shouldn't this be on the little green scales? Green scales? Xiao Fan suddenly felt a splitting headache rise, and his soul left this strange space, and shortly after Xiao Fan left, the soul that had previously been dispersed by Xiao Fan regrouped and formed a hazy silhouette. Outside, Ziyan was giving Xiao Fan a loving big mouth, trying to wake up the hollow-eyed Xiao Fan. Just the moment Xiao Fan's consciousness returned. Snap! A crisp ringing sound came. Xiao Fan's eyes glared round as he looked unbelievably at Ziyan in front of him. With some anger, he said, Little Yenner, what are you doing hitting me? Chapter 87 10,000 Scorpions Sect. Ziyan wouldn't say that she was waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. Smiling resentfully, Xiao Fan, I'm not afraid that you won't wake up. Xiao Fan touched his slightly reddened cheeks. The slap marks were clearly visible. And Ziyan clearly didn't know how many kilograms she had slapped. Hey. Ziyan playfully spat out her small tongue. Don't turn to one side, trying to pull away from the topic by being cute. Would he, Xiao Fan, be defeated by this little trick? What a defeat. Xiao Fan ruthlessly pinched Ziyan's little face that could be pinched out of water. Xiao Fan once again turned his gaze towards the still sluggish branded iron poisonous seal python. It was obvious that the branded iron poisonous seal python had already been controlled by Xiao Fan's by Snake 3 flower pupils. At that moment, Xiao Fan ordered to the dumbfounded branded iron poisonous seal python, come here. The branded iron poisonous seal python was twitching as if it was resisting, but it only lasted for a moment before it lowered its head towards Xiao Fan and took the initiative to stretch out its head to wait for Xiao Fan's touch. Just as Xiao Fan was about to touch this newly acquired fighter, he was threatened by Xiao Kai spitting out his snake letters. Hiss. The tone was like saying try touching it if you dare. Xiao Fan had no choice but to include the branded iron poison seal python in the space opened up by the by Snake 3 flower pupil, all of which seemed to be subconscious actions brought about by the by Snake 3 flower pupil. However, Xiao Fan had a doubt lingering in his heart. Why do I possess the blue Snake 3 flower pupil? Xiao Fan's memory began to think up, but whether it was in his previous life or this life, he had never remembered that he possessed the BJ Snake 3 flower pupil. Xiao Fan was interrupted in his thoughts. I don't know if Senior is. It was Naylan Jie, who was already dumbfounded on the side, who even lowered his stance. After all, watching that branded iron poisonous seal python that had almost killed him not even make a single move in Xiao Fan's hands, and even obediently submit to the other party's hands, Naylan Jie was inwardly incomparably shocked. Give me the 7 illusory green spirit saliva you found and I will take you out. Xiao Fan was not polite. His purpose of coming to save Naylan Jie was also for the 7 illusory green spirit saliva. Naylan Jie is obviously hesitant, but he has lost a lot of men and horses, is even seriously injured before the 7 illusory green spirit saliva to get hands. Naylan Jie, you're a smart person. Whether the future of the Naylan family is important, or the 7 illusory green spirit saliva in your hands is important, I think you're clear. Xiao Fan would not give the other party a good face. Looking at the other party's body that was almost to be eroded by the toxin, he knew that Naylan Jie would make the right decision. Otherwise, Naylan Jie directly handed over the 7 illusory green spirit saliva, which had just arrived and had yet to be warmed up, to Xiao Fan. Not bad. The ancient saying of the Dochi continent is good. CC matter is handsome. Xiao Fan snatched the 7 illusory green spirit saliva before Ziyan and put it away, while instructing, Little Yenner, you can't eat this. It's little green scales. Ow. Ziyan is not a person who does not distinguish between things. She is definitely clear about the lesser of the two. Xiao Fan thought that Ziyan was sad due to the fact that she didn't reap any benefits, so she added, "Little Yener, let you make a random request." "Really?" Ziyan swooshed to Xiao Fan's face and asked with an excited tone. "Really? No backtracking? No backtracking. Anything? It's all fine." Xiao Fan thought to himself that it was nothing more than taking a few sugar pills or higher level herbs that he wanted to eat, and Ziyan could just give them to her if she wanted to eat them. Really? Just forget about it if you don't mention it. Xiao Fan's head was filled with black lines from Ziyan's incessant inquiries. "No, Xiao Fan, you promised me. No backing out." Nailan Jie looked at the playful duo, actually did not dare to breathe. Obviously deep heavy poison, but still forced to pretend to be calm. The two seniors? Nailan Jie only feel a burst of twisted feeling. Obviously look at the age. The two people are to be smaller than him quite a bit, but the Doqi continent strength is the respect. In the eyes of Nailan Jie, Xiao Fan cannot move a move to take over the 5th order magical beast branded iron poisonous seal python. The other little guy is the strength of the depth of the bottom of the world, so that Nailan Jie have a feeling of being stared by the ancient fierce beasts. "Shut up," Ziyan interrupted fiercely. She and Xiao Fan exchanged "What are you, old man?" interjecting. If this was in the imperial capital, with Nailan Jie's nature, he would have had to compete with the other party. But the Nailan Jie of this meeting was incomparably fawning. "Senior, take your time to chat," Xiao Fan accused. "Next time, you can't be so mean. Just give a direct punch and be honest." Looking at Ziyan's face, it seemed like she really took that in. Giving a punch to a disobedient one makes you honest? Looking at Ziyan's straight eyes, Xiao Fan had reason to suspect that Ziyan was aiming for his own body, and a slam of chestnuts ensued. "Don't you get any of your dirty ideas?" Ouch. Purple eyes rolled in their sockets, not sure if they were really listening. "Xiao Fan, don't forget that you still owe me a request." Ziyan tapped the corner of her mouth with her finger, as if she was reminiscing about something. "Don't worry, Xiao Fan, will speak my mind." When Ziyan saw Xiao Fan agree, she immediately urged, "Xiao Fan, quickly take this old undead with you and let's go back to the imperial capital." Old undead? Nailan Jie had gasped that he couldn't use. People under the roof had to bow their heads. Old and undead is old and undead. It's better than being really dead yourself. Xiao Fan flung the Nailan family's token directly to Nailan Jie. "Let's go. Old undead. Cough. Old man." Xiao Fan feels that he still has to give a little Nailan Jie face. Ziyan does not understand things can he? Xiao Fan. Also put, there is no such thing as being polite. This antidote pill you take first will suppress the further spread of the toxin. Nailan Jie received the token, basically no longer suspects Xiao Fan's identity. This will get the antidote. Dan is also directly swallowed. A cool feeling is straight into the lungs and bowels. The original violent toxins have also been suppressed. Just as Xiao Fan was preparing to leave, Xiao Fan sensed that there were quite a few people with powerful breaths approaching from all around, among which there was even a Do Huang powerhouse speeding towards Xiao Fan. Could it be from the 10,000 Scorpion sect? Xiao Fan didn't want to get involved with them here. That is, if he wanted to destroy the 10,000 Scorpion sect in the future, it would never be now. Xiao Fan put away his playfulness and dragged up little Yener while summoning the branding iron poison seal python tail. Hooking up Nailan Jie, who couldn't move, was to fly away. "A few of you, taking our 10,000 Scorpion sex things and still want to leave?" In cold with a hint of anger voice came. Xiao Fan knew that I was afraid that I would have to start a not so small conflict with the other party. Xiao Fan just did not want to make trouble for the time being, rather than being afraid. With a mocking tone, he responded, "Heavenly treasures are for those who can. I can't take away the treasures that your 10,000 Scorpion sect can't keep." One with dark green feathered wings appeared in front of Xiao Fan at an extremely fast speed. The old man had a hawkish nose with a sunken, uneven face that brought out a bit of disgust just by looking at it. Chapter 88, The Poisonous Body of Ecstasy. When the visitors saw that the person who spoke out in mockery was actually a yellow-mouthed child, he could not help but develop a strange feeling. Although the visitor did not know Xiao Fan, he recognized Nailan Jie, who was dragged along by the branded iron poison seal python, at a glance. And when he saw the other party's lousy appearance, he could not help but curl the corner of his mouth and scoff. "Isn't this the Lionheart Marshal? How come you like swimming?" Nailan Jie only feel the face of the light. Hate to be on the face of the bruises on a little more. At least they are also a large empire marshal, with the strength of the fighting king, but did not expect to be the enemy of this humiliation. However, this familiar tone still allowed Nailan Jie to recognize the person in front of him. Scorpion Violet Lai Lai, one of the guardians of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, with the strength of a 3-star Do Huang. 3 stars for a Do Huang? Xiao Fan was unimpressed and exited to scoff. "I thought how strong it was. Then today let you see the might of a Do Huang." Hearing that Xiao Fan did not take himself seriously, Scorpion Zilai Lai's forehead sprouted veins, and his tone was filled with disdain. Just now he thought that the little kid in front of him had much ability, but no matter how he probed it was only at the level of a great dosher. At that moment, there was no longer any defense, and the Scorpion Zilai also used the attack that this Exodus Cloud Empire was best at, releasing poison. A dark green Do Chi coalesced in his hand and shot towards Xiao Fan's direction. Heart-devouring scorpion poison. The corner of Xiao Fan's mouth hooked up as he waited for the other party's active attack, realizing that he could have one more card that he had never revealed. Finally, I can get my doom poison body to eat something good. Xiao Fan directly intended to resist this attack, but it was not possible for an energy shock with a speed faster than Scorpion Zilai to collide with each other from the side towards the attack that Scorpion Zilai had shot out. Not only did Scorpion Zilai froze, even Xiao Fan froze, because he was not able to perceive this attack until this impact appeared in front of his eyes. If this attack was aimed at himself, then he was afraid that he was going to meet an untimely end right now. However, only a moment later, Xiao Fan revealed an undisguised smile in the direction of the attack he had just made. The visitor and the gloomy dark environment seems to be that out of place. A white dress fluttering, silver like snow hair draped behind the shoulders. In the Microsoft sunlight irradiation seems to be that kind of glittering. A light and fresh gust of fragrance permeates the open. Xiao Fan was finally seeing the person his heart was longing for, and subconsciously shouted out the other party's name. Xiener. Seeing the visitor, Scorpion Zilai's frown deepened as she nonchalantly asked, "Could it be that you are the sect leader of the poison sect? A new force that has recently risen to prominence?" Scorpion Violet Lai had recently received a lot of news about this newly rising power, the poison sect. Rumor had it that its patriarch was a young woman dressed in a white dress. And it was even rumored that this patriarch actually had a face from a year ago through the taking of a potion, and that the real situation was that it was transformed into an old woman who was over 100 years old. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have Do Wang's strength at a young age. Little medical fairy wore a white veil to cover her face, but even the beautiful eyes that were exposed could see little medical fairy's anger. The gray-purple eyes that were originally like withered would become demonic in the next moment, and the killing intent in his tone was undisguised. "Dare to touch my man. I want you dead." Humph. The poison sect is nothing but a small sect, and it dares to make a big deal out of it. If it wasn't for the rumor that the poison sect patriarch had a method of restraining all kinds of poisons, the strength of the district Do when he Scorpion Zilai wouldn't have put it in his eyes. Little medical fairy also didn't even look the other party in the eye. Her fingers folded out in a strange gesture, and 10 balls of light emitting purple light appeared with them. 1,000 illusory poison spring. From the hands of the ball of light gushed out countless channels with poisonous sticky gray light shot to the Scorpion Purple Lai. Scorpion Purple Lai was shocked. This kind of power at least have to have the ground level fighting skills to mobilize the energy of heaven and earth. This is a fighting technique that a Do Wang can unleash? However, Scorpion Zilai will not be disorganized by this. At least it is also cultivated for most of his life before reaching the Do Huang. What kind of battles have not experienced? The beams of light were not fast and were extremely wide. And Scorpion Zilai easily traveled through these pillars of purple light. Could it be that this is the only strength? Scorpion Zilai dodged while observing little medical immortal's movements. If this was the only strength, it would be impossible to establish the poison sect in a short period of time, even if they possessed advanced fighting techniques. Scorpion Violet Riley's senses were right, and when he came back to his senses again, he realized that he had been trapped by a pillar of purple light, forming a huge cage around him, the heavenly poison prison realm. Little medical fairy's palm changed again. The space around Scorpion Zilai's 10 feet twisted to form an invisible cage, releasing poisonous gas to contaminate the heaven and earth energy in this block space, so that Scorpion Zilai couldn't absorb the outside world's energy at will anymore. The cage continued to shrink, and Scorpion Lael seemed to be truly cornered. I admit that the poison sect master is really not weak, but Scorpion Violet Lai had already discovered little medical fairy's weakness. Only to see a dark green scorpion under the swamp driving a huge tremor up and attacking Xiao Fan in the direction he was in. Scorpion Zilai had noticed during the battle that little medical fairy would always look at Xiao Fan intentionally or unintentionally. Obviously her own condition was a bit out of control, yet she would still make quite a few small movements, which naturally couldn't escape Scorpion Zilai's attention. And secretly he then performed his fighting technique, a long-staying poisonous scorpion quietly sneaking into the swamp. Just as Scorpion Zilai's prediction. Little medical fairy panicked in an instant and immediately dropped her fighting chi while rushing towards Xiao Fan's direction. The purple feathered wings behind her were so bright and splendid at this moment. Fortunately, with a timely reaction, little medical fairy still managed to block in front of Xiao Fan. Although it was too late to run a defensive Do technique, little medical fairy was able to withstand this poisonous scorpion's attack by relying on her doomed poison body. "Fairy, what's with all the bravado?" Xiao Fan wore a smile on his face and deliberately approached the earlobe of little medical fairy in front of him. The scorching breath he exhaled pounding on top of Little Medical Fairy's pink earlobe. Almost instantly, Little Medical Fairy reddened to the roots of her ears. Her pretty face became hot and incomparable. And even more so, she felt that her body had also become strange, almost as if she had become soft and was about to collapse. Little Medical Fairy cursed in her heart. This guy, still so immodest. However, what made Little Medical Fairy strange was that Xiao Fan actually hugged Little Medical Fairy from behind, which caused Little Medical Fairy to tremble for a moment, and her beautiful eyes, which were blackened due to the eldritch poison body, instantly turned back to their original grayish-purple color. Fairy, didn't you say I was your man? Listen to me this time and get behind me. Xiao Fan slowly protected Little Medical Fairy behind him, and Little Medical Fairy didn't even understand that she was that submissive in the face of Xiao Fan. Watching the poisonous scorpion's attacks come one after another, Little Medical Fairy instantly snapped back from her tenderness. Xiao Fan, this is a poison that can give even a Do Huang a headache. The pretty face under the veil became anxious. However, looking at Xiao Fan absorbing that dark green attack and the whole person acting like he was a nobody, Little Medical Fairy was dumbfounded. And Scorpion Zilai was dumbfounded as well. Illusion? That was Scorpion Zilile's first thought. However, Little Dr. Fairy was able to see the clues. Doomed poison body? Chapter 89. How could that be? Scorpion Violet Lai had never thought that her attack would be so easily parried. The successive poisonous fighting chi transformed into various different poisonous objects, but those poisonous objects seemed to be attracted to Xiao Fan as if they all failed to enter Xiao Fan's body. Scorpion Zilai was anxious. I don't believe you're really invulnerable to all poisons. Even more crazy poisonous rain was perched in the sky above the wet bone forest. Drops of dark green color translucent with unsettling raindrops continuously dripping down. But Xiao Fan's surroundings were actually forming a natural protective shield. Hey, give it a shot, will you? Xiao Fan only wanted to say that it was not enough at all. The trace of poisonous Do Qi in his own body had merely whitened several times, and he was able to come to the ranks of the great Do Shi. Scorpion Zilai sort of understood that Xiao Fan was really not afraid of poison. Humph, I don't believe that you can block this move as well. Eroding Poison Demon Hand. The poison Do Qi transformed into a huge dark green hand that rushed towards Xiao Fan along with the Scorpion Zilai. This move was no longer a mere attack using poison. The poison master's body might not be strong, but it didn't mean that a mere Do Shi could resist the body pressure of a Do Huang. Want to rely on your physical body? Xiao Fan didn't panic. Instead he recited, don't even look at who I practiced my physique after being tortured. Under the wandering dragon entanglement of Queen Medusa and Ziyan, Xiao Fan had long possessed a body that did not belong to others. Xiao Fan's body was violently haunted by greenish golden flames, and his entire body was as if he was bathed in flames and burning. Fey fire. Earlier, he had felt that there was an aura within Xiao Fan's body that made him incomparably disgusted. Only that what he did not expect was that it was actually a heaven and earth thing that was known as the nemesis of all toxins, such as the foreign fire. And looking at how skillfully Xiao Fan was manipulating the flames, he thought that it wasn't his first time to use the foreign fire, but there was no turning back of the arrow that had been shot out. The foreign fire and the huge poisonous hand collided, and the powerful shockwave made Nailanjia only feel that the injuries in his chest were even more serious, and all of his organs felt trembling. Little Medical Fairy and Ziyin of course did not stupidly stand dry. As early as when Xiao Fan collided with the other party, the two turned to attack from both wings towards Scorpion Zilai. Little Yenner, he has a strong poison on his body. No fists allowed. Xiao Fan didn't want the little guy to get hurt. Originally, he wanted to keep the other party's life and refine it into a puppet, but since plans could not catch up with changes, Xiao Fan finally gave up the idea of keeping the other party's soul. Soul technique. With gas melting soul, through the ceiling will soul power compression melting. In the maximum power instantly burst out. This formless and colorless soul is surprisingly in Xiao Fan's continuous compression under the presentation of milky white soul. Scorpion Zilai reacted quickly. A barrier was quickly generated in front of his body, but he didn't expect that attack to directly penetrate the barrier and shoot straight to the center of Scorpion Zilai's brow. Soul attack. The next moment Scorpion Zilai only felt both eyes black. People also become drowsy, and soon fell straight to the ground unconscious. Harm. I wanted to practice as a living puppet, but now I can only practice as a less powerful puppet. Xiao Fan directly transformed his soul into a shadow hand and grabbed at Scorpion Zilai's body, and a white soul body was grabbed out by Xiao Fan in this manner. Who the hell are you? This method of capturing souls is clearly that of those people from the Hall of Souls. Realizing that he had spoken out of turn, Scorpion Ziliao quickly shut his mouth. Xiao Fan was naturally aware that the 10,000 Scorpion sect at this moment had a high probability of having contacted the Hall of Souls, and had even reached a cooperation with the Hall of Souls. Ignoring the yelling Scorpion Zilai, Xiao Fan directly sealed his soul into a jade bottle. forming a seal around the mouth of the bottle with a foreign fire. At the same time, he put the body of the Do Huang into his nascent ring and then waved his hand to Ziyan, who stared at Xiao Fan with big, innocent eyes, as if asking, what did I do wrong? Hand it over. Turn in what? Nah, when I don't see your little maneuver? Xiao Fan, what are you talking about? Ouch. Xiao Fan tugged Ziyan's smooth and white little face with both hands, constantly rubbing it back and forth. Taking advantage of the moment when Ziyan was furious and not paying attention to snatch the other party's nascent ring that was hidden in her small hand, reaching out to form a chestnut gently knocked on top of Ziyan's brain. The action flowed in a single motion, obviously experienced countless times. The mouth is even more education. Poison Master's things you dare to mess around. Xiao Fan could not guarantee that there was anything dangerous in the Poison Master's nascent ring. If it was accidentally swallowed by Xiao Yan Air, then he, Xiao Fan, would have to be heartbroken. Xiener, you want to run away again? One little dragon lady was enough of a headache for Xiao Fan, and there was also a little one who wanted to run away. Seeing that the matter was resolved, little medical fairy had wanted to leave quietly, but she had no idea that she was still discovered by Xiao Fan. The branded iron poison seal python was very sensible and knocked Nalan Jia out with a tail. Nalan Jia, none of my business. I won't be falling for your poison this time. Xiao Fan grabbed little medical fairy's slightly thin wrist. Xiao Fan was bursting with confidence. With the doomed poison body, he did not believe that little medical fairy could still poison him. Xiao medical fairy saw that she couldn't escape and said in a somewhat weak tone, Xiao Fan, long time no see. Where would Xiao Fan notice that little medical fairy's face under the veil was already scarlet, and the redness was like an evening sunset on that snow-white neck. Long time no see, my little medical fairy. Xiao Fan emphatically read the word me. Little medical fairy's head became even lower. She clearly knew that Xiao Fan was poking himself in the dark about the words he had just said. Obviously she was the reigning poison sect leader in the past few months. But as soon as she was faced with Xiao Fan she felt like she had changed back to the little girl in Qingshan town. Little medical fairy's body became more and more uncomfortable. The Erdnase poison body was uncontrollably about to explode. And every time she forcibly stimulated the Erdnase poison body in her body, little medical fairy's body would become uncontrollable. And her spirit would become a little crazy. The gust of fragrance that had been emitted when little medical fairy reappeared, and Xiao Fan let out a puzzled voice. Xiao Fan carefully sniffed the aroma in the air, which seemed to be coming from little medical fairy, and immediately understood something and chided. It's all been told to you. Don't be a hero. Xiao Fan reached out and directly swept the soft little medical fairy into his arms. His hands gently rested on top of little medical fairy's willow waist. The foreign fire energy slowly conducted into little medical fairy's body. The warm embrace made little medical fairy instantly at peace, and the stormy Erdnase poisonous body was able to be put to rest. Seeing that Xiao Fan was not afraid to stay away because of the doomed poison body, little medical fairy's mind was very complicated and chaotic. Why didn't you say so earlier in your past life? Little medical fairy murmured. She was grateful to be reunited with Xiao Fan once again. Xiao Fan, you're bullying little medical fairy sister again. Ziyan indignantly broke the atmosphere between the two. Xiao Fan also immediately retorted. No way. Tightly held waist say what is also not willing to let go. Small medical fairy eyes dense shy gently pushed Xiao Fan but the same is not moving. Xiao Fan. Can be. No can do. The score of you poisoning and leaving without saying goodbye hasn't been settled yet. Xiao Fan could not let little medical fairy escape so easily. Want me, Xiao Fan, to let go, unless, I'll, hiss, 2 rows of teeth marks, one on the left and one on the right, all down the dead mouth. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Fan would have a physical body that was comparable to that of a Do Huang, who could withstand such a bite from Ziyan and Queen Medusa? Chapter 90. No bullying little medical fairy sister. Ziyan crossed her arms, her tone angry. This made Xiao Fan dissatisfied. Xiao Yener, who raised you? Why are you always looking towards outsiders? Little medical fairy sister is not an outsider. As if to wait for an affirmative answer, Ziyan pulled up little medical fairy's hand and kept swinging it. Right. Little medical fairy sister. Little medical fairy couldn't remember how many times she had felt her cheeks burning, and could only whisper in a voice she couldn't even hear herself in response. Aha! Sensing the unfamiliar aura that was constantly approaching around him, Xiao Fan frowned and directly ordered the working snake, branded iron poison seal python, to deal with it, and the branded iron poison seal python just unconsciously nodded and pulled Nalan Jia along with him to deal with it. Poor Nalan Jia had to be forced to drag himself through the swamp while unconscious. Xiener, come with me. Just like Qingshan town, Xiao Fan didn't care how little medical fairy struggled. Tugging up the other party's white wrist was to walk towards the outside of the wet bone forest. Xiao Fan, can you give me more time? Xiao Fan saw for the first time that little medical fairy's face appeared with a different kind of supplicating gaze from the past, obviously not doing anything wrong but looking as if she had just made a mistake. Fairy, tell me why. Xiao Fan, I want to help you too. Is this reason enough? Xiao Fan suddenly came to little medical fairy and said, but I took what you said before seriously. Which sentence? My man, you admitted it yourself. You. Little medical fairy was furious and stomped her feet, bringing up this matter again and again. She also said this in a moment of anger in the state of the doomed poison body. Little Dr. Fairy, when she was most naturally relaxed with ambiguous people, became more and more snowy and delicate, out of the water as a lotus flower. White and red face, Yin Feng Mei, stained with water on the tips of the hair wet and curled, adding a few smoky charm. Looking at little medical fairy's look of being at a loss for words but not knowing how to open his mouth to explain, Xiao Fan finally loosened up. Siener, then wait for me to give you a gift before leaving, okay? I'm still a little nostalgic after your meal. Little Dr. Fairy couldn't help but feel a little weak when she heard about that parting meal. Is this so? Then I'll make you another meal. Good. Xiao Fan agreed cheerfully. I won't drink anything that isn't seven-colored. Xiao Fan added another sentence. You know it, and you're going to drink it. How had little medical fairy ever seen such a shameless and immodest guy? Her flat chest rose and fell back and forth, angrily facing Xiao Fan's playful smile. You really admitted that you poisoned yourself. The doubts that lingered in Xiao Fan's heart were finally solved, although there had always been suspicions. But nay, no clues had been found. Poisoning? Little medical fairy did not understand and looked at Xiao Fan with confusion. Wasn't there any poison in that bowl of soup? No. That's what you think of me. How could I poison you if I'm fine? Little medical fairy gritted her teeth. So why? Xiao Fan suddenly fell silent. He knew that little medical fairy didn't need to lie to herself and wouldn't lie to herself. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, little medical fairy was a murderous and decisive heavenly poisoness. But in Xiao Fan's heart little medical fairy would always be that innocent young girl from Green Mountain Town. A touch of white moonlight in her youth. And the only explanation is that Xiao Fan that night meant what he said. He could no longer deceive little medical fairy. Until his death to see the other side of the heart of him how qualified to once again deceive little medical fairy's heart. Let's go. Siener, let me see if the so-called poison sect master's cooking level has regressed. And Xiao Fan had forgotten one thing. The unconscious Nalan Jia was still being tugged by the branding iron poison seal python. Outside the wet bone forest, Xiao Fan casually found a relatively safe place. And little medical fairy took out the equipment needed for cooking in a very light manner. Siener, you bring these pots and bowls with you every day? Xiao Fan asked inadvertently. After all, after passing the Do Wang there wasn't even that much of a need for food anymore. The busy little medical fairy, on the other hand, replied casually. Yeah, in case I meet you someday, I can make you. The atmosphere was suddenly a bit awkward. And such blunt words Xiao Fan did not expect to come out of the mouth of the little medical fairy. Ahem. Siener, you go ahead and get busy. I'm going to check the Do Huang's nascent sacrum. There must be quite a few good things. The little healer's tone seemed to carry a hint of unspoken sadness. Xiao Fan once again chose to escape. It wasn't that he didn't understand little medical fairy's feelings, but he wanted to give this kind girl the best memories for once, rather than this hasty confession. It's a promise to the little healer who is now, and an atonement to the little healer who was. Early on, after Xiao Fan had gotten the nascent ring, he had actually taken a preliminary look at the items inside, and just as Xiao Fan had expected, most of them were medicinal herbs related to poison making. It was also fortunate that Ziyan wasn't allowed to freely eat these herbs that contained severe poison. The only thing that was somewhat useful was an extremely well encapsulated Imperial Extreme Dan. Thinking that perhaps it was this protector's hard work for so many years that he had exchanged for it, but now it had become Xiao Fan's trophy. This Imperial Extreme Dan is not quite right. Xiao Fan had only vaguely felt that something wasn't quite right. But when the Soul Force probed he discovered a hint of blood flavor implicitly contained in the Royal Extreme Dan. Hall of Souls. Xiao Fan quickly discovered the origin of the Dan. It was exactly the most common method used by those Soul Temple people when they were in control of their forces. If they took this Imperial Extreme Dan they would become a traitor to the Soul Temple and would be controlled by the Soul Temple for the rest of their lives. However, apart from the possibility of being controlled, the medicinal properties were nothing to write home about, and also had at least a superior level. And it was not a problem for an ordinary Do Huang to raise 1 to 2 stars after taking it. The reason for the smell of blood was also just the addition of a dash of soul power, which could be a breeze for those guys in the Hall of Souls who had been playing with souls for millennia. Xiao Fan directly utilized his soul force to add to the foreign fire to remove that trace of impurity. Not bad. White whoring an Imperial Extreme Dan. Xiao Fan was still pondering who to give it to when Xiao Kai, who had crawled out of his sleeve, swallowed it in one gulp. That is, The time to react was not given to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan pinched Xiao Kai's 7 inches. This is the royal extreme Dan which can be so casually eaten. Also do not know Xiao Kai that clearly a small mouth. How to swallow such a large pill. The small color twisted the snake's body, and the smooth scales let the small color break free at once. Watching Xiao Kai hiccuped with satisfaction. He coiled up his body again and lay down in Xiao Fan's palm and huffed and puffed. This operation to Xiao Fan are whole speechless. The 6th grade pills were swallowed so. It was not like Xiao Fan could blame Xiao Kai. After all, he could not guarantee that Queen Medusa would not mess around. In case she planted a snake seal on herself like her stupid sister to tie back to the Snake People clan, it would be over. Xiao Fan could only take out another item. The Do Huang corpse. It was said that a person could have a new spring even after death. Xiao Fan could make good use of this Do Huang corpse. At the very least, refine a puppet that possessed the strength of a Do Huang to escort little medical fairy. Chapter 91, The Pushed Grand Duelist. There are many ways to refine puppets above the Do Chi continent. The most Xiao Fan used in his previous life was to refine the heavenly demon puppet. A kind of puppet that could absorb Dan Lei and grow. But the soul and strength needed to refine it were not enough. Xiao Fan thought about which one to use. It was reasonable to say that a living puppet directly refined with the body's soul and flesh was the most effective. After all, that was able to use the fighting techniques that the original flesh had mastered. But after being attacked by Xiao Fan's soul technique, Scorpion Zilai's soul was nothing more than a candle in the wind. And besides, the Do Huang's own soul wasn't as strong as it could have been. It was only feared that the strength of the puppets produced would be 10 to 1. Suddenly Xiao Fan had a flash of light. If he was able to lay out a specific route of operation of the Gongfu in the puppet, although not being able to use the fighting technique did not mean that the Gongfu could not be operated. Xiao Fan reopened the body for this Do Huang corpse according to his own veins. If it was a living person it would definitely hurt like hell. Nay, now it was nothing more than a shell that had lost its soul. Xiao Fan had seen many puppet masters, and one of the most insanely terrifying was a madman who refined himself into a puppet, eschewing the pain of flesh and blood in order to pursue the so-called transcendence. But it had to be admitted that his puppet technique had indeed reached the peak of the realm. But nay, even if he used how precious materials and how rare metals, the upper limit of the puppet was doomed to not be able to break through again, being unable to achieve inner breakthroughs due to the limitations of external objects. Xiao Fan also coincidentally befriended and acquired a half-understanding of puppetry. Refining puppets is like refining medicine, except that the corpse is used as a medium. Xiao Fan recalled the steps needed to refine the puppet while taking out the herbs he had collected earlier. 1000-year blood dragon ginseng, killing doom flower. Both herbs were poisons, also to fit the original properties of this body. Perhaps it was a coincidence that such a poison happened to be preserved in that nascent sacred ring, but it was acceptable to think about it. After all, poison masters were prevalent in the Izumo Empire, and it was obviously related to the environment of poisonous flowers and grasses that were all over the place. The degree of preservation of the body of the Do Huang is very high, in addition to a small pink fist mark left on the right side of the chest, but also to Xiao Fan to reduce the not a small amount of trouble. Otherwise there is still a need to repair the body and then refining puppet. Naturally, it is a lot more complicated. The foreign fire rose out, wrapping the entire corpse into the greenish-golden flames, and viewing the corpse as a medicinal cauldron. Xiao Fan wrapped the medicinal herbs that had been refined into water droplets into the corpse. At the same time, he utilized his soul power to pull, allowing the meridians in his body to carry out a circumference in accordance with the way the spirit devouring skill operated. Seeing that there was no problem, Xiao Fan then took out the previously sealed Scorpion Zilai's soul. Just after getting free, Scorpion Zilai saw his burnt corpse, and apparently realized what was going on, and broke out into a loud curse. Aren't you afraid of the retaliation of the 10,000 Scorpion sect? Xiao Fan only raised his eyes when he heard the other party's threat. He didn't need a puppet with a spirit, but an obedient one. Xiao Fan directly obliterate each other that last touch of spirit. Scorpion Purple Lai's soul became more illusory. Xiao Fan not much to say directly to its soul stuffed back into the original body. But the way is a bit cruel, even is to constantly ignite the soul of the way to run the puppet. Perhaps there is no spirit instead of Scorpion Purple Lai a kind of liberation. Looking at the indistinct soul essence continuously dripping from the flames, Xiao Fan could not help but lament. The soul of a Do Huang is still too weak. Even functioning requires the burning of soul essence. In the future, it's better to get a few higher level puppets for Xiener. The help of the Do Huang level puppet to Little Medical Fairy wouldn't last long, and it was only after leaving for less than a year that Little Medical Fairy had leapt to Do Huang's strength, which showed just how great the rate of improvement of the strength of the preliminary eldritch poison body had been. Gusts of black mist continuously gushed out from the corpses, continuously emitting nuisance sounds after coming into contact with the foreign fire wrapped around them. Kind of smells good? I do not know when. The little Dr. Fairy has already come to Xiao Fan's side lightly. Looking at the concentrated Xiao Fan's small hand is again disobediently want to go up to touch. Thinking of what Ziyan had just told herself, little medical fairy's heart was a little bit fuzzy. Little medical fairy sister, what's the hesitation? Push Xiao Fan. It is hard to imagine that this sentence is spoken from Ziyan's mouth. If Xiao Fan knows that the little dragon girl that he has raised for so long is merely bought by a bottle of aphrodisiacs given by little medical fairy, Xiao Fan is afraid that he wants to sell Ziyan's heart. Xiao Fan is even more unaware of the fact that Ziyan also revealed quite a few secrets of Xiao Fan. What mouth smacks the body upright? Cannot resist pampering cute and crying? But also discuss with the small medical fairy how to drug in order to let Xiao Fan cannot find out. Properly elbowed outwardly wide-eyed wolf little dragon girl. For the so-called medicine that can make the body grow up for a short period of time just abandon Xiao Fan. Pushed. Little medical fairy's eyelashes kept fluttering up and down. Shocked by the bold idea in her heart. If it was the previous little medical fairy, she would not have been able to do it no matter what. The small green mountain town girl Erdnay's poisonous body owner is regarded as an ominous existence. How to deserve the achievement of the Saint Xiao Fan can only be a small mind forever hidden in the heart. If it is not uncontrollable, I am afraid that the small medical fairy will be hidden for a lifetime, and so on for a lifetime. But this time around, little medical fairy was no longer bothered by her own doomed poison body, and was even glad that she possessed one. The doomed poison body made her become what Xiao Fan liked, and the doomed poison body also made the two cross paths. There is no antidote for the Erdnay's poison body, but Xiao Fan is the antidote for little medical fairy. Little medical fairy half bent down. Her beautiful eyes brightened as she saw Xiao Fan's wrist that was exposed by the sleeve of his coat. The purple-green silk looked so chic and special. The Xiao Fan of this life did not hide his joy for little medical fairy. Xiao Fan had sensed the other party's aura as early as when little medical fairy arrived, and was unable to turn around to check due to the critical moment of refining the puppet. The flame called desire in little medical fairy's heart grew more and more vigorous, blazing up as if it was going to explode the next moment, and her determination to push the person in front of her became even stronger. The spacing between the two of them was getting closer and closer, and little medical fairy's body was close to being attached to Xiao Fan's back. At precisely the same time Xiao Fan's puppet refining also came to an end. Sensing the person behind him approaching, Xiao Fan turned his head back without thinking. Fairy, you're here. The two lips met, beyond the expectations of the two, but at an age when they should have been shy, neither of them had any intention of separating, enjoying the hard-won softness of their touch. Xiao Fan, it seems that my doomed poison body is about to break out again. It. Little medical fairy murmured in a low voice, with a little shyness and choking in her voice. In Xiao Fan's gradually widening eyes, Xiao Fan was once again. Ziyan, I'm familiar with this one. Chapter 92 Gifts. Xiener, this is a gift for you. Xiao Fan handed over the refined puppet to little medical fairy. Both of them tacitly did not mention what had just happened. The reason for all the mistakes was blamed on the outbreak of the Erdnay's poison body. By no means did one want it and the other gladly accepted it. Seeing that little medical fairy was still silent, Xiao Fan unexpectedly took the other party's hand and continued to speak. Rather, I forgot about this matter. Xiao Fan put the Do Huang possessed nascent ring back on for little medical fairy. At least it was a nascent ring possessed by a Do Huang ranked poison master. The poison stored in it was thought to be able to be used by little medical fairy. Looking at the soft little hand that was still white, Xiao Fan couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions. Perhaps the first time for the other party to put on the nascent sacrifice ring was out of concern. But this time to put on the nascent sacrifice ring had already given birth to a different kind of emotion. Not bad. It's just right this time. Xiao Fan nodded with satisfaction. To say that at least it is mixed to the Do Huang, Scorpion Zilai lay left behind the legacy is really all over the body is a treasure. This Nagara ring is not a high-level Nagara ring but can be adapted to the size of the owner's size. Xiao Kai didn't know when, but through the gap in his sleeves, he stared at the little medical fairy in front of him with those unsuspecting snake eyes. It was clearly toothless, but it also made a crunching sound. Little medical fairy guffawed, looking at Xiao Kai's angry appearance. The kind little medical fairy also had a bad heart, like showing off in front of Xiao Kai, waving the ring that Xiao Fan had personally put on for her. The provocation was that obvious, and it was also a revenge for Queen Medusa's one old show-off to herself in her previous life. This time, it was she, little medical fairy, who made the first move. Nano ring flashing dazzling light, but in the eyes of Xiao Kai is that kind of blinding, resentment, envy and jealousy look on the face. Hiss. Xiao Kai's snake letters spat outwards one after another, as if there was a breath stuck in Xiao Kai's throat. Xiao Fan tightened the cuffs as soon as he did, like he was educating a small child. Xiao Kai. No cursing. Also don't know if little medical fairy can hear and understand. Explaining. The newly collected favor. Thing. Just born and doesn't understand anything yet. When mentioning pets, Xiao Fan was clearly bitten by Xiao Kai in his arms. Little medical fairy, on the contrary, looked as if she was watching the fun, covering her mouth and laughing. It really needs to be properly disciplined. Hiss. Xiao Fan didn't understand why Xiao Kai bit a few times more intensely. Of course Xiao Fan wouldn't know about the feud between the two in his previous life. Otherwise Xiao Fan, who was now sandwiched between the two, should be sweating up a storm. Following Xiao Fan's instructions, little medical fairy injected a dash of do chi into the puppet, which was considered to have completed the puppet's recognition. Xiener, although this puppet can't grow, it possesses the cultivation of a do huang as well as the ability to use the toxins in its body to fight. Retaining the soul of the living is considered to have some spiritual intelligence, and it is also considered to have the battle power of a do huang. Just looking at these functions was actually similar to a normal puppet, and the most crucial point was that this puppet was able to prevent little Dr. Fairy's Erdnase poison body from breaking out again. Although the corpse was able to run the spirit devouring skill, Xiao Fan realized that even after running the spirit devouring skill, he was unable to increase his strength as much as Xiao Fan did, perhaps because of the special nature of the gong method to Xiao Fan. However, absorbing the poisonous gas permeating the air was still easy. After all, corpses could not be afraid of the erosion of toxins, and by the time one day could not withstand the toxins that little medical fairy had exploded open, it would be the end of this puppet. Little medical fairy was very happy to accept this gift. The important thing was not that there was an additional Do Huang battle power, but that this gift came from Xiao Fan's own hands. Xiao Fan, is the puppet going to obey? Of course. Make a puppet and you'll be obedient. Hearing this, Xiao Fan couldn't help but shiver and said, Xiener, you're not thinking of strange things, are you? Seeing the still as gentle and kind little medical fairy, Xiao Fan sighed in relief. Scorpion Zilai Lai is afraid that until after the soul is burned out will not know that he is a hallowed Do Huang powerhouse has become a tool for two young people to talk about love. If he knew, he would have cursed. You're even more of an asshole than the Hall of Souls. The two didn't feel the least bit awkward when they returned to the cooking area holding hands. He saw Ziyan somehow already drunk on the table, covering her round and bulging belly and giggling ha ha. Taking another look at the pot of soup made by little medical fairy that glowed with a 7-colored light was already at the bottom, and the disappearing soup had obviously gone into little dragon girl's belly. I don't usually see you enjoying your dinner dishes so much. After all, the happiest thing for little dragon girl every day was to eat and sleep, wake up from sleep and eat, and lastly, to stick it to Xiao Fan. Seeing Xiao Fan, Ziyan leaped up, swaying pace wobbly came to Xiao Fan in front of the mouth flowed with hollow consciousness somewhat blurred said, Little Fanny. Little medical sister. Family. Like. The body then fell forward and straight into Xiao Fan's arms, and the saliva also muddled Xiao Fan all over, and the sticky liquid made Xiao Fan have only one thought in his mind. What a waste. If it wasn't for the presence of little medical fairy, Xiao Fan would have hated to collect all these mist saliva. You are really a little witty. Xiao Fan loosened his tight grip and picked up Ziyan as he gently patted the little one's back. You're not afraid of choking even if you eat so much. Xiao Fan was sort of at his wit's end with the little guy, where Xiao Fan could not see. Ziyan secretly winked at little medical fairy behind Xiao Fan. Little Dr. Fairy stifled a laugh and said softly, a little wit indeed. Knowing that she had made a mistake, Ziyan drooped her head and leaned on Xiao Fan's shoulder, neither moving nor making a scene. It's fine. If the little guy loves to eat, eat more. Little medical fairy filled a large bowl full of rice for Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan took a mouthful of rice and a mouthful of vegetables to pick up the food, not forgetting to warn, you can't be so spoiled with Xiao Yener. You'll spoil her. Don't look at someone yourself. I'm not a controller. Xiao Fan retorted without thinking. I didn't even say anything. Little medical fairy took the empty bowl handed over by Xiao Fan and once again added a bowl of rice. Counting the time in this moment it was already the 7th bowl. The painting style turned. Little medical fairy suddenly opened her mouth. Xiao Fan, do you like the little guy a lot? We can have one too. The latter words little medical fairy couldn't say out. This time she was already blushing. Obviously the two of them hadn't expressed their feelings yet, but she said such a bold statement. But little medical fairy still had one more concern. That is, with her doomed poison body, she was afraid that it would be very difficult for her to have offspring. But Xiao Fan loved the little one so much. She was seeing it all. Little medical fairy's eyes with a bright and dark dodge. Pust. Xiao Fan contained a mouthful of rice in his mouth did not hold back and sprayed out. And even doubt that his ears are not misheard, but also precisely contained the rice did not allow himself to speak faster than his own brain. That sentence want was also swallowed back hard by Xiao Fan, and secretly thought in his heart, I told you that Siener's rice has a problem and will make people tell the truth. Xiao Fan, you got it everywhere. Little medical fairy said in a scolding tone. while using her little tongue to roll off the white rice grains that Xiao Fan had stuck at the corners of his mouth, while cleaning up the messy desktop. Little medical fairy who no longer suppresses her heart seems to have become a bit strange. Chapter 93. Hiss. Xiao Fan had no choice but to grab Xiao Kai out of the stifling cuffs, and after coming out, Xiao Kai kept her gaze grim as she looked at little medical fairy. Apparently the exchange between the two just now made her suffer a small stimulus, raising her tiny snake body to look viciously at little medical fairy. Hiss. Hiss. Little medical fairy didn't show any weakness and immediately hugged Xiao Fan's other arm. Xiao Fan, your pet is so fierce. Unlike me. Xiao Fan was stunned as a fragrance of tea poured into his nose, but looking at little medical fairy's pure eyes, Xiao Fan still chose to stand on little medical fairy's side. Xiao Kai, I won't give you any more food if you keep this up. Xiao Kai was obviously anxious and glared viciously at little medical fairy. Her snake eyes turned and an even more terrifying breath with oppression came out. Xiao Fan was startled in his heart, and his tone was no longer as firm as it was just now. Cough. Lord Queen. How could Xiao Fan not have imagined that Xiao Kai would go and complain to Queen Medusa? This is not a classic bullying of the little one coming to the old one. Said Medusa was old and afraid of being nickel and dimed. Queen Medusa was using her spiritual power to spar with little medical fairy, and Xiao Fan was already smelling the smell of gunpowder between the two. But as far as Xiao Fan was concerned, the two of them had never even met, and it was impossible for little medical fairy to know that Xiao Kai was Queen Medusa, and in between the spiritual power that Xiao Fan couldn't even meddle with. Queen Medusa was saying in a chiseled and serious tone, do you really think that this king wouldn't dare to turn the tables with you? Ha! Feel free to come. Little medical fairy wasn't scared by Medusa's threat. The two had been looking at each other unfavorably for so long that they were used to it. I forgot to tell you, Xiao Fan's kiss is very affectionate. The bad little medical fairy did not forget to make up for it, but still felt that it was far from enough, and seemed to be reminiscing, and also seemed to be looking forward to saying, do you think the child in the future will be like me or like Xiao Fan? You. Click. Queen Medusa's pressure was released without any preparation. The ground around Xiao Fan produced cracks, which scared Xiao Fan and hurriedly separated the gaze of one person and one snake. It was not known exactly which words had made this Queen Medusa break her defenses and was actually choosing to escape. Chai regained control of her body and spat out her snake letters suspiciously. Hiss? Didn't I hire a substitute? How come the substitute still broke the defense? However, Queen Medusa still viciously warned little medical fairy before she left. Xiao Fan's first child must be this king's. Other things Queen Medusa might still be negotiable, but there was no way that Queen Medusa would give in on the matter of the child. That was her bottom line. Xiao Kai seemed to have sensed Queen Medusa's determination as well, arrogantly skimming her head and burrowing back into Xiao Fan's sleeve. Little medical fairy was all ready to make her move and looked at the departing Queen Medusa. This woman has changed her sex? It's just as well. After all that fighting, it didn't end well. Little medical fairy's bad memories were also evoked, and apart from the drunken Ziyan who was still saying all sorts of words about tigers and wolves, Xiao Fan and little medical fairy both fell silent. The time spent with the little healer was pleasant, yet quick. Looking at the branding iron poison seal python dragging the still unconscious Nalan Jie back, Xiao Fan only remembered that there was still this matter, and that it was unethical for him to have taken the 7 illusory green spirit birthday for nothing. Think of it as punishment for that girl Nalan Yenran mocking little Yenner. Nalan Jie slowly opened his eyes, and the pain on his body caused this Do Wang powerhouse to instantly let out a miserable scream. The branded iron poison seal python knocked out Nalan Jie with great ease, and all of this behavior had obviously been done quite a few times. Good grief! Xiao Fan actually felt pity for Nalan Jie's experience. Looking at the branded iron poison seal python that looked like a lackey, Xiao Fan pondered about the belonging of this snake. If it was refined through the BGS snake triple blossom pupil, Xiao Fan would be able to easily break through to a Dueling, or even a Do King. But Xiao Fan always felt some hidden uneasiness, always feeling that something would happen to little medical fairy after he left. Sienner, this branded iron poison seal python is better for you to absorb and refine. After staying in this wet bone forest for so long it's considered to have absorbed quite a bit of poisonous mist. Xiao Fan persuaded, and it will also keep you safe. There's no need. I have my own way to raise my strength, and security with a puppet is enough. Xiao Fan could see that little medical fairy was trying to be brave again, and with a raised eyebrow, he said in a different way, then I'll give it to someone else to use. Who? Woman? Little medical fairy couldn't stand the teasing and questioned like a parched kitten. Although they have not yet expressed their feelings, they have already surpassed friendship. The difference is just an opportunity. Although Xiao medical fairy's possessiveness is not strong, she will be especially concerned about the other women in Xiao Fan's mouth, especially that guy who caused Xiao Fan's body to fall. Little medical fairy couldn't let Xiao Fan make the same mistake. Xiao Fan hadn't yet noticed the anger in little medical fairy's tone. Yeah, A woman as lovely as you. Little medical fairy's grayish-purple eyes became livid. In little medical fairy's perception, Xiao Fan had undoubtedly admitted that the other party was that guy from the ancient clan. Subconsciously biting his fingernails, he said with hatred in his heart, "Damn! How should I kill her silently? With the protection of the ancient clan and the endless secret art methods." Even if little medical fairy knew where Gu Sun-er was at this time, there was no guarantee that she would be able to kill the other party. "Fairy? You don't want it, then I'll give it to me." The corner of Xiao Fan's mouth curled up. It was true that the little guy couldn't withstand this kind of stimulation. Xianer is still too young. In every sense of the word, Xiao Fan directly controlled the branding iron poisonous seal python to do the bidding of little medical fairy. Only then could Xiao Fan have a lot of peace of mind. "Hey, Xianer, I'm off then. I'll come find you when I'm done." Xiao Fan very naturally wanted to hug little medical fairy, but was deftly dodged by the other party. Just when he had some doubts, he saw little medical fairy's red lips that were so tender that they were about to squeeze out water attacked him. Moist and full of red lips with a sweet floral scent accompanied by a fragrant wind blowing. First a shallow test, and then no longer satisfied with a shallow taste. The earlobes are slightly flushed with a rosy sheen, pink and tender. Xiao Fan recalled that night. The bold little medical fairy also left without saying goodbye as this, and this time but still want to do the same trick. Xiao Fan will not let the other party easily succeed. Seeing that she couldn't break the defense, little medical fairy vented all the anger she had just felt, biting on Xiao Fan's mouth, and silk blood dripped down the corners of her mouth. Xiao Fan, who originally thought that it was impossible for him to be poisoned again with the doom poison body, was unexpectedly struck once again. Bitterly insisted on the line of defense once again collapsed. Xiao Fan is Xiao medical fairy antidote is not bad, but Xiao medical fairy is also Xiao Fan's poison, so that Xiao Fan gradually addicted, cannot be extricated. He. Is little medical sister in a hurry? Ziyan playfully hugged little medical fairy, sticking to her with a demanding sticker look. Xiao Fan little medical fairy doesn't know how to speak. Ziyan heard little medical fairy's tone with hesitation, obviously knowing that little medical fairy wanted to know something. No, Xiao Fan is talking about little Ching scale. Only after hearing Ziyan's answer did little medical fairy breathe a sigh of relief. But then she became downcast. Green scales? Chapter 94, The Trap. Green scale Little Dr. Fairy inquired apprehensively. Sister Qinglia little medical fairy sister. You said that the eyes of the green scale are so beautiful, shining like a jewel, and can control the Do Shang. Why can't they hold tears? Ziyan's emotions that hadn't been cathartic for many days exploded out in this instant, and the whimpering and choking sound went on and on. This is the moment the little medical fairy realized what is the longest love confession. The companionship is the most precious. Once upon a time, little medical fairy thought that love was simple. As long as she was able to silently watch Xiao Fan's growth, it would be enough. But when she is really caught in the trap called love, she realizes that love is painful, unwilling, fragile and cowardly. Love can be instant or gradual and deep. Love can be as the little medical fairy's silent support and righteousness, that is pure and kind. Or it can be the green scale's inferiority and sneaky thoughts, that is a small theft of joy and sneaky gaze. And the green scales have been timid all their lives, but brave for once. For love. Qingliu is no longer Qingliu, but Qingliu is still the same Qingliu who loves the Duke and has always stayed by his side as a little maid. For a simple compliment, for an unbiased look, for being cared for, because, cares. Little Dr. Fairy let out a bitter laugh. That's really not frank enough. What about yourself? Ziyan, keep an eye on Xiao Fan. If he dares to mess around, we'll make him into a puppet and stay by our side for eternity. Xiao Fan does not yet know that his simple words have brought him great trouble. Ziyan had cried enough, rubbed her swollen eyes from crying, and said in an affirmative tone, "Aha! Little medical fairy sister, will it hurt to be made into a puppet?" Stillborn. 10,000 Scorpions Gate. Regarding the loss of a Do Huang elder, the 10,000 Scorpion sect would investigate this matter no matter what. Scorpion Baiyan listened to the report from the people under his hand and frowned slightly. A suspected trail of foreign fire? One must know that the Exodus Cloud Empire was basically rampant with poison masters, and the foreign flames were mostly pursued by pill refiners. So how could they possibly appear in a place like the Exodus Cloud Empire? Could it be the underworld poison flame? Scorpion Baiyan quickly negated this idea. The underworld poisonous fire, if it appeared in the wetbone forest for so many years, is impossible to have no trace. Then there is only one possibility to be dealt with by a strong person silently. This makes the Scorpion Baiyan is a headache. Previously there is the Soul Temple constantly pressure, collect souls, start a war, and now there is an unknown strong man shot. If the other party is only in their own that Do Huang strong man started a conflict. Scorpion Baiyan will also be good to think of a few points. but it is afraid that such an unknown but also mastered the foreign fire of the strong man is a contradiction with the 10,000 scorpion door. Poison masters can be said to have their own strength before facing someone who has mastered a foreign fire. And more let the scorpion by yen headache is out of the Cloud Empire recently emerged poison clan. Was originally prepared to let the scorpion purple lie deal with? If the other side of the understanding on the income of 10,000 scorpion door, illiterate to do away with can. But now the 10,000 scorpion door due to scorpion purple lie's death led to the manpower of the shortage of hesitation for a long time. The scorpion by yen to the hall below the command of an elder said scorpion by yen. The scorpion is the most important thing to do. The scorpion is the most important thing to do. This matter you go to deal with it. If the poison sect is peaceful then the other party will be included in the 10,000 scorpion sect. As for, with the strength of a Do Huang, Wu Yao was considered to have considerable power in the 10,000 scorpion sect. Hearing this, Wu Yao bowed and saluted. Yes. Aha. How did I, a former half-emperor powerhouse, a 9th grade gold pill alchemist, and a dragon knight, double fall into the hands of a woman again? By what right could he still be mesmerized even though he possessed the doom poison body? Xiao Fan was very unconvinced. Xiao Fan carefully recalled what had gone wrong, but no matter what, he couldn't find a break. Can only be exasperated carrying Ziyan quickly weaving through the road, with a piece of Nalan Jie. Little friend, I'm, really, hoo. Nalan Jie gasped as he caught his breath, and he didn't dare to chime in. He really couldn't take it anymore before he opened his mouth. Xiao Fan of course knew about Nalan Jie's condition and directly condensed a subfire with his fingers to strike into Nalan Jie's body. It hurts a little. Bear with me. Xiao Fan reminded that the fastest way to solve the problem of being hit by the branding poison was to use the foreign fire to force it out of the body. Xiao Fan was too lazy to refine pills for the other party to regulate it, which was time-consuming and labor-intensive. With his own mastery and understanding of the green lotus earthly heart flame, the poison of bone possession was no more than that. Before Nalan Jie could hear what Xiao Fan said, he felt a pain that burned his body and reached his lungs. The taut heart of this Lionheart marshal, who had been tortured these days and had been on edge all day, finally broke its strings and cried out with a torn heart. Xiao Fan plugged his ears and said in disgust, "It's not just a billion points of pain. It's not dead. Shut up. Woken up." Ziyan let out a roar, bringing a wind whistle blowing by. "Are all of you Nalan family so unpolite?" The corner of Xiao Fan's mouth twitched. He was actually hearing the 3 words of speaking politely in Ziyan's mouth, but disturbing his little yener's sleep was indeed an added offense. Nalan Jie instantly quiet. He has seen the means and strength of this ant. Teeth were biting, the creaking forehead seeped out bursts of sweat. Nalan Jie also did not dare to hum out a little sound. The heart was even more bitter. "I really made a fool of myself and had to come to such a hellish place." Thinking about this time, not only did he lose countless guards, he didn't even get anything, but he was also hit by the branding poison, and his little life was almost taken. It was a good thing that the branding poison was quickly forced out by the foreign fire, which was only so easy because the branding poison had only just begun to erode as well. Nalan Jie took a long breath. The stone pressed in his heart finally landed. "Little friend. No, senior, thank you for saving your life. I, Nalan Jie, will definitely remember this favor." Don't. I don't want you to accept this favor. If I remember correctly, the old man was once saved by Shaolin, the former patriarch of the Xiao family, right? Nalan Jie was obviously shocked to hear Shaolin's name. Xiao Fan naturally noticed this detail and continued to open his mouth and asked, "When the Xiao family was in trouble, why didn't you see any sign of you, old man?" Although Xiao Fan didn't want to get involved with the Xiao family, he was extremely shameless about Nalan Jie's behavior, claiming that he remembered the kindness and took care of the Xiao family. But he wasn't yet a hypocrite like that Gu Yuan person. Perhaps in the process of the Xiao family's escape from the imperial capital is also the same as that person Gu Yuan, collected all of the Xiao clan's fighting skills and techniques. "If you're useful to me, we're friends and brothers. Once you're gone, I don't care what relationship you used to have with me." 2 old things that have the world written all over them. The retreat of the declining Xiao family and Nalan Yenran is the irony. Nalan Jie didn't expect Xiao Fan to even know this kind of hidden secret and was a little embarrassed. "Senior, if you say what you need the Nalan family to do, I, Nalan Jie, will definitely say yes." Nalan Jie tried to save some face. "No need. I've already received your payment. If you really want to do something, mind your granddaughter." Xiao Fan was not a calculating person, but the other party had provoked his little dragon lady, so he had to think hard about the consequences he would bear. Huma! Nalan Jie's heart thumped. It wouldn't be possible that this granddaughter of his own family had done something extraordinary after he left. Chapter 95 Return. Nalan Jie began to calculate how to let Xiao Fan forgive himself that granddaughter. His heart is clear that Xiao Fan's age is estimated to be not too big. If his granddaughter does not have that marriage contract, then may. After thinking about it, Nalan Jia still dismissed the idea, not to mention that Xiao Fan knew the story between the Nalan family and the Xiao family, and that the matter of his own granddaughter being betrothed to the Xiao family must not be hidden from others. Xiao Fan said very clearly that he and the Nalan family were nothing more than an exchange of interests. If we let Nalan Yenran go forward to withdraw from the marriage, I am afraid that it is going to cause a lot of trouble. Instead of being a good thing, forcing the two together by himself would have endless bad consequences. But there is one thing that Nalan Jia thought very clearly. That is, go back to be sure to watch closely Nalan Yenran, but do not make any more trouble. Still don't know senior's name? Nalan Jia opened his mouth and inquired. After so many days he could only learn that the person in front of him had the surname Xiao from only a few words. Thinking about this, Nalan Jia's heart thumped again. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Knowing that the Xiao family and the Nalan family are overly close, and knowing the Nalan family so well, could it be that he really is a son of the Xiao family? Nalan Jia thought carefully about the guy who was engaged to Nalan Yenran, although he didn't want to recognize this marriage from the bottom of his heart. But he is after all a person with a face in the imperial capital. If he withdraws from the marriage, this matter spreads out to the Nalan family also has an impact. It was good that Nalan Jia had heard that Xiao Yan's talent was good, and at a young age, he had broken through to the third stage of the Doshi Qi, and the talent he displayed was worthy of his own granddaughter. According to the age, it should be the same as the one in front of us. Xiao Yan? Nalan Jia shouted tentatively. In fact, he was also a bit uncertain. After all, the strength of Xiao Fan in front of him was such that even a Dowang like him had to retreat for 3 points. This was too inconsistent with common sense. Xiao Fan turned his head back in confusion. He seemed to have just heard Nalan Jia shouting Xiao Yan's name. Could it be that he recognized me as Xiao Yan? But such a move in the eyes of Nalan Jia is undoubtedly the default, is the fact that he is Xiao Yan. The heart is determined to immediately reunite with the Xiao family, and even spare no effort to help each other. Must be so a granddaughter-in-law tied to the Nalan family. Everything Nalan Jia automatically brainstormed. It must be that Xiao Fan felt dissatisfied with Nalan Yenran's strength or character, which was why he expressed his aversion to Nalan Yenran, and it was no wonder that he would be willing to step in to help the Nalan family, and even saved his own life. Everything was because Xiao Fan was looking at that marriage contract. I'm so confused that I didn't see my grandson-in-law's identity earlier, but not willing to tell me. My grandson-in-law must have his own considerations. Nalan Jia didn't continue to pick up the conversation, only becoming more cordial and appreciative of Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was stared at by Nalan Jia to the point that his body became uncomfortable, only to feel how the road back to the imperial capital could be so long. If Xiao Fan knew those small plans in Nalan Jia's heart, he would only tell the other party that everything was all in your mind, and that his goal had never been the 7 illusory green spirit saliva. Many thanks for Senior's help. The Nalan family will definitely express their gratitude to Senior in a timely manner. Back in the imperial capital, Nalan Jia had to pull Xiao Fan to go to the Nalan family to rest for a moment, but was politely refused by Xiao Fan. The Nalan family no longer had any available resources for Xiao Fan. Looking at the direction Xiao Fan left, Nalan Jia pondered in his heart. That direction is the Miter family? No, we must hurry to repair our relationship with the Xiao family, or else such an excellent granddaughter-in-law will run away. Nalan Jia immediately flew back to the Nalan family residence. Seeing Nalan Jia's return, Nalan Su, that was a tearful voice, said, Master, you can finally come back. But seeing that Nalan Jia came back alone, Nalan Su's heart also sank, thinking that those guards should have all sacrificed themselves. Gramps, what's going on? Nalan Su was about to inquire, but was directly interrupted by Nalan Jia. It was Xiao Yan who saved me. Xiao Yan? Nalan Su surprisingly did not react for a moment when he heard this name. Nalan Jia thought to himself that he couldn't be mistaken. A little brother surnamed Xiao saved me. Only then did Nalan Su come back to his senses and nodded his head repeatedly. Well, Master, that Master Xiao Bufan can have a 4th grade pill refiner, and it is rumored that he has a 6th grade pill refiner as a backer behind him, and the Nalan family paid a lot of money to allow Master Xiao to go and rescue you. Master, 4th grade. Nalan Jia's heart was a little scared up. The Nalan family's disregard for the Xiao family all these years could be the reason why Xiao Fan hated the Nalan family. If it was really a 4th grade alchemist with a 6th grade alchemist behind him, the life and death of the Nalan family would still be in the hands of the other party. Remembering Xiao Fan's mention that he and the Nalan family were nothing more than interests, Nalan Jia completely panicked. I'm afraid that it wasn't Nalan Yenyen who had withdrawn from the marriage, but Xiao Fan who was going to come to his door to withdraw from the marriage. Nalan Jia's brows were frowning, and his fingers kept rubbing his brows as if he was thinking about something. Only after a long time did he solemnly say to Nalan Su, Go, bring Yenran here. Master, Yen Yen. She was accepted as a disciple by the Yunlan sect's patriarch, and she's cultivating in the Yunlan sect at this moment. Yunlan sect? You made a hasty decision on such an important matter? Without informing me? Only then did Nalan Su tell the cause and effect. Are you saying that Yun, the new sect leader of the Cloudlan sect, personally came to the Nalan family to accept a disciple? Nalan Su nodded his head. A Do Huang powerhouse was coming in person, and outside of Ganalan Jie was also absent. He, Nalan Su, did not dare to refuse. Confused, the Cloudlan sect is already in deep water with the Gamma Empire, plus the Nalan family is a recognized noble of the Gamma Empire, and is considered to be of the imperial lineage. Aren't you showing that you want to rebel with the Cloudlan sect? I thought that Nalan Jie, who came back with great difficulty, would be able to relax a lot, but now the troubles are one after another, and Nalan Jie feels that it would be better to die in the wetbone forest. Nalan Su obviously had no considerations in this regard, and was still foolish enough to think that Yin Yan's ability to be discipled by the Yunlan sect was something to be celebrated. In these few days I will personally go to the royal family to probe for information. As soon as possible you will send a letter to let Yin Yan make a trip back to the family as soon as possible. Nalan Su still stupidly asked, Old master, if Yin Yan comes back, I'm afraid that Yunlan Zone will think more about it. Nalan Jie was instantly enraged, pointing at his own son and cursing. It's not because you gave birth to a good daughter. It's just a bunch of crap. Nalan Su was somewhat at a loss for words. Do you know that Master Xiao Bufan is actually Yenran's fiancé? What? Nalan Su then remembered why Nalan Jie had just mentioned Xiao Yan. Surname Xiao. Nalan Su was startled in his heart and quickly figured out that Master Xiao Bufan might be Xiao Yan, the same person that his own father had once set a ruined contract with the Xiao family, which made him realize that what Nalan Yenran had done might really be a big deal. Father, Yenran, she had a conflict with Master Xiao only a few days ago. Nalan Su, who knew that he was not disciplining her properly, became respectful in his tone. Chapter 96 Treatment. You're really going to piss me off. Yan Yan is still small even if you are considered half of the family patriarch. Why are you still so confused? Looking at Nalan Jie pulling out the familiar big black rod, Nalan Su's heart went cold, and he hurriedly knelt down and skillfully begged for mercy. Father, have a word. Xiao Fan, who had returned to the Miter family, went straight to Qing Scale's room. Before he even entered the door he heard a light ringing of bells coming from inside the house. Xiao Fan had just pushed open the door when he saw a little fellow dressed in a green rosette step delicately into his arms and bumped into him. Brother, little green scale, long time no see. Xiao Fan recklessly let the little guy hug himself. Not seeing you for a few days is actually learning all of little Yenner's skills. This hand of giant dragon slam was practically the same as what Zi Yen had learned, except that it couldn't compare to Zi Yen in terms of force. Xiao Fan subconsciously inspected little Qing Scale's body. Upon such an inspection, Xiao Fan realized that something was wrong. Qing Liu, your eyes? The little green scale removed the black veil she used to cover her eyes, and a pair of clear eyes with a turquoise color appeared with it. Brother, the green scale doesn't know what happened to the eye, but it seems like I can control the little spirit through it. How could Xiao Fan not have expected that little green scale's Bija Snake 3-flower pupil would awaken like this? According to theory, the awakening of the Bija Snake 3-flower pupil requires that the possessor's spiritual power, which can also be the soul power, is up to the standard to be able to do so. Or maybe it's experiencing a powerful stimulus to inspire the 3-flower pupil of the Bija Snake. However, Xiao Fan was unable to determine which one had caused little Qing Scale's awakening. He could sense that little Qing Scale's soul was still crippled, but it was not possible that it had been greatly stimulated. This made Xiao Fan a little confused. Qing Scale, tell brother how it's been for him and the Miter family during this period of time. Little green scale obediently replied. Sister Yafei is very good to me. It is. The little green scale became squirmy, not knowing how to speak. Just what's wrong? Xiao Fan felt that this might be the reason why Qing Scale had awakened the 3-flower pupils of the blue snake. Just not having a brother with me. Xiao Qing Scale really misses Xiao Fan. Although Sister Yafei and old Grandpa Hai Bo Dong treat her very well, but she stays here alone without the feeling of home. Without Xiao Fan's embrace in the evening, Xiao Qing Scale just can't sleep soundly. Always alone and stupidly propping up her head to look at the door of the room, waiting for her longed-for brother to come back. Xiao Fan was stunned. He was a little unsure of how to tell the little guy about such an emotion. Brother, is it true that when the green scales become powerful they can stay by brother's side just like Sister Ziyan? The little green scales were obviously still blind, but their eyes as pure as jewels carried a light that was hard to hide. A light of hope called anticipation. Silly girl. Xiao Fan poked little Qing Scale's white forehead with his hand. Even if you are not as strong as little Yenner, you can still accompany me. But, little Qing Scale wanted to say that she also wanted to help Xiao Fan with something. No buts. Little green scales letting me cuddle every night is already the biggest help. The little green scale's small face slightly reddened, revealing a nice smile. Well, please hold Azora well, brother. Xiaofan always felt that there was ambiguity in this sentence. Ching scale, brother has brought you a gift. It might be able to restore the light to your eyes. Then the green scales must be the first to see brother. Little green scale felt something was wrong and added. Sister Ziyan too. All of them are the most important people in green scale. In the face of such a naive and romantic young girl, Xiaofan's eyes were filled with tears. The well-behaved and obedient little fellow was really too inviting. Xiaofan unconsciously rubbed the little green scale's head and picked up the little green scale with a bend. One in front of you. One behind you. Nice and cozy. With Xiaofan's command, the little green scale was pulled away by Ziyan, who was extraordinarily serious in taking care of the matter of the green scale. Not even her usual sloppy appearance. While Xiaofan needed to refine the 7 illusory green spirit saliva. The 7 illusory green spirit saliva left the sunlight and could not be preserved for long. Coupled with Nalan Jie's destruction, it was already somewhat withered. Sitting in the familiar medicinal cauldron, a ray of white light emanated out, and a strange medicinal herb faintly emitting a soft glow then appeared in Xiaofan's hand. The refining of the 7 illusory green spirit saliva is not complicated. It only needs to be roasted until it turns into a liquid. For Xiaofan, who has a different fire, it is just a few points more difficult than refining sugar pills. Treatment of the soul class of medicinal herbs cannot be uncommon. Directly this strain of 7 illusory green spirit saliva refining into a medicinal liquid, to be honest, is a bit of a waste. If it is made into a high level of elixir, this strain of 7 illusory green spirit saliva can play a more powerful medicinal properties, is a one-off repair of the green scales of the soul, and even in one fell swoop to reach the mortal realm of the great perfection is possible. But such an elixir was at least a 7th grade elixir. Not only did it lack the corresponding medicinal materials, it was something that the current Xiaofan could not refine. However, if he could repair the damage to the little green scale's soul and let the little guy regain his light, Xiaofan was also content. Let's just waste a little. There will naturally be better ones when we go to the central state. Xiaofan manipulated the green golden flame to continuously melt the 7 illusory green spirit saliva. And this herb that emitted a 7-colored light gradually transformed into a colorless and transparent liquid under Xiaofan's flame manipulation, emitting an exotic aroma, which was somewhat similar to the soul origin. Xiaofan transferred the refined 7 illusory green spirit saliva into the jade bottle and turned around to call little green scale back. The little guy's body had become white and clean, and the scars on his body had also recovered under Xiaofan's tireless massage and medicinal bath. Qing Scale heard Xiaofan's voice and immediately left behind Ziyan, who was playing together, to return to the room, leaving only Ziyan messy in the breeze of the courtyard. But looking at Qing Scale, who was running towards Xiaofan, Ziyan was smiling heartily. This time, little Qing Scale is taking the initiative to run towards Xiaofan yet. Green Scale, lie back. Little green scales obediently take off the body wearing the luo skirt, the waist tie and the light tugging and pulling down with it. White tender feet next to the green ribbons and skirts. Xiaofan hurriedly stopped Qingyao's further movements. You won't be able to pass the trial if you keep taking it off. No need to take it off, brother. Little Qing Scale still persisted. She could feel Xiaofan's happiness when he looked at her body. Of course, Xiaofan's happiness was because the scars on little Qing Scale's body were gradually getting better. No, this time it's a treatment for the eyes, where there's a need to undress. Ow. The little green scale's tone took on some loss. Qing Scale, the medicinal liquid acts on the eyes. Brother will help you refine the liquid. It might sting a little. Xiaofan reminded that if the medicinal liquid was directly dripped onto the green scale's aqua snake 3-flower pupil, the effect might not be good. Xiaofan planned to use the foreign fire to help the green scale refine the 7 illusory green spirit saliva and impact that seal in the aqua snake 3-flower pupil. Well, Qingliu isn't afraid. Qingliu trusts her brother. Little green scales are really looking forward to it. Seeing my brother in person. Chapter 97, Rebirth. The 7 illusory green spirit saliva slowly dripped down the jade bottle onto the jewel-like eyes of the little green scale. The little green scale made a tiny humming sound. What's wrong, Qingliu? Xiaofan stopped the movements in his hands and inquired. No, nothing, it's very comfortable, that's all. Little green scale replied with a small red embarrassed face. Xiaofan sighed in relief. Most of the soul-type medicines were mainly nourishing, and their process was relatively gentle. The fact that the little green scale felt relaxed precisely indicated that the 7 illusory green spirit saliva had begun to work. Xiaofan held the soft little hand of the little green scale, which was already a little meatier than earlier. Green scale. Next my brother will try to break through the seal of the Beijing snake's 3-blossom pupil. If you're afraid, hold my hand tightly. The terrifying might brought about by the foreign fire, even if Xiaofan's control was very good. But just a small cluster of flames, little green scales were afraid that they would feel afraid. Aha! The little green scale was so well behaved that it hurt. Brother's hand is so big, ooh. Brother's hand is so warm, nah. Brother's body smells so good. Thinking about it, the little green scale's whole body became strange. I really want to sneak a look at my brother. No. Cyanide felt like there were two little people fighting in her head. But in case of failure, isn't it going to disappoint my brother? Green scales are still really useless. Once low self-esteem of the little one even have their own home, have a bright future and love her brother and sister, obviously is surrounded by love. But that sense of insecurity and pessimism is always like a cannot get rid of the evil spirit constantly stimulate the little green scales. Green scale. Focus. Xiaofan pinched the little green scale who was obviously lost in thought. The carelessness of this would be irreversible. Green scale. Believe in yourself and believe in your brother. Didn't you just say that? Hearing Xiaofan's words, little Qing scale suppressed the worry in her heart and tried her best to absorb the essence of the medicinal liquid. A small cluster of greenish golden flames emerged from Xiaofan's hand. Xiaofan would not treat the little green scale like he treated Nailan Jie, carefully controlling the foreign fire close to Qing scale's eyes. Because of fear, little Qing scale unconsciously held Xiaofan's hand tightly. Xiaofan's soul force was fully infused on top of the seal of the little green scale's blue snake's three-flower pupil, and the silk of foreign fire energy followed his fingertips to contact the invisible seal in his eyes. The refined operation caused Xiaofan's forehead to break out in fine sweat. Damn it, why isn't there any movement at all? Xiaofan realized that the 7 illusory green spirit saliva was indeed mending Qing scale's soul, and that missing part was constantly being repaired. But this seal in his eyes that could only be perceived with soul power was not moving. Even in the face of the foreign fire there was no sign of loosening. Is it going to fail? Xiaofan didn't want to give up so easily. Little Qing scale was so understanding and obedient. He didn't want to let little Qing scale down. The kind of heavy Xiaofan who gave someone a promise but then personally denied it doesn't want to bring it to little Qing scale. If the foreign fire doesn't work, then we'll use soul impact. The soul power of the spirit realm souls spread out in an instant, and all of the old men who were in the imperial capital felt an invisible pressure enveloping the sky above. What the hell? A wave of fear instantly gripped Hai Bo Dong's heart as he was still leisurely sipping his tea at the Mitre family, fantasizing about his feat of defeating Gaziantien by relying on his earth-level feats after taking the imperial extreme pill. That direction? Green scale. Hai Bo Dong instantly appeared outside of Qing scale's room, and saw Ziyan lazily leaning back in her rocking chair and huffing and puffing, seemingly not the least bit affected by the soul's pressure. Ziyan looked at the visitor in a daze. It's alright, it's Xiaofan. In fact, the moment he saw Ziyan, Hai Bo Dong figured out what was going on. But now Hai Bo Dong had to deal with those same old guys who had arrived. Elder brother Xiao, really will give me trouble. Hippodrome also stopped worrying and flew beyond the Mitre family. For a time, the strongest people in the imperial capital all felt this powerful pressure and came outside of the Mitre family unanimously. On the contrary, Nailan Jie appeared to be less urgent. Knowing that the source of the pressure was the Mitre family, guessed that it was related to Xiaofan. Learning that behind Xiaofan stood a 6th grade pill refiner, and judging from the news of the past few days thought that it should be the person behind Xiaofan. Xiaofan couldn't care less about that matter. He was fully concentrating on impacting the seal. The doubt in his heart, however, grew stronger. Why does the seal look so familiar? As expected, the soul impact was more useful than the foreign fire. But this kind of soul impact that could not make a single mistake was also a great test for Xiaofan. Once a mistake was made, not only would the little green scale not be able to restore the light, it was even more likely that it would directly injure the soul essence. The soul force turned into needles and threads that constantly stabbed the seal, and after a long time passed, Xiaofan finally felt that the seal had loosened. But the next moment Xiaofan only felt that a vortex appeared in the seal, pulling Xiaofan's soul along with it into a blood-misty space. The familiar space Xiaofan was chilled to the bone. The breath here was just too cold, but his intuition told Xiaofan that this was not the first time he had come here, and such a sense of familiarity would definitely not come out of nowhere. A golden thunder exploded in the space, and the space between was divided into two by the golden thunder, and the center of the space was a kneeling and devoutly praying young girl, and that golden thunder also went straight to the young girl. It is? Xiaofan looked at the scene in confusion. He did not recognize the young girl in front of him as the grown-up Qing scale. The turquoise light enveloped the young girl's body, emitting a divine radiance, and even though the golden thunder struck the young girl's blood, the young girl continued to hold her hands piously in front of her chest, eyes full of determination. The young girl suddenly looked back, and for a split second, Xiaofan felt that his sight was relative to the young girl. However, Xiaofan understood in the bottom of his heart that all of this was nothing but an illusion, and in the young girl's eyes appeared the 3 green dots that Xiaofan was incomparably familiar with. And the green points of light rapidly rotated to draw one reincarnation arc after another in the young girl's eyes. The 3 flower pupils of the blue snake? Sultry and beautiful. Things that go against the grain are not meant to be done. Xiao Fan's soul had long since dissipated between heaven and earth. And Qing Scale didn't know how many ancient books she had searched for before discovering the more powerful reincarnation pupil on top of the Bija Snake's 3-flower pupil. But even if the pupil of reincarnation can reverse time and retrace its steps, the lack of the most crucial soul is powerless to change. Green Scale do not know in the world inch by inch looking for how long Xiao Fan that dissipated for a long time soul. Exhaust the whole body blood and soul all the time to suffer from the thunderbolt bombardment. Finally in the infinite reincarnation of the world to find back the soul of Xiao Fan. My lord, I have found you. The young girl dragged her tattered body and smiled sweetly at Xiao Fan as she fell straight into the blood pool. Green Scales. Xiao Fan's mind exploded, and he also shouted out the other party's name as he had done at the first sight of Qing Scale. It turns out that it wasn't Xiao Fan who fell to the bottom of the blood abyss, but rather Qing Scale who exchanged Xiao Fan from the blood abyss. Chapter 98 First. Rebirth was a gift. A gift from Qinglian to Xiao Fan. And rebirth was also a punishment. Punishment for Xiao Fan's unannounced departure. Punishing Xiao Fan for not keeping his promise. Xiao Fan didn't know that his dissipated soul was attached to everyone he failed. More or less. Screeching memory fragments are also punishing Xiao Fan. Green Scale. Xiao Fan had never looked deeply into the reason for his rebirth, but now it seemed where heaven had given him a chance, but rather Qing Scale's sacrifice had exchanged for this chance. Xiao Fan underestimated the power called love, but also mistakenly recognized love as love. Love is love. Underestimated the determination of everyone around him. In the peach but do not know. In possession of a starry sea but wantonly squandered. It was also like Xiao Fan's irresponsible abandonment of life in his previous life. What Qing Scale sealed was not the Bija Snake 3-flower pupil, but rather, she did not want Xiao Fan to see her embarrassing appearance, and she must have been very ugly with her body covered in bruises. Until the end this little guy was still looking out for the prince at every turn. The price is never to be seen. Is that why the green scales sealed themselves? Xiao Fan figured everything out and understood why he was reborn and the price he paid for being reborn. Green Scale. This time it's my turn to find you. Xiao Fan's consciousness detached itself from the middle of that space, and in a place he couldn't see. His own eyes were flooding with a ripple, as if the arc of reincarnation was hidden in his eyes, and the seal of the little green scales blue snake's 3-flower pupil also completely dissipated, and the original missing strand of soul also melted back into the little green scale's soul. It seemed to reach out and touch the light, or maybe the little green scales had already held it. Xiao Fan clearly knew that the little Qing Scale in front of him was not Qing Scale, but Qing Scale had always accompanied him. Brother, clear, translucent eyes gradually opened, the light shining into them for the first time making Cyanide a little uncomfortable. The half-midget's eyes kept trying to see the world, determination filling her tiny face. The face that can only be touched by the blurred silhouettes in my memory is becoming clearer and clearer. The eyes are all over you. And the billions of stars are not enough. With just one glance, Xiao Qingshan has already seen the most handsome person in the world. Xiao Qingshan can't separate the beauty and ugliness, but Xiao Fan in Xiao Qingshan's heart is the best in this world, the most unique. It's number one in the hearts of little green scales. Being able to open his eyes was all the happiness in the world, and only the little green scales could see it. Tears soon clouded the entire eye socket, and a thin mist of water filled the little green scale's eyes. Ni ini I. Cyanide is so happy. Tears kept sliding down, but the little green scale realized that she couldn't wipe it clean no matter how she wiped it off. But the corners of her mouth always had a smile on them, and her little face was as cute as a little flower cat. Congratulations, my little green scale. Xiao Fan dotingly touched Qing Scale's white and tender little face. It won't look good if you cry again. Little Qing Scale boldly cupped Xiao Fan's face, her soft little hands touching Xiao Fan's skin like clouds. Green Scale, Niini must be the most handsome in the world. Always scales have to look at Niini well. The silly little green scale came very close, as if to memorize every part of Xiao Fan's body. After all, this was her world. Xiao Fan's breathing became rapid. The little green scale was leaning a little too close, and the hot air that was exhaled was pounding on his face. The lips leaned very close. If anything, the touch constantly provoked Xiao Fan's state of mind, and the little green scale was still the same silly look was very cute. It was only when the little green scales were finally separated that Xiao Fan was able to catch his breath. Xiao Fan was surprised. The soul's vibration erupted again. This time but not Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan did not expect that little green scale's soul had evolved and leapt into the ranks of the spirit realm soul. If it was only the 7 illusory green spirit saliva that definitely couldn't do it, then it could only be caused by the fused souls after the seal was lifted. What only made Xiao Fan curious was whether little Qing Scale knew what happened in his previous life. But seeing that silly little Qing Scale, Xiao Fan understood that little Qing Scale was afraid that he had not been informed. Maybe it's good for the little green scales too. It's just, like this that I feel even more guilty. And obviously the little green scale was unable to grasp the soul power that suddenly burst open. Xiao Fan hurriedly transmitted his voice. Green scale, try to empty your mind and slowly feel your soul. The BGS snake triple blossom pupil's perception of souls was innate, and the little green scale was able to sense his own soul in just a moment, deep in the depths of consciousness that was a soul exactly like his own. Yikes! This is me. The soul and the flesh complement each other. Try to control the overflowing soul force, Xiao Fan reminded. Okay, brother. Little Cheng Scale followed Xiao Fan's method to try to internalize the overflowing soul power, and within a few moments, she was able to skillfully master the power of the soul and was able to put it in and out freely. This made even Xiao Fan a bit shocked. The mastery of the blue snake 3-flower pupil over soul power is really innate. It's no wonder that there are even more profound strange pupils above the by snake 3-flower pupils. It's no wonder this little guy can find the nearly dissipated souls in heaven and earth. Jia. I can't imagine that a spirit realm soul possessor would actually appear in this bird-like northwest continent. The little green scale's spilled soul energy was obviously detected by the rustling protector who was going around harvesting performance. Protector Tai, you'll be in charge of the Izumo Empire's side. This Gamma Empire can be mine. Guardian Rustler grabbed the Gamma Empire's task without a second thought. Che, if you want performance, just say so, Iron Protector said disdainfully. Jia. Spirit realm soul possessors are not rare. Rash Guardian was very excited. If he was able to harvest a spirit realm soul, he would certainly be able to gain the appreciation of the Palace Master, and his status would go up by leaps and bounds. It's just a shame that it happened so fast before we could locate it. The rustling protector only sensed that the other party's soul fluctuations were roughly from the direction of Gamma Imperial City. We need to cultivate a puppet in the Gamma Empire anyway, so let's take on the Yunlan sect. It seemed that Guardian Rustler had already seen himself being promoted to Heavenly Guardian after his strength increased greatly after completing his mission. Guys with spirit realm souls can't be simple. You don't want to roll over if you're a washed up protector. Just this bull **** place that doesn't even have a dozone. What else can one be afraid of? Guardian Rush smiled disdainfully. Don't forget the Temple Master's mission. Collecting souls was secondary. And this time, the Rash Guardian and the Iron Guardian were also tasked with the important mission of finding the traces of the Shao clan back then. How much of a wave can a bunch of bloodline depleted guys make? Don't let those guys from the ancient race find out. The two black mists of cold and darkness went far away in the direction of the Gamma Empire and the Izumo Empire respectively. The primary purpose of the Rustling Protector was to reach out to the Yunlan sect, which was at odds with the Gamma Empire. And this was a good opportunity to take advantage of the opportunity to harvest souls. As for the Spirit Realm souls, as long as the other party was still in the Gamma Imperial City, the Rustling Protector would one day discover the other party's traces. Chapter 99, The Unlucky Man. The back mountain of the Yunlan sect. The place where Yunlan sect's former patriarch Yunshan was in seclusion. Jia. It is presumptuous to disturb Patriarch Yun's purification. The oozing laughter from the Rustling Protector seemed to reach right into Yunshan's heart. You're someone from the Hall of Souls? Yunshan quickly saw the iconic black mist, the very image of someone acting in the Hall of Souls. I can't imagine that Patriarch Yun knows quite a lot. It's just a pity that since Cloudbreaker, the Cloudlan sect also has no one left to succeed it. Guardian Rush seemed to be truly lamenting as he let out a sound of regret. Yunlan sect had become one of the top forces in the Dochi continent under the leadership of its founding ancestor Yun Badian. But after it has no successor, after the death of Yun Badian is down to even the Dozong are difficult to come out of the third-rate forces. Yunshan knew that it was impossible to take down the person in front of him with his own strength. Knowing that the Soul Palace's protector was at least a Dozong strength, what exactly does the Hall of Souls want by approaching the Yunlan sect? Yunshan wasn't stupid and definitely knew that the Soul Palace wouldn't approach him for no reason. Jia. Naturally, it's to make a deal with the Yunlan sect. After listening to the explanation of the Rash Guardian, Yunshan, who still had his sanity, rejected it outright. Impossible. Don't be in a hurry to reject it. I'm afraid that Patriarch Yun's lifespan is running out. I'm afraid that breaking through to the Dozong is also in jeopardy. It's not wrong to wait until then for Patriarch Yun to give a reply. The Rustling Protector let out a jia laugh and threw a token towards Yunshan. Even until he completely failed to feel the scent of the rushing protector, Yunshan still did not have any slack. The other party was able to silently break through the Cloudlan sect's protector boundary, and even more so, appeared in front of himself unknowingly, which was enough to show that the other party's strength was far above his own. But the Rash Guardian was right. He had been stuck at the peak of the Do Huang for many years. If he couldn't find a suitable opportunity to break through, I was afraid that he really wouldn't be able to hold on for long. However, Yunshan was also clear that being in the company of the Hall of Souls was nothing more than serving the tiger. This also gave Yunshan a headache. But fortunately, the Soul Palace was not in a hurry to oblige itself, and he still had a chance. Yun Yun's room. Nalan Yenran was pulling Yun Yun to chat. The two were also teachers and friends. More like sisters. Master, the family wants me to go back. Yun Yun's wandering gaze then looked at Nalan Yenran. She had just sensed the aura of those guys. Just like in her previous life, the Soul Clan had sought out Cloud Mountain. Can you not be in a hurry when you sneak to Yunlan's sect? Yun Yun replied back without any good humor. No, Master, this time it seems like Grandpa has returned. Nalan Yenran only knew that the family had sent a very anxious message, so she had no choice but to inform her master. Nalan Jie? He should be suffering from branding poison at this moment. Yun Yun thought in her heart. In that case, Master will go with you to the Nalan family to meet your grandfather this time. After all, the matter of accepting you as a disciple will have to be agreed upon by your grandfather. Yun Yun got up intending to personally accompany Nalan Yenran back. Hearing that Yun Yun wanted to go back with herself, Nalan Yenran instantly had a bottom line. At least she secretly escaped from the family in this matter with her master, her father and grandfather. They certainly will not punish herself severely. Master, you're so good. Nalan Yenran hugged Yun Yun. Yun Yun of course is not simply accompanying Nalan Yenran to see Nalan Jie. More is to want to inquire about Nalan Yenran, mouth of that 4th grade pill refiner. Yun Yun heart is sure that must be Xiao Fan. And only Xiao Fan can be in line with Nalan Yenran's description. Sister Xian. Restored to the light. The little green scale stepped lightly and curiously surveyed the world. Seeing the world through his own eyes was still different from the little spirit's vision sharing. It was also the first time that the little green scales knew that the world was not endless black, but colorful and vibrant. Sister Xian is so cute. Pust. Xiao Fan, who heard this, didn't hold back his laughter. He really didn't expect that the first thing that the little green scale who had recovered his eyesight would say when he saw Ziyan was to stick his face on and open it wide. If anyone else had said that about Ziyan, Ziyan would have been high and low to show the opposite side how much the lovely her could fight. Did brother Cheng Scale say something wrong? Little Cheng Scale tilted her head uncertainly and asked Xiao Fan. Of course not. Little Yoni, she's already cute. Xiao Fan yanked Ziyan and pulled her over, ruthlessly rubbing and messing up the other party's purple hair. Xiao Fan. Otherwise, Ziyan jumped out of her skin at once and stretched out her pink fist to swing at Xiao Fan. Wah. Ziyan let out a humming and haunting sound from her mouth as she attacked towards Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan put one hand against Ziyan's head, and very skillfully stretched out her hand to block. Right fist. Left fist. Below. Sideways. A few times in a row the two of them were as if they had agreed that one would be responsible for hitting and the other would be responsible for dodging. Seeing that she couldn't fight, Ziyan became even more anxious, and her two ponytails rose high to join the fight. It was like a spinning windmill, bringing up gusts of wind and waves. Seeing the two comical scene, the little green scales let out a giggle. The little guy is really like this kind of atmosphere. This is the feeling of home. It is family. Far warmer, a refreshing warmth, than in his own dark, damp room in Graphite City. Xiao Fan looked at the little green scale that was smiling like a flower, also froze. So the little guy with low self-esteem would also smile like this. Good chance. Ziyan instantly grabbed Xiao Fan's moment of distraction and tackled Xiao Fan's large hand against her head with both hands, the two ponytails wrapping around her arms like purple vipers. Ziyan is all fired up. A perfect back-body hold. Xiao Fan came back to his senses, and he had already traced a perfect arc in the air, shooting toward the doorway like a cannonball. It's over. At this moment, Xiao Fan only wanted to say, Brain, you move quickly. Fighting Chi, you quickly run. If this took a solid hit, Xiao Fan felt like he could stay out of bed for another day. This was the aftermath of being a dragon knight. Elder brother Xiao. Hai Bo Dong appeared in the doorway at an inopportune moment when he saw a dark shadow coming at his face. Bang! 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 Xiao Fan, who heard this voice, knew that not only was it time for him to fix the door, but the courtyard and floor outside the court needed to be refurbished as well. Good thing there was someone behind him to help him withstand most of the onslaught. Ahem! Hai Bo Dong incredulously looked at the crater that he hit out. Without any defense he was at least a Do Huang level of physical strength. But just so a moment he felt his consciousness seemed to be in a trance for a moment. Hai Bo Dong looked at the sky in horror. Could this be the power of an earth-rank technique? Cough cough. Hai Lao, are you alright? Xiao Fan scratched his head in embarrassment. You are. The little guy was fooling around. Farce? Hai Bo Dong repeated in horror. It was just that the shock this brought to him was too great. It's also better than Queen Medusa. Sure enough, Xiao old brother is playing with flowers, said Hai Bo Dong, who could not calm his emotions for a long time. Chapter 100, The President of Fama. Elder Hai, what can I do for you? Xiao Fan knew that Hai Bo Dong wouldn't come looking for himself for no reason. Harm. It's not because those old things from the royal family and other clans had to see you. Hai Bodong helplessly informed Xiaofan of the matter. It was really because the soul pressure twice in a row had caused the many experts in the imperial capital to be somewhat unable to sit still. Xiaofan's soul power was fully invested in the seal due to helping little green scale impact the seal. So naturally, he didn't notice the arrival of the few people from the imperial capital. However, in just a few breaths, Xiaofan became clear about the visitor through his soul perception. The old guys from the royal family and the alchemist guild were considered old acquaintances. Elder Hai, I will go over in a while, Xiaofan replied. Since the other party wanted to meet, he had to pull a little wool from the other party's hands. Grandpa Hai. The little green scale ran out cheerfully and handed over a clean white silk scarf. Hai Bodong was horrified in his heart, and for a moment he didn't know how to open his mouth. And then he looked at Xiaofan, who nodded at Hai Bodong. Hai Bodong, with a snotty nose and a tear in his eye, took the silk scarf handed over by the little green scale and said excitedly, "Green scale, you can see it? Well, thanks to my brother." The little green scale was still blooming with a bright smile. Seeing that Qingliu, whom he regarded as his own granddaughter, was able to regain her light, Hai Bodong also seemed to think that the matter of the royal family and the alchemist guild was no big deal. Hai Bodong crouched down so that he could let the little green scale see a few points more clearly. Hai Bodong revealed what he thought was an amiable smile and inquired to the little green scale. "Green scale, do I look handsome, Grandpa?" Xiaofan could not help but spit out when he saw Hai Bodong's appearance. "This is still the Ice Emperor Hai Bodong who slaughtered a city with one person? Go go go. I'm chatting with Qing Scale." Hearing Xiaofan's words, Hai Bodong also instantly broke. The little green scale nodded and answered honestly, "Grandpa Hai is very handsome." Hai Bodong knew clearly that little green scale had just regained her light and actually had no concept of beauty, and Hai Bodong was only the second man little green scale had seen. However, Hai Bodong's heart was still quite pleased. After all, one's own family will never dislike one's own family. Even if Hai Bodong's face had the vicissitudes of the years and embarrassing scars, in the eyes of Xiao Qing Scale, he was still a man second only to Xiaofan. Perhaps the little green scale will have its own aesthetics in the future, and will be born with different ideas from the present. But at least this moment Hai Bodong was able to feel the little green scale's strong heart. "Yes it is, and there was once such a girl who complimented me so." Hai Bodong at once touched the scene, remembering his own teacher sister. "It's also been a long time since I visited my senior sister." Hai Bodong carefully counted. At least 20 years long did not pay tribute to his sister. Not Hai Bodong forget, or Hai Bodong will not hang in the heart has lasted a whole 20 years. On the contrary, is he did not know how to visit her, born in the killing, died in the killing, and she voluntarily died at the hands of Hippodrome. Huge guilt and regret hung in Hippodrome's heart for a long time. He hated the mercenaries' almost perverted rules, but more than that, he hated his own inaction at the time, hated his own incompetence. "Elder Hai?" Xiaofan shook the trance-ridden Hai Bodong, who only then came back to his senses from his suppressed state of mind. "Old Grandpa Hai, don't be sad, Qing Scale is here." Little Qing Scale was likewise able to feel the guilty heart within Hai Bodong's heart and followed Xiaofan's tone to comfort Hai Bodong. Hai Bodong let out a bright laugh. "Yes, extremely. Our little Qing Scale is going to have extraordinary achievements in the future." Hai Bodong was clear that little green scale's talent was extremely high, and the little green scale that had recovered its light would have even more uncontrollable strength, and would definitely have extraordinary achievements in the future. Hai Bodong pulled the little green scales and wasn't going to care about those guys from the royal family. Just leave it to Xiaofan to handle. "Elder Hai, I'll leave the green scales to you." Xiaofan thought about it and whispered close to Hai Bodong Dao, "I am afraid that the imperial capital will not be peaceful next." Xiaofan's perception of the soul is so powerful, especially certain soul halls that like to hide in the shadows and lay out. It is a long way away. Xiaofan also detected the other party's breath. After all, in his previous life, he fought so many dealings and even exterminated the Soul Clan. Xiaofan cannot be familiar with it. Xiaofan understood that the other party's target should be the Yunlan sect, but little Qing Scale Spirit Realm Soul he believed that if it was discovered by the Hall of Souls, the other party would definitely leave no stone unturned to capture little Qing Scale. "Old brother Xiao, just put 100 hearts in your mouth." Hai Bodong patted his chest and assured. Seeing such a confident Hai Bodong, Xiaofan also had no choice but to pull the still exasperated Ziyan to meet those old guys. As long as little green scale didn't actively use his soul power, the probability of being discovered wouldn't be high. "Sister Yuffie," Xiaofan as always enthusiastically called out to Yafei, who was dressed in a blazing red dress. This would be Yafei, who had obviously been dealing with the guys from the royal family and the apothecary guild for quite a while now, and her face was wearing a bit of a sad face. "Hey, stinky brother, you have finally come." Yafei revealed a smile and lightly pursed her red lips as she complained to Xiaofan. Had. Hard work, Sister Yuffie." Xiaofan leaped to sit on the main seat. completely did not show any timidity because of the two Do Huang powerhouses present. Jia Lintian did not feel strange about this. He knew that Xiao Fan was such an uninhibited character. On the contrary, such a character was rather more like the attitude that people with a big background would have. The other age is slightly old. Because of the old eyes are slightly sunken with a head of grey-white hair of the old man is constantly touching the long beard that remains on his chin. Wearing a top on his head that is almost taller than a human being for the cap of the copper-colored medicinal tripods, revealing only a pair of deep eyes that seem to be in thought, but also seem to be in the measurement of Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan felt the probing of a soul force on his body that didn't carry any malicious intent, but Xiao Fan didn't like being probed at will and directly blasted that soul force away. This action caused the old man's beard to twitch and the strange hat on top of his head to nearly fall off. Ziyan even spat under her breath. This old man is so rude. To be able to be spatted by Ziyan for being impolite. That means one thing, the other party is really impolite. Even Ziyan is worse than Ziyan. Hey, Xiao Fan, are you preaching me in your heart? Ziyan waved her small pink fist. Little Yener, good boy. Xiao Fan directly stuffed 2 bottles of sugar pills and plugged the little one's mouth. Hoof. Barking. Xiao Fan redirected his gaze to the old man and spoke without haste. President Famer, it is impolite to casually probe the strength of others like this, right? Fa Ma also just remembered. The person in front of you can have a master refiner behind. They are also when the president for many years, are accustomed to probe each other's details, but this time is different. In the past they probe each other. The other side will not have any reaction, but this time not only was caught in flagranti delicto, but also by the other side of a shock almost spit blood from the mouth. In his heart, he said, this son, terrifying as hell. 100 times stronger than the old man back then. President Farmer Mammoth swallowed his saliva before slowly speaking. Master Xiao is indeed not simple. I'm afraid that he's also more than a 4th-ranked pill refiner. Chapter 101 Heavenly Demon Phoenix Blood. There's no need for President Famous to say anything complimentary. Xiao Fan looked impatient. Galiathian is clear about Xiao Fan's bottom line. This guy is a master of thievery. And I'm afraid that the main purpose of this time is the private collection of Fa Ma. For the first time, the president of a country's alchemist guild, the highly respected by others, Fa Ma, had suffered a defeat in the imperial capital. And the other party was just a milquetoast brat. But even after being deflated, Fa Ma didn't dare to have any complaints because he knew that the other party was more than a 5th grade, or even a 6th grade alchemist who was even higher than him. If he could please the other party and obtain the inheritance of a 6th grade alchemist, even a bit of insight that leaked out from inside the crack of his fingertips might be able to loosen Fa Ma's bottleneck that had been stuck as a 5th grade alchemist for many years. As expected by Gargantuan, President Fama took out quite a few treasured Dan formulas, which he had collected for many years, and there were even quite a few high-level Dan formulas, which were undoubtedly the most attractive things for pill refiners. Master Xiao, this is an old man's Dan formula that I have collected for many years as an indemnity. Maybe before this time Xiao Fan will be interested in the Dan formula. But now he is not the same. The Dan formula in his mind casually take out a point can be shocked by the Fa Ma cannot say words. Not to mention the 6th grade Dan formula. The 8th grade Dan formula he will not move a frown. Unless it is the 9th grade or even the 9th grade above the Dan formula. Xiao Fan may only move a thought. President Farmer probably didn't expect that his collection of many years was not as real as 2 bottles of pills in Xiao Fan's opinion. Fa Ma secretly resolved in his heart. That is, he had to ask Xiao Fan to teach him even if he was to give up his own suppression. Grandmaster Xiao, this is the Dan formula of the 6th grade Dan formula Imperial Extreme Dan, only requesting for. The words were interrupted by Xiao Fan before he could finish. President Famous Mammoth, to tell you the truth, I'm not interested in the Dan formula. Fa Ma didn't understand the meaning of this sentence and thought that it was that even a 6th grade Dan formula couldn't get into Xiao Fan's eyes. After all, what kind of alchemist wasn't interested in Dan formulas? It was the same as a businessman saying that he wasn't interested in money. President Famous froze in place. Instead, it was Gargantuan Tian who took the initiative to come out and relieve President Fa Ma. Master Xiao, I have a 6th-ranked medicinal herb, the heaven-repairing Ganoderma, which can be used as the main medicinal ingredient for the green underworld longevity pill. Upon hearing that, Ziyan took the lead and jumped in front of Gargantua with her hand outstretched. Little Yener, you can't be rude, Xiao Fan reminded. Master Xiao, what are you talking about? The little one is so cute it's only right for the old man to give away some medicinal herbs. With that, Gargantuan had handed over the heaven-mending Ganoderma to Ziyan. As soon as Fa Ma looked at the situation, he also understood what was going on. It was obvious that this mysterious and unpredictable little guy in front of him was the protagonist, so he followed suit and took out a 5th-grade medicinal herb as a compensatory gift. Garment Heaven saw this scene and shook his head. The answer is given to you. Ufa still so stingy, cannot blame him. Garment heaven. Ziyan just went up and sniffed. Her little agaric nose wrinkled and she walked away in disgust, muttering, "Junk herbs, who are you fooling?" Ziyan was angry, and the consequences were dire. Xiaofan also saw that the little guy's mouth was raised to be difficult, but it does not mean that the 5th grade medicinal herbs are not attractive, but the probability is that the little guy smelled that the president of the Fama would have a better one. In response, Xiaofan was also very skillful at playing against the little guy. I can't imagine that the president of the Hallowed Alchemist Guild only has 5th grade medicinal herbs to take. It seems that this alchemist guild is just like that. Xiaofan pulled over Ziyan and took away the 6th grade medicinal herb under the little guy's pitiful gaze, but handed a whole bottle of companion purple crystal source to the little guy. Ziyan rubbed Xiaofan's outstretched hand with an excited face, showing off and generally shaking the jade bottle in her hand. The look was like mocking Ifema. "Humph. Look at my family's breeder. A random knickknack out of my hand is worth more than the one you took out. This is the companion amethyst crystal source? A few thousand amethyst magical beast caves wouldn't necessarily have a bottle of it?" President Famous Mammoth was ruthlessly shocked by the companion amethyst crystal source that Xiaofan took out. This is better than the 5th grade junk he just pulled out. Badly. President Famous had already treated the 5th grade herbs that he had barely even taken out of his hands as garbage. The president of Famous Mammoth in this meat pain to take out a strain of no less than the 6th grade elixir of the gargantuan. Xiaofan saw this and pulled out a grain of green lotus seed, dotingly touched the head of the little guy to endure the stinging pain of the bite at the chest. Drinking something has to be accompanied by a little snack, is not it? Ziyan was also ruthlessly shocked by Xiaofan's large sum of money. How could she normally be treated so well? She was close to tears flowing out from the corners of her mouth. What Xiaofan wants Fama to understand is that I don't lack medicinal herbs or Dan recipes. The feeding snacks I take out with my hands are worth more than the ones you take out. And since I am being asked to take out some real materials, the corners of Farmer's mouth twitched straight up, and in his heart he was already regretting his decision to stay in the Miter family. Seeing the green lotus seed that contained the powerful fire attribute that Xiaofan had casually handed to Ziyan, Fama knew that if he didn't take out some of his own coffins, I was afraid that not only would he not be able to gain any benefits, but he would also be offended by a pill refiner with a powerful background for no reason at all. The president of Farmer may be able to call the wind and rain in the Gamma Empire, and has a very strong appeal, but he knows that these achievements of his own are far stronger than his own strength, and the level of alchemy is much higher in front of Xiaofan, but it is just a wave of the same can be obtained status and achievements. Let Master Xiao be amused. This is a small vial of the demonic blood of the heavenly demon phoenix that I obtained when I had traveled to the northwest continent years ago. What? Xiaofan heard that the Sky Demon Phoenix clan is hard to imagine that Fama actually has this thing. The Sky Demon Phoenix clan is famous for holding grudges, but fortunately the northwest continent is located in the middle of nowhere. The Sky Demon Phoenix clan is too lazy to patronize this side of the world. Otherwise, if the Sky Demon Phoenix clan knows about this, it will definitely be the Fama's bones and bones well tortured a bit. President Fama, it's not that I'm not reminding you. It's fortunate that you're lucky, or else this drop of heavenly demon Phoenix clan demonic blood would be enough to take your life. Hearing Xiaofan's serious tone, Fama's heart was startled. Hurriedly explained. This essence blood is coincidental. At that time, there was a corpse of the heavenly demon Phoenix race that was discovered, and I took advantage of the chaos to collect such a small amount. A mongrel chicken? Ziyan came forward and received the bottle of demon blood. No wonder Ziyan would always be this interested in Fa Mammoth. The original body hid the rations of the Taishu ancient dragon. Xiaofan is very clear. The Sky Demon Phoenix clan has been declared with the Taishu ancient dragon immortal, but the real situation is the Taishu ancient dragon bird or lazy bird Sky Demon Phoenix clan. Idle nothing to do. Go to the Sky Demon Phoenix clan's residence inside to catch some to go back to the grill and eat. Not a great compliment, but the flavor of people baked out of the flavor of the incense. Seeing Ziyan in a good mood, Xiaofan's face eased. President Fama waited for so long, thought there is something he wants to inquire about. Right. Mr. Xiao will definitely solve the confusion for the president, so I am still the president's subordinate. Xiaofan handed the token of the vice president of the Blackstone City chapter to Fa, and although Fa knew that Xiaofan had registered with the Apothecary Guild, he did not know that it came from Blackstone City. Those guys from Black Rock City actually didn't even mention this. Chapter 102, The Aborted Moon. President Fa did not hesitate and directly stated his request. Master Xiao, truth be told, old me has been stuck in the 5th grade of pill refiner for many years and has not been able to break through to the 6th grade. I still request that the masters solve the problem. Xiaofan always felt strange. If he had been called a master in his previous life he wouldn't have felt anything, but in this life there was always a strange feeling when he was called a master. Xiaofan hesitated for a moment and hit the nail on the head by pointing out what was wrong with Fama. President Fama's problem is very simple. Just like just now when the president took the liberty of probing me like that, he would have been disliked by me with my soul power. So the real key to a pill refiner is not just cultivation, but also soul power. Soul power. Fa pondered over his own situation. Fifth grade alchemist for many years, he also understood his own situation. His perception never seemed to see an increase. Does it also mean that his soul power is not strong? That's why he stopped at fifth grade alchemist. I wonder if the master could point a direction. When Xiao Fan heard this, the corner of his mouth hooked up. He knew that the fish had taken the bait again. That's certainly no problem. After all, Chairman Farmer is considered my superior, isn't he? Don't dare to be. Don't dare to be. Fa shook his head repeatedly, fearing that Xiao Fan would say something else to make things difficult. Ahem. Gargantua coughed abruptly from the sidelines and shot a look at Familiar. Instead of foolishly verbalizing it, Farmer finally made another meaty promise. I really don't have any more herbs in my hands, but I'm willing to share the resources of the Apothecary Guild with the Grandmaster. Although it wasn't proper for President Famous to call on the guild's resources like this, he really had been stuck in the 5th-ranked alchemist for too long and was too eager to advance to the 6th rank. The Imperial Capital's Apothecary Guild could be quite a bit more upscale than the Blackstone City's Apothecary Guild. That is, it was possible to collect all of a few pairs of 6th-grade pill herbs. Xiao Fan also immediately agreed to this and said, "In that case, thank you, President Fama." Xiao Fan directly took out a blank scroll and used his majestic soul force to carve a short number of lines on top of the scroll. The pole of the soul, closing the heavenly spirit. Nascent soul forging, sort of a low-cost version of the soul mantra, which has a great effect on raising the soul realm. When practicing, relax your mind and feel the wandering and floating aura around you, and a cyclone will automatically form in the center of your eyebrow to absorb the spiritual energy. Although it was only a mutilated version, but it was enough for Fa to raise her soul realm to the mortal realm grand round. As for whether she could break through to the spirit realm, that would depend on the future's destiny. After all, not everyone could be like little green scales. Breaking through the soul realm was something that could happen overnight. President Fa Ma respectfully received the scroll, although it had not been open to see. But President Fa Ma knew that the content must not be simple, casually found a reason to leave the Mitre family. Most of the alchemists' personalities were so puzzling that one could not figure them out. And President Fa Mammoth was in such a monkey hurry. Xiao Fan and Gatling Tian were able to express their understanding. In fact, this soul recipe was far more valuable than what President Fama had given. But Xiao Fan had already planned to completely utilize the appeal of the Apothecary Guild, and paying a little more upfront to collect President Fama's heart wasn't a cost-effective deal. I believe that when Fama has read the contents of the scroll, he will understand the value of it. Knowing that Xiao Fan had 3 little ones to raise, the pressure of life was pressing down on this nominal 6th-grade alchemist to the point where he could hardly breathe. Elder Gar, long time no see. For Gatling Tian, although the other party acted very official and full of human feelings, Xiao Fan loved to deal with this kind of people, who lived for the benefit of each other and had no emotional involvement. However, it was undeniable that the other party had taken out more than enough sincerity from the moment they met Xiao Fan, and Xiao Fan also wanted to hear what this guardian of the palace wanted. Little friend is polite. Gargantuan's brows stretched out. He was really a little worried that Xiao Fan would make things difficult for him as well. Little friend. Today, Old Man also brought along Old Man's 2 lovely granddaughters to meet with Little Friend. Xiao Fan looked at Gargantuan somewhat strangely after hearing this. Such a move was like soliciting Xiao Fan, a proper operation of selling his own granddaughter. It was only after receiving permission from Gatling Sky that there was a knock at the door, and Princess Yu walked in with a large and 2 small princesses. Night Child, Moon Child, why don't you greet your little friend? Young Night was obviously a lot more mature, slightly lifting up the hem of her skirt underneath her body. She bowed towards Xiao Fan. Young Night has met Master Xiao. Compared to the maturity of Young Night, Young Moon, who was slightly younger, a few points shorter than Ziyan, and wearing white stockings that showed off her youthful cuteness, was full of the vigor of a young girl. Master, it doesn't look much older than me? Young Moon's beautiful eyes continuously sized up Xiao Fan as well as Ziyan, who was leering behind Xiao Fan. You error, don't be rude, Gargantuan accused, and also explained towards Xiao Fan. This girl, you error, has been spoiled since she was a child, so little friend have more understanding. No harm done. And then naughty can have Ziyan naughty not. Have seen the real demolition of the family little dragon lady. For the little guy always have a different tolerance. Xiao Fan walked straight to in front of Young Moon, slightly bending down to take a closer look at this little fellow whose cuteness was slightly inferior to Ziyan's. As soon as Gargantuan saw the situation, he knew that there was something going on, and it wasn't thanks to the fact that he had been prying into Xiao Fan's information for so long, as well as the fact that he had observed that Xiao Fan's line of sight would always show extraordinary care and tenderness towards the little one next to him. None of this evidence suggests that Chauvin is an extremely. Originally, he had only planned to bring young knight to get to know Chauvin first, but he couldn't resist young moon's pampering and adorableness before the trip, and now it seemed like he had made the right decision. Now that young moon had attracted Chauvin's attention, the first step had already been successful in Gargantuan's opinion. Being probed by a strange person like this, young moon felt naked all over her body, as if she was being seen through by the person in front of her, and when her line of sight met Chauvin's eyes, young moon froze in place at once. One must know that Chauvin was equipped with the Bija Snake 3 flower pupil, even if it wasn't opened. That flow of soul power with a disturbing spirit was not something that the tiny young moon could look at directly. Luckily, Chauvin did not probe for too long and turned around to smile at Gargantuan. Young moon's natural talent is good, and she also possesses the qualifications to become a pill refiner. Of course Gargantuan knew all this. Hesitating for a moment he still opened his mouth and asked, "Old man, I dare you, can little friend take you as his disciple?" Seemingly afraid of Chauvin's direct refusal, she immediately added, "Even if she can't become a disciple, there is nothing wrong with you just becoming the master's maid." Great-grandpa. Returning to her senses, young moon looked unbelievably at her most loving grandfather actually wanting to treat herself as a stranger's maid. Chauvin was also startled. "Is your royal family really willing to let a princess with a talent for refining pills be my consort?" Little friend is joking. The strength of the Gamma Empire has continued to decay over the years, and the old man is only seeking a way out for his two lovely granddaughters. I can't imagine that Elder Gar is still a granddaughter controller. Chauvin understood Gadiant's concern. Gargantuan sighed helplessly. It's really because there is no one left to succeed the royal family. Chapter 103, Adoption of an Apprentice. Chauvin had thought that the request made by Gadgedeon might be to refine the zone-breaking Dan to break through the Do zone, or it might be to refine the mixed bone-shaping Dan to save the 6th-ranked Phantom Sea Jiao Beast, the protector beast of the Gamma Imperial Palace. However, it had never occurred to him that Ghastly Heaven would actually go out of its way to make a princess of a country Chauvin's consort, just to make a way for its offspring to live. In fact, Gatling Tian didn't have such intentions before he came. After all, young moon was the only member of the royal family who had come out with the talent of an alchemist for so many years. But when he was confronted with two soul pressures one after another in a single day, a touch of uneasiness appeared within the heart of the old man who had been guarding the imperial palace for many years. Even if he sought help to get the mixed bone-shaping Dan to save the protector god beast. But what about the future? The Gamma Empire will be completely unsupported after their own deaths, and when that time comes, the Serpent Race, the Exodus Cloud Empire, and even the Cloud Lawn sect, I am afraid that they will all be the first to move against the Gamma royal family. Without a background and without strength, Gargantuan could not endure that kind of consequence, which is why he wanted to make a way out for his two granddaughters. The current Chauvin is the most worthwhile to pull together and invest in the object. After all, Chauvin is Hai Bodong's strict selection. Hai Bodong's investment vision plus torture days but clear. Take an apprentice? The acceptance of the apprentice is by no means a small matter. More than the natural talent and talent Chauvin look at the centrality. After all, the continent can have a piece of the famous alchemist was his own disciple backstabbing story. In his previous life, Chauvin had already met young moon after more than 10 years. At that time, young moon in the northwestern part of the land is also considered to be gifted, but with a breath of pride. I think it also has to do with the environment of life. But the current young moon was like a blank sheet of paper waiting for someone to put pen to paper. After a good while of thinking, Chauvin slowly opened his mouth. Forget about the maidservant. I'm afraid that the little princess can't do these things even if she serves tea and pours water. Gargantuan's heart rejoiced when he heard these words, and he immediately pulled young moon towards Chauvin and bowed. You err, why don't you pay your respects to your master? Master. Still in a state of ignorance. Before Yaoyu realized that she had already gained a cheaper master, she was pressed by Gargantuan to bow and curtsy. Perhaps it might be unfair for you's fate and future to be decided so hastily, but in the long run, you might be glad of today's choice. It was also fortunate that it was young moon who had the talent of a pill refiner and not young knight. Otherwise Chauvin would not be willing to agree to anything he said. After all, young knight was too big for him to top. However, Chauvin still had to give some pressure. But it's just a notation. Whether or not you can actually become a disciple still depends on whether or not you can hold out. Little friend is joking. If you can't do it, the old man will personally clean her up. Great-grandpa, how could young moon have never imagined that just because she had to come out for a trip, her caring great-grandpa would change his heart and sell herself out like a commodity? I don't want to be a... Before young moon could finish her words, her sister young knight beside her covered her mouth. Young moon's eyes widened as she watched even her own sister abandon her, tears instantly snapping and falling like an abandoned puppy licking its wounds alone. Big grandpa doesn't want me anymore. Sister. Oh, hiccup. The constant sobbing caused Young Moon to choke, but even then Young Moon kept muttering, "Don't love me, don't even love me anymore," crying heartbreakingly like a dead loved one. "Yao you." Let Xiaofan also got up the heart to tease, with a lewd tone of voice said, "Jia Jia Jia. Since Elder Jia entrusted Young Moon to me, then I'm not going to be polite." The strange smile of the Soul Clan was really that immediate no matter where it was. Young Moon only felt that there was a strange big brother coming towards her with a bad smile. She was like a kitten that was being strangled by the back of the neck of its destiny. She felt that her life was hopeless and her future was bleak. Both of her eyes blackened, and she collapsed on the ground. Young Moon's body was constantly trembling. Even after she had fainted, it was still like she was having a nightmare. Xiaofan also didn't expect this little princess to be so unfazed, but it was also considered that he had left a deep imprint in the heart of Young Moon. At least in the future, there was no possibility of regicide. Xiaofan didn't want to bring out a white-eyed wolf in the future, and it was necessary to have a downward spiral first. I'll entrust it to little friend. Even if little friend wants to do something to Yuer. Cough cough. Elder Gar can't say this nonsense. Xiaofan was deeply afraid that Ghastly would say something else that would shock the heavens, so he hurriedly stopped it. Also, it's impossible for me to be Moon's master teacher. It doesn't matter if it's credited. Garrett Tian doesn't care. Since he has already been on this thigh on the list, why can't he be a little tighter? Old man, don't think you can talk nonsense just because you gave a few herbs. Zi Yen, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly interjected. Xiaofan's child bride can only have me. Zi Yan's firm tone was still filled with pride, but Gatling Tian obviously has mastered the Xian card instruction manual, and took out quite a few heavenly treasures one after another to please this little dragon lady. Gargantuan was silent and just took out herbs one by one. For the royal family, so many medicinal herbs that he, Gatling Tian, is still willing to take out. Zi Yan instantly lost her temper. From just being full of anger all of a sudden turned into countless sugar pills beckoning like herself while she bathed in a sea of sugar pills. One more. Doesn't seem like much. Anyway, Sister Green Scale. Xian had already begun the mental struggle of convincing herself. As it turns out, if something doesn't get done, it's not that the thing really doesn't work, it's that there's not enough leverage. In other words, it has to be increased. Xian's brain was initially replaced by sugar pills, where she still cared about Xiaofan and Yaoyu. A brain will be those medicinal herbs to their own small treasury inside. After all, only the income of the small treasury can avoid being cheated by Xiaofan. That way she could exchange it for more herbs. She, Zi Yen, was a little smart ass. Xiaokai and Xiaofan's arms saw this scene and shook her head repeatedly. Xiao Medical Fairy knew that she couldn't let Xiaofan mess around outside. Zi Yen, this guy turned his head and forgot about the agreement with Xiao Medical Fairy. If it wasn't for the fact that she, Queen of Medusa, couldn't strike at will, she would have already jumped out to repair Xiaofan. Young Moon was thus abandoned by her own grandfather and sister and temporarily stayed by Xiaofan's side. You, don't come over here or I'll tell Grandpa. Yao Yu on the bed wrapped herself into a small dumpling with the quilt and shrank in the corner shivering, while standing in front of her was Xiaofan with a bad smile on his face, just simply taking a step forward closer. Young Moon instantly screamed like a frightened bunny. Jie Jie, no one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. Chapter 104, Cocoon. Occasionally, it was quite fun to tease this princess of the empire. Xiaofan took out quite a few medicinal liquids encapsulated in jade bottles from his nascent sack and handed them over to Young Moon. Soak for at least 2 hours a day until the medicine becomes transparent. Young Moon carefully received the jade bottle handed over by Xiaofan, with a little bit of caution in her eyes. Xiaofan naturally noticed it, but he wasn't worried. Day by day, he would be able to temper this imperial princess into his likeness after a while. At least it is also my adoption. Another disciple collected. Naturally, I won't treat you poorly. This medicinal liquid is called Qi Gathering Spirit Liquid, improved by the 4th grade elixir Qi Gathering Scatter. It can be much stronger than that Qi Gathering Scatter which doesn't have much effect. Xiaofan explained. 4th grade? Young Moon had thought that it was just an ordinary medicinal bath. She was at least a member of the royal family and had naturally been exposed to many medicinal baths since she was a child. But to so lavishly soak the body with a 4th grade elixir, or every day, this is not an ordinary large amount of money. Instantly, Young Moon's attitude towards Xiaofan changed dramatically. This master seems to be not bad, but before he could rejoice for long, a pot of cold water followed. This is the complete alchemist's book, from introduction to entry into the earth, written by the master's own hand, and you are limited to memorizing all of it within a week, or I will dismiss you back to your grandfather. Looking at the book higher than his own people, Yao Yu trembling open to see. Only a glance, Yao Yu will be fainted in the past. That side is almost all the notes and drawings, and the cover is also written in the word primary. It is clear that after this there are intermediate advanced. It is difficult for Yayu not to suspect that Xiao Fan is usually how idle. To write such a responsible explanation of the pharmacist's insights, Xiao Fan said, "What is this? This is only the tip of Ziyan's recipe. To ensure nutritional balance, Xiao Fan's matching in dosage of herbs almost reaches the nuance of a minute. 1 week. It simply can't be done." Young Moon almost cried out. "Whether you can do it or not depends on your own efforts. Don't think of laziness. For me to accept you as a disciple is just for the sake of your grandfather's face." Xiao Fan didn't care about the wailing of the little guy. The usual crying and pampering that Ziyan tried 100 times didn't work when put on Young Moon. Young Moon was only Xiao Fan's named disciple now, and the master-disciple relationship between the two was not that deep. Yaoyu is not stupid. Yaoyu understands that his grandfather's apprentice status that was so hard to come by should be abandoned because of himself. Yaoyu doesn't know how to face his sister and grandfather. It's just a book. There's still nothing Young Moon can't do. Looking at one side of the meticulous study of the Young Moon, Xiao Fan nodded with satisfaction. This thought that the princess of the empire will also shrug off the refusal. But I can't imagine that the heart is not bad. Memorize Xian's recipes in a week. The complete alchemist's book was of course impossible if it was only memorized by rote. It depended on when Young Moon could discover the information hidden in the notes. Gollum. For a long time, following Xiao Fan's instructions, Young Moon submerged her entire body in the bathtub, her mouth continuously spitting out bubble after bubble as if she was angry and complaining. Performing one thing for a long time made Young Moon feel incomparably depressed and irritated, while the knowledge was like water entering her brain and flowing away again. One day down the line she still only remembered that the amethyst spirit fruit was a tasty and delicious dessert after a meal, which made Young Moon once again develop the intention to give up. She understood that the task given to her by Xiao Fan was basically the mission that was impossible to accomplish. She even suspected that Xiao Fan was not deliberately making things so difficult for himself, aiming to make himself know what to do. But when the medicinal liquid in the medicinal bath was absorbed into her body in a steady stream, she found that her heart and spleen were leaping for joy. And just now her thoughts were still in the midst of being entangled in the fine pairing of the various medicinal herbs. But now it was as if the pairing of the medicinal herbs was being presented to her in full and complete detail at each and every time. Young Moon caught this moment of epiphany at once, and her entire consciousness was thrown into the simulation. Xiao Fan looked at the naked little guy inside the bathtub and nodded with satisfaction. It's not too sluggish, being able to grasp the use of soul power so quickly. A true alchemist never relying on rote memorization to remember so many tedious and complicated alchemists' books. The real method is to read by the soul force, branding the properties of the medicinal herbs in one's own soul and constantly simulating them. It's the soul that's the key to making medicine. Even without a pill cauldron and without a physical body, the soul alone was able to realize pill refining. Xiao Fan used the foreign fire to light the candlestick in one corner of the room to make sure that the little one would not be frozen and left the room. For the next long period of time, Young Moon would be immersed in the ocean of knowledge, and in the process of sharpening her spiritual power over and over again, Young Moon's soul power would also gain a qualitative leap. Seeing Xiao Fan return, little Cheng Scale anxiously ran to Xiao Fan's side panting. Brother, something happened to Sister Ziyan. What? Xiao Fan's spirit realm soul swooped to cover the entire imperial capital, and realizing that Ziyan was but in her room, she picked up the little green scale and came to Ziyan's side. The strongest members of the imperial capital were all stunned. Even the rustling protector who had just left the imperial capital was stunned. Is this fellow provoking me? When he saw Ziyan, who had transformed into a huge purple cocoon and was wrapped in it, Xiao Fan understood what had happened. Xiao Fan held his forehead and spat. What a glutton. Brother, is Sister Ziyan alright? Little Green Scale worriedly asked about Ziyan's condition. Xiao Fan touched the two green ponytails tied by the little one and replied with concern in his tone. Little Yenner, she's fine. It's just that she's eating too much to advance. Advancement? Little Cheng Scale looked at Xiao Fan suspiciously. Your Ziyan sister's body is a magical beast that mistakenly ate the transformation grass, which would have ingested too much energy to cause the advancement. After a while your Ziyan sister will be able to come out. Xiao Fan looked around at the bottles and jars scattered all over the place as well as the smell of blood that permeated the air. If anything, Xiao Fan knew that Ziyan had most likely eaten all of those heavenly treasures and heavenly demon phoenix blood that she had just gotten her hands on. What nonsense! Xiao Fan couldn't help but be a little angry. Ziyan's advancement process was very dangerous. She couldn't stand the stimulation from the outside world. If there was an accident, Xiao Fan would really have to be heartbroken to death. Then will Sister Ziyan become even more powerful? Little Green Scale didn't feel scared because she knew that Ziyan's original body was a magical beast. That's for sure. Almost 10 Sea Elders. According to your Sea Elder grandfather as a unit of measurement. Wow. Sister Ziyan is awesome. The little green scales covered their little open mouths and let out a gasp of surprise. The next days, Xiao Fan has been stationed in Z inside inch by inch. Externally it is declared that Xiao Fan closed. From time to time to designate a little is already obsessed with refining medicine of the little princess Yao Yu. Is the method of mammoth successive visits several times have not been able to see Xiao Fan aside. Old brother Xiao, the Nalan family has sent you an invitation. Do you want to take a look? Hai Bodong chatted with Xiao Fan hooking up as usual, and Xiao Fan's gaze would always glance at the slowly beating cocoon from time to time. The Nalan family? It says it's an invitation to celebrate Nalan Jie's safe return. Xiao Fan was speechless for a while. Is this matter worth celebrating? Only then did Hai Bodong reveal another truth. It is said that Yun Yun, the new sect leader of the Cloudland sect, will also be present, and the specific news has yet to circulate. Yun Yun? Chapter 105, Fire Control Technique. When he thought of that stupid woman, Xiao Fan couldn't help but get a big headache. To be honest, he didn't want to care about those crappy things in Yunlan sect, but when he thought of the Soul Palace guys lurking right beside him, there was always some uneasiness in Xiao Fan's heart. The Soul Temple was like a bunch of dogpipes. After fighting off a bunch of them, another bunch would come, and their strength was stronger than ever. Being targeted by them was not a good thing, for the current Xiao Fan was still consciously avoiding the other party. Really want to eradicate this northwest continent of the Soul Temple people, without a Dozong strength? I'm afraid it is impossible. Might as well give the silly woman a heads up. Xiao Fan wasn't sure if the Soul Palace would choose to make a move against the Yunlan sect at this point in time, nor was he sure if his change would also cause the timeline in his memory to shift. Xiao Fan thought about it but still accepted the invitation. Elder Hai, I'll accept the invitation. As for whether or not I'll be there for the banquet, we still have to see whether or not my little one can wake up. Hai Bodong nodded his head in understanding. I'll inform the Nalan family side. By the way, Elder Hai, how is your collection of medicinal ingredients for the Imperial Extreme Pill going? Xiao Fan could not help but feel a little strange when he saw that Hai Bodong had not prepared the medicinal ingredients for the Emperor Extreme Pill even after such a long time. Only barely collected 2 herbs. There was usually an unwritten rule for alchemists on the continent, and that was to ask the alchemist to prepare at least 3 medicinal herbs for the refining of medicines, and no matter whether it was successful or not, the 3 medicinal herbs belonged to the alchemist. That's enough. Elder Hai, I'll help you refine it in the next few days. Hai Bodong asked curiously. Old brother Xiao, what's your success rate here? Xiao Fan stretched out a finger and waved it in front of Hai Bodong. 10%? Definitely. Xiao Fan could already be a spirit realm soul, plus without little Yenner's interference, it would be hard for him to blow up the furnace even if he wanted to. Hai Bodong was horrified and looked at Xiao Fan incredulously. Elder brother Xiao, you can't be joking. The Emperor Extreme Pill is a 6th grade pill. Elder Hai, see when I have swindled you. Hai Bodong pondered carefully for a while, realizing that Xiao Fan indeed did not say anything he was unsure of, so he laughed and said, then old me, I'll be waiting for the happy news from old brother Xiao. Hai Bodong handed over the 2 medicinal materials he had collected to Xiao Fan, and according to the deal Xiao Fan would first refine an Emperor Extreme Dan for Hai Bodong. Once he thought that the Imperial Extreme Pill that he had been longing for would soon be in his hands, plus the fact that he had been practicing Earth rank techniques for a long time, Hai Bodong felt that he was able to do it again, and it was the fear of Queen Medusa that had been weakened by this. After Hai Bodong left, Xiao Fan looked at the large cocoon that was still motionless and muttered, you say you're really something too. What's the point of being in such a hurry to grow up? The grown-up Xian doesn't seem to have any other advantages except that she can eat more. It was still small and cute in Xiao Fan's heart. Brother, seeing the little green scale sitting beside his medicine cauldron as usual, quietly waiting for Xiao Fan to come and refine the Dan, Xiao Fan's heart felt a sense of relief. Still, the little green scale is obedient, unlike a certain little dragon lady who is lazy and makes trouble everywhere. When he said this, the giant cocoon behind Xiao Fan's back obviously trembled a few times. Suddenly, Young Moon directly grabbed the door and entered. The door frame slapped against the wall, making a loud sound. Little Cheng Scale and Xiao Fan just like they were already accustomed to such a sound. For her part, Young Moon held the thick book without the slightest hesitation and sat down in Xiao Fan's arms, pointing to a spot on the book and asking, Master, I can't do this cohesion real flame. Such a rebellious behavior Xiao Fan not only did not accuse but acquiesced. Although the Young Moon did not pass Xiao Fan's test, Xiao Fan still accepted the Young Moon as a disciple. Theory was not as fast as practice. A small cluster of greenish golden flames appeared in Xiao Fan's palm, and under Xiao Fan's control, the flames rose and drew a small greenish golden dragon in the air like a paintbrush. Under the gaze of Young Moon's tisk-tisk, the little dragon suddenly spat out a flame spit towards Young Moon, frightening Young Moon and squeezing towards Xiao Fan again. And just at the moment when the spit was about to touch Young Moon, it blossomed out again like a flower fire. After the demonstration, Xiao Fan said to Yao Yu, This fire control is naturally delicate, and a good pill refiner's inheritance naturally has a specialized fire control skill to teach. This out-of-this-world fire control technique also made young Moon instantly interested, while also immediately grasping the point of what Xiao Fan said. Master, quickly teach me. Just you, a 3-star fighter, still want to learn the fire control technique? Then wouldn't it be good if you, Master, refined me a little strength-boosting elixir? Young Moon responded playfully. You're still really clothed and fed. Xiao Fan patted young Moon's head without any good humor. Master, my favorite master. Pro. Without waiting for young Moon to finish her pampering, Xiao Fan pressed his hand against young Moon's mouth. Stop. No more of that. Xiao Fan's appearance was a bit serious, which made young Moon also froze. Although Xiao Fan was very strict with young Moon and always looked fierce, but young Moon knew that this was just Xiao Fan's feigned appearance. But this would be Xiao Fan who was obviously carrying a sulk, and young Moon was still young enough to ask, tongue-tied, Master, why? Because love is heavy. Don't say it so easily. Xiao Fan thought about it and seemed to feel that it wasn't right. He looked at young Moon who was staring with big innocent eyes and spoke again. You are still young and don't understand this. When your strength reaches the 7th star of the dosher, the master will teach you the fire control skill. Really? It was true that the obscure reasoning was still a bit too difficult for young Moon, but ignorance is bliss. So Xiao Fan continued along with young Moon's words. Of course, master never lies to you. Hey, thank you, master. Young Moon obediently rubbed against Xiao Fan's arms like a well-behaved kitten. Little Scale muttered her little mouth as she looked at young Moon in Xiao Fan's arms. Obviously that's my place right there. Since you're here, it's just right for master to show you the refining of a 6th grade pill. Xiao Fan thought to himself that it was just the right time to refine a 6th grade pill, but it was also just the right time to let young Moon see the world. District 6 pills is not a handful of pills. Of course, there is a premise for making 6 pills, which is naturally less than the source of all evil. Ziyan's dragon saliva. Looking at Xiao Fan swallowing a mouthful of strange liquid, Xiao Yu's curiosity came back up and asked with curiosity, Master, is this also a step in refining medicine? What is that liquid? Why haven't I seen Master Teacher mention it in the complete book of pill refiners? Xiao Fan almost spoke the dragon saliva in his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp, so he could only send out a voice to explain. This is my master's unique technique, and I will teach you later. Ow. Young Moon responded obediently, but inwardly she had already made a mental note of the taste and color of the liquid. Originally, Xiao Fan thought that the process of refining the Imperial Extreme Dan would be a breeze, but he had underestimated the curiosity of young Moon. Master, is this a foreign fire? Master, how much longer do you need? Master, why is this herb blackened? Doesn't the book say it should be pure and colorless? Bang. Master, did you blow up the furnace? Chapter 106, Emperor's Ultimate Pill. Master, is this the legendary frying furnace? Young Moon asked back and forth with her mouth wide open, not noticing the even more embarrassed Xiao Fan in the slightest. Of course Xiao Fan would not admit it, and fortunately, only some of the unimportant medicinal herbs were burnt. Xiao Fan also had ping-pong medicinal herbs, only this was still a very humiliating thing, so he could only vaguely say, just now it was a wrong demonstration. Refining medicine must be done with a quiet mind, or else you'll be just like Master Teacher. How could young Moon understand so many twists and turns? She could only nod her head in a coping manner. Xiao Fan also didn't know why his state of mind could always be driven by the little ones. Obviously it wouldn't have been like this before. Sinking down his complicated mind, Xiao Fan once again started refining the medicine. The little green scale could not survive the long wait, and her little head just leaned on Xiao Fan's body and slowly fell asleep. Only young Moon was so curious about every process of pill refining, tirelessly asking questions. Xiao Fan was also very patient. Anyway, refining a 6th grade elixir was only that much harder than a sugar pill for him. Master, are you going to refine 2 Imperial Extreme pills at once? Sure. Young Moon tilted her head and looked at Xiao Fan's astonishing face. Suddenly she felt her cheeks burning. She was small, but she wasn't ignorant of anything. From the time her grandfather and sister sold herself to Xiao Fan, she understood her mission. I thought that the other side will ignore their own or casually impart some knowledge. To put it cruelly, she is just the royal family will be tied to Xiao Fan's chips, and she is just a pawn. But these days Xiao Fan's attentive teaching is actually letting the young Moon's heart rose up a different idea. This surface fierce always like to scare their own master is actually very gentle in the heart. She knows that she is stupid, cannot compare to those geniuses, but the master is only a few simple criticism. Give yourself the best medicinal baths. Even the alchemy of the art of medicine is also not to leave any room for error to teach themselves. A 6th grade pill refiner, able to make countless Do Wang Do Huang powerhouses follow. The face of the Gamma royal family is afraid that it is just like that. These young Moon heart are door clear, but even so, Xiao Fan still took himself in as a disciple. And Yao Yu originally thought that the other party was looking at her. But when she saw the several people around Xiao Fan, those small thoughts in her heart were dispersed. Don't be distracted. The next step is the process of condensing the pills. Xiao Fan controlled the operation of the flame and the continuous fusion of the medicinal ingredients. Master, he's really nice. Young Moon was mesmerized for a moment as she looked at the flames that kept bursting out of the medicinal cauldron. High-end ingredients naturally use the most elegant cooking techniques. And under the control of our master Xiao, the rounded elixir gradually took its first steps. Young Moon made up her mind. Even if she couldn't compare to the geniuses, she had to work diligently to catch up with Xiao Fan. Not to disgrace her master, but she knew that she was her master's only disciple. Moon will try too. Elder Hai, may I ask what Master Xiao has decided? Nalan Jia brought Nalan Su to the Mitre family to meet Hai Bo Dong under the guidance of concubine. Seeing Hai Bo Dong, Nalan Jia warmly went forward to greet. The pain brought by the branding poison seems to have long since dissipated, and now Nalan Jia's state of mind is a lot better. But it is the side following Nalan Jia's Nalan Su's face is black, and his state of mind also appears to be disheveled. The invitation was delivered. As for old brother Xiao to come or not is unknown. Hai Bo Dong half reclined on his chair, squinting his eyes without explaining too much. Nalan Jia's face became not so good when he saw this and looked at Nalan Su, who was on the side. The anger in his eyes was self-evident. Not being able to see Xiao Fan for a while, Nalan Jia didn't know how to deal with it, and it was only after a while that he tugged Nalan Su to leave the Mitre family. Look what you've done. Such a good son-in-law can't even see us now. He is the son-in-law of the Nalan family, yet he is now in the Mitre family. Besides, yesterday I did hear that both the royal family and the pharmacist alchemist guild are notoriously involved with Xiao Fan. I shouldn't have gone to this Exodus Cloud Empire. The more Nalan Jia thought about it, the more he regretted it, even if he didn't know the other party's identity. Just based on the other party's identity as a 4th grade pill refiner, Nalan Jia couldn't possibly let Nalan Yanyan provoke at will. Nalan Yanran is now Yunyan's disciple and can't say anything about it, but his own son is different and should still be punished when he goes back. Not long after the duo left, Nalan Jia's footsteps suddenly lurched and his eyes looked in the direction of the Mitre family in shock. Father, what's wrong? Nalan Su opened his mouth and asked. Shut up. The more Nalan Jia looked at it, the more angry he became, and a fatherly kick went up like that, causing Nalan Su to become dusty. Hai Bo Dong's eyes, which were still languidly pensioned off, opened in a flash, and Hai Bo Dong laughed indulgently as he flew towards the room where Xiao Fan was in a jolt. Ha 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 ha, it's done! The energy ripple impact that accompanied the formation of a 6th grade elixir would be even greater when Xiao Fan formed 2 Emperor's Ultimate Dan at one time. Xiao Fan used his soul force to envelop Young Moon in Little Green Scale to avoid being affected by this energy shock. The Alchemist Guild. The FA, who was still immersed in the subtleties of the soul oral recipe, also let out a gasp. This son, old man, is ashamed to be inferior to a 6th grade pills taking shape. I'm afraid that there was no one else in the imperial capital other than Xiao Fan. And this was the reason why President FA was so certain. 6th grade pills are really mesmerizing. Hesitating for a moment, President Famous still put down the idea of cultivation for the time being and immediately set off for the Mitre family. Gamma Palace. The vision of Xiao Fan successfully refining a 6th grade elixir naturally. Great-grandpa, are you saying that Grandmaster Xiao successfully refined a 6th grade pill? Young Knight didn't have as keen a sense as Gazillion, and could only learn from his own great-grandfather's mouth. I am afraid that it is more than that. This energy ripple. Gatling Tian stroked the beard on his chin, seemed to be thinking about something. Knight, clean up. It's been a while since you've seen Moon as well. Seeing Xiaoye was a fake. The granddaughter that was sent out was like water that was poured out. And Jia Jinshan's real purpose was still to meet Xiao Fan. The moment the Dan was completed, the Xiao Kai and Xiao Fan sleeve had long been poised and ready to strike, as if it was a deadly attack from a poisonous snake heading straight towards one of the royal extreme dawn. Xiao Fan's eyes were quick and grabbed the end of Xiao Kai's tail, but the smooth snake scales still allowed Xiao Fan to grab it. But Xiao Fan was also prepared, and just when Xiao Kai was less than an inch away from the elixir, an invisible barrier blocked Xiao Kai away. There was a dull thud. Hiss, hiss. Xiao Kai curled up and angled his head, his snake eyes staring at Xiao Fan in death. Xiao Fan didn't need to translate to know that Xiao Kai had cursed dirty. Can I still fall for this twice? This is not for you. Xiao Fan put the 2 Emperor Extreme Dawn into the jade bottle and looked at the purple giant cocoon that still did not make any movement. Chapter 107, Breaking the Cocoon. Why is Master able to make double Dan in one furnace? I want to learn too. Young Moon watched Xiao Fan's set of maneuvers down the line, and was close to sticking her body onto Du Xiao Fan's body. The little Qing scale, who had woken up from her sleep, was finally unable to hold back and reached out to grab Young Moon, about to pull her off Xiao Fan's body. Young Moon swore not to let go of Xiao Fan as she hugged him to death. That is the position that belongs to me. The little green scale was rarely angry and used all her strength to pull young Moon away. But the little green scale has only just awakened the blue snake 3 flowers pupil, has not yet been able to completely obtain the blue snake 3 flowers pupil fighting chi feedback. In the case of not opening the blue snake 3 flowers pupil, how can tug to move the 3 stars of the combatant young Moon? Master told me to sit. The people outside the door who were about to push the door were all stunned, and Hai Bodong also turned his gaze to Gatling. Ahem. Since there's something wrong, then it's better to wait for a while. Gargantuan's face was stagnant, her fingers trembling slightly. What on earth was her precious granddaughter doing? And by the looks of it, it's not just her precious granddaughter who seems to still be competing for favor. Fama, this son shall have the demeanor of my youth. Young Moon see Qinglia take their own no way. More inches up. Let out a whiny voice said. Master, Qinglia's sister, she is so fierce. Unlike me, I will only heartache master. Well, young Moon, you should stop tossing and turning twice, but your grandfather is here. Ah Lu. Young Moon twisted her head around and saw Xiao Fan opening the door of the room under his control, and outside stood all the many powerful people of the imperial capital that young Moon had heard since she was a child. When Galing Tian saw the door of the room open, his eyes immediately looked towards the young Moon hanging on Xiao Fan's body, and with just one glance, the heart of this old man who was over 100 years old was suddenly mixed up with different flavors. Can't say I'm sad, let alone angry, and even have a little bit of joy in my heart. However, watching his granddaughter fall back like this, the corners of Gargantuan's mouth still inevitably twitched. On the contrary, it was difficult for young Knight to see her sister so close to someone other than herself and great-grandpa. Following young Moon's example, she shouted, unlike me, I will only be heartbroken for my sister. Young Moon's pretty face reddened, wanting to find a hole in the ground to dig into, but there was no hiding place around her other than Xiao Fan, so she could only bury her head a few points deeper. The little green scale frowned, just about to open her mouth when she realized that she was being held by a big, strong hand, and her mind instantly let go of her mind. Several people. Let's talk later if there is something. Xiao Fan stroked young Moon's head and smiled at the crowd. It's also true that Grandmaster Xiao just finished refining the 6th grade pill, so he should rest for a moment this time as well. Gargantua couldn't afford to lose face, pulling a few people and leaving in droves. Elder Hai, your Imperial Extreme Pill. Xiao Fan shot a jade bottle out, and Hai Bodong caught it steadily and immediately hit it again. Looking at Nailan Jie and Fa Ma's blazing gazes, Hai Bodong spoke. Don't even think about it. There's no part for you guys. Elder Hai, don't be so outgoing. In this case I'm willing to refine an elixir for you for free, as long as you give me a look at that Imperial Extreme Dan. Fa Ma opened his mouth. Being able to take a look at a 6th grade elixir might be able to gain a lot of insights. Even he wanted to worship Xiao Fan as his master. Such a temptation in the previous Hai Bodong would definitely agree without hesitation. But this time Hai Bodong looked at Xiao Fan inside the room. Elder Hai, this Imperial Extreme Pill was originally yours. Xiao Fan knew Hai Bodong's concerns and directly spoke to dispel the other party's concerns. Many thanks to old brother Xiao. Hai Bodong cheerfully led the crowd away. Nailan Jie seemed to still have something to say, but could only follow the large group. After a long time of supporting Yao Yu away, Xiao Fan came to the giant cocoon and said softly, Little Yenner, I have refined delicious food for you. If you don't wake up again I will feed it to Xiao Kaio. The giant cocoon is really a reaction, constantly wriggling as if something is about to break out of the cocoon. Brother, is Sister Ziyan going to finish evolving? The little green scale was held in Xiao Fan's arms and together they waited for Ziyan to break out of her cocoon. It should be soon. Little Yenner is not to be trifled with either. She is actually asleep inside. Xiao Fan early found Ziyan completed the evolution. Also do not know why has not been out of the cocoon. Just a close surprisingly is heard inside the burst of snoring sound. But think of the things Ziyan could do. Purple light flashed by, and the silk segments wrapped around the giant cocoon continued to fall off. And Xiao Fan covered the little green scale's eyes at once. Brother, what's wrong? The little green scale asked in disbelief. The light covering the eyes does not have a great impact on the little green scale, previously already accustomed to such a life. Confused to see the little green scale felt the awakening of the sister of Ziyan. Your sister Ziyan is naked. Xiao Fan thought about it. Seems that Ziyan this appearance of small green scales is not impossible to see. Only that this let a person's blood spurting picture or less see a little better. Then why can brother watch? Because your sister Ziyan is my child bride that my brother will marry in the future. Little green scale seemed to have thought of something and asked excitedly. Then brother has also seen my body. Is he going to marry green scale in the future as well? Yes. No. Xiao Fan realized that he was unknowingly being circled by the little green scale, because brother is only helping little Qing scale check her body. You are my sister. Xiao Fan felt the need to correct little Qing scale for these strange thoughts, Just a sister? Little up coldly came the rhetorical question. Xiao Fan didn't know how to answer the sentence and thought for a moment before replying. When little Qing's scale grows up, brother will answer you again. Fanny. Xiao Fan realized that there was a slippery cannonball coming straight at him. Xiao Fan put down the little green scale as soon as he was hit by the cannonball, while he fell back dozens of steps before he managed to stop. Squeezing the fluttering little guy, he suddenly realized that his hand didn't feel quite right, and his little dumpling had grown into a big meat bun? It was only then that he realized where in front of him was the naive little dragon lady, clearly the dragon emperor who had brought on a touch of lust. Seeing Xiao Fan's shocked appearance, the corner of Ziyan's mouth rose, her white jade-like skin tightly pressed against Xiao Fan, her jade hand lightly pointed, and her delicate and athletic body pressed Xiao Fan down in a smooth manner. Fanny, how do I feel when I grow up? Seemingly to play Xiao Fan thoroughly, Ziyan spat out dragon breath with blazing temperature to Xiao Fan's ear, and her sharp slow nails scratched through Xiao Fan's chest, stopping at the vigorously jumping heart. Xiao Fan turned his head to the side, not daring to look at Ziyan. He had to say that the incipient little dragon lady really made him a little horny. Little Yenner, you get up first. There was no threatening tone, only the already red and colorful ears. Ziyan only felt that her nature was completely teased by Xiao Fan. Little Fancy, I did hear you just admit my child bride status. Now for the execution. Chapter 108, The Bad Little Ones. Little Yenner, not so little now. Ziyan's hands suddenly exerted force, and Xiao Fan's hands were clamped down with one hand by Ziyan under the strange force and lifted high up around the top of his head. Ziyan licked her dry lips, her dexterous tongue half spat out, and looked at Xiao Fan, who was pressed underneath and unable to move. With amusement, Sister Ziyan, she, little green scale felt a swirl in her eyes, and her brain also became drowsy. Is this what you do when you get married? Her cheeks became hot, and she could only cover her eyes with her small hands. But her sensitive sense of hearing was not only able to hear her heart that was beating faster, but also the increasingly rapid breathing of Xiao Fan and Ziyan. Little green scale's legs were a bit weak, knowing that he shouldn't be standing here, but it was as if his legs were being held in place, unable to move the slightest bit. The slender and thin legs were rubbing back and forth, and Ziyan was also rattling Xiao Fan's heartstrings. Little Yenner, I am going to be angry. When the words were said, Xiao Fan regretted it, looking at Ziyan, who not only did not converge, but instead became more unrestrained. Xiao Fan felt that he might have to be accounted for here again today. Xiao Fan, did I look good when I grew up? Not waiting for Xiao Fan to answer, Ziyan's red lips that were as colorful as cherries slowly went down, her eyes flashed with passionate fire. This time Xiao Fan was no longer the cold body he was in the beginning, but a person with warmth, feelings, and a living human being. Maybe it's a little small, but let Ziyan steal another bite. Xiao Fan just resigned himself to the fact that Ziyan's love was too passionate. And it was clear that not too long ago it was just a feeder relationship, but he didn't realize that he had gone from being a feeder to being food. Gee, I just hope I don't have to lie down for 3 more days this time. But just when Ziyan was about to get his hands on it, a sudden change occurred. Ziyan's body emitted a burst of purple light, and the original meat bun retransformed back into a small dumpling. Whoops, obviously we're about to get it. Ziyan was incomparably remorseful and angrily patted her not prominent breasts. Sitting naked on Xiao Fan did not feel wrong. No way, we must finish little Fancy today. Ziyan said that from the accompanying ring took out a bottle of colorful light jade bottle. Xiao Fan recognized at a glance that this is a small medical fairy deployment of drugs, and the view of its color and luster is obviously not bad things. Ziyan said open the jade bottle to drink, but a small she cannot be like just as wantonly oppressed Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan quickly grabbed a jade bottle into the ring. Xiao Fan. Ziyan stretched out the tender little hand, constantly open teeth and claws. Eyes are flooded with water mist. Voice trembled. Ming is almost there. Damn the transformation grass. Ouch. A chestnut knocks solidly on Ziyan's already not so smart brain. Even after doing such a treacherous thing, Xiao Fan did not blame Ziyan, but instead took out the long-prepared purple dress from his own nascent sphere and put it over Ziyan's body as soon as he could. Looking at Ziyan, who had redressed her dress, Xiao Fan sighed. Next time, you're not allowed to do this. Which one? Ziyan grunted and buried her head between her arms, sitting gamely on Xiao Fan. You tell me. Another chestnut knocked down. Xiao Fan remembered something else and snatched the nascent sacred ring from Ziyan's body, but when he saw the contents of the nascent sacred ring, Xiao Fan's eyes widened. Looking at the mountain-high, forbidden medicine, Xiao Fan could not help but spit out. Siener, just how much do you want to let my husband die? I'm afraid that this amount of medicine is just what the flesh of the Ziyin Taishu ancient dragon clan can withstand, and it's fortunate that he reacted in time. Otherwise, not to mention 3 days, The rest of his life will have to lie in bed. Ziyan whistled, her fingers constantly twisting and turning in circles in front of her body, with an air of unconcern. Yun-chan, shouldn't you be explaining things to me? Xiao Fan, I'm hungry. Ziyan pointed at her rounded little belly, and also cooperated by making a gurgling sound. Knowing clearly that Ziyan was pulling away from the topic, Xiao Fan pinched Ziyan's face that had become even more moist after evolution. Xiao Fan stuffed that other Imperial Extreme Dan into Ziyan's small mouth. I prepared it for you long ago. Don't worry about adding some ingredients. Sweet. Ziyan cupped Xiao Fan's face and barfed a mouthful, smiling as she chewed. Love you, Xiao Fan. Got it. Grab the refining. Xiao Fan nodded the little guy's stuffed cheeks. Unlike other people who needed to be refined carefully on their knees, the Taishu ancient dragon's stomach was able to eat away the energy contained in the Imperial Extreme Dan step by step. The well-fed Ziyan just leaned on Xiao Fan's back again and huffed and puffed. Only Xiao Fan's back was able to let Ziyan huff and puff so carefree and at ease. Looking at the little green scale still frozen in place, Xiao Fan walked up and patted the other party's head. But Xiao Fan knew that the little green scale jumped away as if it had been electrocuted. Brother, Qingliu is still small. Qingliu is afraid. The little green scale stumbled over his words. The image just now gave the little guy a big shock, and felt that his words would hurt the heart of his brother who loved him, and hurriedly explained, the green scales will grow up, and the green scales will work hard. Xiao Fan's footsteps lurched and regret rose in his heart. Told you that I shouldn't have let little green scale learn indiscriminately. Giving little Cheng scale to Ziyan to bring was undoubtedly the most wrong decision Xiao Fan had ever made. Cheng scale, don't think nonsense. Xiao Fan didn't know where to start explaining, and could only keep touching the two ponytails tied up by little Cheng scale. Hearing Xiao Fan's answer, little Cheng scale only felt empty in her heart. She didn't like her brother's answer. For the first time in her life, the little green scale also had a mind of her own. Her first rebellion after seeing the world for the first time. Brother! The little green scale grabbed both of Xiao Fan's hands. The force was not big, but the familiar movement made Xiao Fan remember the bad memories caused by Ziyan just now. Qingliu. Xiao Fan looked at the little guy's serious eyes, and the words he wanted to say got stuck hard in his throat. Brother, everything in Cyan Scale belongs to brother. It's brother who gave Cyan Scale the feeling of home. But Green Scale doesn't want to be just her brother's sister anymore. The Green Scales want to be greedy. May I? Brother. The little Green Scale's voice was getting smaller and smaller, and his head was getting lower and lower, so small that he couldn't even hear it without getting closer. So low that he was about to turn into a little ostrich. Xiao Fan knew that this was probably the first time this young girl with low self-esteem had expressed her feelings, and the previous ambiguous answer would definitely break the little one's heart. Xiao Fan squatted down and looked at the little green scale's eyes and said, of course, little green scale. Really, brother. Xiao Fan chose to prove it with his actions and gently kissed the little one's forehead. When you grow up, look for me to cash in on that kiss. Grasping Xiao Fan's hand harder and harder, the redness completely colored the whole body with that kiss. The world is big, but only the brother's embrace in front of him is his own belonging. Well, then, brother will wait for Green Scale to grow up. Little Cheng Scale revealed a bright smile and held Xiao Fan's hand, unwilling to let go. Looking at the shaking, happy overflowing little green scales, Xiao Fan sighed in his heart. Green scales or not, little green scales or not, I will also be greedy. Chapter 109 Background. Stinky brother, you really know how to get your sister into trouble. Yafei grumbled as she shifted her delicate figure to Xiao Fan's side. And several times in a row, she had faced the powerful men of the imperial capital and pushed her to the front line in a panic without informing her. The resentful little eyes just looked straight at Xiao Fan. Cough cough. It's not because Sister Yafei has strength. Xiao Fan snorted in an attempt to muddle through. Humph. Little bastard. Yafei snorted coldly. Ziyan's snorting snot bubble burst in response, looking at the scene in front of her in confusion. To know that sleep woke up Ziyan but have to get up, plus due to the advancement to the strength of the Do Huang, Ziyan at time also did not grasp a few kilograms. The pressure toward the surrounding Do Huang powerhouse pressure to go. Several people were like enemies. This was a feeling of truly facing an ancient ferocious beast. A few people looked at me. I looked at you. And in the end, they all looked at Ziyan, who was stretching on Xiao Fan's back. In unison, the few people who weren't clear about the situation were still determining whether or not it was this little guy in front of them that was causing the pressure. And only the two of them, Gargantuan Tian and Nailan Jie, silently gulped. It's scarier than last time. Xenophobia in the mind of Nailan Jie aggravated a few points. And gaping Tian is more surprised. The last time I saw this little guy is only the strength of the king of the fight. But now see again even has broken through to the strength of the king of the fight. And the view of Xian breath is still increasing. Like a vortex, like a steady stream of energy into the body. Great grandpa, Changing her clothes, young Moon barged in. The previous set of dresses had somehow gotten wet long ago and had to be replaced with a new set. How does it feel to follow Master Shao these past few days? Gargantuan Sky poked around for information, and there was no information from Yaoyu in the past few days. It was as if she had run away from home. Although her own great-grandfather and sister had sold her out, she had felt much more interesting these past few days than she had at the palace. Gailing Tian cheerfully picked up the small young Moon. They do things are some of the small princess. Thought to become a princess is born with a golden finger. But I did not expect the pressure of the war will still be involved in the young Moon. But also blame themselves for doing the grandfather's strength is not good didn't give the young Moon a good life. Aha! Master teacher treats me very well. Better than great-grandpa. Young Moon said with a happy face. It was as if Gargantuan heard the sound of his heart breaking into pieces. He originally thought that young Moon would be homesick. But now with this look it was obvious that he was having a better time than he thought. Young Moon had only been with Xiao Fan for less than a month. Why did she feel that Xiao Fan had not only taken away her body, but even her heart had been hooked away? If it is not that he can't fight, if it is not that the other party is an alchemist who can make 6th grade pills, if it is not that the other party has an unfathomable master, plus a little guy that is even more adorable than the young Moon, he gadgets. Forget it, it's better to think about what he should ask for from Xiao Fan to make a dowry. Farmer stood up in shock at these words. What? Old man Gar, that's not very nice of you. What does President Farmer mean by that? Gargantua smirked like an old fox as he looked at Farmer. You bullied the old man for not having a granddaughter, didn't you? Worshipping the old man is something I wouldn't even dare to think about. You bastard. Actually utilizing. The latter words Fa did not mention. He is also a human savant. Even if he cannot see through the strength of Xiao Fan, but the facts in front of him but he can see clearly. The aesthetics of Xiao Fan. Fa had been out of control since he had practiced that volume of soul cultivation techniques, and now he was already able to skillfully master the 6th order elementary pill refining technique. But that was how he was able to feel more and more the power of Xiao Fan's volume of soul techniques. He, Fa didn't even have the heart to mention worshipping the master. And you, Gargantua, made the first move on the basis that you have a lovely granddaughter. Traitors, rebels, bullying old man with no children, bullying old man, a widow and orphan. Piss me off. The medicinal cauldron above Fa's head shook up as a result. Master. Young Moon ran to Xiao Fan's side with small steps, at the same time noticing Zi Yen on Xiao Fan's back. Looking at Zi Yen who was as cute as a delicate doll, Young Moon compared herself to Zi Yen in her heart and realized that she actually fell behind in all aspects. Young Moon held up her skirt and bowed respectfully towards Xiao Fan, rather like a lady of the house. Xiao Fan knocked on the other party's brain with a single blow. Ouch! Young Moon felt her brain buzzing. Clearly she had done nothing wrong. What's the point of acting so formal when the master is all over it? Remember that strength is honored in this world and you don't have to bow down to anyone. Doesn't master use it too? If you dare to be an impulsive and rebellious disciple, master will be the first to clean you up. Xiao Fan couldn't believe that Young Moon's first thought was actually wanting to become a rebellious disciple. He really didn't know who exactly instilled these thoughts in the people around him. He. Young Moon instantly lost the temperament she had just had and prostrated herself onto Xiao Fan like a limp kitten. It's not bad to spread such a cheap master. Sister, I'll make you regret it. I don't know how Young Moon, who was timid and scared a few days ago, has the feeling of a vicious female match at this moment. Master Xiao. Fa flung himself down in front of Xiao Fan, and with a sniffle and a tear, he said to Xiao Fan, Master Xiao, take the old man as your disciple, and I will be willing to take the entire apothecary guild. Stop. I won't be taking on any more disciples. And President Famous doesn't have to. Xiao Fan couldn't stand this big gift. If he had known that he wouldn't have come to see these old guys if he had been so rowdy. A mere 6th grade Imperial Extreme Dan could have caused these old guys to raise an army. Young Moon heard Xiao Fan's words and said in her heart, Master won't take on a disciple? Then wouldn't I be Master's only disciple? Young Moon's heart is beautiful, but there are concerns in her heart. Her own natural talent is average, and she is not that smart, so it seems that she can only give her body in return. Master. I can't blame Young Moon for this. It's all because Master is too good to me. Jia. The bad smile in his heart actually made a sound. Everyone in the hall looked at the bad smile of Young Moon feeling confused, and Gatling Heaven even felt his old face was dishonored. Ouch! Young Moon was picked up by Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan looked at the giggling Young Moon with a strange face, and silently sighed in his heart. How did I accept such a not-so-bright-brained fellow as a disciple? I'm sorry to hear that. Guys. No. Little princess, this isn't cute. Yeah. Who dares to laugh? On the one hand is the little princess of the Gamma Empire, On the other hand is the disciple of the 6th grade alchemist, which identity cannot be offended. Not to mention laughing, is to treat the other party as an ancestor is not a problem. Nalan Jie was finally unable to resist standing up and bowing towards Xiao Fan. Master Xiao, thank you for saving me last time. This is the Nalan family's gratitude. There was a purple figure that was faster than anyone else. A hand picked up Nalan Jie's nascent sacrifice ring, looked at it very naturally and received it into his own small treasure chest. Xiao Fan froze. This guy actually has a place to hide his personal money? Ziyan's nascent ring was now in Xiao Fan's hands, but the small action just now could not be hidden from Xiao Fan. It is necessary to go back and check it properly. However, seeing Ziyan's thieving look, Xiao Fan knew that the Nalan family should have given quite a lot. Chapter 110, Going to the Banquet. That Xiao Xian. Master. Yen, that girl we went back to have already packed a hard meal over. I wonder if I can visit the Nalan family this time for the banquet prepared for the master. As soon as Nalan Jie remembered that the Xiao Fan in front of him was the fiancé of his own Nalan family, his heart could not help but get excited and he almost spoke out of turn. Xiao Fan smoothly touched the place where Ziyan had just hidden the nano ring and realized that the nano ring had long disappeared. Where did it hide? Ziyan was very proud, secretly happy in her heart. I don't want to see the spatial talent of my Taishu ancient dragon clan. Ziyan, won't fall for it again. Seeing that he couldn't find it, Xiao Fan didn't continue to force it and stuffed 2 sugar pills into Ziyan's mouth. Only then did he reply to Nalan Jie's words. Well, since it's Elder Nalan's invitation, it's natural to go. Nalan Jie heard. Really Xiao Fan still cares about the marriage contract. Nalan Jie is the most afraid of Xiao Fan in front of the face of the many powerful people of the imperial capital to withdraw from the marriage. After all, with the volume of the Nalan family now, for Xiao Fan can be described as the existence of worthless. Xiao Fan where because of these went to the Nalan family. It was just to give that stupid woman a wake-up call. After sending off the crowd, Ziyan pointed to the direction Nalan Jie had left and opened her mouth. Xiao Fan, that old man seems to have other ideas about you. Xiao Fan had goosebumps all over his body. Little Yenner, how is it possible? Forget it if you don't believe me. That old man gave more than enough old. Ziyan compared the size. Let's see. No. Ziyan decisively refused. Promise to pay you back. You swear. Ziyan had a very high regard for food. In short, she was protective of her food. As long as it didn't reach Xiao Fan, by default it was all she could eat. What am I lying to you for? The Xiao Fan who said this was like a big brother next door in Ziyan's eyes. Trickster. Ziyan did not hesitate to turn her back and crossed her arms. No, I'm too grown up to be fooled by you. Prrrrrr. It had to be said that the evolved Ziyan had indeed become smart and not easy to fool. I heard that old guy from the royal family sent quite a few medicinal herbs, so it looks like it can only be practiced for you heir. The naked eye could see that Ziyan's ears moved, and in Xiao Fan's perception also finally knew where Ziyan had hidden the things, only that it was simple to hide them, and this fetching of the things was a bit indecent. Ziyan opened her bloody mouth. A space vortex appeared in Ziyan's mouth. Ziyan reached out her hand in her mouth to the left and the right, which found the nano ring. Xiao Fan's eyes condensed as he pondered. Little Yenner seems to have hidden something else? Ziyan still did not know that her small treasury had been targeted by a certain heart thief, full of unhappiness, handing over the nascent sacred ring just now. What a waste to give that guy. Just show you. Good boy. Xiao Fan stroked Ziyan's head while probing up the items in the Nalan ring. As Xiao Fan expected, it was piled up with all kinds of medicinal herbs and gold coins, and I'm afraid that this was all that the Nalan family could take out. Isn't what the Nalan family is giving a bit too much? Xiao Fan said doubtfully. Give it to me. Ziyan swallowed the nascent sword in one gulp, apparently putting it back into her small treasury. You guys, Nalan Jie's banquet was scheduled for tonight. Xiao Fan nodded as he looked at the 2 little ones who were stripped naked and immersed in the tub. We should reach the bottleneck in a while. I'm afraid that the resources of the Gamma Empire won't be enough by then. We still need to make a trip to the Blackhorn domain. The Blackhorn domain had almost become the most chaotic region in the entire continent because of its special topography. Countless fleeing powerhouses from various countries had landed here and built the most barbaric rules, but it was such a dark forest that made it easier for Xiao Fan to find suitable medicinal herbs. There's also the melting pill promised to Queen Medusa that needs to be put on the schedule. After simply arranging a defense formation and leaving a small cluster of foreign flames, he left the room with Ziyan. Shortly after Xiao Fan left, a large and 2 small heads surfaced with their hearts in their mouths, and Young Moon looked at the little Ching Scale with a reddened face and teased. Sister Ching Scale likes master teacher? Well, gurgle. The little green scale resubmerged its head into the water and spat out bubbles, revealing only the eyes that shone with a demonic light. Young Moon was also stunned. She just casually asked, But she didn't expect little green scale's reaction to be so great. Isn't she and Master aren't siblings? Wait. Young Moon caught the crux of the matter. How is it possible for siblings to have different last names? Originally thought that the other party was just an ordinary brother control. After all, such an excellent brother who can refuse. And now realized that the Master where there is only a child bride. Sister Ching Scale, can you tell me about Master? Young Moon propped her head up and surfaced to look at the equally naked little Ching Scale. Little Green Scale was a little embarrassed by the other party's stare. It's fine, but can you not stare at me all the time? What are you afraid of? We're all girls. No, it won't work. My body can only be seen by my brother. Ziyan wasn't interested in the free banquet. The food was too mediocre. What she really cared about was Xiao Fan's promise that all the oil and water she raked in tonight would go to her. Meanwhile, in the Nalan family's Nalan Jie's room, Nalan Su was half kneeling in front of Nalan Jie, while Nalan Yenran was standing beside her own father. Nalan Jie was silent for a long time before speaking. Yen, do you know that you have a baby marriage? Grandpa, Yuma knows. Do you know who the other side is? Of course Nalan Yenran knew that, and was even a bit disgusted by this marriage contract. It's Xiao Yen of the Xiao family. Nice. Grandfather. Yen doesn't understand what you mean. Nalan Yen wouldn't hide what she had. Her own grandfather must be related to the marriage contract since he asked. Could it be a withdrawal? Nalan Yenran guessed in her heart. You've already met your fiancé, the Master Xiao who saved my life not long ago. Nalan Jie looked straight at Nalan Yenran's changing expression. What? Nalan Yenran was close to jumping up, unable to believe what her ears had just heard. How could it be that guy? For this Xiao Fan who had caused her to lose face. Nalan Yenran hated it from the bottom of her heart. Grandpa won't lie to you. Xiao Bu Fan is nothing more than the other party's alias. See Nalan Yen not speak. Nalan Jie continued to open his mouth. A small age of the 6th grade pharmacist. A Do Huang strong protector, but also with the royal family befriending. The future achievements will only be high, will not be low. Yen. This marriage contract each other did not look for the door to withdraw from the marriage has already been a blessing for Nalan family. Whether you are willing or not. Yen. Try to get along with each other to get along with. Master Xiao he should not have the intention to blame you. Nalan Jie helplessly looked at Nalan Su who was still kneeling. No, it won't. How can he be so good? Nalan Yenran thought that the halo of genius was so inconspicuous in Xiao Fan's case, and it was no wonder that the other party would exude a pitiful look when he saw himself for the first time. Looking at Nalan Yenran who didn't realize the seriousness of the problem in the slightest. Nalan Jie was furious and drew out the belt around his waist to whip on Nalan Su at once. Father, what are you doing hitting me again? And take your good daughter out. Chapter 111 Meeting Yun again. AI. Perhaps we shouldn't have arbitrarily contracted this marriage in the first place. Nalan Jie sighed, his gaze despondent as he looked at the departing father-daughter duo. Nalan Jie understood in the bottom of his heart that Nalan Yenran was afraid that it would be difficult for her to go together with Xiao Fan. The gap between the two was too big. If the other party really withdrew from the marriage one day, Nalan Jie could only recognize it. Master, father and grandfather both told me to befriend that Master Xiao. Nalan Yenran cried out, although she also fantasized that her fiancé was a genius. But when she really knew it, Nalan Yenran Dao was again unwilling inside. Tell your master why. Yun inquired as she looked at Nalan Yenran who was crying more than a few tears. Because he's my fiancé. What? Yun suddenly shot up. Yen, you talk to master. Master, you this is. Nalan Yenran is still the first time to see usually drink a tea or demeanor dignified master's mood actually have such a big change. Definitely holding it for me. Surely master teacher is the best for me. Nalan Yenran thought in her heart. Cough. Yen, it's normal for master and that brat to have an old relationship. Yun casually found a reason. That guy actually knows master teacher? Nalan Yenran originally thought that Xiao Fan was lying to her, but she never imagined that the other party was telling the truth from beginning to end. Well, that brat's medicine refining skills are extraordinary and his strength is not bad either. Yun was really finding it hard to believe that not only was the current Xiao Fan's strength or drug refining skill far beyond what it once was, but thinking of the fact that the other party was followed by the Dragon Emperor, who would achieve Do Di in the future, also made sense. Master, the matter of the marriage contract was also told to me by my father, and the family summoned me back this time also for this marriage contract. Nalan Yenran told Yun all the things that Nalan Jie had told her. Yun, on the other hand, fell into deep thought after hearing this. Could it be that something went wrong on the Xiao family's side? Shouldn't the fiancé of one's own disciple be called Xiao Yen? However, thinking about the changes in Xiao Fan's body and the sudden appearance of the Dragon Emperor, Yun also guessed that things had changed in her past life. So from start to finish only I am the clown? Nalan Yenran couldn't accept this fact. Then according to the words of her own master and grandfather to think the other party is really a 6th grade pill refiner. Nalan Yenran had fantasized about her fiancé being a supreme genius since she was a child. And this was every girl's wish. She did not feel that there was anything wrong with the marriage arranged by the family. After all, the Dochi continent was still a more feudal society, and there had never been any talk of free love among the big families, and accepting the family's marriage arrangement was the most normal thing. But when she really learned that her fiancé was 1,000 times better than she was, she somehow became despondent instead. Coupled with the fact that the first encounter between the two was not congenial, the other party did not even inform her of her real name, intentionally alienating her. To put it bluntly, Xiao Fan could not see her Nalan Yenran. She, Nalan Yenran, as the only daughter of the Nalan family head, and now she was even accepted as a disciple by the Cloudlon sect patriarch, was subjected to a lot of scenery in the imperial capital, but all of this was not her own charm, but rather the power behind her. But her fiancé relied on a pharmacist to make the strongest people in the imperial capital praise him, a huge gap that made this heaven's proudest daughter feel incredibly frustrated. A 6th grade pill refiner. Even the Yunlan sect would have to be courteous, not to mention her status as nothing more than a disciple of the patriarch. Yen? Yun called out in a low voice. Master. Nalan Yenran pulled her thoughts back, and her eyes were surprisingly a little red. Huma, if you don't want to get involved in this marriage contract, Master will help you withdraw. Yun also has his own small mind. If his own disciple really has a paper marriage contract with Xiao Fan, then she did this Master how? Master and disciple serve a husband. She Yun cannot do. Then it can only let Nalan Yenran suffer a little bit of a loss to let Nalan Yenran to cancel this marriage contract. Yen, Master is sorry. Yun thought secretly in her heart, but thinking that her own disciple would go to the Xiao family to withdraw from the marriage in the future anyway, and that she had only advanced this point in time, she had some comfort in her heart. No, Nalan Yenran decisively refused, squirming halfway through the sentence. I'll try to get along with him. Whether it was out of her own family's strong arrangement or her own unconquerable heart, Nalan Yenran would not go to withdraw from the marriage. She would prove that she was better than the other party and prove that it was not her Nalan family that had climbed up to Xiao Fan. Alas, Yun sighed quietly and understood that her persuasion was useless. I'm afraid, Huma, I hope you don't regret it. With the beginning of the banquet, many guests in the long ago seated, looking at the main seat above the empty 3 tables. No doubt one of them is bound to be the master of the banquet Nalan Jia, but the remaining 2 positions of the guests have not yet arrived. Nalan Jia was pacing back and forth at the doorway with a sad and anxious expression, looking into the distance from time to time. It wasn't until the appearance of a large and small figure that Nalan Jia had a smile on his face. And Ziyan has 3 strings of sugar gourds in her hand, swallowing them in one bite and putting them in her own small vault. Aha, not bad. Bring it back to the green scale sister to taste. Xiao Fan was speechless. It always felt that the taste of the sugar gourd that was swallowed in from Ziyan's mouth and then spat out would change. Such a sugar gourd was better for him. Xiao Fan, to destroy. Master Xiao, you're here. Nalan Jia brought Nalan Su to Xiao Fan's side in quick steps. There's no need for that. Xiao Fan waved his hand and shrugged it off. Xiao Fan saw the 2 figures standing behind the 2. It was Yun and Nalan Yenran. Unlike her usual plain and light style, Yun had unexpectedly changed into a bright fuchsia long skirt today, which, paired with the patriarch's grace and splendor, was quite a racket. The other figure was wearing a short pink and white skirt, with a white off-white long sword hanging from her waist, standing elegantly and floating out of the world, with 2 long pink ponytails bouncing back and forth as the young girl surveyed the scene. Upon seeing Xiao Fan's arrival, the young girl raised her swan-like jade neck, and although her face was a bit green, one could nevertheless see her overwhelming looks. Under Yun's guidance, Nalan Yenran slowly stepped in front of Xiao Fan and said with a humble tone, Master Xiao, last time, it was Yenran who did the wrong thing, and I implore Master's forgiveness. Xiao Fan hadn't adapted to Nalan Yenran's transformation for a while. This guy is transgender? The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Xiao Fan didn't respond to Nalan Yenran's words, while Yun took over and said, Kid, it's been a long time. Patriarch Yun, the payment promised last time hasn't been paid yet. Xiao Fan directly opened his mouth to ask for the payment Yun promised last time. Any 3 items in the nascent sack. It's really cold to talk about this as soon as we meet. Yun's nice eyebrows furrowed. Chapter 112, Medicine Tripod. Don't talk about that. Fall in love? Xiao Fan was speechless. Yun said the same thing as how close he, Xiao Fan, was. In this life they were only acquaintances. Humph. Yun grudgingly threw the nano ring in her hand at Xiao Fan, this time obviously with some chi. Without any defense Xiao Fan would definitely plant a heel, but it was steadily held by a small, not very big hand. And Ziyan said with a cajoling voice, Sister Yun can't bully little Fanzi either. Xiao Fan, here. Ziyan handed the nano ring in her hand to Xiao Fan in a well-behaved manner. In fact, just so in your face attack. Plus there is actually not much gas. Xiao Fan has all the means to catch it. But being protected by Xiao Yener, it also feels good. Gollum. Nalan Jia swallowed his saliva. What just happened? How did it suddenly start a conflict? And viewed the relationship between the three. This Cloud Patriarch seems to know Master Xiao. It was also the first time that Nalan Yenran had seen her master's father angry. But it seemed more like he was sulking, with a little girl's pout. A kind of indignation at being abandoned by a man. No. How could she be interested in her fiancé? Master teacher. Nalan Yenran hurriedly dispelled her inner thoughts. Xiao Fan, on the other hand, was so big-hearted that he immediately probed the items in Yunyun's nascent sacred ring. Where are my 6th order medicinal herbs? Where are my high-grade pills? Xiao Fan of course would not guess that Yunyun had long ago transferred the items in the original nascent sacred ring. And there was nothing else in the current nascent sacred ring except for some clothes and pills for healing. Xiao Fan's eyebrows were frowning into a Sichuan character as he said in an unkind tone, Patriarch Yun, this is unethical? What's the matter? Brat, is it that the items in my nascent ring are not to your liking? Yunyun certainly knew the meaning of Xiao Fan's words. Good, count on you to be ruthless. Xiao Fan knew that he was at a disadvantage, but it was impossible for him to swallow this bad breath. 3 green shadows flashed by, and Yunyun instantly became irritated. Kid, hand it over. Patriarch Yun, keep your words, I only took 3 items. Xiao Fan proudly threw the nascent ring back into Yunyun's hands. In a voice that only Yunyun could hear, he transmitted, I suppose that Patriarch Yun's original blasphemy can fetch a good price. Yunyun pretty face scarlet. This brat is really too angry. I should not have known that I should not put their own clothes in the nano ring. The last time this brat also went along with one of their own. Kid, name your demands and I'll switch with you. Yunyun said angrily. Late, Patriarch Yun. I want 1 for my collection, 1 for my own use, and 1 for auction. I'm sure that splicing the Miter family's auction house should fetch a good price. Jia. Xiao Fan's imitation of the Soul Race's laughter became more and more vivid and graphic, as if it was a devil. Self-use. What the hell is this brat trying to do? The more Yunyun thought about it, the more fearful she became, always feeling that something would happen that she couldn't accept. Although this had already happened in her previous life, it was still hard to avoid feeling weird in her heart. The rest of the people were all looking at the quarreling duo with confused faces. A question surfaced in their minds. What kind of treasure in the nascent ring had been taken away by Xiao Fan? Surprisingly, it was something that had caused the Yunlan sect patriarch to be so angry. The collection in a Do Huang's nascent sacrifice must be something extraordinary. Humph. As you wish. Yunyun turned away in annoyance, having originally braced her own disciple, but instead she was the first to break her defense. Che, silly woman who can't help but be amused. Xiao Fan was indifferent. How could Xiao Fan really take it out for auction? Thinking about it, he also knew that it was said on purpose, in order to get back at Yunyun for not counting her words. Suddenly a black shadow flew straight to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan reached out and steadily caught it. Before Xiao Fan could see it clearly, Yunyun voiced out, this is the medicine cauldron that compensated you, handed down by the Yunlan sect, and it is heard that it was previously used by an 8th grade pill refiner. The Yunlan sect still has such treasures? Xiao Fan was surprised to look at the cumbersome inscriptions above the ancient black medicinal cauldron. Artifacts have spirits even after they have been raised for a long time. Not to mention a medicinal cauldron used by an 8th grade alchemist. And there was actually a gust of a dragon's roar in the mouth of this one fire. For a while Xiao Fan even wondered if this would be one of the pill cauldrons on the heavenly cauldron list. With this in mind, Xiao Fan unconsciously called out the foreign fire, and the blazing temperature instantly raised the surrounding temperature. But even after the scorching of the foreign fire, the medicine cauldron still did not have any changes, and even the temperature of his hand was still a bit cold. Something's not right. There's something mysterious about this medicine cauldron. Xiao Fan increased the amount of Do Qi output and the greenish-golden flame became more solid. In this case Nalan Jia and Yunyun opened the defense barrier by running their Do Qi in unison. Nalan Jia was afraid that he was the most aware of the power of the foreign fire. He had suffered a baptism of foreign fire, and the ancient black shell of the medicine cauldron gradually faded under the burning of the foreign fire, and the purple golden lines that slowly emerged from the faded crevices glowed with a fascinating luster. As if they were auspicious clouds at the edge of the sky, purple golden lines fluttered across the outer shell of the medicinal cauldron, and as the ancient black shell completely dissipated, the original appearance of this medicine cauldron was also displayed in front of the crowd, a majestic and incomparable dragon hovering in it. The auspicious cloud seemed to be just a companion of this golden dragon. This, Xiao Fan was sure that this pill cauldron was no better than the pill cauldron on the heavenly cauldron list, and had originally planned to get his hands on the 10,000 beast cauldron from the Blackhorn domain to use it as Little Yenner's rice bowl, but at this moment, there was already a better option. Yun regretted seeing this scene, and inwardly she even complained. That guy Guhi actually didn't realize the mystery even after using it for so long in his previous life. However, it was not Guhi's fault. After all, the former 8th grade pill refiner of Yunlan sect had similarly failed to discover the mystery in this pill cauldron. Patriarch Yun is generous, so I, Xiao, will accept Patriarch Yun's kindness. Seemingly afraid that Yun would regret it, and feeling that it was not safe to put it in a nascent sphere, Xiao Fan said to Ziyan, "Open your mouth and eat it." Xiao Fan. This is too big. I can't contain it. Ziyan looked at Xiao Fan with a resigned face. It's not much. It'll be fine for a while. Xiao Fan will not believe in Ziyan's bull ********. If this is a sugar pill this big, Xiao Fan believes that Ziyan will be able to swallow it. It's just that Ziyan does not want to let this strange big guy pollute his own small treasury. Ziyan stretched out her small, white, childish hand and demanded something. Xiao Fan understood at once. Ziyan was asking for protection money. Canaan Academy at that time he did not pay less. What little herbs I have on me are going to be hobbled by you. Although his mouth was complaining, Xiao Fan was still very quick to stuff 10 bottles of different flavored sugar pills, all of which were refined while Ziyan was in the process of evolving. In the crowd's shocked gazes, the medicine cauldron as tall as one person was just swallowed hard by Ziyan. Hiccup 10 bottles of sugar pills and the medicine tripod were swallowed by Ziyan together. The difference was that the sugar pills went into Ziyan's stomach, while the medicine tripod was hidden by Ziyan into the small gold. It was very ungainly, but Xiao Fan could guarantee that it was the safest place to be. Nalan Yenran looked nervous and tugged on Yunyun's sleeve. Master, is she a human being? Chapter 113, Worshipping the Master. In response to Nalan Yenran's inquiry, Yunyun was unable to find a reasonable explanation for a moment. She couldn't say that this was the person who would achieve Do Di in the future and be honored by millions as the Dragon Emperor. Ziyan crossed her waist, her Do Huang strength sweeping away, her small mouth beeping. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen dinner? Alright, put away your Do Huang pressure. Xiao Fan realized that Ziyan's appetite had become even bigger, and according to this eating method, Xiao Fan didn't know how much longer he could hold on. Nalan Jie hurriedly invited the ant in front of him into the banquet hall, which was a playful and cute little guy, clearly a bottomless pit of terror. And in the imperial capital to look for many days of rushing protector is also prying into a lot of news. Which is the most rushing protector interested in the imperial capital suddenly appeared this 6th grade alchemist. That day the Dan into the ripples of energy caused by the rushing protector than other people to perceive the more clear. He knew that in front of him is not a simple 6th grade alchemist, but a furnace of double Dan, 2 6th grade pills. Jia. I can't imagine that there would actually be a 6th grade pill refiner in this poor countryside. Rustling protector looked at the departing crowd, also probing Xiao Fan's bottom line. He would not get too close. One is to beware of Xiao Fan's identity as a pharmacist. After all, pharmacist's sole perception is a headache. The second is to worry about Xiao Fan's back forces. To be able to cultivate such a powerful 6th grade pharmacist, the person behind him must not be simple. Sensing that someone was spying, Xiao Fan frowned slightly and looked in the direction of the distant rustling protector. Guardian Rush hurriedly retracted his probing. It seems that the other party has discovered it, but it's really rare for such a young 6th grade pill refiner to also possess a spirit realm soul. Rash Guardian more and more feel that the other party's not simple, and even got up the idea of pulling together. The Soul Palace does not lack of alchemists, but it does not mean that there is no need for alchemists. If you can pull together a potential alchemist is also a great work. It's just that Sha is not a rare surname. Coming from a mysterious background and also surnamed Shao, it was hard not to let the Rash Guardian think more. The Resolved Wash Protector was also determined to observe for a few more days, at least to feel out the other party's background before making a move. TCH, being watched? As early as the moment the Rustling Protector probed, Xiao Fan had located the Rustling Protector's position, and feeling the gloomy aura, Xiao Fan knew the other party's identity. Xiao Fan? Noticing Xiao Fan's strange expression, Ziyan shouted with concern. It's okay, Yun-chan. Hearing that Xiao Fan was perfunctory again, Ziyan was dissatisfied in her heart. Always treating me like a child. I'm not stupid. It's obvious that there's something wrong. But you're still perfunctory. Ziyan decided to ruthlessly take revenge on Xiao Fan and smothered several bottles of sugar pills in one gulp. Seeing that Nalan Jie would actually walk ahead so respectfully to lead the two young men who didn't look too big to enter, many guests were curious about the identity of the two. Xiao Fan's true appearance was not recognized by many people other than the few powerful people in the imperial capital. After all, Xiao Fan had not shown his face in public either. Besides, what's the use of him befriending these passers-by? Just like Zi Yen, who was now spreading her legs wide open, wearing crystal white stockings with her legs swaying back and forth, lazily sitting on Xiao Fan's neck, said, "Xiao Fan, they're all so poor." Oh. Zi Yan's treasure hunting talent had turned the bottoms of everyone present upside down the moment she came in. And if there were heartfelt treasures, Zi Yan would have already spoken to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was certainly clear in his mind that there was nothing worth paying attention to in the imperial capital other than a few big clans, which was the reason why Zi Yan was promised that all the oil and water that Zi Yan raked in would go to Zi Yan. The sullen Zi Yan sat cross-legged in front of Xiao Fan. With an unhappy face, she turned her fingers in circles on the table. At this moment she just wanted to find someone to beat her up to take out her anger fiercely. Packed up the mood of Yun Yun this moment also brought Nalan Yenran into the banquet. And Xiao Fan is different. This new Yunlan sect patriarch is still familiar with many people. See Yun Yun have risen to pay compliments. Yun Yun body temperament exudes a high, cold and elegant. A stranger do not approach the appearance. Completely unlike just outside the appearance of the little girl. In the face of the crowd's compliments are also just a light smile and over. As a new generation Do Huang, even just a fake smile caused the hearts of many sons of the great families to become infatuated, their eyes bubbling with love. As for such a magnificent and beautiful-looking Yun patriarch, Xiao Fan was just boredly eating the food on the table without any master's demeanor, nor did he put Yun Yun in his eyes. Sovereign counts for nothing. Can there be Queen Medusa more stunningly beautiful and demonic? In terms of pure and lovely is not as good as Zi Yin, not even compared to the butterfly. Yun Yun's face went cold when she saw that Xiao Fan wasn't even looking at herself properly, which led to the two main guests invited by Nalan Jie, one depressed to the core and the other as cold as ice. The air temperature around the party dropped a few degrees. Nalan Jie had done his research and bought all the top-quality medicinal herbs from the pharmacy in a few miles around, but these marketable medicinal herbs could no longer attract Zi Yan's attention. Seeing the little guy's lost look, Xiao Fan casually sent a bottle of sugar pills over. It was not easy for the atmosphere to ease, before Nalan Jie, as the host, opened his mouth to introduce. Thank you all for coming. Today is also considered a double happiness. Double happiness? Xiao Fan always felt that something was not quite right when he heard this word. One of them was Nalan Yenran's worship. What about the other one? It can't be that this old man's successful run back from the Exodus Empire is considered one of them, can it? Also, as Xiao Fan expected, Nalan Jie introduced herself to the crowd. Granddaughter Yen Yen has already worshipped Patriarch Yun as her disciple, and this time also with the help of the banquet to ask all of you to serve as witnesses. This was also considered a requirement of the Yunlan sect. After all, the matter of the patriarch accepting an apprentice could not be sloppy. Not only did the Nalan family have to show something, the Yunlan sect would also show something. Nalan Jie had already asked the royal family what Gargantuan thought, originally thinking that it would take a lot of talking. However, Gargantuan had no objections to this, and it even went surprisingly smoothly, as if the Cloudlan sect was not any threat to the royal family. The reason for this was naturally because Gargantuan had been considering how to further his relationship with Xiao Fan these days, before he had little time to care about the so-called Yunlan sect's acceptance of disciples. Yunlan Zong is not in line with the Gamma royal family, but that should also be divided into occasions. The former Yunlan Zong rumors of closed death, not up to the Dozong swear not to come out of the gate. Life and death is not known, and now the Yunlan Zongs is also only a junior Do Huang, is not enough to be feared. Nalan Yenran's worship process is very simple. Should also be influenced by Yun Yun, just as simple T even if it is recognized the relationship between master and disciple. Everything is too natural, and Yun Yun also removed the sword from her waist and gave it to Nalan Yenran as a gift of worship. So look, Yun Yun was really good to Nalan Yenran. Xiao Fan had seen it, and that matching sword was thought to be a Xian rank weapon. I don't think I've ever given anything to Moon myself, and a roll of recipes does seem a bit shabby. What Xiao Fan didn't know was that if this volume of recipes were to be leaked out, Fan Ma alone would be willing to buy it with his family's money. His own disciple can't be inferior to Nalan Yenran. Xiao Fan secretly thought in his heart, we have to go back and make up for your error. One's apprentice should still be favored, even if it's a bit stupid. Chapter 114 Misunderstandings. Ahem. When Nalan Jie saw that the master worship ceremony was over, his eyes subconsciously sized up Xiao Fan, which made Xiao Fan even more strange. Why does it feel like this old guy is up to no good? When the atmosphere was thick, Nalan Jie held up his wine cup and slowly came to Xiao Fan. Reasonably speaking, as the host family and elder, he, Nalan Jie, shouldn't even be like this. But who let Xiao Fan be a 6th grade pill refiner? The identity of a pill refiner was to be touted and loved wherever he went, with the exception of the Soul Palace, and with the exception of the black slaves underneath Queen Medusa. Nalan Jie, after clinking glasses with Xiao Fan, drank a cup of booze before opening his mouth to ask, I wonder what Master Xiao thinks of the old man's granddaughter Yen Yen. Nailan Yen Yen? This question was a bit abrupt and Xiao Fan wondered, is there any problem with how I look at Nailan Yenran? Nailan Yenran, who was sitting next to Yun Yun, had an unnatural expression on her face, clearly acting indifferent, but inwardly she was very concerned. Obviously not too long ago, I was a bit annoyed with this fiancé of mine. Nailan Yenran always felt that she had been influenced by her father and grandfather, which had caused her attitude towards Xiao Fan to all change. A closer look, the young man in front of me, although the lazy leaning, but the upright posture, the pair of charming as star-like bright eyes, in Nailan Yenran's eyes as if from the sky down to the true immortal, just leaning there can be a wisp of light pressure dispersal in the eyes of the indulgence as if the gods, in their eyes Do Huang is already on the line, the strongest existence. How to know that the soul is also divided into realms? Nailan Yenran's pretty face like colorful haze fainted on the red, reddened ears slightly shaking, placed on the matching sword of the small hand constantly rubbing. The age is still small, she cannot yet very well hide their hearts, but it is Xiao Fan behaved like an old-fashioned guy. The feast is not supposed to be casually in the eat and drink to get the job done. The primary condition should not be to eat and drink to get the job done. All of this was sitting next to Nailan Yenran's Yun Yun took in, thinking of their own previous life that some bleak end. Yun Yun always feel that their own disciple will go to the same end. The previous life of Nailan Yenran and Xiao Fan did not have many interactions, more with their fiancé Xiaoyan, who had set a marriage contract in his previous life. Miss Yen Yen is both talented and beautiful, born a beautiful embryo of a beautiful woman. Today is even worshipped under the Cloudlon sect. The future scenery is boundless, will lead the Cloudlon sect to another height. In other people's turf Xiao Fan still gave a little face, but what he said is good. The future of the Yunlan Zone's mountain will be due to the conflict between Nailan Yenran and Xiao Yan, and the mountain has been cut down, the indeed to another height. The physical level. The whole Yunlan Zone is even more dead injured. The clan is also in name only, but these words can be different in the ears of Nailan Jia and Nailan Yenran. He's actually praising me? It was still nice to be praised in public by one's fiancé, even if their relationship was not yet public. Nailan Yenran was originally a person who admired strength. Otherwise in her previous life she would not have gone to withdraw from the marriage after learning that her genius fiancé had been reduced to a waste. But the thought of having humiliated the others in their second meeting, it was then that Nailan Yenran thought of an important question. Who is she? She was naturally referring to Ziyan. Nailan Yenran hadn't forgotten that the first time they met, Xiao Fan was defending that little guy by his side, and that the two were very close. Just as close as Ziyan was helping Xiao Fan peel grapes and throw them at this moment. Sister? It can't be. Doesn't your own fiancé not have a sister? But Nailan Yenran also lost the courage to accuse. Even she could see that Xiao Fan and Ziyan had an excellent relationship, and it still depended on Xiao Fan whether or not their marriage contract could be recognized. Nailan Jia, on the other hand, was slightly stunned, his brain quickly running the meaning of Xiao Fan's words, but after thinking about it, he only felt that Xiao Fan should simply praise Nailan Yenran, although the words were said in a polite manner, but at least it showed that Xiao Fan did not have any aversion to Nailan Yenran, which was enough. The feelings were not enough. Xiao Fan was at least still in the imperial capital and could still cultivate the feelings. As the banquet came to an end, Xiao Fan and Yun Yun walked to the unoccupied courtyard in unison. What do you want with me, kid? Xiao Fan casually set up a barrier to prevent prying eyes, and only when she saw this did the scarlet on Yun Yun's neck fade away and she transformed back into that high and cold patriarch. Having taken such a great advantage of Patriarch Yun, Xiao was overly pleased in his heart and intended to tell Patriarch Yun a message. Kid, not willing to tell me the name even now? Yun Yun's focus did not seem to be on the news from Xiao Fan's mouth. Patriarch Yun, this news is a matter of life and death for your Yunlan sect, yet you ask me what my name is. Is that appropriate? Xiao Fan was really speechless to Yun Yun, and he didn't know how this high and cold Jin patriarch in the eyes of others came to him like a silly woman. Humph, tell me. Yun Yun snorted in dissatisfaction. She had actually guessed what the news Xiao Fan was going to say was, your teacher, also known as Yun Shan, should be trading with the Hall of Souls at this moment. Hearing this news, Yun Yun did not have the anxiety and uneasiness that Xiao Fan had imagined, as if he had already known about this matter, and did not even ask how he, Xiao Fan, knew about such a big event. Patriarch Yun, you don't seem surprised? What can you do if you know about it? How can the Soul Palace be something that the tiny Yunlan sect can fight against? Yun Yun's face remained unchanged. This is not wrong. The Yunlan sect has no qualifications, much less the strength to fight against the Hall of Souls. Even if it's just a branch hall, casually sending a few guardians would be able to sweep away the Yunlan sect. Alas! Then Patriarch Yun take care of himself. Xiao Fan withdrew the barrier and turned around. Yun Yun's cold look only changed when she heard these words, a light smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Are you concerned about me? No, Your patriarch Yun's focus is really odd. Xiaofan finally couldn't bear to curse and took Ziyin with him to leave the Nalan family. And before leaving, he didn't forget to caution Ziyin, Xiao Yener, don't play with her. Your brain will be affected if you stay for a long time. Yun whispered. I thought you liked this high and mighty type. Earlier in the cave Xiaofan had repeatedly mentioned that he should be cold and unreasonable. And only then did Yun slowly adjust her character to have this high and cold look now. Only awkwardly, when Yun turned her head, she met Nalan Yenran who was hiding behind a pillar. Xiaofan's barrier did not only isolate external probing, but also Yun's perception. Huma, master, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have eavesdropped on your conversation. Nalan Yenran, who was caught in the act, hurriedly. However, the doubts in Nalan Yenran's heart deepened. The smile that the corners of her master's mouth outlined until now still hangs on her lips. Her own master's father seems to be more than just recognizing her own fiancé so simple. Chapter 115, Promiscuity. Yen, when did you come over? Yun's tone was slightly nervous, stuttering like a junior caught by the original partner. Nalan Yenran didn't dare to deceive Yun and only answered honestly. Soon after master teacher came out, I quietly followed him here. Nalan Yenran handed over her sword with both hands, bowed her head and said in a humble tone, Yenran shouldn't have eavesdropped on master's conversation. I implore master to punish her. Yun had a bit of a headache. According to Nalan Yenran, this was not the entire process of her conversation with Xiaofan, and fortunately there was a barrier. Nalan Yenran didn't hear what was in front of her. Looking at Nalan Yenran who was standing straight, Yun just sighed quietly and said, this time, you will be punished, and then next time, don't blame the teacher for not being polite. Thank you, master, for your understanding. But, Yen, have you ever thought about the fact that your fiancé has already pulled away from you by a considerable distance? Master, Yenran will try to catch up. Nalan Yenran had a firm tone of viewing Xiaofan as a target to chase. Yun just wanted to give Nalan Yenran a little bit of pressure. Just based on the speed of Xiaofan's advancement in this life, Nalan Yenran was afraid that she wouldn't be able to see Xiaofan's back for the rest of her life, and the distance between the two of them would only get faster and faster. Nalan Yenran is not even a fighter now, and has only just condensed the chi of fighting, and being able to be discipled by Yun is also due to the teacher-disciple bond from her previous life. Catch up with him? I'm afraid it won't be long before this brat is stronger than me. I really don't know what he ate to boost his cultivation. Yun spat in her heart, but having a goal was also beneficial to Nalan Yenran Dao's growth. In the room, Nalan Jie, on the other hand, was in the room with Nalan Su discussing everything that happened today. Yen looks like she has a crush on Master Xiao. Nalan Su spoke up. Having a good feeling is of no use. Only if you can make Master Xiao have a good feeling towards Yen. Otherwise this marriage contract is nothing more than a piece of scrap paper. Nalan Jie snorted. Xiaofan's response to everything was too polite and blocked all the questions he wanted to ask as well. How is the Xiao family side being handled? Nalan Jie sat down unhappily and opened his mouth to inquire. Nalan Su was still very attentive to the Xiao family's affairs. Immediately replied. Already sent the elders in the family to go forward to re-establish the relationship. Wait for the news to be sent back is estimated to be half a month's time. I really didn't expect that the downtrodden Xiao family would give birth to such a heavenly pride. Nalan Jie leisurely lamented. 6th grade alchemist. Just don't know why the Xiao family has no news at all. It was reasonable to say that if the Xiao family had produced a 6th grade pill refiner, they shouldn't have moved back to the imperial capital long ago. And the two obviously didn't know that there were ears on the partition wall, and the rustling protector had heard it all. The fallen Xiao family? Fiancé? Jia. I can't believe I actually hit a big fish. Guardian Rustler didn't rush to contact Guardian Iron. He planned to poke around a bit more to see if he could eat this big fish, which was the key to getting promoted and advancing to Heavenly Guardian. There's nothing more relaxing than coming home to a neatly tidied home and two adorable little ones swooping into your arms. The little green scale would not easily use her soul force after hearing Xiaofan's words, but that feeling of heart-to-heart still allowed the little green scale to detect Xiaofan's return at once. The little green scale in his arms recklessly rubbed against Xiaofan's chest, and coldly kissed the side of Xiaofan's face when Xiaofan was unprepared. Green scales, what are you? It seemed that after the last boldness, the little green scale had become more and more proactive. But to say that this was an action that the little green scale would make, Xiaofan did not believe it, and there was definitely someone in this who was working from it. As if at this moment is tilting his little head, smilingly looking at Xiaofan's young moon. Don't you like it, brother? Sister Young Moon said. Kissing is what will make brother happy. Little green scale wasn't happy, but she clearly saw that when Sister Ziyin did this, her brother would always show joy. Green scale, we agreed not to betray me. Young Moon became flustered all of a sudden. It's over. Master must be punishing you again. Master, Master. It suddenly occurred to me that I haven't finished memorizing the medicinal herbs, so I'll be coming back to find Master Teacher in a while. Young Moon scattered her legs and ran, fearing that if she ran slowly she would be carried back by Xiao Fan to be severely punished. Compared to other people, the little green scale is like a pure white flawless paper. The subtle influence of the people around will be engraved in the memory of the little green scale, but it's clear that everyone around him brings down his little green scales. Love it. Green scale. How could Xiao Fan dare to let the little guy be sad again? Xiao Fan gently lifted the little green scale's lowered little head in the same position and gave a shallow kiss. Little green scale's eyes shone with a different light, revealing an innocent smile. He, I like my brother too. Another big and small two little guys hung on to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan held the little Qing scale's cue-bouncing little buttocks and pondered in his mind. Why don't you take Qing scale with you? It's a bit pitiful to always be alone and waiting at home, but it is not to solve that trouble in the imperial capital. Xiao Fan really do not have the certainty to bring the little green scale out casually. If let the Soul Temple guys know that the little green scale is also the soul of the spirit realm, surely will undoubtedly capture. Xiao Fan may still have the ability to protect himself, but the little green scale can be the meat and potatoes in the eyes of other people. Although the Aqua Snake Triple Blossom Pupil was able to increase its strength by absorbing the snake-type magical beasts under its control, raising its strength also required a process. The Hall of Souls. It's still a real pain in the ass. However, Xiao Fan realized that the other party didn't seem to have any intention of laying his hands on him, and was probably watching out for himself, but being watched at any time was like the feeling of having a knife hanging over his head, which made Xiao Fan very uncomfortable. Nightfall. Xiao Fan looked at the three little guys on his bed. His head was big. If this is spread out, his Xiao Fan's reputation package will have a bad influence. It is not too much to be characterized as a pervert. However, the little Qing scale was still being held in a deep sleep by Xiao Fan's encircling arms as he wished, which was a way of making up for not being able to properly accompany the little Qing scale in the past few days. What is it that you want with the king? Xiao Fan saw the little green scale and the other two little ones drifting off into a deep sleep before he tiptoed around and woke up Xiao Kai, who was also sleeping in his arms, and managed to wake up Queen Medusa after feeding her a green lotus seed. Kair, how sure are you of defeating the Dozone? Xiao Fan directly stated the request. Dozone? Who did you provoke again? Queen Medusa couldn't remember which red-faced scourge of Xiao Fan had also advanced to Dozone in this time besides her. What invites who? I can't believe it's not because of women? Queen Medusa snorted coldly. Xiao Fan didn't allow anyone to slander himself and immediately retorted, saying it like I'm promiscuous. No? Queen Medusa controlled Xiao Kai to spit her snake letters in dissatisfaction. Chapter 116 Plans. Seeing as you're still good to Xiao Kai, this king grants you permission to state your request. It really is a knife's mouth and a tofu's heart. Xiao Fan muttered in a small voice. Negative. Little ghost. You talk too much. Don't think that this king will help you. It took a moment for Queen Medusa to remember that her relationship with Xiao Fan wasn't the same as it was in her previous life, and she herself had been messed up by Xiao Fan's cry of Kair just now. Don't. Kair. Xiao Fan was. It's not the guy from the Soul Palace yet. It should be the protector. At least it's Dozong's strength. A little bit stronger might have the strength of 6 stars and 7 stars. The Hall of Souls. How did those guys set their eyes on you? Queen Medusa didn't think that Xiao Fan at this time would be involved with the Hall of Souls before. It's a long story. It can be because of my soul or because of my last name. Queen Medusa grasped the key. Family name? But you're obviously not from the Xiao family, right? How do you know all this? Xiao Fan didn't remember telling Queen Medusa about his birth. So how did Queen Medusa know about this? Queen Medusa reacted quickly. All the irrationality she could muddle through by being unreasonable. How does this king know with you? This king has seen much more of the world than you. Dozone level opponents are not easy to handle. As a person who knew Queen Medusa's depths from each other, Xiao Fan could still not know what Queen Medusa wanted. What does Lord Queen want? Xiao Fan wasn't afraid of Queen Medusa's lion's mouth. The big deal was that he would go find other helpers. The Transformation Pill. Transformation Dan's 7th grade elixir. Able to let magical beasts have a human form and also have human cultivation talent. But the problem is that Queen Medusa has already advanced to the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python. And this Transformation Dan can't play a role anymore. A 7th grade elixir. It wasn't too much to ask a Dozone to make a move. Lord Queen, how can you be sure that I can refine a 7th grade elixir? Xiao Fan raised his question. You're so talented at refining pills. Would a mere 7th grade pill be difficult for you? That's true. But what does the Queen Sama need the Transformation Dan for? What? I can't ask for some dowry in advance for my indisputable sister? Queen Medusa's tone was a bit icy. Xiao Fan hurriedly denied. Lord Queen, this can't be said nonsense. Dai and I are innocent. Did the king say he wanted her to marry you? Xiao Fan cackled. Has he exposed something? The temperature around them became a few degrees lower with Queen Medusa's eyes that were about to kill. Brother! A soft and sticky voice came from the little green scale whose eyes were half open and half awake, her little hand groping for Xiao Fan's position under the comforter. On it! Xiao Fan held the little green scale's hand, and feeling the familiar scent, the little green scale's drooping eyelids slowly closed again and quietly slept. Still saying you are not promiscuous? Now how is it? Queen Medusa poked and prodded without mercy. Xiao Fan's eyes that showed a different color was captured. Let's see. You seem to like nurturing. Xiao Fan, who was poked through his mind, did not deny it. Then Kyre, you are also considered to be raised by me? Hiss. My lord queen? Hissing. Not even if you want to budge through. Xiao Fan directly cupped Queen Medusa staring into the other party's eyes and said, being stared at by Xiao Fan. Queen Medusa's beautiful eyes finally lost the battle and twisted to the side sheepishly. Humph. Kid, I'll help you out this time. The vertical pupils of the snake's eyes returned to normal, which meant that Queen Medusa had returned control of her body to Xiao Kai. Hiss. In order to reward Xiao Kai, Xiao Fan fed Xiao Kai another green lotus seed, so that the heavenly materials and earthly treasures were finally used up, and the fire attribute heavenly materials and earthly treasures that were originally intended to be used for advancement Xiao Fan was not able to absorb any of them, and all of them were finished by the little guy Huahua. Harm. It's really true that whatever treasures you have in your hands will be consumed by the little ones. Xiao Fan put Xiao Kai, who had fallen asleep after eating his fill, back into his sleeve. It was estimated that no one would have thought that the little ones hanging on Xiao Fan were more heaven-defying and terrifying than one another. Of course, it's still not enough to just rely on Queen Medusa. How about tying the royal guys on board? If I remember correctly, there is still a protectorate divine beast in the Gamma royal family. It seems to be seriously injured and still in need of the 6th grade pill mixed bone shaping pill. So let's use this as an entry point. Although the strength of Gatling Tian does not reach the Do Zone, but as a veteran Do Huang barely resisted the Do Zone might or can. Think of the hobby to fight the peak of the tournament Hai Lao but with the strength of the Do Huang dragged down the Do Zone level of Yunshan. For Yu's gift, let's give her a foreign fire subflame. As a disciple of a 9th grade golden pill alchemist, how can he fall out of class? It is also considered to be a gift of worship to his own muddled disciple. As for the 6th order Chenlong water flame, and the foreign fire ratio is still too weak. After thinking clearly about everything, Xiao Fan just wrapped his arms around Xiao Cheng Scale's thin waist and fell into a deep sleep. Only after falling asleep, there was always a pair of naughty little feet behind Xiao Fan constantly stomping on Xiao Fan. Just stomping a little, Xiao Fan will feel very comfortable. The key is a certain sleeping purple hair little dragon girl. Small feet did not light or heavy. The next day, Xiao Fan only felt physically and mentally exhausted and woke up quietly with a black eye. Xiao Fan, didn't you sleep well? Ziyan feel this sleep extraordinarily comfortable. Always feel like stepping on cotton. All soft, lazy stretching. A lazy waist is again collapsed. But how can not find last night's feeling? You this guy. Looking at the culprit who slept over again, Xiao Fan didn't have the patience to shout the little guy awake after all. Brother, was it Cheng Scale's sleeping position last night that affected brother? Little Cheng Scale blamed herself a little in her heart. It must be because she was not sleeping honestly and affected her brother's sleep. Brother, why don't you sleep on Cheng Scale's leg? Cheng Scale's leg is soft. Little Green Scale wanted to make amends. I don't blame you. These 3 words were not able to be said in the end. Who let the compensation offered by the little green scales is too tempting. It is only a pity that the little green scales are still a little thin, more bony, but it's nice to fall asleep with a scented white warm jade on your pillow. The little green scale was kneeling like this, fearing that Xiao Fan was lying uncomfortably, and even propped up Xiao Fan's neck with her small hands. It would be nice to replace with, perhaps it was really comfortable. Xiao Fan's half-squinted eyes slowly closed. Looking at Xiao Fan who was breathing evenly, little Cheng Scale lowered her head and looked at this brother who had given him a home. The desire at the bottom of my heart is burning deeply again. Early morning sunlight poured into the room through the window, and 2 tightly clasped shadows imprinted themselves on the wall. Time seemed to freeze as the soft 2 lips pressed closely together. Returning to her senses, the little green scale's cheeks were pink, and her clenched legs twisted up a bit. Cyanide. Cyanide. You've become the bad boy your brother said you were again. But, the green scales can't control themselves. Green Scale. Once a lifetime. Chapter 117, Phantom Sea Scale Beast. Cheng Scale, you have to keep an eye on your sister Ziyan. Don't let her mess around. Xiao Fan instructed little Cheng Scale. Brother. Green Scale promises to complete the mission. The obedient and understanding little Cheng Scale was very pleasing to Xiao Fan, rubbing the other party's smooth hair before praising. Still Cheng Scale understands. Unlike, Ziyan's snot bubble broke in response, and her mouth made a gnawing and chewing sound, as if Xiao Fan was going to jump up and resist if he said she was lazy again. Really raised a lazy worm. Xiao Fan said helplessly. Master. At Xiao Fan's request, young Moon changed out of the clothes that were all medicinal odor. A set of purple dress robes encrusted with silver patterns. With a delicate appearance and a hidden touch of noble temperament, this petite and delicate young girl finally had the temperament of a young princess of the empire. Between her slender little savage waist, she was girded with a purple sash, and her pretty face held a little smile, rather appearing somewhat elegant and serene, looking as if she was very ladylike. However, whenever her gaze looked at Xiao Fan, her watery eyes would flash through many quirky and eccentric smiles. Master, have you been charmed by Yuer? Moon, isn't that cute? Young Moon cooperated by holding up the hem of her skirt and slowly turned in a circle in front of Xiao Fan. The straight beneath the hem of her skirt was hidden. Stop it and make a trip to your great-grandfather's. Xiao Fan didn't seem to care as he twisted his head and walked out of the room. How could anyone have ill intentions towards their disciple? But the reddened ears revealed Xiao Fan's mind. He. Young Moon revealed a wry smile and quickly followed. Even though Young Moon had been sold by Dueling Sky and Young Knight, a number of guards were still left waiting for orders, and a grandly decorated carriage appeared in front of Young Moon and Xiao Fan almost the instant they appeared. Your Highness, what are your orders? Uncle Luo, go to the palace. Young Moon pulled Xiao Fan and got on the carriage. Obviously there was a lot of space, but Young Moon insisted on squeezing Xiao Fan to sit beside her, saying beautifully, Master, I have some problems with refining medicines. Really? Xiao Fan looked skeptically at Young Moon whose body was pressed up against him. How could Yuer lie to Master? Is it possible that Master Teacher dislikes Yuer? Young Moon looked at Xiao Fan aggrievely, just a few drops of fake tears short of rendering. Alright, your acting skills are not as good as Ziyan's. Xiao Fan was still irresistible to spoiling and selling. Tell me. He. Young Moon was originally deliberately close to Xiao Fan to find a random excuse. At this moment the brain flew up to bring back the memorized knowledge to ask. Yuer, this carriage hasn't gone fast enough. Xiao Fan found that this carriage wobbling did not look like rushing at all. It was his own Doqi transforming horse after the Dueling that was faster than this. Slow and steady instead. Just like looking at the scenery. Uncle Luo, it's almost time. Hearing Young Moon's order, Uncle Luo, who was sitting in front of the carriage, cracked a whip on the horse's ass. Ouch! The powerful pushback feeling made the two people in the carriage stumble, and Young Moon even jumped into Xiao Fan's arms in a natural way. As the tight chest came into contact with the hot body, Yao Yu subconsciously did not push away, but held Xiao Fan a few points tighter. He. Young Moon unconsciously shed transparent and crystalline saliva dripping down on Xiao Fan's clothes, the sticky saliva leaving a not-so-big piece of trace. Master, smells good. Yuer, you quickly come down. The position of the two of them was too awkward, and Yao Yu's legs were resting against the inappropriate position, making it a little difficult for Xiao Fan. Yes, Master. Yikes. Immediately another bump. Originally got up, the Young Moon is again pounced on Xiao Fan body. The first time is the Young Moon's intention move, but the second time is an accident. Master. Yao Yu was about to lower her head to check when Xiao Fan lifted her head. Don't be curious about everything. Ow. Due to Xiao Fan's strange behavior, Xiao Fan also had no way to make Yao Yu stand up. Otherwise the two would only become more awkward and could only wait for time to pass. Hearing the movement within the carriage, Uncle Luo smiled crookedly. Little princess, old man's driving skills for so many years are not something to be reckoned with. Gamma Palace. Xiao Fan secretly swore that he would never be able to sit in this broken carriage again. It could be bumpy even on flat ground, and his ass was about to sit open. The originally quirky Young Moon would become silent this time, just lowering her head and not daring to raise her head to look at Xiao Fan. Master Xiao, Gargantua had received the news early and had brought Young Knight to wait for a long time. Seeing his own little granddaughter's appearance, Gargantuan froze. There's something going on with these two. The smile on Gargantuan's face became even more hidden. Cough. Master Xiao, I wonder if there is something to talk about today. Elder Gar, let's not talk in the dark. Let's find a place to talk. Receiving Xiao Fan's eye prompt, Gaping Sky, this old fox is also immediately dismissed the surrounding soldiers. Young Knight is in Gaping Sky's signal to bring their sister to catch up. They also have a long period of time has not seen. Grew up together, sister feelings are still very strong. Xiao Fan passed through a silent and uninhabited path and did not stop until he passed through a barrier compiled of energy. Master Xiao, there are soundproofing means left behind by the Imperial Palace here. So let's talk here. Gargantuan stopped and turned to look at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan looked aside at the center of the lake, and Gargantuan understood Xiao Fan's concern and opened his mouth. This is the depths of the Imperial Chamber, and the habitat of the Gamma Empire's protector beast, the Phantom Sea Jiao Beast. Xiao Fan secretly thought. I was worried about how to open my mouth. So this isn't just the right counterpart. There was a muffled sound. Originally calm lake water rippled noisy. In the center of the lake a water column rose high, to the end of the splash, only to reveal the other side of the huge head, shaped like an auger dragon, with wings on its back. Its huge body covered with azure scales covered almost the entire surface of the water, and the originally sunny weather became gloomy. And this was only the part of the phantom sea auger beast that was exposed on the surface of the water. Old man Gar, I haven't recovered from my injuries yet. What are you summoning me for this time? The phantom sea jiao beast revealed sharp teeth in its wide open mouth, and there was a slight impatience in its tone. There are multiple dark wounds on your body. They should be hidden problems left from long-term battles. And I'm afraid that the one that affects your movement the most is this penetrating attack that is close to piercing through your heart, right? Xiao Fan spoke faintly. It was only then that the phantom sea jiao beast noticed Xiao Fan's presence, but in its heart it was incomparably shocked. It was unexpectedly unable to penetrate the depths of the other party, and it sensed a kind of suppression from the superior, right in front of it in this not-so-big young man, and that was the kind of suppression that would be found amongst the magical beasts only. Who are you? The phantom sea jiao beast didn't dare to open its mouth indiscriminately. Someone who can heal you. Chapter 118 Dry Blue Water Flame. Alchemist? The phantom sea jiao beast turned its gaze towards Gargantuan before noticing that his old partner actually didn't have any arrogance in front of the young man in front of him, and even had some pleasing connotations in it. Master Xiao, are you really willing to come to the rescue? Galing Tian inquired uncertainly. Originally he actually had this idea of asking Xiao Fan to refine the 6th grade elixir mixed yuan bone shaping dan that was mentioned on the treatment plan he had collected over the years. But Galing Tian was already opening his mouth to let Yaoyue become Xiao Fan's disciple, and at this moment, he did not know how to open his mouth. Elder Gar, you should have collected quite a few means of healing as well, right? Gargantuan immediately nodded his head and said, after gathering quite a bit of information, it was finally determined that a 6th grade elixir called the mixed bone shaping pill needed to be refined. Once Xiao Fan heard that this was the case, he did not drag his feet and directly spoke. How about this? How about if you, Jiao Lao, help me out once and I refine this mixed bone shaping pill for the phantom sea jiao beast? Kid, don't take your word for it, although I can't see through your strength, but in terms of age you shouldn't have the ability to refine 6th grade pills, right? The phantom sea jiao beast always felt as if his old partner was also old. How could this excessively young teenager in front of him be able to refine a 6th grade elixir? Gargantuan interrupted the phantom sea jiao beast and stroked his beard as he spoke. Old fellow, you should have felt the ripples of energy from the 6th grade successful Dan a few days ago. Naturally, isn't it possible that that old man Fa Ma has broken through? Nonetheless, Gargantuan shook his head and spoke with a still unforgettable shock in his eyes. That day's phenomenon of the completion of the Dan was done by none other than the Grandmaster Xiao in front of him. The phantom sea jiao beast revealed an even more shocked gaze at Xiao Fan. This, plus old man, you don't have to make fun of me, do you? How could I lie to you? Gargantuan also knew that the news was too shocking. How is it, Galeo? Xiao Fan reminded. Grandmaster Xiao, I'm afraid the enemy that I think I'm facing isn't simple, or else I wouldn't have asked me to make a move, right? I won't hide it from Elder Gar. The other party is less said to be of Dozong strength. Dozong? Dozong is not common in the Northwest continent. But it doesn't mean that there is none. But the Gamma Empire is located in the middle of nowhere, and messing with a Dozong is not a small thing. Gadiant did not immediately agree. The threat of the Dozong to the Gamma Empire was too great. Provoking a Dozong would be a devastating blow to the Gamma Empire, which did not fit with Gadiant's notion of wanting to maintain the imperial rule. Xiao Fan was also well aware of Gargantuan's worries and quietly waited for the other party's reply. After a long period of silence, Gargantuan opened his mouth as if he had made up his mind. What do you need me to do? Seeing that Gatling Tian agreed, Xiao Fan also smiled and said, don't worry, Elder Gat. The real main force has another person. Also Dozong strength? Hearing that there were still helpers, Gargantuan was also relieved. At least it wasn't without a chance of winning. Sort of. And an old acquaintance of Gareo's. An old acquaintance? Hearing this, Gargantuan felt his body shiver. It always felt like this old acquaintancey, Gargantuan, didn't really want to see. Xiao Fan still didn't manage to say that Queen Medusa would make an appearance, or else Gatling Tian was afraid that he would go crazy. The Gamma Empire and the Serpent People race were not simple conflicts and contradictions. This if Gatling Tian knew that Queen Medusa appeared in the imperial capital without moving. Could he, Gatling Tian, not be panicked? Elder Gar, the medicinal ingredients for the mixed bone shaping pill should be ready, right? Xiao Fan himself was almost poor. It was impossible for him to help Gargantuan collect medicinal herbs. Only one medicinal herb has been collected. Gargantuan helplessly scratched his head. Sufficient. It's not that I don't trust Master Xiao, There's no need to rush the refining of the mixed Yuan bone shaping pill. Give it some more time and days and you'll definitely be able to collect a few more medicinal materials. With a few more herbs, the alchemist would be able to have a few more chances of trial and error when refining the medicine. And the chances of success in refining would also be a few points higher. Does Elder Jia know how many pairs of medicinal herbs were used for that Imperial Extreme Pill of Gargantuan? Could it be 1 pair? Xiao Fan answered the doubt. But of course the real situation was 2 medicinal herbs and 2 Imperial Extreme Dan. Gargantuan's gaze looked at the phantom sea Jiao beast that was already convinced, and then he took out that copy of the mixed bone shaping pill medicinal material from his nascent sack and handed it over to Xiao Fan. Then I'm counting on Master Xiao. Both Gargantuan Heaven and the phantom sea Jiao beast thanked Xiao Fan. Elder Gar, there's no rush, and I'm still troubling Elder Gar to bring this letter to President Farmer. It was the first time that Gargantua had been treated as a messenger, and he was more or less unaccustomed to it. Nothing much, it's just that this time I'm planning to openly concoct pills, openly refining an elixir. Gargantuan was even more shocked, openly refining a 6th grade elixir with only 1 pair of herbs. What kind of confidence was this? However, he soon also understood the significance of Xiao Fan's move. You're trying to draw out the person behind it? The other party will surely take advantage of the end of alchemy to strike when they are weak, and the best time to counterattack, attacking and killing a Dozong powerhouse, is still coming from the mouth of a young junior. Old me is really old. Galing Tian shook his head and followed Xiao Fan's arrangement to head to the apothecary guild. Openly refining medicine, Xiao Fan believed that Fa Ma was definitely unable to resist such a temptation. The phantom sea Jiao beast looked at Xiao Fan who had not yet left and wondered. Human, what else do you have going on? I heard that Senior has the beast fire Qianlan water flame. I wonder if I can borrow the beast fire for a while. Xiao Fan needed to make use of heavenly materials to allow himself to break through to Dueling as soon as possible. The operation of the spirit devouring skill had once again come to the bottleneck of the breakthrough, and Xiao Fan needed high-grade heavenly materials to break through the bottleneck of the realm in one fell swoop. This beast fire was originally prepared for little Princess Young Moon. Young Moon is now my disciple, so I will naturally give him a better one. Xiao Fan's palm tumbled and a green gold-colored foreign fire emerged from his hand. A different fire? Although he didn't recognize which kind of foreign fire in front of him was on the list of foreign fires, the creature's instinctive fear of flames still made the phantom sea Jiao beast guess that Xiao Fan possessed a foreign fire. Human, are you really willing to part with the subfire? How much will let Xiao Fan realm will fall? Especially the foreign fire such as heaven and earth creations. Each divided subfire need millions of years of formation and makeup. Although the ghost sea Jiao beast is a magical beast head compared to human stupid quite a lot, but the stakes are still very clear at sea. Since I've already taken in an apprentice, it's only natural to give my own apprentice the best. The phantom sea Jiao beast now admired Xiao Fan even more by a few points. The previous admiration might have been because of the other party's strength and the level of the pill refining technique, but the current admiration was because of Xiao Fan's character. I can't imagine that the royal family can still come across such a heavenly favor. The phantom sea Jiao beast lamented while spitting out a cluster of azure-colored flames with a distinctive firelight from its mouth. Humans, this is the dry blue water flame. Xiao Fan's palm do chi was pulled into a line, and the dry blue water flames floating in the air were steadily put into the jade bottle. Xiao Fan arched his hand and thanked the phantom sea Jiao beast. Many thanks, Senior. The mixed bone shaping pill that Senior needs will surely be handed over to Senior soon. The phantom sea Jiao beast nodded and sank back into the bottom of the lake. Today's it had consumed a lot of energy and needed to rest for a period of time. Chapter 119, The Charge of the Master. Grandpa Long, how much longer will he need? Master? Young Moon sat by the lake with her bare feet constantly slapping the water of the lake and flooding it with glittering water, but her gaze kept hanging on Xiao Fan who was refining pills. Xiao Fan was in the palace not only refining the pills that were needed for Yayu to refine the foreign fire subflame, but he was also preparing for his advancement into the Dueling. I'm afraid it's coming soon. It's the first time I've seen a guy who refines pills like this. It was the first time that the phantom sea Jiao beast had seen someone who was able to refine so many herbs at the same time while concurrently refining different pills, and even had the mind to refine pills that were strangely shaped like pills. Master's pill refining is awesome. Young Moon also nodded in affirmation. Isn't that right? This human doesn't even look human. In its heart, the phantom sea Jiao beast also had a lot more trust in the sentence uttered by Xiao Fan that a pair of medicinal herbs was sufficient to refine a 6th grade elixir. The thought of their own body injuries can be recovered. The original grumpy mood of the Sea of Ghosts Jiao beast are a lot better. More and more looking forward to the day to regain their injuries to come. After all, now it is the strength of the 10 does not exist. It is estimated that in a few years I am afraid that even the strength of the king of the fight cannot be played out. Master, it seems to have gotten stronger again. Young Moon's soul force had also improved considerably under Xiao Fan's training and guidance. And nowadays, She could also feel the change in Xiao Fan's aura. Isn't that right? It's the first time I've seen a guy who survives flames alive. As soon as the phantom sea Jiao beast thought of Xiao Fan swallowing and refining the Qin blue water flame that he had divested himself of heart in front of it, it felt that Xiao Fan was more like a magical beast than a demonic beast. Knowing that what Xiao Fan had swallowed was a sixth-order beast flame, and it was the strength of a Dueling that would have to back off 3 times. And under the constant devouring and refining of the spirit devouring skill, the Qianlan water flame was thoroughly integrated into Xiao Fan's body, but it did not leave behind a fire. Instead it was divided cleanly between the 2 foreign flames in Xiao Fan's body. And Xiao Fan also used the energy he absorbed during the refining to break that barrier between Grand Dosher and Dueling in one fell swoop. A bucket crystal shaped like a sea urchin also appeared in Xiao Fan's body, only that it didn't wait for Xiao Fan to polish it either. It was forcibly smoothed out under the dominance of the spirit devouring skill, turning into a rounded sphere. Only that Xiao Fan's strength didn't get further upgraded because of such a strange change. It just barely reached the 2nd star of the fighting spirit. And such a reason was still due to the result of some weakening of the strength of the split ionic fire of Xiao Fan. However, to be able to break through the fighting spirit Xiao Fan has already been satisfied. After all, dry blue water inflammation is only the 6th order of beast fire. Gather, congeal. The greenish golden flame split into 2 in Xiao Fan's hands, and 2 flames with different power were shot into different medicinal cauldrons to calcinate the medicinal herbs that were about to take shape. As for the medicinal cauldron that he had previously obtained from Yun Yun, it was temporarily named the Heavenly Dragon Cauldron by Xiao Fan due to the golden dragon hovering on its surface. The mysteries of the Heavenly Dragon Cauldron Xiao Fan had not yet been able to discover. Except for the emergence of a iffy aura when refining and the acceleration of refining, there was almost no effect. The foreign fire didn't seem to play any other role. Besides, this Heavenly Dragon tripod was rather picky. It had to be refined with a foreign fire. Otherwise it just wouldn't even change the temperature of the medicine cauldron. It's really confusing to understand who on earth refined such a picky pill cauldron. It's practically the exact same as little Yenner's picky eating habits. Xiao Fan cannot help but spit out. Has been manipulating the foreign fire but will accelerate the consumption of Do Qi, but also thanks to the breakthrough of the Dueling after Xiao Fan's body's inventory of Do Qi has a qualitative leap. Otherwise this refining pills and need to use Xiao Yenner. The pill in the medicinal cauldron was gradually taking shape. And it was precisely the 5th grade pill Blood Lotus pill that a low-ranked Do Diaphant needed to refine the foreign fire. And just when Xiao Fan thought that it was foolproof, the Heavenly Dragon Cauldron burst into a sudden apparition. The golden dragon that was originally hovering in the colorful clouds was surprisingly floating, while 5 flame shadows shaped like golden dragons emerged from the fire ports of the pill cauldron and other fire ports to wrap up the molded 5th grade elixir Blood Lotus Dan. And without waiting for Xiao Fan to figure out the situation, the 5 golden dragons had already disappeared into the Blood Lotus Dan. What is it? Xiao Fan's Do Qi traction held the Blood Lotus Dan in his hand, and his soul force probed into it. An extremely mysterious energy was able to be contained in the Blood Lotus Dan, and Xiao Fan found that this energy was somewhat familiar. Only after a long time did Xiao Fan associate it with a pill. Yin Yang Xin Dragon Pill. A 7th grade pill. Being able to help a person to survive after death, to break and then stand up, to be reborn in nirvana. After taking the Yin Yang Xin Long Dan, it was able to provide an opportunity for a metamorphosis breakthrough when suffering from a fatal and serious injury. The so-called breakthrough is to break the previous constraints, so that people as if metamorphosis, no matter the body, soul and even fighting chi, are able to go to the next level, and which contains a kind of energy born along with the elixir. This is Dragon Chi. Xiao Fan was a little excited. Dragon Chi, like Source Chi, was a power that could not be described in words. And it was said that those who possessed Dragon Chi were emperors and kings, and the world existed to serve these people who possessed Dragon Chi. I can't imagine that the Heavenly Dragon Tripod actually has such a function. If it wasn't a coincidence, then the Heavenly Dragon Cauldron was bound to be able to add a touch of Dragon Chi to the elixir. And as an invisible and untouchable energy, the Heavenly Dragon Cauldron was actually able to generate it on its own. This is much better than Ziyan, who only knows how to pick a fight. As long as the pills refined through the Heavenly Dragon Tripod will bring Dragon Chi with them, perhaps the content is not much, but the accumulation of small amounts will inevitably reach a qualitative change someday. After putting the Blood Lotus Dan into the jade bottle, Xiao Fan called out to the side of the room, where he was watching with great interest. Yao Yu, Moon, come here. Hey, come on master. Young Moon slid off the phantom sea Jiao beast and nimbly ran to Xiao Fan's side. Master, what are your orders? After sparing, the young Moon didn't have the interesting performance at the beginning that would jump up at the first shock like a white rabbit, which made Xiao Fan lose a lot of fun. Isn't it time to be mean? Xiao Fan thought secretly, always feeling that if he let young Moon have no reverence, he would end up turning into a rushing master and rebellious disciple one day. One could see the bouncing in joyful young moon. And Xiao Fan's sharp words became softer. The master is giving you a gift today. A gift? Young moon wondered. Otherwise, why do you think master is refining pills here? Xiao Fan knocked young moon's head without any good humor. Well, master, it's not like you've ever said it, so how would I know? Didn't I say that? Well. Master has been refining pills for the past few days. Where has he said that? Ah ha ha ha. Xiao Fan circled his head awkwardly. Cough cough. Isn't this a test of your ability to detect words and colors for your teacher? Young Moon looked at Xiao Fan with a look of do you see what I believe sultry little eyes. Master, is bad. If you say master again, the gift is gone. Young Moon was speechless. Her master teacher was good at everything, but he loved to bully her. Xiao Fan took out the Fey Flame Subfire and displayed it to Young Moon. A greenish golden flame? Young Moon was puzzled. Wasn't this master's foreign flame? But soon Young Moon understood. Master, are you planning to give me the foreign fire? Chapter 120, The Adversary. Young Moon's originally grudging eyes instantly became clear and happily clung to Xiao Fan. Master, you're so nice. But what about Master Shifu? Who gave me the foreign fire? Ouch. Master, what are you knocking me for again? Young Moon's mood, which had managed to become happy, collapsed again. Master asked you to memorize more knowledge, and you are not remembering any of it. This is the subfire of the Master's Fey Flame. Cultivated well in the future, it can also grow into a cluster of not-so-weak Fey Flames. Xiao Fan didn't expect that Yao Yu didn't even see this. Once he thought about it, he was just usually lazy. Ow. Young Moon was in a bit of a low mood. Then is it painful for Master to refine the foreign fire? If you can't endure this bit of pain, then there's no need for Master to recognize you as a disciple. Xiao Fan's amiable expression instantly tightened. Master, you don't be mean to me. I'm just asking. Take off your clothes. Xiao Fan ordered. Master, here? Young Moon looked around at the towering forest, then at the wet, muddy ground beneath her feet, with Grandpa Dragon watching not far away. Old Me saw nothing and knows nothing. The phantom sea Jiao beast that had been paying attention to Xiao Fan and Young Moon turned its head and sank into the seabed. An inexplicable feeling of shame bubbled up from the bottom of Young Moon's heart, but it was washed away by another feeling called anticipation. Otherwise, do you want the foreign fire to burn your entire body to the ground? At this point in the conversation, Xiao Fan's gaze actually moved down uncontrollably and looked at the little Princess Yao Yu's straight legs. Oh, this reason? I thought it was. Young Moon said and pinched the hem of her skirt, her face already scarlet. Yao Yu no longer think more. Trembling fingers pull open the purple tie behind the skirt. Shoulder straps along the white moist skin slides down to the chest. Small Yao Yu heart is still a little shy. Even with the movement also becomes stiff. Wait for me to set up an isolation boundary. Seeing Xiao Fan's smirking look, Young Moon knew that she had been tricked again. Master, you're bullying me again. Master will not be interested in his disciple's body. Xiao Fan just wanted to see the performance of Yao Yue. Seeing that Yao Yue did not have a backbone and listened to his words, there was still some comfort in his heart. At least it won't be a rebel later. Hearing what Xiao Fan said, Yao Yu, who clearly should have been relieved, instead became more uncomfortable in her heart. Aha! Refining foreign flames is still up to you. Even with the aid of pills, there is still the possibility of your body dying. No matter who it is. But you should not be afraid. This subfire after the refining of the master is already a lot more docile, as long as the mind is firm. With the auxiliary success rate of the pills is still quite high. Xiao Fan explained the steps needed to refine the foreign fire one by one, fearing that Young Moon would not be able to remember it, and even repeated it several times. Only after the naked Young Moon relaxed her mind and took the blood lotus pill that protected her tendons and veins as well as the rest of the auxiliary pills did Xiao Fan cut off the connection of the subfire. And without Xiao Fan's control, this foreign fire instantly released a shocking power, turning the surrounding area where Young Moon was into flying ashes in an instant. Young Moon was also startled by the terrifying power of this foreign fire. After all, she had only heard about foreign fire, and on weekdays when Xiao Fan refined medicine, the foreign fire was an incomparably docile existence. Don't be distracted. Xiao Fan really didn't know what to say, and even somewhat regretted taking this silly little princess as his disciple. Young Moon had already utilized her nascent soul to open up a small space within her body, but even after Xiao Fan's medicinal bath to refine her body in soul power, it was still a little difficult for Young Moon to take in the foreign flames within her body. Even if there is no spiritual intelligence, this small cluster of alien fire escape instincts still stirred up a mess in the body of Young Moon. Even if they knew the pain beforehand, but such a miserable pain in the small Young Moon is still close to giving up. Harm. Still overestimating Moon. Xiao Fan understood that if he didn't step in to help, he was afraid that this only disciple of his would really not be able to withstand it. Xiao Fan then curled his fingers and a cool energy did not enter into Young Moon. There's Master Teacher. Hearing Xiao Fan's voice transmission, Yao Yu's panicked heart seemed to have a backbone. Bad Master. Why are you so good to me? Young Moon could not wrongly pay the hopes and expectations that Xiao Fan had placed on him. Master had already given his best to himself unreservedly, and as Master's only disciple he could not let Master down. UAR. Will definitely succeed. Young Moon clenched her teeth and suppressed the foreign fire origin to death close to the space opened up by the nascent soul. Old buddy, what do you think? The returning gargantuan stood guard outside the barrier of Xiao Fan's duo. I can't imagine that the little princess has such good luck, and the future of the royal family won't need us to worry about it. The Phantom Sea Jiao Beast also surfaced to look at the duo. Yeah, it's a bit of a breather after a lifetime of tightening your nerves, but the power behind the other party thought that you should be disappointed. Elder Gar. Old man. This is something you and I can just know. At least he's really good to Moon. The Phantom Sea Jiao Beast also. I can't imagine that there really is such an unparalleled genius in the world. As early as when Xiao Fan had suggested that he needed his help to deal with the Dozone, Jia Jingtian had understood that Xiao Fan might not have any mysterious and unpredictable background. But Xiao Fan had also never said that he had any background. But it was just a speculation of the gargantuan group of people. After all, who would believe such a young 6th grade alchemist who said that he had achieved this on his own? Mastermind. The bitter support of the premature Moon is finally unable to hold on to unconsciousness. Fainted the moment before only to see that Xiao Fan has come to his body. Master. Yuer has no clothes on. Looking at Yao Yu who was still concerned about wearing or not wearing clothes before she passed out, Xiao Fan also sighed in his heart. You can be really big-hearted. Xiao Fan's pupils rippled, and the 3 points of light of the BJ Snake 3-flower pupil rotated into a circle of reincarnation curves as Xiao Fan directly and forcefully took control of the body of the young Moon, which was obviously better controlled in the comatose state. It was also considered doing what Xiao Fan had always wanted to do. Cough. Xiao Fan, who had taken over the body of young Moon, directly used his strong soul power to suppress the foreign fire from moving an inch, and step by step, he was forced back into the space opened up by the nascent soul. Young Moon looked at the soul in front of her in surprise. Master? Am I dead? Is this the world after death? Transparent A. So amazing. Young Moon realized that other than her body being transparent the rest was no different from reality. Young Moon apparently did not realize that the master in front of her was Xiao Fan in his soul state, due to the fact that Xiao Fan had injected his soul into Young Moon, which allowed Young Moon to see Xiao Fan's soul in his soul state. And this time Xiao Fan didn't have the time to care what Young Moon was doing. His mental energy was all over the raging foreign fire. Master is so handsome. Young Moon's transparent hand stroked Xiao Fan's cheek, obviously only in the state of a soul, but she felt her heartbeat speeding up and her cheeks reddening more and more. Young Moon's heart crossed. If I can't do it in reality, what am I afraid of if I'm dead? Chapter 121. Master. I'm sorry. The shadow of Young Moon's soul gradually intersected and merged with Xiao Fan's soul. I never thought that I would be able to experience such a real master after death. Master seems a bit different? Young Moon did what she normally wouldn't even dare to think about, cupping Xiao Fan's cheeks and scrutinizing them carefully. Xiao Fan's soul silhouette had less of the childishness that a teenager possessed. Instead, it had a few more points of maturity. But this kind of Xiao Fan made Yao Yu even more fascinated. Under the soul's shadow any mind could not hide, and the soul that was constantly swaying was constantly solidified under the support of the fire of desire. Even if he knew that the other party did not have a physical body, this real touch made Young Moon faint slightly. Obviously no flesh. Why is it so real? It's like a real master teacher. Young Moon was only hesitantly worried for a moment. Her brain immediately and automatically filtered out the doubt. It's a dead man. What are you afraid of? Young Moon pushed Xiao Fan down lengthwise, full of not respect for her master, but a long-suppressed little heart. She, Young Moon, vowed to be a rushing master and rebellious disciple. Xiao Fan on the outside froze, and his body actually fell backward uncontrollably. It was not until he had finished assisting the Young Moon to completely refine the foreign fire and quelled the excess foreign fire energy in his body that Xiao Fan's soul force returned to the soul void. But looking at the scene in front of him, Xiao Fan people are stupid. Moon, yikes. The Young Moon in the soul state was so frightened that she shook directly. Her mouth was slurred as if it was stuck in her throat, and with red cheeks she shyly said, Master, what are you doing? Xiao Fan wanted his soul power to stop Young Moon's strange behavior, but he found that his soul power had become empty due to the frequent refining of pills and suppression of the foreign flames. Young Moon hesitated for a long time, hesitating to give an answer. The little princess's heart was torn. I didn't realize that this strange master teacher would actually talk. For a moment the other party's tone, Yao Yu thought that the person in front of her was a real master, but soon the little princess majestically pointed at Xiao Fan and said, I'm dead. Master, you still want to lecture me? I, Young Moon, am meant to be a rebel. Xiao Fan was just as shocked by Young Moon's bold statement to the point where he didn't know how to speak. Seeing that Xiao Fan didn't say anything and at the same time didn't stop herself from moving, if it were usual, her Young Moon's little butt would have been opened up to flowers by Xiao Fan long ago. She suddenly had more confidence in her heart. Humph. A master's shadow also dares to be mean to this princess. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on a tiger, Xiao Fan's soul was crushed to death. Young Moon. Xiao Fan was really angry. As long as he recovered some of his soul power in a while, he would definitely open up the flowers of Young Moon. Master, you scold me 2 more times. This is more sensational. Young Moon seemed to be even more excited. Obviously a little guy who doesn't know anything, but according to the body's instinct to get close to Xiao Fan, Young Moon is really blossomed. Like a flower, like demonic and absolutely beautiful, pure to the extreme at the same time with a hint of lustful feeling of the demeanor, is really straight to the heart. Xiao Fan finally did not hold. Watching the small white flower in front of him blossomed into a bright red stamen. The two souls in this moment tightly entwined together. It is said that the little Princess Yao Yu is a blank sheet of paper, but I never thought that the most colorful one is actually written by him. Xiao Fan. Master. Yuer is a bit tired. To be able to see Master before dying, Yuer is also content. For a long time afterward, Young Moon was in a clingy and sensitive state, and Young Moon clung to Xiao Fan's arm. A feeling of pain, surprise, and fascination. Xiao Fan didn't know how to open his mouth when he could be tired to the point of weakness in his soul state. Young Moon, is it turning out to be a rebel after all? Xiao Fan's mind is a little complicated. Although it is the soul of the water and milk melting, can be more than the physical entanglement to be engraved into the heart. A few points. Also don't know how this guy dares to do so. Young Moon, as long as but a brain turn, can also find out that the master in front of him is not right. But this guy is full of rushing the master. Master, don't be mean to Yuer in the future. Okay. Moon is stupid, but Moon is obedient. It was also unknown how Young Moon in her soul state was able to speak out of her dreams. Master, Moon loves you. Listening to the little guy's confession, this time Xiao Fan didn't let Young Moon take his words back, but instead, he tapped a rosy red mark on the brow of Young Moon's soul. It was both a protection and an acknowledgement of love for Young Moon, and no matter where Young Moon was, she was able to send a message through the seal. With his soul power restored, Xiao Fan immediately utilized the Bija Snake 3 flower pupil to withdraw from Young Moon's body. 3 points of green aura flashed by. Xiao Fan turned around and stroked the sweetly smiling Young Moon in his arms. The fragrance of the young girl and the soft and sticky touch made the heart and mind ripple up. It was also fortunate that the barrier had been set up in advance to isolate the external probing. Otherwise Xiao Fan could not guarantee that he would have to be severely cleaned up by Gatling Heaven for what had just happened. Time passed slowly, and it was unknown how much time had passed before Young Moon opened her eyes in a daze. Master, I'm still alive? Of course, since you're awake, get up and put your clothes on. Xiao Fan pushed Young Moon, who was prostrate, in his arms. Could everything that just happened be true? My master and I. No. It must be a dream. While turning her back to Xiao Fan and changing her clothes, Young Moon's brain flew to recall everything that had just happened. But whenever she thought of that somewhat overbearing and loving master, Young Moon unconsciously clenched her legs. If only it were true. Young Moon's eyes dodged. If she let her master know that she was so treasonous, she would definitely expel herself from the division. How does it feel? Xiao Fan broke the awkwardness. Master, it's very comfortable. No. Yuer means it feels like her body is filled with power. Young Moon's blush became even more pronounced. Try summoning a foreign fire. Xiao Fan's tone was very flat, and Young Moon was even more convinced that everything that had just happened was her dream, and there was still a slight loss in her heart. Yes, master. Young Moon tried to use her soul to perceive the foreign fire, but just by perceiving it Young Moon realized that something was wrong. Spirit, soul. Young Moon looked at the red mark at the center of her soul's brow in fascination and muttered and spoke. This is all true. Where to care about her master's orders? Young Moon jumped into Xiao Fan's arms in an instant. Still coming. Xiao Fan's heart was shocked. Master, clearly did that to Yuer. Still not admitting it. Master is so bad. Young Moon rubbed against Xiao Fan like a meek and obedient kitten. You have to figure out that it wasn't master, but you, the rebellious disciple. Who did this? Humph. Master not rejecting means agreeing. Yuer will rely on master for the rest of her life. Young Moon puffed up her mouth and boldly expressed her feelings. Does the master have a chance to refuse? The depletion of his soul power left Xiao Fan with nothing to do, which allowed the little guy to take advantage of the situation. Chapter 122, Gargantuan Suspicion. First time I've seen a guy who talks about the punch master with such a straight face. Ehehe. Young Moon playfully spat out her tongue. Hey you devil. Xiao Fan picked up the little princess, lifted up the other party's skirt and slapped her. Snap. Crisp slaps with red, Swollen handprints were imprinted on young Moon's small, pink ass. In order to make this disobedient and rebellious disciple learn a lesson, Xiao Fan had come down hard. Young Moon limped with her little red face and covered her beaten little buttocks and hid far away, fearing that she would be caught by Xiao Fan again. Master, we're soulmates. You can't do this. The moment he heard this, Xiao Fan became even more angry. He was kind enough to help the other party refine the foreign fire, but he lost his first time for no clear reason. And why is he, Xiao Fan, again being reversed? Push back. You still know that I am your master. Xiao Fan directly Dochi transformed into an object, and a small green gold-colored leather whip burning with a blazing flame appeared in Xiao Fan's right hand. A noose appeared in his left hand at the same time and attacked straight towards the panic-stricken and fleeing young Moon. Young Moon knows a but was caught is certainly less punishment. Riveted enough energy to run wildly. As long as they escape to the side of their grandfather, not to say that the dragon was spared, but at least can be less chastisement. However, the rope sheath condensed by the Dochi in Xiao Fan's hand was obviously faster, directly tying up both of young Moon's hands and feet. Don't! Master! It's too late to beg for mercy. Xiao Fan let out an appalling voice like a demon in the abyss. Xiao Fan pulled the rope towards himself with force, and young Moon squirmed like a helpless caterpillar, trying to break free, but still unable to get out of the demon's clutches. Today, my master will properly show you how the Dueling's Do-Chi transformation works. Snap! The whip in Xiao Fan's hand slapped the ground, leaving a long trail. As if she had met her future. Young Moon curled up and let out a choked sob. Old man, she should be alright. The barrier was also destroyed due to young Moon's escape. And looking at the duos, Gargantua's old face reddened and he turned his back to pretend to look into the distance. The old man back in the day didn't play so fancy, did he? The children and grandchildren will always have their children and grandchildren. Old man or master. Gently, great-grandpa. Save you. A dry voice came out of young Moon's mouth. It doesn't matter who you shout at today. Xiao Fan lashed another whip on young Moon's little butt. Ow! It was unknown how long had passed before Xiao Fan untied the bonds of young Moon. Cough cough. Master Xiao calms down. She is a stubborn sin by nature. Gadgetian didn't come to Xiao Fan's side until he had finished his punishment. Xiao Fan took a look at the young Moon that limped and hid behind Gajinshin and said, "This is no longer a matter of stubbornness and sinfulness. Harm. Forget it. It cannot be explained in a moment. I do not know how that matter of Gajeo that President Fama decided." Amidst the shocked and incomprehensible gaze of young Moon, Gargantuan pushed young Moon, who was hiding behind him, in front of Xiao Fan as he replied, "The arrangements have already been made on President Fama's side, so the plan can begin at any time. Great-grandpa, is your own granddaughter. Master Xiao is your master. You listen to the master in everything." Gargantuan heaven did not give young Moon a chance to be pampered and cute, not caring about any kinship in the slightest. Like a leather ball, young Moon was grabbed and yanked in front of Xiao Fan again. Well, it'll be fine after I take a few days off. Xiao Fan couldn't completely count on Queen Medusa and Gargantua and the others. He still needed to set up a little means, especially for the soul. Release the foreign fire. Xiao Fan's words were not to be questioned. Young Moon could only obediently do as she was told, and greenish golden flames rose up in young Moon's hands, only that they were still much worse than those released by Xiao Fan. Well, that's not bad. It's good enough to do that on the first release. Xiao Fan's rare compliment made even young Moon go into a bit of a trance, but soon young Moon's doll-like face put on a lovely smile. "Thank you, master, for the compliment. These few days," Xiao Fan paused before speaking, "these few days you return to the palace to sharpen your Do-Chi and rely on the foreign fire to quench your body." Young Moon's originally happy little face instantly collapsed. "Master, don't want me? Master, knows it's wrong and will never dare again." Young Moon panicked and pulled Xiao Fan's sleeve and begged for forgiveness. Xiao Fan's words were like he wanted to abandon her as a disciple. Ghastly Heaven was also an old fox with deep foresight. Vaguely he sensed a subtle change in the relationship between young Moon and Xiao Fan. "What are you thinking about? Master has something to do. Bringing you along won't help and could be dangerous. You are Master's disciple and will be the only one. And Master will not deny our relationship." "Our relationship?" Young Moon retrieved the snot that had flowed out from her crying, and her mind mulled over Xiao Fan's words. "Master, you don't blame me? You say." What could Xiao Fan do? Deny abandoning this rushing master and rebellious disciple? He, Xiao Fan, would not do that, nor was it necessary. Young Moon was not outstanding in terms of strength, and had little talent, not to mention any kind of overwhelming beauty. But Xiao Fan had long since realized that it was far better to cultivate a little one who was loyal to himself than to raise a white-eyed wolf. Xiao Fan activated the seal at the center of young Moon's eyebrow and transmitted a voice. "The next time we meet, don't come to see Master without skillful operation and mastery of this Gongfu and fire control skill." Young Moon's mind suddenly surfaced the full content of the two gongfu. Gongfu named Great Sun Burning Heavenly Flame Skill and 5 elements of the inflammation of the spirit know-how. Gongfu and Fire Control know-how. Xiao Fan did not disclose the rank of the product. Otherwise, Young Moon, if you know the rank of the two gongfu, I'm afraid that it will be afraid of fainting. However, when Young Moon began to cultivate, she should discover the unique and terrifying aspects of the gongfu, but these were all afterthoughts. Young Moon was completely unaware of just what kind of surprise she had received, and was still immersed in the sweetness of her master's acknowledgement of their relationship just now. Why don't you thank Master Xiao? Gargantuan held his forehead and helplessly reminded him. Oh, I'll love you, Master Chief. Realizing that saying the wrong thing, Yao Yu hastily blocked her mouth, but the atmosphere became even more awkward, and only after a long silence did Xiao Fan open his mouth and say, adding the old man, it's better to take it away. I'll be quiet for a while alone. Ahem. Then I'll come to see the master later. Gatling Tian resentfully took the little red-faced Young Moon with him and left quickly. Quickly tell Great-Grandpa what happened between you and Master Xiao. Gargantuan could no longer suppress the gossipy heart in his heart and inquired. Big Grandpa, don't ask. Gargantuan, just how to ask, how to lure. Young Moon, just do not mention a word, just a shake of the head. Murphy? Gargantuan's soul force swept over the entire body of Young Moon, but he didn't get the results he wanted to see, so he couldn't help but become even more strange. Great-Grandpa, Young Moon huffed in accusation, while Gargantuan stroked his beard in embarrassment. Big Grandpa isn't concerned about you. However, the bottom of Gargantuan's heart was incomparably shocked. You actually able to detect my probing. It seems that Master Zhao's cultivation is really not simple. Chapter 123, Awakening. Alchemist's Guild. Zi Yen, who hadn't gone out for many days, was currently sitting on Xiao Fan's body looking around at the surrounding purses. Xiao Fan, are you sure about the Do Zone? Zi Yen asked with a crooked head. It's unclear. The people of the Soul Temple have diverse and secretive methods. Xiao Fan, I'm here. Zi Yen patted her not-so-prominent breasts. Che, you've only just broken through the Do Huang and you want to touch base with the Do Zone? What? Look down on me. Zi Yen angrily wrapped her hands and legs around Xiao Fan. Sniff. Zi Yan's little agaric nose suddenly wrinkled, and then she whirled around and sniffed at Xiao Fan's body. Xiao Fan, you're stealing food behind my back? Zi Yen came to Xiao Fan's body at once and grabbed Xiao Fan's neck collar and viciously questioned. As soon as he heard this, Xiao Fan immediately became weak, and his heart was even more horrified. Xiao Yenner can smell the changes in the soul? Can't it? Little Yenner, listen to my explanation. It's all. Hurry up and hand it over. Zi Yen looked fierce as if she was going to eat Xiao Fan next. What does the month hand over? Xiao Fan was baffled. How was he going to hand over this? Sacrifice his soul? It's not impossible. Hiding delicious food and not giving it to me. Zi Yen wailed and bit on Xiao Fan's shoulder, and it hurt so much that Xiao Fan let go of his hand that was holding Zi Yen's little, but at once, Zi Yen obediently snatched the nascent ring in Xiao Fan's hand as if he was strolling through his own home. Xiao Fan watched as one after another high-grade medicinal herbs were taken away one by Zi Yen. These high-grade medicinal herbs were all sent by Gargantuan Tian after he returned with Young Moon. Somehow, seeing this scene, Xiao Fan not only did not have heartache but some celebration of not being caught stealing food. Those are the herbs to be refined today. Those are not to be touched. Zi Yen just as did not hear. A breath smothered Xiao Fan painstakingly collected to the medicinal herbs. The lower order is not good to eat is directly thrown to the side of the Zi Yen. This made the incoming and outgoing pill refiners stop in their tracks. The high-level herbs were swallowed by Zi Yen as if they didn't need any money and hidden in the small vault. The low-level herbs were good to get, but they couldn't help but be in large quantities. Many people even had the thought of moving forward to snatch them away. Xiao Fan directly utilized his Do Chi to take back the scattered medicinal herbs and the nascent sacrifice ring. Seeing this means the people around him immediately understood that the guy in front of them had the strength of a Dueling to say the least, and they suppressed the evil thoughts in their hearts. You guys. No. We must get a high-level nascent sacred ring. The kind that can recognize passwords. Xiao Fan was already a bit impatient for the high-grade nascent sacrifice ring in the hands of that pill emperor of the Blackhorn domain, and the various heavenly treasures. Xiao Fan, are you thinking of something bad? Zi Yen proudly leapt up and landed steadily on Xiao Fan's back, and also pasted her small head onto Xiao Fan's face to question. How is that possible? Xiao Fan vetoed on the surface. Inwardly he was more determined. We must get a nascent sacrifice ring that can protect against household thieves. Xiao Fan, that's our common property. You promised to support me. Zi Yen grunted in dissatisfaction. Well, you can't take it all. Who told you not to tell me? Secretly collecting medicinal herbs yourself. You wouldn't have been like this before. The more Zi Yen said, the sadder she became. and Xiao Fan could already see tears welling up in Ziyan's eyes. Well, all to you, all to you. Xiao Fan was afraid. The only time he couldn't refuse was when Ziyan was going to be sad and upset. It was Xiao Fan's first time to come to the Imperial Capital's Apothecary Guild, and he did not know how much higher the grade was compared to the Blackstone City's Apothecary Guild. Xiao Fan was also here for the first time, yet he was just about to plan to find someone to ask about the situation when he saw Fama running over madly. Many passers-by were startled. Is that President Famous? Why does the president look so anxious today? President Farmer. Xiao Fan greeted. Master Xiao, is this ready for public alchemy? President Famous Mammoth immediately rushed to Xiao Fan's side with an arrow step and looked at Xiao Fan with a face full of anticipation. The overly close distance even made Xiao Fan feel a bit embarrassed and took a few steps backward. President Fama doesn't have to be like this. I don't know when Master Xiao will start. The guild has already prepared the venue. Fama was still trying to get closer when she was forced back by Ziyan's pressure. Cough cough. It's the old man who was in a hurry. After all, there aren't many people who are willing to be selfless like Grandmaster Xiao. And the old man was a bit excited. So I hope to understand. President Famous, it's better to discuss the exact process. Fama collected her agitated mind before she led Xiao Fan and the two of them through the noisy hall of the Apothecary Guild. Utan City. Xiao family. At this moment, Xiao Yu was on the Xiao family's martial arts stage, and her opponent was none other than Gu Suer, who had only started cultivating not long ago. Xiao Sunair. Beating me last time was just a fluke. Let me show you my true strength. Xiao Yu rushed forward with an arrow step with his wooden sword in hand and poked the opponent straight at his life door. Ancient Kaoru only took half a step back, sidestepped and blocked the draining force with her wooden sword. And then when the momentum of Xiao Yu's body forward did not stop, she cleaved down along the other party's sword, and with only one blow, Xiao Yu suffered pain and dropped the wooden sword in her hand. Gu Sunair's attack did not stop. Light footsteps 3 or 2 times to Xiao Yu in front of a palm slap in the other party's chest. This blow is not light. Xiao Yu straight backward flying out, fell heavily in the martial arts stage outside. Ha! Nothing more than that. Gu Suer twisted her head and left, leaving behind a crowd of cheering Xiao family disciples. Gu Sunair, by the original silent Xiao family disciple, jumped to become a genius disciple with the same name as Xiao Yan, while Xiao Fan, Xiao family members in addition to the great elders as well as a few other elders, and no great power to proclaim over. And even many people do not know that the Xiao family has the existence of such a genius. Sis, is everything alright? Xiao Ning picked up the fallen Xiao Yu as soon as he could. Xiao Yu touched his chest with his hand while looking at his still trembling hands. Is the gap really that big? This was not the first time Xiao Yu had challenged Gu Sunair. As early as shortly after Xiao Fan left, Gu Sunair came to his door and easily defeated Xiao Yu, which caused Xiao Yu's confidence to plummet. But he still quickly pulled himself together and challenged Gu Sunair one after another. However, every time he crossed the line, he was defeated in no more than 3 moves, and at one point, Xiao Yu also began to doubt himself. Sis, don't fight her. She's simply a pervert just like brother Xiao Fan. The same. Xiao Yu's eyes dimmed and he didn't say anything as he trembled and silently left the Xiao family martial arts arena. Sis. Xiao Ning hurriedly chased after him. Master, is that something I can do as well? There was another familiar person at the side of the field. It was Xiao Yan, who had been paying attention to the battle between the two of them, muttering to himself like a psychopath to the nascent sacred ring around his neck in a corner that none of the crowd could see. The nascent ring on Xiao Fan's neck emitted a faint glow, and an ancient voice with a vicissitude came out. That ninny you'd better not mess with. She's not like you. Chapter 124, Commencement of the Plan. Master, when will I be like Fan? Him, you cannot compare to, either. The medicinal old man in the antique nascent ring silently sighed. This disciple of his was simply incomparable to the genius that he had seen more than a year ago, and he had even gone so far as to show his face in advance to teach Xiao Yan. A year ago Xiao Fan has been able to refine second-grade pills, and this disciple of his after his own teaching until now can only be Kandachi 7 paragraphs, can be said to be a heaven, an underground. Pill Elder shook his head helplessly as he thought about it, but suddenly Pill Elder exclaimed, Not good? Before Xiao Yan could react, the Pill Elder's soul reduced back into the nascent soul ring. Pill Elder warned, don't speak or act in any strange way. Xiao Yan only felt a vicious chill behind his back, and an indescribable sense of crisis lingered in Xiao Yan's heart. Jia. I can't imagine that the Xiao clan in the beginning actually fell to this level. Guardian Rustler followed the trail from the fallen Xiao clan in the imperial capital to find the Xiao clan in Utan City. TSK. Guardian Rush frowned and said in a grave tone, the aura of the ancient race. A bunch of life-hungry guys. The rustling protector just confirmed the situation of the Xiao family and quickly left. The ancient clan was not something that his little protector was able to fight against, and he would not tolerate a conflict with the ancient clan at this juncture. The Xiao clan was important, but the Shao family was not worth letting the Soul Clan expose their 1,000-year-old plans. Since we can't deal with the Shao family for the time being, let's take that kid from the imperial capital first. When that sense of crisis in the bottom of Xiao Yan's heart disappeared, Xiao Yan tried to contact his teacher, but after a long time, the medicine old man did not reply, which made Xiao Yan all become a little anxious. Teacher, don't shout. If that guy finds out, both you and I will not be able to eat or walk. The angry chiding voice of the pill elder came, and only then did Xiao Yan obediently shut his mouth. Teacher, what happened? There was another good period of silence before pill elder spoke. It's not necessary for you to know too much right now. Just now it was Master's enemy and one of the culprits that caused Master to only be able to show himself in this appearance. Xiao Yan was not clear about the true strength of the medicinal old man, but in terms of the way the medicinal old man had taught himself in the past few days, the medicinal old man must have been a party of strong men in front of him, but such a strong man still fell, which was enough to prove the other party's terrifying strength. Teacher, I will definitely avenge you. In the bottom of his heart, Pill Elder was still very pleased, but this was based on a child with only a single passion. Pill Elder still didn't say anything more. It's good that you have this heart. Ling Ying, who was hidden in the darkness, suddenly opened his eyes and immediately transmitted his voice to his own young lady and said, Miss, it seems that someone just probed. Ling Ying was good at hiding, but not good at tracking, and he only sensed that something wasn't quite right, but he didn't look deeper. Gu Sun Air, who was immersed in raising her cultivation strength, completely ignored Ling Ying's words. Damn it, why is the increase in strength so slow? Gu Xuanya had been cultivating as if she was desperate since the last time she had seen Ziyan and Xiaofan together. But naturally, even though she was the ancient clan's eldest young lady, she was still unable to improve how quickly she could improve at the Chi of Do stage. When she thought of the intimate movements of Ziyan and Xiaofan when the two of them left, a deep sense of powerlessness and the heart-wrenching feeling when something was taken away deeply pierced Gu Sun Air's heart. Damn, right now, Gu Sun Air has an identity in vain, but she doesn't have any real power. And the only ones she can mobilize are just a few Do Huang powerhouses. One could only hope to improve their strength, but in her previous life, most of Gu Sun Air's strength came from her bloodline and bloodline awakening, and by virtue of her own cultivation improvement she was not able to achieve the same speed as Xiaofan. The overly dependent bloodline was instead dragging down Gu Sun Air's growth at the moment. Imperial Capital. The news that Xiaofan was going to openly refine pills spread throughout the Imperial Capital, and many powerful people came over to join in the fun. Openly refining pills? Hearing the news, the rustling protector suddenly realized that this would be a good opportunity. As long as he did a little sabotage, he would definitely be able to cause no small amount of strife. Of course, before that, there is one more thing that the Wassel protector has to do. At first, when they heard that someone from the Alchemist Guild would be openly refining pills, many people speculated whether it would be the president of the famous mothers. However, when they saw Xiaofan standing on the stage, many pill refiners raised the doubt in their hearts. What is the situation? Who is this brat? President Fa Ma quickly stepped in to calm the crowd. Today, Grandmaster Xiao will openly refine the 6th grade pills for all of you. What? 6th grade? How is that possible? Many people didn't believe it in their hearts. After all, Xiaofan's age looked too young. But they also knew that President Fa Ma wouldn't open this public pill refining for no reason. Xiaofan from Ziyan good to 10 bottles of sugar pills as the price to make up a little bit of private goods. Xiaofan held the dragon saliva in the jade bottle in his mouth and felt the repulsive breath appear before Xiaofan started the alchemy process in a decent manner. Take out the ingredients of the mixed bone shaping pill and line them up in order. Ziyan seemingly careless lying beside Xiaofan huffing and puffing. In fact, has been probing the surrounding situation. As long as there is a slight change, Ziyan will immediately pull on Xiaofan to escape. Many of the people under the stage were still in a slightly skeptical mood. But looking at Xiaofan's amazing fire control technique and subtle refining method, many people's skepticism evaporated. And among them, it was President Famous who observed the most carefully, almost to the point of putting his eyes into the medicinal cauldron. Yes, in the depths of his emotions, seeing the way Xiaofan handled the medicinal herbs, President Fa Ma unconsciously shouted out. It seemed that the troubled 6th grade realm had also loosened up at this moment, and a feeling of meditation came through. However, when he saw Xiaofan simultaneously put the herbs of the 6th grade pill into the medicinal cauldron together, not only Fa Ma but also the Washu protector who was hiding in the shadows was taken aback by it. Such a pill refining technique seems to have never been heard of before. It's just a pity that you're not destined to be a friend of the Soul Clan. Rash Guardian knew that at this time that was the best time to strike, but Rash Guardian would not act rashly. He needed to beware of the person behind Xiaofan, but instead, he briefly hid with the void and shot out a dark red attack. Ziyan reacted quickly. When she noticed the fluctuations in the space around her, She immediately constructed a barrier to block it with space as a wall in the direction where the attack was coming from. With a boom, the boundary arranged around Xiao Fan shattered in an instant. But fortunately, Ziyan struck quickly. The attack was blocked out by Ziyan's barrier and could not come close to Xiao Fan in the slightest. Interesting, a mere Do Huang can actually resist my attack. Guardian Rush could not see through Xiao Fan more and more. It seemed that Xiao Fan's body was hiding even bigger secrets waiting to be discovered by Guardian Rush. Who? President Farmer reacted quickly and immediately defended his surroundings while dispatching all the surrounding onlookers. The rash Guardian was still in no hurry. Being in the shadows, there was absolutely no need for him to be in a hurry when facing a group of Do Huangs. Kid, let me see what other secrets you have. Subterranean Shadow Ghost Hand. Huge scarlet palms appeared from the shadows of the void, and the overwhelming might enveloped the entire imperial capital in just a moment. Chapter 125, Peak Match. Dozong. President Famous Mammoth said in horror. Those 10,000-year-old eyes that couldn't be opened were glaring at this moment. That old thief Garrett Tion didn't tell me that the opponent was a Dozong. Farmer felt like he had gotten on board a ship of thieves. Quicksand guard wall. Gargantua had joined the fight at some point. A wall of earth-colored dirt rose from the ground as he watched the attack coming straight at his face. Gargantuan Do Chi attribute was the earth attribute that excelled in defense. The Wash Guardian's strong attack was surprisingly hindered by this insignificant earth wall. However, Washu Protector's attack was clearly not as simple as it appeared. The ghostly hand dissipated into dots of red light, only to coalesce again and penetrate the earth wall released by Gargantuan. Not good. Gargantuan didn't expect the attack to be so bizarre. Xiao Fan. Ziyan cried out. A complicated dragon seal appeared in her hand. Ziyan was just about to activate it, but then stopped, just as the scarlet ghost hand was about to pinch Xiao Fan, who was refining the medicine. A seven-colored light flashed out from Xiao Fan's body, and this seven-colored energy directly dispersed the attack of the wasted protector. Jia. There really is a secret. Only it seems that this is your bottom card. No longer hiding. A scarlet vortex appeared in the void, and the rustic protector, wearing a sensationally disturbing black mask and surrounded by a black mist that obscured his vision, appeared abruptly in the crowd's field of vision. At the same time, Queen Medusa was wearing a colorful dress, outlining amazingly dynamic curves, enchanting to the extreme. Her face was still as enchanting as ever, and her phoenix eyes were flowing with flirtatious waves. Gargantuan's jaw grew to the ground as he looked at the woman who appeared beside Xiao Fan. Queen Medusa? Gargantuan never expected that the helper in Xiao Fan's mouth would actually be the Medusa of the Snake People clan, and what shocked Gargantuan even more was that at this moment, the Medusa actually appeared in a perfect human form, which would mean that Queen Medusa had completed her evolution and advanced to a Dozong. Xiao Fan also ended his pill refining at this time, and in order to avoid the rustling protector from realizing the abnormality, Xiao Fan asked rhetorically, "People from the Soul Palace? The little doll knows quite a lot, worthy of being a genius who can refine 6th grade pills." Guardian Rush appreciated Xiao Fan. However, a genius could only be called a genius if he lived. It's a pity. It's considered unlucky for you to die in the hands of this protector today. The rustling protector no longer hesitated. From a life and death situation like that just now, apart from Queen Medusa, Xiao Fan had no more backhanders. Before moving this king's man, have you thought about how to die? Queen Medusa's voice alone is also with a trace of delicate pastry, can be called the world's special thing. A red longsword appeared in his hand vacantly, and he stabbed up at the wasted protector. Kyre, don't be impulsive. Queen Medusa's sudden attack had obviously disrupted Xiao Fan's plan. Originally he had planned to attract the rash guardian into the center of the trap, but the strong character and unconvinced Queen Medusa couldn't care less. A mere junior Dozong also dares to be so arrogant. Rustling protector snorted, but soon he realized something was wrong. The heaven and earth energy mobilized around Queen Medusa didn't look like the energy that could be mobilized by a person who had just entered the realm of a Dozong. Snake Spirit Sword Shadow. Queen Medusa understood that the guys from the Soul Temple could have no entity, and that fighting techniques targeting the soul would be more effective than ordinary ones. The soul attack flashed like a sword light, piercing straight into the black mist. The metallic scratching sound rang out, and the wasted protectors fell back one after another. This guy, it seems like he knows my weaknesses. The rustling protector couldn't figure out why the woman in front of him had a confident stance and seemed to know a lot about herself. Damn it, do you really think that this protector is easy to bully? Sickening black mist constantly emerging, as if the evil ghosts demanding life, an unspeakable sticky monster with a human face from that black mist constantly emerging. Queen Medusa was extremely sharp in battle, and immediately just took several steps backwards to prevent being stuck by those disgusting monsters. Hiss. Baird. The monsters squirmed and let out a wail like real walking corpses. Color. Don't get tangled up. As an old opponent, Xiao Fan understood that these monster-like existences were actually individual souls, only that in the hands of the rash guardian they had been refined into truly evil spirits, and once they were entangled they would face endless erosion of evil thoughts. No need for you to remind me. Queen Medusa's figure retreated backwards while releasing flames of scorching breath to block it. Just at this moment, a guy who was unexpected to everyone suddenly appeared. A chill surged from around him, and a piercingly cold wind kept whistling past. The person who came was none other than Hai Bo Dong, who had made a breakthrough after taking the Emperor Extreme Dan. Without a hint of hesitation, Hai Bo Dong rushed over without stopping when he saw the letter left behind by Xiao Fan, completely missing Xiao Fan's reminder that his opponent was a dozone. Still immersed in the joy of the breakthrough, Hai Bo Dong again felt that he could do it. The strength is a little old man. The summit match is not to be missed. Old brother Xiao, I'll help you. Hai Bo Dong's azure-colored ice crystal feathers were like sparkling blue jewels that crossed, and the originally raging evil spirits unexpectedly began to move slower, and snowflakes began to coalesce on the surface of their black bodies. A single evil ghost was actually hard frozen into an ice sculpture. Clicking, the ice shattered into pieces. The overwhelming darkness was so easily cracked by Hai Bo Dong. What? Even the rash guardian didn't hold back from spitting out. Are all the current Do Huang so perverted? Those are the soul bodies that I've painstakingly collected for almost a year. The fury in the heart of the rustling protector could no longer keep himself calm. This capture had lost a year's worth of performance for nothing before it had even begun. How could he tell the rustling protector to calm down? Ha 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 ha. Old me's strength has really taken a qualitative leap. Hai Bo Dong laughed indulgently, not noticing the progressively grim eyes of the rustling protector. Yo, isn't this the Ice Emperor? Cold and clear voice into the ears of Hai Bo Dong. Let deeply buried into the bottom of the heart of Hai Bo Dong's fear was awakened. Originally thought to return to the imperial capital in this life will never be able to see the woman, but once again appeared in front of Hai Bo Dong. The pretty face that appeared in Hai Bo Dong's nightmares day after day was just a few hundred meters apart. Beauty, Queen Medusa. Hai Bo Dong's subconscious reaction was not to escape, much less to resist, but to fall straight to his knees. The Hai Bo Dong who had just been arrogant and proud of everything was half kneeling like a puppy this time. Xiao Fan is already speechless. Hai Bo Dong has formed a conditioned reflex, and I'm afraid that he can't change anything even if he gets stronger. Hai Bo Dong subconsciously looked towards Xiao Fan, who explained, Kair, the helper I hired. Hai Bo Dong's heart was even more shocked. He had known that Xiao Fan's womanhood was good, but this taking down Queen Medusa was also too ruthless, worthy of being Zhao's oldest brother. Terrifying as hell. Chapter 126, Heaven Refining Ancient Formation. Hai Bo Dong inwardly cried out frantically. You call this ruthless and vicious woman Kair? Have I, Hai Bo Dong, gone mad? Or has the world gone mad? Hyperion's brain was shaking in disbelief at this fact. You seem to have a problem with this king? Or has the fact that you were lucky enough to escape from this king's grasp made you complacent? If it wasn't for the fact that she had an enemy to face right now, Queen Medusa would have guaranteed that she would have replanted Hai Bo Dong with the serpent seal, and if she dared to mock her name, she, Queen Medusa, would have 100 ways to die for Hai Bo Dong to choose from. How dare I? How dare I? Lord Queen is old brother Zhao's woman. I wouldn't dare to have anything to say since. He thought that the atmosphere would be eased, but Hai Bo Dong realized that he had said the wrong thing again when he saw the shocked eyes of Gargantua and Fama around him. But what is even more shocking is that Queen Medusa did not deny this statement, and even the icy atmosphere has eased. You guys also disregard this protector too much. An ebony black bag appeared in the hands of Protector Wasteland. Soul traction. Demon soul fission. Countless souls were integrated into the body of the rash guardian one after another. Xiao Fan immediately reminded. Interrupt him. This is the Soul Temple's secret method for boosting strength. Kair, don't be impulsive. Introduce him into the formation. And don't get hurt. Xiao Fan found that Queen Medusa was still as arrogant as ever, but that was also the reason why she was more likely to be implicated in the battle. And the Soul Temple's methods were insidious and cunning, so once she was tricked, she might have left a lot of hidden dangers behind. Che, a mere Dueling dares to talk about teaching this king. The purple cloud wings behind Xiao Fan's back stretched out and utilized his soul to launch an attack towards the position of the rustling protector. The soul drawing technique. The soul that had originally merged into the body of the rustling protector was actually heading in Xiao Fan's direction at this moment. How? This is a secret technique of the Soul Palace. How could you possibly master it? Soul Temple's secret method against the soul mainly has 3 kinds: stabbing, harvesting, soul manipulation. And these fighting skills only thoroughly joined the Soul Temple people can learn. Join the Soul Temple also dedicate their soul. It is simply not possible to pass out. Otherwise the soul will instantly detonate ashes. Xiao Fan snorted. Could it be that you Soul Temple is the only one who knows some secret arts of the soul? It seems that this protector has underestimated you. and even more underestimated the Xiao family. But the loss of some irrelevant souls doesn't affect the implementation of the secret method as usual. When I harvest your soul, I'll be sure to explore the secrets in your brain. What? You know the secret method of probing memories? Xiao Fan suddenly didn't want to kill the rash guardian. He must properly force out this secret method. However, in the eyes of Guardian Rustler, this was a sign of fear on Xiao Fan's part. It's too late to know about fear now. The strength of the rustling protector instantly jumped from a 4-star dozone to a mid-stage 6-star dozone, and a huge black scythe appeared with it, slashing towards the incoming crowd. The scythe cut through the air. One black sword wave after another appeared, attacking towards a few days. Hai Bo Dong, who had just wanted to repeat the same trick, condensed a huge ice shield, but it collapsed the moment it came into contact with the energy wave. No good. The impact from the energy wave didn't stop there, and Hai Bo Dong watched as the energy wave came straight at his face. Yan Chan. It was Zi Yen who stepped in at the critical moment and pulled Hai Bo Dong into the void, which was how he dodged a bullet. A Do Huang strength can utilize the power of space so skillfully? Guardian Rustler always felt that this little purple-haired fellow in front of him was very uncomplicated, but he didn't figure out the other party's identity for a while. Queen Medusa's side was in an equally bad situation. Damn it, this body still hasn't fully recovered. As for Gargantuan and Familiar, they were already in agony. If they could only continue like this, a few of them would die due to the exhaustion of their fighting chi. Old brother Xiao, this is no match for that guy. Hai Bo Dong became anxious. Xiao Fan also knew that the current situation did not allow him to continue to hide. Immediately Xiao Fan's palms tumbled out of the greenish-golden foreign fire. A foreign fire? Guardian Wasabi couldn't remember how many times he had been surprised today. Without waiting for the rustling protector to react, Xiao Fan split the foreign fire in his hand into two, with the green and golden flames burning with a blazing flame respectively. 2 foreign flames? Rustling protector's heart was horrified. It was known that a person could refine at most 1 foreign fire. Once there were multiple foreign fires in the body, it would surely explode and die. However, the Rui protector realized that there are no absolutes. There is still one person in this world who has managed to take in multiple types of foreign flames in one body. I can't imagine that I can actually take in 2 types of foreign flames. It's comparable to your ancestor, Xiao Xian, but your Sha clan is retired. The rustling protector controlled the huge scythe to slash a huge energy impact towards Xiao Fan's orientation. Fire Lotus Bloom. The 2 foreign flames in Xiao Fan's hands intertwined forward, constantly fusing. Once the foreign flames were out of Xiao Fan's control, then they would inevitably repel each other with a huge explosion. It was the Dozong powerhouse that would have to retreat for 3 minutes. This guy actually wants to detonate the foreign fire? A mere Dueling. The amount of Do Chi you have shouldn't be able to support you to utilize your full power, right? At a glance, Guardian Rustler could tell that Xiao Fan's move seemed to contain a killing chance, but in reality, it did not have enough backbone. You're right, but alas, Xiao Fan swallowed the dragon's saliva contained in his mouth in one breath. The almighty treasure that replenished Do Chi was much stronger than any pills. The flames condensed into a huge green lotus in the air. The golden stamen was like a fuse for an explosion, and a huge explosion sounded the moment it collided with the wasted protector's attack. As the heat wave swept away, the Wasabi protector was no longer as idle as he was just now, and a deep sense of fear surfaced. Crazy! The rushing protector gathered all the black mist in front of his body, but it was soon engulfed by a huge wave of flames. The surroundings suddenly became quiet as Queen Medusa looked at the damage caused by the explosion, but there was doubt in her mind. It's over? The damage caused by the explosion was indeed very high, but it was too strange to say that the Wasabi protector died directly from this attack. Jia, kid, I have to say you're very talented. It's just a pity. Prick. The scythe stabbed straight into Xiao Fan's chest, and blood dripped down the scythe that pierced through his chest. Xiao Fan, kid. 2 cries of alarm came out, and even Zi Yen did not notice exactly how the rash guardian appeared behind her. The rustling protector pulled out his scythe, but he soon realized that something was wrong. There was clearly a real fleshly feeling, but he did not feel Xiao Fan's soul. This caused the rustling protector to feel bad, and just as he was about to fall back, 4 light pillar barriers instantly rose with Xiao Fan at the center, and greenish-colored smoke filled the air. The rustling protector was instantly struck. His eyes instantly became confused, as if he was caught in an illusion. Ancient formation of refining heaven. The stabbed Xiao Fan's figure turned into mist, and before anyone could react, Xiao Fan had already appeared in the distance with Zi Yen. Xiao Fan, you're still alive? Zi Yen hugged Xiao Fan with joy. Just now she almost forced her way through the realm. Ouch! Xiao Fan knocked on Zi Yan's head. How can I die so easily? I'm very life-saving. Chapter 127, Soul Harvesting. The Heaven Refining Ancient Formation and the Nightmare Heavenly Mist were the true killing moves that Xiao Fan had hidden. and they were also the means that Xiao Fan had begun to set up from the beginning of pill refining. The heaven refining ancient formation had been a formation created by a peak powerhouse, the pure lotus demon saint, who had half-stepped into the realm of Adodi 10,000 years ago. Xiao Fan, on the other hand, had unknowingly triggered the nightmare heavenly mist, another spell created by the pure lotus demon saint, at the start of the battle, and the Wash Guardian's attention was all on Queen Medusa. So naturally, he didn't notice Xiao Fan's small action. Even the Xiao Fan that the rash guardian saw was nothing more than an illusion. And from the moment the rash guardian cleverly approached the defenseless Xiao Fan, he was not only affected by the nightmare heavenly mist but also by Xiao Fan's BGS snake triple blossom pupil. It was undoubtedly fatal to the soul temple protector who only had a soul. And to delude oneself from this series of dilemmas, one either had to have a soul power that was more powerful than Xiao Fan's or possessed the strength to forcibly break open the heaven refining ancient formation. You should know that the pure lotus demon saint once used the nightmare heavenly mist to make millions of people in a city fall into an illusion, only to realize that 100 years of experience was just a dream after the mist dispersed. It was evident just how difficult it was to lift the illusion from the nightmare sky mist. Although the nightmare heavenly mist and the refining heavenly ancient formation that the current Xiao Fan had performed was merely a miniature, its true caliber was already able to easily trap the rustling protector. Cyan-colored white light rose from the soles of Xiao Fan's silhouette's feet, and only then did Queen Medusa and the rest of her party come back to their senses. And Queen Medusa was the one who reacted quickly, appearing in front of Xiao Fan in an instant. "Kid, life is big." Queen Medusa looked at Xiao Fan's flat chest before her beautiful eyes regained their luster. "It's not like we still have to make medicine for the Queen Sama. Just so you know what to do with this person." Queen Medusa changed back to that high and cold not letting people get close. These Soul Palace protectors all possessed fate cards in the Soul Palace, and once they died it would lead to the tracking of others, which could be difficult if they came looking for the Gamma Empire. Xiao Fan did not directly obliterate the soul of the ruffled protector. That would not only fail to solve the trouble of the Gamma Empire's soul temple, but would more likely push it into another situation of deep water and fire. A green aura flashed across Xiao Fan's pupils, and the rash guardian just stupidly lifted all the defenses on his body, revealing his soul underneath the black mist. Seeing the smudge of black energy flowing within the other party's soul essence, Xiao Fan became even more convinced that the death of the rustling protector would definitely attract an even more terrifying existence. Xiao Fan was not ambiguous and directly struck a foreign fire into the other party's soul essence. Xiao Fan could use this to detonate the foreign fire in the soul essence and then grasp the life of the washed-up protector. When Ziyan saw that the rustling protector was already under control, Ziyan also knew that it was time to share the spoils. And just as she wanted to grab the other party's nascent sacrifice ring with one hand, she was preceded by Xiao Fan. "Little Yener, you can't grasp the things of the Soul Palace. This was a nascent sacred ring owned by a dozong, and the treasures inside must be countless." "Well, Xiao Fan, give it to me." Ignoring Ziyan who couldn't reach Xiao Fan's neck even if she jumped up, Xiao Fan directly wrapped the soul of the rustling protector with the foreign fire to seal it into the jade bottle and utilized a circle of foreign fire to seal it at the mouth of the jade bottle. "Elder Jia, this is the mixed bone shaping pill that was promised to you. Just swallow it directly." Xiao Fan handed over the pill he had just refined to Gadgetian. "Hard work, master." "Nothing but." Gaping Heaven and Hai Bodong exchanged glances and each looked at Queen Medusa beside Xiao Fan. "There's no need for Elder Gar to worry. I'm just trading with Queen Medusa." This was something that only Gargantua would believe. Hai Bodong had followed Xiao Fan for so long and had long realized that something was wrong. But as Xiao Fan's good big brother he wouldn't poke his nose in. Only this how to face Queen Medusa in the future was a headache for Hai Bodong. "Queen Medusa will be leaving the empire shortly." Hearing this, Hai Bodong let out a long breath. Queen Medusa, on the other hand, frowned in dissatisfaction. Although she understood that Xiao Fan did not want to cause more trouble, she was still unhappy with Xiao Fan's inability to admit the relationship between the two of them in such a big way. Xiao Fan hesitated for a moment before continuing to speak. "Elder Gar, with all due respect, if the Gamma Empire continues to maintain the status quo, instead of maintaining the sovereignty of the empire, it will increasingly decay." Gadian didn't quite understand what Xiao Fan meant, but Xiao Fan was right about one thing. The Gamma Empire would only get weaker and weaker. "AI, Grandmaster Xiao, how could I not be looking for a turnaround?" Gargantuan helplessly waved his head. The situation of the empire was most clear to him. "Gar Lao, the empire hasn't been able to produce a dozone for many years, and none of the neighboring empires are eyeing the Gamma Empire. And if it wasn't for the serpent people as a buffer, I'm afraid that the Gamma Empire would have long since been carved up." I wonder what Master Xiao is trying to convey. "It's simple. Join forces with the serpents." The corner of Queen Medusa's mouth, who had just been a bit unhappy, was slightly upturned at this moment. "May not." Gargantuan refused almost without thinking. Of course Gargantuan's refusal was also expected by Xiao Fan. Elder Gar, don't be in a hurry to refuse yet. Correo also knows that the great desert of Targel, where the serpent people live, is simply an uninhabitable place. But Queen Medusa has now broken through the Do Zone. Gargantuan understood Xiao Fan's meaning, which was nothing more than that once the serpent people wanted to look for a more suitable place, the Gamma Empire, which was undoubtedly the weakest in terms of the surrounding empires, would become the serpent people's primary target. If Queen Medusa hadn't broken through the Do Zone a few years ago, perhaps the Gamma Empire would still be able to hold off the serpent people's attack. After all, the rest of the empires wouldn't let the serpent people easily take over the Gamma Empire's territory. Although he did not know what the relationship between Xiao Fan and Queen Medusa was, but Xiao Fan was able to speak about this in front of Queen Medusa without avoiding it. The relationship between the two of them must not be a simple trading relationship. The conflict between the serpent race and the human race was irreconcilable. But there was also a fact in front of Gastian that if the serpent race wanted to attack the Gamma Empire with the presence of Queen Medusa, a Do Zone, the Gamma Empire, would be nothing more than a lamb to be slaughtered? Master Xiao, this matter also allows me to think. Again, Gatling Tian was a little melancholy not knowing how to respond. Elder Gar, don't be burdened. Young Moon is my disciple. I naturally won't embarrass the Gamma Empire. In fact, cooperating with the serpent people race doesn't affect the survival of the Gamma Empire. What does that mean? Gargantua asked rhetorically. Only then did Xiao Fan open his mouth and slowly said, there is a mountain range in the Gamma Empire called the Wraith Mountain Range. The Empire can only explore less than a small portion of it for so many years. And such a huge mountain range is undoubtedly the best place for the serpent man race to reside in, which doesn't mean much of a loss for the Empire. I don't think that the relations between the serpent people and humans can be eased, but I can vouch for the serpent people that with Queen Medusa's presence, the serpent people won't trouble the Gamma Empire for no reason. Chapter 128 Cooperation. Gargantuan looked at the silent Queen Medusa and thought about Xiao Fan's suggestion. It seemed that this was really a way out for the Gamma Empire. What really shook Gaping Tian was not the suggestion made by Xiao Fan. Rather it was the sentence mentioned by Xiao Fan that he was Yao Yu's master, and Xiao Fan's goodness to Yao Yu was something that Gaping Tian could practically see in his eyes, coupled with the fact that he was also aware of his own little granddaughter's treacherous actions. He was already looking at Xiao Fan as a member of his own family. Gargantuan seemed to have made up his mind and spoke to Queen Medusa. Queen Medusa, I apologize for not being able to manage my country well all these years. If the queen feels dissatisfied she can feel free to make a request. Xiao Fan poked the Medusa queen who still refused to admit it. And the Medusa queen still spoke in an icy tone. Since even you have opened your mouth, there is no need for this king to hold on to it. This king will also watch over his tribe. But if there is another incident of humans enslaving the snake people, don't blame this king for being impolite. Queen Medusa's aura spread out. Perhaps just now Jie Jintian who was only fighting in the battle didn't feel the oppression brought by the Do Zone was so huge. But at this moment, facing Queen Medusa's pressure straight on, Jie Jintian who didn't exert any defense was close to being unable to catch his breath. The old man will keep a tight rein. Letting the Gamma Empire completely ban the enslavement of the serpent race is definitely not something that can be accomplished overnight. Two races that were originally enemies of each other are now going to live together. Old conflicts and new conflicts will slowly surface. It had better be. Queen Medusa turned away after saying that. And the serpent people's business with the Gamma Empire wasn't something that could be accomplished with a verbal agreement. Xiao Fan looked at Queen Medusa who was walking away and shook his head helplessly. Elder Gar, Queen Medusa is a bit grumpy, but she is definitely a man of her word. Mr. Xiao is willing to guarantee it with his personality. Master Xiao is overstating things. Perhaps this is also an opportunity for the Gamma Empire, isn't it? Gargantuan watched Xiao Fan pull Ziyin away. I say Kair, why do you always look so fierce? It's obviously a win-win situation. Xiao Fan caught up with Queen Medusa with Ziyin on his back. Enough shouting. It was only then that Xiao Fan came back to his senses. He was also immersed in the battle before subconsciously treating Queen Medusa as the queen of the snake people who had once fought side by side. Your Majesty the Queen, isn't the migration of the serpent people's race your wish? And befriending the Gamma Empire is also 100 benefits without any harm. As for those who hit the serpent people's race's idea, killing it is. Xiao Fan touched the two pairs of smooth and tender little meaty legs in front of him, and then looked at Queen Medusa's slender snow-white legs that were exposed under her red robe, comparing how the two felt to the touch in his mind. Who asked you to care? This king can find a home for the snake people clan himself, and if you dare to look again the king will snap your eyes out. The corner of Xiao Fan's mouth twitched, hoping that he was meddling in his own business. For the single-minded Queen Medusa, Xiao Fan could only mutter in an indignant whisper. It's not like I haven't seen it before. I've seen the whole body. This king is tired. If we don't see the spirit melting pill and the transformation pill next time we meet, this king will make you into a puppet that can only refine pills. After Queen Medusa left behind a vicious sentence, her figure no longer emitted a 7-colored light uncontrollably, and she reshaped into the appearance of Shao Kai. Shao Fan didn't have any more heavenly materials that he could give Shao Kai, so he could only feed some pills to Shao Kai. Hiss, said Sai with a disgusted look. I don't have anything to eat on me either. I'll make it for you when I go back. Shao Fan helplessly explained to Shao Kai. Hiss, how can you learn from that woman? This time it's me who didn't prepare. I'll go back and get you something delicious. Shao Fan touched Shao Kai's little head that was high up in the air. Only then did Shao Kai swallow the elixir that Shao Fan handed over. Looking at the small color that fell into a sound sleep, Shao Fan cautiously income and the sleeve slowly opened his mouth. Last time also said that the next time we meet to kill me. Really insincere Queen Adult. Still butterfly is good. Hiss. Shao Fan ate the pain and let out an agonizing sound, but he still gritted his teeth and explained. Your Majesty is wrong. Giggle. Little Fancy is rake ears. Zi Yin on her back let out a giggle. Rake ears? Yeah, Shao Fan is afraid of Sister Medusa. Isn't she a rake ear? Little Yenner, this is only temporary. When I become stronger I won't be afraid of her. Shao Fan felt the need to maintain his dignity as a man. Raking ears and all that was absolutely impossible. Xiao Fan. Shao Fan heard the frustration in Zi Yan's words. Shao Fan, aren't I quite useless? I didn't even manage to help, and I'm always troubling you. Today, facing the battle of the rustling protector, Zi Yan was unable to help, and even watched as Shao Fan beside her was pierced by a sword, even though it was nothing more than an illusion set up by Shao Fan. But Xian is feeling a deep sense of powerlessness and fear, is witnessing the death of a beloved person in their own arms but they cannot do anything about the pain. Xian is already experienced a. It was so hard to see Shao Fan again, she almost thought that she would never see him again. Well, Shao Fan? Feeling the warm and familiar embrace, Zi Yan raised her head in confusion. Little Yenner, we can be more than just friends. You're still my child bride, aren't you? Even my life, my soul, the whole of me, can be sacrificed for your sake. When I grow up and get married, I will be the top pillar of the family, and you will be responsible for eating and drinking, and giving birth to a dozen or so little dragons, little ones in the meantime. For the future, I'm the one who's going to clear out all the bad guys in our way. Little Yenner, promise me that your growing up obediently is the best reward for me. Shao Fan was very shy about his life. It was the reverence for life after being reborn. It was the answer to pay for Qing scale. Shao Fan was also very contradictory because he would give everything for the little ones around him, including his life. 10 dozen. Zi Yan's snow-white neck quickly became scarlet, lowered his head and looked at the outstretched small claws. Also did not seem to be enough to count. It took a long time to look up with a flushed face. No. Shao Fan felt bad in his heart. Was his child bride going to refuse? Interrupted by Shao Fan, Zi Yan's head no longer had the courage to lift up, and could only shrink into Shao Fan's arms and whisper, you can't give birth to so many. We'll break down. Okay. Not right. Shao Fan sighed. He said so many words. How do you feel that the little guy in his arms only listened to the matter of having a little guy? Just as Shao Fan returned to the Mithril auction house with Zi Yan, who had regained her original appearance, that silly and carefree purple-haired little dragon girl look. Yun, however, looked for it in a panic. Chapter 129, Missing Green Scales. And at the same time, Yuffie ran over in a panic. It's not good, brother. Yuffie gasped, coming up for air. The green scales are gone. Nalan Yenran has been captured. Shao Fan froze and immediately said angrily, why is Qing's scale missing? For her part, Yuffie shook her head helplessly. I've searched the entire Mithril family, but I couldn't find any. How? Shao Fan completely disregarded the consumption of his soul power and directly covered the entire imperial capital. Unlike the last time when he felt that feeling of being out of control, all of them felt a sense of prying eyes and anger. Damn it! Shao Fan had scanned through every single person in the imperial capital, yet he still had not found any trace of little green scale. What person? Shao Fan did not think that the person who could escape the range of his soul perception was a generalized person. Little Yenner, take me outside the imperial capital. Shao Fan could never have imagined that his home had actually been stolen, and he even lost his train of thought about what was going on. Shao Fan, take it easy. Zi Yan knew that Shao Fan was very angry at this time. Even if he had a good heart, he would feel annoyed when faced with the disappearance of his near and dear ones. Yun interjected at this time. Shao Fan, Nalan Yenran has also disappeared. Perhaps these two things are related. Shao Fan let out a long breath and forced himself to calm down. Soon he guessed what was going on and took out the jade bottle that was trapping the rash guardian. lifting the foreign fire seal from the mouth of the jade bottle. Without the seal's support, the wailing sound of the wasted protector instantly came out. Kid, do you know who I am? And aren't you afraid of the Soul Temple's retaliation if you do this? Say, where did you take the person? Xiao Fan didn't bother to listen to Guardian Rush's threats. Originally he had planned to keep Guardian Rush's soul to make a puppet, but now he didn't have that much to think about. The rash Guardian let out a standard villainous laugh. GGG, that female doll is really important to you, isn't it? Guardian Wasabi was secretly glad. Although he didn't know what kind of tactics this little brat in front of him had used to make himself actually fall into fantasies, and even his cultivation level had dropped. That kind of trauma that struck the soul directly, Wasabi Protector didn't want to experience it again. It was also fortunate that he had left a backhanded approach. Long before he acted, the rushing Protector had a vague feeling of uneasiness. Kid, I know you're not simple. That level of formation is not something you, a downtrodden member of the Xiao family, can use. How about if you let me go? I'll tell you the location? Guardian Rustler thought that Xiao Fan would definitely agree, and when the opportunity arose, Guardian Rustler would be able to escape by casting the secret space technique. Do you think I'm not clear about how you people of the Soul Palace act? Although the Rash Guardian didn't reveal the specific details, just the words of the Rash Guardian still exposed the fact that he had kidnapped. The foreign fire appeared in Xiao Fan's hand and he spoke indifferently. It doesn't matter. I will let the foreign fire slowly burn your soul and lynch your soul essence little by little. This is something you should know very well as the protector of the Soul Palace, right? Protector Rustler's coldly smiling face froze as he looked at Xiao Fan in fear and said, who exactly are you and why do you know so much? From the beginning of the battle, Guardian Washu realized that Xiao Fan's knowledge of the Soul Palace was not at all less than him as a guardian, or even more than him as a guardian. It's not for you to worry about, and I don't expect you to talk. I believe the taste of the foreign fire will be etched in your mind. Xiao Fan stopped babbling. The foreign fire directly calcined the ruffled Protector's soul, and the originally illusory soul even gradually solidified into a liquid under the effect of the foreign fire. This was also the usual method of the Soul Temple, turning captured souls into soul essence. Wait, it seemed that the rustic Protector was really a bit scared, and there was no more arrogance just now. As a Soul Palace Protector, the rustic Protector was well aware of just how cruel it was to harden souls into a soul origin. It's okay, I'll torture your soul until it's weak and I'll ask it myself. I'm afraid that the Rash Guardian, who is still mentally intelligent, can only briefly confuse the other party. It was too late for the Rustler to speak, and he was tempted to say that he could say anything. However, the foreign fire had already burned the soul of the ruffian Protector in agony, and all that remained was the ruffian Protector's wailing. The souls of the people of the Soul Temple appeared in gusts of black gas after being burned by the foreign fire, which was the mark that the Soul Temple had left on the souls of the various Protectors. Although it was not the first time Yin Yun had seen an angry Xiao Fan, she was still frightened by the murderous aura on Xiao Fan's body and took several steps back. Xiao Fan, burn him to death. Ziyan also joined in tormenting the wasted Protector. I say, as the Soul Palace Protector, the Rash Guardian, and even more so the Dozone should have been an existence that could walk horizontally in the Northwest continent, but at this moment, the Rash Guardian was sparing the last of his will to open his mouth to beg for forgiveness. In Cloudland, the Rash Guardian's consciousness completely fell into unconsciousness. Dead men don't lie. The green dot in Xiao Fan's pupil flashed, and his soul force transformed into a sharp thorn into the rustling Protector's origin. Where have the people been taken? Clouds. Cloudland's sect back mountain. Who took it? Cloud. Prongs. Old dog Yunling. I want you to die. Xiao Fan shouted angrily. He had clashed with Yunling in his previous life, although he was instructed by the Soul Palace and Yunling had raided the Xiao family. But it was also this attack that led to the death of the Grand Elder, who was like a fatherly existence to himself, and the hatred of his past life coupled with the resentment of this life. Xiao Fan just killing Yunling wasn't enough to relieve his anger, which led to the story of Xiao Fan's previous life when he caused havoc in the Yunlan sect. Yun did not make any statement. She also did not expect that even though things were no longer proceeding as they were in her previous life, Yunling, no, it should be the Yunlan sect was still as enmity with Xiao Fan as it was in her previous life. The rustling Protector was also unable to withstand Xiao Fan's torture after all, and his soul was transformed into a pure liquid substance under the successive scorching of the foreign fire. Xiao Fan, your eyes. Ziyan looked at Xiao Fan in panic. At this time, Xiao Fan's eyes were bloodshot and incomparable, and there were tears of blood sliding down from the corners of his eyes, and the originally demonic blue snake's 3 flower pupils had become dim. It's fine. Little Yenner, quick, go to the Cloudlan sect. Different from the young moon. Although the young moon's soul is not weak, but for Xiao Fan's soul power invasion will not have resistance. But the rushing Protector's strength is not only the Dozone. itself is the soul body, originally has a not bad soul power. Xiaofan forcibly controlled a rushing protector brought about by the damage backlash cannot be light. Okay, Xiaofan, I'll carry you. As soon as Ziyan helped Xiaofan up, perhaps, the Yunlan sect is destined to feud with Xiaofan. Yun had done her best not to let the Yunlan sect repeat its mistakes, on one side as the Yunlan sect patriarch, and on the other side as the object of her admiration, Xiaofan. In her previous life, Yun stood up for the clan, but this time Yun is going to live for herself. Follow me. Yun's green-colored feathered wings unfolded as she carried Ziyan and Xiaofan straight to the Cloudlan sect. Chapter 130 Yunling. Xiaofan, are you alright? Ziyan and Yun used almost all of their doqi to catch up. Xiaofan took a few qi recovery pills, but the stinging pain caused by his eyes still left Xiaofan with nothing but a haze of blood in front of his eyes. Xiaofan, qi scale will be fine. Ziyan followed Xiaofan's comforting example and touched Xiaofan's head. Aha! If something happened to qi scale, Xiaofan would definitely cut the Yunlan sect off the mountain again, no matter what the cost. It's fine. Just overused. Xiaofan knew that this time after forcibly invoking the Bija Snake 3 flower pupil would definitely leave trauma behind. But Xiaofan simply couldn't care about that much. The more he dragged it out for a minute, the higher the possibility of the little green scales being harmed. It was you who gave me the light. How could I leave you? Xiaofan's heart always felt that things were a little strange. Whether it was grabbing the little green scale or Nalan Yenran, Xiaofan felt that there was confusion everywhere. Xiaofan has always protected Xiao Cheng scale well. In addition to the first time he came to the imperial capital, that time Xiaofan took Xiao Cheng scale out. The rest of the time Xiao Cheng scale has always been in the middle family. And there are only a few people who know the relationship between Xiao Cheng scale and Xiaofan. Xiaofan had even set up a sealing technique that shielded probing on little Cheng scale's body. It was impossible for the rustling protector to know too much about little green scale's traces in any case. As for Nalan Yenran, Xiaofan was even more puzzled, but he did not have any relationship with Nalan Yenran. To Xiaofan, Nalan Yenran was just an insignificant person. Ahead of us is the Yunlan sect. Yunlan mountain steep, three-face cliff. Only a road can pass the top of the mountain, can be said to be an easy to defend and difficult to attack the dangerous place, and full of mountains up and down. There are Yunlan sect disciples closely patrol the whole mountain, just like a small fortress. Yun directly led Xiaofan's few people through the Yunlan sect's protector formation and straight into the Yunlan sect's back mountain. Even though his soul power was nearly depleted, Xiaofan was still probing the entire Yunlan sect with his soul all the time, but he still couldn't feel little Cheng scale's aura. Little Yenner, that stone door. Hit it directly. Xiaofan pointed at a huge black stone door at the back of the mountain. Okay, Xiaofan. A purple glove coalesced in Ziyan's hand, and this was the first time Ziyan had ever invoked a fighting technique to launch an attack. Bang! As boulders splashed, the disciples of the Cloudland sect stopped their cultivation in their hands and looked in the direction of the earthquake with puzzled faces. Yun Shan, who was cultivating, was startled in his heart. This power. Who is it? Just as he wanted to check, he saw that Ziyan had already broken into Yun Shan's cultivation place with Xiaofan in tow. Yun Shan, hand over the person. Xiaofan didn't care about the other party's puzzled look and directly demanded the person. Who are you people that dare to trespass into the Cloudlan sect? Although Yun Shan was confused by this strange combination of Xiaofan and Ziyan, after all, he could sense that one of the two not-so-big guys in front of him had the strength of a Dueling, and that little purple-haired guy was even at the early stage of a Do Huang. Teacher. Yun followed Xiaofan in. Rhyme? What is this situation? Yun Shan's confusion grew even greater when he saw his disciple walk in as well. Teacher, don't make another mistake. The Soul Temple's protector is already dead. Yun could not bear to watch Yun Shan make another mistake after all. At least there was room for redemption now. What? Rhymer, how do you know all this? Yun Shan's eyes dodged. The deal with the Hall of Souls. He, Yun Shan, had been hiding it from his own disciple who had been raised by his own hands. No, Rhyme. Are you saying that the Soul Temple's protector is dead? Yes, it's souped up. Yun Shan knew that this disciple of his would not lie to himself, much less joke about this matter. Waste no words, hand over the person. Otherwise I'll destroy this Cloudlan sect of yours. Xiaofan didn't want to listen to these mother-in-law conversations. He just wanted people. Who dares to disturb the patriarch's purification? A furious heckle came from outside the door. Xiaofan perceived that at least no less than 4 Do Wangs existed, all of them at least at the level of Yunlan sect elders. All stand down. Yun took the lead and warned. She didn't want the matter to become a big deal again. As things stood now, as long as she found Little Green Scale and Nalan Yenran, she would be able to turn this matter around. Sovereign? The several elders of the Yunlan sect looked at each other, unclear of what was going on. Xiao Fan realized that there were also old acquaintances he recognized among them. Sending them to the door. Yan-chan, in. Go beat that old guy in white to a pig's head. Go back and I'll make you as many sugar pills as you want. Xiao Fan pointed directly at Yunling without ambiguity. I've wanted to fight for a long time. Ziyan had already begun to rub her fists together. Bullying people too much. Do you think my Yunlan sect is easy to bully? Yunling also did not expect the two yellow mouths in front of him to dare to be so reckless. I don't know if the Yunlan sect is a good bully, but you, old dog Wunling, must kneel and kowtow to me today. Yunling laughed coldly, completely disregarding Xiao Fan and Ziyan. Ziyan sharpened her fists and made a leap to attack straight at Yunling's face. So fast. Yunling was just about to set up a defense barrier when he realized that Ziyan's figure was like a ghost passing through the space in front of him, appearing in front of Yunling in the next instant. Boom! Cloud Prism received a solid punch from Ziyan. The feathers behind his back were directly dispersed by Ziyan. His human face sunk in with an effect visible to the naked eye, and his eyes even protruded a few points because of it, as if they were about to fall out of their sockets. A few elders just wanted to step in when they saw this situation, but they were warned by Yun. No one is allowed to move. The several elders were in some difficulty, looking at each other and then looking at Yun Shan behind Xiao Fan. Compared to Yun, the young patriarch, several people were still more willing to follow Yun Shan's orders. All listened to the sovereign. Yun Shan ordered directly. Yes. Say, where did the person hide? Ziyan's palm turned into a sharp claw as she grabbed the flesh of Yunling's chest, and silk blood slowly flowed out along the dragon's claw. Clan jail. Xiao Fan, who heard the reply, looked directly at Yun. This way. Follow me. Yun brought Xiao Fan to the prison cell of the sect. When he saw the black stone monument standing at the entrance, Xiao Fan also understood why he had not been able to discover this place just now. This black stone monument actually had the effect of isolating the soul perception. This is the location of the clan's life and death gate, and it is also the place used to imprison the clan's wrongdoers. Yun explained, and then a wind-attributed do-chi in her hand struck into the stone monument. A ripple appeared in the space in front of them. Yun took the lead in passing through this air barrier. Xiao Fan and Yunling, who was being dragged by Ziyan like a bereaved dog, then passed through the space in front of them. Xiao Fan looked at the woman in front of him who was tied up in 5 different ways, and it was clear that Nalan Yenran was the only one. Where are the green scales? Under Xiao Fan's authorization, Ziyan woke up the fainting Yunling with a punch. What man? I was just ordered to recapture this child. Yunling's eyes were full of panic, and he brainlessly told everything he had done. Chapter 131, Heavenly Serpent Mansion. Sha. The unconscious Nalan Yenran slowly opened her eyes when she heard the visitor, but her entire heart thumped when she saw Xiao Fan's figure. Yen, quickly talk to Master Teacher about what happened. Yun rushed forward and probed up Nalan Yen's condition. Fortunately, she was only unconscious and had no major injuries. Master, all I remember is that I ended up in the family and was taken away after being knocked out. Elder Yunling, I don't remember asking you to go to the Nalan family to do this, right? Yun carried her green sword and pointed it straight at Yunling. Her murderous aura just couldn't be covered. Patriarch, this is all at the behest of the people of the Soul Palace. That's not what was asked. There's still a little girl. Xiao Fan stomped on top of Yunling's already injured chest. Yunling endured the severe pain and issued a question. Little girl? Old me only brought back this little doll from the Nalan family. And don't tell the truth. Xiao Fan cleanly chopped off Yunling's right arm. The pain made Yunling near fainting. The old man is true to every word. Old me is a one-man operation. If I have offended senior, old me is willing to die to thank for my offense. Please don't blame the Cloudlon sect. Xiao Fan snorted. Put away your big righteousness. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Smarty pants. Since I dared to chop off your arm in the Cloudlon sect, I dare to take your life. Yunling threw his gaze for help to Yun, while Yun showed nothing. She had already made up her mind to stand with Xiao Fan. No matter if Yunling had kidnapped the little green scale or not, Yunling had already committed a great sin of the clan by working for the Soul Temple. Yunlan sect having one more or one less Do Wang elder wouldn't have much of an impact on Yunlan sect. Moreover, Yunling had never taken her as the patriarch seriously since her previous life, and Yang Fo Min is all the norm. Shi Yun is now the sect leader of Yunlan sect. If she is as indecisive as in her previous life, she will only repeat the mistakes of her previous life. Patriarch. The old man is in no way joking. Yunling prostrated himself on the ground and prayed for the patriarch's help, but there was still no response. Xiao Fan chopped off Yunling's limbs one by one, and the stench of blood filled the entire prison cell. Xiao Fan's eyes were filled with anger, and the aura of living beings not to be approached and austerity made Nalan Yenran, who had witnessed this, feel a pang of fear. Upon seeing the scattered limbs on the ground, as well as the blood on the ground. The fledgling Nalan Yenran still couldn't hold back her vomiting. Nowadays, the life and death of the little green scale was unknown, not to mention the whereabouts of the little green scale, and Xiao Fan, who had nowhere to vent his anger, could only blame it all on Yunling. Xiao Fan, calm down, killing him won't help. The key is to find Qing Scale's trail. Yun finally didn't hold back from opening her mouth. She could actually see that the disappearance of the little green scales had nothing to do with Yunling. But who let the unlucky Yunling hit the gun? It was not up to Yun. Xiao Fan Z, Qing Scale will be fine. There is still little spirit protecting Qing Scale. Ziyan hugged the angry Xiao Fan. To Xiao Fan as if he was his own sister. Beyond the disappearance of his own sister's little Qing Scale, Xiao Fan was unable to calm down after all. Phew, the feeling of remorse in his heart was still evanescent. Originally, when he resolved the threat of the rash guardian, Xiao Fan would be able to fulfill his promise to Little Green Scale, and bring Little Green Scale with him in everything he did. Little spirit. Xiao Fan thought of something. He had been obsessed with finding traces of the Little Green Scale, but had forgotten that the BGS snake triple blossom pupil could also contact the surrounding snake magical beasts. Xiao Fan, you can't use your eyes anymore. Ziyan exclaimed out in alarm when she saw that Xiao Fan did not hesitate to turn on the BGS snake three-flower pupil again and reminded him. Little Yan Air, I can't just stand by and watch something happen to Qing Scale, even if I am blind. I have to find Qing Scale. This pair of eyes of his own is originally given by the green scale. Even if the eyes are blind he is not afraid. It is only that the color is a little less, but he has only brought the little green scale to the light. How can he look at the little green scale to fall back into the darkness? Xiao Fan. Ziyan clenched her small fists and looked at Xiao Fan with incomparable seriousness. Then let me help you too. Yun watched as the scene that happened in the cave in the Demon Beast mountain range was once again in front of her, and Ziyan once again tasted the flavor of Xiao Fan's mouth. The faint smell of blood was mixed with an unspoken scent. Xiao Yan Air. No talking. Swallow. Ziyan's face was slightly white, and her originally pink and tender little face did not have the previous color of qi and blood. Good. Xiao Fan could not hold the straight-seized Ziyan. Xiao Fan served this drop of Ziyan refined essence blood. The spirit devouring skill in Xiao Fan's body once again rejoiced. The last time the spirit devouring skill had such a phenomenon was when he took Xiao Yan Air's dragon saliva. The whole body is a treasure. Ah, my little Yener. Xiao Fan could not let down Ziyan's trust and once again operated the blue snake three-flower pupil. Green barbarian, the aura of the BGS snake's three-flower pupil has appeared again. A woman with long turquoise hair, doubtfully turned her head to look at the extremely slender body shape behind her. The body is dark. There is a mottled pattern on the body. On both sides of the body, there are also 8 black with purple wings. The body is precisely the 8-winged black snake emperor is called White Teeth Guy. At the same time, it was also the duo sent out by the Heavenly Serpent Mansion to look for the successor of the clan, while the little green scale was currently being carried by the woman known as Green Barbarian in flight. Hearing the words of White Teeth, they stopped their steps. White Teeth, you're not mistaken, are you? The Bijin Snake 3 Blossom pupil doesn't appear that easily. You should know that the Blue Snake 3 Flowers pupil will only appear in the snake people and human offspring. Offspring is not long-lived. To have the Blue Snake 3 Flowers pupil of the odds is 1 in 10,000. It can't be wrong. And the other party's Aqua Snake 3 Flower pupils are not simple. Ani's Rose and White Tooth's Heart. The other party's Aqua Snake 3 Blossom pupils seem to have discovered its trail. The fear that snake-type magical beasts had for the BGS Snake 3 Blossom pupil was not a simple fear. It was a terror that could be tampered with at any time of the will. Could it be the sovereign? Green Barbarian inquired uncertainly. No, the patriarch has long been closed to death. It's impossible for him to leave the clan. White Tooth decisively denied it. Who are you guys? The fight between the two caused the little green scales, who had originally fallen asleep, to reawaken in a leisurely manner. Holy Maiden, I'm an elder of the Heavenly Serpent Mansion, and that's my partner White Teeth. I'm sorry to take the Holy Maiden in this way, Green Barbarian said with an apologetic look. The Holy Maiden? Heavenly Serpent Mansion? Little Green Scale didn't understand the meaning of these words, but the Heavenly Serpent Mansion seemed like she had heard her brother mention it when he murmured. Yes, the Holy Maiden is equipped with the Blue Snake 3 Flower pupil, so she is naturally the future Holy Maiden of our Heavenly Serpent Mansion. Green Barbarian saw that the little green scale was not very old. It was the right age for fooling around. As long as a little guidance, he could make the little green scale have a sense of belonging to the Heavenly Serpent Mansion. The Heavenly Serpent Mansion needed a qualified successor, an inheritor, not someone who was hostile to the Heavenly Serpent Mansion. I'm no saintly maiden. Where's my brother? The little green scales struggled to hold up their bodies, but they couldn't move because their entire body was floppy. Chapter 132. Brother? Green Barbarian turned his gaze to White Teeth. Don't look at me. I don't know anything, White Teeth immediately denied. He merely found the other party according to the guidance of the secret method, and saw Little Green Scale staying alone and sitting in the room. How could he have known that Little Green Scale had an older brother? Could it be? White Teeth suddenly had a bold thought. Could the feeling of the blue snake's three-flower pupil just now be this little guy's older brother? Ha 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 ha. I never thought that I would actually meet two possessors of the BJ Snake three-blossom pupil on a trip out. At this moment, White Teeth was still snickering, not having the slightest idea of just how badly he would be beaten in a moment. Green Barbarian frowned slightly and apologized towards Little Greenscale. Holy maiden, this time it was my negligence. We'll go back to find your brother. No, he's already here. White Teeth suddenly put away that smile he had just worn and assumed a fighting stance looking at the empty sky in front of him. White Teeth, who's coming? Green Barbarian didn't notice anything wrong around him, but the two had been partners for many years and had long had a tacit understanding. A green bow and arrow appeared in Green Barbarian's hand. The space in front of White Tooth suddenly distorted. Countless cracks appeared in the sky, and a pair of small claws appeared out of nowhere, tearing open an opening. Rip through space? Dozone? Dozoon? Alarm bells were ringing in Green Barbarian's heart, and the bow and arrows transformed by Dochi were ready. No, other party is also a magical beast. White Tooth opened his mouth to warn. Green Barbarian was slightly relieved, as long as it wasn't a Dozong Dozoon who appeared. Escaping was still easy with her and White Tooth's cooperation. The white teeth are staring dead ahead of the two appeared out of thin air. Xiaofan and Ziyan is not good. The other side of the body of the faint killing gas and the smell of blood cannot escape the same magical beast sense of smell. Is your excellency the brother of the holy maiden lord? White Teeth inquired tentatively. The house of the heavenly serpent. Robbing people in broad daylight is your heavenly serpent mansion's code of action? Xiaofan spoke bluntly, completely unafraid of the fact that the heavenly serpent mansion was currently the strongest force in the northwest continent. Brother, came the pitiful cry of the Little Green Scale. When he saw Little Green Scale all limp in Green Barbarian's arms, Xiaofan could no longer endure it and rushed straight to Green Barbarian. No good. White Tooth had been watching out for Ziyan, who was also a magical beast, and had not cared at all about this young man who did not look very old, not realizing that the speed Xiaofan had erupted in an instant was not at all weaker than it. A Do Huang. White Tooth subconsciously blocked in front of Xiaofan's body, and Xiaofan's hands were covered with foreign flames, and the strike hit White Tooth's black feathered wings straight on top. Countless gray-black feathers flew like snowflakes. The flesh of magical beasts was already strong, plus White Teeth itself was not weak. Xiaofan's strike did not fully work. The successive depletion of Doqi caused Xiaofan to only fall backward with the cover of the foreign fire. Originally facing White Tooth, Xiaofan would not have had to be so complicated. White Tooth's original body, the eight-winged black serpent emperor, was able to be controlled by the BJ Snake three-flower pupil. However, now that he was lacking in Doqi and his mental strength was weak, he just couldn't even inspire the BJ Snake three-flower pupil anymore. Even just now manipulating the foreign fire and performing Do techniques were not Xiaofan's own Doqi but the amount of Doqi brought by refining Ziyan's essence blood. White Teeth were hit by this soft blow, and for a moment did not react. How is it that this little ghost got a burst of ghost? Kid, since you're also the possessor of the blue snake's three-flower pupils, come with us to the heavenly serpent mansion. White Teeth bared his fangs, originally thinking it would be a vicious battle, but never imagined that the other party was nothing more than a parlor trick. Looking at the white teeth that were clawing at him, Xiaofan gritted his teeth and, damn it, the previous battle has emptied the body. Xiaofan was just ready to risk even the risk of complete blindness to forcefully invoke the BJ Snake Three Flowers pupil to do the final fight to the death. Suddenly felt some dizziness in the brain. The world and the eyes began to become the sky and the earth to turn up. The footsteps of a stagger. Surprisingly, the uncontrolled fall down. The consciousness is even more into a coma. Xiaofan, brother, witnessing this, Little Green Scale panicked, but she couldn't do anything. She could only watch as that ugly monster attacked towards her brother. Ugly, don't touch my brother. 3 green lights bloomed in the pupils of the Little Green Scales, and the white teeth's pupils instantly became clear, frozen in place. Is this the Aqua Snake Three-Flower pupil? Even a little guy who was not even a dosher can control a Do Huang level powerhouse. It was the first time that Green Barbarian had seen the power of the Blue Serpent Three-Flower pupil, and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It's worthy of being the continent's #1 strange pupil. Taking this opportunity, Ziyan's wings rose up behind her back and she flew to Xiaofan's side. But there was a figure that was faster than Ziyan. This king will not allow you to harm your body anymore. Queen Medusa licked the blood from the corner of her mouth, and wisps of colored liquid dripped down Queen Medusa's teeth. Looking at Xiaofan, who was lying beautifully on his tail, Queen Medusa sighed. It's still more comfortable to have a tail. Queen Medusa, Green Savage shocked in the hands of the arrow are dropped. As an white teeth partner for so many years since, she cannot be less and Medusa Queen deal with. This also and White Teeth cannot get out of the relationship. Who let this guy is always coveting the person Medusa Queen, but without exception. She and White Teeth escaped in a hurry every time. And for Queen Medusa, if it wasn't for the fact that the power behind the two of them was the heavenly serpent mansion, it would have been enough for them to die 1,000 times over. So it's you two guys, Queen Medusa sneered. You don't want to move. People, this king also want to take away. Impossible. This girl is the future holy daughter of the heavenly serpent mansion. Green Barbarian decisively refused. The king will not say it a second time. With just a single look, Green Barbarian was scared into retreating, but the feeling of being stared at by a poisonous snake endured. You broke through the dough zone. Green Barbarian already had the intention to retreat. With Queen Medusa around, she and White Tooth already had no ability to fight back. Plus Queen Medusa had broken through the dough zone. There was even less of a chance. Queen Lord, it's me that's rude, but can you let me have a few words with the Holy Maiden? No way. Queen Medusa decisively refused. There's something to be said for waiting for the brat to wake up. When Green Barbarian looked up again, she saw that Queen Medusa had already arrived in front of her and carried away the little green scales from her arms, while she found that her body was as if she had cast a fixation spell, and she didn't dare to move at all. Green scale, don't be afraid. There's your sister Kyre. How is brother doing? It was the first time for the little green scale to see Queen Medusa, but she didn't feel scared because the other party's body had her most familiar smell. A taste of brother. Queen Medusa lied a little. It won't take long for the brat to wake up, but the real situation is that the poison that Queen Medusa accidentally put down is not light or heavy. The amount seems to be a little bit too much. Plus Xiao Fan's original spiritual power in fighting chi depletion. When can she wake up? She doesn't know. God knows. Why Xiao Fan's doomed poison body can't resist the poisoning of the woman beside him. Selective ergotoxin? Chapter 133, Tenderness. Sister Medusa is awesome. Ziyan bumbled and ran over carrying Xiao Fan, who was sleeping soundly. You too. You go along with the little kid's nonsense, don't you? Queen Medusa poked Ziyan's white and tender little face with her hand. Essence blood is also something you can give indiscriminately. Don't be sold at that time and still count the money happily. Hey, it's okay. A little bit of blood is just a little bit of blood. It will recover after a while. Ziyan knew that Sister Medusa was angry again, and could only try to be cute and perfunctory. Ugh, forgot about that. There's a leak here. Queen Medusa's line of sight glanced to the Green Barbarian who was eavesdropping on the side, and the Green Barbarian who was discovered immediately lowered her head and shivered. Queen, no, I didn't hear anything. Knock. A dull thud came, and Green Barbarian lay down quietly and peacefully, still wearing a serene smile before lying down. As for White Teeth, he had long been knocked out by Queen Medusa's smooth hand. Sister Green Scale. The little green scales shivered when they heard Queen Medusa call out to herself and saw the somewhat bloody scene just now. Found on. What are you afraid of? I don't eat people. Like a sensual and gentle mother, Queen Medusa gently patted the back of the little green scale in her arms, her eyes full of heartache and worry. The little green scales could sense it wasn't sympathy or false concern. It's a different kind of emotion that little green scales have never experienced since they were born. But little green scales cannot say the name of this kind of feelings. After all, little green scales never felt a mother's love from that cold house. Call Sister Kyre. If little green scale is bullied, ask your sister Kyre for help. Looking at the little one in her arms, Queen Medusa didn't know what to think of, and her eyes showed a tenderness she had never seen before. Color. Sister. The little green scale tried to call out, in a very small voice. Well, little green scales are so good, I'll leave the green scales to you. Queen Medusa had appeared for a limited amount of time, and her soul fusion with Shao Kai wasn't stable enough. Don't worry, Ziyan put on an air of being the only one in heaven and earth and patted her chest. Sister Green Scale, remember to keep my secret. Queen Medusa's figure dissipated after the white light, turning into a soundly sleeping seven-colored snake. After Queen Medusa fell into a deep sleep, Ziyan's situation became a bit awkward. With the poisoned Xiao Fan, the paralyzed Qing Scale, and the stunned enemy, Ziyan, who had always been taken care of by others, was a bit clueless at the moment. Ziyan's hands appeared two inscriptions, complicated and complex dragon seal, respectively, slapped on the Green Barbarians and White Teeth. Once the other side sober want to strike, Ziyan also able to suppress each other through the dragon seal. Only after doing this did Ziyan put down the limp little green scale on her body. Sister Ziyan is sorry. What's the point of saying sorry to me? Ziyan looked at little green scale in disbelief. Qing Scale has caused trouble for Sister Ziyan and also brother. Little Qing Scale's good-looking eyes revealed frustration. There's no need to apologize. It's those two bad guys who are to blame. The more Ziyan thought about it, the more angry she became, and she went up and gave the sleeping Green Barbarian and White Tooth a punch each. To the flesh kind. Xiao Fan's accident was beyond Xiao Fan's expectations. Xiao Fan not only set a seal for the little green scales to avoid being probed by people who are interested in it, but also the Mitre family with high Bodong sitting in the town is very difficult for people to take advantage of the situation. Plus the little green scales are basically only known to those few in the imperial capital. Even the rustling protector had always thought that the person in the imperial capital who possessed a spirit realm soul was Xiao Fan and there was no second person. White Teeth and Green Barbarians are also with the help of a special secret method that can find the BJ3 Flowers pupil, which can find the existence of the small green scales. As for why did not find Xiao Fan, perhaps because Xiao Fan's BJ3 Flowers pupil just has already transcended the BJ3 Flowers pupil to become a higher level of existence. The action of the Heavenly Serpent Mansion was a complete coincidence that captured the timing, the place and the people. Otherwise, just one High Bodong who had eaten the Imperial Extreme Pill after his breakthrough would be enough for Green Barbarian and White Teeth to eat a pot. Hiss. Headache. Xiao Fan turned around and woke up. His head and body had a kind of numbness and sluggishness after a hangover. Xiao Yaner. Xiao Fan fiercely looked at Ziyan, who was slumped in front of him, and eagerly inquired, "Where is Qing Scale, brother?" Little Green Scale's voice came from Xiao Fan's back. The sweet and sticky response made Xiao Fan's taut heart finally let out a sigh of relief. Gathering Ziyan, who was lying on her body, off her most comfortable nest, Xiao Fan then reluctantly got up and looked behind him. Little Qing Scale obediently stood in place, her hand pinching the hem of her dress in impatience. In the face of Xiao Fan's scrutinizing gaze, Little Qing Scale actually appeared a touch of shyness. "Green Scale, is everything alright?" Xiao Fan roughly checked the injuries on Little Green Scale's body, and aside from the traces left behind when the Heavenly Serpent Mansion laid its hands on him, there were no major injuries. "No, it's fine," Little Green Scale answered obediently. "It's okay." Xiao Fan first placed a certain lazy little dragon lady behind him, and then he took the Little Green Scale in front of him into his arms. "Don't be afraid, Cyan Scale, brother will take you home." After this kidnapping, Xiao Fan was finally determined to keep Little Qing Scale by his side at all times. Even if his strength was not yet able to fully protect Little Qing Scale, it was still more reassuring to Xiao Fan than letting it go. "Green Scale has worried my brother." Little Qing Scale buried her head into Xiao Fan's arms, her heart incomparably blaming herself. No, it's brother who didn't keep an eye on Little Green Scale." Xiao Fan braced the tears at the corner of his eyes to keep them from slipping down. It was clearly his own fault as a brother, but Little Qing Scale still had to blame himself for all of this. Little Green Scales really know their stuff, but Xiao Fan instead does not want the Little Green Scale to be so understanding. The guilt in Xiao Fan's heart will only deepen. The guilt within Xiao Fan's heart only slightly diminished when he touched Little Qing Scale's green-colored hair. "Look at the withered hair. Go back and wash your hair." Xiao Fan doted on Xiao Qing Scale and picked him up with the intention of returning to the imperial capital. Wait, holy maiden. Seeing that Xiao Fan was about to leave, Green Barbarian didn't pretend to be asleep anymore and immediately got up to block in front of Xiao Fan. However, when she saw Xiao Fan's eyes that could not hide the murderous aura, Green Barbarian's heart thumped and the words she wanted to say were blocked in her throat. As early as when Xiao Fan woke up, he noticed the sleeping Green Barbarian and White Tooth. And with just a glance Xiao Fan recognized that the wounds on the two were by the hand of Queen Medusa. Xiao Fan transmitted his voice with the help of his soul power. "I don't want to kill anyone in front of Qingliao, but Green Barbarian can only open his mouth with a thick skin. This, Gongzi, your eyes are Aqua Snake 3 flower pupils. If you join the Heavenly Serpent Mansion you will definitely get the best cultivation, and you will also have the most complete Aqua Snake 3 flower pupil inheritance." Hearing this, the Little Green Scales inwardly even some touch. If their own strength to become stronger will certainly be able to help brother, and will not drag brother down. Chapter 134. There is no need and no way to join your Heavenly Serpent Mansion. Xiao Fan decisively refused. "Brother, can Qing Scale go?" The Little Qing Scale in his arms however raised his head, his pure and flawless eyes just staring at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan who saw this scene saw again the little maid who only dared to stand behind himself in his previous life, blinking the same pure eyes and saying the same words. "Gongzi, Green Scale wants to go to the Heavenly Serpent Mansion, that way he can help Gongzi, but in exchange for nearly several years have not been able to see a side." And even Xiao Fan also thought that the Green Scale has long forgotten their own. After all, to see a different world of Green Scale, has long been not that ordinary little maid, but the High Heavenly Serpent House Saint daughter. However, the real situation is that the Green Scale has never forgotten Xiao Fan, but has never had the courage to face Xiao Fan. Low self-esteem is engraved in the heart. Even if in the Heavenly Serpent House is not happy, and is not as good as desired, the Green Scale also still continued to work hard to become stronger. When the day came when she manipulated countless snake-type magical beasts under the sky, the 9 spectral ground pythons of the 3 major clans of magical beasts even became the subordinate power of the Green Scales. while leading everything she had. The first battle she fought for the male on the 7 colored clouds was for revenge. Thinking about this, Xiao Fan looked despondently at the little green scale in front of him. The little green scales are green scales, yet they are not green scales. He, Xiao Fan, had already missed Qing scale, and he didn't want little Qing scale to repeat the same mistake. How could the icy cold heavenly serpent mansion have the warmth of home? Lonely and forlorn Qingliu. That Qingliu who could never raise his head in front of Xiao Fan. Every time Xiao Fan thought back to the other party's resolute eyes when he jumped down to the sea of blood without any hesitation, how much he would like to be able to also praise a sentence. Qingliu, you're awesome. But the other side could no longer hear. At least not now. Xiao Fan touched the little green scale's head. Green scale, brother needs you. But not now. What are you thinking so much about, you little bitty man? Growing up well is your first priority. Xiao Fan said seriously. She knew that the current little Qingliu was easily swayed and had a soft heart. Green scale, stay with me this time. Aha! Little Cheng Scale nodded vigorously and hugged Xiao Fan's waist to death. She also didn't want to be separated from her dear brother. She would also listen to her brother's words and grow up well to be his bride. Green Barbarian, however, couldn't recognize the situation and chattered to persuade. My lord, the Holy Maiden will definitely be able to become a powerhouse on the continent if she goes to the Heavenly Serpent Mansion. Will Green Scale be aggravated if he goes? No way. Green Barbarian spoke without thinking and answered bluntly. What is your strength? Xiao Fan asked rhetorically. Green Barbarian froze, then spoke confidently. Do Huang, what about your patriarch? Do Zun, how about this? This northwest continent, our Heavenly Serpent Mansion, is the #1 force. Green Barbarian even took some pride in mentioning this, thinking that Xiao Fan must have been impressed by the name of the Heavenly Serpent Mansion. Then what guarantees do you have that Green Scale won't be aggravated? Xiao Fan's sentence made Green Barbarian freeze. She herself is only a Do Huang, strength within the clan is only a small deacon, not even an elder. The cultivation of the Blue Snake Three Flowers pupil cannot turn Green Barbarians to intervene. To put it bluntly, she Green Barbarians is also but a hit worker. What rights are not? This, to put it bluntly, you can't guarantee the safety of the green scales at all. So why should I hand them over to you? Not to mention we haven't settled any old scores yet. If it wasn't for the fact that the little green scales were watching, Xiao Fan would have given these two guys a rightful death. Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. What Green Barbarian is afraid of is not the Xiao Fan in front of him, but the Queen Medusa who may appear at any time and the one on Xiao Fan. I'm leaving. Without waiting for Xiao Fan to speak, Green Barbarian was about to leave with White Tooth. Who said you could walk? Seeing Xiao Fan's eyes, it was neither right for Green Barbarian to leave, nor right for him not to leave. Moreover, the other party's eyes really frightened Green Barbarian, but she had no way to escape at all. This male, Heavenly Serpent House will pay compensation for what it did this time. Compensation? Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. Yes, whatever Gongzi wants is fine. Seeing that Xiao Fan seemed to be a little moved, Green Barbarian grasped at the opportunity to explain. That's what you said. A bad feeling haunts Green Barbarian. Imperial capital. Elder brother Xiao, how is Qing Scale doing? I'm sorry, old man. Hai Bodong swooshed in front of Xiao Fan and only finally was relieved to see the little Qing Scale who had fallen asleep while being held by Xiao Fan. Elder Hai, I don't blame you. This time it was also my negligence. Hai Bodong noticed the duo behind Xiao Fan at this moment and immediately looked nervous. It's you too. So it's the old thing that was in Mo City back then. White Tooth sneered disdainfully, clearly still arrogant and cocky even though he was now a defeated general. After all, in White Tooth's perception, it was Queen Medusa that it lost to, not this brat in front of it. The guy who was almost defeated by Lao Fu even after 2 fought 1 dares to speak out? So you're the ones who kidnapped Cyan Scale. Hai Bodong suddenly understood something, and an ice spear appeared in his hand, heading towards White Tooth just to stab him. Old thing. You don't speak martial arts. White Tooth dodged the shot with the help of the demonic beast's strong flesh. Just as he wanted to get angry, a sharp pain came from his heart. It was Zi Yan's dragon seal that had taken effect. Damnable brat. What have you done to me? I'm from the Heavenly Serpent Mansion. White Teeth threatened viciously. It seems like you haven't figured out the situation yet. When Xiao Fan didn't explain, Green Barbarian made a wink for White Tooth to shut up. After placing the little green scale in the middle of the room and informing Hai Bodong, Xiao Fan brought Zi Yan back to Green Barbarian and White Tooth. Kid, I'm from the Heavenly Serpent Mansion. Even if he was bound to the snake's tail and wings, Xiao Fan didn't hesitate, and the Blue Snake 3-flower pupil was directly launched. What? Green Barbarian didn't expect Xiao Fan to actually have absolutely no desire to be reasonable and wanted to forcefully control White Tooth. White Tooth's eyes became hollow, and its consciousness and soul were pulled to a space that understood the strangeness, and it was Xiao Fan who was on the opposite side of it. Kid, Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Heavenly Serpent House? Xiao Fan's silhouette let out a careless laugh. It's not good enough not to be discovered. Facing Xiao Fan, who had recovered his soul power, White Tooth was nearly incapable of fighting back, and Xiao Fan even only retained a small portion of White Tooth's spiritual intelligence, while the rest was all obliterated. Consciousness returned to reality. The ropes on White Teeth were untied while White Teeth respectfully prostrated himself above the ground. Master, what you did to White Teeth? Seeing the unconscious, empty-eyed White Teeth, Green Barbarian's body trembled from fear, but this time she couldn't run away anymore, and she didn't even have the chance to call for help. Shouldn't your Heavenly Serpent Mansion know best about the effects of the BGS Snake's 3 flower pupils? Green Barbarian met Xiao Fan's even more demonic pair of Blue Snake 3 flower pupils, and for a moment, he only felt that his soul was about to be drawn away from his body, and in a moment of urgency, Green Barbarian took a bite of his tongue and forced himself to come back to his senses. That's a pretty quick response. Chapter 135, Little Green. How can you go back on your word? Xiao Fan mockingly lifted Green Barbarian's chin and stared at the other party's eyes that were both fearful and nervous. I never said that I would let you guys go. You should be glad that nothing happened to Green Scale. No, I am a member of the Heavenly Serpent House. Green Barbarian struggled to get up, but found a strangling pain in his heart, unable to move a single bit of chi at all. He could only watch as a ripple appeared in Xiao Fan's demonic pupil, and Green Barbarian felt his consciousness also become deflated under the soul impact. I have offended the Soul Palace. Would I still be afraid of your Heavenly Serpent Mansion? Xiao Fan ate away Green Barbarian's soul little by little. Seeing as Little Green Scale was not injured, Xiao Fan would consider leaving Green Barbarian's body intact and refining it into a puppet. I'd give anything. Please don't kill me. Green Barbarian's entire body became incoherent. She could feel that she would definitely die if she continued like this. Little Spirit is indeed a bit less useful, and is still somewhat helpless in the face of a Do Huang powerhouse. It wasn't as if Xiao Ling hadn't resisted against White Tooth and Green Barbarian, but she was still knocked unconscious in a single glance. White Teeth can only carry out simple commands as if he were a zombie. As a meat shield he might be able to, but as a bodyguard he's a bit inadequate. Seeing that Xiao Fan did not continue to use his soul attack, Green Barbarian then said, Master, I will definitely know everything you need to know. Xiao Fan didn't rush to erase Green Barbarian's spirit after thinking about it and asked instead, how long of a deadline did the Heavenly Serpent Mansion give you? 20 years, but send word to the Heavenly Serpent House from time to time. How did you guys find the green scales? It's White Tooth. It has a special secret method to find the BGS Snake 3 Blossom pupil, and only White Tooth is able to use this secret method. That's why the Heavenly Serpent Mansion sent us out to look for it. Xiao Fan thought about it and agreed. The Bi-Snake 3 flower pupil being the inheritance of the Heavenly Serpent House for so many years, there were countless ancient books and secret techniques in it. It was far from being prevented by his own simple sealing technique. In that case, then let go of your soul essence, Xiao Fan ordered. Letting go of the soul essence if the other party planted a mark or left a means, basically means that one's life is in the hands of others at any time. But in the end, Green Barbarian still chose to submit and let go of his soul essence. Living is better than really dying. Master. Unlike White Teeth, Green Barbarian still had his own thoughts. Only the strange feeling in his body still made Green Barbarian a little uncomfortable. When he knew that there was a danger in his body that could detonate at any time, Green Barbarian's entire body became cautious and did not even dare to raise his head to look at Xiao Fan. From now on you will be called Midori, and once you have any improper thoughts, your soul will experience the burning sensation of a fiery fire, so you can try it. Green Barbarian could only nod her head in acknowledgement, while screaming in her heart, what a random way to pick a name. But a man can't keep his head down under a roof, and Green Barbarian quickly adapted to his new name. Please, Master, command Little Green, put on this mask. From now on you have only one mission, to protect Green Scale. Xiao Fan handed Green Barbarian a mask with a green snake on it. Is this, only this? Green Barbarian thought that Xiao Fan would make an even more rude request. Just protecting a little guy was rather not a difficult task for Green Barbarian. If the green scales get hurt or suffer a ding, it's all on your head. For someone who has no loyalty whatsoever, only harshness will keep the other person in line. Of course, if you do a good job, I can consider returning your freedom, or even the Imperial Extreme Dan for that matter. I forgot to tell you, I'm the Imperial Capital's currently recognized 6th grade pill refiner. Green Barbarian's face revealed a surprised expression. 6th grade pill refiner. It seems not worse than in the Heavenly Serpent House. After all, Green Barbarian's treatment in the Heavenly Serpent Mansion was such that unless he completed a major mission for the clan, it would be very difficult to eat 6th grade pills. With things having come to this, Xiao Fan would put White Tooth into the space opened up by the BGS Snake 3 flower pupil, while Green Barbarian would have to protect Little Greenscale from now on in the shadows without moving an inch. Little Yen Air. Next I will be closed for a period of time. Come out and I will give you delicious food. Xiaofan touched Ziyan's small head with a face full of doting. Qing Scale's safety depends on you as a sister. Good. Xiaofan, you close the door quickly and make me a delicious meal afterward. Ziyan shook her little head, not knowing whether she had listened in or only remembered the matter that Xiaofan had snacks to eat when he left the gate. Forget it, this retreat may be a bit long. Ziyan froze. Xiaofan, you're hiding something from me? Which is not. Xiaofan poked Ziyan's head. Ziyan seems to understand something. Xiaofan, can I go in then? Come in if you can't stay up. There will be sugar pills around for you. Hey, Xiaofan, you're so nice. Ziyan bumbled out and left the room with her sugar pills full of joy. Before leaving, the uneasy Ziyan looked at Xiaofan again. Xiaofan smiled and watched the other party leave. Only then did Ziyan jump to find the little green scale. Even though Xiaofan's physical body had the enhancement of the green lotus heart and was able to match the physical strength of a magical beast, he still couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood that he spat out backwards. Xiaofan's flesh is really close to its limit. It looks no different than usual, but it's actually internally fragmented. The multiple mobilization of the Bija Snake 3 flower pupils, the overloading of soul power, and the loss of fighting chi had almost affected the foundation. Yo, let me see. How'd you get so hurt? Queen Medusa appeared behind Xiaofan at an unknown time and caught the staggering Xiaofan. Obviously, the tone was that cold, with a mocking meaning, but on the face that Xiaofan couldn't see was filled with worry, making the queen laugh. Why don't you say so? Queen Medusa questioned. I don't want to make Xiao Yener worry. If she knows that something has happened to me, she will definitely spread her legs and rely on me. Thank you. Colorful. Xiaofan gently snuggled into Queen Medusa's embrace. Looking at the stunning face that wouldn't get tired of no matter how many times, he unconsciously said, Kair, this time again thanks to you. It's clear that you said you didn't want to see me again, and now you're meeting again. Queen Medusa's body trembled a bit when she heard that, but he still denied it and said, what meeting or not meeting? I don't know what you're talking about. Also, Xiaofan's eyes flashed with a touch of despondency, but he smiled again. I owe you another favor. I'm getting into debt. Consider this a free favor. And don't say I'm an unreasonable woman. Color scale. Xiaofan was moved to call out Queen Medusa's full name. Don't shout my name. Queen Medusa's face was already flushed, and she was still a little embarrassed whenever she heard Xiaofan call her name. Surely? It's just me. But yeah, if the color scales were color scales they'd probably have to kill me the first time we met. Chapter 136 Responsibility. Xiaofan was also just trying it out with a sudden intention, and in his normal life, he always saw the Queen Medusa in front of him as that Queen's Majesty from his previous life. This is the same appearance, but even the behavior and demeanor are very different, let Xiaofan some puzzled. However, Queen Medusa's reaction was not what Xiaofan was expecting. Being reborn really isn't a privilege that everyone has it. Xiaofan stood up again and looked earnestly and seriously at Queen Medusa. Your Majesty, I will be responsible. Queen Medusa stared at Xiaofan, her eyebrows arched, and only after a while did she question. You're not small in guts? Want to have both sisters? Is your Majesty overthinking it? Mr. Xiao is talking about the reward this time. Not your Majesty. Xiaofan laughed evilly. He seemed to understand something from Queen Medusa's reply. Kid, you dare to trick me? Queen Medusa let out a furious snort and also secretly blamed herself for her carelessness, being mesmerized by Xiaofan's words in front of her. How dare I? I just didn't expect the high and mighty Queen Lord to think so. Special. Xiaofan deliberately emphasized the last two words. I think we should just let you die once and for all. Queen Medusa's bright ruby-like eyes became even more seductive. The angry Queen Medusa pushed Xiaofan away, but Xiaofan used this force to instead crush Queen Medusa underneath her. Xiaofan put his hands on the sexy and lightweight waist full of wildness of Queen Medusa. The flat belly and smooth and delicate skin let Xiaofan couldn't help but caress back and forth. Get up! Queen Medusa blushed, but the hand on her waist prevented her from entertaining thoughts of resistance. Mouths are meant to rebel. The body is very honest. Looking at the arms full of intellectual beauty, and the full red lips, Xiaofan's body slowly bent down. Bang! A 7-colored light flashed, and Xiao Kai looked at Xiaofan, who was pressing down on her, suspiciously. Hiss. Nonsense. How dare I bully the Queen Sama? Xiaofan vigorously denied it. Xiao Kai spat out her cute snake letters and cocked her head, clearly not believing what Xiaofan said. Hiss. What do you know about a little snake? This is for healing. Xiaofan talked to himself, explaining as he straightened up the somewhat messy and disorganized clothes on his body. Queen Medusa, on the other hand, cried out inwardly. No, I almost let this brat get away with it. Queen Medusa was not able to accept such a hasty kiss after all. She didn't think that the current Xiao Fan had more feelings of love for her, but should be grateful. This was something that Queen Medusa was not willing to tolerate and accept. Besides, it was her Queen Medusa who had to kiss. How could she let a little kid take the lead? She, Queen Medusa, also wanted to save face. Hiss. Scram. This king doesn't need a snake like you to teach him yet. Queen Medusa said nothing and was not willing to go out again, preferring to let Xiao Kai take over her body rather than go out and face Xiao Fan. While outside, Xiao Fan had been teasing Xiao Kai. I can't imagine that the titular Queen Medusa would also have a time when she's on the verge of running away. My Lord Queen? Your Majesty. It's not like the Queen to have Xiao Kai come out as a shield, is it? Seeing that there was no movement in how to talk to Queen Medusa. On the contrary, Xiao Kai was getting more and more excited, her eyes scanning back and forth at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan even read a playful meaning on Xiao Kai's face, an expression of bad humor like he knew some great secret. Since you won't come out, I won't return the favor this time. Queen Medusa remained motionless, but what was actually heard in Xiao Kai's ears was Queen Medusa's angry roar. This stinking negative man, how could anyone talk about taking advantage as returning a favor? Hiss. Good wow you a guy who can't even count as a soul dares to mock me? Queen Medusa seemed to have a new outlet for her anger, and the two souls just twisted into one piece in the virtual space. And of course, Xiao Kai was unilaterally crushed. After all, at this moment, Xiao Kai's soul could no longer fight against Medusa's soul. Xiao Fan carefully held up Xiao Kai. How did this guy fall asleep while chatting? Xiao Fan sighed and tucked Xiao Kai into his sleeve, sitting on his knees and slowly repairing his injuries. And after a purple figure at the entrance saw that Xiao Fan was still at peace, it quietly tore a spatial crack and left. Compared to the damage to the physical body, what Xiao Fan needed to make up for more was the lack of soul aspect. The consumption and overdraft of soul power by the BGS Snake Triple Blossom pupil was just too great. TSK would have been quite averse to this soul essence. Xiao Fan took out the soul origin that was formed by refining the Rash Guardian earlier. The soul origin was indeed able to enhance one's soul power and could also do the job of repairing the soul. And such a method of boosting soul power against heaven and earth would more or less have its drawbacks. The soul of the Soul Palace Protector was not pure enough, and through the secret method of forcibly devouring the souls of others to enhance his own strength, even if it was the soul essence refined through the foreign fire, it was still accompanied by a touch of evil thoughts in it. However, Xiao Fan did not need to be concerned about that much. Through the spirit devouring skill, he was likewise able to refine this less pure soul essence. Xiao Fan placed the rustling protector's soul essence by his side, and an invisible thread in his body probed toward the jade bottle. The soul essence that was transparent with some black mist was continuously pulled into Xiao Fan's body by the silk threads. The grievances were just as Xiao Fan expected. Most of them were the unwillingness and hatred of the people who had been devoured by the Rash Guardian, and the biggest of them all was the resentment of the Rash Guardian himself. The rustling protector before his death had been defeated by Xiao Fan, so how could he be affected by the grievances of the district? Refining the soul essence wasn't too difficult, but digesting these excess grievances took Xiao Fan a considerable amount of time. The soul realm really hasn't improved? Thinking about it, it would be difficult to further enhance Xiao Fan's soul with just the soul essence of a dozone. Xiao Fan took out the previously seized nascent sacred ring. I wonder if there's anything. The secret method of acquiring memories. Xiao Fan flung himself a mouth. The secret method of heavenly material memory. Xiao Fan's secret method of viewing other people's memories from the Hall of Souls had reached an unprecedented level, and he didn't even have much interest in the dozone's collection of heavenly treasures anymore. When Xiao Fan opened the nano ring, he was more or less a little disappointed. Surely there isn't any? I can't imagine that the rushing protector rank is so low. But think about it, in his previous life, the Rash Guardian was completing a high-level mission before he advanced to Heavenly Guardian, and it was probably only then that he came into contact with some of the Soul Temple's high-level secret methods. Xiao Fan thought about it, as if he had captured a high-level soul body. However, although there was nothing that Xiao Fan wanted the most, there were still quite a few valuable things. Medicinal herbs, magic cores, and pills. And I'm afraid that the most valuable thing is a clan-breaking pill. TSK, it's really an old tactic of the Hall of Souls. Xiao Fan recognized the oddity of the sect-breaking Dan at a glance once swallowed. The soul of the person who swallows it will be subject to the domination of the Hall of Souls.